17th sister, the immortal and the mortal are worlds apart. You as the empress of the immortal realm actually descended in secret to consort with a mortal. This act not only violates the heavenly laws, but also disgraces the reputation of our immortal realm. 17th sister, what punishment do you deserve? Beyond the 33 heavens, a thunderous roar laden with overwhelming authority crashed down like a lightning strike upon the Bo Immortal Palace. Within the resplendent Bo Immortal Palace, shrouded in drifting immortal mist and gilded splendor, a woman in a flowing white dress, beautiful beyond mortal description, jolted awake. She lifted her head to stare at the gigantic hand that tore through layer upon layer of heavenly barriers, reaching down to seize her. Even with the cultivation of an immortal empress, she was utterly panic-stricken in that instant. Shaoqi, take her away at once. Remember, her name is Chen Nian. A wailing infant was flung from the white-robed woman toward a colossal dragon. The dragon caught the child with swift precision, then turned and fled in the direction of the mortal realm. Shortly afterward, from beyond the 33 heavens came a heart-rending cry. Elder brother Bo is guilty. Oh, I only beg that for the sake of how hard life is for mortals, you punish Bo alone. Will that suffice? Presumptuous. Immediately a furious bellow erupted, violent enough to suppress all 33 heavens. How outrageously arrogant. Come, dig out her immortal bones, shave away her immortal roots, grind her immortal heart into minced flesh, and condemn her to eternal damnation with no hope of rebirth. I shall make of her a warning to all immortals. Those of our immortal realm must never entangle themselves with the filth of the mortal world. Go, shatter completely the world where that mortal resides. On a winding mountain path that led into secluded depths, a young Taoist in coarse robes, a small bundle on his back and a dogtail grass between his lips, was humming a rustic tune as he walked downhill. When he reached a spring halfway up the mountain, he seemed parched. He set his bundle down on a moss-covered bluestone, then crouched by the clear spring and drank in great gulps. He drank and drank, then exclaimed, "Magnificent! This mountain spring is truly sweet." After quenching his thirst, Chen Nian stretched out on the bluestone and drifted into sleep. Chen Nian had lived such days with the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed for a very, very long time. He loved this freedom, this unrestrained ease, this existence untouched by the dust and corruption of the mortal world. In a hazy half-dream, the scene appeared to him again, a lush green forest within which stood a simple wooden house on a broad clearing. The cabin was encircled by a wooden fence. From within came the clucking and quacking of chickens and ducks, while a little dog at the doorway barked, driving off the small wild beasts that ventured close. Before long, a woman in a white dress stepped out of the cabin. Her 3,000 strands of dark hair cascaded down to her hips, her skin fair and luminous as jade. Yet her face remained veiled from his sight. Bo, you're already with child? Why are you still doing farm work? Go inside and lie down. I just hunted a deer today. I'll nourish you properly. The gate of the fenced yard swung open with a soft creak, and a man whose features were exactly the same as Chen Nian's walked inside. The woman in the white dress greeted him with a radiant smile, lifting a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow as she leaned close to whisper softly into his ear. The man's face blossomed with happiness. He scooped the woman into his arms and carried her back into the wooden house. Soon she was tending the stove inside, while he remained outside processing the freshly hunted deer. The two chatted and laughed together, happiness overflowing. Gradually consciousness returned. Chen Nian opened his eyes to find himself still lying upon that same bluestone. Bo, I dreamed of you again. A trace of bitterness touched his face. In the dream he had tried with all his might to see the visage of the woman in white, yet for reasons unknown, no matter how he struggled, her face remained blurred beyond recognition. Yes, 3,000 years had passed, and he had already forgotten the appearance of the woman who was most important in his life. Senior brother, you're awake. Father said the royal family of the Tianlong Empire has arrived. He wants you to go and meet them. A young girl with 2 ponytails and a slightly baby-fat face lay sprawled across the bluestone, supporting her pointed chin with hands like white jade. As she spoke with a bright grin, she tickled Chen Nian's nose with the dogtail grass. Seeing Chen Nian awaken, a special gleam lit the girl's face. So it's you again, little imp, waking me up. Just watch, I'll smack your backside. Chen Nian scolded her with a smile. Instead of being cowed, the girl pulled a funny face at him, then turned around and slightly lifted her perky hips. Senior brother comes spank ching. Spank chinger. I knew senior brother could never bear to spank ching. Looking at the adorable girl before him in her long cyan dress, Chen Nian couldn't help the faint upward curve of his lips. Her name was Zhu Qingqing, daughter of the head of Bo Taoist Hall and Chen Nian's junior sister. Ever since she was little, she had been his constant shadow, and now at 15 or 16 that habit had yet to change. Come on, he said. Chen Nian gave her raised hips a symbolic light pat, then turned back toward the Taoist hall as they walked. Qinger, why would the royal family of the Tianlong Empire come to our little Taoist hall? Don't tell me you misheard. You didn't mishear, did you? The girl hopped along to catch up her jade-white hand clasping Chen Nian's as she replied happily, Qing, who doesn't know either. But second senior brother and third senior brother said it seems the empress of the Tianlong Empire has been poisoned, and only our Bo Taoist hall can cure it. Oh, really? Is it that empress they say was brought down to the mortal realm by Long-overdue of the immortal realm 800 years ago? Chen Nian clicked his tongue inwardly as he spoke. 800 years ago the Tianlong Empire, where Chen Nian now lived, was still a small nation on the fringes of the world. Then on a certain midnight the sky was suddenly torn open. A peerless giant dragon descended upon that tiny land carrying an infant in its claws. From that moment the empire began to rise in might. Countless prodigies emerged and even a great number of 6th grade and 7th grade supreme experts appeared. That once insignificant kingdom in just a few decades vaulted into the ranks of the top 3 empires of Eastern Shenzhou. Zhu Qingqing furrowed her brows slightly, then rose onto her tiptoes and walked ahead with her hands clasped behind her back. As she walked she said with great excitement, Yes, senior brother? I wonder if we'll be able to see Her Majesty the Empress this time. She's the benefactor of our entire Tianlong Empire. If I could see her just once Qing'er's life would be without regret. And Qing'er also heard that our empire's Long-overdue is himself an immortal dragon. If our Bo Taoist hall truly manages to help Her Majesty the Empress, perhaps if Long-overdue is pleased he might help us too. At this the girl blinked her large eyes at Chen Nian. In those beautiful luminous eyes were gentleness, adoration, and hope. Chen Nian could only give a bitter smile. This little lass actually wanted Long-overdue of the Tianlong Empire to help reshape his meridians so he could once more step onto the path of cultivation. It was indeed a rather fanciful wish. Tianlong Empire Dragon Capital. A golden dragon coiled above the towering, magnificent palace complex. It was only a sculpture, yet anyone who drew near felt a chill of instinctive dread welling up from the depths of their heart. It was said that within the imperial palace of the Dragon Capital, even a 6th grade powerhouse could not take to the skies. In the great audience hall, several princes of the blood and high ministers were locked in heated dispute. I believe this matter is most improper. His Majesty's body is of immeasurable worth. How can we allow a mere mortal commoner to treat him? Exactly. What Bo Dojo? I have never even heard of such a place. I say we should let the national preceptor continue refining immortal pills instead. At that moment beside the resplendent golden dragon throne a streak of golden light flashed. From within the golden radiance emerged a peerlessly beautiful woman clad in an opulent dragon robe and wearing a 9-phoenix crown. She stepped out slowly, then seated herself upon the dragon throne. We pay homage to your majesty. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. The assembled officials dropped to their knees in unison. The peerlessly beautiful woman upon the dragon throne was none other than the empress of the Tianlong Empire, the Lingxiao Empress. For 800 years the world had known only the imperial title of the empress, Lingxiao. Yet no one knew her true personal name. Seated upon the dragon throne, the Lingxiao Empress was as stunning as a celestial maiden of the 9th heaven. Her deep, fathomless eyes seemed able to pierce all falsehood and sincerity in the world. Within their chill sharpness dwelled an unquestionable majesty, yet she did not lose the inherent gentleness and delicacy unique to a woman. Her hands rested lightly upon her knees, 10 slender fingers, skin fairer than snow. Every minute movement exuded an extraordinary grace and poise. Such a consummate woman should by rights have been the object of men's ardent pursuit. Yet at this moment in the grand hall these top powerhouses of the Tianlong Empire did not even dare lift their heads. None dared to glance at the empress. After a long silence a clear, cool, yet magnetic voice rang out. How goes the matter? Has the one from Bo Dojo arrived? The mere sound of the empress's voice caused these supreme powerhouses of the Tianlong Empire to feel an indescribable shock and reverence. Before long a palace maid hurriedly ran into the great hall. She glanced up once at the empress high above, then hastily fell to her knees. The empress, as though already sensing what had occurred, showed a hint of displeased warmth in her expression and uttered a single icy word, speak. The maid flustered replied in a trembling voice, reporting to your majesty, just now the 3rd prince and 4th princess sent word. The people of Bo Dojo have refused to enter the court to treat your majesty's injuries. A thunderous uproar erupted, the entire court was shaken. She was the dignified empress of the empire standing at the pinnacle of power. Across all of Eastern Shenzhou such a figure was as rare as phoenix feathers. With but a single word, she could make heaven and earth change color, sun and moon alter their radiance. Yet now, a mere Bo Dojo, an obscure unheard-of minor force, actually dared to brazenly refuse the decree of the empress. Courting death, your majesty, give me half a day. I will bring you the heads of everyone in Bo Dojo. A scholarly man in a blue robe stepped forward in a single stride. Waves of violent aura surged from his body, pressing down so heavily that those standing near him almost could. This man was the #1 powerhouse of the Tianlong Empire, Wei Qing. And he was not alone. The empress's adopted sons and daughters all stepped forward in turn. Father Emperor, your son requests to go to battle. Father Emperor, your daughter is willing to personally drag those pigs and dogs back here. Although Ling Xiao was a woman, she was the sovereign father of the entire Tianlong Empire. Thus the princes and princesses all addressed Ling Xiao as Father Emperor. The atmosphere across the entire court grew unbearably oppressive and cold, as though a great war were on the verge of erupting. Contrary to their expectations, the Ling Xiao Empress merely sighed softly and waved her hand. Very well, I shall make the trip myself. With that she leaped up and flew out of the great hall. Wei Qing and the others immediately moved to follow. Wei Qing, you are the empire's foremost powerhouse, and you still cannot distinguish what is light and what is heavy. You all are to remain in the dragon capital. The old monsters of the Tianqing Kingdom and New Moon Kingdom have been watching us all this time. The Ling Xiao Empress stood suspended in the air, speaking coldly. As soon as she finished, she suddenly coughed violently, a strand of black blood trickling from the corner of her fair lips. She wiped her mouth, a bitter smile tugging at her lips as she murmured, "If I do not go to see him now, there will be no chance ever again. But Father Emperor, your injuries are far too severe. The beasts of Bio Dojo, this prince will see every last one of you cut down to the root." Several princes and princesses all had eyes rimmed in red. To see their father emperor in such a state, yet still forced to personally seek a healer. Those people of Bio Dojo were truly abhorrent. Just as the Ling Xiao Empress was about to depart, a thought suddenly struck her. Her gaze swept over the gathered princes and princesses, and she murmured with a bitter smile, "Very well, let them come as well. Though not of my own blood, they are still his descendants. It is time they acknowledge their ancestor and return to their clan. You few come with me." The Ling Xiao Empress pointed at several of the princes and princesses. Bio Dojo. An old man in ancient Taoist robes sat upright at the head of the hall. On either side of the hall stood 8 meditation cushions, and each one was already occupied. Today the empire's 3rd prince and 4th princess had personally come to Bio Dojo to request medicine. It should have been a moment of tremendous honor for the humble dojo, yet the current atmosphere was unbearably heavy. The reason was that the senior brother of Bio Dojo had refused the prince's and princess's request. At this moment the two sides faced each other in confrontation. "You old Taoist, say something, will you? Is your Bio Dojo really going to let a young man make the decisions for you? Have you not imagined what fate awaits you for refusing us?" Clad in imperial robes, the 3rd prince pointed at the old Taoist seated above and showered him with abuse. At his side, the 4th princess's delicate face also showed a flush of anger. With their exalted status, wherever they went within the empire, they were surrounded by crowds of flatterers. Countless people vied and scrambled to serve them. But today, this tiny shabby dojo actually dared to refuse them. It was simply intolerable. After a long moment, the old Taoist slowly opened his eyes, flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand, and uttered 3 indifferent words, "See them out." For a heartbeat, the 3rd prince and 4th princess stood frozen where they were. He was giving them absolutely no face at all. How could this old Taoist dare to be so bold? Did he truly feel no fear of the empire's wrath? "Your highnesses, since my master has spoken, I must ask you to leave. Our Bio Dojo is incompetent and cannot aid your empress. We are truly sorry." Chen Nian rose unhurriedly, a faint smile on his face as he addressed the 3rd prince and 4th princess. "You?" The faces of the 3rd prince and 4th princess turned exceedingly ugly. Both were high-grade powerhouses. The faint currents of formidable aura were already beginning to rise around their bodies. It seemed they could no longer restrain themselves from striking. Outside the hall, several high-grade experts were already drawn up in battle formation. At a single word from prince or princess, they could in the blink of an eye raise this shabby dojo to the ground. "Senior brother, you have gone too far." At that instant, a young man in Taoist robes grabbed tightly at Chen Nian's sleeve. He then turned with a placating smile to the 3rd prince and said, "3rd prince, please do not be angry. Our senior brother's temper is not very good. I will go and find the medicine for you right away." "All right." "Too late." The 3rd prince snorted coldly. Without another word, he stomped his foot down. A thunderous crack rang out as the powerful force of his chi shattered the blue stone tiles beneath his feet. Countless cracks spread outward from his foot as the center racing in all directions. An invisible killing intent now enveloped the entire dojo. "I already gave you a chance earlier, but you did not cherish it, and only now think to regret it. My apologies, but the Tianlong Imperial clan is not so easily provoked. Come, flatten this shabby dojo for this prince, then we will seek the medicinal ingredients from Father Emperor." With a furious shout from the 3rd prince. Crack, crack. The wooden doors were suddenly smashed apart as torrents of terrifying chi surged in from outside. 8 4th-grade powerhouses rose into the air in an instant and hovered above the great hall. "What do you think you're doing? Quick, protect senior brother." A young woman in a flowing green dress darted forward at incredible speed, placing herself before Chen Nian. At the same time, her anxious gaze darted toward the other fellow disciples, urging them to come protect the senior brother. Yet only a few heeded her call and stood guard beside Chen Nian. The rest merely glared at Chen Nian with bitter, resentful eyes. Dao Kong, the one who had just been fawning over the third prince, gnashed his teeth and spat. No, he is not our senior brother. He is the one who brought destruction upon our Taoist temple. Chen Nian let out a helpless wry smile and shook his head. He did not blame Dao Kong, his young junior. After all, from where everyone stood, it really did look as though he alone had doomed the entire Taoist temple. To offend the imperial clan, let alone a Taoist temple, even a small nation would be reduced to ashes. It seems this place is no longer safe. Chen Nian sighed, shaking his head as he murmured softly to himself. Ever since that incident over 3,000 years ago, he had learned one truth: the tree that towers above the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. The higher one stands, the harder one falls. Over the years, he had lost count of how many places he had moved the Taoist temple. Whenever the temple began to gain fame and grow too prominent, he would leave without a moment of hesitation. He only wished to live in obscurity, not die in glory. Shaolin, make preparations. Once we resolve the trouble before us, we leave. Chen Nian turned his head slightly, glancing at the old Taoist seated above. Receiving the telepathic message, the old Taoist's eyes snapped open. He cast a look of reverence toward Chen Nian, then slowly rose and made his way down the hall. Master, I suggest expelling Chen Nian from the sect to atone to the third prince. Master, for the sake of the Taoist temple, kill Chen Nian. Senior brother, as much as it pains me. For the temple to survive, you must die today. Seeing the old Taoist descend, Dao Kong, Dao Ran, Dao Qiong, and the other junior disciples all spoke up at once. Some among them had already begun radiating killing intent toward Chen Nian. You pack of ingrates. Have you forgotten who picked you up from the desolate wilderness? Have you forgotten who raised you with blood and toil, eh? It was senior brother. Senior brother is like a second parent to you all. Yet now, just to survive, you would abandon him. The little girl who once hid behind Chen Nian whenever anything, now stood before him braver than ever. Father, you cannot abandon senior brother. If it comes to it, well, fight them to the death. No one is allowed to hurt my senior brother. Her eyes split at the corners with fierce resolve, a stubborn light burning within her still youthful gaze. She gripped the 3-foot sword tightly in her hand, overwhelming aura surging wildly from her body. Senior brother. He's only senior to us because he joined the sect a little earlier. Exactly. What use is seniority anyway? We've already reached the 3rd rank, while he hasn't even stepped into the 1st. He is unworthy to be called Your Highness, Prince and Princess. We are willing to slay Chen Nian on your behalf to offer our deepest apology on behalf of the Taoist temple. Outside the hall, another group of junior disciples clad in Taoist robes charged in, with swords drawn, lining up behind Dao Kong, Dao Ran, and the others. Ha ha ha. The third prince burst into wild laughter, sweeping his gaze contemptuously across everyone in the great hall. Do you see? These are nothing but country bumpkins, spineless, devoid of any fighting spirit. Trash like this is nothing but a waste of resources in our Tianlong Empire. Kill them all and raze this wretched temple to the ground. At the command, the 8 4th-rank powerhouses hovering in midair began gathering their strength. A suffocating pressure instantly descended, crushing everyone inside and outside the hall until they could hardly breathe. Among Chen Nian's fellow disciples, most were only of the 1st or 2nd rank. The strongest were fewer than 10, figures like Zhu Qingqing, Dao Kong, and Dao Ran, who had reached the 3rd rank. As for Chen Nian himself, he had never once revealed his true strength before anyone. Thus his junior disciples all believed him to be a worthless waste who had not even reached the 1st rank. The scene split into 2 factions. Those led by Zhu Qingqing, Dao Xian, and Dao Cong crowded around Chen Nian, vowing to live and die alongside him. Meanwhile, those led by Dao Kong, Dao Ran, and Dao Qiong gathered on the opposite side, forming formations to brace for the crisis. Each of them was utterly miserable. They had thought that siding with the 3rd prince would spare their lives. But who could have guessed it? This 3rd prince did not play by the rules at all. He called them all spineless trash and ordered them killed alongside everyone else. In their fury, they placed all the blame squarely upon Chen Nian, their senior brother. They silently swore that even if they died today, they would never protect this useless senior brother who only ever courted disaster. 3rd prince, 4th princess, why must you go this far? Ever since our Taoist temple followed our patriarch to the Tianlong Empire, we have always done good deeds and abided by the law. We have never committed a single wrongdoing. This time we truly have no way to help. We would if we could, but you all. Why must you slaughter us so mercilessly, driving our temple to utter annihilation? The old Taoist walked forward slowly, letting out a sigh. He raised his horsetail whisk high, cast a reverent gaze toward the heavens above, then slowly closed his eyes. You stinking old ox-nosed priest. Enough with your lofty airs. When this prince wants someone dead, no justification is needed. Refusing to serve the imperial clan is a death sentence. The third prince sneered coldly. Beside him, the fourth princess drew her sword and viciously slashed toward the old Taoist. The 8 fourth-rank powerhouses had also finished building their strength. They struck all at once. Just as the immense killing intent was about to swallow the entire Bo Taoist temple, suddenly a piercing roar tore through the sky. It sounded like some kind of divine beast soaring through the air. The next second, several streams of golden light cascaded down as a colossal golden dragon carriage pulled by 12 phoenixes was drawn across the distant horizon to hover directly above the Bo Taoist temple. Yin Xiang Nishang, how dare the two of you act so recklessly? Suddenly, an exceedingly imposing female voice rang out from within the resplendent golden dragon carriage. Father, the third prince Yin Xiang paused briefly before snapping back to his senses. He hastily signaled the fourth princess Nishang to stop, then dropped to his knees, with a thud prostrating himself toward the sky. Yin Xiang pays respects to father. Nishang pays respects to father. The 8 Vajras pay respects to your majesty. The third prince, the fourth princess, and the 8 fourth-rank masters all knelt in unison. The old Taoist slowly opened his eyes, swept his gaze across the sky, then turned to look at Chen Nian. After seeing Chen Nian shake his head, the overwhelming killing intent that had just begun rising from the old Taoist gradually faded away. The assembled junior disciples also breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they had all felt death closing in. Yet unexpectedly, at the very last instant, the empress of the empire descended. This was truly a stroke of fortune. After all, though many among them were third-rank cultivators. In the path of cultivation, each rank was separated by an insurmountable chasm. Before a fourth-rank powerhouse, let alone 10 third-rank cultivators, even 100 would not last a single exchange. I heard that Empress Ling Xiao is on the verge of breaking through to the 8th rank. The Tianlong Empire owes all its glory to Empress Ling Xiao. I never imagined that the exalted Empress Ling Xiao herself would grace this godforsaken little Bo Taoist temple with her presence. Ah, truly, the Empress requesting medicine from our temple was a ancient millennium opportunity. But now that opportunity has been cruelly snatched away by our useless senior brother. He'll get what's coming to him. He will not come to a good end. Senior brother, we're safe now. They say Empress Ling Xiao is kind-hearted. Since she has come personally, surely she won't make things difficult for our Bo Taoist temple any longer. Dao Cong, Dao Xian, and the other junior disciples said to Chen Nian in relief. Chen Nian nodded, then looked up toward the enormous golden dragon carriage in the sky. To be honest, he was a little curious too. What did the legendary empress of the empire said to have descended from the celestial realms actually look like? Mortals have always harbored an almost maddening obsession with the immortal realm. Now the empress who descended from the immortal realm had arrived. The disciples of Bo Dao Temple, as if had forgotten the predicament they faced. Everyone gazed at the colossal golden dragon palanquin in the sky. Their eyes blazed with frenzied fervor. We pay our respects to your imperial majesty the empress. We pay our respects to your imperial majesty the empress. The crowd fell to their knees in unison. Amidst them, only one man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a stark contrast to the others. That man was not even to heaven and earth. Chen Nian, the empress graces us with her presence. Why do you not kneel? Even your master has knelt. What right do you have to stand? Do you truly wish to bring ruin upon the entire Bo Dao Temple? Led by Dao Kong, Dao Ran, and Dao Qiong, his junior disciples hurled their accusations at Chen Nian. Chen Nian smiled. These people appeared to be standing on the moral high ground, yet in truth they were merely currying favor with the empress, hoping to preserve their own wretched lives. At that moment, a slender jade-like hand gently tugged at Chen Nian's sleeve. Her delicate tearful eyes were slightly reddened, and large tears slowly traced paths down her softly rounded cheeks. The young maiden spoke in a choking, almost imploring voice, "Senior brother, please kneel. Only then can we survive." Chen Nian sighed deeply. From her gaze he saw sincerity, concern, and profound sorrow. Not far away, the third prince, Yin Xiang, the fourth princess, Ai Shang, and the 8 Vajra warriors all glared viciously at Chen Nian. In their eyes, this arrogant man who dared to disrespect the emperor was already a dead man. Moreover, today was not only about his death. The entire Bo Dao Temple with its hundreds of disciples would perish because of him. Father Emperor, please command me to crush Bo Dao Temple so I may retrieve the medicine for you. The third prince, Yin Xiang, looked up toward the heavens. Just then a slender jade-like hand slowly emerged from the massive golden dragon palanquin. "Do not be so presumptuous." A dignified yet faintly weakened voice echoed from within. Hearing that voice, Chen Nian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed the empire's empress was truly in the final stages of her illness. Yet she was also a kind-hearted person. In that case, before departing, he would help her one last time. "Taoist Chen, might you come aboard for a conversation?" From within the dragon palanquin, that dignified yet weakened voice came again. "Very well." Chen Nian stood with his hands behind his back, facing the palanquin. The next instant a beam of golden light descended. As the radiance enveloped Chen Nian, his entire figure was swept away. Senior brother? Zhu Qingqing hastily rose, her crimson eyes fiercely scanning the colossal dragon palanquin above. Then she cried out loudly, Ling Xiao Empress. If you harm my senior brother, Qing'er will spend her entire life seeking justice for him. Junior sister enough. Junior sister. The third prince Yin Xiang sneered. It seems within this wretched place only this junior sister possesses any backbone. At the center of the great hall the old Taoist sighed deeply and slowly sat cross-legged upon the ground. He knew that at this point there was no need for him to intervene. The golden dragon palanquin drawn by 12 mythical phoenix beasts streaked across the sky like a meteor and vanished. After a short while the golden dragon palanquin came to rest in a vast secluded forest clearing. Chen Nian stepped down from the palanquin and gazed upon the familiar courtyard before him along with that simple wooden cottage. A profound stillness settled over him as though time itself had frozen. As if struck by some sudden realization, he abruptly turned his head to look at the imperial-robed empress slowly descending from the palanquin. Upon her pale face a faint translucent veil barely concealed her features. Her dark, tear-filled pupils fixed upon the man she had longed for across countless years. Why have you brought me here? What do you know? Chen Nian's expression grew grave. Having lived for over 3,000 years, he had already sensed that something was deeply amiss with this empress. With light, graceful steps the empress, draped in her imperial robes, yet stripped of her usual majesty, slowly approached Chen Nian. Her luminous, watery eyes gazed fixedly at him, yet she spoke no word. 800 years had passed. Since Ling Xiao awakened her mother's bloodline at the age of 10, she had repeatedly seen this very man in her dreams. She knew this man was her father. Thus she began to search desperately throughout the empire for him. Finally, at the age of 20, she found Chen Nian. That year, standing before the gates of Bo Dao Temple gazing at the 4 magnificent characters inscribed upon the archway, she broke down in tears. She knew that across these 3,000 years her father had never forgotten her mother. There were countless times she nearly overcame her hesitation to meet Chen Nian. But after her bloodline awakened, she received words left behind by her mother. Her mother had said never disturb Chen Nian. Let him live out his days as an ordinary mortal. Therefore, for these past centuries, Ling Xiao had only watched from afar, gazing upon that humble mountain sect, the smallest and most inconspicuous in the Tianlong Empire. But now she could no longer conceal the truth. 3 years ago, 12 peak 7th rank experts of the Tianlong Empire, led by an 8th rank powerhouse, defected and allied with the Xianyu Kingdom and Tianxing Kingdom to launch a war against the Tianlong Empire. The great conflict raged for 3 years. Finally, 3 months ago, Ling Xiao, facing alone 3 8th rank experts and nearly 100 peak 7th rank cultivators, was defeated upon Song Mountain. Without that trace of immortal energy coursing through her veins, she would surely have perished long ago. Therefore, before her death, she had to see Chen Nian one final time. She wanted this man who had endured 3,000 years of solitude to know that he still had a daughter living in this world. Originally, Ling Xiao had hoped to find some pretext to summon him to the imperial palace, for she could no longer bear to travel. Even the slightest exertion now would drastically shorten her remaining lifespan. But Chen Nian did not come. With no other choice, she had come in person. Once a devoted couple dwelled here in paradise for 20 years. But one day the man discovered his spiritual bone had awakened, and he began to cultivate with feverish dedication. His extraordinary talent propelled him to become the strongest warrior of that era within the empire in merely a few years. He believed that with such power he could grant the most precious woman in his life a life of comfort and peace. Yet he never imagined that his renown would instead bring catastrophe upon her. Ling Xiao's eyes remained locked upon Chen Nian as she slowly spoke. You? Chen Nian's countenance shifted and his entire body recoiled a great step backward in sheer panic. For 3,000 years nothing had ever thrown him into such disarray. Chen Nian never imagined this. The eternal ache buried deep in his heart had been brought up by the empress of the Tianlong Empire. How on earth did she know all of this? Under Chen Nian's excited, expectant gaze, red-rimmed with emotion, Ling Xiao continued to hold back her tears, and choked out. After that incident, he flew into a terrible rage and slaughtered every last person in the lands where his enemies dwelt. Grief-stricken and consumed by remorse, he destroyed his own cultivation and tore the spirit bone that countless people had envied from his body. From that day on he became a mortal with endless life. In the days that followed, he withdrew from all worldly affairs, rose above the mortal dust, and lived in obscurity. That man is you, Chen Nian. Tears fell one after another from his eyes and splashed onto the ground. After a long while he suddenly lifted his head and stared fixedly at Empress Ling Xiao. In a hoarse, choked voice he asked, "So who exactly are you?" Tears welled up in Empress Ling Xiao's eyes. Slowly she lifted the veil from her face. Then she choked out, "For 800 years the world has known me only as Empress Ling Xiao of the Tianlong Empire, an immortal maiden from the heavenly realm. But do you know my true name? My name is Chen." In that instant Chen Nian was utterly stunned. An overwhelming surge of emotion seized him, and his entire body slipped beyond his control. His bloodshot eyes stared rigidly at the familiar, yet unfamiliar face before him. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Finally, after a full quarter of an hour, Chen Nian finally managed to speak. You are Bio. Bio, so you didn't die? You're still alive." Overwhelming joy drove Chen Nian nearly to madness. He laughed wildly. Empress Ling Xiao wept freely. She too held tightly to the man before her. After 800 years, father and daughter had finally acknowledged each other. For Ling Xiao, even if she were to die at this moment, she could close her eyes in peace. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly astounded. The august empress of the Tianlong Empire, the legendary fairy maiden from the heavenly realm, and now she was actually embracing a mortal. "No, you are not Bio. What did you say your name was?" Suddenly snapping out of it, Chen Nian released Empress Ling Xiao and stared at her with piercing eyes. Empress Ling Xiao smiled softly. With her jade-like hand, she gently wiped away the tears on her face and replied, "Have you forgotten? I said my name is Chen Nian." Chen Nian. Bio Chen Nian. You. Understanding everything at last, Chen Nian was greatly shaken. Father. Emotion erupted all at once. Now that father and daughter had finally recognized each other, Empress Ling Xiao's legs went weak with excitement, and she sank directly to the ground. Tears once again overflowed from the eyes of Chen Nian, this monster who had lived for more than 3,000 years. He laughed one moment and wept the next. 3,000 years of suppressed anguish exploded completely at this moment. He had never imagined that he would have a daughter with Bio, and that at this very moment that daughter was standing right before him, vivid and alive. Even could it be that thieving heaven had taken pity on him and bestowed this blessing upon him? After who knows how long, once his emotions had run their course, Chen Nian thought of another, most crucial question. With trembling hands he held Empress Ling Xiao and asked, "Daughter, what about your mother?" He now had far too many questions he wanted to ask his daughter. For instance, why was his daughter the legendary empress whom the dragon ancestor of the heavenly realm had brought to the mortal world 800 years ago? Had Bio gone to the heavenly realm? Why, if Bio was alive, had she not come to see him? And why had his daughter waited a full 800 years before coming to recognize him? Moreover, where was Bio now, and was she still alive? Mother carried me in her womb for more than 2,000 years before she gave birth to me. Afterwards, before she could finish, Empress Ling Xiao suddenly slumped into Chen Nian's arms. Already severely injured, she had traveled such a long distance to reach Bio Taoist temple, and with her emotions running so high she could hold on no longer, she fainted outright. "Daughter!" Chen Nian shouted, then hurriedly began to examine his daughter's wounds. But as he examined her, his expression grew grimmer and grimmer, because he discovered that his daughter's meridians were broken throughout her body. Not a single spot was unharmed. Moreover, all her internal organs had suffered severe damage. Not only that, he finally understood why his daughter had sent someone to Bio Taoist temple to ask him to come out of seclusion, and why she had insisted on coming personally after he refused. It was because his daughter already knew she did not have much time left, and so she had insisted on acknowledging him. At the thought that he had refused to treat his own daughter, Chen Nian slapped himself hard across the face twice. Then he hurriedly carried his daughter into the wooden cabin and prepared to begin treatment. As the qi within his body sank deep into his daughter's body, Chen Nian's face turned ghastly pale. His daughter's injuries were truly severe. If not for his timely arrival, even he would have been powerless to turn things around. Who on earth had dared to wound his daughter, Chen Nian's daughter, so gravely? In an instant, towering fury erupted from his heart. He would find this person and tear out their heart and liver to avenge his daughter. After briefly patching up his daughter's broken meridians, Chen Nian hurried outside to gather the spiritual herbs and roots he had planted. The priority now was to stabilize his daughter's condition as quickly as possible. Then he would go and exact revenge. Before long, Empress Ling Xiao woke up. Curious about the place where her parents had once lived, she struggled to keep her eyes open, looking left and right. Shortly afterward, Chen Nian walked in carrying a bowl of plain rice porridge. A strange medicinal fragrance drifted into the air. At just one sniff, Ling Xiao felt her shattered meridians growing considerably better. "Father, what is this porridge made of? It smells so fragrant. I feel like just the aroma alone has already made my body feel much better." Ling Xiao's eyes looked weak and her voice was faint. At this moment, she seemed no longer the renowned Empress Ling Xiao, but rather a father's cherished daughter, his apple of his eye. Seeing his daughter awake, Chen Nian was in good spirits. But seeing his daughter so weak, he did not press further. Instead, he lifted the spoon to feed Ling Xiao the porridge and smiled, saying, "Daughter, this is medicinal porridge brewed from the spiritual herbs I have cultivated over the years, combined with the finest rice. It should help with your injuries. Drink a little for now. Tomorrow, father will brew better spiritual medicine for you." Ling Xiao was surprised. Her father was truly remarkable. Although he had become immortal, she never expected him to be able to cultivate spiritual herbs, and even more astonishing was how effective they were. I'll open up, daughter. The spoon in Chen Nian's hand was already raised to Ling Xiao's lips. Ling Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. As the supreme empress of the empire high above all others. Although she had been fed by her attendants before, no man had ever fed her in all her life. Even though the man before her was her own father, she still felt somewhat embarrassed. Sensing Ling Xiao's shyness, Chen Nian chuckled bitterly. He comforted her. "You Nian, I am your father. It is only right that I take care of you, so do not be shy. Just pretend you are a sick little baby. Open wide, father will feed you." Ling Xiao's eyes grew slightly red. Over the years, she had seen many children being fed by their parents. She never imagined that one day she too would receive such treatment. Slowly, she parted her cherry-like lips and let the spoon from Chen Nian's hand enter her mouth. Chen Nian smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "Good job, baby. You can even feed yourself now. Father is so happy for you." Ling Xiao blushed again. Although she felt somewhat shy, why did it also feel so heartwarming? It was as if she had truly become a little baby, a child experiencing the warmth of her father's love. This feeling, it was truly wonderful. If anyone else were to witness this scene, they would hardly believe their own eyes. The mighty empress of the empire, a figure who struck fear into countless hearts. And yet at this moment she lay in bed like a small child being fed by a man. Honestly, if those princes and princesses were to see this, their jaws would drop. "Daughter, your injuries are severe," Chen Nian said almost absent-mindedly as he continued to feed. Ling Xiao smiled gently. "Yes, father. Yu Nian's injuries are rather serious. So for the coming days, father will heal you, all right." Ling Xiao looked up, her beautiful large eyes fixed firmly on Chen Nian. She knew that no one could heal her. The reason she said this was simply to spend her remaining days accompanying this father who had been lonely for 3,000 years. Chen Nian smiled, and like a loving father, gently pinched the cheek of Empress Ling Xiao. Then he said, "Do not worry, daughter. Although your father is now immortal, over these 3,000 years I have made great achievements in medical arts. Otherwise I would not have been able to remain at Bo Daoguan all this time. Your injuries, father, can heal. It will be as easy as breathing." Chen Nian was telling the truth. Over these 3,000 years, having sworn never to cultivate again, he had nothing but time to delve into medical studies. After all, that was 3,000 years. He had read countless medical texts, cultivated countless herbs, and refined innumerable pills. Although his daughter's injuries appeared severe in Chen Nian's eyes, he could heal them with the simplest of efforts. Watching Chen Nian, so earnest, a smile naturally appeared on Ling Xiao's face. "Thank you, father." Ling Xiao's face lit up with joy, and she continued, "Once father has healed you, Nian, from then on we shall live together forever and never be apart." Although she spoke these words, Ling Xiao harbored no real hope. In her remaining days, being able to stay with this father she had watched from afar for 800 years was enough to make her content. But Chen Nian's thoughts were entirely different from Ling Xiao's. He would not only heal his daughter's injuries. Furthermore, all those who had severely harmed her would be dealt with completely. However, he had long been removed from worldly affairs, so he had no idea what had happened in Tianlong Empire that caused his daughter, a supreme expert on the verge of entering the 8th rank, to suffer such grievous injuries. After all, experts above the 7th rank were already among the ceiling-level existences of the Eastern continent. Even if a true 8th rank powerhouse struck her, a 7th rank expert could simply flee if they could not win. They would never be injured so severely. So, what kind of person could have grievously injured Chen Nian's daughter? A fierce killing intent began to radiate continuously from Chen Nian's eyes. "Daughter, can you tell father how you were injured so severely?" Although he knew it was highly unlikely that Ling Xiao would tell him, Chen Nian could not help but ask. Ling Xiao paused, and although her heart was filled with countless grievances, she longed to pour out to her father. The moment she thought of her father's mortal status, she immediately suppressed them. She knew that once her father learned of what she had experienced, he would surely fly into a rage. What if he, as merely a mortal, went to seek revenge for her? Would that not be equivalent to causing her father's death? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao shook her head and said, "Father, my injuries are not actually that severe. I simply fell accidentally while hunting outdoors. With proper rest, I will recover. You need not worry too much." Actually, daughter simply wishes to spend more time accompanying father. Chen Nian clenched his teeth. Having lived for over 3,000 years, how could he not see through it? His daughter merely wanted to spend her final days accompanying him. What a good daughter. Chen Nian was moved to tears and equally filled with fury. While nodding and pretending to believe her, he swore secretly in his heart he would definitely uncover what had happened in Tianlong Empire. Then he would exterminate everyone who had participated in harming his daughter. He would make those people understand the consequences of hurting Chen Nian's daughter. After a short while, Ling Xiao finished the entire bowl of porridge. The medicinal power spread throughout her body. As it repaired her damaged meridians and bones, it also made her drowsy. Before long, she gradually fell asleep. Over the past 3 years the empire had been in constant warfare, and the dragon ancestor had been in seclusion for 800 years without emerging. Therefore Ling Xiao had been preparing for battle at all times. It had been a very, very long time since she had slept so peacefully. Perhaps it was because her father was right beside her that she felt so secure. Even if this father was merely immortal. Seeing Ling Xiao fall asleep, Chen Nian covered her with the blanket and then stepped out of the wooden cabin. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier around the wooden cabin to protect his daughter. He then tore through space directly and arrived at Biao Daoguan. The reason he returned to Biao Daoguan was to have a proper conversation with the princes and princesses of the Tianlong Empire's royal family to find out exactly what had happened to his daughter. What kind of person dared to strike Chen Nian's daughter into such a state? The senior brother is back. As soon as Chen Nian appeared, the maiden in the ruined hall spotted him. Seeing that he was safe, she cheered with joy, her eyes red, as she rushed over and threw herself into his arms. A faint, unique fragrance of the maiden wafted over him. Feeling the maiden's graceful, tender body in his arms, Chen Nian couldn't help but smile wryly. He stroked her silky hair and patted her back clad in a smooth, silken green dress. Then he said indulgently by her ear, "All right, Qing, so many people are watching. Let go now." Only then did the maiden release Chen Nian reluctantly, her big eyes sweeping over his entire body. After confirming he was not injured, she followed behind him with relief. Inside the hall, everyone stared at Chen Nian in astonishment, especially Dao Ran, Dao Kong, Dao Qiong, and the others. They had thought Chen Nian would surely be executed by the female emperor with a lingering death. Unexpectedly, he had returned alive. Only the old Taoist seated on the cushion remained unmoved, as if he had long known this outcome. As Chen Nian approached, he slowly directed his awed gaze over. "Where is our imperial father?" Fourth Princess Nishang pointed her greatsword fiercely at Chen Nian. Third Prince Yinxiang did the same. He clenched his iron fist ready to strike at any moment. Seeing these two, Chen Nian shook his head helplessly. Not long ago, he had even planned to have Xiao Lin seriously injure these two arrogant fellows. Fortunately, his daughter arrived at the critical moment. Otherwise, would he not have ended up hurting his own juniors? "Come with me, both of you. I have something to ask you," Chen Nian said to Third Prince Yinxiang and Fourth Princess Nishang. His tone was exactly like an elder. This immediately left the two bewildered. Heavens, across the entire empire, only their imperial father could speak to them in such a tone. But now this arrogant fellow before them, who had no cultivation whatsoever, dared to speak to them in such a tone. "How dare you? To speak to the third prince and fourth princess like that? You're asking for death." The 8 Vajras rose at once. Wild auras of the 4th rank began to surge from their bodies. What exactly is this Chen Nian trying to do? Dao Kong, Dao Ran, Dao Qiong, and the other junior brothers and sisters gnashed their teeth. Zhu Qingqing, Dao Xian, Dao Cong, and the others stood firmly behind Chen Nian. At this moment, Chen Nian's gaze fell once more upon Third Prince Yinxiang and Fourth Princess Nishang. He said calmly, "If you want your imperial father to be safe, come with me." As soon as these words were spoken, Third Prince Yinxiang and Fourth Princess Nishang were greatly startled. Could it be that this arrogant mortal had kidnapped their imperial father? Thinking more carefully, their imperial father was already severely wounded, so if this mortal used something like sleeping drugs, he could very well have done such a thing. Dao Kong, Dao Ran, and the others, as well as Zhu Qingqing, Dao Xian, and their group, also snapped back to their senses. They were all utterly astonished. This senior brother of theirs, who didn't even have cultivation, had actually kidnapped the female emperor. "Oh my heavens! This is too frightening. What have you done to our imperial father?" "I'm telling you, that is our imperial father, the female emperor of the Tianlong Empire." Yinxiang and Nishang were frantic, shouting loudly. Chen Nian smiled slightly. "Come with me obediently now, and I guarantee your imperial father's safety." With that, under the astonished gaze of everyone present, Chen Nian slowly turned and walked out of the hall. Third Prince Yinxiang and Fourth Princess Nishang exchanged a glance. Without another word, they strode out after Chen Nian. Soon Chen Nian led Third Prince Yinxiang and Fourth Princess Nishang to the library of Biao Taoist Temple. "Why did you summon us here? Are you trying to make demands of us?" the two said coldly. Chen Nian said calmly, "Sit down, I have some questions for you." After the two sat down, puzzled, Chen Nian began. "Tell me what exactly has happened in your Tianlong Empire over these past few years. And why is your imperial father wounded so severely?" Seeing the two were unwilling to speak, Chen Nian deliberately threatened, "If you don't speak, then don't blame me for taking action against your imperial father." Hearing this, the two immediately began to speak one after the other. As they spoke, Chen Nian's expression grew worse and worse. His entire body began to erupt with a terrifying, murderous intent. According to the two, 3 years ago, the sole 8th rank war general of the Tianlong Empire defected, taking 12 deputy generals at the peak of the 7th rank with him. Afterward, they allied with the Xinyue Kingdom and the Tianqing Kingdom to launch a war against the Tianlong Empire. The two sides fought back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. One day a few months ago, a small vassal state belonging to the Tianlong Empire reported that they had captured a traitor at the peak of the 7th rank. Ling Xiao, female emperor, had always gnashed her teeth at those traitors. So upon receiving this news, she personally went to that vassal state. But unexpectedly, that vassal state had long defected to the alliance formed by the Xinyue Kingdom and the Tianqing Kingdom. What awaited Ling Xiao, female emperor, was a huge conspiracy. So the moment Ling Xiao, female emperor, arrived in that vassal state, she was surrounded by 3 8th rank and over 100 peak 7th rank beings. That battle turned the heavens and earth dark, eclipsing sun and moon. Ling Xiao, female emperor, was captured alive. When the Tianlong Empire side received word, they dared not launch a fierce assault for fear that they would harm Ling Xiao, female emperor. Thus the royal family and high court officials began to negotiate with that vassal state, and finally redeemed Ling Xiao, female emperor, at an enormous cost. After returning, Ling Xiao, female emperor, was severely wounded and on the verge of death. No one knew what she had suffered after being captured. Her meridians were all severed, her internal organs completely shattered, and even 90% of her bones were broken. After listening to the two's account, Chen Nian's face had turned terribly gloomy. The teacup in his hand had already been crushed into powder. Both the 3rd Prince Yin Xiang and the 4th Princess Ni Shang before him were taken aback. Why did the situation feel so wrong? They exchanged a glance, both at a loss. At this moment, Chen Nian suddenly asked again, "What is the name of that vassal state, and where is it?" "It is called the Fengyun Kingdom, just near the Dongshan mountain range, less than 200 li from here." 3rd Prince Yin Xiang answered. Then, as if something occurred to him, he suddenly asked, "Why do you ask? Could it be that you intend to avenge our father?" Chen Nian said nothing. Instead, he rose slowly and walked step by step toward the outside. "What are you doing? We have answered your questions. Now it is time to return our father to us." 4th Princess Ni Shang, gripping her greatsword, blocked Chen Nian's path. Chen Nian swept an emotionless gaze over the two of them. Then he said, "If you want your father to remain safe, then get out of my way." Hearing this, 3rd Prince Yin Xiang and 4th Princess Ni Shang were utterly furious, yet helpless. All they could do was make way for Chen Nian. When he reached the entrance of the library pavilion, Chen Nian suddenly halted and turned to look at the two. "While I am away these few days, do not disturb the Bio Taoist temple. You know the consequences otherwise." 3rd Prince Yin Xiang. 4th Princess Ni Shang. Accustomed to standing high above others, they were now threatened by a mere mortal. It was easy to imagine how furious they were inwardly. But their father was now in someone else's hands. All they could do was endure. After Chen Nian left, "I think that person just now. Something was off about him. It seems he is going to avenge." 4th Princess Ni Shang stared at the figure disappearing through the doorway, puzzled. "Avenge our father? A mortal who has not even entered the 1st rank. How dare he?" 3rd Prince Yin Xiang said, his face solemn. "Third brother, do you think he has been hiding his cultivation? Why do I feel he is so extraordinary? If he truly had no strength at all, how could the entire Bio Taoist temple obey only his command? 3rd brother, did you see that old Taoist earlier? That old fellow is at least a 4th rank expert, but I noticed he seemed to act according to that man's every expression. Moreover, although our father was severely wounded, he is still a half-step 8th rank superpowerhouse. How could an ordinary mortal like him possibly kidnap our father?" 4th Princess Ni Shang replied. These words instantly left 3rd Prince Yin Xiang dumbfounded. But soon he sneered and shook his head. Then he said, "These are nothing but guesses. Humph, if that brat truly manages to avenge our father, I will call him grandpa 3 times to his face." The Fengyun Kingdom. This state was originally a vassal state of the Tianlong Empire. It had 36 cities and a population of around 80 million. The country's highest cultivator was its ruler at the early 7th rank. At this moment, inside the imperial palace of the capital, the ruler Yu Yuanhua was discussing state affairs with a peak 7th rank existence. This peak 7th rank existence was named Ho Lianggong. He was originally a great general of the Tianlong Empire. 3 years ago, he had followed that 8th rank great power in defecting from the Tianlong Empire. Months ago, Yu Yuanhua, the ruler of Fengyun Kingdom, had tricked the Ling Xiao Empress into coming personally under the pretext of capturing Ho Lianggong. "General Ho, you must be joking. Marshal Song really wants to make me the ruler of the Tianlong Empire. How could I, Yu Yuanhua, be worthy of such honor?" Yu Yuanhua looked at Ho Lianggong with a face full of secret delight and said. Ho Lianggong laughed heartily and said, "Ruler Yu, you are being too modest. Our Marshal Song has always been clear in rewarding and punishing, so it is only right that you become the ruler of the Tianlong Empire. However, ruler Yu, Marshal Song's cultivation has been stuck at the 8th rank for many years. He hopes that after you become the ruler of the Tianlong Empire, you will exhaust all resources to help him break through to the 9th rank." Hearing this, Yu Yuanhua's heart jolted. So they wanted him to be a puppet emperor. However, even being a puppet emperor of the Tianlong Empire was far better than his current situation. "Rest assured, General Ho. From now on, I, Yu Yuanhua, will obey only Marshal Song's orders. I am absolutely loyal without a second thought, Yu Yuanhua hastily said. Ho Lianggong smiled and nodded. I'm good. According to Marshal Song's estimation, the Lingxiao Empress should already be dead. Therefore, in about a month we will unite the Xinyue Kingdom and the Tianqing Kingdom to launch the final assault on the Tianlong Empire. You just be prepared to take over the Tianlong Empire. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanhua trembled all over with excitement. He hastily said, Thank you, General Ho. I Yu Yuanhua swear to serve Marshal Song even unto death. Just at this moment a clamor suddenly came from outside. Hey, who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared in the Imperial? Do you know what this place is? State your name immediately, or you will die. Yu Yuanhua and Ho Lianggong exchanged a glance, then rose and walked out of the great hall. In the sky, Chen Nian tore open space with a single motion and stood midair above the Fengyun Kingdom's imperial palace. He swept his gaze over the soldiers surrounding him and the crowd of 5th rank, even 6th rank experts surging over from the distance. Then he let out a low roar toward the imperial palace. Ruler of Fengyun Kingdom, and that peak 7th rank traitor, get the hell out here. This low roar, carrying a violent sound wave, engulfed the entire capital of Fengyun Kingdom. The imperial palace beneath Chen Nian's feet trembled violently. Those soldiers of weak cultivation were directly shaken until blood flowed from their 7 apertures, dying on the spot. The 4th and 5th rank experts, surging from afar, fell from the sky one after another like dumplings being dropped into a pot. How dare you? The ruler of Fengyun Kingdom, Yu Wenhua, was enraged upon sensing the danger. As a vassal state of the Tianlong Empire, no one had ever dared to act so arrogantly and presumptuously in his imperial palace. All generals of the 6th rank and above unite to repel the enemy. Yu Wenhua waved his hand grandly. Around the palace, several streams of light shot up into the air and charged straight at Chen Nian. Chen Nian frowned slightly. Since you've come, I'll wipe you all out in one fell swoop. Die. As his words fell, a giant sword suddenly appeared behind Chen Nian. The giant sword rose into the air with the force of thunder. Then it began to descend slowly. As it descended, the giant sword grew larger and larger. Before long, the giant sword was already several times taller than the imperial palace below. General Ho, this one comes with ill intent, a high-rank powerhouse. I beg you to step in and suppress him. Yu Wenhua could sense the dread emanating from that colossal giant sword. He hurriedly turned around to plead for help from Ho Lianggong. But when he looked back, there was no trace of Ho Lianggong anywhere. He could only see a streak of light fleeing at a speed that defied all reason. In that moment, Yu Wenhua felt a dread bordering on despair. Ho Lianggong, you sold me out. He let out a long roar to the heavens, then turned and prepared to run after Ho Lianggong. But just then, falling from the sky like dumplings thrown into a pot, more than a dozen figures crashed down toward him. They were precisely the 6th rank and above experts he had sent out moments ago. Before Yu Wenhua could flee, he was buried beneath those dozen-odd corpses. With no obstruction left, the giant sword slammed straight down into the imperial palace. The violent force erupted into an overwhelming shockwave, leveling the entire imperial palace to the ground within moments. Senior, spare my life. Yu Wenhua looked up at the heavens and begged at the top of his voice. The next second, he saw a black speck in the sky hurtling toward him at terrifying speed. Soon he could see it clearly. It was a handsome man in a Taoist robe. When the man stood before him, Yu Wenhua, the dignified sovereign of a nation, knelt like a beaten cur. Senior, I Yu Wenhua have no idea where I might have offended you. Please make it clear to me. Otherwise I will die without ever closing my eyes in peace. Chen Nian's expression darkened. He reached out with one hand. The giant sword that had destroyed the entire palace trembled violently, then shot toward him at tremendous speed. By the time it reached Chen Nian, the 10th Santang giant sword had shrunk to 3 feet, and he caught it easily. You are the sovereign of the Fengyun Kingdom, Chen Nian said without expression. Yu Wenhua kowtowed again and again. Yai, Senior. I am Yu Wenhua, Lord of Fengyun Kingdom. Please, Senior, give me your orders. Where is the traitor who was with you? What traitor? Please clarify, Senior. That peak 7th rank traitor from the Tianlong Empire. Did you not use him to lure my daughter here only to gravely wound and capture her? Crack. Yu Wenhua suddenly jerked his head up. Chen Nian's words carried far too much meaning. Most importantly, he now knew who the man before him was. He was the father of the Lingxiao Empress. Heavens! How could the Lingxiao Empress have such a terrifying father? How was it that no one had known a single thing about this before? Not speaking, an icy voice sounded beside Yu Wenhua's ear. Without saying a word, Yu Wenhua hastily pointed toward the distant sky and answered through gritted teeth. Senior, that bastard Ho Lianggong was scared witless by you. That is the direction he fled. Senior, give me as much as a quarter of an hour, and I will personally capture him and bring him to you. No need. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, then suddenly hurled the 3-foot sword in the direction Yu Wenhua had pointed. Yu Wenhua knelt there, cold sweat pouring down his body, not daring to make a sound. By now Ho Lianggong had already fled more than 100 li. Damn it, this is really freaky. Since when did the Tianlong Empire produce such a terrifying existence? I have to report this to Marshal Song immediately. Only Marshal Song can deal with this bastard. Sai Lord you, it's not that I won't help you. I simply can't do a thing. Ho Lianggong lamented inwardly as he fled at top speed. He figured that having run this far the man probably couldn't catch up anymore. So he slowed his pace, took out a sound transmission talisman, quickly scribbled a line on it, and crushed it. After sending the message, he continued on his way. But what he never expected was, suddenly with a low drone came the ring of a sword. A 3-foot azure sword had abruptly appeared, blocking his path. Ho Lianggong's eyes flew wide. Was this not the very sword that had transformed into a 10th Sanshang giant blade and destroyed the entire Fengyun Imperial Palace? At the mere thought of that terrifying scene just now, Ho Lianggong was so frightened he wanted to run for his life. Yet no matter which direction he went, the 3-foot azure sword followed his movements, its tip aimed squarely at him. Even more horrifying was that once Ho Lianggong stopped, it began to close in faster and faster. Left with no choice, Ho Lianggong could only retreat wildly. Within a quarter of an hour, Ho Lianggong was forced all the way back into the Fengyun Imperial Palace. Senior, your sword forced Ho Lianggong back. Yu Wenhua stared at the scene in utter disbelief, his voice trembling. This was far too powerful. Yu Wenhua even felt that not even Marshal Song would be able to withstand a single exchange against this terrifying being. Are you Ho Lianggong? Chen Nian looked up at the heavens. Ho Lianggong's body was drenched in sweat. He stared fixedly at the long sword hovering before his chest, then glanced back at Chen Nian. I am. Who are you? Why are you attacking the Fengyun Kingdom? I am Marshal Song's trusted subordinate. I'm warning you, boy. Marshal Song is on the verge of becoming a 9th-rank powerhouse, and I've already sent him a voice transmission telling him what's happened here. If you dare lay so much as a finger on me, once Marshal Song arrives, he will kill you and make you suffer 100 times worse than the Lingxiao Empress. Knowing that things had come to this, Ho Lianggong realized that if he showed even the slightest cowardice, what awaited him was a sword straight through the heart. If on the other hand he could intimidate that terrifying presence in the Taoist robe, perhaps he might still find a thread of survival. On the ground, Chen Nian smiled coldly. A 9th-rank powerhouse. Huh. Since when has a mere 9th rank counted as a powerhouse? Don't worry. In a moment, I'll personally take off that worthless Marshal Song's head. With that, he clenched his right hand. Suddenly, a powerful suction dragged Ho Lianggong down from midair and into Chen Nian's palm. Chen Nian lifted Ho Lianggong up by the neck with one hand and stared hard into his eyes. Are you curious who I am and why I'm coming after you? You. Who the hell are you? Ho Lianggong said in a hoarse voice. Chen Nian was holding him too tightly. It took every ounce of his strength to force out those words. I am the father of the Lingxiao Empress. Not only did you betray my daughter, you even schemed to capture her alive and nearly took her life. Today I'll kill you both to collect a little interest. As his words fell, the 3-foot azure sword suddenly came streaking down from the heavens at tremendous speed. Yu Wenhua, still kneeling on the ground, had no time to react before the sword took his head with a single stroke. Watching this, Ho Lianggong was dumbstruck, his mind completely seized by terror. He turned to stare at Chen Nian with wide, terrified, vacant eyes. After all, he had served as a general in the Tianlong Empire for over 100 years. Yet he had never once heard that the Lingxiao Empress had a father, and that father was this powerful. If only he had known sooner, even with 10,000 times his daring, he would never have dared to betray the Lingxiao Empress. Don't kill me. I can still be useful to you. Song Yangfeng will be here any moment. I can help you plot his death. He is a mighty... Ho Lianggong shouted at the top of his lungs. Chen Nian sneered, no need. A mere 9th rank. I can annihilate him with a snap of my fingers. With that, hiss, the 3-foot azure sword fell. Ho Lianggong's head parted from his body. After killing Yu Wenhua and Ho Lianggong, Chen Nian used his soul power once again to strip away all from those two men's memories. Chen Nian learned that the traitor Song Yangfeng would join forces with the Xinyue Kingdom and the Tianxing Kingdom in launching a full-scale assault on the Tianlong Empire 1 month later. Moreover, not long before, Ho Lianggong had already used a voice transmission to inform Song Yangfeng of everything that had happened here. Presumably, Song Yangfeng would arrive very soon. So Chen Nian, while waiting, removed all the storage rings from Ho Lianggong and Yu Wenhua. That was still a habit he had picked up in the brash arrogance of his youth. Whenever he killed someone, he would always ransack the fallen opponent's belongings. After plundering everything from these two men, Chen Nian released his soul power and began moving all the treasures within the imperial palace into his storage rings. After all, walking the path of cultivation devoured resources at a fearsome rate. Now Chen Nian was not the same as before. The old him had been free of desire, wanting only to live quietly and pay no attention to worldly matters. Now, however, he craved cultivation power with every fiber of his being. Because he had to avenge his daughter, and he also had to find Bo. Therefore he needed resources. Massive amounts of resources. After looting the Fengyun imperial palace of all its treasures, Chen Nian sat cross-legged inside the dilapidated palace. He had just obtained many spiritual herbs that could boost his cultivation and even elixirs. He wanted to test whether these things could help his cultivation. After all, in the past, he had restored himself to peak cultivation in just a few short years by relying on nothing but breathing. Now that he had taken the herbs and elixirs he just plundered, he wondered just how much his cultivation would improve. The Xinyuan Great Sea. A solitary island stood towering amid the sea. The tremendous roar of the waves crashed over the island like thunder. At the center of the island sat an enormous military camp. At that moment, someone suddenly burst into the central command tent. Grand Marshal Song Yangfeng, a burly man with a striking saber scar on his face, snapped his eyes open. In that instant, even the roaring of the waves seemed to come to a stop. Who is so audacious? Ho Lianggong was my most trusted general. The Fengyun kingdom had already submitted to me long ago. Who would dare to kill them? They are truly courting death. Someone informed the ruler of the Xinyue kingdom that Wei Qing, the strongest expert of the Tianlong Empire, has appeared in the Fengyun kingdom. I, the Grand Marshal, am already on the move. Tell them to decide on their own. Inside the ruined Fengyun imperial palace, Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes after swallowing countless miraculous herbs and elixirs. His cultivation had broken through once again. The awkward part was that he did not know which realm he had entered. Because Chen Nian's cultivation had long ago surpassed the limits of the Dongtu divine province, and for these past 3,000 years he had remained utterly free of desires and ambitions. Although his cultivation would break through every so often, he had never known what realm he was breaking into. It was the same now. The breakthrough he had just experienced made him feel that his cultivation had reached yet another new height. His physical strength and soul power had increased no less than tenfold. But he still had no idea what level his cultivation was at. Even searching through the memories of Yu Wenhua and Ho Lianggong yielded no answers. It seems that once I have settled my daughter's matter, I will have to make a trip to the Tao sect. Chen Nian, 3,000 years had passed. He had thought he would simply continue living in this plain and peaceful manner forever. But now that could no longer be. He would have to go to the Tao sect and let that old man help educate him on cultivation to see exactly where his cultivation stood. He had already guessed that Bio might have encountered some kind of trouble. Otherwise, since she was still alive, why had she not? And why had his daughter only chosen to acknowledge him when she was gravely wounded and hanging by a thread? Was some powerful existence interfering from behind the scenes? If such an existence existed, then Chen Nian had to make complete preparations. After who knew how long, Chen Nian suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked toward the far horizon. Are they coming? He saw 2 points of light approaching him at tremendous speed. The one at the lead held a sharp spear that gleamed with biting cold light. She was clad in silver battle robes, the red tassel on her helmet fluttering in the wind. One could tell at a glance that she was a valiant and awe-inspiring female general. The other wore a gray-white robe and held an iron fan with a genial smile on his face. Chen Nian knew from Ho Lianggong's memories that these two were named Zhongli Shui and Chu Xingchen. They were traitors who had followed Song Yangfeng, an 8th-rank powerhouse, in defecting from the Tianlong Empire back then. Their cultivation was at the peak of the 7th rank. Look, Li Shue, the Fengyun Imperial Palace has been ruined. It seems our opponent this time is quite formidable. Chu Xingchen fanned his iron fan and said with a smile. Zhongli Shui beside him was ashen-faced. Without even looking at Chu Xingchen, she raised her long spear and charged at Chen Nian like a cannonball. They'll take your life. Moments later, she was already before him, thrusting at his throat. Alas! Chen Nian shook his head, slowly reached out, and flicked his finger at the silver spear coming at him. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out. The spear in Zhongli Shui's hand was sent flying by Chen Nian's single flick. The female general was astonished, and then lashed out at Chen Nian with a sweeping kick. In that instant, rolling gales came howling like great waves. Chen Nian merely raised his hand, slightly reached forward, and caught her straight, shapely thigh in his palm. Then he reached out with a finger and gently tapped the female general's brow. She instantly turned to stone and lost all combat ability. Song Yangfeng, why hasn't he arrived yet? Chen Nian reached out, grabbed the female general by the neck, pulled her close, and asked. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the man before her, Zhongli Shui knew full well that she stood rooted to the spot, her scarlet eyes fixed on Chen Nian, and said coldly, I, Zhongli Shui, know that I am not your opponent. Since I have already fallen into your hands, do with me as you please. Kill me or torture me. You will get nothing out of my mouth. With that, she closed her eyes and made no further move to resist. Seeing this, Chen Nian couldn't help but let out a wry smile, then shook his head helplessly and said, Your life was saved by Empress Ling Xiao, and you regard her as the mother who gave you a second life. That's why you don't wish to betray her, is it? Zhongli Shui looked at Chen Nian in confusion, but did not answer. Then Chen Nian continued, I am Empress Ling Xiao's biological father. Today I killed the sovereign of Fengyun and Ho Lianggong to avenge my daughter. If you can turn back from the wrong path, then on behalf of my daughter, I will spare you of any crime. Moreover, I will grant you the antidote to the poison afflicting your family. A moment ago, he had gleaned some information about Zhongli Shui from Ho Liangong's memories. This valiant and spirited female general had been forced to defect from the Tianlong Empire. Song Yangfeng had secretly administered heartbreak powder to her family. If she refused to obey, he would withhold the antidote, thus controlling her and forcing her to fight for him. She was a pitiable yet loyal and brave person. Therefore, Chen Nian was willing to give her a chance. But that chance would come only once. If she refused it, Chen Nian would not force her. You? How do you know all this? Zhongli Shui was utterly astonished. This man before her actually claimed to be Empress Lingxiu's biological father. Moreover, judging by his words, he seemed to know that her family had been controlled by Song Yangfeng. Zhongli Shui's heart began to pound faster. I know far more than you can imagine. Trust me, turn back before it's too late. Chen Nian sighed. I don't know where Song Yangfeng is nor whether he has come. I'm only here because I received his... Zhongli Shui replied. Hearing this, Chen Nian sighed. It seemed that this Song Yangfeng was far more complicated than he had imagined. Just then from a distance, Chu Xingchen shouted, Li Shua, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that man so we can go back and report. Go, kill him, and you'll have turned back. As he spoke, Chen Nian returned the silver spear to the female general before him. You are Empress Lingxiu's father. Zhongli Shui was already wavering. This man before her knew everything about her, and he was so powerful. If he wanted to kill her, it would take a single thought. Could it be? Did he truly want to help her? But she had never heard that Empress Lingxiu had a father. Indeed, genuine without a doubt. Chen Nian said. After a brief hesitation, Zhongli Shui said, Fine, I accept your proposal. She reached out and grabbed the silver spear Chen Nian offered. She decided to take a gamble. Very well, go. Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction. I hope you will keep your promise. Otherwise, even if I die, Li Shue will pluck 2 hairs from your beard. With that, Zhongli Shui clutched her spear and shot toward the watching Chu Xingchen like an arrow piercing the dawn. Chu Xingchen was still unaware of what was happening. He thought Zhongli Shui was returning to say something to him, so he made no preparations. But as she drew closer, he felt an intense murderous intent. Li Shue, what are you doing? Alarmed, Chu Xingchen hurriedly pulled out his folding fan to defend himself, but it was already too late. Zhongli Shui's cultivation had always been superior to Chu Xingchen's. Now with a desperate all-out strike, she made it impossible for the unprepared Chu Xingchen to even dare counterattack. He turned and fled cursing as he ran. You crazy woman, do you have any idea what you're doing? Do you know what happens to those who betray Grand Marshal Song? Stop right now. A splat. The silver spear pierced straight through Chu Xingchen's chest. Even in death, Chu Xingchen had no idea why Zhongli Shui had suddenly attacked him with lethal intent. In the distance watching this scene, Chen Nian nodded inwardly. Not bad. She was a promising talent. Helping Zhongli Shui pull back from the brink and escape the sea of suffering could be considered a good deed by Chen Nian. At that moment, a terrifying force suddenly swept over. At the same time, a wild laugh resounded from the sky. Ha ha ha, how utterly hilarious. A great general under Grand Marshal Song actually turns traitor on the eve of battle, and she even killed her own comrade. If I kill this traitor, now won't Grand Marshal Song owe me a favor? Afterward, when we partition the Tianlong Empire, I can use that favor to obtain even more resources. The next second, several figures materialized and surrounded Zhongli Shui. The sovereign is mighty. The sovereign is mighty. Amid the sycophantic cheers, a majestic man draped in a yellow robe appeared standing high in midair. The newcomer was none other than Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of Xinyue Kingdom. Men seized this traitor. The moment Yi Lingfeng gave the order, a group of peaked 7th rank experts immediately launched a fierce assault on Zhongli Shui. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, Zhongli Shui was soon beaten back step by step. Just as she was about to be captured, a 3-foot green sword suddenly appeared. Squelch! Squelch! Wherever the 3-foot green sword passed, blood rained down. Those mighty peak 7th rank experts of Xinyue Kingdom were reduced to severed limbs and arms falling from the sky, like dumplings tossed into a boiling pot. Zhongli Shui spun around to look at the figure in the distance, shocked inwardly. Empress Lingxiu's father was truly formidable. She wondered whether he could be a match for Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of Xinyue Kingdom. After all, Yi Lingfeng was a genuine 8th rank grandmaster. Presumptuous. Wei Qing, you have some nerve. How dare you suddenly strike and slaughter my generals? Humph, in that case today, I will personally cut you down. The strongest of the Tianlong Empire. Right here. Come forth. Form the formation. Enraged, Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of Xinyue Kingdom, waved his hand, and countless dark figures shot out from behind him. A mighty formation instantly took shape before him. You dare call yourself this sovereign? Just a puny ant. As that cold, indifferent voice rang out, a moment later the distant figure stepped directly into the center of the formation. Break for me. Boom, boom, boom. Ear-splitting booms thundered one after another. The experts stationed at every node of the formation all exploded and died. Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of Xinyue Kingdom, turned pale with shock. After all, this was a formation passed down by the founding ancestor of Xinyue Kingdom. Even an 8th rank expert entering the formation would have to shed a layer of skin. But this Wei Qing, he was merely half-step 8th rank, yet he had broken the formation in one blow and slaughtered everyone who had set it up. Damn you! Roaring, Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of Xinyue Kingdom, made a grab toward Chen Nian. At the same time he bellowed, "Today let this sovereign test whether you, the strongest of the Tianlong Empire, can actually defeat an 8th rank expert like me." The moment he finished speaking, a huge hand suddenly appeared behind him. Then, like picking up a chick, it lifted him into Yi Lingfeng, stricken with terror, frantically activated his 8th rank qi and struggled with all his might. Yet what he never expected was, his struggles were utterly useless. Impossible. As a dignified 8th rank grandmaster, how could he be toyed with like this by a half-step 8th rank? There was only one possibility: his opponent was not a half-step 8th rank. "You are not Wei Qing. Who on earth are you?" Snapping back to his senses, Yi Lingfeng hurriedly turned to look at the giant hand. "Now you've figured it out. Sigh, day after day, how many times must I reveal my identity?" Zhongli Shui tell. Chen Nian was speechless. Within a single day, he had revealed his identity, who knows how many times. Couldn't they just let him catch a break? Yes. Zhongli Shui snapped out of her immense shock. She had truly never imagined that this man could casually thrash even an 8th rank grandmaster. It seemed that the promise he had made her was by no means empty words. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Zhongli Shui dashed 2 or 3 steps to stand before Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of Xinyue Kingdom. Then she said coldly, "Sovereign Yi, let me tell you the truth. He is the father of Empress Lingxiao. The day of reckoning has come for all you treacherous schemers." "What a... You are the father of Empress Lingxiao." "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Where is Song Yangfeng? Why hasn't he come?" "Song Yangfeng." Yi Lingfeng roared at the top of his lungs. His voice was saturated with sheer despair. He truly never imagined that he would arrive with such high spirits, believing that today he would join forces with Song Yangfeng to slay Wei Qing, the #1 expert of the Tianlong Empire. Yet the outcome was that he had encountered an existence of unimaginable power, and this unimaginably powerful existence was none other than the father of Empress Lingxiao. Moreover, the very Song Yangfeng who had summoned him here was nowhere to be seen. It was over. He was as good as dead. No need to keep calling out. "You've been played by Song Yangfeng. He's likely not coming. As for you, you may take your leave now." Chen Nian let out a cold snort, and without another word delivered a single sword strike that slit Yi Lingfeng's throat. With a spurt of blood, in that instant of crimson rain, this sovereign of the Xinyue Kingdom, an existence that countless multitudes looked up to, met his end, descending into the yellow springs of the afterlife. After slaying Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of the Xinyue Kingdom, Chen Nian directly used his soul power to seize all of the man's memories. With those memories acquired, he gained a far clearer understanding of the conspiracy between Song Yangfeng, the Xinyue Kingdom, and the Tianqing Kingdom, 3 major powers working in tandem. Regrettably, though, even Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of the Xinyue Kingdom, did not know where Song Yangfeng was hiding. It seemed he could only wait another month before dealing with him. After discarding Yi Lingfeng's corpse, Chen Nian waved his hand broadly, and countless Qinkuan pouches and storage rings from across the ground were all swept into his possession. All the wealth belonging to the sovereign of the Xinyue Kingdom and his elite subordinates was confiscated by Chen Nian. With a brief glance over them, this battle had yielded an abundant harvest. Zhongli Shui pays respects to the Grand Emperor. "Thank you, Grand Emperor, for saving my life." It was at this moment that a sonorous and resolute voice rang out from beside him. Chen Nian slightly turned his head and glanced at Zhongli Shui, who was kneeling prostrate upon the ground. "Grand Emperor. Interesting. That title does have a rather majestic ring to it." Chen Nian smiled faintly. Had this been 3,000 years ago, he might have rather enjoyed such a title. But now, he had long since ceased to care about such empty fame. Still, if Zhongli Shui wished to call him that, then so be it. After all, as the father of Empress Lingxiao, he was indeed the Grand Emperor of the Tianlong Empire. "Here, this is the medicine that can heal your family members. Return home and stay put. When Song Yangfeng launches his full-scale assault on the Tianlong Empire a month from now, you will make your appearance." Chen Nian produced a jade bottle and handed it to Zhongli Shui. Zhongli Shui accepted it with trembling hands, overcome with gratitude. Then she immediately kowtowed and said, "Thank you, Grand Emperor. From this day forth, Li Xue shall devote herself to serving the Grand Emperor with unwavering loyalty, even at the cost of her very life." Afterward, Chen Nian gave her a few sound transmission talismans, letting her know she could contact him should she have any needs. Then he simply tore open the fabric of space itself and stepped through. Zhongli Shui left standing where she was, stared in utter disbelief. He can actually tear through space. What level of cultivation grants such heaven-defying power? This time I fear the entire central divine province is about to be turned upside down. Zhong Lishui couldn't help but murmur to herself. The abyssal vast sea. Song Yangfeng quickly learned of the news that his subordinate general, when he learned that the soul tablet of Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of the Xinyue kingdom, had also shattered, he was thrown into utter shock. Immediately he left the isolated island and made his way to the Xinyue kingdom. At the same time, he notified all the high-ranking officials of the Tianqing kingdom, calling them together to discuss the matter. At the capital of the Xinyue kingdom, the entire royal household was now plunged into a state of grief and indignation. For their sovereign was dead, and he had died in an unclear and unjust manner. The moment the sovereign's soul tablet shattered, the empire's high-ranking officials immediately dispatched people to the capital of the Fengyun kingdom to investigate. But that place was nothing but a pile of ruins. Nothing else was left behind. Infuriated, the powerhouses of the Xinyue kingdom directly seized all million residents of the Fengyun capital and subjected them to severe interrogation and torture. After several days of intense questioning, they finally managed to extract a shred of useful information. Grand Marshal Song, after our days of relentless effort, we have learned that the one who slew our sovereign and Grand General Chu is a figure dressed in a Taoist robe wielding a 3-foot-long sword. Some witnesses reported seeing a colossal sword of 10,000 zhang appear above the imperial palace, and in an instant that gigantic sword annihilated the entire palace. And our sovereign could not even withstand a single move before that person. Within the main hall of the imperial palace in the Xinyue capital, the assembled high-ranking officials of the empire declared with fervent indignation. Many of them kept casting sidelong glances at Song Yangfeng, wanting to demand why he had never shown up when he was the one who had invited their sovereign to the Fengyun kingdom. But they dared not raise the matter. After all, Song Yangfeng was currently the most powerful among them. Rumor even had it that Song Yangfeng was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank. All he lacked was resources. Once they conquered the Tianlong Empire and obtained its inexhaustible resources, he would surely be able to break through to the 9th rank. What nonsense. That brat Yi Lingfeng was merely a false 8th rank who hadn't mastered his skills properly. Now you sing his praises. A middle-aged man sneered coldly. He was the sovereign of the Tianqing kingdom, named Su Yunhe, with a cultivation at the mid-8th rank. He had always looked down upon the false 8th rank cultivation of Yi Lingfeng, the sovereign of the Xinyue kingdom. Thus at this moment, he wore a faintly gloating expression. On the side of the Xinyue kingdom, all the princes, nobles, and powerful ministers wore extremely grim expressions. Though they were furious at the mockery from Su Yunhe, the sovereign of the Tianqing kingdom, not a single one of them dared to utter even a word of protest. Because until the empire's founding ancestor emerged from seclusion, sovereign Yi Lingfeng had been the only existence within their empire who had reached the 8th rank. And now Yi Lingfeng was dead. So before the mighty Su Yunhe, a mid-8th rank powerhouse, they could only swallow their pride and endure the humiliation. Enough. Let's not dwell on this. The urgent matter at hand is to find out exactly who this person. Sovereign Su, you may look down on Yi Lingfeng, but you cannot look down on his cultivation. Even if he was a false 8th rank, he was still a level of power that no half-step 8th rank could possibly contend with. Our adversary is truly formidable. Song Yangfeng pinched his brow, wearing a deeply troubled expression. With him having spoken, Su Yunhe, the sovereign of the Tianqing kingdom, could only offer an awkward smile and say no more. Grand Marshal Song, could it be that the legendary dragon ancestor of the Tianlong Empire has emerged from seclusion? It was at that moment Song Qingshan, the imperial preceptor of the Xinyue kingdom, spoke up. Click. As those words fell, the entire imperial hall fell into silence. Legend has it that 800 years ago a colossal dragon descended upon the Tianlong Empire bearing an infant. That infant was none other than the current Lingxiao empress. And that world-shaking dragon was known as the dragon. For the past several hundred years, neighboring nations all stood in awe of the dragon ancestor who had descended from the celestial realm, and thus no one dared to act against the Tianlong Empire. This was also one of the reasons why the Tianlong Empire had grown so powerful. Yet as time went by, later several empires did make moves. On each occasion, the dragon ancestor was nowhere to be seen. So gradually the people of the Dongtu divine land came to believe that it was merely a legend, not the truth. But now with those words from Song Qingshan, the celestial master of the Xinyue kingdom, everyone present instantly turned pale, and some even began trembling with fear. If it truly was the dragon ancestor from the celestial realm who had acted, then every single one of them present, all who had participated in attacking the Tianlong Empire, would face certain death. Thighs can't be possible. The horde of Tianqing kingdom experts behind him voiced their agreement in succession. On the Xinyue kingdom's side, they seemed to share the same view. All were deeply frightened. Yet Song Yangfeng, seated high above, had a barely perceptible hint of delight flicker across his face. Just then, you worry too much. Suddenly, an aged voice came from beyond the great hall. At the sound of that voice, a host of princes, lords, and great generals of the Xinyue kingdom knelt down in tremendous excitement. We pay our respects to the ancestor. May you live forever. We pay our respects to the ancestor. May you live forever. The one who arrived was none other than Yi Wudao, the ancestor of the Xinyue kingdom, who had been in seclusion for 300 years. Senior, you have emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing Yi Wudao, and sensing the magnificent aura erupting from within him, Su Yunhe, the ruler of the Tianqing kingdom, suddenly felt a wave of lingering fear. He deeply regretted the words he had just spoken. Who could have imagined that Yi Wudao, the ancestor of the Xinyue kingdom, would choose this critical moment to emerge from seclusion? Senior, this old man hardly deserves such a title. Your Tianqing kingdom is truly formidable. Stroking his beard, Yi Wudao entered the imperial hall. Su Yunhe, the ruler of the Tianqing kingdom, was so terrified that cold sweat poured from his forehead. He was truly afraid that the old man before him might just strike him dead with a single slap. Song Yangfeng pays his respects to Elder Yi. Song Yangfeng quickly descended from the high seat and bowed. Yi Wudao merely glanced at him. Then he said to everyone, enough. Spare me the formalities. The reason this old man has come out of seclusion is precisely to settle the matter of the Tianlong Empire. You were just worrying that it was the Tianlong Empire's dragon ancestor who acted, weren't you? Song Qingshan, the celestial master of the Xinyue kingdom, and Su Yunhe, the ruler of the Tianqing kingdom, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Don't worry. This old man can already confirm that the dragon ancestor of the Tianlong Empire was severely wounded 800 years ago and has lost all his cultivation. Now he can only shrink in the forbidden grounds of the Tianlong Empire, licking his wounds. It is no exaggeration to say that even a young whelp like you, Su, could defeat that ancestral dragon. Yi Wudao spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the experts of the Xinyue kingdom and the Tianqing kingdom all let out sighs of relief. Excellent. Since that mysterious person was not the dragon ancestor of the Tianlong Empire, they no longer needed to worry. Elder Yi, then do you happen to know the true identity of that mysterious powerhouse who appeared in the Fengyun kingdom? Song Yangfeng asked. Yi Wudao cast him a sidelong glance and replied, as far as I know, after the Lingxiao Empress was jointly severely wounded by you all several months ago, she was already on the verge of death. Therefore she sought out a place called Bio Daoist Temple to heal her wounds. This old man, what is this Bio Daoist Temple? Grand Marshal Song, this Bio Daoist Temple is located within the territory of your Tianlong Empire. Do you know of it? Never heard of it. Even Grand Marshal Song doesn't know it, which means it must be a godforsaken. But how could such a small place produce such a powerful being? Just then suddenly Yi Wudao stood up. This old man proposes that we immediately gather all our experts, march to the Bio Daoist Temple, find that powerhouse, and wipe him out. Otherwise the consequences will be endless. It had already been several days since Chen Nian returned to the Bio Daoist Temple. Creak. He gently pushed open the door of the small wooden cabin. Father, you're back. You're awake, Yunyan. Let father see if your wounds have improved a little. Chen Nian hastily walked to the wooden bed and gently helped the Lingxiao Empress sit up. The Lingxiao Empress had also just woken up not long ago. She knew her own body best, having been besieged by 3 8th rank and over 100 peak 7th rank existences. Her meridians had been shattered inch by inch. Her dantian was ruptured. Her sea of consciousness was severely damaged. Even though a trace of immortal qi remained in her body, she felt her end approaching. Even if a celestial immortal descended, they likely couldn't heal her. Yet she truly never expected that upon waking her injuries had actually improved. Even her strength had recovered considerably. This was truly unbelievable. At this thought she could not help but look at Chen Nian once more. At this moment her eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment. She simply could not understand how her father, a mere mortal, had managed to accomplish all this. Could it be that mortal healing arts truly worked on her? Could those ordinary herbs really heal her? Yunyan is much better now, thank you, father. The Lingxiao Empress snapped back to her senses and hastily replaced the shock on her face with a smile. Then she looked at the lunchbox in Chen Nian's hand and asked, Father, what is this now? Chen Nian smiled slightly. In truth, he had long noticed his daughter's astonishment. But he did not. A rich aroma of medicine instantly filled the entire cabin. This is a medicinal liquid your father has newly brewed for you. After taking this, you should be nearly fully recovered, Yunyan. As he spoke, Chen Nian took out a spoon and began feeding the Lingxiao Empress the medicine. The Lingxiao Empress was utterly captivated by the pot of medicinal liquid before her. This immense medicinal power was something she had never seen before. It was far stronger than the pot of medicinal porridge she had eaten earlier. She even felt that if she drank this entire pot of medicinal liquid, she might be completely healed right away. In no time at all. Under Chen Nian's careful feeding, the Lingxiao Empress drank the entire pot of medicinal liquid. After drinking it, she felt a free flow throughout her body. Coupled with having slept for several days, she was now in excellent spirits. Seeing that his daughter was in better spirits, Chen Nian asked, Nian, can you answer a few questions for father? Father, please speak. As long as Nian knows the answer, I will tell you everything without reserve, the Lingxiao Empress said. Chen Nian let out a long breath, then asked, Nian, your father wants to know, is your mother still alive? After saying this, he stared intently at the Lingxiao Empress. He so yearned for the woman he had cherished as his very life to still be alive. Empress Lingxiao answered with a heavy countenance, Father, in truth, there is much that I myself do not know. I remember only that a formidable being suddenly laid a strike upon Mother back then, and Mother bade Ancestor Dragon carry me away. I cannot tell whether Mother yet lives. Chen Nian released a long breath of relief. Since Baiyu was yet alive when his daughter departed from her, then Baiyu stood a very good chance of still being alive at this very moment. Nian, why would that formidable being strike at your mother? How great was his power? Would he slaughter your mother? Chen Nian demanded, clenching his jaw. Empress Lingxiao shook her head, for she did not know either. Chen Nian sighed. It seemed that ascertaining whether Baiyu still lived was an extremely difficult matter. So he asked yet again, why did your mother not bring you back to seek me out? Empress Lingxiao wiped her tears and sighed deeply, Father, I only know that a formidable being seized Mother and held her captive. She tried to escape countless times, but every attempt failed. Later, after bearing me, she was even more incapable of breaking free. At these words, boundless killing intent surged skyward from Chen Nian's body. Never could he have imagined it. His Baiyu had actually been captured and imprisoned by someone. Daughter, do you know where that place is? Chen Nian clenched his fists and demanded. But Empress Lingxiao shook her head and said, Father, I was too young at the time and knew nothing. I only remember that Ancestor Dragon bore me to this place. Later, upon awakening a part of Mother's bloodline, I came to know of your existence. Hearing this, Chen Nian clenched his fists fiercely, his scarlet eyes consumed with fury. He hated himself for failing to learn the truth sooner. Had he acted earlier, he would have been able to rescue his wife and daughter. After a long silence, Chen Nian wiped his tears away. He understood that his wife and daughter must have assumed that someone of his mortal stature could never contend against that formidable being. Out of fear for his safety, they had kept him completely in the dark. Lingxiao had indeed spoken the truth. 3,000 years ago, Chen Nian had already crippled his own cultivation and with his bare hands gouged out his spirit bone. Yet during these 3,000 years, Chen Nian had been astounded to discover that the spirit bone he had brutally torn from his body had actually regenerated as if by a miracle. And the newly grown spirit bone was even more powerful. Although he had not practiced cultivation once in those 3,000 years, his regenerated spirit bone was so mysterious and wondrous that even without any deliberate effort, it would autonomously siphon the essence of heaven and earth, sending Chen Nian's cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Now his cultivation had long since vastly surpassed that of 3,000 years ago. Upon learning that Baiyu had not died back then, but had been captured and imprisoned by a certain formidable being, the original resolve that had driven Chen Nian to live in quiet obscurity for 3,000 years collapsed entirely. He would make that mighty being who tore his wife and daughter away from him die without a grave. No matter how terrifyingly powerful that being might be, Chen Nian would not let him off, not even for a heartbeat. Daughter, you should at least know the identity of the one who apprehended your mother back then. Chen Nian's expression hardened. At that instant, it seemed as if Chen, the god of slaughter, the one who 3,000 years ago had single-handedly massacred an entire nation, had returned. As he spoke, a violent and savage aura exploded from his person. His daughter knew neither who had attacked her mother nor the place where her mother had been confined. At the very least, she should know who was responsible for taking her mother. Lingxiao gazed at Chen Nian with stunned. Because Chen Nian had hidden his aura all these years, everyone believed him to be an ordinary mortal. Even Lingxiao herself had been convinced of this. But now Lingxiao actually detected a terrifying killing intent emanating from Chen Nian. Her eyes locked tightly upon him. Her heart churned with shock. How could a mere mortal release such a frightful killing intent? Could it be? At this thought, Lingxiao once again shook her head fiercely. Impossible. Father had personally excavated his spirit bone and crippled his own cultivation back then. There was no way he could ever step onto the path of cultivation again. The fact that he could now erupt with such hair-raising killing intent simply had to be because he was beside himself with fury. What is it, daughter? Seeing his daughter remain wordless for a long time, Chen Nian asked. At this moment, Empress Lingxiao produced a yellow sachet and handed it to Chen Nian. Father, though I do not know who took mother, I believe this object might aid us in finding her. This sachet was left upon me by mother. Chen Nian accepted the sachet and scrutinized it. Written on it was a single character, Dao. Dao sect. The Dao sect immediately sprang into Chen Nian's mind. For a moment, Chen Nian was overcome with immense agitation. The sachet had been left by Baiyu for her daughter, and on it was inscribed the character Dao. For he remembered that Baiyu had once earnestly exhorted him to follow that old master of the Dao sect and go there to cultivate. It was only because he had been unwilling to leave the Dongtu divine continent. He had not gone back then. And that was exactly why. This sachet was surely Bai Yu showing him the direction. As long as he reached the Tao sect, he would certainly locate Bai Yu's whereabouts. Daughter, this is the clue your mother left for us. I will certainly use it to find your mother. Chen Nian shed. At long last he had a direction. Empress Ling Xiao was likewise filled with fervent excitement. If they could truly find her mother by following the sachet, that would be more than wonderful. Daughter, why then have you waited until now to come acknowledge me? Chen Nian asked again. For so many years he had drifted through a haze. He felt that he had squandered so much time. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Father, when I awakened mother's bloodline back, then the first instruction she left me was not to approach you unless there was no other recourse. For even I am no match for that being. And as you are now father, you are but a mere mortal. Ling Xiao spoke the truth, for she could think of no other explanation to offer. Chen Nian lowered his head toward the ground. Tears once more fell ceaselessly from his eyes. He grieved unto despair, his heart throbbing with lacerating pain. Next, Chen Nian would prove with real action to his daughter that her father was supremely strong. In this world, whoever dared to disturb his daughter, no matter how mighty the existence, would have to die. In this world, whoever dared to disturb his woman, no matter where that person came from, would likewise have to die. Daughter, rumor has it that you were brought here by an immortal dragon 800 years ago. So could your mother be in the immortal realm? All of a sudden Chen Nian asked once more. Empress Ling Xiao fell silent for a short while, then replied, Father, I would not dare to affirm that. You know that I was just too little back then. Alas. Were Ancestor Dragon not in closed-door cultivation, he would have been able to answer this question for you. Chen Nian smiled and nodded, wiped away his tears, and once more lifted his head toward the vast heavens. If that legend was true, if his daughter had truly come from the immortal realm, then it meant Bai Yu was likewise imprisoned in the immortal realm right now. As this realization struck him, an abyss of fury surged within Chen Nian's heart. The immortal, but in Chen Nian's eyes it was all a sham. Since you of the immortal realm imprisoned my wife and daughter, preventing me, Chen Nian, from meeting them for 3,000 years, then I shall make you pay the price that is owed. 3,000 years of muddle-headed drifting has been enough. It is time to strive with genuine earnestness. In this very instant, an intense hunger for cultivation flared within Chen Nian's breast. He, who had done nothing at all, yet managed to restore his peak cultivation in just a few short years. If he truly threw himself into it with all his heart, who could say whether that so-called sacred land in the eyes of mortals could withstand the brunt of his wrath? Chen Nian gripped the yellow sachet tightly, his gaze resting on the Tao character written upon it. It seemed the only way forward was a trip to the Tao sect. Only then could he learn of Bai Yu's precise whereabouts. If Bai Yu was truly confined within the immortal realm, then the direction this sachet pointed toward must surely be the very gate leading into the immortal realm. At that moment, Empress Ling Xiao suddenly said to Chen Nian, Father, I feel I've almost fully recovered. I'd like to go out for a stroll and handle some state affairs while I'm at it. Actually, Empress Ling Xiao had never intended to go out when she arrived here. Before she came, she had made all the arrangements. Once she died, the imperial edict would be automatically delivered to the princes and court ministers. But now she felt that her body had improved a great deal. Therefore, she finally decided to handle the state affairs personally by going out. She also wanted to soothe the restless hearts of the princes and ministers. Good Nian, if you want to go out for a stroll, that means you're much better. But you should leave state affairs to the subordinates. You must not overwork yourself for now. As he spoke, Chen Nian helped Empress Ling Xiao sit down on the edge of the bed. At the same time, he fetched her shoes, intending to put them on for her. Empress Ling Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly. No man had ever put shoes on her before. Yet she could not bear to refuse her father, so she timidly stretched out those fair, delicate feet. Chen Nian took her feet in his hands, gently slipped the shoes onto her, and then led her out of the wooden cabin at a leisurely pace. As soon as they stepped outside, Empress Ling Xiao couldn't help taking a deep breath. The air here was so fresh. She even felt that the air itself was saturated with spiritual liquid. As she breathed, her wounds seemed to improve considerably. Father, the air here is wonderful, Empress Ling Xiao couldn't help exclaiming. Chen Nian smiled softly and took her small hand in his. What's that? Suddenly, Empress Ling Xiao spotted the grass in the courtyard. She walked closer to take a look. In an instant, she was utterly stunned. Thighs is dragon's saliva grass. Chen Nian smiled and said, They're just weeds. Daddy will throw them all away another day. What? Empress Ling Xiao was astounded. Normally, dragon's saliva grass was something cultivators dreamed of obtaining. When boiled into a spiritual liquid, it could greatly enhance one's cultivation speed. If a single stalk appeared in the outside world, it would trigger a bloody storm. Yet in her father's words, dragon's saliva grass had become mere weeds. Could it be that her father didn't recognize it? No, father. Dragon's saliva grass is extremely precious. You must not throw it away. Empress Ling Xiao said hurriedly. Chen Nian smiled and nodded. All right, if Yu Nian says not to throw them, then Daddy won't throw them. As they continued forward, Empress Ling Xiao grew even more dazzled. Because in this tiny courtyard there grew all kinds of spiritual herbs that cultivators coveted. Thighs is dragon severing root, which can strengthen the body and solidify the foundation. That one is demon emperor grass, which enhances spiritual power and aids cultivation. There's even Juyu grass, a miraculous herb that rapidly restores physical strength and neutralizes 100 poisons. Empress Lingxiao was utterly amazed. She had never expected this little courtyard to contain so many compared with this place. The medicinal garden she had opened inside the imperial palace was like the difference between heaven and earth. What was even more inconceivable was, her father regarded all these spiritual herbs as mere weeds without taking care of them at all. What's wrong, Yunyan? Do you have a use for these weeds? Chen Nian sighed and continued, by the way, outside the courtyard lies a mountain wilderness covered with the same kind of weeds. Daddy simply can't eradicate them all. What? Apart from the peerless spiritual herbs in the courtyard, there was also a mountain wilderness covered with the same peerless spiritual herbs. For a moment, this dignified empress, an existence at the very peak of combat power in Dongda Shenzhou, was utterly dumbfounded. You see, in this world where strength reigned supreme, spiritual herbs that assisted cultivation were enormously important. Not to mention an entire mountain wilderness of peerless herbs. Even the herbs in this tiny courtyard could provoke a bloody war between two empires. At the thought, Empress Lingxiao let out a long breath. She finally understood why her injuries had been healing little by little. So that was it. After the initial shock, Empress Lingxiao suddenly knitted her brows, a trace of worry flickering in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong, Yunyan? Chen Nian noticed his daughter's strange behavior and asked. Empress Lingxiao immediately looked at Chen Nian with great seriousness. Father, the plants in our courtyard are not ordinary weeds. They are peerless spiritual herbs that even cultivators covet. So you must never let anyone know what's here, especially the fact that there's a whole mountain wilderness of such herbs. Otherwise, even the great masters of sects would come to plunder them. If there were merely a courtyard full of spiritual herbs, Empress Lingxiao believed that with her own strength and that of the Tianlong Empire, she could certainly help her father guard it. But the problem was that there was a whole mountain wilderness of such herbs outside. If word ever got out, it would be more than a war between nations. Seeing his daughter's serious expression, Chen Nian smiled wryly and nodded in agreement. I understand, my daughter. Then father, the medicinal porridge and medicinal liquid you used to heal my wounds, were they all made from these peerless spiritual herbs, eh? Empress Lingxiao sighed with relief and asked Chen Nian again. Chen Nian, beaming, pulled Empress Lingxiao along as he walked out, saying, although these weeds have a little medicinal effect, how could they be worthy of my daughter? The herbs Daddy used for Yunyan were all top-grade, warmed and nourished for 1,000 years. When there's time, Daddy will show those premium herbs to Yunyan. As he spoke, Chen Nian affectionately patted the back of Empress Lingxiao's head. Empress Lingxiao was astounded yet again. She had thought that an entire mountain wilderness of peerless spiritual herbs was already the ultimate peak. Who would have thought that her father still had supreme-grade herbs nourished for over 1,000 years? Heavens, this was simply too shocking. At this moment, Empress Lingxiao was moved to tears. She finally understood why people said that a father was like a great mountain that one could rely on forever. She had thought she would stay here to accompany her father through the last days of her life. Never had she expected that her father could actually cure her. Father! Tears burst from her eyes like a flood streaming down uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by the mountain-like love of a father, she threw herself into Chen Nian's arms. Chen Nian sighed, and while lovingly patting her back, comforted her. Yunyan, my dear daughter, don't worry. With Daddy here, no one will ever bully you again. At Bo Taoist Temple, beneath the modest mountain peak, military tents had been pitched as far as the eye could see. Inside the main tent, a majestic man in a python robe sat at the head. Below him stood several princes and princesses in python robes, along with a number of nobles and ministers. This majestic man in the python robe was none other than Yin Zhen, the crown prince of the Tianlong Empire. Unlike his younger siblings, he was more even-tempered and preferred to think before acting. Third brother, fourth sister, both of you have met that little Taoist. Tell us your thoughts. Yin Zhen's gaze fell upon the third prince, Yin Xiang, and the fourth princess, Yin Aishang. Yin Xiang spoke first. Elder brother, that fellow is extremely arrogant and treats our imperial family with total disrespect. What's more, a few days ago, when he left, he made wild boasts that he would go and avenge our imperial father. Yin Xiang was the first to speak. Eldest brother, that fellow is utterly arrogant, showing not the slightest regard for our imperial house. And a few days ago, when he left, he made wild boasts declaring that he was going to avenge our imperial father. Then Nikhang also said, eldest brother, I feel that something is off about that fellow. We should wait a little longer. Wait for what? I'll lead men this very moment and arrest every one of those bastards at the Bo Taoist Temple. A burly, brawny prince stepped forward. Another prince then responded, sixth brother has a point. As long as we arrest everyone in the Taoist Temple and interrogate them under torture, we are certain to obtain that fellow's whereabouts. In my view, we should strip that old Taoist naked and hang him from the mountain peak. I refuse to believe that Brat still won't show himself. At that very moment, suddenly the sound of footsteps came from outside. Injun's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He raised his head toward the outside of the tent, reverence in his eyes. Master, you've come. As soon as the words left his mouth, a white-haired elder walked in slowly. Inside the great tent, all the princes, princesses, nobles, and ministers bowed in salute to the elder. Greetings, Lord D. The white-haired elder nodded slightly, then stood at the center of the tent. This old man pays his respects to the crown prince and to all your highnesses. After steadying himself, the white-haired elder once more saluted the crown prince and all the princes and princesses. Everyone hastened to return the salute. From this, it was clear that the white-haired elder held a remarkable position at court. May I ask what brings you here, master? Could it be that Song Yangfeng has already joined forces with Xinyue Kingdom and Tianxin Kingdom and opened the war? Asked Crown Prince Injun. Although his outward bearing remained as calm as a gentle breeze, he was indeed somewhat anxious inside. Like him, all the princes, nobles, and ministers present were highly uneasy. The Tianlong Empire of today was no longer what it had once been. Song Yangfeng had defected with 12 great generals at the peak of the 7th rank. To make matters worse, Her Majesty the Empress had suffered severe injuries and had since gone missing. At this moment, the Tianlong Empire could truly be said to be at the end of its road. If Song Yangfeng were to launch a final war now together with Xinyue Kingdom and Tianxin Kingdom, then even if the Tianlong Empire were not destroyed, it would be squeezed into a petty state inferior even to a third-rate nation. However, the next words the white-haired elder spoke sent shock into the hearts of everyone present. Not at all. This old man has come bearing earth-shaking joyful tidings to announce to your highnesses and Her Majesty the Empress. The royal palace of Fengyun Kingdom was destroyed a few days ago by a mysterious powerhouse. Fengyun's sovereign Yu Wenhua is dead, and Ho Lianggong, the renegade great general of our Tianlong Empire, has likewise been slain. The white-haired elder stroked his beard and said, "Crack." The instant these words left his mouth, everyone present was struck with astonishment. In a flash, the entire great tent fell into absolute silence. Before long, everyone began discussing in an uproar. My heavens! Fengyun's sovereign Yu Wenhua possessed cultivation at the 7th rank, and he commanded countless 6th rank experts beneath him. Even with our current strength, we would find it difficult to spare the means to wipe him out. Besides, Ho Lianggong was at the peak of the 7th rank. To be able to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the 7th rank, this mysterious person's cultivation should be at the 8th rank, or at the very least half step into the 8th rank. Who exactly is this mysterious person? Crown Prince Injun, every prince and princess, and all the nobles and ministers were utterly dumbfounded. However, two people present wore expressions of profound shock. These two were none other than 3rd Prince In Xiang and 4th Princess Nikang. At the same moment, they recalled that arrogant young Taoist from a few days before. Could it be that he had truly gone to avenge their imperial father, and had succeeded at that? Just then, another sentence from the white-haired elder sent the entire atmosphere of the gathering into an explosive uproar. Yi Lingfeng, ruler of Xinyue Kingdom, was also beheaded by that mysterious powerhouse. Then the death of Yi Lingfeng, ruler of Xinyue Kingdom, was like a thunderbolt, striking everyone present so fiercely that they could hardly breathe. Let it be known, Yi Lingfeng, ruler of Xinyue Kingdom, was a solid, genuine 8th rank powerhouse. Across the entire Dongtu Shenzhou, was there anyone who could kill an 8th rank existence? After all, their Empress Lingxiao was only a half-step 8th rank existence. Yet Song Yangfeng, together with the two 8th rank sovereigns of Xinyue and Tianxin, and more than 100 peak 7th rank masters, still failed to kill her. Therefore, killing an 8th rank powerhouse was no easy feat. This only goes to show that the mysterious person's cultivation must be at the 9th rank. Heavens! A 9th rank powerhouse. Throughout the whole of Dongtu Shenzhou, never before had such a formidable existence appeared. The entire great tent became utterly silent. After a short while, heaven has blessed my Tianlong Empire, ha! Crown Prince Injun suddenly burst into wild laughter, then continued fervently, I declare that this mysterious powerhouse must surely be a 9th rank expert. With a 9th rank expert to aid us, what has my Tianlong Empire to fear from Song Yangfeng, from Xinyue Kingdom, or from Tianxin Kingdom? Thereafter, all the princes, princesses, nobles, and ministers chimed in. Eldest brother is absolutely right. With a 9th rank powerhouse helping us, we can slay the traitor Song Yangfeng in the space of a breath. As for Xinyue and Tianxin, they had best bow down and swear allegiance, or they will be annihilated along with him. Heaven protect my Tianlong Empire. After joy and laughter filled the great tent for quite some time, the burly 6th prince suddenly spoke up, Lord D, eldest brother, but we do not know who this mysterious person is, let alone whether he will help us in the battles ahead. These words instantly plunged the entire great tent into silence once more. Crown Prince Injun calmed his surging emotions. His gaze then fell upon the white-haired elder as he asked, "Master, do you know the name of this mysterious power?" The white-haired elder sighed and shook his head. "It is precisely because I do not know this mysterious powerhouse's origins that I made a personal journey here, hoping to ask Her Majesty the Empress whether she recognizes him." "Master, do you mean that the Imperial Father knows this person?" Wei Qing and I both suspect that this mysterious powerhouse may be connected to our empire's dragon ancestor. That is why I came personally to seek Her Majesty the Empress." Hearing this, sixth Prince Yin Zhuang suddenly jumped out. Then he shouted, "If that is so, then we must find the Imperial Father as quickly as possible. Only then can we learn the mysterious person's identity and save our Tianlong Empire. So I propose that we immediately raise this damned Bo Taoist temple to the ground, strip that ox-nosed old Taoist naked, hang him from the mountain peak, and force the young Taoist who abducted the Imperial Father to show himself." Right after that, several princes and empire experts immediately stepped forward to support sixth Prince Yin Zhuang. But at that very moment we must not. Suddenly third Prince Yin Xiang took a fierce step forward and shouted at the top of his voice. For a moment, everyone's gaze fell upon third Prince Yin Xiang. Sixth Prince Yin Zhuang in particular asked with a face full of confusion, "What's the matter, third brother? Weren't you just in favor of razing this wretched place to the ground?" Crown Prince Yin Zhen also looked at the third prince completely baffled. Third Prince Yin Xiang said hurriedly to Crown Prince Yin Zhen, "Eldest brother, do you still remember what your younger brother said earlier? That arrogant young Taoist claimed he was going to avenge our Imperial Father." In an instant, Crown Prince Yin Zhen, sixth Prince Yin Zhuang, and all the others were greatly shocked. After a brief hesitation, Crown Prince Yin Zhen drew in a sharp breath. "Third brother, do you mean that arrogant young Taoist who abducted our Imperial Father is the mysterious powerhouse?" Yin Xiang gritted his teeth, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Clearly he couldn't be certain either. "That's absolutely impossible. I observed him that day. He is nothing more than a mortal who hasn't even stepped into the first rank. How could he possibly be that mysterious powerhouse? If the Tianlong Empire truly had such a mighty being, we would have known long ago. Why wait until today?" "Third brother, you're overthinking this." Sixth Prince Yin Zhuang and the others chimed in one after another. At this moment, even Yin Xiang began to waver. Because he too had long observed, how could a waste who hasn't even entered the first rank slay the Fengyun monarch, execute the traitorous general, Ho Lianggong, or kill the Xinhua monarch, a lofty existence of the 8th rank? Helplessly, he shook his head. "This is only a guess. Please, eldest brother, you make the decision." At that, fourth Princess Nai Shang suddenly stepped forward. "Eldest brother, better to believe it than to dismiss it. We absolutely must not move against the Bo Taoist temple. If he really is the mysterious powerhouse, we will have committed a grave mistake." Crown Prince Yin Zhen hesitated. After a long moment, he looked at the white-haired elder. "Teacher, what is your opinion?" The white-haired elder stroked his beard. "This old man feels that the fourth princess speaks sense," he replied. At that moment, beams of golden light suddenly poured down from the sky. A colossal golden dragon carriage descended, and from it stepped a figure, none other than Empress Ling Xiao. "The emperor has arrived." Crown Prince Yin Zhen was the first to react, rushing out of the main tent to kneel and welcome. The others followed him out one after another. "We pay our respects, Imperial Father." "Thank heaven Imperial Father is safe." Empress Ling Xiao took a single step and descended from the golden dragon carriage in the sky to the ground. At this moment, she had transformed from a little woman yearning for her father's love into a sovereign of majestic authority. She merely stood there. A vast pressure radiated in every direction. Even the white-haired elder Di Qingyan could not help but kneel to the ground. "Rise. Tell me what has happened in the empire recently." Expressionless Empress Ling Xiao strode. "Teacher, has Imperial Father's injury already healed?" Walking behind her, Crown Prince Yin Zhen had sensed Empress Ling Xiao's surging vitality and could not help asking Grand Tutor Di Qingyan. Di Qingyan stroked his beard as a flicker of shock passed through his eyes, then offered a faint smile. "It seems the Tianlong Empire truly has a powerful benefactor. No wonder your majesty insisted on coming to this humble place, the Bo Taoist temple. So that's how it is." Listening to Di Qingyan's words, Crown Prince Yin Zhen's expression shifted dramatically. "Teacher, do you mean Imperial Father was healed by that young Taoist?" Di Qingyan neither nodded nor shook his head. His enigmatic expression left Crown Prince Yin Zhen filled with confusion. Soon everyone entered the main tent. Third Prince Yin Xiang could not help asking Empress Ling Xiao, "Imperial Father, did that young Taoist really kidnap you? Where is he now? Have you already killed him?" Empress Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but did not answer. At that moment, sixth Prince Yin Zhuang burst into loud laughter. "Third brother, isn't it obvious? Imperial Father was playing along when he followed that young Taoist. That little Taoist probably got smashed to a pulp by Imperial Father long ago. Imperial Father, your son begs to raise the Bo Taoist temple within half a day. Let these rustic country folk taste the might of heaven." Smack! Suddenly Empress Lingxiao flew into a rage and smashed the jade dragon desk before her with a single slap. In an instant the previously swaggering 6th Prince Yin Zhuang was so terrified that he dropped to his knees with a thud. Crown Prince Yin Jin, 3rd Prince Yin Xiang, 4th Princess Yin Aishang, and the others were all drenched in cold sweat from fear. Let me say this once more. Whoever dares to touch the Bo Daoist temple is an enemy of the Tianlong Empire, and will share the guilt of the traitor Song Yangfeng. The moment these words fell, 6th Prince Yin Zhuang and all those who had clamored for the destruction of the Bo Daoist temple were struck dumb with terror. Yes, Imperial Father, your son knows his mistake. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Empress Lingxiao waved her hand, then turned her gaze to Di Qingyan. Lord Di, why are you here instead of guarding the capital? Has something happened? Di Qingyan immediately stepped forward, cupped his fists, and reported to Empress Lingxiao the deaths of the Fengyun monarch, the traitorous general, Ho Lianggong, and the Xinyue monarch. The moment she received the news, Empress Lingxiao was greatly shocked. She had never expected that a mysterious powerhouse was secretly aiding the Tianlong Empire. She hastily asked, Lord Di, do you know the identity of this mysterious powerhouse? Di Qingyan shook his head. This old minister does not know, which is exactly why I came to discuss it with Your Majesty. However, I do have someone in mind. Empress Lingxiao's eyes brightened. Who? At this point Di Qingyan glanced at 3rd Prince Yin Xiang and 4th Princess Yin Aishang. The two immediately stepped forward and recounted to Empress Lingxiao everything they had told Crown Prince Yin. When she heard that her father had returned to the Bo Daoist temple, asked Yin Xiang and Yin Aishang about these matters, and even moved, as if to seek revenge for her. Empress Lingxiao's eyes reddened slightly. She had miscalculated. She should have instructed them earlier not to tell her father any of this. She could well imagine how furious her father must have been when he learned that she had been bullied by so many powerful figures. Yet she also knew that the mysterious powerhouse could not possibly be her father. After all, once a cultivator destroys their own cultivation, it is like a mortal severing an arm. It cannot be regenerated. That was especially true for her father, who had even dug out his own spiritual bone back then. But Empress Lingxiao couldn't stop wondering, could there really be such a coincidence in this world? Her father had just learned of her situation and was planning to avenge her, and then a mysterious powerhouse went and killed both the Fengyun monarch and the Xinyue monarch, along with a traitorous general under her command. Your Majesty, is it truly him? Di Qingyan raised his head and asked Empress Lingxiao tentatively. The Crown Prince and the other princes turned their gazes over in unison. If that mysterious powerhouse really was the young Taoist, then they would have to immediately return to the Bo Daoist temple and apologize for their previous actions, especially 3rd Prince Yin Xiang and 4th Princess Yin Aishang. But at that very moment Empress Lingxiao shook her head. It absolutely cannot be him. Not him. Then the main tent erupted into clamor. Di Qingyan frowned slightly and asked, still unwilling to give up, Your Majesty, if it wasn't him, then how could your injury have healed so quickly? Empress Lingxiao frowned slightly and offhandedly explained, he is a medicine master without equal in this world. A medicine master. Di Qingyan abruptly lifted his head, his emotions stirring. What is it, Elder Di? Empress Lingxiao asked. Di Qingyan answered excitedly. Your Majesty, the profession of medicine master is as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, not only in Dongtu Divine Continent, but on the other continents, and even among the great sects. Although a medicine master's personal strength may not be formidable, the pills and spiritual liquids they refine are invaluable. Your humble servant has heard that medicine masters are often surrounded by countless powerful followers. To earn a medicine master's favor, even mighty experts would risk their lives for them. Empress Lingxiao jolted awake. She smacked her forehead. Of course, why had she never thought of this? Just moments ago she had been puzzled by the coincidence of the Fengyun monarch and the Xinyue monarch being slain. Now hearing Di Qingyan's words, she understood at once. Her father might not possess any cultivation, but he was certainly a formidable medicine master. Otherwise, how could he have grown so many supreme-grade spiritual herbs, and how could he have healed a woman at death's door like her? And a medicine master is surrounded by many powerful protectors. Whenever a medicine master has need, countless experts will rush through fire and water for them. Therefore, the deaths of the Fengyun monarch, the traitorous general Ho Lianggong, and the Xinyue monarch were no coincidence. It must have been her father who, in the name of a medicine master, summoned mighty experts to avenge her. Father. After realizing this, Empress Lingxiao's eyes reddened, and moved tears slowly slid down her cheeks. What woman in this world would not wish for a father to be her eternal refuge? She had never imagined that one day she, Lingxiao, would also have this eternal refuge. So he is actually an alchemist. No wonder he was so arrogant. 3rd Prince Yin Xiang drew in a sharp breath. Beside him, 4th Princess Yin Aishang could not help murmuring, it seems we shall have to go up to the Bo Daoist temple in person to offer him our apologies. An alchemist. Ahem. Eldest brother, third brother, your younger brother was indeed too rash just now. Sixth Prince Yin Zhuang's face turned extremely unsightly. Fortunately, he had not charged up to the Bo Taoist temple just now. Otherwise, had he provoked an alchemist, not only would he himself be destroyed, but the entire Tianlong Empire would be ruined because of him. Not to mention that this alchemist had not only helped the Imperial Father's wounds heal, but had also slain the rulers of the Fengyun Kingdom and the Xinyue Kingdom to avenge him. After turning the matter over in his mind briefly, Yin Zhuang's face was full of remorse. He immediately knelt with a thud and said, "Imperial Father, your son was rude to the alchemist just now, so your son wishes to go to the Bo Taoist temple in person and apologize to the alchemist." Following his example, Yin Xiang and Ni Chong also knelt and requested to go to the Bo Taoist temple to atone. "Imperial Father, your son also wishes to go to the Bo Taoist temple to thank the alchemist for healing your wounds and avenging you." Crown Prince Yin Zhun also spoke up. Di Qingyan too stared at Empress Ling Xiao with blazing eyes. He also wanted to meet this formidable alchemist. After all, although the Tianlong Empire was powerful, not once had it produced a true alchemist. If they could truly obtain the aid of such an alchemist, then the crisis facing the empire could be lifted with ease. Seeing that Yin Zhun and the others had also changed their attitude toward her father, Empress Ling Xiao felt immensely gratified. After all, the reason she had brought the princes and princesses along this time was precisely so they could acknowledge their ancestry and return to the clan. If she had died, they would never have known that they still had a grandfather. She truly wished she could bring them all to see Chen Nian at this very moment. However, after hesitating for a moment, she ultimately decided to wait a little longer. After all, this matter was simply too important. She refused to let her princes and princesses acknowledge their ancestry in such a perfunctory manner, for that would be disrespectful to her father. She wanted to hold a grand celebration, a nationwide celebration, so that her children and even all under heaven would know that Chen Nian of the Bo Taoist temple was her own biological father. "Forget it. I will convey your sentiments on your behalf," Empress Ling Xiao said coolly. Hearing this, everyone in the great tent was disheartened. But since even the Imperial Father had said so, they did not dare press further. Enough. Return to Longdu immediately to guard against any sudden attack from Song Yangfeng and the Xinyue Kingdom. At this, Empress Ling Xiao spoke again. "What about you, Imperial Father?" Crown Prince Yin Zhun asked. Empress Ling Xiao answered, "My wounds have not completely healed, so I need to remain here to recuperate for a while. If enemies come during this time, a sound transmission talisman will suffice to inform me. Yin Zhun, while I am gone, all court affairs great and small will be handled jointly by you, Lord Di and Wei Qing." "Yes, Imperial Father." Crown Prince Yin Zhun immediately knelt in obeisance. After Chen Nian and Empress Ling Xiao returned together by dragon carriage to the foot of the Bo Taoist temple, the two parted ways. By now, Chen Nian had already returned to the central great hall of the Bo Taoist temple. "Patriarch, you have returned." Chen Nian had come back without a sound, disturbing no one. At this moment, there was only one person in the central great hall, the temple master, the old Taoist Zhu Qinglin. Zhu Qinglin, who had been meditating cross-legged on a cushion, rose slowly and bowed slightly toward Chen Nian, who had torn through space, and stepped out directly. His aged voice was full of reverence. The scene was enough to make one not know whether to laugh or cry. A white-haired old man who looked as though he might ride a crane to the west at any moment was addressing a mere youth as patriarch with such respect. And this young man even wore a look of perfect entitlement. "Shaolin, your cultivation has advanced again. Quite good. I obtained this luo pill by chance in the last couple of days. Take it and use it." As he spoke, Chen Nian gently rubbed the storage ring worn on his thumb. A flash of light streaked past, and a small jade bottle appeared on Zhu Qinglin's withered bark-like palm. "El luo pill." Zhu Qinglin's eyes flew wide in an instant. Those clouded eyes of his filled with utter shock. The next second, he fell to his knees with a thud before Chen Nian, then wept with gratitude. "Patriarch, this disciple is incompetent to have troubled you into going out to search for a breakthrough pill for me. No matter. Get up." Chen Nian waved his hand, then walked over and sat down on the very cushion Zhu Qinglin had just occupied. Zhu Qinglin in turn waited on him like a junior disciple. If the disciples of the Bo Taoist temple were to witness this scene, they would probably be astounded beyond measure. After all, that was their master. Their master was bowing so humbly before their useless senior brother, and even calling him patriarch. What was the matter with this world? After putting the entire bottle of luo pills into his storage ring, Zhu Qinglin then said with the greatest reverence, "Patriarch, I have already studied the matter. After the destruction of the Tianlong Empire this time, the imperial powers of the Dongtu divine continent will be reshuffled. If the great sects above do not intervene, Dongtu will be plunged into decades of warfare. Therefore, this disciple believes we should go to the abyssal great sea, wait for the situation to stabilize, and then select some small state in which to settle and establish ourselves." Chen Nian slowly raised his head to look at Zhu Qinglin, then smiled. "Shaolin, this time we are not running away. We will remain in the Tianlong Empire." Hearing this, Zhu Qinglin abruptly raised his head, a flash of joyful surprise leaping in his eyes. Patriarch, what do you mean by that? Empress Ling Xiao and I have an extraordinary relationship, so I have decided to help the Tianlong Empire through this crisis. These words suddenly spoken by Chen Nian left Zhu Qinglin utterly astonished. Zhu Qinglin looked at Chen Nian with astonishment. Yet upon closer inspection, a faint trace of concealed delight could be discerned on his aged visage. After all, Zhu Qinglin was originally a subject of the Tianlong Empire. He harbored an exceedingly profound devotion to the Tianlong Empire. Had it not been for Chen Nian's life-changing grace upon him, he would never have chosen to leave the Tianlong Empire under any circumstances. He would have guarded his homeland with his very life. He had believed that this time he would have to part with what he cherished most, following the ancestor away from the land that had nurtured him. Yet never in his wildest dreams had he expected. The ancestor had actually resolved to aid the Tianlong Empire. You seem rather pleased, boy. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Qinglin. Zhu Qinglin immediately suppressed the hidden smile on his face. Then he said, Ancestor, this disciple has forgotten himself. Chen Nian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. A message talisman materialized in his hand. It was Zhongli Shui reporting something. Thus, Chen Nian paused for a moment, then burned the message talisman in his hand. As the talisman was consumed by flames, a familiar voice echoed from Chen Nian's palm. Reporting to His Imperial Majesty the Grand Supreme, I have just received Song Yangfeng's order. He has commanded me to lead my forces to Bio Taoist Temple. He himself will arrive shortly with the masters of the New Moon Kingdom and the Heavenly Star Kingdom. Chen Nian frowned slightly. He had not expected Song Yangfeng to locate him with such swiftness. He had originally planned to deal with this wretch in a month's time, but it seemed he would not have to wait that long. If a base scoundrel like him dares to oppose you, Ancestor, please issue the order, Ancestor. This disciple is willing to bring back Song Yangfeng's dog head to report to you. Zhu Qinglin declared with fierce indignation. In the past, he would never have dared to utter such bold words. For the ancestor's life motto had always been to stay low-key, and even more low-key. But things were different now. The ancestor had not only cured the Lingxiao Empress, but had also resolved to help the Tianlong Empire weather this crisis. This meant the ancestor had ceased to remain low-key. Therefore, Zhu Qinglin was emboldened to volunteer. Little Lin, tell me. You are on the verge of transcending the very ceiling of the eastern land of divine continent. Would it not be bullying to go deal with a mere 8th-rank nobody? Chen Nian said to Zhu Qinglin with a light chuckle. Zhu Qinglin was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Here is what we shall do. I shall grant you 3 days. Take the Luo pill break through to the 9th rank, and then head to the imperial capital of the Tianlong Empire with your master and grandmaster. As for the matter of Bio Taoist Temple, I shall deal with it personally. Chen Nian added. Hearing these words, Zhu Qinglin was momentarily at a loss. Ahem. The ancestor said that for him to fight a mere 8th rank would be bullying. And yet the ancestor was reassigning him away, intending to personally go and bully this insignificant 8th rank. Is there still some question? Chen Nian asked. Zhu Qinglin answered at once. This disciple will obey the ancestor's command. But just as he was about to step out of the great hall, Chen Nian suddenly called him back. Wait. What is it, ancestor? Zhu Qinglin turned his head and asked. Chen Nian, I shall confess something to you. The Lingxiao Empress is my daughter. So you know what needs to be done, don't you? Boom. At those words, Zhu Qinglin was instantly struck with shock. It took him a full 10 seconds to recover his senses. Never had he imagined this. The Lingxiao Empress was actually the ancestor's daughter. No wonder the one speaking through the message talisman had addressed the ancestor as His Imperial Majesty the Grand Supreme. Then, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground and declared with utmost resolve, Rest assured, ancestor, even if this disciple must sacrifice his life, I shall not allow a single hair on the heads of the Lingxiao Empress and her kin to be harmed. Go then. Oh, before you leave, take the loyal disciples, little junior sister Dao Xin and Dao Tsong, along with you. Zhu Qinglin hesitated. It seemed a thought had crossed his mind. He then asked with some confusion, Ancestor, is the enemy truly that fearsome? He thought to himself, isn't it just Song Yangfeng, a mere 8th rank? Why is the ancestor being so cautious? Why does he want to move everyone away from Bio Taoist Temple? Chen Nian waved his hand. The enemy is not that fearsome, but I have an ill premonition, so we had best be prudent. Yes, ancestor. This disciple will immediately notify master and grandmaster. In 3 days we march for the capital. At the peak of Bio Mountain, before a simple yet imposing wooden cabin at the summit, a maiden in green robes stood still. In her hand, she held a 3-foot-long sword, and from her youthful eyes flashed waves of murderous intent. This maiden was none other than Chen Nian's junior sister Zhu Qingqing. She had been standing before that wooden cabin for 3 whole days. Yet 3 days had passed, and her senior brother still had not returned. Lingxiao Empress, if you dare to kill my senior brother, I will never let you rest. A furious roar burst forth from the maiden's lips. The cry pierced straight through the clouds. Overwhelming momentum shattered the surrounding vegetation into fragments. Just then light footsteps sounded from behind the maiden. Chen Nian approached with a wry smile on his lips. This little girl, usually so timid and meek, turned into something like a protective tigress whenever it came to defending him. Sensing the footsteps behind her, the maiden whirled around. The moment her eyes fell upon Chen Nian, tears streamed down from her beautiful eyes in torrents. The towering aura that had blazed just a moment ago vanished entirely in that instant. Senior brother, you're not dead. The maiden wept with joy and flung herself into Chen Nian's embrace like a little rabbit. Chen Nian gently patted her on the back. Qing'er, look at you. Why fret so much? Do you not know that your senior brother is invincible? But senior brother, you. The maiden started to speak, but as if afraid of hurting Chen Nian, instead she wiped away her tears, gazed at Chen Nian with a beaming smile, and said, right, senior brother is invincible. He can never die. No one under heaven is a match for senior brother. Chen Nian gently wiped the tears from the maiden's cheek. Then with doting affection he tapped her pretty nose and said, Qing'er, pack up over the next couple of days. In 3 days go with your father to the imperial capital. What are we going to the imperial capital for? The maiden looked up, her cherubic face filled with confusion. Then she asked Chen Nian, senior brother, are you coming too? If senior brother were to come as well, she thought, that would be simply wonderful. Strolling through the bustling capital alongside him had been one of her longest-held wishes. Chen Nian saw the longing in the maiden's eyes. So he replied, be good, Qing. Senior brother still has some matters to settle. Once he is done, he will come to the imperial capital to find Qing. A trace of disappointment flickered in the maiden's eyes. Then Qing'er will wait here until senior brother finishes his business and go with him together, she said stubbornly. Chen Nian's head began to ache slightly. However clever as he was, he soon thought of a reason that no girl could possibly refuse. Qing'er, the Lingxiao empress, promised senior brother that if he could cure her, she would invite the dragon ancestor of the empire to come forth and reshape my meridians. Then at last I would be able to cultivate. Chen Nian said to the maiden with an earnest expression. Upon hearing this, the maiden's bright, sparkling eyes flew wide open. Her entire face was written with ecstasy. That her senior brother could not cultivate had been the greatest pain in her heart for over a decade. It was precisely because of this that she had cultivated with savage desperation, thinking that only by becoming strong enough could she protect her senior brother. Yet now, hearing her senior brother say that the dragon ancestor of the empire would come forth to help reshape his meridians, the maiden's joy was beyond all compare. That's wonderful, senior brother. Now senior brother can cultivate. Now senior brother can protect Qing'er. From this day forth, no one under heaven will ever dare to bully Qing. Overjoyed, the maiden threw her arms around Chen Nian's neck. Seeing her cherry lips about to land on his cheek, Chen Nian quickly dodged aside. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for over 3,000 years. And this girl before him was the daughter of his grand disciple's grand disciple. If anything were to happen between them, he would be guilt-ridden to death. The maiden giggled, then asked Chen Nian with a blush, so senior brother, have you already found a way to cure the Lingxiao empress? Yes, Qing'er, but she must remain at our Bo Taoist temple for me to properly treat her. So go ahead to the imperial capital and make preparations for meeting the dragon ancestor. Once I have cured her, I will come to find Qing'er in the capital. Then senior brother will definitely take Qing'er on a grand tour of the magnificent imperial capital. Chen Nian once again chuckled and tapped the maiden's pretty nose. Hooray! Then senior brother Qing'er will be waiting for you in the capital. You'd better be quick. The maiden beamed with joy and hugged Chen Nian tightly once more. Chen Nian smiled wryly. It was not until evening, after he had cooked the little girl a meal and satisfied her appetite, that she reluctantly left the mountain peak. The abyssal vast sea. Colossal waves were violently battering a small island that stood at the center of the sea. The island seemed to tremble on the verge of collapse, like a ship about to be swallowed by the raging surf. Suddenly streaks of light shot toward the island. Inside a military tent, a burly middle-aged man with a prominent scar across his face was kneeling on the ground with bare torso. Suddenly several beams of golden light crashed down before the middle-aged man. A moment later, 3 youths clad in pristine white robes, each holding a 3-foot sword and radiating an immaculate aura, stood before him. The middle-aged man was seized by overwhelming excitement. Song Yangfeng pays respects to the immortal venerables. 10,000 years of life to the immortal venerables, 10,000 times 10,000. At this moment, the white-robed youth at the lead stepped forward. Song Yangfeng, where exactly are the immortal aura and the dragon vein you spoke of? Reporting to the immortal lord, both the immortal aura and the dragon vein are located in the Tianlong Empire. Then why have you not taken them after all this time, instead troubling us to make a trip ourselves? Reporting to the immortal lord, there was originally no need to trouble you immortal lords. But just a few days ago, a mysterious powerhouse suddenly appeared in Dongda Shenzhou. We were no match for him, so we could only beg the immortal lord for help. The white-robed youth frowned slightly. He swept a glance over Song Yangfeng's sea of consciousness and said with some confusion, your cultivation is about to break through to the 9th grade. By all reason, in such a small place as Dongtu Xinzhou, no one should be your match. Song Yangfeng shook his head repeatedly. Immortal Lord, I thought so too at first. But that mysterious powerhouse could obliterate a mid-8th grade expert with a single move. Therefore, this humble one guesses that the person is a supreme powerhouse beyond the 9th grade. Excuses. Dongtu Xinzhou has a cultivation restriction. No one can surpass the 9th grade. I think you are using this as a pretext to swindle something from our sect. The white-robed youth was already irritated. Song Yangfeng was instantly scared out of his wits. He quickly prostrated himself on the ground and explained repeatedly, Immortal Lord Song Yangfeng would never dare. I beg you, Immortal Lord, please believe me. For the sake of the immortal aura and the dragon vein, I will give you a little reward. Suddenly the white-robed youth turned his head, reached out a finger, and gently tapped the center of Song Yangfeng's forehead. At that tap, golden light immediately burst forth on Song Yangfeng's forehead. Then, like ripples spreading on water, the golden light flowed outward across his entire body. After a short while, Song Yangfeng's bones began to crackle and pop loudly. His cultivation was soaring at an almost exponential rate. A quarter of an hour later, only then did Song Yangfeng's breakthrough come to an end. Feeling the power within him, now 100 times greater than before, Song Yangfeng was overcome with unparalleled excitement. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed wildly to the white-robed youth, saying, Thank you, Immortal Lord, for bestowing cultivation upon this humble one. Thank you, Immortal Lord. Please rest assured, Immortal Lord. Even if this humble one's bones are ground to dust, I will definitely obtain the immortal aura and the dragon vein for you. The white-robed youth snorted. Then he said, You are now at the peak of the 9th grade. Even if someone in Dongtu Xinzhou truly breaks the restriction and reaches the 9th grade, that person will no longer be your match. From today onward, the 3 of us fellow disciples will remain here until you obtain the dragon vein and the immortal aura. Yes. Rest assured, 3 immortal lords, Song Yangfeng, will not fail the mission. Song Yangfeng kept kowtowing and said with extreme excitement. After he left, the other 2 white-robed youths stepped forward, frowning. 13th senior brother, why must we let this trash go fetch the immortal aura and dragon vein for us? It is so troublesome. Isn't it just an empire in the mortal realm? We could destroy it with a snap of our fingers. Yes, 13th senior brother. That way we could also return earlier and report our mission. Alas. At this, the leading white-robed youth let out a sigh. Then he said, You 2 junior brothers do not know this, but the Tao ancestor has decreed that great sects must not interfere in mortal realm affairs. Whoever violates this will be punished by the Tao ancestor. That is why Song Yangfeng came to us on his own initiative and was willing to work for us. Otherwise, even if we knew there was a mortal aura and a dragon vein here, we would be helpless. Hearing this, the 2 white-robed youths were dumbfounded. So that is how it is. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the leadership of the Hall Master, the old Taoist, Zhu Qinglin, a group of disciples from Bo Taoist Hall set out toward the imperial capital. But no one knew what they were going to do. 3rd senior brother, do you know what Master and Junior Sister are going to do? The imperial royal family down the mountain also left 3 days ago. What is going on? Has their Empress Lingxiao already returned? If Empress Lingxiao has returned, then what about that good-for-nothing senior brother of ours? The other disciples remaining at Bo Taoist Hall had already gathered together. Everyone had the feeling that a storm was brewing. Although nothing had ever happened at Bo Taoist Hall in all these years, but this time it was clearly different from the past. Everyone felt an unprecedented crisis. I know, Master and Junior Sister were captured by the 3rd prince and the 4th princess. And that good-for-nothing senior brother of ours has probably already been killed by Empress Lingxiao. The reason we are safe is that a few days ago in the Great Hall we stood with the 3rd prince and the others. Someone speculated. 3rd senior brother Daokong frowned, then said, That is very possible. Then what should we do, 3rd senior brother? Are we just going to watch Master and Junior Sister be taken away? Yes, 3rd senior brother. We can ignore that good-for-nothing senior brother who only knows how to cause trouble, but we cannot leave Master and Junior Sister to their fate. Dare and Daoqiong and the others all spoke one after another. Alas, Daokong sighed and said, Among us, even the strongest is only at the 3rd grade. What can we use to fight the 3rd prince and the others? 3rd senior brother, we can ask the grandmasters to come out of seclusion. Daoran suddenly said. The other junior brothers and sisters immediately joined in. Yes, 3rd senior brother. The only way now is to ask the grandmasters to come out. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to Master and Junior Sister. We are willing to follow the grandmasters to the capital and rescue Master and Junior Sister. Daokong suddenly stood up. In that case, I ask all of you junior brothers and sisters to follow me to the Bo Forbidden Ground and invite the grandmasters to come out. We are willing to go. Meanwhile, as Daokong and the others headed for the Bo Forbidden Ground, Chen Nian had already brought Empress Lingxiao back to the small wooden cabin. Before returning to the cabin, Empress Lingxiao insisted on seeing the mountain wilderness Chen Nian had mentioned before. Chen Nian of course did not refuse. As long as his daughter wished it not to mention, merely looking at the mountain wilderness, even plucking every spirit herb on that mountain for her, was a trivial matter. Soon Empress Lingxiao, her heart filled with excitement, arrived before that mountain wilderness. As soon as she stepped in, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs and flowers rushed toward her. She cast her gaze further into the distance. Empress Lingxiao stood there completely frozen. Although she had long expected to be stunned, truly seeing the mountain slopes covered with all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit flowers still left her unable to snap back to her senses for a while. Father, did you plant all these supreme great spirit herbs all by yourself? It is so beautiful. Yonian truly wants to live here forever. Empress Lingxiao could not help exclaiming. Chen Nian smiled slightly. Papa has lived a carefree life in this mortal world all these years. When I have nothing to do, I like to grow herbs. If Yonian likes it, you can live here with Papa from now on. At this point, a trace of guilt suddenly rose in Chen Nian's heart. He had once believed that he had caused the death of his wife and the child in her womb. That was why he had crippled his own cultivation, resolving never to participate in any worldly struggle again. He wondered whether he had been wrong. If he had been just a little more persistent back then and investigated why his wife had actually been killed by their enemy, perhaps he would have discovered that his wife had not died back then, and he could even have saved her. My daughter, Papa is useless. If Papa had been more careful and resolute back then, you and your mother would not have been captured by the powerful enemy, and your mother would not have. At this, Chen Nian's eyes reddened slightly. Empress Lingxiao's heart ached. Father, do not blame yourself. At least Yonian has returned to your side. If mother could know this, she would certainly. Empress Lingxiao slowly grasped Chen Nian's hand. A gentle warmth, like a warm current, brought a trace of warmth to Chen Nian's cold heart. Yonian is right. From now on, our father and daughter will live well here. Come, Papa will take Yonian on a nice tour of this herb garden. Chen Nian wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, then took Empress Lingxiao's small hand and slowly stepped into the herb garden. Good heavens! This is actually a black sour fruit. This spirit fruit can strengthen a cultivator's spiritual power and also promote the stability of a cultivator's soul. Empress Lingxiao stood before a large tree, her beautiful eyes fixed on the green fruit growing on it. Chen Nian casually plucked the green fruit from the tree. Yonian must be thirsty. Here, have one. Huh. Father, this black sour fruit is extremely precious. Even a single fruit taken out casually could trigger a war between two empires. Yonian does not dare to eat it. Empress Lingxiao smacked her lips, swallowed, and said timidly. Chen Nian laughed heartily. Then pointing at the spirit herbs covering the mountains and fields, he said, Yonian, look, there are so many spirit herbs and spirit trees here. These are all Papa's personal property. Even if Yonian ate here for 100 years, she could never finish them, haha. Father's right. Then Yonian will eat. Empress Lingxiao was delighted inside. This feeling of being doted on by her father was truly wonderful. She stretched out her jade-like hand, took the black sour fruit, and took a bite. The sweet and sour flavor immediately spread through her mouth. It was truly delicious. After one bite went down, the vast medicinal power directly merged into her entire body. She felt that her injuries seemed to have healed considerably more. Yonian, this one is called the purple smoke fruit. Its effect is also good. Have a taste. This is yuyu grass. It can neutralize 100 poisons. Try it. This is imperial blood grass. Take some more. In no time at all, Chen Nian had picked a huge basket full of spirit fruits and spirit herbs. Empress Lingxiao, happy as a little girl, skipped along in front humming a tune. As they walked, Empress Lingxiao suddenly plopped down onto the ground. Chen Nian hurried over and asked, what's wrong? Are you all right? Let Papa see where you fell. Father, I think I am about to break through. The medicinal potency of these spirit fruits is simply too overwhelming. They not only healed every one of Yunian's wounds, but even gave Yunian the sensation of an impending breakthrough. Her cheeks slightly flushed, the Lingxiao Empress said. She felt that the power within her had already reached a critical point. If she did not break through now, she felt as though she would burst apart. A satisfied smile crossed Chen Nian's face. Then he said, in that case, Daddy will stand guard over Yunian's breakthrough. No need, Father. Yunian is about to break through to the 8th rank. What if Father gets hurt? The Lingxiao Empress looked at Chen Nian with concern. Only then did Chen Nian realize that in his daughter's eyes he was just a mortal with no cultivation whatsoever. Such a mortal could never withstand the powerful energy waves unleashed by a high-rank expert's breakthrough. So Chen Nian smiled and nodded. All right, Daddy will move a little farther away. Yunian, be careful. When the breakthrough is done, Daddy will come find you. With that, Chen Nian gently stroked the back of the Lingxiao Empress' head, his face full of doting affection. The Lingxiao Empress beamed and said, thank you, Father. Chen Nian turned and left. He did not walk far, sitting instead on a branch of a towering tree not far from the Lingxiao Empress. In the world of cultivation, every rank breakthrough grants a cultivator a tremendous enhancement in strength and all-around ability. Yet as a cultivator's cultivation progresses, higher subsequent rank breakthroughs become increasingly difficult, especially from the 7th to the 8th rank. The mere fact that a half-step 8th rank exists between these two ranks is enough to show how difficult it truly is. Back in the days when Chen Nian was a hot-blooded youth, breaking through from the 7th to the 8th rank had taken him 3 full years, and the process had been exceedingly grueling. If she had not protected him during his breakthrough back, then his enemies would probably have come knocking and taken the chance to kill. Thus, Chen Nian had to keep close watch over his daughter's condition at all times. He could not allow the slightest thing to go wrong with this breakthrough. As the Lingxiao Empress continued her rhythmic breathing, the aura around her grew ever more powerful. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Supported by the vast spiritual energy of the herb garden, the power accumulated inside the Lingxiao Empress could no longer be contained. She was on the verge of breaking through. Right at that moment, a rustling sound suddenly drifted from within the forest. Oh, what a peerless jade body, rising unsullied from the mud. If I can devour her, tsk, this great king will be able to break through again. You stinking rat, get out of here. This peerless jade body belongs to this great king. What has it to do with you? Say another word, and I'll slaughter you, roast you over a fire, and eat you as barbecue. You son of a bitch, you really are a dog. Stop quarreling. Capture that peerless jade body, and the 3 brothers will share her. If we really wait until she breaks through to the 8th rank, stopping her might get troublesome. Fine, attack together. In the forest, a giant python slowly poked its head out. Then a wolf dog carrying a rat on its back emerged from the grass beside the thicket. The Lingxiao Empress, who was just about to break through, suddenly noticed these 3 small animals. The 3 demon kings had gone to great lengths to suppress their cultivation, hoping to catch the Lingxiao Empress completely off guard. Yet the Lingxiao Empress had already faintly sensed that something about those 3 little animals was wrong. But she was about to break through and could not afford to be distracted. Otherwise, not only would her breakthrough fail, but the mighty power within her would have no way to be released, and she would die as her body exploded. The 3 animals were drawing closer. The Lingxiao Empress' heart was a mess of panic. Why was her luck so terrible? She was just about to successfully break through to the 8th rank, and yet 3 animals had appeared. What was more, these 3 animals actually made her feel strongly uneasy. Daughter, do not panic. Focus on your breakthrough. Leave these 3 little wretches to daddy. Just then a voice came from behind the Lingxiao Empress. The moment she heard it, her restless and agitated heart immediately calmed. It was her father. As long as father was here, she needed to fear nothing. Even if her father was only a mortal. The Lingxiao Empress slowly closed her eyes, ignored everything else, and began her breakthrough with peace of mind. So he's a human without even a trace of cultivation. Get out of my way right now, or this demon king will gouge out your heart and liver and roast them. The little rat sitting on the wolf dog bared its fangs at Chen Nian and sent a voice transmission with enormous mental power, clearly trying to scare him off. At the same time, the wolf dog and the giant python were also glaring at Chen Nian. Mongrel trash. How dare you disturb my daughter's cultivation? You're courting death. Chen Nian snorted, coldly stepped forward, and whipped out a machete. Ha ha, this demon king is dying of laughter. This good for nothing mortal thinks a scrap of a blade can cut down a dignified demon king. You damn dog, he's yours. Bite his head off for this demon king. The little rat said with hearty laughter transmitting its voice. But just at that moment, swish. A cold flash swept past. The very next second, squelch. The wolf dog's head was chopped off by the machete in Chen Nian's hand. The little rat was utterly stunned. Heavens! The wolf dog was a mighty first-tier demon king, a being that ruled all demon beasts of the entire Dongtu divine province. Yet now a mortal had effortlessly cut off its head with a single stroke. Not good. He is not a mortal. He is a being beyond the 9th rank. Run. The little rat was frantic with fear. It quickly said something to the giant python beside it, then turned and fled. The python was no less terrified, and before the rat could finish speaking it, had already bolted away. But Chen Nian had no intention of letting these 3 go. He followed them straight into the forest. Little wretches. No demon beast has ever dared to set so much as half a step inside my herb garden. Who gave you such audacity? Chen Nian cursed, then planted his foot firmly on the little rat. No, don't kill me. Senior. The little rat screamed miserably, but Chen Nian's power was far too mighty. The rat was not a match for even a single exchange. It had not even managed to reveal its battle form before it was crushed into a pulp beneath Chen Nian's foot. What about you? Still want to run? After trampling the rat to death, Chen Nian sent a voice transmission to the giant python. The giant python was so frightened that it coiled tightly on the spot. It looked up at Chen Nian timidly and said in a trembling voice, Senior, please spare my life. We were simply famished, which was why we wanted to eat your daughter. Please rest assured, I will never ever dare again. It was the voice of a little girl. A trace of shock stirred in Chen Nian's heart. This giant python was actually female, and judging by the sound, she was only 4 or 5 years old. This made Chen Nian somewhat reluctant to kill her, for the path of cultivation was not easy for a demon beast. So he stepped forward and asked the snow-white giant python, "I ask you this, every demon beast in these mountains was either scared off by me or roasted and eaten by me. How did the three of you at the Demon King level come to be here? Senior, we originally lived in the Linhai Forest. But recently our home was destroyed, so we could only flee inland. I never expected us to trespass into your territory. We truly are sorry." The snow-white giant python answered timidly. "Oh, how was your home destroyed? You three are demon kings. Is there anyone in this Dongtu divine province who could match you?" Chen Nian was somewhat puzzled. After all, a demon king among demon beasts was equivalent to a human 8th rank powerhouse. And within the entire Dongtu divine province, apart from himself and those few young disciples in seclusion, there was simply no one who had transcended the 8th rank to reach the 9th. So how could the home of these three demon kings have been destroyed? It was as though something deeply heartbreaking had, its voice thick with sobs, it said, "Senior, you speak the truth. Until now, no powerhouse had ever dared to encroach upon our homeland. But a little over 10 days ago, an overwhelming existence beyond the 9th rank suddenly descended upon the Linhai Forest. He slew every demon beast he laid eyes on. The number that perished by his hand throughout the entire forest is beyond 1,000,000. To be frank with you, Senior, the whole Linhai Forest is now drowned in blood. It was only thanks to our subordinates' desperate protection that the three of us managed to escape." Chen Nian listened, utterly taken aback, and he could not help but feel some pity for the demon race. Instinctively, he glanced at the wolfhound and the rat he had already slain. Truth be told, had he known of their tragic plight in advance, he might well have been moved by compassion and spared their pitiful lives. But what was done could not be undone. So he asked the snow-white giant python, "Do you know where that human came from and why he did such a thing?" The snow-white giant python shook its head. It replied, "Senior, Xiao Shui does not know whence he came, but he must surely be doing this to harvest the inner cores of our demon race and thereby amplify his cultivation. Xiao Shui suspects that mighty being has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. With so many inner cores harvested, he is most likely attempting to break through to the 10th rank. The pinnacle of the 9th rank. And on top of that, he wants to assail the 10th rank." Chen Nian's expression gradually turned grave. After all, he had dwelt on the Dongtu divine continent for a full 3,000 years. Although his cultivation had long since soared past the ceiling of the Dongtu divine continent. Yet he had never once heard of any empire or power apart from the Bio Taoist Hall, giving rise to a 9th rank powerhouse, let alone an existence at the pinnacle of the 9th rank on the verge of charging into the 10th rank. It seemed the Dongtu divine continent was no longer safe. "Senior, what is the matter? Senior, do you still intend to kill Xiao Shui?" At this, the snow-white giant python prostrated itself on the ground and asked Chen Nian in a timid, childlike voice. Chen Nian heaved a sigh and gently stroked its colossal head with his right hand. "I will not kill you. From now on, stay by my side, and I will avenge your kin." "Is that true, Senior? If Senior truly avenges Xiao Shui's kin, Xiao Shui is willing to become your servant." A look of rapturous surprise lit up the snow-white giant python's face. It had never dreamed that this mighty human senior would not only spare its life, but even vow to avenge it. Chen Nian's question seemed to strike a blind spot in the snow-white giant python's knowledge. It was stupefied for a long while. At length it answered, "It must be Senior who is stronger. Xiao Shui cannot see through your cultivation, but that human who butchered the Linhai Forest, Xiao Shui could tell at a single glance that he was at the pinnacle of the 9th rank." Chen Nian laughed heartily, then raised his index finger and lightly tapped the snow-white giant python's forehead. In that very instant, a flash of pure white light blazed forth. An immense aura instantly surged into the snow-white giant python's body. Before the snow-white giant python could even react, its body began to shrink at a frenzied pace until at last it became the size of a finger and coiled around Chen Nian's arm. "Wow, Senior, how incredible. You actually made Xiao Shui this tiny. This is so fun." Chen Nian patted its small head and said, "Stay faithfully by my side, and in the days to come I shall help you become a true dragon." When Chen Nian stepped out of the forest, Ling Xiao, the female emperor, had already completed her breakthrough and was at that moment anxiously searching everywhere for Chen Nian. She had sensed earlier that those three little animals were somewhat amiss. Thus, when she found her father was nowhere to be seen, she was at once frantic and overcome with self-reproach. If only she had suppressed her cultivation and postponed the breakthrough. If those three animals truly were dangerous, how could her father, a common mortal, possibly contend with them? "You Nian, have you broken through?" Just then Chen Nian walked over toward Ling Xiao, the female emperor. At the sight of him, she immediately wept tears of joy and rushed over to embrace him. "Father, I am truly sorry. I was far too careless just now, I nearly placed you in peril." Ling Xiao, the female emperor, said, her voice full of guilt. Chen Nian smiled wryly, patted her on the back, and said with doting affection, "What nonsense, my dear daughter. Daddy has lived here for several hundred years. When has there ever been any danger?" They were nothing but 3 little animals. Daddy has already dealt with them. In a little while Daddy will roast them for you to eat. To think, those were 3 existences at the Demon King level. Every part of them was a treasure. If his daughter ate them, all the wounds upon her body would surely heal completely. Moreover, they would help stabilize her cultivation at the 8th rank. Just then Chen Nian suddenly felt his arm twitch and a cool damp sensation spread across it. Upon inspection he realized that the little snow python had been so frightened that it had wet itself. Huh. He immediately changed his tune. Oh right, not 3 but 2. The other one got away and Daddy didn't catch it. You Nian, go and have some rest. Daddy will make barbecue for you right away. The barbecue Daddy makes smells wonderful. Ling Xiao, the female emperor, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she had been worrying unnecessarily. They were just 3 plain little animals. And the moment she heard Chen Nian mention food, Ling Xiao, the female emperor's stomach began to rumble too. A faint blush rose to her cheeks. Chen Nian laughed heartily, and with doting affection tapped the tip of, "Go on, my precious daughter. You've just broken through, so you must be exhausted. Sleep soundly, by the time you wake, Daddy's barbecue will be ready." Ling Xiao, the female emperor, looked utterly content. She smiled happily, and said, with that she leaped lightly into the air, settled upon a towering tree, and cooled by the breeze gradually fell asleep. She had reigned as a female emperor for 700 or 800 years. Now at long last she had come to savor the simple warmth of mortal life. Cradled in a father's love, she truly felt immensely happy. In all those 700 or 800 years she had never been this happy, this joyful. Gazing at his sleeping daughter, Chen Nian hauled out the corpses of the rat and the wolfhound. These were no ordinary beasts. They were Demon King's existences equivalent to human 8th rank powerhouses. Their flesh was not only exquisitely delicious, but its efficacy was comparable to celestial elixirs. It was no exaggeration whatsoever. The value of Demon King meat even surpassed the medicinal congee and medicinal liquid Chen Nian had cooked for Ling Xiao, the female emperor, a few days earlier. It was only here in Chen Nian's possession that these 2 Demon Kings lay. Were they to appear in the outside world, let alone the various empires and powers, even the grand sects beyond the Xinyuan Great Sea would likely come to plunder them. On that small island within the Xinyuan Great Sea, damnation, those 3 Demon Kings actually escaped. This is a tremendous loss. An earth-shaking roar of fury burst forth from the military camp on the island. At that moment a gentle soft voice emerged from beside him. "Marshal, you had best keep quiet about this. Should the 3 high immortals learn of it, I fear they will be angered once more. Demon King corpses are prizes that would make even high immortals drool with covetousness." A sensible point. I was too hasty just now. Song Yanfeng let out a long breath, slowly suppressing the rage in his chest. Had it not been for the woman's reminder, he truly would have erred. If those 3 fellows found out about the Demon Kings, they would surely order him to give chase to the 3 Demon Kings and deliver the corpses to them. After all, those 3 Demon Kings were the very key to Song Yanfeng's breakthrough to the 10th rank. He absolutely could not afford to lose them. By the way, have the old cadre of the Xinyue Kingdom and the experts of the Tianqing Kingdom set out yet? Song Yanfeng turned his gaze to the enchanting woman in the red dress beside him. The woman smiled. She answered, "Yi Wu Dao of the Xinyue Kingdom just used a sound transmission talisman to ask when you would set out, Marshal. It seems they can reach that Bo Taoist hall within 3 days. What a sly old fox." Song Yanfeng snorted, then narrowed his eyes and remarked with a sigh, "I have served the Tianlong Empire as Grand Marshal for centuries, yet I have never once heard of this place called Bo Taoist Temple. It seems Empress Ling Xiao still does not trust me. If that is the case, then do not blame Song Yanfeng for being ruthless." His gaze then fell upon the woman once more. A sinister smile curled across his face. He continued, "Tell Yi Wu Dao that the Grand Marshal has already set out, and we shall meet at Bo Taoist Temple in 3 days. Also dispatch Zhao Dezhu to lead a contingent ahead of us." Hearing this, the woman chuckled slyly and cast an admiring glance at Song Yanfeng. The Grand Marshal is truly brilliant. With consummate skill, Chen Nian swiftly and deftly disposed of the 2 Demon Kings' corpses. He then threaded them onto a branch with practiced ease and set them over the fire to roast. "Senior, you are so cruel." The little snow python coiled around Chen Nian's arm said, trembling. It had wet itself again in fright. Chen Nian chuckled, gently tapping its little head with his finger. "Little one, what are you afraid of? Let me tell you, this roasted meat is absolutely delicious." "No, it does not smell good. So barbaric." The little snow python whimpered, shivering. Just then Chen Nian produced secret seasonings from his storage ring and sprinkled them over the sizzling, oil-drizzling meat. A strange, tantalizing aroma immediately made the little snow python swallow hard. "So, little one, doesn't it smell wonderful now? Want a bite? I promise it will be delicious." Chen Nian roared with laughter. The little snow python quickly replied, No, senior, you go ahead. They were Xiao Shue's fellow Taoists. A Xiao Shue cannot eat them. Are you sure you want to try some? Look how fragrant it is. It melts the moment it touches your tongue." Chen Nian tore off a piece of meat and chewed it slowly with evident relish. His blissful expression made the little snow python's drool drip down Chen Nian's arm. Here, have a taste. Chen Nian tore off a tiny piece and held it to the little snow python's mouth, enticed beyond resistance by that strange mouth-watering aroma. It squeezed its eyes shut, forgot all about fellow Taoists, and without a second thought swallowed the morsel in one gulp. As the roasted meat entered its mouth, tender, juicy flavors exploded across its tongue. The intense fragrance made the little snow python's eyes go wide. So delicious. Senior, I want more. The little snow python raised its small snow-white head, its eyes shimmering with eager longing. Chen Nian laughed heartily and tore off another large chunk for it. Though the two demon kings had appeared small when Chen Nian slew them, after he harvested their demon cores, souls, and treasures, their bodies revealed their true enormous proportions. Even the smaller of the two was nearly 2 meters in length. Fortunately, Chen Nian had already carved them into fresh chunks of tender meat and put every piece on the grill. Otherwise, the scene would have been truly horrifying. The aroma of roasting meat soon drifted with the wind all the way to Empress Ling Xiao. How fragrant is that, the smell of roasted meat? Empress Ling Xiao slowly awoke. She had expected to need a long rest before recovering. Yet unexpectedly, in less than 2 hours, she had already recovered almost completely. Feeling the power within her body several times greater than before, Empress Ling Xiao let out a long breath. She had believed that coming to Bo Dao's temple meant she would never return and that the Tianlong Empire would fall with her. Yet she never imagined that her mortal father, the father of Empress Ling Xiao, would be so formidable. Not only had he healed her wounds, but using the spirit fruits and spirit herbs from his medicinal garden, he had directly elevated her cultivation to the 8th rank. Even more astonishing, with the aid of those spirit fruits and herbs, she had broken through from half-step 8th rank to 8th rank in merely 10 days. If word of this got out, it would surely astound every cultivator in the entire eastern land of divine continent. Even the great sects beyond the abyssal seas would likely cast covetous eyes upon this place. Grumble, grumble. Empress Ling Xiao's stomach let out another round of hungry growls. So fragrant. She caught the scent of roasted meat once again. She then gazed into the distance. There she saw her father by a fire roasting meat with a mountain of finished barbecue piled high beside him. Waking up to see a loved one cooking for her, what a blissful feeling. Without realizing it, Empress Ling Xiao found her eyes curved into a delighted smile. She was overjoyed. In that moment, she was no longer an empress revered by countless millions, but a little girl trailing after her father, asking for this and that, and one who could not walk past delicious food without stopping. She instinctively leaped down from the treetop, then also instinctively clasped her hands behind her back and hopped cheerfully toward Chen Nian. If anyone outside had witnessed this scene, they would all have been utterly stunned. After all, this was the exalted Empress Ling Xiao of the Tianlong Empire. Are you roasting meat for Yunyan? Yunyan is hungry. Yes, my precious daughter. If you are hungry, eat. Father will keep roasting for Yunyan. Today, as much meat as you want. No need to worry about running out. Chen Nian cast a doting glance at his daughter and continued roasting. Thank you, father. Empress Ling Xiao giggled, picked up a piece of roast meat from the wooden table, and took a bite. Amazing. The meat was crisply seared on the outside, tender within, and bursting with juices at the very first bite. Combined with Chen Nian's secret seasonings, it was fragrant beyond compare. So delicious, father. Truly aromatic. Empress Ling Xiao held a huge wolf leg in both hands, devouring it bite after bite, her mouth glistening with oil, utterly delighted. Watching his daughter enjoy his roast meat so much, Chen Nian felt warmth, pride, and a pang of regret. He owed his daughter far, far too much. Before long, the mountain of roast meat on the wooden table had already been devoured more than halfway by Empress Ling Xiao. Strangely, this roast meat seemed like miraculous elixir. Not only was it delicious, it also made Empress Ling Xiao feel as though all her wounds had completely healed. She could even clearly sense her cultivation growing increasingly stable, and there was even a faint hint that it was about to rise further. This meat is not ordinary. Suddenly, Empress Ling Xiao stared at the roast meat in her hands with astonishment and muttered involuntarily. Ordinary roasted meat could never produce such a miraculous effect. What is wrong, Yunyan? Chen Nian turned his head with a gentle smile and glanced at Empress Ling Xiao. Empress Ling Xiao swallowed the meat in her mouth and then voiced her doubt. Father, after eating this roast meat, Yunyan feels that her wounds have completely healed, and not only has her cultivation stabilized, there is even a sense that it is about to advance further. Father, is this really meat roasted from an ordinary animal? Chen Nian smiled wryly. He hadn't expected his daughter to see through him so easily. The meat is ordinary, but the seasonings are anything but. As he spoke, Chen Nian raised the jars and bottles in his hand. This is something your father spent 1,000 years perfecting through repeated extraction and refinement from various spiritual herbs and spirit roots. So that's it. The Ling Xiao Empress finally understood. It was all because of the seasonings. Her father was truly an extraordinarily skilled alchemist. At that moment, she desperately wanted to ask her father whether he had used his identity as an alchemist to find powerful warriors to avenge her. But the words died on her lips as she held back. Her father must have kept it from her to spare her worry. In that case, she would not ask. After all, she had already broken through to the 8th rank, and her cultivation was still rising steadily. With the blessing of immortal energy, dealing with Song Yangfeng, the New Moon Kingdom, and the Heavenly Star Kingdom should no longer be a problem. She had already commanded 3rd Prince Inxiang and 4th Princess Nikang to personally lead elite forces to guard Bo Daoist Temple and protect her father. So there was no need to worry about the New Moon Kingdom coming to retaliate against him. Father, you're incredible. Even ordinary animal meat once seasoned with your secret recipe can rival the effects of great demonic delicacies. The Lingxiao Empress looked at Chen Nian with adoration. Although her father was merely a mortal, he was truly exceptional. As the saying goes, beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. And as another saying goes, a daughter is her father's beloved from a past life, a love unfulfilled. So no matter how ordinary a father might be, in his daughter's eyes he is always a towering, all-powerful hero. Is that so? Since Yu Nian loves to eat plenty, there's still a lot of meat here. If we can't finish it today, we'll continue tomorrow. Chen Nian laughed heartily. Thank you, father. The Lingxiao Empress giggled, her face brimming with happiness. At that moment, the little snow python coiled around Chen Nian's arm rolled its eyes and silently sneered toward the Empress. How blind you are. Just think. What kind of secret seasoning could possibly be this powerful? Sai, what you're eating is genuine Demon King meat. After devouring an enormous amount of Demon King meat, the Lingxiao Empress felt her cultivation piling up like a mountain. Originally, she had planned to return immediately to the capital to prepare for battle against that traitor Song Yangfeng and the allied forces of the New Moon Kingdom and the Heavenly Star Kingdom, to wipe them all out in one fell swoop and eliminate the threat forever. Once the empire's current troubles were resolved, she would pass the throne to the crown prince and return to Bo Daoist Temple to live a carefree, ordinary life with her father. But that very night, the moment she returned to the wooden cabin, she felt her mountain-like cultivation beginning to spiral out of control. Indeed, she was about to break through again. This time she was breaking through from the early 8th rank to the mid-8th rank. Learning that his daughter was about to break through again, Chen Nian immediately set up a great protective formation around the wooden cabin and left the little snow python behind to guard the formation. As for himself, he went to the forbidden ground of Bo Daoist Temple, because he sensed that a certain little fellow there had disobeyed his order and had not left the temple. Ripping apart the fabric of space with a single motion, Chen Nian glanced back at the wooden cabin, then stepped into the rift. When he took the next step, he had already arrived outside the forbidden ground. There the disciples of Bo Daoist Temple were kneeling in full force outside the forbidden ground. At their head was Chen Nian's 3rd junior brother Daokong. Grandmaster, our Bo Daoist Temple now faces an unprecedented crisis. The master and little senior sister, along with more than half of our fellow disciples, have been captured. We beg you, Grandmaster, to come forth and seek justice for our temple. We beg the Grandmaster to come forth. We beg the Grandmaster to come forth. Daer and Daoqiong and all the other disciples kowtowed repeatedly before the forbidden gate. The scene was solemn, tinged with an oppressive silence. They had been kneeling here for over 10 days now, yet the gate of the forbidden ground had not budged in the slightest. Many disciples had already collapsed from kneeling too long without food or water. Seeing this, Chen Nian could not help but sigh. These fellows might lack backbone, but their will to protect the sect was still quite strong. All right, all of you go back. Your master and little senior sister are perfectly fine. With this senior brother here, you have nothing to worry about. At that moment, Chen Nian slowly walked before Daokong, Daer and Daoqiong and the other junior brothers and sisters. His sudden appearance immediately threw the disciples into shock. What's going on? Wasn't senior brother already killed by the Lingxiao Empress long ago? How is he still standing here intact? I've got it. The master and little senior sister were captured as hostages by the 3rd prince and 4th princess precisely to save him. This trash is absolutely infuriating. We should seize him and take him to the capital, hand him over to the Lingxiao Empress and the 3rd prince, and then rescue the master and little senior sister. 3rd senior brother capture, Chen Nian. The crowd of disciples saw Chen Nian and erupted in agitation. Seeing this scene, Chen Nian could only sigh. He had been far too low-key in the past. Even these little ones he had personally picked up from outside one by one now looked down on him. When a person's strength is too weak, no matter how great the deeds you have done, they will not be remembered. As the saying goes, great favors breed resentment. Over the years, Chen Nian had experienced this far too many times. And this Chen Nian is way too arrogant. Isn't our master his master too? Yet he actually dares to say, your master is fine. Heavens, this trash doesn't show the slightest respect for the master. If you ask me, we should break his limbs and send him to the capital of the Tianlong Empire to be judged by Her Majesty the Empress. Exactly, and he even said that with him around we have nothing to fear. What a joke. He's nothing but a piece of trash who hasn't even stepped into the first rank, and he still dares to act so cocky. Who gave him such audacity, I'd really like to know. In his youth, anyone who dared to speak about Chen Nian like that would have to die. But Chen Nian, having lived for over 3,000 years, had long become a master of emotional control, a true old monster. Though angered by the mockery and insults of these little ones, he couldn't be bothered to argue with them. After all, he had already decided to expel these fellows from Bo Taoist temple and let them fend for themselves. So Chen Nian merely glanced at them with a faint smile. Then sighed inwardly, "Sigh, a place as fine as Bo Taoist temple. I'm afraid you won't get to enjoy it anymore." With that, he shook his head and walked toward the forbidden gate. "Hey Chen Nian, what do you think you're doing? This is the forbidden ground of our Bo Taoist hall. How dare you not kneel? This is an insult to our grandmaster, and even more so an insult to the old ancestor of our Bo Taoist hall. The old ancestor has decreed before the forbidden ground, even our master must kneel. Whoever violates this shall receive the heaviest punishment. Enforcement elder, this Chen Nian is far too arrogant. Arrest him now." Just then, suddenly from among the disciples kneeling behind a middle-aged man rose to his feet in fury. He was none other than Fako, the enforcement elder of Bo Taoist hall. "Chen Nian, you have some nerve? Why haven't you knelt down?" Fako pointed at Chen Nian fiercely. Chen Nian glanced back at him and smiled. "Little one, to be honest, the fellows inside this forbidden ground are unworthy of a single kneel from me. So you see him doing this for their own good. You..." Fako was about to explode with rage. He waved his hand grandly. "Where are the disciples of the enforcement hall?" "We are here. We are here." Furious voices rang out all around. "Seize that arrogant wretch Chen Nian who dares to show no respect for the old ancestor of the forbidden ground." The moment the command fell, in an instant several enforcement hall disciples at the second rank of cultivation drew their swords and charged at Chen Nian. Chen Nian smiled faintly. Then he suddenly lifted his foot and kicked the forbidden ground gate with savage force. At the same time, he coldly barked toward the inside. "Little Chenzi, you really have a nerve daring to defy my orders. Do you want a spanking?" Crack! All of a sudden the spot on the forbidden ground gate, where Chen Nian had kicked, fractured outward. Moreover, the cracks spread in every direction. After a few moments, as crackling sounds rang out one after another, the massive forbidden ground gate shattered into pieces and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The enforcement hall disciples who had just been charging at Chen Nian were instantly frozen in place from shock. Heavens! Thighs, Chen Nian. He really had too much nerve. He actually shattered the forbidden ground gate with one kick. For a moment, those enforcement hall disciples were so frightened that they frantically retreated. Even Fako, the enforcement hall elder, was stunned speechless. All the disciples kneeling at the entrance of the forbidden ground were all gasping heavily. This was the forbidden ground of their Bo Taoist hall. Even their master had to kneel when entering this place. But Chen Nian, that waste of a senior brother, had actually kicked the forbidden ground gate to smithereens. What exactly was he planning to do? Under the astonished gazes of his junior martial siblings, Chen Nian stepped through the collapsed gate of the forbidden ground and walked inside one deliberate step at a time. He had only taken a few steps. Then he saw an old man with snow-white hair and tattered clothes looking like a beggar rushing frantically toward him. Wang Qingyan, the 8th-generation hall master of Bo Taoist hall, pays respects to the old ancestor. Reaching Chen Nian, the old man dropped straight to his knees with a heavy thud. At the same time, the old man glanced up at the forbidden ground gate that Chen Nian had kicked into pieces, his eyes full of panic. It seemed that ever since he had entered Bo Taoist hall, the old ancestor had never flown into such a rage. He was definitely in for a beating from the old ancestor today. Chen Nian frowned deeply. He shot the old man a stern glare and said coldly, "Go over there, drop your pants, and lie face down on the table." Huh, old ancestor thighs. There are still so many disciples outside. Could you spare your disciple a little face? Could your disciple close the door first? How about that? Wang Qingyan's face turned red. After all, he was the grandmaster of Bo Taoist hall. The current hall master Zhu Qinglin was even his grand-disciple's grand-disciple. If those little brats outside saw that he, a dignified grandmaster, had his pants pulled down and was being beaten, then where would he put his old face? "Fine, then I'll leave you a little face, you brat." Chen Nian snorted, then ignored the old man and strode inside without another glance. Only then did Wang Qingyan heave a sigh of relief. He hurriedly waved his hand, and a stream of milky white qi immediately flowed out from his palm. Before long, a simple door formed from milky white qi appeared at the entrance of the forbidden ground. At the same time, Wang Qingyan transmitted his voice outside. "All of you kneel properly. If anyone dares to make another noise, don't blame me for being rude." All the disciples kneeling outside were scared. It was only because the dust inside had been too thick just now that they had not clearly seen their grandmaster kneeling in front of Chen Nian and pleading for mercy. Otherwise, they would probably have been shocked into questioning life itself. The old ancestor is furious. Dao Qiong let out a long breath, then hastily sheathed the long sword she had just drawn with her jade-like hand. This senior brother has really gone too far. He actually dared to kick the Forbidden Ground gate to pieces. Now he has angered the Grandmaster. Forget about the junior sister protecting him. Even if the master himself came, he wouldn't be able to save him. He deserves it. He has enraged the Grandmaster. This time, he's dead for sure. The disciples, little did they know. It was not Chen Nian who had provoked their Grandmaster. Rather, it was their Grandmaster who had provoked Chen Nian. At this very moment, their Grandmaster, like a child who had made a mistake, was obediently pulling down his pants and lying over the table inside the Forbidden Ground ready for Chen Nian's whip. I think I just saw. Just then Dao Kong suddenly looked dazed and blurted out involuntarily. Third senior brother, what did you see? Dao Qiong turned to look at Dao Kong and asked. Dao Kong's face was wooden with shock. Then in a trembling voice he said, I think I saw the Grandmaster kneeling in front of senior brother. And the Grandmaster seemed to be begging senior brother for mercy. Although the Forbidden Ground had just been filled with flying dust, but from Dao Kong's angle, he could faintly make out what was going on inside. Dao Qiong's beautiful eyes froze. Then she couldn't help laughing. Third senior brother, are you seeing things? Everyone knows that our senior brother is a good-for-nothing who hasn't even stepped into the first rank. Him? Does he deserve to make the Grandmaster kneel and beg for forgiveness? What a joke. I think you've misread the situation, third senior brother. It must be that waste Chen Nian kneeling before the Grandmaster, apologizing and begging for mercy. Dao Ren also laughed. Just then Dao Kong let out a long breath. He shook his head violently, then murmured to himself, I hope I saw it wrong. Otherwise, Inside the Forbidden Ground, Chen Nian held a long whip, and just like disciplining a child, lashed it hard at a pair of fair plump buttocks sprawled across the table. Crack! The whip came down. Ouch! Old ancestor, your disciple knows he was wrong. Wang Qingyan, the Grandmaster of Bo Taoist Hall, was forced to beg for mercy again and again under Chen Nian's lashing. Wrong about what? Chen Nian snorted, then brought the whip down hard again. Crack! This strike directly raised a bloody mark on Wang Qingyan's fair plump rear. Ouch! Old ancestor, your disciple should not have disobeyed your order. Your disciple knows he was wrong. Wang Qingyan moaned and begged as he writhed. Actually, he also knew that the old ancestor had not used any real strength at all when hitting him. If the old ancestor truly used his strength, even just 1/10 of it, he could send him straight to the Yellow Springs with a single whip. So why did you defy orders? What do you think? Your wings have grown strong, and you can fly freely now. Chen Nian sent down another lash. This one was a little stronger, and it nearly did send this old fellow Wang Qingyan soaring freely. Ouch! Old ancestor, the real reason is your disciple suspected those fellows were about to attack Bo Taoist Hall. SSO, your disciple stayed. After all, those fellows aren't worthy of making the old ancestor personally act. Wang Qingyan explained, Oh, is that so? How thoughtful of you, Xiao Qingzi. Chen Nian put away the whip and, smiling brightly at Wang Qingyan, waved for him to pull up his trousers. Wang Qingyan quickly replied, Thank you, old ancestor. You're right. They really have set their sights on the Bo Dao Hall. As he spoke, Chen Nian suddenly seemed to think. Then he shot a fierce glance at Wang Qingyan, who was like a withered old tree. Tell me, Xiao Qingzi, it couldn't be that Xiao Linzi told you the enemy's true target was the Bo Dao Hall, could it? For a moment, Wang Qingyan, who had been all smiles, just now trembled in fright. The trousers he had just pulled up slipped straight back down again. Cough, cough. Old ancestor, actually, it wasn't Xiao Linzi who told me of his own accord. It was I who pried it out of him. Old ancestor, you know that child Xiao Linzi isn't very clever. As he spoke, Wang Qingyan stole a secret glance at Chen Nian through his white hair. He looked rather comical. He was exactly like a child who had done something wrong and been caught by a parent afraid of a beating. Aren't you the clever one? Forget it. I can't be bothered to listen to your prattling. Since you've decided to stay, don't bring shame to me. When those stray cats and dogs arrive, let me see whether you've made any progress over the years. With that, Chen Nian turned and left. Behind him, Wang Qingyan heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the old ancestor had not unleashed his might, otherwise his backside would surely have been beaten to a pulp today. Your disciple respectfully sends you off, old ancestor. Wang Qingyan knelt on the ground and hailed at the top of his lungs. Just as Chen Nian reached the door, suddenly Wang Qingyan spoke again. Old ancestor, those lads outside have been disrespectful to you. Shall I knock some sense into them? Chen Nian gave a wry smile. Waving his hand, he said, Suit yourself. I'm leaving first. And so Chen Nian swaggered out of the disciples kneeling outside heard footsteps approaching from ahead, and every one of them was so afraid they could hardly breathe. Although they knew that an old ancestor dwelled in the forbidden grounds of the Bo Dao Hall. They also knew that the old ancestor's power was incomparably great, but none of them had ever seen the old ancestor in person. Thus, with the old ancestor appearing for the first time, they were all extremely nervous. Every last one of them was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, not daring to lift their heads. After they had waited and waited, still hearing no word from the old ancestor, Dao Qiong, kneeling at the very front, could not help but say, "We greet you, Grandmaster. May the Grandmaster live 10,000 years. Seeing this, Chen Nian couldn't help but smile. This fifth junior sister was the one who on ordinary days looked down on him, her big senior brother, the most. Now watching her kneel in front of him and address him as her ancestor, he felt a strange surge of satisfaction in his heart. Immediately afterward, Dao Kong Dao ran, and even Faqo, the elder of the law enforcement hall, all knelt and hailed the Grandmaster as well. "We greet the Grandmaster. May the Grandmaster live 10,000 years. Once he had reached a place out of everyone's sight, he tore open space and stepped straight through. The disciples kneeling at the entrance to the forbidden grounds, however, were baffled. What was going on? The Grandmaster had come out, so why hadn't he said a single word? At this moment, Dao Qiong couldn't help but raise her head and look ahead. It was empty, not a single soul. It seems the Grandmaster has already left. Dao Qiong exclaimed in astonishment. Then Dao Kong Dao ran, and the other disciples all raised their heads and looked left and right. Empty, not a single soul. They were truly baffled. Since the Grandmaster had emerged from seclusion, why did he leave without saying even one word to them? Why? Just as they were whispering among themselves, suddenly a stooped old man with white hair walked out from the broken gate of the forbidden grounds. The instant the old man appeared, an overwhelming aura came rushing in like a tide, pressing down so heavily that all the disciples could hardly even breathe. "Greetings, Grandmaster. We pay our respects to Grandmaster." Sensing that the Grandmaster had arrived, the disciples all kowtowed to the white-haired stooped old man. "Umph." Wang Qingyan snorted coldly, his gaze landing on Dao Qiong, Dao Kong, and Dao Ran. He had heard every disrespectful word they had said about the old ancestor just now. The thought that he had to grovel like a grandson before the old ancestor, while these brats, grandsons of his grandsons, actually dared to mock the old ancestor, made fury surge uncontrollably in his heart. "Everyone go to Sigua Cliff and reflect on your mistakes. Without this old man's order, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, be prepared for me to break your legs," Wang Qingyan said furiously. The instant these words were spoken, Dao Qiong, Dao Kong Dao ran, and the other disciples were all utterly stunned. They hadn't done anything wrong, had they? "Grandmaster, why? Why have you ordered us to Sigua Cliff?" Insolence. No one had expected this. Wang Qingyan suddenly flew into a thunderous rage. He stretched out his withered wood-like palm and waved it lightly. The next moment, a violent gust of wind suddenly surged forward and struck at Dao Ran. Bang! The blast crashed directly into Dao Ran's chest. Up! Dao Ran screamed miserably, his body hurtling backward. He slammed into the wall behind him before crashing heavily to the ground. "As for what is happening at the Bo Dao Hall, I will make my own decision. As for why I am sending you to Sigua Cliff, think about it yourselves. But anyone who dares to disobey, this is the consequence." Wang Qingyan snorted coldly and pointed harshly at Dao Ran, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood uncontrollably. The rest of the disciples were immediately frightened until their faces turned white and sweat poured down their backs. At this point, they did not dare make so much as a peep. "Yes, Grandmaster. We'll go to Sigua Cliff right away. Please calm yourself, Grandmaster." Dao Qiong and Dao Kong both spoke. Afterward, they hastily went over, helped the badly injured Dao Ran up, and headed together towards Sigua Cliff. "Grandmaster, there is one more thing. Chen Nian, the senior brother of our Bo Dao Hall, has shown disrespect to the forbidden grounds, and worse to you, Grandmaster. Ifaqo, as the elder of the law enforcement hall, will absolutely not allow this arrogant and lawless fellow who has no respect for his superiors to get off easy. I beg the Grandmaster to hand Chen Nian over to your disciple so I can punish him." It was at that moment that Faqo, the elder of the law enforcement hall, stepped forward. In an instant, Wang Qingyan's face darkened even more. "You little bastards. This old man doesn't even dare to fart in front of the old ancestor, yet you want to punish the old ancestor. Truth be told, if not for the old ancestor's long-standing decree forbidding anyone from exposing him. However, this time the old ancestor seems a little different. The old ancestor seems to have stopped keeping a low profile." Wang Qingyan narrowed his eyes. In the past, whenever Bo Taoist Hall encountered even the slightest crisis, the old ancestor would order a full retreat. Yet this time he actually appeared ready to live or die alongside the Tianlong Empire. This meant that the old ancestor was about to show his hand very soon. At the thought, Wang Qingyan gave a cold snort and swept his gaze across Faqo and the other disciples. "When the day comes that the old ancestor truly shows his hand, who knows whether you little brats will be scared out of your wits. Grandmaster, please give the order. This disciple requests to bring Chen Nian away." Just then, Faqo, the law enforcement hall elder, spoke up once more. "Get lost." Suddenly, with a furious roar, Wang Qingyan strode forward, grabbed Faqo, the law enforcement hall elder, by the collar and delivered 3 resounding slaps across his face. A moment later, smack, 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 3 slaps landed. In an instant, Fakia's face was beaten into a swollen pig's head. Then Wang Qingyan bellowed. As the senior brother of Bo Taoist Hall, Chen Nian is the foremost authority after the hall master himself. No matter what he does, he is right. If anyone dares to defy him again, do not blame this old man for being ruthless. Fakio was utterly dumbfounded. He raised his head and stared blankly at Wang Qingyan. He was about to argue for his rights when Dao Kong suddenly pulled him back and shook his head at him, signaling him to stop courting death. Forgive me, Grandmaster. This disciple knows he was wrong. Fakio lowered his head and, covering his face that had already swollen into a pig's head, spoke tremblingly. If you know you were wrong, then get lost. Go reflect properly on the reflection cliff. If you still cannot figure out where you went wrong this time, then you can wait to be expelled from the sect. With that, Wang Qingyan turned and went back into the forbidden ground. The remaining disciples stood in the wind, dumbfounded. It was not as if they had done anything wrong either. But why was the Grandmaster so furious? Punishing them to the reflection cliff was one thing. And yet, to say that if they could not figure out their mistakes, they would be expelled from the sect. Why would the Grandmaster fly into such a rage? Could it really be all because of Chen Nian? On the way to the reflection cliff, Fakio, clutching his pig's head-like swollen face, said tremblingly. Suddenly Dao Qiong seemed to think of something. She could not help blurting out, I know. The person who came out first, and then quickly left, was not the old ancestor. It was Chen Nian. Oh, you mean we just knelt down and kowtowed to Chen Nian, that useless senior brother? All the disciples. Dao Qiong gritted her teeth and tightly gripped her sword hilt. Isn't Chen Nian merely someone who entered the sect a little earlier than us? She said furiously. I really can't understand why the master and the Grandmaster favor him so much. The others also spoke out in indignation. Exactly. Chen Nian even kicked the gate of the forbidden ground to pieces, yet the Grandmaster did not punish him. Why on earth is that? Could it be that Chen Nian is the Grandmaster's illegitimate son? Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. What no one noticed was, Dao Kong's face had already turned deathly pale, because he had once again recalled the scene he had witnessed not long ago in that dust-choked forbidden ground. He had seen the Grandmaster kneeling before Chen Nian as if begging for mercy. He had thought he was just seeing things. But now, combining that with how the Grandmaster and the Master all unconditionally sided with Chen Nian, it seemed he had not seen wrongly after all. Everything seemed to be real. The more he thought, the more frightened Dao Kong became. Who exactly is he? How can a useless waste with no cultivation have such a lofty status in Bo Taoist Hall? Dao Kong couldn't help muttering to himself. Third senior brother, what are you muttering about? Dao Qiong couldn't help asking. Dao Kong gnashed his teeth and replied, Fourth junior sister, I feel that our senior brother is not simple. Dao Qiong fell silent. In the past, she too had looked down on Chen Nian, thinking he was nothing but a waste. But today's events told her that the waste she had assumed him to be was perhaps anything but simple. Otherwise, how could the Grandmaster have kept his temper after that waste kicked the Forbidden Grounds gate to pieces? What is so complicated about it? Didn't he just join earlier than us, so the Master and Grandmaster both favor him? Just wait. Next time I see that waste, I will challenge him. I will make his fate 10 times more miserable than— That was Dao Ran, who was being carried by a few junior brothers and sisters, shouting at the top of his lungs. Seeing this, Dao Kong shook his head. Then he said, Sixth junior brother, I advise you not to hold on to that obsession. Do you know what mistake the Grandmaster has sent us to the reflection cliff to reflect on? What fault? Third senior brother, please spell it out. I cannot think of it right now, Dao Ran said. Dao Kong sighed, then said slowly, If I am not wrong, what the Grandmaster wants us to reflect on is the fault of having offended our senior brother. Huh. Hearing this, Dao Ran was greatly shocked. Even Dao Qiong's beautiful eyes widened. That cannot be. Is Chen Nian really so important? The Grandmaster just said that if we cannot think through what we did wrong, he will expel us from the sect. Is the Grandmaster going to expel all of us for the sake of a single Chen Nian? Everyone was stunned. That is possible. So let's go. Let us head to the reflection cliff first. I need to think carefully about everything that has happened over the years. Dao Kong sighed, then strode with large steps up onto the reflection cliff. He needed quiet now. He had to carefully sort through all the things concerning the senior brother over these years. He needed to know who exactly this senior brother of theirs was. Was he truly immortal, or an immortal hiding in the guise of a mortal? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. From inside the wooden cabin came a crackling sound, like beans popping in a frying pan. Chen Nian, who was clearing weeds and tidying the courtyard, could not help but glance toward the cabin. Sensing the overwhelming aura within the wooden cabin, a gratified smile spread across his face. No wonder she is my daughter. In just a few days she has broken through from the 8th rank to the 9th rank. It seems that anyone who has consumed the spirit herbs of these wildlands is not bound by the cultivation restrictions of the Dongtu divine continent. Chen Nian muttered softly to himself. Inside the wooden cabin, Empress Ling Xiao, sitting cross-legged on the bed, was utterly stunned. She had thought that this time she would at most advance from the early 8th rank to the mid-8th rank. But never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that her cultivation would leap straight from the 8th rank to the 9th rank. Think about it. Across the entire Dongtu divine continent, there had never been a 9th rank existence at all. She felt that incredibly powerful force surging within her body. For a long time, Empress Ling Xiao could not recover from her shock. Originally, she had come to Bo Taoist Hall with the conviction that she was going to die, hoping to spend the last remaining days of her life with her father. But she had not expected that after coming to her father's side, not only would her injuries be healed, but her cultivation would also begin soaring with frantic speed. Breaking through to the 8th rank had already shocked her deeply. Yet she had never imagined that she could also break through to the 9th rank. After all, that was the 9th rank, a rank that had never appeared in the entire history of the Dongtu divine continent. And now she had broken through to it with such ease. She slowly began to think back. Her injuries had been healed because of her father's spirit herbs and spiritual medicines. She had broken through to the 8th rank because she had eaten many spirit fruits and spirit herbs grown by her father. And the reason she had now broken through to the 9th rank was also because of the roast meat her father had grilled with a secret blend of spirit herb seasonings. It was all because of her father. Who could have imagined that a mere mortal could accomplish such an earth-shattering feat? No wonder her father could rally powerful experts in the name of a medicine master and go to the Fengyun kingdom to avenge her. His strength had already far surpassed her expectations. Empress Ling Xiao's eyes reddened slightly. Touched tears streamed down from her eyes. Outside in the courtyard, Chen Nian sensed his daughter's emotions, and his mood grew complicated as well. But what he felt was even more relief. Seeing his daughter grow stronger made him truly happy. Over these years he had owed her far, far too much. Now this was only the beginning. He would forge his daughter into the most powerful being between heaven and earth. Because only then would his daughter never be bullied by anyone. A gentle breeze swept past. Suddenly Chen Nian's heart gave a jolt, and he sharply looked up toward the sky. In the sky above Bo Taoist Hall not far away, what had been a cloudless, brilliant day was suddenly overwhelmed by black clouds pressing down upon the city. If an ordinary person had seen this, they would certainly think a heavy rain was about to fall and hurry to gather the wheat and clothes before hiding indoors. But Chen Nian recognized it at a glance. That was not a black cloud. It was an uncountable number of experts. After dawdling for more than 10 days, you've finally come. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly rose into the air. Xiao Xue, take good care of Yunyan. I will be back before long. With that, Chen Nian took a step forward. At the same time, a small snow-white python docilely slipped off his arm and coiled around a nearby branch. But just then, creak, the wooden cabin door was suddenly pushed open. Father, where are you going? A gentle voice called out. Chen Nian turned around. It was his daughter who had come out. He smiled and slowly descended from midair. It looks like heavy rain is coming. Father is going back to Bo Taoist Hall to have the junior disciples bring in the grain and clothes laid out to dry. Yunyan, wait at home for now. Father will be back soon. Chen Nian said with a smile. Originally, he had planned to send his daughter away before those fellows charged over to kill him. But he had not expected that after eating the spirit fruits and the Demon King's roast meat, she would go through consecutive breakthroughs. So he intended to go over quickly and dispose of those ants, so as not to disturb his daughter's recovery after her breakthrough. Empress Ling Xiao was secretly astounded. How could her father, a mere mortal, fly through the air? But she soon came to terms with it. Her father was a powerful medicine master, and the methods of a medicine master were unfathomably mysterious and uncanny. Perhaps her father had concocted some divine medicine that allowed him to control the skies. All right, then Yunyan will go with father. Empress Ling Xiao waved her hand lightly. The next moment, the enormous golden dragon carriage was pulled into the air by 9 exotic phoenixes. Walking over, Empress Ling Xiao said, Father, flying over is too slow. Why don't you ride with Yunyan instead? Chen Nian smiled, and out of habit gently tapped the tip of her delicate nose. That was fine. His daughter had always believed he was merely a mortal. Since that was the case, he would put on a small show in front of her. Perhaps in doing so his daughter would also be willing to tell him more about her mother. Very well, let's go. Chen Nian gently took Empress Ling Xiao's fair jade-like hand and stepped onto the golden dragon carriage with her. Daughter, your cultivation has improved again, Chen Nian said with a smile. Beside him, Empress Ling Xiao leaned against his strong, solid arm. She replied, Yes, father. Those spirit fruits and that roast meat are truly amazing. After eating them, my cultivation shot upward by leaps and bounds, and no matter how hard I tried to suppress it, it wouldn't stop. After answering, Empress Ling Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes, and like a little girl with a head full of wise asked, Father, can you tell Yunyan how you managed to grow all those peerless spirit herbs all over the mountains and fields? And what seasonings did you use for the roast meat? Why did eating it send Yunyan straight from the 8th rank to the... Chen Nian gently stroked the back of Empress Ling Xiao's head. Then he patiently began to answer. 3,000 years ago, I accidentally obtained a divine book named Binshao Gongmu, which recorded the methods for refining all kinds of spirit herbs and elixirs. At that time, because I had already become an ordinary mortal with nothing to do all day, I simply started growing all sorts of spirit herbs according to the records in that divine book. I originally only meant to give it a try, but unexpectedly, I really succeeded. And then, Chen Nian cheerfully told Empress Lingxiao the whole story of how he had planted spirit herbs and spirit trees over those 3,000 years. Empress Lingxiao propped up her little head with one hand and played with her hair with the other. Her large bright eyes were filled with puzzlement and longing. She was just like a little girl listening to her father tell a story, her face brimming with earnestness and curiosity. Chen Nian gently supported Empress Lingxiao. Then he sighed and said, "Daughter, have you always believed that after I destroyed my cultivation and dug out my spiritual bone back, then I became a mortal whom anyone could bully a couple of times? No, father is not a mortal whom anyone can bully. Father is a powerful medicine master. Throughout the entire Dongtu divine continent, no one dares to bully father. Father is the most formidable." Empress Lingxiao seemed to have turned into a 3-year-old child, desperately trying to make everyone know how powerful her father was. Chen Nian burst into hearty laughter. At this moment, Empress Lingxiao looked seriously at Chen Nian and said, "Moreover, father has avenged Yunyan and made all those who bullied and betrayed Yunyan receive the punishment they deserved." At those words, the smile on Chen Nian's face suddenly froze. How could his daughter know about these things he had done? At that thought, Chen Nian let out a long breath, then looked at Empress Lingxiao with astonishment and asked, "Daughter, do you already know everything?" "Emicham." The Lingxiao Empress nodded. Chen Nian laughed heartily. He had never expected that his daughter had long since known that he was very, very powerful. In that case, why should he keep pretending any longer? Yes, Yunyan already knows that father is a formidable alchemist. As long as you give the command, countless powerful masters will gladly lay down their lives for you. My daddy is invincible under heaven. But father, could you promise Yunyan that from now on you will discuss things with me before doing them? What if one of father's powerful masters kills someone who should not have been killed? Hearing these words, Chen Nian kept smiling wryly. He had originally thought his daughter already knew he was a hidden giant. It turned out she merely thought he was an alchemist who could summon powerful masters to risk their lives for him. At that thought, Chen Nian smiled wryly and stroked the back of his daughter's head. "All right, Yunyan, father will listen to you. From now on, no matter what I do, I'll discuss it with Yunyan first. Having an obedient father is wonderful." The Lingxiao Empress gave a gentle smile, then lay down in Chen Nian's embrace. He gazed at her with doting affection. What had just happened was truly amusing. He had thought his daughter knew he was very, very powerful, but unexpectedly, she only believed he was an alchemist capable of commanding powerful masters, and that was why he had been able to avenge her. Chen Nian smiled. He thought to himself, "In a little while, father will let you see that he is not merely an alchemist, but a being whom everyone in the Eastern Divine Land must look up to. Father wants you to know, in this world, no matter who it is, no matter whether above the heavens or below the earth, if anyone dares to bully my daughter, father will never let them off." At Sigua Cliff, looking up at the majestic sight of black clouds pressing down from above, Dao Qiong couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Such enormous black clouds. A torrential storm is probably coming. We should send people to harvest the wheat now, otherwise this year's crop might be completely ruined. Fourth senior sister, the Grand Master ordered us not to leave Sigua Cliff. What should we do? Should we report this to the Grand Master? But that's a whole year's harvest. If the rain destroys it, what will we eat next year? The disciples all chimed. But just then, suddenly, Dao Kong, kneeling at the very front, snapped his eyes open. "I understand now. Si Chen Nian. He is not our grand senior brother. He is very likely the old ancestor of our Bo Taoist hall." Over those 3 days, Dao Kong had sorted through in his mind every matter concerning Chen Nian over the year. He finally understood why Chen Nian, a man with no cultivation whatsoever, could become the grand senior brother of Bo Taoist hall, and why he had received the favor of the Grand Master and the other ancestors. Because Chen Nian was never simply the grand senior brother. He was the founding patriarch of Bo Taoist hall, that legendary old ancestor who possessed endless life and whose power had long ago surpassed the ceiling of the Eastern Divine Land. Third senior brother, what are you talking about? Dao Qiong stared at Dao Kong in bewilderment. Darren couldn't hold back and burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, third senior brother, you're too funny. A good for nothing with no cultivation whatsoever. You actually say he is the old ancestor of our Bo Taoist hall. Third senior brother, are you running a fever, or have you gone into chi deviation?" After a brief moment of confusion, the other junior disciples also burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, that's right, third senior brother. I'd believe you if you said you were the old ancestor, but no matter what, I will never believe that useless Chen Nian is. Ahem. I'd rather believe on the old ancestor of Bo Taoist hall than believe Chen Nian is third senior brother." Just as Dao Kong was about to explain properly, suddenly, boom, boom, boom. From the sky came one tremendous boom after another. The very next second, An enormous human face emerged from within the huge black clouds. What in the world? Damn, a monster. Every disciple of Bo Taoist Hall was deeply shaken. Every resident within hundreds of miles was scared out of their wits by the sight. And after that immense face emerged from the black clouds, it let out a heaven-shaking roar at Bo Taoist. Lingxiao Empress, come out and accept death. Boom. The roar carried a devastating sound wave, and in an instant some disciples of weaker cultivation had their bodies burst apart and died. For hundreds of miles around, in that same instant the dead and wounded were countless. Countless houses were destroyed, countless trees were snapped, and even some smaller mountains collapsed outright. Quick! A powerful enemy has invaded. All disciples of Bo Taoist Hall prepare for battle. Swish! Dao Qiong was the first to draw her long sword and step into midair. Right after Dao Kong Darin and the rest of the disciples summoned their life-bound weapons and charged toward the giant face. Huh! A bunch of second and third-rank trash dares to make an enemy of this old man. You're courting death. The giant face suddenly burst into laughter. Then it made the sound of clearing its throat. Next tui. A thick gob of phlegm fell directly from the disciples. Struck by the phlegm spewed blood and plummeted from the sky, like dumplings thrown into a pot. Even those caught by the fierce wind suffered grave wounds and tumbled down one after another. On the golden dragon carriage in the distance, the Lingxiao Empress abruptly rose from Chen Nian's embrace. Imperial Father, a powerful enemy has come. The intruder's strength is at least 8th rank. Imperial Father, your daughter requests to take the field. Two figures appeared in front of the golden dragon carriage. It was none other than 3rd Prince Yinxiang and 4th Princess Nishang. These two had been left by the Lingxiao Empress to protect Bo Taoist Hall. The Lingxiao Empress had originally done this only as a precaution. After all, she had not thought anyone would attack Bo Taoist Hall, since it was merely a small place. Songyang Peak Xinyue Kingdom and Tianqing Kingdom. Their goal was the capital of the Tianlong Empire, definitely not this place. Yet the Lingxiao Empress had never expected that today such a powerful enemy would actually come against Bo Taoist Hall. Fortunately, she hadn't let Father come alone, otherwise it would already be too late for regret. To battle, the Lingxiao Empress thundered toward the outside. After saying that, Empress Lingxiao strode out of the golden dragon carriage. She had only taken a few steps when she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Chen Nian. Father, I will have the phoenixes take you back. It is too dangerous here. Chen Nian was just about to speak. Empress Lingxiao continued, Father, do not worry about me. I have already stepped into the 9th rank. In this Eastern Divine Land, no one should be able to stand against me. Besides, I would also like to see exactly how powerful the 9th rank truly is. Chen Nian had originally intended to act personally, but what his daughter said did sound reasonable. She had only just broken through to the 9th rank, so it was fitting for her to solidify her cultivation through battle. Moreover, he could understand his daughter's curiosity. After all, no 9th rank powerhouse had ever appeared in the entire Eastern Divine Land. He could also understand his daughter wanting to see what the 9th rank was truly capable of. And if he left now, his daughter would have no lingering worries and could face the battle with ease. He only needed to watch from a distance. If his daughter turned out to be outmatched, he would strike immediately. All right, be careful, my daughter. Father will go first. Chen Nian nodded in agreement. Empress Lingxiao smiled sweetly, made a face at him, and muttered softly, it is so nice to have an obedient father. Chen Nian could only smile wryly. Who could have imagined that the majestic Empress herself would make faces and act coy and adorable like a little girl? After stepping out of the golden dragon carriage, Empress Lingxiao ordered the 9 extraordinary phoenixes to drag the golden dragon carriage away at the greatest possible speed. She meanwhile swept a piercing glare toward the front. 3rd Prince Yinxiang and 4th Princess Nishang were already poised for battle. Behind them, countless 4th rank and 5th rank powerhouses stood suspended in midair. Imperial Father, your cultivation. Suddenly, Yinxiang and Nishang both sensed the terrifying aura erupting from Empress Lingxiao. Their Imperial Father's aura had never been this formidable before. Huh? Empress Lingxiao, so you really are in this wretched little place. Today, on behalf of the people of the Eastern Divine Land, I, this old man, will behead you, tyrant, and restore a clear world to the Eastern Divine Land. The colossal face in the black clouds above had already spotted Empress Lingxiao and burst into loud laughter. On the ground, Dao Kong, Dao Qiong, Dao Ran, and the others were badly wounded. One by one they collapsed and vomited blood. They had believed that Bo Taoist Temple was doomed to complete annihilation today. Yet unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Empress Lingxiao actually appeared. Empress Lingxiao didn't leave. Wonderful. As long as Empress Lingxiao is here, our Bo Taoist Temple will never be in any danger. Huh. Heaven is helping our Bo Taoist Temple. All the disciples burst into wild, relieved laughter. Insolence. Our Imperial Father has governed with diligence and loved the people like his own children all these years. How did he become a tyrant in the mouth of an old wretch like you? Just what kind of beast are you? Show yourself at once, or don't blame this princess if my sword shows no mercy. Third Prince Yinxiang and fourth Princess Nishang both stepped forward. Facing such a mighty being, they showed not the slightest fear. As long as Empress Lingxiao gave the word, even if it meant death, they would tear at least 2 hairs off that formidable existence. Bah! 2 little brats dare to act insolent before me. You seek death. The colossal face suddenly strained, and a wad of old phlegm shot toward Empress Lingxiao and the others. In an instant, the wad of phlegm came hurtling over like a colossal mountain, carrying the irresistible force of thunder. In the distance, Chen Nian, standing atop the golden dragon carriage, couldn't help but frown. Damn it! Spitting wherever you please. Where is your basic decency? Xiao Qingzi, why are you still standing there in a daze? Can't you see that many people have already died under that bastard's filthy phlegm? Chen Nian simply couldn't hold back and swore aloud, while sending a voice transmission to Wang Qingyan, who was waiting in the forbidden grounds. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something and added, "Oh right, don't strike to kill yet. Leave the finishing blow for Empress Lingxiao." Yes, old ancestor. At that moment, a tremendous rumbling boom came from the forbidden grounds of Bo Taoist Temple. Those words, "Yes, old ancestor," resounded like an earth-shattering thunderclap, sweeping 1,000 li in every direction. Everyone was jolted deaf and dizzy. It was only because Wang Qingyan had set up a protective formation over the disciples of Bo Taoist Temple before making his move, otherwise those disciples, with such meager cultivation, would have long since dropped dead. Empress Lingxiao, who was just about to make her move, gave a sudden start. She immediately raised her head and looked forward. She saw a mountainside in Bo Taoist Temple suddenly burst open. A moment later, a figure shot straight out from the mountain and hurtled toward the colossal face in the sky. Startled, Empress Lingxiao took out a magical staff and swung it hard at the wad of phlegm racing toward her. The phlegm disintegrated in an instant, scattering to the ground like rain. On the ground, cheers erupted. Ha! The Grand Ancestor has come out too. With the Grand Ancestor and Empress Lingxiao here, who can do anything to our Bo Taoist Temple? Fantastic! Our Bo Taoist Temple is about to become famous in one battle. From now on, ask the world who would not be scared out of their wits at the mere mention of Bo Taoist Temple. Why is it suddenly raining? What is this sticky stuff? Ugh, it stinks. I need a bath. In the sky, the colossal face instantly turned grim. So you are the mysterious powerhouse who killed my son Lingfeng. And who is the old ancestor you just called out to? Confess. At that moment, a cold snort like thunder from the 9 heavens sounded from all directions. Are you even worthy of knowing the old ancestor's name? You are merely an ant, yet you dare to provoke my Bo Taoist Temple. Did you truly think my Bo Taoist Temple was easy to bully? I'll be honest with you. Not to mention this Eastern Divine Land, there is no one under heaven who has the right to lay a finger on my Bo Taoist Temple. The next second, the force of thunder arrived with a booming crash. The colossal face vanished in an instant, and then an iron fist came smashing down from within the black clouds. Arrogant! A furious roar followed. Boom! The iron fist slammed directly into the figure hurtling toward it. The whole world was stunned in horror. Empress Lingxiao, third Prince Yinxiang, fourth Princess Nishang, and the many Bo Taoist Temple disciples on the ground all had their hearts in their throats. The clash between 2 supreme powerhouses was just that simple and brutal. There were no flashy moves, no bizarre magical treasures. What they matched was raw strength. Oh! Suddenly an agonized scream rang out. The next second, the black clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, revealing an old man staggering and falling from the sky. Ha! The Grand Ancestor won. The Grand Ancestor is mighty. From the ground rose a tidal wave of thunderous cheers. In the sky, Empress Lingxiao smiled faintly. She had originally wanted to test the strength of the 9th rank herself, but it now seemed there was no need. Imperial Father, who is this person? How can he be so powerful? This old senior comes from Bo Taoist Temple. Could it be that he is a powerhouse under that mysterious medicine master? Fourth sister, your words make excellent sense. Third Prince Yinxiang and fourth Princess Nishang began discussing it, speaking one after another. The discussion behind her brought yet another blissful smile to the Lingxiao female emperor's face. This was a father's love. Even if the danger were only 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, he would not allow it. Yet moved as she was, the Lingxiao female emperor still wanted to act on her own. After all, she had never truly experienced just how formidable the power of the 9th rank could be. You're actually a 9th rank powerhouse. Tell me, who exactly are you? Yi Wudao, who had just smashed a colossal mountain to pieces, abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Pointing at the white-haired stooped elder hovering in the void, he roared in unwilling fury. To quote our old ancestor, is the 9th rank such a big deal? Is it worth being this shocked? Short-sighted wretches. Trash like you actually dares to set your sights on our Bo Dao Hall. Today, no matter how many people you have killed, this old man will make you repay just as many lives. As those words fell, Wang Qingyan's gaze swept toward the immense warships speeding through the sky. They were precisely the allied forces of the Xinyue Kingdom and the Tianqing Kingdom who had followed Yi Wudao here. They're here. The third Prince Yinxiang pointed at the massive warships in the sky and shouted. The Lingxiao female emperor stared in astonishment at Wang Qingyan, that stooped old man. She could sense it as well. That old man was an existence beyond the 9th rank, and his strength seemed to surpass her own by no small margin. She had thought herself to be the first mighty being in all of Dongtu Shenzhou to reach the 9th rank. But unexpectedly Biao Daohao actually had a powerhouse who surpassed the 9th rank. For a moment, the Lingxiao female emperor's thoughts were thrown into complete disarray. Hadn't they all said that Dongtu Shenzhou's cultivation restrictions meant no powerhouse above the 9th rank had ever appeared? Before long, however, her chaotic thoughts slowly became clear. The reason she had been able to leap from half-step 8th rank all the way to the 9th rank was entirely because of her father's medicine garden. And Biao Daohao had been founded by her father. The disciples inside it were as family to him. Therefore, it was only natural that her father would bestow some treasures from the medicine garden upon them. From the looks of it, Biao Daohao probably has more than one 9th rank expert. The thought that her father had founded Biao Daohao 3,000 years ago, and had certainly rewarded many disciples among whom many must have attained the 9th rank, left the Lingxiao female emperor utterly stunned. Who could have imagined it? Biao Daohao, this obscure little place no one had ever heard of, was actually this power. She had been wondering just moments ago, even if her father was a medicine master, how could he have commanded powerhouses to go to Fengyun Kingdom and avenge her so quickly, and even kill Yi Lingfeng, the 8th rank emperor of the Xinyue Kingdom? Now at last she understood. Her father had not commanded powerhouses in the name of a medicine master. He had ordered the powerhouses of Biao Daohao to avenge her. This made it clear. Although her father was a mortal who could not cultivate and possessed no spiritual bone, his Biao Daohao was the most powerful force in all of Dongtu Shenzhou. Across all of Dongtu Shenzhou, only Biao Daohao could break the cultivation restrictions and attain the 9th rank. From this one could see just how remarkable her father was. That medicine garden of his could practically be called a blessed land of immortals. Imperial father, that is the traitor General Song Yangfeng's worship. He has come too. At that moment, the 4th Princess Nichang's angry voice rang out from behind. Song Yangfeng. At the sound of Song Yangfeng's name, the Lingxiao female emperor's thoughts were instantly snapped back. Her beautiful eyes were immediately flooded with hatred. Song Yangfeng. That was the man she had once saved from a pile of corpses. After receiving her kindness and the empire's boundless resources, not only did he fail to show gratitude, he had rebelled against her and against the 10 billion people of the Tianlong Empire. Despicable. Damn him. How many times had she wanted to cut down that treacherous scoundrel with her own hand? When she was gravely wounded in Fengyun Kingdom, she had thought she would die with her hatred unavenged and never have the chance to take revenge. But now, having reached the 9th rank with her father's help, she once again blazed with towering battle intent. Today she would personally slay Song Yangfeng and make that beast learn what it meant to betray her. Yinxiang. Nikhang. The Lingxiao female emperor roared in fury. The next moment, the 3rd Prince Yinxiang and the 4th Princess Nikhang both stepped forward. Yinxiang is here. Nikhang is here. I command you to lead all the troops of my Tianlong Empire stationed here and launch an immediate assault on Song Yangfeng's worship. As for me, I will personally go and slay Song Yangfeng. Yes, Imperial Father. Upon receiving the order, Yinxiang and Nikhang drew their swords and charged toward the colossal warship bearing the character Song. At the same time, the tens of thousands of Imperial elite soldiers behind them surged forward in close pursuit. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Several figures burst out from the massive warship. The leading figure wore a mask and wielded a giant cleaver. He laughed uproariously at the Lingxiao female emperor. Ha ha ha, Lingxiao female emperor, I never imagined you were still alive. Since that's the case, let me see you off. It was Song Yangfeng's voice. The Lingxiao female emperor flew into a rage. Clenching her staff, she charged at the masked man with overwhelming might. Traitor! Today I will personally slay you right here. As soon as the words left her mouth, a figure on the ground suddenly shot toward her at terrifying speed. Marshal Song, leave this girl to this old man. The newcomer was none other than Yi Wudao, the old ancestor of the Xinyue Kingdom. Yi Wudao had just lost face in a spectacular manner, so he was determined to kill the Lingxiao female emperor to salvage some of his dignity. Very well. This junior will cover you, Elder Yi. In midair, the masked man wielding his giant cleaver laughed savagely. As he spoke, the man kept glancing at the old Taoist Wang Qingyan, who stood atop the peak of Biao Daohao, stroking his beard. Wang Qingyan did not make a move, he only assumed the posture of an observer. Of course, if that, in the distance, Chen Nian was also observing all of this. He kept feeling that something was off. Why was Song Yangfeng wearing a mask? Was it because he was too ugly to show his face? Or was there another reason? Girl, you are strong, but you are no match for this old man. Surrender now. Yi Wudao charged crazily at the Lingxiao female emperor with the immense aura of his peak 8th rank cultivation. He knew he was no match for a 9th rank grandmaster. But when it came to a Lingxiao female emperor who was only at half-step 8th rank and severely wounded, he had every confidence that he could defeat her with a single blow, even annihilate her with a single blow. However, just as he closed in to strike at the Lingxiao female emperor, the overwhelming power erupting from her body left him utterly dumbstruck. 9th rank. It was the 9th rank again. The smugness that had been on Yi Wudao's face just now vanished in an instant, replaced by a face full of shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Dongtu Divine Land has never seen a 9th rank cultivator before, so why today in this tiny Taoist temple are there actually 2 of them? Empress Lingxiao, as of 3 months ago your cultivation was only at the half-step 8th rank, and you were also gravely wounded. How in just a few short months have you managed to attain the 9th rank? Yi Wudao roared loudly. Because this is the Taoist temple. Empress Lingxiao let out a cold snort, then lightly pointed her staff forward. The next second, boom. A beam of golden light pierced straight through the center of Yi Wudao's brow. An overwhelming aura blasted his head apart. The mightiest existence the Dongtu Divine Land had ever known thus fell. Song Yangfeng, now it's your turn. Empress Lingxiao narrowed her eyes, and without another word, she charged straight at the masked man. I truly didn't expect this, Empress Lingxiao. You actually achieved 9th rank cultivation. It seems you've really met a benefactor. The masked man sneered coldly, then swept his gaze toward Chen Nian in the distance, and the Taoist temple below, muttering to himself. This Taoist temple is extraordinary. I must report this to the Supreme Immortal. The next moment, he took a step forward, his great chopping blade striking directly toward Empress Lingxiao. At the same time he bellowed, wild blade fury. A colossal blade intent fragmented into countless blades and came killing toward Empress Lingxiao. 9th rank. Empress Lingxiao was instantly stunned. In the distance, Chen Nian instantly furrowed his brow. How could this be? In this Dongtu Divine Land, aside from the Taoist temple, no one has ever reached the 9th rank, but now this fellow named Song Yangfeng has also reached the 9th rank. Like Chen Nian also frowned deeply, a trace of shock appearing in his eyes. Xiao Xue, is that man the peak 9th rank cultivator who slaughtered your home? Chen Nian asked quickly. The little python coiled around his arm immediately poked its head out to look at the man in the distance. Its eyes were wide open, evidently in a state of great shock. Then it replied, Senior, it's not him, but Xiao Xue has seen him before. He is a subordinate of that peak 9th rank cultivator. At that time his cultivation was merely at the middle stage of the 8th rank, yet in no time at all he actually became a 9th rank powerhouse. Hearing this, a trace of unease rose in Chen Nian's heart. Sensing her opponent's strength, Empress Lingxiao no longer held back and fought with all her might. Didn't expect this, Empress Lingxiao. The marshal have long since broken through to the 9th rank. Today this marshal will kill every one of you. From this day onward this marshal alone will rule the entire Dongtu Divine Land. The masked man, roaring like a madman and gripping his wild blade, hacked furiously at Empress Lingxiao with lightning speed. Clearly his strength surpassed Empress Lingxiao's. After her dragon soul slash was effortlessly neutralized, she began to retreat step by step. Just at that moment Chen Nian also joined the battle. However, even with his participation, he could barely manage a draw against the masked man. What can 2 9th rank cultivators do? Before this marshal, all those below the 10th rank are nothing but ants. All of you prepare to die. The masked man let out a furious roar, then suddenly pointed his wild blade toward the sky and began gathering power. Under the immense force, the blade in his hand began to tremble violently. Sensing the grave crisis, Empress Lingxiao immediately began to mobilize the immortal energy within her body. She knew that now she could only fight with her back against the wall. Living or dying would be up to fate. Chen Nian felt the same way. He had never expected that today's enemy would be so powerful. No wonder the ancestor had sent all the disciples away. So that's it. So it seems I have no choice but to make a move myself. Chen Nian's brows furrowed. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic palm suddenly appeared in the sky. The palm grew larger and larger until it blotted out the sky and covered the sun. You bunch of death-seeking fools daring to act wantonly in my Taoist temple. This lord will now show you what happens when you do. A majestic and solemn voice suddenly came from all directions. Chen Nian was abruptly stunned. The ancestor has made his move. Tears instantly streamed down his aged face. After all these years, though he knew the ancestor was terrifyingly powerful, he had never actually seen the ancestor make a move. Indeed, the ancestor was no longer keeping a low profile. If the ancestor no longer stays low-key, who in this world can resist the Taoist temple? The day of the Taoist temple's resounding fame was finally coming. On the ground, Dao Kong, Dao Qiong, Dao Ran, and the others were all stunned, their mouths agape. Oh my god, the ancestor actually made a move. I always thought the ancestor of the Bio Taoist temple was just a legend, but I never imagined that our ancestor truly exists. The ancestor is mighty. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. In the sky, Empress Ling Xiao was stunned. The voice was so thunderously loud that she couldn't even tell where it was coming from. But when she saw the giant palm in the sky, she was completely dumbfounded, for she saw a black mark on that gigantic palm. This black mark was exactly the same as the one on her own hand. Even the position, the size, and the palm lines were no different at all. Wasn't this her father's palm? In all the world besides her father's palm being identical to hers, whose palm could be exactly the same. You know, during her time at the Bio Taoist temple, she had compared her palm to her father's countless times. At that time she had marveled to herself, so this was the power of bloodline. Even the lines on the palm were exactly the same. Thinking of this, Empress Ling Xiao's breathing became very rapid. Her heart was about to leap out of her chest. It's father. How could father possibly? Having recognized the giant palm as her father's, Empress Ling Xiao was completely stunned. She gasped for breath. At first, she had only thought her father was quite skilled in medicine. Later she came to believe that her father was a powerful alchemist. Just moments ago she had been astonished that her father had nurtured several ninth-rank powerhouses for the Bio Taoist temple. And she now witnessed that her father, who should have been an ordinary mortal, was displaying such overwhelming power. Even she, a genuine ninth-rank powerhouse. Even in front of that rapidly descending palm in the sky, she felt a terrifying pressure. At this moment, Empress Ling Xiao's heart was still in turmoil. Her father had clearly crippled his own cultivation and personally dug out his own spirit bone. One who has crippled his own cultivation and gouged out his own spirit bone can never cultivate again. But why? After crippling his cultivation and gouging out his spirit bone, how did her father become so powerful again? How many secrets does her father hold? Empress Ling Xiao let out a long breath, then watched the palm in the sky drawing closer and closer. Her heart began to pound wildly. What on earth? What is this thing? The masked man looked up at the enormous palm bearing down on him from the sky, utterly shocked. He who had just believed he was sure to win today now wore a face as pale as death. Didn't you just say that before you all those below the 10th rank were ants? Then I ask you now, before one above the 10th rank, what are you? Are you even equal to an ant? An angry voice like a divine chant from the 9 heavens pressed down on the masked man from all directions. Suffocated by the pressure, the masked man fell directly from the sky and was embedded into the ground. Meanwhile, aboard the warships of the Tianqing nation, Su Yunhe, sensing the impending danger, waved his hand and ordered, "Retreat. Retreat quickly. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Immediately, the several enormous warships of the Tianqing nation turned around and began a frantic retreat. All the warships of the Xinyuan nation also fled. After committing such slaughter at my Bio Taoist temple, you think you can run now? Too late. A furious roar rang out. Then the enormous palm in the sky slammed fiercely down onto those massive warships. Boom, boom, boom. One deafening roar after another resounded. Countless corpses began to rain down from the sky, like dumplings thrown into a pot. Screams and shouts were all interwoven together. Within 10 li of Bio Taoist temple, the entire area had turned into a sea of blood and a living hell. No, I don't want to die. I am the emperor of the Tianqing nation. You cannot kill me. Senior, spare my life. Slaughter? What slaughter? You beast. After causing such massacre in the Eastern Divine Continent, the immortal will never forgive you. Stop at once. Faced with these screams, pleas, and threats, Chen Nian, he wanted him to stop. No way. These people wanted to kill his daughter and destroy his Bio Taoist temple. There was only one road for them: death. Boom. The enormous palm crashed to the ground with a thundering impact. Empress Ling Xiao was the first to look toward the masked man Song Yangfeng. No, impossible. Impossible. The immortals will never let you off. He forced out these last words, then breathed his last. A dignified 9th-rank powerhouse, a mighty existence that had never appeared in the entire Eastern Divine Continent before, fell just like that. At the same time, the curses, screams, threats, and pleas all came to a sudden halt. Silence. An eerie silence. Those still standing at the scene could clearly hear the howling of the wind, even the rapid breathing and heartbeats of those around them. The giant palm slowly withdrew, then vanished into the distant horizon. Disciple respectfully bids the patriarch farewell. Wang Qingnian fell to his knees with a thud and shouted toward the gradually disappearing giant palm in the sky. Meanwhile, all the disciples of Bio Taoist temple, Dao Kong Dao, Ran Dao Qiong, and the others, knelt down one after another. Disciple respectfully bids the patriarch farewell. Behind, Empress Ling Xiao, 3rd Prince Yinxiang, 4th Princess Nishang, and the soldiers all knelt down. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. Only Empress Ling Xiao murmured softly, "Thank you, Father." After a long while, she slowly rose to her feet. Father, I never imagined that Bo Taoist temple would be so formidable. Not only does it have a 9th rank expert, but there's also one who can kill a 9th rank powerhouse with a single slap. And I wonder who that person they call the Patriarch really is, eh? For our Tianlong Empire to have such a powerful expert is indeed a great fortune. Third Prince Yinxiang couldn't help speaking. At this time Nishang drew in a sharp breath and said, "Third brother, if I guess correctly, they are all experts invited by that medicine master." Yinxiang was instantly astounded. He couldn't help murmuring to himself, if he can invite such a powerful being, just how mighty a medicine master is he? Listening to the conversation behind her, Empress Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling a sense of pride, because she, the one who had killed a 9th rank powerhouse with a single slap and annihilated the allied forces of the Tianqing nation, the Xinyuan nation, and Songyangfeng, was none other than her father Chen Nian. At that moment, why is there another dragon carriage coming? Could it be that another powerful being has arrived, eh? What happened today is simply going to dazzle my eyes blind. The disciples of Bo Taoist temple looked up at the sky puzzled. Third Prince Yinxiang and 4th Princess Nishang were no different. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. Just then the door of the golden dragon carriage slowly opened and a man dressed in a gray-white plain cloth Taoist robe stepped down from it. He wore a faint smile, holding a small horsetail whisk in his hand, appearing impeccably clean, untouched by a speck of dust. Chen Nian. It's actually him. On the ground, Dao Qiong couldn't help covering her mouth, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Dao Ran, who had been clamoring to challenge Chen Nian earlier, was now likewise dumbstruck. But soon he roared angrily at the sky. "Chen Nian, you troublemaker. If not for the Grand Master, the Patriarch, and Her Majesty the Empress intervening today, our entire Bo Taoist temple would have been destroyed because of you. And now you've even secretly ridden on Her Majesty's dragon carriage. What punishment do you deserve?" As soon as his words fell, presumptuous, Dao Kong standing beside him suddenly grabbed him, and without another word gave him 2 resounding slaps across the face. Smack! Smack! The 2 slaps sent every tooth in Dao Ran's mouth flying out. Dao Ran covered his cheek, utterly bewildered. Then trembling he asked Dao Kong, "Teach third senior brother, why did you hit me? Disrespecting the senior brother. You deserve a beating. Law enforcement elder, please have Dao Ran locked in the black hall for 10 years, never to be released." Huh. Dao Ran was completely stunned. "Third senior brother, you're going too far. Besides, didn't you also speak ill of Chen Nian, just like I did before? Why am I the only one being punished now? And besides, what I said isn't wrong, is it? That Chen Nian dared to steal onto Her Majesty's dragon carriage. That's a capital crime." Dao Ran continued. At this, those disciples who supported him also began to speak up. "Yes, third senior brother, I don't think senior brother Dao Ran said anything wrong. This is indeed Chen Nian's fault. He dared to board Her Majesty's dragon carriage. This is clearly disrespect to Her Majesty. He should atone for his crime by dying before Her Majesty. I support that too." Dao Kong was thrown into complete disarray. At this moment, he could already feel the murderous looks that the Grand Master Chen Nian and Empress Ling Xiao were casting at Dao Ran and the others. He had just risked everything to protect these junior brothers and sisters. But those people simply didn't know when to stop. Now, no matter how capable he was, there was nothing he could do. "Senior brother, my junior fellow apprentices are young and ignorant. Please punish me." Dao Kong, seeing no other way, fell to his knees with a thud before Chen Nian. At the sight, Dao Ran and the others were even more bewildered. Could this third senior brother have lost his mind? Hadn't he always looked down on their good-for-nothing senior brother before? Now he seemed like a completely different person. It was one thing to hit them for Chen Nian, but now he was actually kneeling before Chen Nian and begging to be punished. Standing to the side, Dao Qiong clutched her 3-foot-long sword tightly, her entire body trembling faintly. She could not understand third senior brother's actions either. But she knew that third senior brother must have his reasons. High above the sky, Yin Xiang and Ni Chong were too lazy to pay heed to those below. Seeing Chen Nian step down from the dragon carriage, they hurried over to greet him. After all, this man before them was the savior of their imperial father and the savior of their entire Tianlong Empire. "Senior alchemist Yin Xiang have previously offended you greatly. I now beg your forgiveness. If it had not been for this mysterious alchemist, when facing a 9th rank powerhouse this time, their Tianlong Empire would have had only the path of national ruin." Third Prince Yin Xiang was the first to kneel before Chen Nian. Immediately after, 4th Princess Ni Chong also hurriedly knelt on one knee and looked up at Chen Nian with gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Alchemist, for healing our imperial father and for saving the Tianlong Empire. I am willing to serve at your side, Senior, to repay your great kindness." Chen Nian smiled faintly at the two before him. Though they were not born of his daughter, they were as dear as her own flesh and blood. Actually, they should be calling him grandfather. "Yin Xiang, I recall that you once swore that if I could avenge your imperial father, you would call me grandpa 3 times. Do you still remember?" Chen Nian narrowed his eyes and said. Standing to the side, Empress Ling Xiao could not help covering her face and laughing secretly. "Ha ha, father was quite humorous. At these words, third Prince Yin Xiang was instantly embarrassed, while fourth Princess Inai Chong breathed a sigh of relief, for with her meticulous mind, she knew that senior alchemist's words meant he had already forgiven them. Indeed, a senior is a senior. His magnanimity was admirable. Yin Xiang drew in a cold breath. He suddenly recalled that he had only made that vow after Chen Nian had already left. He had not expected Chen Nian to have heard it anyway. Truly a powerful alchemist was capable of anything. Grandpa! 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 Yin Xiang raised his head and shouted 3 times at Chen Nian. For his father, and for the Tianlong Empire, he was willing even to lose his life, let alone call this man Grandpa, 3 times. A faint smile appeared on Empress Lingxiao's face. She felt deeply gratified. Although she had not yet decided to make her father's identity public, after all, this matter was too significant to be revealed so casually, a suitable occasion must be found. But seeing her prince call her father Grandpa filled her heart with immense joy. It was as if her children had truly returned to their ancestry. Grandpa! 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 Just then fourth Princess Inai Chong also suddenly called out to Chen Nian 3 times. She now felt exactly the same as Yin Xiang. As long as she could obtain the forgiveness of this powerful alchemist before her, she was willing to do anything. Chen Nian smiled and nodded. Then he said to the 2, "Call me Grandpa, and you 2 lose nothing." "All right, stand up." "Yes, Grandpa." Seeing that senior alchemist had completely let go of past grievances, the 2 were overjoyed. On the ground, all the Bo disciples were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Especially Dao Ran and the disciples who supported him. They were all dumbfounded, feeling as if they were. This good-for-nothing senior brother Chen Nian had previously rejected her imperial majesty and shown no respect for the imperial family. Now he had secretly boarded her majesty's dragon carriage. So shouldn't he be guilty of a capital offense? Shouldn't her majesty and the princes and princesses have directly seized him and executed him on the spot? But what did they see? They actually saw the esteemed third prince Yin Xiang and fourth princess Inai Chong kneeling before that good-for-nothing senior brother Chen Nian. Moreover, the 2 were even loudly calling Chen Nian Grandpa. What did I hear? The third prince and fourth princess actually said that Chen Nian cured her majesty and that Chen Nian saved the Tianlong Empire. This can't be possible. But if it weren't true, how could the third prince and fourth princess kneel to Chen Nian? Oh my heavens! When did our good-for-nothing senior brother become so formidable? All the disciples of Bo Temple were greatly shocked. Especially Dao Ran. He stared blankly at Chen Nian, who stood high in the sky, his face ashen, and his entire body trembling violently. How could this be? He healed her majesty and saved the Tianlong Empire. No, impossible, this isn't real. Dao Ran roared loudly. Shut up. Just then Dao Kong suddenly stepped forward and slapped Dao Ran hard across the face. Then he knelt on one knee and looked up at the sky. "Senior brother, please punish us." Only then did Chen Nian lower his gaze to Dao Kong, Dao Ran, Dao Qiong, and the others. He had been busy chatting with his 2 grandchildren just now, so he hadn't noticed them muttering down below. "Senior, ever since we came to Bo Temple, these people have been disrespectful to you. I suggest throwing them all into the dungeon to let them repent." Yin Xiang shot a fierce glare at the people below before speaking to Chen Nian. And Inai Chong also said with a cold face, "Exactly. If it hadn't been for you, senior, the entire Bo Temple would have been destroyed. And yet they still dare to doubt you, senior. How outrageous." Empress Lingxiao remained silent by the side. Among those present, only she knew her father's feelings for Bo Temple. Although these disciples had spoken rudely to her father, he had long regarded them as family. Therefore his punishment for them would likely not be severe. Otherwise her father would not have just saved their lives. "Dao Kong, you're quite clever, knowing to protect your junior fellow apprentices." Chen Nian glanced at Dao Kong and spoke. Hearing this, Dao Kong's heart leapt with joy. It seemed there was hope. He immediately shot Dao Ran a meaningful look and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Dao Ran, apologize to senior brother quickly." Dao Ran gnashed his teeth. Unwilling as he was, he knew that if he didn't apologize, not only would third senior brother not let him off, but Empress Lingxiao, the third prince, and the fourth princess wouldn't spare him either. Damn it! How did this slick-tongued, worthless Chen Nian manage to deceive so many people? Just wait. One day Dao Ran will expose the truth to everyone. Though rage and unwillingness churned within him, Dao Ran still bowed his head and shouted to Chen Nian, "Senior brother, this disciple knows his mistake. Please punish me." Seeing even Lian Daoran yield like this, the other disciples all bowed their heads one after another. "Senior brother, this disciple was wrong. Senior brother, this disciple was wrong." Even Dao Qiong, the female disciple who usually looked down on Chen Nian the most, prostrated herself on the ground. "Senior brother, please punish Dao Qiong." She gritted her silver teeth and said. In midair, Chen Nian smiled bitterly. How could he not know what was on the minds of Daoran and Dao Qiong? Then he made a grand sweep of his hand. "Law enforcement elder, take all of them and continue to Sigua Cliff." Law enforcement elder Fa Kyo staggered to his feet. He was an outspoken man. Earlier he had attacked Chen Nian purely because he could not stand Chen Nian's disrespect toward the Forbidden Land. Now that he knew Chen Nian was the hero who had cured the Lingxiao Empress and saved the Tianlong Empire, he felt incomparable regret over what he had done. Now hearing Chen Nian assign him a task, he sprang up in great excitement and shouted, "Rest assured, senior brother." With that he stood up and shouted at the disciples, "All rise. Destination Sigua Cliff. Move at a run." Dao Kong Daer and Dao Qiong and the others hurriedly rose and headed toward Sigua Cliff, not far behind them. After running only a few steps, Dao Kong suddenly stopped, turned back, and glanced at Chen Nian, who hovered in midair. His gaze was filled with complex emotions. Seeing this, Chen Nian could not help but smile bitterly. He never expected Dao Kong to be this shrewd. If placed among the great empires and powers outside, he would definitely become a ruler above countless people. However, Bio Taoist Temple did not seem to need such a person. Senior is just letting them reflect that Sigua Cliff too lenient. Exactly, Senior. What they said earlier was extremely harsh, especially that fellow named Daoran. Third Prince Yinxiang and fourth Princess Nikhang said. Chen Nian glanced at the two. Wasn't what the two of you said to me back then also harsh? This. The two were struck speechless. Little Qingzi. At that moment Chen Nian's gaze swept to Wang Qingyan, who was kneeling at the summit of Bio Peak not far away, and sent him a voice transmission. Patriarch Little Qingzi is here. Wang Qingyan immediately responded. Chen Nian said, directly increase the punishment at Sigua Cliff tenfold for me. Focus on teaching them the principles of being a person. Oh. Wang Qingyan was stunned. Patriarch, you don't plan to expel them from the sect after all. Increasing the punishment at Sigua Cliff tenfold was nothing. But the wily old fox Wang Qingyan immediately realized that the patriarch was giving those little brats a chance. Chen Nian sighed. Then he said, I picked them up from outside one by one. They are in a way half my children. Besides, they are still young, and I am willing to give them another chance. The patriarch is truly magnanimous. Wang Qingyan hurriedly kowtowed again and again toward Chen Nian. At this moment his eyes were full of reverence. Sure enough, the patriarch was worthy of the name patriarch. His breadth of mind was unmatched in this world. Ah, these little brats really are blessed. At this moment Chen Nian nodded at Wang Qingyan. The next second Wang Qingyan made a grand wave of his hand towards Sigua Cliff. In an instant, the cliff, which had been clear and sunny, was suddenly capped with dark clouds overhead, as if doomsday had arrived. Crack, crack, crack. A violent wind howled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Countless terrified, panicked screams came continuously from Sigua Cliff. What is going on here? Is Sigua Cliff really this ruthless? Third Prince Yinxiang glanced over and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Fourth Princess Nikhang was the same. A hint of fear appeared in her cute, yet resolute eyes. Chen Nian laughed heartily. Didn't you two just think they got off too easily? Or should I give you two an easy way out as well? The two shook their heads repeatedly. Oh, no, Senior. We don't like taking the easy way out. Ahem. Senior, let's forget about taking the easy way out. Just then more than 10 armored figures rose from the ground and arrived before the Lingxiao Empress. Your Majesty, Song Yangfeng's body has been found. They carried a corpse before the Lingxiao Empress. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned toward them in unison. Yinxiang, Michang, the two of you withdraw. I have something to say to the physician. The Lingxiao Empress glanced at the two behind her. Taking the hint, they quickly retreated. Before long, within a radius of 10 li, only the Lingxiao Empress and Chen Nian remained. Father, your daughter would like to find a suitable time to announce your identity. At that time, I'll have Yinxiang and Nikhang acknowledge their ancestral lineage. What do you think? The Lingxiao Empress looked at Chen Nian. Her heartbeat began to race and pound again. What Chen Nian did not know was that the Lingxiao Empress had already noticed a clue in his palm and recognized that the person who had annihilated the 9th-rank powerhouse and the three-way allied army with a single strike was him. Let's just forget it, Yunyan. Your dad is used to a carefree life. If I suddenly became the Grand Emperor of the Tianlong Empire, I'm afraid I wouldn't be used to it. How about this? From now on I'll stay at Bio Taoist Temple, and you'll go rule the Tianlong Empire. When we have free time, either I'll go to the Imperial Palace to see you, or you'll come to Bio Taoist Temple to see me. How is that? Chen Nian looked at the Lingxiao Empress with a smile. The Lingxiao Empress looked back at him. She seemed to have a belly full of words she wanted to say to Chen Nian, but did not know where to start. Chen Nian also felt that his daughter was a little different today from usual. Could she be a little too excited after finally taking revenge? At that moment Chen Nian noticed the masked man lying in front of him. Xiao Shui had said earlier that this man was not the peak 9th rank cultivator who had destroyed Linhai Forest. When that peak 9th rank cultivator destroyed Linhai Forest, this man was only 8th rank. It had only been such a short time, yet this man had actually managed to break through to 9th rank. Song Yangfeng, I really don't know what fortuitous encounter this fellow had. Not only did he break through the cultivation barrier of the Dongtu Divine Province, he could even reach 9th rank in such a short time. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. He planned to lift Song Yangfeng's mask and extract the fellow's memories to see what kind of miracles he had actually experienced. And who was the immortal that this fellow had mentioned before his death? Just then, suddenly the Lingxiao Empress spoke. Father, I agree with your opinion, but the person who just killed Song Yangfeng and the three-way allied army with a single palm strike. Hearing his daughter's words, Chen Nian looked at her in slight surprise. After all, in all these days his daughter had never been so shy and hesitant in front of him. Something is wrong. My daughter is acting a little strange. What's the matter, daughter? Chen Nian asked, his eyes fixed intently on Empress Lingxiao. At the same time, he paused in his action of lifting the mask from Song Yangfeng's face. Empress Lingxiao drew a deep breath. Only then did she ask, Father, your daughter wants to know, who exactly is that man? She wanted her father to tell her with his own mouth that the man was him. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian gave a wry smile and said, Daughter, don't you know that your father is an alchemist? That fellow, I traded 10 bottles of pills to get him to act. Empress Lingxiao rolled her eyes. She was a little vexed. This father of hers, even though she had seen through him, he still refused to admit it. Somewhat anxious, Empress Lingxiao stamped her foot ready to call him out. Suddenly, Chen Nian tore off the mask from Song Yangfeng's face. This despicable wretch dared to betray my daughter. Daughter, you decide, shall I chop him into pieces and feed him to the herb garden as fertilizer, or throw him into the sea to feed the fish? Chen Nian gave Song Yangfeng a kick as he spoke. Empress Lingxiao rolled her eyes again. This father of hers was still changing the subject. In a little while the Empress will show you my palm to prove that I have already seen through you. Then we'll see if you still refuse to admit it. At the same time, Empress Lingxiao cast a glance at Song Yangfeng, whose mask had been lifted. That single glance was enough to leave her utterly shocked. Thighs. This was not Song Yangfeng at all. This was clearly Zhao Dezhu, the great general under Song Yangfeng. Boom. Empress Lingxiao's mind exploded. A sense of foreboding instantly spread through her entire body. Since the man who died by her father's hand was not Song Yangfeng then. Where was Song Yangfeng? Where has he gone? What's wrong, daughter? Sensing that something was even more amiss, Chen Nian hurriedly asked. Father, he isn't Song Yangfeng. He is Zhao Dezhu, the great general under Song Yangfeng. Empress Lingxiao blurted out. What? The instant he heard these words, Chen Nian's whole body trembled. This man was not Song Yangfeng. He was one of Song Yangfeng's subordinates. What was going on? Had he been tricked? Was the intelligence Zhong Li Shui had given him false? Not good. Thinking of all this, Chen Nian immediately thought of Xiao Linzi Jr. Marshall's sister and the others in the capital. They were in danger. This Song Yangfeng had played a sly trick, swapping the real for the fake and mixing the genuine with the counterfeit. That man was probably in the capital right now, perhaps already waging war on the imperial palace. Moreover, even his subordinate general could leap from the 8th rank to the 9th rank in such a short time. Then Song Yangfeng himself must be even more powerful. Xiao Linzi and the others were definitely no match for him. With that thought, Chen Nian quickly said to Empress Lingxiao, Daughter, stay here. Your father has something to take care of. Father is going to the capital. Could it be that Song Yangfeng's true target is the imperial palace? Empress Lingxiao immediately caught on. Chen Nian nodded, and without another word turned and tore open the space with his bare hands, then stepped through. By the time Empress Lingxiao regained her senses, Chen Nian had already vanished. Father is so powerful. He can actually tear through space. Empress Lingxiao gasped. While secretly stunned, she was also deeply worried about the imperial palace at this very moment. After all, everything she had was in the palace. Moreover, the dragon ancestor was in seclusion within the palace forbidden grounds. If Song Yangfeng were to enter those forbidden grounds, then trouble would befall. Yin Xiang Nishang returned to the capital at once. Empress Lingxiao ordered without hesitation. In the distance, Yin Xiang and Nishang hurried over, and without asking questions they prepared to depart. But just then Wang Qingyan approached from afar. He stood respectfully before Empress Lingxiao. Then he smiled and said, Empress, the old ancestor has ordered that you remain at Bo Taoist temple. No matter what happens outside, you must not leave or danger will befall. Just now before leaving, Chen Nian had given Wang Qingyan a command. That was, under no circumstances could his daughter leave Bo Taoist temple. The current Tianlong Imperial Palace was arguably the most dangerous place in all of Dongtu Shenzhou. Even he could not predict how strong this Song Yangfeng was. Although no matter how strong such a tiny ant might be, Chen Nian wouldn't care in the least. However, when Chen Nian had just extracted Zhao De's memories, he learned that behind Song Yangfeng there were immortals. So no matter what, he could not allow his daughter to get caught up in this mess. Before leaving, he had laid a great concealment array and a great protective array over Bo Taoist temple. Now from the outside, Bo Taoist temple appeared as nothing more than a bare mountain. In other words, no one in all of Dongtu Shenzhou could find this place anymore. But senior, the Empress. Empress Lingxiao wanted to say something more, but the words died on her lips, and she fell silent. Although she was already a 9th rank powerhouse, she knew that she couldn't even defeat Zhao Dezhu, Song Yangfeng's general, let alone Song Yangfeng himself. Even if she went, she would only be a burden to her father. Very well. She could only nod in helpless agreement. The old ancestor. Who is the old ancestor? Could it be the senior alchemist? Third Prince Yin Xiang was astonished. Wang Qingyan nodded. Yin Xiang gasped. He had never imagined that Chen Nian was not only a powerful alchemist, but also the old ancestor of Bio Taoist temple. And when he thought of how he had once spoken recklessly and hurled insults before such a formidable existence, a chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, the senior alchemist was broad-minded. Otherwise, he would probably have died without knowing how. Just fourth Princess Nishang seemed to sense the crisis. Father, could it be that the imperial palace is in danger? That is why the senior alchemist went there in person? Nishang suddenly said. Empress Ling Xiao did not answer, but leaped toward the small wooden cabin, watching the desolate back of the emperor. Third Prince Yin Xiang and fourth Princess Nishang both sensed an unprecedented crisis. But for now, all they could do was stay here. They could do nothing. Senior, may I ask what cultivation level the old ancestor has truly reached? Third Prince Yin Xiang asked Wang Qingyan. He was worried about the palace as well. Oh, after all, that was the entirety of the Tianlong Empire. If it were destroyed, the Tianlong Empire would be finished. Meanwhile, fourth Princess Nishang also stared intently at Wang Qingyan. She was also very curious about that powerful senior alchemist, the old ancestor of the entire Bio Taoist temple. What realm was his cultivation exactly? Wang Qingyan stroked his beard and chuckled, then sighed and shook his head. To be honest with you too, I do not know the old ancestor's cultivation level. But I do know this. The old ancestor is strong, terrifyingly strong. Not to mention Dongtu Shinzhou, even beyond the abyssal seas, there is no one who could withstand a single strike from him. What? Hearing this, the third Prince Yin Xiang and the fourth Princess Nishang were both stunned, as if turned into wooden statues. You must know, when they had first met Chen Nian, they had been absolutely certain that he was a worthless piece of trash, without any cultivation. Back then, they simply could not understand how a good-for-nothing who had not even set foot into the first rank could have become the senior brother of this small faction. Later, upon learning that Chen Nian was a powerful alchemist, they were already drowning in regret for their earlier conduct. And now, they further learned that Chen Nian was such a mighty being that not even beyond the boundless abyssal sea could anyone match him. They were utterly flabbergasted. Who could have imagined it? The Bio Dao Hall, a place so small that no one had ever even heard of it, actually had a mighty ninth-rank existence. And on top of that, it even had a heaven-defyingly powerful expert. How terrifying! Yin Xiang and Nishang could not shake off their shock for a long time. Who knew whether when they learned that this heaven-defying expert was their imperial father's biological father, their very own grandfather, they would become even more shocked. The capital city of the Tianlong Empire. It was a vast city with a population of nearly 10 million. With its prosperous economy and splendid architecture, it was hailed as the foremost of the 10 great main cities of the Zhongtu Divine Continent. It was the economic center of the entire Dongtu Divine Continent. Every day, millions of merchants came here to trade, and countless tourists flocked from every corner of the world, drawn by its reputation. Yet today, this incomparably flourishing metropolis had lost its former vitality and splendor. Looking from afar, the colossal city gates had already been destroyed. Inside the city, broken walls and crumbling ruins were everywhere. Along the main avenue, the sound of rushing water could be clearly heard. But that was not water. It was blood. Looking down from the sky, the vast Tianlong capital had been transformed into a wasteland of ruins. Beneath the countless walls and rubble, mountains of corpses could be faintly seen. Like a spring, blood gushed relentlessly from the ruins. Even more miserable than this was the Tianlong Imperial Palace. The once majestic and towering Imperial Palace was now nothing but a desolate ruin, its grounds littered with corpses in disarray. Even the dragon sculpture that the Tianlong Empire had boasted of with such pride had been snapped in two, battered beyond recognition. At this moment, high in the sky, a man in armor hovered in midair with his arms stretched wide. Like a black hole, he was madly absorbing the spiritual essence from the corpses of tens of millions of people in the city. As he absorbed, his cultivation kept soaring upward at breakneck speed. Not far away, his subordinates watched with faces filled with envy. The marshal's cultivation is rising again. Indeed. Ever since the immortal enlightened the marshal, he has no longer been restricted by the cultivation barriers of Dongtu Divine Continent. Not long ago, after raising the Linhai Forest, the marshal should have broken into the 10th rank directly. Yet unfortunately, the 3 demon kings escaped under the death-defying protection of their subordinates. Hence the marshal can only annihilate an entire city, now using the lives of its citizens to break through to the 10th rank. What a pity that Empress Ling Xiao is not inside the city. If she were stripping her immortal chi, would make the marshal's cultivation even more horrifying, not to mention merely reaching the 10th rank. Just then, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, several silhouettes shot up from beneath the ruins of the Tianlong Imperial Palace, charging straight toward the man who was absorbing spiritual essence. Song Yangfeng, you beast. This is the Tianlong capital that gave birth to you and raised you, yet you slaughtered every single citizen of the entire Tianlong capital, not even sparing the imperial family that brought you up. Even if I Wei Qing must die today, I will die together with you. A wounded and weary green figure dashed in front of Song Yangfeng in an instant. No, Lord Wei, come back. All we need to do now is wait quietly for the ancestor. On a large open area of the imperial palace, 11 old men were sitting cross-legged. The speaker was Zhu Qinglin. Even though he was already at the 9th rank, he was not even a single exchange match for Song Yangfeng, who stood at the peak of the 9th rank. He had already been severely injured. Even his master grandmaster martial uncles, 10 9th rank powerhouses in all, had all been defeated by Song Yangfeng. Moreover, Zhu Qinglin's daughter and trusted disciples had also been caught up in that devastating battle just now. Some were dead, some wounded. The scene was utterly miserable. Noisy. Song Yangfeng snorted coldly, then flicked his finger. Whoosh. A visible beam of powerful aura shot at Wei Qing, whose cultivation was barely at the 8th rank, with the force of thunder. After a brief moment, boom, Wei Qing was struck and sent crashing down toward the ground. Humph. Even those 9th rank experts you invited are no match for this marshal. A mere 8th rank nobody. What right do you have to die together with the marshal? Song Yangfeng snorted again, then continued to absorb spiritual essence with full concentration. He felt that he was about to break through. Zhu Qinglin gritted his teeth and let out a sigh. The reason Song Yangfeng had not yet slaughtered them all was that all 11 of them were 9th rank. Song Yangfeng alone, despite being a peak 9th rank existence, could severely wound them, but he could not kill them. He knew that the moment Song Yangfeng broke through to the 10th rank would be the death of them all. Master, this disciple thinks it is pointless to wait any longer. If we wait on that man, we'll break through to the 10th rank sooner or later, and when that happens we will have only a dead end ahead of us. Zhu Qinglin wiped the blood from his mouth and said to an old man beside him. The old man abruptly opened. He swept his gaze once into the sky above, then said to the others through gritted teeth, all masters and grandmasters, let us join hands and fight with our lives lest we disgrace the face of our ancestor. The next second, all the remaining old men rose to their feet. The greatest cultivator among them was Gao Dashin, the 2nd-generation hall master of the Bo Dao Hall, whose cultivation was at the late 9th rank. Since that is so, let us stake our lives in this battle. No matter what, we must not bring shame upon the ancestor. Form the formation. Gao Dashin let out a furious roar. Around him, the 10 successive hall masters of the Bo Dao Hall all leaped into the air and began to form the formation. Immense auras burst out from their bodies. Not far away, hiding amid the ruins, Crown Prince Yin Zhun, Grand Tutor Di Qingyan, and the few surviving princes, dukes, and ministers all watched with blazing eyes the group of Bo Dao Hall powerhouses that had soared into the sky, ready to form the formation and fight Song Yangfeng to the death. Who would have thought that a tiny Bo Dao Hall would have so many 9th rank powerhouses? Someone marveled. Another person sighed, so what? In front of a powerful existence like Song Yangfeng, who is almost at the 10th rank, everyone is nothing more than an ant. Once he breaks through to the 10th rank, that will be the day of death for every one of us. Thankfully, our imperial father did not return with us. This is a blessing amidst misfortune, Crown Prince Yinjin said. The princes and princesses all nodded in agreement. Just then, Grand Tutor Di Qingyan's eyes suddenly brightened. What is wrong, teacher? Sensing Di Qingyan's change, Crown Prince Yinjun asked at once. Your Highness, those seniors of the Bo Dao Hall have been constantly speaking of their ancestor. Your humble servant believes that if this ancestor of the Bo Dao Hall could come to our aid, the Tianlong Empire may still be saved. Hearing these words from Di Qingyan, Crown Prince Yinjin, 6th Prince Yinzhuang, and all the princes, dukes, and ministers had hope bursting forth from their eyes. When Chen Nian tore through the void and stood above the Tianlong capital, witnessing everything unfolding within the city below, it was as if all strength had been instantly drained from his body. The sea of blood and mountain of corpses from 3,000 years ago seemed to reappear before his eyes. He thought of the most important woman in his life. She had vanished into that very sea of blood and mountain of corpses. And today, his disciples, his junior sister, and his several grandsons were walking the same disastrous path. Oh! A furious roar burst from Chen Nian's mouth. Torrential rage blazed fiercely from his body. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Song Yangfeng, who was hovering in midair above the imperial palace, madly absorbing spiritual essence. How dare you? Slaughtering an entire city to cultivate evil arts. Today, I will make you all join the dead. The furious roar burst from Chen Nian's mouth. The next moment, he was charging toward the Tianlong imperial palace. In the skies, Song Yangfeng, sensing another arrival, cast an impatient glance into the distance. Upon detecting no trace of cultivation fluctuation from the newcomer, he sneered, so even stray cats and dogs think they can provoke this marshal. It seems there are still rats in this city lucky enough to survive. It seems I haven't been ruthless enough. Yuaning Song, see I eliminate these rats. Do not let them disturb this marshal's absorption of spiritual essence. Yes, Marshal. Yes, Father. The group of 9th-rank powerhouses in the distance received the order and turned to face the charge. On the ground, Gao Dashan, Zhu Qinglin, and others who were forming formations immediately recognized the newcomer. For a moment, everyone was stirred with incomparable excitement. These old fellows who had lived for hundreds, or even thousands of years were all shedding tears of joy. They had held on for so long, and finally their patriarch had arrived. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian had already rushed before the group of 9th-rank subordinates under Song Yangfeng. Song Yangfeng's eldest son Song Ci probed with his spiritual sense. Finding no energy fluctuation on Chen Nian, he burst into wild laughter. Haha, a mere mortal dares to smash an egg against a stone. Boy, I ask you, just how many guts do you have? Young lord, do not underestimate him. This man is extraordinary, Yuan Ying urged from the side. No matter how extraordinary a mortal is, what can he do? Could he truly have the right to contend with a bright moon? Song Ci sneered, then reached out to grab Chen Nian, saying, watch how I toy with this mortal. It was suddenly a 3-foot azure sword came streaking from afar. Swish! A flash of blade light and sword shadow. The hand Song Ci had extended was cleanly severed. The instant blood sprayed out. Song Ci began to scream in agony. Protect the young lord. Yuan Ying roared, and together with several 9th-rank generals charged at Chen Nian. Holding his severed hand, Song Ci stared at Chen Nian with burning, furious eyes, and cursed, you cunning, treacherous beast. How dare you injure this young lord? I will make you die without a burial place. I will have you cut into 1,000 pieces. Come capture this beast alive, and I will torture him to death. Yes, young lord. Yuan Ying received the order and immediately led several 9th-rank generals to attack Chen Nian. As for Chen Nian, he retracted the 3-foot azure sword and stood motionless in place. In the distance, Song Yangfeng, who was absorbing spiritual essence, was slightly startled. He had not expected that someone in this world could hide their cultivation so deeply. It seems I truly underestimated this fellow. Capture him alive. I want to chop him up and study him carefully to see exactly how he conceals his cultivation. Song Yangfeng shouted toward Yuan Ying. Understood. Yuan Ying acknowledged and took the lead, her staff already thrusting toward Chen Nian. She was puzzled. This man was strange. Just now he had severed the young lord's arm with a single sword stroke, yet now facing the combined assault of her and several 9th-rank generals, he chose to stand completely still. Was he giving up resistance? It didn't seem like it. Just as she was wondering, Chen Nian slowly reached out and grabbed the staff that Yuan Ying had struck with all her strength. A woman should be at home serving her husband and raising children, yet you chose to aid evil and slaughter the entire city. Your crime deserves death. A cold voice sounded. Yuan Ying's heart suddenly trembled. An unprecedented terror welled up within her. She strained with all her might to pull the golden staff out of Chen Nian's grip, but no matter how hard she tried, it was futile. At that moment, Chen Nian gently tugged on the staff. That Yuan Ying, a dignified 9th rank, the pinnacle of the Eastern Earth Divine Province, was yanked over by Chen Nian like a rubber ball. Die! Chen Nian roared in fury, then his fist slammed fiercely into Yuan Ying's chest. The fist drove straight through her chest and out her back. Shreds of internal organs sprayed like a geyser from the bloody hole in Yuan Ying's back. Yuan Ying's eyes widened. She lowered her head to look at her chest, completely stunned. Before she could even react, her life force began to drain away rapidly. Chen Nian then flicked his hand lightly. Yuan Ying's corpse instantly burst into a cloud of blood mist scattering across the sky. This scene left Song Ci and several 9th rank powerhouses surrounding Chen Nian utterly shocked. After all, Yuan Ying was the mightiest general under Song Yangfeng. Her cultivation was at the late 9th rank, second only to Marshal Song Yangfeng himself. And now before this man who seemed to have not even a trace of cultivation, she had not the slightest resistance and was killed so easily. Terrifying beyond measure. All of you attack him at once. Kill him. No need to capture him alive. Song Ci hastily shouted, then turned and ran. He needed to get back to his father's side, or else he feared he would die at the demon's hands just like Yuan Ying. Those 9th rank generals were clearly terrified, but they had no choice but to obey the young lord's command, who otherwise Song Yangfeng would not let them off either. We're dead either way. Fight to the death. Kill. The few 9th rank generals charged at Chen Nian with hoarse, desperate cries. A bunch of ants. Chen Nian sneered and lightly swept his long sword. The several 9th rank generals were instantly sliced in half at the waist by a single sword light. Then they began to fall from the sky like dumplings being thrown into a pot. Song Ci, come back now. In the distance, sensing something wrong, Song Yangfeng roared. Father, save me. Song Ci shouted as he ran for his life. However, before Chen Nian, his speed was no different from a crawling turtle. The next second, Chen Nian had already appeared abruptly in front of him. Song Ci was so frightened that he kept stumbling backward. Trembling violently, he threatened Chen Nian. I'm telling you, I am the son of Song Yangfeng. My father will soon become a 10th rank powerhouse. If you dare lay a single finger on me, he will never let you go. Without a word, Chen Nian stepped forward, seized Song Si, and lifted him up as easily as if he were a chick. In the distance, Song Yangfeng, who was at the critical moment of his breakthrough, was greatly alarmed. Pointing at Chen Nian, he bellowed, "Brat, you may be strong, but before me the marshal you are nothing but an ant. This marshal warns you. Release my son at once, or I will make you know what regret truly means." "Oh, I have regretted many things in this life, one more will hardly make a difference." Chen Nian's face was ice cold. Then with a raise of his hand, he brought the sword down. A wet thud. Before Song Si could even say a word, Chen Nian had already severed his head and held it up in his hand. Song Si did not even have time to react. He only felt a sudden dizziness, and then he saw his own body hurtling violently toward the ground. The next second he lost consciousness. Oh! Seeing his son killed, Song Yangfeng let out an earth. He pointed fiercely at Chen Nian and roared, "This marshal will cut you, you beast, into 10,000 pieces." Suddenly the power inside Song Yangfeng's body began to climb level by level. Boundless rage caused his cultivation to surge instantly to the bottleneck, and a breakthrough seemed imminent. Heavens, isn't he that young Taoist from Bo Taoist temple? A prince stared at Chen Nian in amazement and could not help saying, "What young Taoist? He is a mighty apothecary." But didn't Father Emperor say he was an apothecary without any cultivation? And yet how could so many ninth-rank grandmasters fail to withstand even a single move before him? And he even dared to kill Song Si, Song Yangfeng's eldest son. Injin Inzhuang and the others were astonished. It seems he is the patriarch of Bo Taoist temple. He is not only an apothecary, but also a mighty existence beyond the 9th rank. With the patriarch of Bo Taoist temple aiding our Tianlong Empire, this time defeat will surely turn into victory. Grand Tutor Di Qingyan shouted with uncontrollable excitement. Wei Qing, the empire's foremost expert who had been knocked to the ground, burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, Song Yangfeng, do you see that? With the patriarch of Bo Taoist temple here, our Tianlong Empire shall never perish. And today is the day of your death, you beast." At the same time, Gao Dashan, Zhu Qinglin, and a host of successive temple masters of Bo Taoist temple were all deeply stirred. For so many years they had only known that the patriarch was formidable, but they had never once seen him make a move. As expected, the patriarch was the patriarch. Once he acted, no one could stand against him. Gao Dashan was the first to kneel on the ground and shout in the direction of Chen Nian. Gao Dashan, the second temple master of Bo Taoist temple, respectfully welcomes the patriarch. Immediately after, the others also prostrated themselves toward Chen Nian and paid homage. Liuli, the third temple master of Bo Taoist temple, respectfully welcomes the patriarch. Bo Taoist temple. Zhu Qinglin, the 12th temple master of Bo Taoist temple, respectfully welcomes the patriarch. All hail the mighty patriarch. Long live the patriarch. The patriarch is invincible under heaven. Seeing even these powerful seniors doing so, Crown Prince Injin, 6th Prince Injin, Grand Tutor Di Qingyan, and the empire's foremost expert Wei Qing also bowed toward Chen Nian and shouted in homage, "Injin, Crown Prince of the Tianlong Empire, kowtows in gratitude to the patriarch for saving our lives." Tianlong Empire. High above in the sky, Chen Nian looked down at the ground. Thankfully, his disciples, though gravely wounded, were still alive. His grandsons were also still alive. But what about his junior sister? "Shaolin, where is Qing?" From the vault of heaven came Chen Nian's wondrous heavenly voice. Zhu Qinglin's eyes suddenly reddened. He slowly gathered into his arms Zhu Qingqing, who lay nearby dead from severe wounds. Then he looked up at Chen Nian and said, reporting to the patriarch, Qing'er she." As he spoke, tears streamed down from his eyes. Boom. At the sight of this, an explosion went off in Chen Nian's heart. Over the years, he had long regarded that girl who only knew how to trail after him as his closest and dearest person. Now, seeing the girl who had called him senior brother countless times a day lying dead in Zhu Qinglin's arms, he felt as though he had been cast back 3,000 years. He seemed to see once more that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Back then, he had not even found Bo's body. "Speak. Who exactly is the immortal behind you?" Chen Nian's eyes were bloodshot and his entire body erupted with savage killing intent. He turned his gaze to Song Yangfeng and reached out a hand, grabbing at him. A majestic aura pressed down on Song Yangfeng, making it hard for him to breathe. Just then, suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A series of heaven-shaking rumbles exploded from within Song Yangfeng's body. The next second, several streaks of colorless light shot out from his body. He had broken through. 10th rank. Huh. This marshal has finally broken through to the 10th rank. No one in Dongtu Shenzhou is a match for this marshal anymore. Song Yangfeng tilted his head to the sky and roared with laughter. Then he abruptly swept his gaze across the people below. I never imagined that a tiny Bo Taoist temple in the Tianlong Empire could hide so many 9th rank grandmasters. It seems your temple must have some secret. This marshal will first kill you, and then I will go to your Bo Taoist temple and see what wonders are hidden in that little place. After saying this, Song Yangfeng turned his gaze to the barely breathing Crown Prince Injin and the others. Did you think that the arrival of one Bo Taoist temple could turn your defeat into victory? Let me tell you the truth. In Dongtu Shenzhou today, there is no one who is a match for this marshal. If this marshal wishes, I can reduce the entire Dongtu Shenzhou to dust in an instant. Ha! His wild laughter rang out without end. He has broken through to the 10th rank. I wonder if the patriarch of Bo Taoist temple can still oppose him. That should be impossible. After all, that is the 10th rank. I reckon the patriarch of Bo Taoist temple is at most at the peak of the 9th rank. It's over. Our last hope is gone. Crown Prince Injin and the others looked utterly crestfallen and had even steeled themselves for death. In contrast, old masters like Gao Dashan and Zhu Qinglin were each looking at Song Yangfeng as if tsk. There are so many frogs at the bottom of a well in this world. 10th rank is indeed the ceiling above ceilings in Dongtu Shenzhou, but before the patriarch. It isn't even worth a fart. I just wonder if that immortal behind Song Yangfeng is even qualified to fight the patriarch. In the sky, Song Yangfeng abruptly turned his head to look at Chen Nian. He disdainfully glanced at Chen Nian's hand reaching toward him, then sneered, "Boy, you know nothing of power." The moment the words fell, a thunderous boom resounded. He stamped down hard. The transcendent power of the 10th rank surged like a violent storm hurtling toward Chen Nian's palm. Chen Nian remained expressionless, his eyes blazing with rage. Yet he managed to force out a few words, "The one who knows nothing of power is you." The next moment, the 10th rank power that Song Yangfeng prided himself on as invincible was effortlessly dissolved by Chen Nian. "What? How did you do it? This is the power of the 10th rank. You actually." Song Yangfeng, he had believed that after breaking through to the 10th rank, he could casually wipe out all those formidable experts who had suddenly emerged from the Bo Taoist temple. But the man before him who had slaughtered all his generals and his son could never be his match. Yet his own 10th rank power had been so effortlessly neutralized by this fellow. No, this can't be. I simply hadn't unleashed my full strength just now. Now this marshal will show you the true power of the 10th rank. Song Yangfeng refused to accept reality and directly summoned an enormous cleaver. Heaven, Earth, Fury Saber. He let out a thunderous roar. Then he abruptly raised the cleaver toward the heavens. In an instant, all the immense power converged upon his blade. That great cleaver not only grew larger and larger, but also began to tremble madly under the infusion. Once the power reached its peak, Song Yangfeng wielded the cleaver and slashed toward Chen Nian. His speed seemed agonizingly slow, yet in truth, it was terrifyingly fast. As I said long ago, the one who knows nothing of power is you. Chen Nian let out a cold snort, then suddenly reached out and seized the giant cleaver in his hand. He squeezed gently. Boom! The giant cleaver burst apart on the spot, shattering into countless pieces that scattered to the ground. Song Yangfeng's eyes widened once again. Thighs. How is this possible? Are you also a 10th rank powerhouse? Impossible. The immortal said that cultivation in Dongtu Shenzhou is sealed. Even 9th rank cannot appear, so how could a 10th rank expert possibly appear? Song Yangfeng roared in utter despair. Didn't you say the Bo Taoist temple is a miraculous place? It's just that your so-called immortal is ignorant and ill-informed. Chen Nian snorted coldly. Then he stretched out his great hand and viciously slapped down on the crown of Song Yangfeng's head. One blow left Song Yangfeng dizzy and reeling. The cultivation he had just broken through to the 10th rank began to plummet wildly. 9th rank, 8th rank, 7th rank. Within a few short breaths, Song Yangfeng's power plummeted all the way to the 1st rank. Then he fell straight from the air and slammed violently onto the ground. The patriarch has won. The patriarch is so powerful, he can defeat even a 10th rank expert with a single strike. We thank the patriarch for saving the Tianlong Empire. We shall erect temples for you, forge divine artifacts, and offer 10,000 generations of worship. The crown Prince Injin, the 6th Prince Inzhuang, the Grand Tutor Di Qingyan, and Wei Qing, the empire's #1 warrior, all bowed in worship toward Chen Nian. The patriarch is truly mighty. I wonder just what level his cultivation has reached. Zhu Qinglin's eyes were full of shock and admiration. Gao Dashan and the others bowed to Chen Nian, hailing him with thunderous cheers. Meanwhile, Song Yangfeng collapsed on the ground, began vomiting torrents of blood. Blood mixed with countless fragments of internal organs gushed from his mouth, dragging him to the edge of death. After sensing that his cultivation was entirely gone, leaving him a cripple at the 1st rank, Song Yangfeng roared and wailed at the top of his lungs. After all, just moments ago, he had been the ceiling above the ceiling of the Dongtu Shenzhou. But now he had actually become a useless cripple. This feeling of ascending to heaven with one step and descending into hell with the next utterly destroyed him. He'll kill you, you beast. The immortal will not spare you. You'll die a certain death. Song Yangfeng raised his hand, pointed fiercely at Chen Nian in the sky, and cursed loudly. Slap. Suddenly, a heavy palm landed viciously on Song Yangfeng's face. You traitor. At death's door, you're still so arrogant. I really don't know what you have to be arrogant about. Sixth Prince Yinzhuang charged over and showered Song Yangfeng's face with slaps. At this moment, how could Song Yangfeng with only first-rank cultivation possibly be a match for the fourth-rank sixth prince? After a few slaps, Song Yangfeng's face was beaten beyond recognition, and all his teeth had fallen out. At that moment, Chen Nian, draped in Taoist robes and spotless from head to toe, stepped down from the air to the ground in a single stride. We pay our respects to the patriarch. We pay our respects to the patriarch. Gao Dashan, Zhu Qinglin, and the others immediately prostrated themselves. We pay our respects to the patriarch. Crown Prince Yinzhen, Sixth Prince Yinzhuang, Grand Tutor Di Qingyan, and the others also knelt down on the ground one after another. The utterly broken Song Yangfeng, baring his teeth, roared at Chen Nian, "Just you wait. The immortal will be here soon. You're doomed. Kill him," Chen Nian said emotionlessly. "Yes, patriarch." Sixth Prince Yinzhuang was the first to step forward. He stomped one foot on Song Yangfeng's chest, grabbed Song Yangfeng's head with one hand, and gave it a violent yank. Squelch! Song Yangfeng's head was separated from his body. Chen Nian reached out and drew out all of Song Yangfeng's memories. From Song Yangfeng's memories, he saw 3 young men dressed in white robes and learned that they hailed from a great sect. They had come to have Song Yangfeng help them obtain the immortal qi and the dragon vein. The reason Song Yangfeng and his generals had been able to advance so rapidly in cultivation was also because of those 3 white-robed youths. Chen Nian pondered for a moment. The immortal qi they wanted was his daughter, the Lingxiao Empress. As for the dragon vein, it should be the old ancestor in the forbidden ground of the Tianlong Empire. Thus today's events had all been instigated by those 3 white-robed youths, with Song Yangfeng merely serving as a blade in their hands. With that thought, Chen Nian's gaze slowly drifted to the girl lying beside Zhu Qinglin. The death of his junior sister Qing'er had also been caused by those 3 white-robed youths. In that instant, Chen Nian's eyes turned bloodshot. In his gaze were anger, grief, and even more so regret. If only he had discovered Song Yangfeng's schemes earlier, wouldn't his junior sister still be alive? With heavy steps, Chen Nian approached his junior sister. That soft, delicate body lay quietly beside Zhu Qinglin. The corners of her mouth seemed to curl up slightly. Chen Nian slowly crouched down and wiped away the blood that had trickled from her lips. A stream of tears slowly fell from his eyes. "I'm sorry, Qing. This senior brother failed to fulfill his promise to take you around this bustling imperial capital. If everything could start over, this senior brother would take you to stroll through the night market, buy you sweet and sour candied hawthorns, and ride wooden horses with you." His words were steeped in grief. Zhu Qinglin, standing nearby, wept like a downpour. "Patriarch, I'm sorry. This disciple was unable to protect Qing. This disciple is guilty." Zhu Qinglin burst into loud wails and prostrated himself on the ground. Chen Nian said nothing but gently lifted the girl's body in his hands, then turned his face toward the sky. At the same time, he murmured softly, "Qing, this senior brother is useless and could not save you. But this senior brother will surely avenge you. This senior brother will make those 3 so-called immortals pay an enormous price. Not only will this senior brother kill them, but the sects behind them will also be left with no way to survive." Torrential fury like a colossal dragon erupted from Chen Nian's body and shot straight into the heavens. At that very moment, a faint glimmer of light began to flicker across the girl's soft, fragile form. Yet no one noticed. After a long while, Chen Nian slowly turned back and returned the girl's limp body. He said to him, "Shaolin, take your junior sister back to Bo Taoist temple and place her within the ice coffin I have nurtured for 1,000 years. I shall journey beyond the abyssal sea to seek a chance to revive her." "Huh, ancestor. But the dead cannot be brought back to life. Even if a great golden immortal descended to the mortal world, I fear it would be impossible." If the great golden immortal is powerless, then I will find an existence even greater than the great golden immortal to descend and save Qing." At these words, Zhu Qinglin and the others dared not speak another word. "All of you return to Bo Taoist temple to recover from your wounds. From this day forward, the rear mountain of Bo Taoist temple shall no longer be sealed. Anyone may enter the mountains to gather herbs and elevate their cultivation. From this day forth, the goal of my Bo Taoist temple is to become the mightiest sect in all the heavens and earth. Only then will no one dare to lay a finger on my Bo Taoist temple." Chen Nian spoke each word with deliberate force. Having endured this ordeal, he had come to understand one truth: keeping a low profile might allow one to live longer, but it also invited contempt from countless others. And the price of being despised was this: everyone would assume you were easy to bully, and everyone would try to pluck a few strands of wool from your back. Therefore, Chen Nian decided he would no longer remain in obscurity. He would make the name of Bo Taoist temple shake the entire world. Only by doing so could he protect the ones he wished to protect. "We obey the ancestors' decree. We obey the ancestors' decree." Gao Dashan, Liuli, Zhu Qinglin, and the others knelt on the ground in fervent excitement, crying out in unison. Even Crown Prince Yinjin Sixth Prince Yinzhuang and Grand Tutor Di Qingyan, who stood nearby, gasped inwardly. The Bo Taoist temple was already this formidable. If they no longer kept a low profile, then just how powerful could they become? They feared they might tear the entire eastern land of divine continent apart. Upon a solitary island in the abyssal sea, 13th Senior Brother, I just received a transmission. Zhao Dezhu, one of Song Yangfeng's men, says he has discovered a mysterious place. A place where cultivators beyond the 9th grade actually exist. A white-robed young man hurried onto the lonely island and spoke to another white-robed youth who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Xuanca paused, slightly a trace of doubt on his face. How is that possible? The master said that this small place called the Eastern Land of Divine Continent had its cultivation sealed 3,000 years ago. How could anyone there possibly break through beyond the 9th grade? Xuanca, standing behind him, also wore a puzzled expression. But 13th Senior Brother, that is exactly what Zhao Dezhu said. He even said that the Empress Ling Xiao, who was gravely wounded and on the verge of death, has also broken through the 9th grade. Zhao Dezhu suspects that this mysterious place harbors some great secret. What did you say? Xuanca abruptly turned his head to stare at Xuanca. I know of Empress Ling Xiao. Her meridians are completely destroyed, her dantian is shattered, and even her sea of consciousness has been ground to dust. A person like that, not even our Tao sect could save her, never mind help her break through in cultivation. How on earth did she manage it? What kind of place is this Bo Taoist temple? Xuanca cried out in astonishment. To be honest, had the sect not decreed that no one was permitted to interfere in the affairs of the eastern land of divine continent, nor make a move there, he would have loved to go and see this Bo Taoist temple for himself. Just then a streak of light suddenly shot over from the distance. Seeing this, Xuanca broke into a faint smile. It is Xianqing. The battle in the Tianlong Empire must already be over, and Song Yangfeng must have secured the immortal qi and the dragon vein. Xuanca also burst into hearty laughter. Then he said, Indeed, 13th Senior Brother. If we can return with the immortal qi and the dragon vein, this time the master will surely be overjoyed. Perhaps our Xuanzi Peak will receive a few more quotas to enter the Aohai secret realm. Well said. As long as we can enter the Aohai secret realm, we may both encounter an opportunity to break through to the human origin realm. Ha ha ha. The two of them burst into wild laughter. At that very moment, a figure in white robes stumbled hastily and landed before them. Terrible news, 13th Senior Brother. Song Yangfeng has been killed. Suddenly a message struck them like a bolt from the blue. The news instantly plunged Xuanca and Xuanca, who had been laughing wildly only moments ago, into an icy abyss. Song Yangfeng had been killed. Their only proxy in the eastern land of divine continent was gone. This meant they could never obtain the immortal qi and the dragon vein. All their years of effort had come to naught. Xuanca let out a roar toward the heavens. Beside him, Zuance's face was filled with mirth. We planned this matter for a full 100 years. Even the master held great expectations for it, and now on the very verge of success, something has gone wrong. Why? Why in the world did this happen? In all these years, the eastern land of divine continent has never even produced a 9th grade cultivator, and Song Yangfeng was already close to the 10th grade. How could anyone have killed him? Xuanca roared furiously. Xuanca gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists. Whoever killed Song Yangfeng has insulted our Tao sect, and those who insult our Tao sect can only walk the road to death. 13th Senior Brother, why not simply destroy the entire eastern land of divine continent, then take the immortal qi and the dragon vein and leave? He looked at Xuanca and said. At this moment, Xuanca was utterly devastated, his entire being like a walking corpse. After a century of relentless effort, it had all come to nothing in the instant before success. One could well imagine how crushed he felt at this moment. Curse this eastern land of divine continent, hiding such a powerful expert. Xuanca stamped his foot viciously. In the next second, the solitary island beneath him split apart from the force of his stomp. Xuanqing, do you know who killed Song Yangfeng? Xuanca asked. Xianqing answered furiously. 13th Senior Brother, from a distance, I saw a young Taoist in a Tao robe. He appeared to have no cultivation at all, yet none of Song Yangfeng's subordinates could match him. And Song Yangfeng, who had already broken through to the 10th grade, had his cultivation suddenly drained away when the young Taoist gently patted him on the head, leaving him a useless 1st grade cripple. In the end, the 6th prince of the Tianlong Empire tore off his head. Having said this, he suddenly recalled something else. Oh right, 13th Senior Brother, I heard someone address him as the grand ancestor of Bo Taoist temple. Moreover, Song Yangfeng shouted that Bo Taoist temple was a mysterious place, and he wanted to see what secrets lay hidden there. Bo Taoist temple. The instant those 4 words reached his ears, Xuanca jolted awake. Xuanzi, didn't you just mention this place? He hurriedly turned to look at Xuanzi. Xuanzi too was jolted awake. Then he said, Yes, 13th Senior Brother. Zhao Dezhu also sent word that Bo Taoist temple is a miraculous place. Not only does it harbor 9th rank powerhouses, but it also cured Empress Lingxiao, allowing her to reach the 9th rank within a short time. Hearing this, Xuanke fell silent. Then, unable to restrain himself, he murmured, Bo Taoist Temple. What exactly is this place that it can break the cultivation shackles of Dongtu Shinzhou, and even give rise to a mighty being beyond the 10th rank? 13th Senior Brother, what should we do now? If we cannot obtain the immortal Qi and the dragon vein, how can we go back and answer to Master? Master is waiting right now for the immortal Qi and dragon vein to avert the crisis. Xianxing hastily added. At that moment, Xuanzi clenched his fists and said directly, why don't we just strike first? The sky is high and the emperor is far away. No one will ever know. No. Suddenly Xuanke pointed straight at Xuanzi. Then he said, the Tao ancestor issued a strict decree 3,000 years ago. No one may interfere with the affairs of Dongtu Shinzhou, let alone take action there. Do you know the consequences of defying the Tao ancestor's command? Xuanzi said, somewhat unconvinced, but 13th Senior Brother, we. Enough, say no more. I will personally report this matter to Master. With that he leaped up and soared above the abyssal giant sea. He formed hand seals, gathered his strength, and then stabbed his finger fiercely at the void before him. Beams of golden light burst forth from it. The next second a mirror unexpectedly appeared before him. After another brief moment, a middle-aged man in a gray Taoist robe appeared within the mirror. Disciple Xuanke pays respects to Master. Xuanke immediately knelt on the ground, and Xuanzi and Xianxing likewise hurriedly knelt. What is it? The gray-robed middle-aged man in the mirror slowly opened his eyes and said. Thereupon Xuanke immediately recounted everything that had happened in Dongtu Shinzhou, especially regarding Bo Taoist Temple. What did you say? Someone actually broke the cultivation shackles of Dongtu Shinzhou and even reached the 10th rank. A faint shock spread across the gray-robed middle-aged man's face. Yes, Master. It is precisely because of Bo Taoist Temple that I, Xuanke, have failed your command and failed to obtain the immortal Qi and dragon vein. Xuanke knelt in midair, sweat pouring down like rain as he spoke. Within the mirror, the gray-robed middle-aged man's expression darkened, his eyes filled with rage. It was plain to see that the immortal Qi and dragon vein were truly vital to him. Now that he heard the plan had failed, he could barely hold back his anger. After a long silence, Xuanke, I command you to take your junior brothers Xuanzi and Xuanxing and set out for Bo Taoist Temple at once. Investigate what secrets that place holds. If there is anything valuable, bring it all back. And one more thing, bring me the immortal Qi and dragon vein back at all costs. The gray-robed middle-aged man in the mirror said with a gloomy expression. Hearing this, Xuanke abruptly raised his head and asked in astonishment, but Master, did you not say that the Tao ancestor decreed no one may meddle in the affairs of Dongtu Shinzhou, let alone take action in Dongtu Shinzhou? That was true in the past, but the Tao ancestor has been in secluded meditation for 3,000 years. Even I have never seen his face. Besides, the Lingdong continent is seething with change and turmoil is erupting everywhere. As the pillar of the Lingdong continent, our Tao sect must shoulder the responsibility of guarding the Lingdong continent. Therefore, we must raise our own strength at all costs. I believe that even if the Tao ancestor finds out about this, he will not blame us. The gray-robed middle-aged man in the mirror said slowly. Yes, Master. Rest assured, Master, we will certainly complete the mission. If we fail to complete the mission, we are willing to bring our heads before you. Xuanke, Xuanzi, and Xianxing all said one after another. Within the mirror, the gray-robed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. By the way, after you obtain the items, you should know how to eliminate all future trouble. The gray-robed middle-aged man added. Xuanke paused briefly. At this moment, Xuanzi hurriedly took the lead and said, Rest assured, Master. After we complete the mission, we will strip Dongtu Shinzhou of all its resources and treasures, and then smash this filthy land to pieces. Within the mirror, the gray-robed middle-aged man said nothing. Instead, he waved his hand, and he together with the mirror vanished. Xuanzi, I order you and Xianxing to go to Bo Taoist Temple together. Quickly find out the secrets of that place and plunder everything there. I will personally confront that 10th rank powerhouse and seize the immortal Qi and dragon vein of the Tianlong Empire. In 3 days we will rendezvous here, and then join forces to shatter Dongtu Shinzhou. Xuanke immediately issued the orders. Yes, 13th Senior Brother. Yes, 13th Senior Brother. Having received their orders, Xuanzi and Xianxing shot away at extreme speed toward Bo Taoist Temple. Xuanke for his part leaped and shot toward the location of the Tianlong Empire's capital. Inside the ruined imperial palace, Chen Nian stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the destroyed dragon sculpture. 2 days had already passed since that great war. Gao Dashan, Zhu Qinglin, and the others, after taking the elixirs and spirit herbs bestowed by Chen Nian and recovering from their wounds, led all the remaining disciples of Bo Taoist Temple, the surviving imperial kin of the Tianlong Empire, the nobles and ministers, and the remaining citizens of the capital, and set out for Bo Taoist Temple. Chen Nian, however, remained alone in the Tianlong Imperial Palace. He did so because he knew that 3 even greater enemies had yet to appear. He had to clear out the entire Tianlong capital to create an ideal arena for this battle. Although those 3 so-called immortals were no different from ants, in his eyes the might of great sect disciples was something no mortal still within the martial ranks could ever hope to match. Even if they casually released the slightest ripple of energy, it could slay mortals of the martial ranks and scatter their souls into oblivion. They're coming. Suddenly Chen Nian looked up toward the distant edge of the sky. A point of light suddenly appeared in the distance. Like a drop of water it raced toward Chen Nian. The point of light grew larger and larger. When it reached Chen Nian, it transformed into a spotless young man draped in a white robe. The young man stood proudly in the air, holding a sword in his left hand, his right hand resting behind his back. It was as if he were the master of all heaven and earth. I never imagined that a filthy place like Dongta Shenzhou could actually have someone break through to the 10th rank. Today I want to see whether your 10th rank is genuine or merely a false 10th rank stacked up by some evil sorcery. Shuangke looked down at Chen Nian from on high. His gaze was exactly like one gazing at an ant. His words were exactly like those of a lord of heaven and earth commanding a defenseless farmer. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. He still stood atop the broken dragon sculpture, utterly motionless. After a long moment, he raised his head to glance at the white-robed youth who resembled an immortal, then said slowly, "Judging by your appearance, you must be a disciple of the Tao sect." Oh. Xianke paused briefly, then laughed arrogantly. I never imagined that a frog at the bottom of a well from the Eastern Earth Divine Province would actually know of our illustrious Tao sect. Isn't it just a Tao sect? What's so impressive about it? Back then that old fellow of your Tao sect personally came to the Eastern Earth Divine Province to beg me to become his chief disciple, and I still refused. Chen Nian said indifferently, facing Xianke, who stood proudly in the sky. Hearing this, Xianke was briefly stunned, then could not help but burst into laughter. I didn't expect that you were not only a frog at the bottom of a well, but also a frog at the bottom of a well who confuses right and wrong and thinks far too highly of himself. Chen Nian waved his hand and said, "You may choose not to believe me, but I will personally go to the Tao sect and ask that old fellow, since he once swore that no disciples of any major sect would set foot in the Eastern Earth Divine Province to wage battle, why does he now break that very oath?" As soon as his words fell, Chen Nian suddenly leaped into the air. Moments later he stood directly before Xianke. "Speak. How do you wish to die?" Chen Nian's face was expressionless, yet within his calm plain words lurked a murderous intent that flooded the air. Xianke's heart jolted with alarm. He stared at Chen Nian in bewildered disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend how a mere 10th rank martial artist, even if he were the ceiling above the ceiling of the Eastern Earth Divine Province, could be nothing more than a mundane warrior. Before a true cultivator like himself, all beneath the origin realm were nothing but ants. With a lift of his hand, he could annihilate this man entirely. Ha ha ha! Xianke burst into wild, frenzied laughter. His laughter spread across the entire Eastern Earth Divine Province. The 100 billion mortals of the province were shaken to their very souls, as if doomsday had descended. A mere rank-bound warrior dares to spout such arrogant nonsense before a cultivator above the origin realm. Boy, you truly are a frog at the bottom of a well. If I guess correctly, you probably don't even know what realm lies beyond the mortal martial ranks. Xianke taunted Chen Nian with roaring laughter. Chen Nian furrowed his brow. The man had hit the mark. Indeed, he truly had no idea what realm lay beyond the mortal martial ranks. "Is it the origin realm you speak of, eh?" Chen Nian asked unconsciously. "Correct. Beyond the mortal martial ranks lies the origin realm, and the origin realm encompasses nearly all cultivators of the Lingdong continent." The origin realm. Chen Nian closed his eyes slightly. So this was the realm he currently occupied, the origin realm. But he still had no idea where exactly he stood within that realm. Enough. I have already answered your questions. Now it is time for you to be on your way. After you are gone, I shall personally visit that so-called Bo Dao Hall of yours, and see exactly what allowed you to break the cultivation shackles of the Eastern Earth Divine Province, surging past the 9th rank, perhaps even reaching the 10th. As his words ended, Xianke suddenly reached out with his right hand, brushing it toward the top of Chen Nian's head. That enormous hand began to expand slowly across the sky. By the time it hovered above Chen Nian's head, it had become a colossal shadow blotting out the heavens, as if the end of the world were nigh. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura enveloped the land for 10,000 miles in every direction. The people within that vast range fell to their knees, weeping and crying out for the immortal to spare their lives. Yet Xianke showed not the slightest intention of staying his hand. After all, his master's orders were to seize the celestial essence and the dragon vein, and then annihilate the entire Eastern Earth Divine Province. Thus he would not harbor even a shred of pity for these filthy, worthless lives of the Eastern Earth Divine Province. 3,000 years ago, I once went to the Tao sect. That old man told me that the Tao sect was a righteous power of the Lingdong continent, that it never committed any heinous or heaven-defying deed, and he also made a vow with me to protect the Eastern Earth Divine Province. Yet looking at it now, that old man was wrong. Your so-called Tao sect is no righteous power at all. On the contrary, you are the greatest demons this world has ever seen. Chen Nian was furious. The Tianlong imperial capital had been massacred, his junior sister had been slain, and countless common folk had shed their blood across the land. True, the one who swung the blade was Song Yangfeng, but behind it all the true mastermind was a disciple of the Tao sect. And now this very Tao sect disciple before him intended to commit even greater slaughter, as if the lives of the Eastern Earth Divine Province were no more than pigs and dogs in their eyes. Very well then. If that was how it was, he would make them taste what it felt like to be treated as pigs and dogs. How dare you? You utter such insolence against the Tao sect. I will make your entire Eastern Earth Divine Province pay with their lives. Xian Ku roared in fury. That heaven-veiling hand came smashing down violently upon the Eastern Earth Divine Province. Such immense force crushed the people for 10,000 miles to the ground. The masses begged for mercy, crying out in desperation. Everyone had fallen into utter despair. But at that very moment, Chen Nian slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes swept fiercely toward Xian Ku. The time for repayment has come. In the next instant, he pointed a single finger at the heavens. An ant dares to challenge a giant. You court death. Xian Ku sneered. In his eyes, the lowly mortal-ranked warriors of the Eastern Earth Divine Province were not even worth a single exchange of blows. They were all nothing more than ants. Yet, what he never could have imagined was that the moment Chen Nian's finger struck his palm, an intense searing pain shot through his palm and coursed through his entire body. The agonizing torment nearly made him cry out. What was happening? How could this lowly mortal-ranked warrior possibly harm him? He was an exalted origin realm cultivator soaring high above. What's the matter? Does it hurt? Did you think that just because I didn't know the origin realm, I wasn't in the origin realm? Aunt, return my junior sister's life to me now. Billowing rage fused with boundless, overwhelming origin realm power obliterated that heaven-veiling Tintha Hang giant hand with devastating, unstoppable force. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions thundered one after another. Even Xian Ke's entire arm was blasted apart. Xian Ke let out a miserable scream and stumbled backward in frantic retreat. Seeing this, the people for 10,000 miles wept tears of joy and prostrated themselves toward the heavens in worship. The man in the Tao robe high above had already become the savior in the hearts of the 100 billion people of the Eastern Earth Divine Province. They all roared in unison. Hero, hero, hero. Some even gave Chen Nian a new title, Heaven's Tao Hero. Listening to the thunderous cheers of the people below, a sense of pride swelled in Chen Nian's heart. So this was what it felt like to be a savior. Damn you. You actually transcended the mortal martial ranks and reached the origin realm. Clutching his severed arm, Xian Ke fixed his blazing gaze upon Chen Nian and let out a heart-rending roar. He truly had not expected this. A man who did not even know what realm lay beyond the martial ranks had already reached the Yuan realm long ago. And what was more, his cultivation was far above his own. Otherwise, his ultimate technique, the heaven-shaking palm, would never have been defeated so effortlessly. I told you long ago, Chen Nian said as he appeared before Xuanke and hoisted him up by the neck. Not knowing the Yuan realm does not mean I am not of the Yuan realm. The vast surging power of the Yuan realm had utterly crushed Zhuang's will to resist. Even he could not discern the true depth of Chen Nian's cultivation. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, I am the 13th senior brother of Xuanzi Peak in the Tao sect, and the personal disciple of the sect master himself. You have already severed one of my arms. If you dare harm me further, can you bear the overwhelming wrath of the Tao sect? Xuanke was clearly terrified now. He kept threatening Chen Nian, his voice trembling uncontrollably. What? Do you think a mere arm of yours can repay the lives of my junior sister and the tens of millions of people in Tianlong City? Let me tell you plainly. Today I will not only kill you, but I will carry your head to the Tao sect myself and demand answers from that old fool. The moment those words fell, Chen Nian grabbed Zhuang's other arm. With a thunderous boom, that arm too burst into fragments in an instant. Screams of agony burst forth from Zhuang's mouth without end. He was truly, utterly terrified now. No, you cannot kill me. My two junior brothers have already gone to Bo Daoist temple. If you kill me, they will level your temple to the ground. Xuanke shouted at the top of his lungs. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. I have already laid down a great protective formation around the Bo Daoist temple. Not only will your two ant-like junior brothers fail to find it, but even if they did, should they dare approach my formation, they would meet only death. No, impossible. My two junior brothers are Yuan realm cultivators. There is no way they could. Before Xuanke could finish his words, suddenly two figures shot over from the distance. 13th senior brother, we searched the entire eastern land of Divine Continent, but we could not find the Bo Taoist temple. We should take the immortal Qi and the dragon vein and leave first. Moments later, Xuanzi and Xianqing appeared high in the sky, but when they saw the scene before them, they were utterly shocked. Their 13th senior brother had actually been reduced to a dying state, both arms shattered by a mere mortal of the martial rank. How is this possible? They even thought they must have seen it wrong, so they rubbed their eyes and looked again. After confirming that what lay before them was truly real, the two of them let out furious roars and charged over. How dare a lowly mortal martial artist harm a disciple of our Tao sect? You seek death. Seeing them charge over, Xuanzi hurriedly shouted to them, Xuanzi Xuanqing, run. He is terrifyingly strong. We are no match for him. You speak correctly. I am indeed terrifyingly strong. So, it is too late to run now. Chen Nian let out a cold snort. Then he suddenly pressed two fingers together and lightly swept them toward Xuanzi and Xianqing. In the next instant, a 3-foot azure sword shot forth at flashing speed, slaughtering toward the two of them. These two arrogant Yuan realm cultivators before Chen Nian were no more than ants. Their souls were severed by the sword light, and their heads were separated from their bodies. Even in death, they could not understand how they dignified Yuan realm cultivators could have been slain by a lowly rank-based martial artist. Holding the two heads in his hands, Chen Nian turned his gaze back to Xuanzi. By now Xuanzi was gasping for breath, his entire being on the verge of collapse. Die! Chen Nian sneered, then seized Xuanzi by the neck and tore his head from his body. After killing, Chen Nian, as usual, claimed the 3 men's storage rings for himself. A brief look revealed mountains of spirit stones, all kinds of pills, secret manuals, and even magical treasures. No wonder they were disciples of a great sect. The treasures carried by a single one of them were 100 times greater than those of the entire Fengyun kingdom. Next, Chen Nian extracted the soul memories of all 3 men. After reading their soul memories, he learned that their master had ordered them to plunder all the resources of the eastern land of Divine Continent and then destroy the entire region. In that instant, the fury in Chen Nian's heart reached its peak. Tao sect Xuanzi peak. I will destroy your entire peak to avenge my daughter, my junior sister, and the countless millions of innocent people. Chen Nian let out a furious roar, then lifted his gaze beyond the abyssal sea. It was time to go out for a while. He took out the yellow sachet, and his entire being trembled with excitement. This journey was about revenge, but that was only one part. He would also let the old man of the Tao sect see whether this yellow sachet had anything to do with the Tao sect. Perhaps on this trip to the Tao sect, he might find clues about Bo. Daughter, wait for your father. Father will return soon. Chen Nian cast one reluctant glance at the place where the Bo Taoist temple lay, then tore open the void with a single motion and vanished from sight. At the Tao sect, on the mist-shrouded Xuanzi peak, a middle-aged man draped in a gray robe suddenly opened his eyes. A torrent of overwhelming fury exploded from his body, for he had just felt in his heart that his 3 disciples, Xuanzi and Xianqing, had perished in the eastern land of Divine Continent. Someone come with me to the eastern land of Divine Continent. I want to see for myself just how mysterious that Bo Taoist temple is to actually dare kill disciples of my Tao sect. In the next moment, countless figures rose into the air from every corner of Xuanzi Peak. Countless white-robed disciples all looked at one another in bewilderment. What? Xuanzi and Xianqing all died in the eastern land of Divine Continent. No way. That wretched place, the eastern land of Divine Continent, is a gathering ground for lowly mortal martial artists. They do not even have a single Yuan realm cultivator. How could they possibly kill Xuanzi and Xianqing? The disciples discussed among themselves. At that moment, the gray-robed middle-aged man stepped from the summit of Xuanzi Peak into the sky. Instantly, countless white-robed disciples knelt and prostrated themselves on the ground. We pay our respects to Master. We pay our respects to Master. The gray-robed middle-aged man waved his hand, then said with a cold expression, let us go to the eastern land of Divine Continent and shatter that filthy place completely to avenge your 3 senior brothers, Xuanzi and Xianqing. As soon as these words were spoken, countless white-robed disciples were filled with blazing fervor. They immediately shouted, avenge! Avenge! Avenged! Seeing the disciples' high spirits, the gray-robed middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. In truth, revenge was merely a pretext for this journey. What he truly wanted was to personally seize the mysterious immortal Qi and the mysterious dragon vein that existed in the eastern land of Divine Continent. And of course that mysterious Bo Taoist temple as well. Dongtu Shenzhou Bo Taoist temple. From afar it looked no different from the surrounding environment, just a barren mountain range. Let alone mere martial artist rank experts, even Yuan realm powerhouses could not detect the anomaly. Gao Dashan and Zhu Qinglin had led the disciples of Bo Taoist temple, the imperial family of the Tianlong Empire, and the surviving citizens of the Tianlong capital back to this place. Beneath the enormous mountain peak, a streak of light shot down from the summit. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Seeing who it was, Zhu Qinglin was the first to bow and salute. He secretly glanced at Empress Lingxiao, who was on the verge of stepping into the 10th rank, and marveled inwardly. No wonder she was the old ancestor's daughter. She had indeed inherited the old ancestor's god-level talent. But right now he was the only one who knew that Empress Lingxiao was the old ancestor's daughter. Even when Grandmaster Wang Qingyan had tried to wheedle the secret out of him, he had not dared to breathe a word. After all, this secret was far too enormous. "We pay our respects to your majesty. We pay our respects to your imperial father. We pay our respects to your majesty the emperor." Grand Tutor Di Qingyan and the other princes and dukes Yinzhan and the other imperial members and the surviving citizens of the imperial capital all knelt on the ground before Empress Lingxiao. "Rise." Empress Lingxiao gently waved her hand at the crowd. "Headmaster Zhu, may I ask why your old ancestor has not returned?" She hurriedly asked Zhu Qinglin. Zhu Qinglin quickly stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, the crisis facing the Tianlong Empire this time far exceeded our predictions. The old ancestor still has an even more powerful enemy to face, so he remains in the Tianlong imperial capital." Hearing this, a trace of worry appeared on Empress Lingxiao's face. Gao Dashan then hurried forward and said, "Your Majesty need not worry. The old ancestor is so powerful that he is invincible under heaven." Wang Qingyan, Liuli, Zhu Qingshan, and the others nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Empress Lingxiao finally felt relieved. She raised her head and looked into the far distance of the sky. Then she murmured to herself, "Father, when you return, that will be the day your daughter tells you that mother is still alive. When that time comes, the two of us, father and daughter, will storm the immortal realm together, seek justice for mother, and rescue her from the sea of suffering." Having consumed many spirit fruits in the mountain wilderness over these past few days, Empress Lingxiao's cultivation was already infinitely close to the 10th rank. She believed that before long she would break through the martial artist rank of Dongtu Shenzhou. At that time, she would have the opportunity to set foot in the immortal realm together with her father. Empress Lingxiao was now full of fighting spirit. She could hardly wait to pile up her cultivation and charge into the immortal realm with her father to seek justice for her mother. Before long, Zhu Qinglin felt his heart jolt, and then he received a thrilling piece of good news. He immediately announced it to everyone. The old ancestor, with the strength of one man, had defeated the immortals and saved the hundreds of billions of people of Dongtu Shenzhou. Upon learning this news, Bio Taoist Temple, the imperial family, and the surviving commoners all cheered and rejoiced. Everyone was shouting that the old ancestor was mighty. The fighting spirit in Empress Lingxiao's heart also soared to a new height. She truly could not wait any longer to tell her father the news that her mother had been imprisoned by the immortal realm. "Your Majesty, the old ancestor has decreed that from now on the rear mountain of Bio Taoist Temple will be open to the temple of the Tianlong imperial family and all subjects. Anyone may enter the rear mountain to pick spiritual roots and enhance their cultivation. And as for our Bio Taoist Temple, we will no longer keep a low profile from this day forward. Your Majesty, from now on Bio Taoist Temple will share honor and disgrace with the Tianlong Empire, and together we shall accomplish the old ancestor's grand ambition to dominate the entire world." Gao Dashan and Zhu Qinglin relayed Chen Nian's orders to Empress Lingxiao. Empress Lingxiao was stirred with excitement. "Good, this is wonderful. From now on, Bio Taoist Temple is the Tianlong Empire, and the Tianlong Empire is Bio Taoist Temple. We will never cease striving for self-improvement. Let the entire Lingdong continent know the mighty name of Bio Taoist Temple." Everyone cheered and rejoiced. At last, Bio Taoist Temple would no longer keep a low profile. From this point forward, it was likely that the entire Lingdong continent would be reshuffled. After returning to her wooden cabin, Empress Lingxiao immediately began to cultivate. She did not dare stop for even a moment, hoping to break through the martial artist rank and attain the Yuan realm before her father came back. Because of the blessing of her mother's bloodline memories, Empress Lingxiao understood this world's cultivation system extremely well. As long as she could break through the martial artist rank, then she would have completely cast off the shackles of mortality, and from then on the sky would be high for birds to fly and the sea vast for fish to leap. It was also from that day on. Bio Taoist Temple stirred up an unprecedented storm of cultivation. The 11 grandmasters who had been in seclusion for so many years all ended their seclusion one after another, beginning to give endless lectures, distribute spiritual roots and herbs, and even set up a pill hall dedicated to refining pills to enhance cultivation. Although Chen Nian had ordered the rear mountain to be opened, Gao Dashan, Liuli, and the others still decided not to open it completely. Every day they sent disciples from the law enforcement hall and the pill hall into the rear mountain to gather spiritual herbs and roots. When they returned, the harvest was distributed according to need to all disciples, the Tianlong imperial family, and the surviving commoners. Everything began to become orderly. Many disciples began to break through one after another. In the past, most disciples of Bo Taoist temple were of the second or third rank, and the strongest were only at the fourth rank. But now, with the support of the spiritual herbs and roots from the rear mountain, their cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. In less than a month, some had already broken through to the fifth rank. Even Dao Kong, who was at Sigua Cliff, directly broke through to the sixth rank after obtaining spiritual herbs and pills. Apart from the breakthroughs of the disciples, the cultivation of old monsters like Gao Dashan Liuli and Wang Qingyan also began to break through in succession. Among the 11 of them, half had already broken through to the 10th rank, and the rest had all reached the peak of the current temple master Zhu Qinglin was also, with the accumulation of spiritual herbs and pills, rushing toward the 10th rank. It was just that the great sects beyond the Xinyuan Zhuhai had no idea what was happening here. Otherwise, they would probably be shocked out of their wits. You must understand, even in their great sects, an ordinary person who started cultivating from the martial artist rank and climbed all the way to the 10th rank would need at least 10 years, or even 20. But at Bo Taoist temple, let alone 10 years. Even if they were given a single year, the entire temple could reach the 10th rank. In the second month after Chen Nian left, Empress Lingxiao's cultivation broke through to the 10th rank and was still drawing closer to an even more supreme rank. Crown Prince Yinzhen, Third Prince Yinxiang, Fourth Princess Nichang, and Sixth Prince Yinzhuang had all broken through to the 8th rank as well. It was worth mentioning that Wei Qing, known as the strongest expert of the Tianlong Empire, stepped directly from the mid-8th rank into the half-step Yuan realm in his second month at Bo Taoist temple. His cultivation speed was, one might say, terrifying to such an extent. Even Chen Nian's disciples were unable to match him. It was only because Chen Nian did not know about this yet, otherwise he would definitely be shocked. Above the abyssal sea, the void suddenly tore apart, and Chen Nian stepped out from within it. Interesting, the old Taoist of Xuanzi Peak has actually led his disciples here in person. Having absorbed the soul memories of Xian Ku, Xian Ci, and Xian Qing, and plundered all their magical treasures and secret manuals, Chen Nian sensed at the moment the entire Xuanzi Peak mobilized to attack Dongtu Shenzhou. Since you've come, let me test the strength of this old Taoist from Xuanzi Peak. Chen Nian stood poised in midair directly in the path of the hundreds of Xuanzi Peak cultivators advancing toward him. He wanted to see how much of his power he would need to defeat that old Taoist, and in doing so gauge roughly where his cultivation stood. Of course, the most important thing was revenge. The death of his junior sister and the 10 million people of Tianlong capital was all the doing of this old Taoist. So he had to kill that old Taoist. The formidable aura grew closer and closer. Chen Nian had already prepared for battle. Yet at the very moment that power was about to arrive, for reasons unknown, Chen Nian suddenly sensed that they had withdrawn. What's going on? Why did they suddenly leave? Chen Nian frowned. Just then he felt a chill on his arm. He looked down and saw that it was the little snow python gently licking his skin with its pink tongue. He let out a wry smile and patted the little python's head. "Are you hungry?" he asked. The little snow python immediately nodded in agreement, then said in a slightly childish, stammering voice, "Yes, master. Little Snow wants to go down and find something to eat." Ever since Chen Nian killed Song Yangfeng, the little snow python had changed its form of address for him from senior to master. Long ago it had sworn that once Chen Nian helped it avenge its clan, it would serve him as a servant. Though the demon race was branded as alien by humans, their loyalty was unwavering. "Then go ahead. I'll wait for you here for a while." "Okay, thank you, master." The little snow python joyfully leaped from Chen Nian's arm and plunged into the abyssal sea. The moment it touched the sea, its body began to expand at tremendous speed. In an instant it had grown to a length of 100 zhang. Entirely snow-white, its scales reflected a glittering luster, making it look exceptionally beautiful. Standing high above the abyssal sea, Chen Nian felt that powerful aura growing more and more distant, and couldn't help wondering, since the people of Xuanzi Peak of the Dao sect had already come, why had they turned back? He shook his head helplessly and decided not to think any more about it. Once little snow python had eaten its fill, he would personally go to the Dao sect and settle accounts with that old Taoist from Xuanzi Peak. Of course, he also wanted to give that old man of the Dao sect a piece of his mind for failing to restrain his subordinates. "Master, since we've already arrived at Dongtu Shenzhou, why aren't we going any further? We must avenge our senior brothers Xian Ku, Xian Ci, and Xian Qing." "Yes, master. Let's hurry back." Behind Gu Kuang, a host of disciples all spoke up. Alas, Gu Kuang, clad in a gray Taoist robe, sighed. "You think I don't want to? But the Dao ancestor is about to emerge from seclusion. We cannot afford to stir up more trouble. If the Dao ancestor learns that we made a move on Dongtu Shenzhou, we'll be in serious trouble." Just now Gu Kuang had received a message from the sect saying that the Dao ancestor would emerge from seclusion in 3 months. Therefore, he had been forced to temporarily abandon his plan to go to Dongtu Shenzhou. Upon hearing this, the disciples behind him fell silent and said no more. Soon Gu Kuang led the group of disciples away from the abyssal sea. When they reached the edge of the abyssal sea, Gu Kuang suddenly stopped. What is it, master? A disciple. Gu Kuang frowned, deeply glanced around, and said with suspicion, the protective formation of Dongtu Shenzhou seems to have disappeared. At these words, the disciples behind him also sensed it. Yes, master, it really is. When our junior brothers Xian Ku Xian Ci and Xian Qing entered Dongtu Shenzhou, it took the combined strength of you, master, and several uncles to barely tear open a crack. But now, we can come and go freely. This is not right. Listening to the disciples behind him, Gu Kuang's expression grew even uglier. Just then, suddenly a streak of pink light shot over from the distance. Gu Kuang abruptly looked up, his eyes revealing surprise and even a trace of panic. Junior sister Feng Ran, why are you here? Gu Kuang forced a stiff smile and said. The next second, space trembled and an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. Oh! Several disciples behind Gu Kuang were shaken by the pressure, spitting out blood wildly. Seeing this, Gu Kuang's face suddenly darkened. Junior sister Feng Ran, what are you doing? As he spoke, a vast aura arose from his body. Before them stood a stunningly beautiful woman in a pink long dress, her long black hair cascading to her waist. Her face was cold as frost, and her beautiful willow leaf brows were filled with anger. Gu Kuang, what are you doing in Dongtu Shenzhou? Have you forgotten the Dao ancestors' strict order? No one is allowed to interfere in the affairs of Dongtu Shenzhou, let alone raise a hand there. What? Are you defying the Dao ancestors' command? The woman in pink said coldly. Gu Kuang, but at last he hastily explained, Junior sister Feng Ran, you worry too much. I sensed that the protective formation of Dongtu Shenzhou had a flaw, so I brought my disciples here to repair it. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Oh, is that so? The woman in pink remained indifferent. Then she leaped lightly to the edge of the abyssal sea. She extended her jade-white fingers gently. She touched it once. She felt no energy fluctuation at all. Her expression shifted slightly, disbelief in her eyes. The protective formation has really disappeared. Could it be? At that thought, the woman in pink's eyes suddenly lit up. The man she once loved, but could not have once again occupied her heart. The Dao ancestor had once said that as long as the protective formation of Dongtu Shenzhou remained unbroken, he would never come out from within, unless he himself broke the formation and stepped out from within. But that was absolutely impossible, for he had already crippled his own cultivation, dug out his own spiritual bones, and become a useless man who could never cultivate again. The Dao ancestor had urged her countless times to forget that man, but she could not. For 3,000 years, she had kept her eyes on Dongtu Shenzhou at every moment. On the one hand, she forbade any powerful cultivator from entering Dongtu Shenzhou to harm that man. On the other hand, she wanted to see whether a miracle would ever happen. Who would have thought? She indeed had lived to see the day when a miracle came to pass. Her jade-like hands trembled with overwhelming excitement, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. A line of tears slowly traced down her beautiful willow leaf-shaped brows. Her thoughts seemed at that moment to be pulled back 3,000 years. Back then she was the princess of the Tianyuan Empire, the most powerful empire in the eastern land of Divine Continent. And that man was the #1 powerhouse of the Tianyuan Empire. His name was Chen Nian. In the eastern land of Divine Continent, a place where cultivation was bound by restrictions, the highest rank a martial artist could reach was the 10th rank. Yet because of those very restrictions 3,000 years ago, the eastern land of Divine Continent was just like it was now. No one had ever managed to break through beyond the 9th rank. But that man did not merely shatter the cultivation restrictions of the eastern land of Divine Continent. He also cultivated the martial artist rank system to its absolute pinnacle. Across the entire Lingdong continent, the highest martial rank was the 10th. Above the 10th rank lay an entirely new realm. In those days, countless people upon reaching half-step 9th rank would cross the abyssal seas and leave the eastern land of Divine Continent seeking places without cultivation restrictions to break through to the 9th rank, then charge toward the 10th and finally search for that new realm. But that man, after attaining half-step 9th rank, not only refused to leave, but miraculously shattered the curse by directly achieving 9th rank and then 10th rank. When everyone assumed he would now step into that entirely new realm, he actually continued to break through within the martial artist ranks. 11th rank, 12th rank, 13th rank. Within just a few short years, he had actually cultivated the martial artist rank all the way to the 18th rank. His actions not only shocked the entire eastern land of Divine Continent. Even countless great sects across the Lingdong continent were driven to frenzy by him. The Dao sect, the Sword sect, and even the Demon sect all sent their strongest experts to recruit him. But he refused everyone. He said he would never leave the eastern land of Divine Continent, because the woman he loved most was there and his home was there. And that woman was named Bio. At the thought of this, tears began to fall in torrents from the eyes of the woman in the pink dress. As the princess of the Tianyuan Empire, she had always silently watched that man who could truly be called the child of destiny. At first her feelings for him were nothing more than admiration. But then something happened that made her heart beat for that man alone from that day forward. It was a late night when an imperial prince launched a rebellion. Countless experts surged into the imperial city, slaughtering nearly all the royal family members. She too was surrounded by a horde of rebel soldiers on the verge of being violated and killed. But at that very moment, a man suddenly descended from the heavens. Like a hero treading upon multicolored auspicious clouds, he slew every last rebel soldier, scooped her up by the waist, and carried her away from that imperial city, which could only be called a sea of blood, and a hell on earth. In that moment, lying in that man's arms, she felt so at peace, so blessed. She wished time could stop forever at that instant. She could feel his heartbeat, even his breathing. And in that moment her heart was utterly opened by him. But the woman that man deeply loved was not her, but a breathtakingly beautiful woman named Bio. That man only treated her like a younger sister, a mere younger sister. She envied Bio so much. She envied how Bio could receive nearly all of that man's love. Yet she could only stand on the sidelines watching with envy. Until one day 10,000 rays of radiant light poured down from the sky. At the time, the people of the eastern land of divine continent all believed that a heavenly blessing had descended, and they fell to their knees in worship. Little did they know when that so-called blessing fell, what awaited them was a cataclysm of slaughter. That night the Tianyuan Empire was almost completely annihilated. That man, in order to protect Bio and defend the Tianyuan Empire, fought until his eyes were bloodshot. But in the end he could not overcome the overwhelming number of foes. He also lost the most important woman of his life. From then on he crippled his own cultivation and cut off all contact with the outside world, including her phone. Ran the princess of the Tianyuan Empire. The memories of the past surged unbidden into her heart. Feng Ran wept with a grief that tore through her very soul. 3,000 years. She had waited for that man for 3,000 years. She thought the miracle she had longed for would never come to pass. Yet she never imagined that today. The grand protective formation of the eastern land of divine continent. According to the Tao ancestor, the grand protective formation of the eastern land of divine continent had been forged from that man's bloodline. Others might be able to forcibly open it, but to shatter it completely was impossible. Only that man could truly shatter it to pieces. Feng Ran Jr.'s sister, what's wrong? Gu Kuang looked utter. After all this, Feng Ran Jr.'s sister of his was the peerless pride of the Tao sect. On ordinary days, she was always cold as ice and frost. No one had ever seen her smile, much less seen her cry. But today, why was she breaking down with such overwhelming emotion? Gu Kuang's disciples all stared with astonishment in their eyes. If one asked who among the younger generation of the Tao sect had never secretly harbored feelings for senior Aunt Feng Ran, probably no one would dare to nod and say it was them. So when the younger disciples now saw senior Aunt Feng Ran weeping so sorrowfully, each and every one of them was deeply shaken. Moreover, their hearts simultaneously swelled with heartache and even fury. Who exactly had made their senior Aunt Feng Ran so heartbroken? That person truly deserved to die. He's back. Feng Ran wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, only murmuring these few words in a low voice before turning and soaring into the sky. She had to meet the Tao ancestor at once and report this matter. That man's return was not only an earth-shattering event for her, it was an unprecedented earthquake for the entire Tao sect, and even for the whole Lingdong continent. Who was he? Gu Kuang paused, slightly unable to recall anything at the moment. The disciples behind him also spoke up one after another. Master, who exactly is this he that senior Aunt Feng Ran mentioned? What exactly is wrong with senior Aunt Feng Ran? Why would she be so sorrowful and so grief-stricken just because the protective formation of the eastern land of divine continent disappeared? Gu Kuang closed his eyes slightly. He frantically searched his mind for the he that Feng Ran had spoken of. Finally, following Feng Ran's origins, Gu Kuang remembered a person, that astonishing prodigy who had managed to cultivate the martial rank all the way to the 18th rank. So it's him. The grand protective formation of the eastern land of divine continent was laid down by the Tao ancestor for his sake, and only he can break it. Gu Kuang suddenly snapped open his eyes. Who is this person, master? To think the Tao ancestor would set up a protective formation for him. He must be incredibly formidable and important. Was senior Aunt Feng Ran crying just now because of that man? My heavens! Could it be? That man is senior Aunt Feng Ran's old flame. The disciples all chimed in one after another. Gu Kuang's expression grew uglier and uglier, while the astonishment in his eyes also became increasingly intense. He turned back and shook his head at the disciples, saying, "That man is an ordinary mortal with no cultivation whatsoever." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of disciples became even more astounded. What? A mortal with no cultivation whatsoever? That's impossible. Why would the Tao ancestors set up such a mighty protective formation in Dongtu Shenzhou for a mortal with no cultivation at all? Master, could it be that this mortal has some special quality? The disciples all asked in succession. Gu Kuang drew in a sharp breath. After a long moment, he slowly began. He was a genius 3,000 years ago, the most perfect disciple in the Tao ancestor's eyes. But 3,000 years ago something happened that made him cripple his own cultivation and willingly become immortal. That was why the Tao ancestor set up a protective formation for him, and even ordered that no one was allowed to interfere in the affairs of Dongtu Shenzhou, let alone make a move there. After hearing this, all the disciples were greatly astonished. No wonder the Tao ancestor placed such importance on this mortal. So it turned out that he was the one the Tao ancestor regarded as his most perfect disciple. But since the Tao ancestor regarded him as his most perfect disciple, why didn't he formally become the Tao ancestor's disciple? Why did he instead cripple his own cultivation and willingly become immortal? At that moment, Gu Kuang continued, slightly excited. I'm sure you're all wondering just what kind of person could make the Tao ancestor call him his most perfect disciple, right? The disciples all nodded eagerly and said yes. On our Lingdong continent, the path of cultivation always starts from the martial artist rank. If a person wants to step from the martial artist rank into the Yuan realm, it takes at least 10 years, at most 100, and some people, even after a lifetime, never get the chance to enter the Yuan realm. Now let me ask you, once the martial artist rank reaches, what level can one enter the Yuan realm? Gu Kuang asked. Xian Kong was the first to step forward and answer. Master, it is the 10th rank. After surpassing the 10th rank, one can enter the Yuan realm and become a true cultivator. Gu Kuang smiled. Then he continued, but do you know what level he cultivated the martial artist rank to? Hearing this, all the disciples looked at one another in bewilderment. Master, the highest martial artist rank is the 10th rank. Surely he also cultivated up to the 10th rank. Could it be that he cultivated so quickly that he won the Tao ancestor's favor? But at that moment, a single sentence from Gu Kuang suddenly sent every disciple present into shock. He cultivated the martial artist rank all the way to the 18th rank. Boom. Those words left all of his disciples utterly petrified. 18th rank. Good heavens. Everyone knew that once the martial artist rank reached the 10th rank, one could launch an assault on the Yuan realm. This was an immutable law of cultivation. Never before had anyone heard of someone cultivating the martial artist rank to the 11th or 12th rank, let alone the 18th rank. For a long time, none of the disciples present could recover from the shock. A monster. This was truly a monster without equal in the past or future. No wonder the Tao ancestor valued him so much. So this was someone who had shattered the world's cultivation system. Such a person was enough to usher in an entire era. Whichever force could obtain this person would absolutely soar straight up and create an earth-shaking miracle. These disciples could even imagine how frenzied the great sects of the Lingdong continent must have been when competing for this person back then. It was likely that even their own Tao ancestor had once been driven to madness over him. Otherwise, he would not have set up such a powerful formation in Dongtu Shenzhou for this person. After all, with the formation their Tao ancestor had laid down, unless one were the formation's eye, Chen Nian, almost no one within the Yuan realm could shatter it. At most, they could only tear open a crack and squeeze through. Heavens! This is simply a peerless monster. If he had not crippled his own cultivation, he would now absolutely be the strongest Yuan realm cultivator on the Lingdong continent. I suspect that even the Tao ancestor would be only second to him. Just then Xian Kong suddenly seemed to think of something. No, that's not right. Since that person is the formation's eye of Dongtu Shenzhou's protective formation, then unless the eye itself made a move, the formation could never have vanished into thin air. So master, that person is probably no longer immortal. To be capable of shattering the protective formation laid down by the Tao ancestor with such overwhelming power, he must be a Yuan realm powerhouse. The moment these words were spoken, Gu Kuang was the first to jolt in shock. Xian Kong was right. A mere mortal formation, I could never have destroyed the protective formation laid down by the Tao ancestor. So, the instant he thought of this, Xian Kong suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Could it be? He had rebuilt his cultivation. That's impossible. Crippling one's own cultivation is irreversible. How on earth did he do it? He really is a monster. The other disciples were all equally stunned. Heavens above. If that monster has truly resumed cultivating, it will absolutely set off an unprecedented earthquake. Crippling one's own cultivation is irreversible. How did that monster manage it? This is too terrible. Master, I think we should immediately report this to the Tao ancestor. Otherwise that monster might be taken away by another sect, and we will suffer a huge loss. If he could join our Tao sect, then our Tao sect would surely rise to prominence and become the strongest sect on the Lingdong continent, bar none. The disciples all spoke at once. But Gu Kuang now wore a look of worry on his face. How could it be such a coincidence? He had just been preparing to shatter Dongtu Shenzhou when that former monstrous genius appeared, and even shattered Dongtu Shenzhou's protective formation. Moreover, his 3 Yuan realm disciples had also died in Dongtu Shenzhou. Could it be? The moment this thought hit him, Gu Kuang's face changed drastically, and sweat had completely soaked his gray robe. We seemed to have provoked him. Gu Kuang's voice began to tremble. Xian Kong standing beside him also suddenly realized this, and hastily said, Master, could it be that the three junior brothers, Xian Ku, Xian Ci, and Xian Qing, died at his hands? Very likely. He has been guarding Dongtu Shenzhou all along. This time we have stirred up a huge disaster. Gu Kuang completely panicked. Xian Kong and all the other disciples also began to draw in cold breath. They had never seen their master this flustered. Moreover, they knew what would happen to anyone who provoked such a peerless. Even the Dao ancestor probably would not spare them. Quick, let's go back first and report this to the Dao ancestor. Gu Kuang let out a thunderous shout, turned and shot like an arrow toward the Dao sect. The disciples behind him immediately followed. Over the abyssal sea. Chen Nian was unaware of what had just transpired at the edge of the abyssal sea. It was he who had opened the grand protective formation of Dongtu Shenzhou. His reason for doing so was simple: he had decided to no longer keep a low profile. Moreover, by acting thus, he could let the cultivators of Dongtu Shenzhou step out of this land of cultivation restriction and obtain a broader future. After all, although Bio Taoist Temple could shatter the cultivation restriction of Dongtu Shenzhou, it was far too small to accommodate so many people of Dongtu Shenzhou. At this moment, Chen Nian, while swallowing elixirs to cultivate, watched the little snow python feeding joyfully in the abyssal sea. This little snow python was born with a heaven-endowed secret art of devouring. It did not need to cultivate. As long as it could devour powerful demon races, its cultivation would advance. In less than half a month, it had already reached half-step 9th rank. Yet it also knew that with the cultivation restriction in Dongtu Shenzhou, it could not break through to the 9th rank. Therefore, after reaching the bottleneck of cultivation and having eaten its fill, it returned to Chen Nian's arm. Master, Xiaoxue is full. Xiaoxue the python restored itself to its previous size, happily patting Chen Nian's wrist as it spoke. Having eaten its fill, it was now in an extremely good mood. Are you really full? Don't you want to eat a little more and break through to the 9th rank? Chen Nian narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Xiaoxue the python stuck out its pink tongue, slurped across Chen Nian's arm, and then said with lingering desire, Master, Xiaoxue would like to, but Dongtu Shenzhou has a cultivation restriction. Even if Xiaoxue devours any number of demon beasts, it cannot break through to the 9th rank. Having said this, Xiaoxue the python gazed at Chen Nian with admiration. I truly envy Master. Not only can you break the cultivation restriction of Dongtu Shenzhou, but even the immortals of the great sects are no match for you. Master is far too powerful. As it spoke, Xiaoxue the python used its tiny tail to tap Chen Nian's arm repeatedly. It looked as if it were applauding. Chen Nian could not help but laugh out loud. Huh. It seemed he saw a 3-year-old girl like a porcelain doll, standing there laughing, while earnestly clapping and cheering. Xiaoxue, what do you think if Master gives you a surprise today? What surprise? Xiaoxue the python tilted its little head and asked. Let you break the cultivation restriction of Dongtu Shenzhou, reaching the 9th rank, or even the 10th rank. Having said that, Chen Nian extended his right hand and lightly tapped Xiaoxue, the python's little head. In an instant, a beam of golden light flashed. As it passed Xiaoxue, the python suddenly felt a certain restriction inside its body being opened instantly. Like water bursting through sluice gates, the cultivation that had been suppressed within Xiaoxue suddenly began to rise at a staggering pace. Ing! A cry shot into the heavens. Xiaoxue the python suddenly sprang into the air from Chen Nian's wrist. The cultivation that had accumulated in its body for a long time erupted ferociously in that instant. Before long, Xiaoxue the python let out a long howl to the sky and stepped into the 9th rank. After that, its cultivation continued to surge wildly. Seeing this, a kindly smile like that of an old father crept onto the corner of Chen Nian's mouth. Then he slowly closed his eyes, because his cultivation was also about to break through. Although he did not know exactly what level his cultivation had reached, breaking through was all that mattered. Powerful primordial force gradually enveloped him, remolding his meridians and bones. His power was multiplying in leaps and bounds. Finally, a month later, 2 beams of golden light shot wildly out from the abyssal sea. It was Chen Nian opening his eyes. At this moment, it was as if he had completed some kind of metamorphosis. His entire body was cloaked in a faint golden glow. He clenched his fist and felt that his strength had risen at least tenfold compared to before. Master has also broken through. It's just that Master's realm seems different from Xiaoxue's. In the sky, an enormous snow-white python danced joyfully toward Chen Nian. After arriving before Chen Nian, it used its huge smooth head to nuzzle his cheek, then slowly shrank to the thickness of a finger and coiled around his arm. Haha, Xiaoxue has broken through to the 10th rank. Not bad, not bad. Great. It seems there is a chance to achieve the true dragon divine position in the future. Chen Nian said with a laugh, patting Xiaoxue the python's little head. Xiaoxue the python flicked its pink tongue, tittered, and looked at Chen Nian with a face full of gratitude. All this is because of Master. If it weren't for Master Xiaoxue, I might have spent a lifetime without breaking through to the realm I am in now. Master is so good, Master is so powerful. For the rest of Xiaoxu's life, Xiaoxue will follow master. What a good girl. Chen Nian smiled, then leaped with Xiaoxue the python toward the edge of Dongtu Shenzhou. At the same time, his expression gradually hardened, and killing intent kept surging from his eyes. Dao sect Xuanzi Peak. The time for repaying the debt has arrived. That old man of the Dao sect must also pay the price for failing to discipline his disciple. Dao sect the main peak. A woman in a pink dress had been standing for more than a month before the 100 Zhanghai stone gate of the main peak's forbidden area. During this month she stood there without eating or drinking, not moving a single inch. Everyone throughout Dao sect was shocked and awed. But no one dared to step forward and stop her. For she was the Dao sect's talented niece, a powerful expert of the human origin realm. Sighed junior sister Fengran, why must you do this? A gray-robed woman in the sky shook her head. Several gray-robed middle-aged cultivators beside her also sighed. Yes, it's only that the protective formation of Dongtu Shenzhou has loosened. Perhaps it is merely due to prolonged neglect that it ended up like this. Sigh, none of you understand how important that person is in junior sister Fengran's heart. Do you know why junior sister Fengran cultivates day and night without rest? She just wants to one day seek the path of immortality and find a method to reshape her spiritual bones from the ethereal immortal realm. What did you say? This is impossible. Junior sister Fengran is so cold and arrogant. How could she possibly? Sigh. During the past month, many mighty figures of the Guzi generation in Dao sect had already thought of that incident from back then. They were astonished by junior sister Fengran's profound obsession with that man, and they also envied him beyond measure. In particular, the new generation disciples of the Dao sect, the Xuanzi Kongzi and Liangzi generations, were stunned when they learned that senior Fengran had long ago given her heart to someone and had waited for him for a full 3,000 years. All of them were utterly astounded and infinitely envious of the man who could make senior Fengran wait for 3,000 years. They truly wanted to see what was so special about this man. Could he be an immortal? Otherwise, how could he make senior Fengran, whom every prodigy of the entire Lingdong continent loved but could never win, wait for a full 3,000 years? Another 3 days passed. On that day, dark clouds filled the sky amid flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder. The Dao ancestor is about to come out of seclusion. Suddenly, Gu Jingtian, the sect master of the Dao sect, cried out in alarm. The next moment, all the Gu generation powerhouses as well as the younger disciples of the Xian Liang and Kong generations knelt down toward the stone gate of the forbidden ground. We respectfully welcome the Dao ancestor out of seclusion. We respectfully welcome the Dao ancestor out of seclusion. Cries that shook heaven and earth filled the entire Dao sect. The figure in the pink skirt immediately knelt down toward the stone gate of the forbidden ground as well. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A tremendous rumbling sound came from within the forbidden ground stone gate. The stone gate suddenly cracked from its center. With a loud bang, the giant stone gate burst open. Before long, an old man walked out from within dressed in a blue Taoist robe with a youthful face and snow-white hair. The old man took a long, deep breath. Then he murmured to himself, after 300 years in seclusion, the air outside feels much better than the air inside. Comfortable. Dao ancestor, your cultivation. Gu Jingtian stared at the old man in a daze, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The other Gu generation powerhouses were all struck with extreme shock, because they could no longer sense any trace of cultivation from the Dao ancestor. It was as if an ordinary mortal were standing before them. The old man smiled slowly. The old man replied, I have already stepped into an entirely new realm, so it is only natural that you cannot sense my cultivation. Tell me. I went into seclusion for 300 years, and I was still 2 months away from leaving seclusion. Why did you summon me out ahead of time? Is there something urgent? Gu Jingtian, the sect master, was just about to speak. Fengran, standing beside him, had already lost all patience. She bit her red lips, stepped forward to bow to the old Taoist, and said, Master, the protective formation of the Eastern Land Divine Province has vanished. I, your disciple, believe he is coming back. That is why I called you old ancestor out ahead of time. Whoosh. Fengran's words instantly swept over the old Taoist like a violent wind. The old Taoist's face, which had just been somewhat calm, and even carried a faint smile, turned solemn in that instant. If one looked closely, one could see boundless excitement surging out from his eyes. A long moment passed. Only then did the old Taoist recover. Let me take a look. His clouded gaze swept toward the east. At the same time, he lightly waved the whisk in his hand, then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was utterly shocked. It really is true. The protective formation of the Eastern Land Divine Province has actually disappeared. Could it be? After all these years, nothing had ever made this apex existence of the Lingdong continent so astonished. Gu Jingtian, the sect master of the Dao sect, and the 7 peak masters were all dumbfounded. Could it be that the eye of the Eastern Land Divine Province's protective formation had truly stirred back to life? That can't be right. That peerless monstrous genius had long ago crippled his own cultivation and dug out his own spirit bone. How could he possibly resume cultivating? Master, it must be him who is back. I can feel it. Standing to one side, Feng Ran clenched her teeth and said excitedly. The old Taoist let out a long breath. By now his mood had calmed. The excitement in his eyes had also vanished. What replaced it was excitement. Boundless excitement. Huh! The old Taoist suddenly burst into wild laughter. Then he looked up at the sky and sighed. It seems heaven does not intend to destroy my Lingdong continent. Ha! With such a monstrous genius born into the world, the future of my Lingdong continent will be utterly bright. Gu Jingtian, the 7 peak masters, and the old Taoist's final disciple Feng Ran all became somewhat at a loss. None of them really understood what the old Taoist was talking about. But there is one thing I am a little puzzled about. What exactly could have lured him out? Could it be that someone has touched his reverse scale? The old Taoist was all too familiar with that monstrous genius of the Eastern Land Divine Province. After that incident 3,000 years ago, whether it was the old Taoist himself or the ancient patriarchs of the Sword Sect and the Demon Venerable, they all gave up the idea of recruiting that monstrous genius. Because that monstrous genius had not only crippled his cultivation and dug out his own spirit bone, but his will to fight had also been utterly shattered. So everyone believed. No matter what, he would never again step out of the Eastern Land Divine Province. This monstrous genius would pass through birth, old age, sickness, and death within a mortal's lifespan. But today, this monstrous genius had actually personally destroyed the protective formation of the Eastern Land Divine Province. It was clear that he was about to come out again. So what kind of person could possibly make him leave the Eastern Land Divine Province? At this thought, the old Taoist could not help shaking his head and sighing. The one who touched his reverse scale is truly pitiable. I'm afraid that even the sect behind him will not be able to protect him. Perhaps even the sect behind him will suffer a catastrophic disaster. As the old Taoist said this, several of the 7 peak masters were seen with rather grim expressions. Master, has he truly rebuilt his cultivation? Suddenly Feng Ran asked the old Taoist excitedly. The old Taoist smiled bitterly, and instead of answering asked in return, Feng Ran, do you know why I set up a protective formation over the Eastern Land Divine Province for his sake back then? Feng Ran immediately answered, Master, because he is a monstrous genius who was able to cultivate the martial artist rank all the way to the 18th rank. Even though he crippled his cultivation, Master still felt his future held infinite possibilities. That was why Master protected him, hoping that one day he could rebuild his cultivation and step out of the Eastern Land Divine Province. The old Taoist smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is that reason. But since ancient times, no one who has crippled their own cultivation can ever rebuild it. Therefore, at first I also planned to give up on him, just like those old fellows of the Sword Sect and the Demon Venerable. But by chance I suddenly discovered that although he was a mere mortal, he possessed limitless lifespan. You know, not even the strongest expert of the Yuan realm could achieve that. So I decided to take a gamble and see whether he could truly create a miracle of rebuilding his cultivation. Unexpectedly, he actually did it. With that, the old Taoist slowly narrowed his eyes. He seemed to sense a familiar aura drawing closer and closer to the Tao sect. What? He actually possesses limitless lifespan. Heaven's thighs is impossible. Don't you know that the highest martial artist rank can only grant 500 years of lifespan, while the highest stage of the Yuan realm has only 5,000 years? My heavens, I actually overlooked the crucial fact that he has already lived for over 3,000 years. It's one thing that he could cultivate the martial artist rank to the 18th rank, and yet as a mere mortal, he possesses endless lifespan. He is simply a freak, a monstrous genius. Ahem. After so many heaven-shaking, ghost-weeping events have happened to him, it seems not so astonishing anymore that he has now rebuilt his cultivation. I really wonder which careless fool provoked such a monstrous genius. He is probably done for now. Also, who knows what level his cultivation has reached now? A freak who could cultivate the martial artist rank to the 18th rank and still possess endless lifespan. After 3,000 years have passed, it is truly hard to imagine just how powerful he has become. I also wonder, is he in the heavenly Yuan realm? Tao ancestor, please enlighten us. Gu Jingtian, the sect master of the Tao sect, and the 7 peak masters all began discussing the matter. However, what everyone anticipated most now was the cultivation of this freak. None of them knew what level his cultivation had actually reached after those 3,000 years. The path of cultivation, once one transcends the rank of a mortal warrior, leads into an entirely new realm. This realm is known as the Yuan realm. Throughout the entire Lingdong continent, nearly all who can be considered true immortal cultivators dwell within the Yuan realm. Of course, the Yuan realm is merely a general term encompassing numerous distinct levels. The known realms of the Lingdong continent include the condensing Yuan realm, Earth Yuan realm, Human Yuan realm, Heaven Yuan realm, and so forth. Each of these realms in turn consists of 8 minor stages. This system bears a striking resemblance to the 10 ranks of mortal warriors. Take for instance Xian Ku, Xian Ci, and Xian Qing, the three figures in the Eastern Earth Divine Province whom Song Yangfeng had referred to as immortals. They were cultivators of the condensing yuan realm. Among them Xian Ku had reached the 6th stage of condensing yuan, while the other two were only at the 3rd stage. Similarly, Gu Kuang, the peak master of Xuanzi Peak, possessed a cultivation base at the 5th stage of the Earth Yuan realm. Throughout the entire Dao sect aside from the Dao ancestor, whose cultivation remains a mystery, there were a total of 3 individuals who had stepped into the human yuan realm. The first was the sect master Gu Jingtian at the 2nd stage of human yuan. The second was the Grand Elder Feng Linghao, also at the 2nd stage of human yuan. The third was Feng Ran, the direct disciple of the Dao ancestor who stood at the 1st stage of human yuan. Across the entire Lingdong continent, the most common realm is the condensing yuan realm. Nearly 90% of all cultivators reside within this stage. The condensing yuan realm consists of 8 stages in total, and the disparity in strength between each successive stage is considerable. To put it simply, Xian Ku, who was slain by a single strike from Chen Nian, could with a 6th stage condensing yuan cultivation wage war against 10 5th stage condensing yuan experts simultaneously. As for Xian Ci and Xian Qing, both at the 3rd stage of condensing yuan, they were hardly even ants before him. However, once one reaches the Earth Yuan realm, things take a different turn. In the Dao sect, an Earth Yuan cultivator may only serve as a peak master, yet in smaller sects such an existence would be an ancestral patriarch. As for the human yuan realm, it represents the pinnacle of the current Lingdong continent. Only the great sects boast human yuan powerhouses to guard their foundations. Examples include the Dao sect, the Sword sect, the Demon Venerable, and so forth. As for the Heaven Yuan realm, it is merely a legend. It is said that the ancient monsters who attained the Heaven Yuan realm have all secluded themselves in bitter cultivation. It is worth mentioning that bolstered by external medicinal pills, their lifespans can exceed 10,000 years. The Heaven Yuan realm. Impossible. The ancestor has already entered seclusion 10 times, each time lasting at least a century. Even now he has only reached half-step Heaven Yuan. No matter how monstrous that prodigy is, there is no way he could rebuild his cultivation within a mere 3,000 years and ascend from immortal to the Heaven Yuan realm. I also believe the Heaven Yuan realm is impossible. After all, the Eastern Earth Divine Province is a sealed-off place. The people there do not even know what lies beyond the ranks of mortal warriors, let alone achieve the Heaven Yuan realm in such a short span of time. Exactly. Natural talent is certainly important on the path of cultivation, but what matters even more is resources. Even a peerless prodigy without sufficient resources would find every step on the path of cultivation utterly impossible. So I speculate his cultivation is at the condensing yuan realm, with a very slim possibility of having broken through to the Earth Yuan realm. The 7 peak masters discussed among themselves in this manner. At this moment, the sect master Gu Jingtian let out a long breath, then turned toward the old Taoist and asked, "Dao ancestor, where do you think his cultivation stands?" The old Taoist shook his head. Discussing his cultivation is utterly meaningless. So long as he is given sufficient resources and time, his ascension to the human yuan realm is an absolute certainty. Perhaps even the Heaven Yuan realm holds hope. Hearing these words, Gu Jingtian exhaled deeply. Then, unable to restrain himself, he murmured under his breath, "If he truly can achieve the human yuan realm and join our Dao sect, then we will be able to obtain more qualifications to enter the Aohai secret realm." The 7 peak masters standing nearby also nodded their heads with tremendous excitement. In this era where the human yuan realm is exceedingly scarce, if the Dao sect could gain another human yuan powerhouse, its strength would inevitably multiply several-fold, and they would likely obtain even more qualifications to enter the Aohai secret realm. As for the Aohai secret realm, the mere fact that Xian Ku and his companions once spoke of seeking the opportunity to break through to the human yuan realm within it sufficiently demonstrates just how extraordinary that place truly is. What an immense gap lies between the condensing yuan realm and the human yuan realm. An ordinary person would likely spend their entire lifetime stuck in the condensing yuan realm without any progress, let alone cross 2 great realms to reach human yuan. Thus, regarding entry into the Aohai secret realm, sect master Gu Jingtian's philosophy was simple: the more people who could enter, the better. And the Alliance of Sects had decreed that each time the Aohai secret realm opened, the quotas would be allocated according to the number of powerhouses in each sect. Sects with only condensing yuan cultivators could send 10 people into the Aohai secret realm. Sects possessing Earth Yuan cultivators could send 100 people. For sects with human yuan cultivators, besides a guaranteed baseline of 1,000 entrants, every additional human yuan powerhouse would grant the sect 1,000 more quotas to enter the Aohai secret realm. From this, one can see just how crucial the human yuan realm is to the sects of the Lingdong continent. What this poor Taoist is worried about now is who exactly was the one that offended him. At that moment, the old Taoist let out another sigh. The next second he suddenly added, "Could it be that someone from our Tao sect has provoked him?" The moment these words were spoken, not to mention the 7 peak masters and the various elders, even Gu Jingtian was startled into a daze. Thighs can't be right. The disciples of our Tao sect have always strictly adhered to your decrees, Tao ancestor. No one has ever dared to approach the Eastern Earth Divine Province, and junior sister Feng Ran has been secretly protecting the Eastern Earth Divine Province all these years. Kongzi Peak's Gu Lai stepped forward and spoke. Gu Jingtian also shook his head and said, "That should not be the case. No one in the Tao sect would dare to defy your will, Tao ancestor." But just at that moment, Feng Ran suddenly seemed to recall something. Her gaze swept across the 7 peak masters. Yet, she could not find Gu Kuang, the peak master of Xuanzi Peak. "It's Gu Kuang. Reporting to Master over a month ago, I discovered someone approaching the Eastern Earth Divine Province. I went to investigate and found Gu Kuang leading many disciples lingering at the border of the Eastern Earth Divine Province. At that time, it was Gu Kuang who told me the protective grand formation of the Eastern Earth Divine Province had shattered. Master, this disciple believes Gu Kuang must have privately opened the protective grand formation of the Eastern Earth Divine Province and sent people inside." Feng Ran's words immediately left everyone present utterly stunned. Of course, except for those few peak masters who had once joined Gu Kuang in jointly opening the protective grand formation of the Eastern Earth Divine Province. They had already unconsciously lowered their heads. "Where's Gu Kuang?" The old Taoist's face turned grim in an instant, his gaze sweeping over everyone standing before him. He had only been making a casual guess that perhaps someone from his own Tao sect had offended that monster, but he never expected it to actually be true. "Master Gu Kuang is not here. I suspect he is too guilt-ridden to show his face." Feng Ran answered. "This Gu Kuang actually dares to defy the Tao ancestors' decree. Law enforcement elder, I command you to immediately apprehend Gu Kuang and bring him for questioning," the sect master Gu Jingtian declared with an exceedingly grim countenance. The moment his words fell, an old man with a 6th-stage Earth Yuan cultivation stomped his foot on the ground, transformed into a streak of light, and shot off toward Xuanzi Peak like a sudden raid. After the time it takes one incense stick to burn, the old man at the 6th tier of the Earth Yuan realm returned. Reporting to the Tao ancestor and the sect master, Xuanzi Peak is deserted. Not a single person remains. His words instantly left everyone present dumbstruck, especially Feng Ran. Her beautiful brows knitted tightly together, her already ice-cold, peerlessly beautiful face now turned even more frigid. Waves of terrifying, killing intent even began to erupt from her body. Beside her, sect master Gu Jingtian drew a sharp breath. Just what is this Gu Kuang doing? Gu Jingtian could not help but snort coldly. At this moment, Feng Ran suddenly turned to the Tao ancestor and said, "Master, this matter is now clear. It was Gu Kuang who forcibly activated the protective grand formation of the Eastern Earth Divine Province and did unspeakable things inside it. That is what angered him. That is also why he tore open the protective grand formation and came out. Master, this disciple believes that he left the Eastern Earth Divine Province this time precisely to take revenge on Gu Kuang. As for Gu Kuang taking all the disciples of Xuanzi Peak and disappearing, it is because they fear both your punishment, Tao ancestor, and his vengeance." Feng Ran's speech was utterly reasonable and impassioned. "Tao ancestor, this disciple requests permission to personally capture Gu Kuang." Gu Jingtian stepped forward. For him, the sect master, to say such a thing showed how much importance he attached. The white-haired old Taoist looked coldly at the heavens above. He did not answer Gu Jingtian's request. Instead, he turned to the 7 peak masters before him and said slowly, "Although outsiders can tear open the protective grand formation of the Eastern Earth Divine Province, this is not something a single Earth Yuan realm cultivator could accomplish. Whoever among you helped Gu Kuang do this, step forward now." The moment those words were spoken, the 7 peak masters all looked at one another in consternation. Gu Jingtian and Feng Ran also stared at the 7 peak masters in shock. The crushing pressure from the white-haired old Taoist came down like dark clouds pressing upon the mountaintop, forcibly pressing the 7 peak masters to their knees. 3 of them, Gu Jin, Gu Ho, and Gu Dao, prostrated themselves on the ground and began confessing their guilt. "Tao ancestor, your disciple is guilty. Please punish me. Tao ancestor, your disciple is guilty." They were merely 3 Earth Yuan realm cultivators, but they knew all too well how terrifying the old ancestor, a half-step heavenly Yuan expert, was. Therefore, they decided to reveal the whole truth, for only by doing so could they earn a slim chance of survival. "You 3. Feng Ran glared at the 3, killing intent seeping from her voice. Gu Jingtian's expression also turned extremely ugly. These 3 junior brothers of his. How truly foolish. Alas, if they had only defied the Tao ancestors' command, there would still have been room to make amends. But they have provoked that fellow. They will absolutely come to no good end. You must understand. 3,000 years ago, that fellow single-handedly slaughtered 10 billion living beings of a great nation. He is a fearsome existence who distinguishes gratitude from grudges and hates evil as if it were his bitter enemy. Whoever dares to touch his reverse scale, that person and all the supporters behind him will certainly come to no good end. Alas. The white-haired old Taoist let out a long sigh. He then asked the three, "Speak. Why did you do this?" Tao ancestor, about 100 years ago, Gu Kuang found us three brothers and said that he had discovered an enormous secret in that small place, the Eastern Earth Divine Province. If the four of us joined forces, we would be absolutely certain to find an opportunity there to break through to the human Yuan realm. At first, the three of us brothers did not believe him. But later something happened that left us no choice but to believe him. Gu Jin said. "What happened?" the white-haired old Taoist asked. At this moment, Gu Ho swallowed hard and said, "It was a deep night. Gu Kuang brought us three brothers to the sky above the Eastern Earth Divine Province. He took out a golden staff and waved it gently toward the Eastern Earth Divine Province. The very next second, a powerful wisp of immortal qi and dragon vein qi burst forth from the Eastern Earth Divine Province. The immortal qi and dragon vein qi were so powerful that we merely took a single breath, and our cultivation directly advanced by 2 minor realms. However, the golden staff in Gu Kuang's hand was too weak and did not make the immortal qi and dragon vein qi last long. Thus, from that time on, the three of us became deeply convinced of the secret of the Eastern Earth Divine Province. In order to completely obtain the immortal qi and the dragon vein, we began to join hands with Gu Kuang to set up a formation and open the protective grand formation of the Eastern Earth Divine Province. Later, Gu Kuang sent 3 disciples into the Eastern Earth Divine Province, claiming he was 100% certain of obtaining the immortal qi and the dragon vein. But afterward, somehow all 3 of those disciples died in the Eastern Earth Divine Province. After this explanation, Gu Jingtian and Feng Ran, who were present, were both greatly shocked. They had never imagined that Gu Kuang, that man, had already begun extending his reach into the Eastern Earth Divine Province 100 years ago. Moreover, what astounded them even more was that apart from that monstrous genius, the Eastern Earth Divine Province actually contained immortal qi and a dragon vein. Immortal qi and a dragon vein were treasures of heaven. If a mortal obtained them, they would surely be able to ascend in one step. Immortal qi and dragon vein qi. Since when did the Eastern Earth Divine Province possess these 2 divine treasures? Why have I never heard? The white-haired old man frowned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Gu Jin, Gu Ho, and Gu Dao all shook their heads, saying they did not know either. The white-haired old man sighed and said, "In that case, we can only ask him about this matter after he arrives." Hearing this, Feng Ran looked at the white-haired old man with extreme excitement. Then in an almost trembling voice she asked, "Master, is he really coming?" The white-haired old man sighed. Then looking up at the heavens, he said, "No, he is already here." Crack! The instant those words fell, the entire main peak of the Tao sect fell silent. The 7 peak masters, more than 10 Earth Yuan realm elders, and Feng Ran and the others all stared at the heavens in shock. Only the old Taoist sighed inwardly. "Humph, you old ox-nosed Taoist, your nose is quite sharp." A wondrous heavenly voice suddenly poured down from the sky. An incomparably powerful pressure instantly crushed everyone present, leaving them unable to breathe. Not to mention the Earth Yuan realm peak masters and elders. Even the human Yuan realm sect master, Gu Jingtian, Grand Elder Feng Linghao, and the Tao ancestors' final disciple Feng Ran were all left breathless by the pressure. As expected, not only had that peerless monstrous genius rebuilt his cultivation, he had even reached the human Yuan realm in the Eastern Earth Divine Province, a place where cultivation was restricted. His cultivation might even be above the human Yuan realm. The peak masters and elders who had just claimed that he could not break through even the Earth Yuan realm or even the condensing Yuan realm were now thoroughly slapped in the face. Not only did they feel less than ants under that overwhelming pressure, but they also saw the state of the 3 human Yuan realm experts. It seemed that even the sect master, the Grand Elder, and Feng Ran, these 3 human Yuan experts, were not much better off than they were. They simply did not know how the Tao ancestor was faring at this moment. Almost everyone, including sect master Gu Jingtian and Grand Elder Feng Linghao, instinctively looked toward the Tao ancestor. To be honest, if even the Tao ancestor's condition was exactly the same as theirs, then they really would have their worldview. Unlike those 2, Feng Ran's attention was not on the Tao ancestor in the least. Her eyes, as enchanting as a celestial maiden of the 9th heaven, were fixed upon the heavens above. In that very moment, when that voice had come streaming down from the sky, her entire being slipped into a trance. 3,000 years had passed, and at last she had heard that voice again. She felt the waves of pressure descending from the sky, while the voice continued to echo in her mind. Tears poured down like a bursting dam. "You've finally returned, brother," Chen Nian Large teardrops rolled down her peerless face and scattered in the wind. Feng Ran parted her red lips slightly and murmured. Her voice was very low. Yet Gu Jingtian, Gu Jing, Gu Ho, and the others standing nearby all heard it clearly. Everyone looked more stunned than ever before. Although they were all aware of junior sister Feng Ran's past and knew that the man had always occupied a place in her heart. But now hearing these words from this junior sister who was ordinarily as cold as frost and unapproachable, honestly, they felt their worldview had been shaken to its core. At the same time, they were also dying to see what the man so deeply loved by junior sister Feng Ran actually looked like. Yes, I, this old Taoist, am already a decrepit old man. Yet you are still so young and full of fire. This old man truly feels ashamed of himself. The white-haired old Taoist slowly raised his head, and his murky eyes swept toward the heavens. What shocked him, however, was even he could only sense Chen Nian's presence, but he could not see where Chen Nian was. A terrifying thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that this fellow's cultivation had already surpassed his own? If that were so, the entire Lingdong continent would be utterly shaken. Old man, cut the nonsense. Do you know why I've come this time? Tell Gu Kuang, the peak master of your Xuanzi Peak, to come out and speak. Otherwise he'll wipe out Xuanzi Peak with one slap. An extremely furious voice came from the sky. The speaker was none other than Chen Nian. His words struck the minds of the Tao sect disciples like a bolt from the blue. Earlier, only the experts on the main peak had been able to hear his voice. But now his voice had already spread across the entire Tao sect. Countless disciples stuck their heads out to look at the heavens. Good grief, who was this bold enough to call the Tao sect's old ancestor an old man, and even demand that Martial Uncle Gu of Xuanzi Peak come out to speak, or else have Xuanzi Peak annihilated? Who is this? His nerve is outrageous. This is clearly a provocation against our Tao sect. Fellow disciples, a powerful enemy has come. Prepare for battle. But let's not waste our energy. Before such a mighty existence, we are no more than ants. We should leave this to the senior uncles and elders. Even if we went up, we would only be cannon fodder, or worse, burdens. For a moment, the entire Tao sect was gripped by unease. It was as though a great battle was imminent. In all these years, no one had ever dared to behave so brazenly in the Tao sect. This showed just how terrifying today's enemy was. Tao ancestor, what should we do? He does not seem to have come with good intentions. Sect Master Gu Jingtian approached the white-haired old Taoist and asked in a low voice. The white-haired old Taoist sighed, then slowly glanced toward Xuanzi Peak, a trace of reluctance on his face. Tao ancestor, although junior brother Gu Kuang is indeed at fault, our Tao sect is not one to be slaughtered without resistance. We absolutely cannot allow an outsider to act so wantonly in our Tao sect. Gu Dao furrowed his brows and said coldly. At that moment, Gu Jin and Gu Ho also stepped forward. Indeed, Tao ancestor, we request permission to activate the sect protecting grand formation and let the Gu generation disciples ascend together to repel the enemy. We absolutely must not let. Before he could finish, suddenly, the white-haired elders simply ignored them and turned to face the heavens, then spoke slowly. Chen Nian, Gu Kuang has already fled with all the disciples of Xuanzi Peak to escape justice. For the sake of this old man, do not attack Xuanzi Peak. Our Tao sect has 9 peaks in total. If one is missing, then even after I pass into the grave, I will have no face to meet my ancestors. Rest assured, this old man will personally capture that traitor Gu Kuang and bring him to you for punishment. Crack. In that instant, the entire main peak of the Tao sect fell utterly silent. Sect Master Gu Jingtian, the 7 peak masters, and all the elders exchanged glances, their faces full of astonishment. For so many years, the Tao ancestor had been a godlike figure in their hearts. Across the entire Lingdong continent, he was in existence at the very pinnacle. They had never seen the Tao ancestor yield before anyone. But today, what on earth was happening? Before the other party had even made a move, the Tao ancestor was already speaking to him in such a submissive tone. Indignation stirred in everyone's hearts. Some of the more combative ones had already clenched their fists, ready to soar into the sky and fight that arrogant fellow to the death. After all, if the Tao ancestor bowed his head to that person, that meant the entire Tao sect had bowed its head to him. There were some who simply could not accept that. From the heavens above, that voice, laden with suffocating pressure, descended once more. Old man, your attitude is quite good. I am also grateful that you set up a protective grand formation over my Dongtu divine land, allowing it to pass 3,000 years in peace. But do you know what that Gu Kuang of your Tao sect actually did in the Dongtu divine land this time? For his own selfish gain, he sent disciples into the Dongtu divine land to burn, kill, and plunder. My junior sister, countless of my disciples and descendants, and countless of my compatriots all died by his hand. Even more detestable, my own daughter was severely wounded and nearly died because of him. If she had not come to seek me, I would have lost my precious daughter. Do you think I would stay my hand because of a few words from you, old man? That is absolutely impossible. In the sky above, Chen Nian grew angrier with every word. Although his daughter's severe injury at that time was caused by the betrayal of Sanyang Peak, that betrayal was orchestrated by Gu Kuang. His aim being the immortal energy within the daughter and the dragon vein in the forbidden land of the Tianlong Empire. Therefore, whether it was the vengeance for his junior sister and the others, or the vengeance for his daughter, both ultimately traced back to Gu Kuang of Xuanzi Peak in the Tao sect. And of course that old man was not completely uninvolved either. However, Chen Nian was also a man who drew clear lines between gratitude and resentment. The old man had once set up the protective formation over the Dongtu divine land, and he certainly had no prior knowledge of this matter. Therefore, Chen Nian would not seek revenge against the old man. Otherwise, he would have made his move as soon as he reached the Tao sect. Why would there be so much idle talk? Clack. The instant Chen Nian's voice fell, the first to be utterly astonished was Feng Ran. She never imagined that Gu Kuang had reduced Chen Nianjij to such a miserable state. At this moment her heart ached for Chen Nian from the very depths of her soul. She had thought that in the sealed-off Dongtu Shenzhou Chen Nian would surely have lived a carefree existence. Yet never did she imagine that because of Gu Kuang he would have endured so much heartbreak again. That Gu Kuang deserves to die. One more thing struck Feng Ran as beyond belief. It was, when had Chen Nian ever gotten a daughter? After all back, then she had never heard any news that Baiyu was pregnant. Could it be that over these 3,000 years Chen Nian had fallen in love with another woman, and that this woman had even borne him a child? At this thought Feng Ran's eyes grew even redder. Upon hearing Chen Nian's words the white-haired old man also shuddered violently. He had never imagined that Gu Kuang could have inflicted such tremendous harm upon Chen Nian. No wonder this monstrous prodigy had torn open the protective grand formation of Dongtu Shenzhou and personally come to the Tao sect for revenge. So that was the reason. His junior sister, his disciples, and their disciples, all had been killed by Gu Kuang. Even more importantly, his daughter had nearly been killed by Gu Kuang as well. It seemed that the Xuanzi Peak of the Tao sect had forged an irreconcilable blood feud with Chen Nian. Even he could no longer control the situation. Nevertheless, a final thread of hope still lingered in the white-haired old man's heart. He heaved a long sigh, then said, "But I have already promised to personally deliver Gu Kuang to you. For the sake of this old man, could you wait a little longer? Old man, you failed to discipline your disciples, allowing them to slaughter wantonly in Dongtu Shenzhou. If not for the fact that you set up the protective grand formation for Dongtu Shenzhou back in the day, this seat would not spare even you, let alone grant you any face." Whenever Chen Nian was consumed by fury and ready to kill, he would refer to himself as this seat. Others might not know this, but how could Feng Ran and the white-haired old man not know it? Chen Nianjij, no, don't. Feng Ran looked up at the vast heavens with reddened eyes, her gaze filled with desperate entreaty. She had not seen him for 3,000 years. And so, she truly did not want their first meeting in 3,000 years to become a battle against each other as enemies. As for the white-haired old man, he merely sighed, then slowly closed his eyes. It was unclear what he truly intended. Chen Nian's words just now had thoroughly enraged the entire Tao sect's disciples. After all, the Tao sect was one of the top 3 sects on Lingdong continent. When had they ever endured such humiliation as today? How utterly arrogant. Though you were once a monstrous prodigy who shattered the cultivation system, you are, after all, merely a martial brute from Dongtu Shenzhou. How many lives do you have to come to our Tao sect and behave with such insolence? Grand Elder Feng Linghao suddenly stepped forward. A formidable aura of the human origin realm burst forth from his body like blazing flames. The Grand Elder is absolutely right. This brat is simply incorrigible. The Tao ancestor has already said he would personally capture Gu Kuang for him, yet the insolent fool still presses relentlessly. Let alone his threat to annihilate Xuanzi Peak. He even dares to show such disrespect to the Tao ancestor. If we do not kill him today, where will the dignity of our Grand Tao sect stand? Master, they are about to make a move. Quickly stop them. Feng Ran hurriedly came to the white-haired old Taoist side and said. But the white-haired old man did not even open his eyes. He stood there motionless and silent. Disciples of the Tao sect, heed my command. Take to the skies together and repel the enemy. Protective Grand Formation activate. Attack Formation activate. Grand Elder Feng Linghao held absolute authority within the Tao sect. Moreover, Chen Nian's every word and action just now had thoroughly infuriated the entire Tao sect's disciples. And so, after Grand Elder Feng Linghao's thunderous roar, whoosh, 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 countless figures shot up from the 8 peaks of the Tao sect into the vault of heaven. The mighty formations were arrayed in an instant. Everyone was fully poised and ready to strike. Old man, it seems you have truly grown senile. Your own disciples no longer heed your words. Since that is the case, I will discipline them on your behalf. The moment his words fell, a sky-covering, sun-obscuring giant hand suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, the giant hand came crashing straight down toward Xuanzi Peak of the Tao sect. This seat would like to see whether the disciples of your Tao sect can withstand this strike of mine. Chen Nian gave a cold snort. Then the sky-covering giant hand slowly descended toward Xuanzi Peak. How dare you show off your paltry skill before an expert? Great mighty heavenly dragon. Suddenly Gu Dao was the first to stride through the air. He unleashed a great mighty heavenly dragon attack directly at Chen Nian's colossal hand. At the same time, the formation formed by the Tao sect disciples arrived as well. Gu Jin and Gu Ho followed closely behind. In an instant, a great battle erupted. You call this seat's attack a paltry trick. This seat thinks that your so-called great mighty heavenly dragon is the true paltry trick. Scram. Suddenly the giant hand swept fiercely toward Gu Dao. Great mighty heavenly dragon Earth Store world honored one. Gu Dao let out a thunderous roar. But, before he could even unleash his power, the giant hand slammed directly onto his forehead. Thighs is impossible. I have the cultivation of the Earth Origin 8th stage. How could you possibly kill me with a single blow? Gu Dao's face was filled with disbelief. Before he could even utter his final words, he perished, his body and soul extinguished, and plummeted from the air. Earth Origin 8th stage. Chen Nian had never heard of this realm before. Earlier he had only heard Xian Ke mention the Origin realm. Presumably the Earth Origin 8th stage was also a subdivision of the Origin realm. However, this Earth Origin 8th stage seemed rather weak. At best it was only slightly stronger than an ant. After killing Gu Dao, Chen Nian now had a certain understanding of his own cultivation. He was certainly stronger than the Earth Origin 8th stage, and by a considerable margin. Junior brother Gu Dao was actually killed, and even his soul was utterly erased. My heavens, how on earth did he manage to do it? Could he already be at the human origin realm? Gu Jin, Gu Ho, Gu Lao, and the others were all utterly shocked. Mind you, that had been an Earth Origin stage powerhouse. An Earth Origin stage powerhouse could even serve as the founding patriarch of a mid-sized sect. And now, that fellow, this was simply too incredible. A fellow who came from a gathering place of martial brutes like Dongtu Shenzhou had actually achieved the human origin realm. Because only a human origin realm cultivator could kill an Earth Origin stage powerhouse with such ease. On the mountaintop, the white-haired old Taoist slowly opened his eyes, watching helplessly as Gu Dao, his junior nephew of the Earth Origin 8th stage, fell. That was a mighty warrior of the Earth Origin stage. In all these years the Tao sect had never lost such a powerful disciple. In the past this would have shaken not only the white-haired old Taoist himself, but even those old coots in secluded meditation. After the shock would come boundless fury. They would surely spare no effort to avenge this Earth Origin 8th stage disciple and restore the Tao sect's honor. Yet today, the white-haired old Taoist, the supreme authority of the Tao sect, remained utterly silent. It seemed he felt less anger and more sorrow. Master. Feng Ran, standing nearby, looked at the white-haired old Taoist. She wanted to say something, but the words died in her throat before they could be spoken. Do not worry, I will not intervene in this matter. Perhaps, even if I did, I would not be his match. The white-haired old Taoist saw through Feng Ran's thoughts and spoke slowly. Feng Ran breathed a sigh of relief first. Then, regarding the white-haired old Taoist with astonishment, she said, Master, are you saying even you are no match for him? Could it be that his cultivation has already surpassed the heaven origin stage? The white-haired old Taoist let out a sigh. He answered, Feng Ran, to tell you the truth, even I cannot fathom his cultivation. Perhaps only that old fossil of the sword sect can discern exactly what level he is. Truly he is a monstrous prodigy. My Lingdong continent is saved this time. The white-haired old man sighed again. Feng Ran was secretly stunned, yet inwardly delighted as well. He was indeed the man she had waited 3,000 years for. The moment he appeared, he gave her such a tremendous surprise. Master, what do you mean when you say the Lingdong continent is saved, eh? Feng Ran could not help but ask. The white-haired old Taoist waved his hand. This is a heavenly secret, it cannot be revealed for now. Very well. But Master, are you truly not angry at him at all? Your disciple wishes to apologize to you on his behalf. After all, Gu Kuang went too far. He provoked Brother Chen Nian's reverse scale, which is why Brother Chen Nian came to the Tao sect to demand justice. Feng Ran added. At this the white-haired old man waved his hand and smiled bitterly. It is already showing me enough respect that he did not strike out at this old man. What reason do I have to be angry? Besides, it is fitting to let him display his power here. That will be beneficial for the upcoming matter of channeling the power of all living beings into him. Seeming to realize he had said too much, the white-haired old man fell silent. Feng Ran did not dare ask further. Everyone beware. This man's strength is extraordinary. He has likely long since stepped into the human origin stage. From this moment on, no one attack him alone. The Grand Elder Feng Linghao let out a furious roar. Then with a grand wave of his hand, he shouted, Grand Attack Formation, activate. The instant the words fell, a massive 8 trigrams array appeared in the heavens. At the same time, Gu Jin, Gu Ho, Gu Lao, and all the disciples of the Tao sect began pouring their power into the colossal 8 trigrams array. Once the formation was fully charged, it shot forth to meet Chen Nian's giant hand. Seeing this, Chen Nian's battle intent blazed fiercely. Well struck. After a thunderous roar, he stamped his foot upon the heavens abruptly, withdrew his giant hand, gathered his strength, and then viciously slammed it toward the 8 trigrams array. Boom! Boom! Tremendous thunderclaps resounded across the entire sky. The Tao sect's proud 8 trigrams attack formation was instantly shattered into pieces. All the Gu generation powerhouses came crashing down from the air. As for the Zuan generation, Kong generation, and other younger disciples, they had already been blasted dozens of miles away. Even the human origin stage Grand Elder Feng Linghao was struck down, grievously wounded. His cultivation is actually higher than mine. Feng Linghao spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, and speaking in utter disbelief. Oh, then might I ask what realm is your cultivation at? Chen Nian glanced at Feng Linghao and asked. Feng Linghao gritted his teeth and answered, Human origin second stage. Human origin second stage? Chen Nian shook his head helplessly. Why do I feel you're not much different from that Earth origin 8th stage, and just now? Are all you origin stage cultivators this weak? A collective gasp. Chen Nian's words left the scattered spirit origin stage and Earth origin stage cultivators dumbfounded, along with Gu Jingtian and even Feng Ran, who had yet to make a move. After all, the gap between the Earth origin stage and human origin stage was as vast as heaven and earth. A single human origin cultivator could hold their own against hundreds of Earth origin cultivators. Yet he actually claimed that Gu Dao at Earth origin 8th stage was not much different from Feng Linghao at human origin 2nd stage. And that all origin stage cultivators were this weak. Heavens, just how arrogant was he? Madman. Although we are no match for you once the Tao ancestor makes his move, even if you were an immortal from beyond the heavens, you will be captured today. Grand Elder Feng Linghao roared furiously at Chen Nian. Then he knelt in the direction of the white-haired old Taoist and cried out, I beg the Tao ancestor to make his move and wash away the shame of the Tao sect. Following that, Gu Jin, Gu Ho, Gu Lao, and the others all knelt before the white-haired old Taoist, their voices thundering in supplication. Yet the white-haired old Taoist merely closed his eyes once more. It was as if he had not heard their cries at all. Seeing this, Chen Nian could not help but snort. Old thing, you certainly know how to play your part. You've made it so I can hardly bear to slaughter too many of your Tao sect disciples. Fine, since you old thing have shown kindness to both me and the Eastern Earth Divine Province, I shall spare these people's lives for now. But as for Xuanzi Peak of the Tao sect, I must destroy it this very day. As he spoke those final words, Chen Nian's voice was already hoarse with fury. Boundless rage erupted from his entire being. The next second, Chen Nian's giant hand slammed directly into Xuanzi Peak of the Tao sect. Boom, boom. The entire mountain peak collapsed in an instant. Countless structures were destroyed as the nearly 1,000-zhang mountain crumbled apart, sending countless boulders tumbling down. Xuanzi Peak of the Tao sect, a mountain that had stood for nearly 10,000 years, was thus destroyed. It's over. Our Tao sect's Xuanzi Peak is gone forever. Grand Elder Feng Linghao was the first to cry out in anguish. Meanwhile, everyone else wept bitterly, hurling curses at Chen Nian and vowing to die alongside him. You insane demon. Today this old man will die together with you and avenge our Tao sect's Xuanzi Peak. In the end, Grand Elder Feng Linghao could bear it no longer. He leaped straight into the air and charged at Chen Nian with reckless abandon. We will follow the Grand Elder and take revenge for Xuanzi Peak. Even if we perish and our Tao is extinguished, we will fight to the death. Behind him, Gu Jin, Gu Ho, Gu Lao, and the others followed closely. Watching the swarming masses charging at him, Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. Then his gaze fell upon the white-haired old Taoist, and he transmitted his voice. Old man, if you still refuse to act, I'm going to slaughter every single one of them. I already spared their lives out of respect for you earlier, but now they are coming at me with all their strength. I can't just stand here and let them beat me. The moment his words fell, the white-haired elder abruptly opened his eyes wide. The next second, a dazzling beam of light shot forth from the main peak of the Tao sect. The great Elder Feng Linghao, the various peak masters, and countless Tao sect disciples who had been sweeping toward Chen Nian with overwhelming killing intent were all beyond themselves with excitement at the sight. The Tao ancestor has made his move. Ha ha ha, fiend, your end has come. Please, Tao ancestor, slay the fiend and avenge the Tao sect's shame. Countless people shouted in wild excitement. However, what they never expected was, after the white-haired elder ascended to the heavens, he waved his hand and summoned an immense 8 trigrams array diagram, blocking Feng Linghao, Gu Jin, Gu Ho, and all the Tao sect disciples outside the formation, making it impossible for them to move even an inch. Everyone was greatly shocked. The great elder Feng Linghao asked in horror, Tao ancestor, you. Everyone go back. If anyone dares to run amok again, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Suddenly the white-haired elder roared in fury. Then he waved his hand, and the immense 8 trigrams array diagram came surging directly at the crowd. In less than a moment, everyone, including the great elder Feng Linghao, was forced to retreat again and again. Then the white-haired elder turned and looked at Chen Nian. With a grateful expression, he said slowly, "This old man thanks you for not letting the Tao sect die out. After all these years, it seems you two have grown a great deal." Chen Nian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the white-haired elder with an indifferent expression. His thoughts seemed in that instant to return to 3,000 years ago. Back then, the white-haired elder had been a vigorous, spirited, middle-aged man. Who would have thought that now he had become a decrepit old man close to the grave? As for himself, he was still exactly the same as 3,000 years ago. Chen Nian could not help sighing inwardly. If Baiyu had not died, her appearance would probably be just as it was 3,000 years ago as well. In a flash, his thoughts returned to the present. Chen Nian said slowly to the white-haired elder, "Old fellow, there's no need to thank me. The one they should thank is you. If not for you, what I came to destroy this time would hardly be just a mere Xuanzi peak. The entire Tao sect would have paid an enormous price for gravely wounding my daughter and causing my junior sister's death." The white-haired elder sighed and answered, "Rest assured, I will personally capture Gu Kuang and hand him over to you for judgment." 100 years ago, 3 people joined Gu Kuang in forcibly activating the protective grand formation of Dongde Shenzhou. One of them has already been killed by you. As for the other 2, I will have them kneel before Xuanzi Peak and await your judgment. How about it? Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. "Very well, do as you say. I will stay in the Tao sect for a while. Once you personally bring Gu Kuang back, I will take him to Dongde Shenzhou to offer sacrifices to my junior sister and all my disciples and grand-disciples." After saying this, Chen Nian's gaze swept over the white-haired elder once more. Then he smiled and said, "It has been 3,000 years since we last met. Shouldn't we have a chat?" As he spoke, he tightly clutched the yellow sachet in his hand. He was somewhat excited and somewhat worried. After all, he had traveled thousands of miles this time. His purpose was far more than mere revenge. The yellow sachet Baiyu left behind had only the word Tao written on it. But he could not be certain whether that word, Tao, truly had anything to do with the Tao sect. Now that he had met the old man of the Tao sect, very soon this matter would be settled. The white-haired elder laughed heartily. "Ha ha, this old man has waited far too long for this day. As it happens, this old man also has a matter of great magnitude to discuss with you. Let's go." After saying this, the white-haired elder suddenly waved his hand. A gigantic 8 trigrams array diagram appeared before Chen Nian. Chen Nian smiled faintly, and without a word stepped into it. Right after him, the white-haired elder also stepped into the gigantic 8 trigrams array diagram with expectant steps, and then both vanished. As the two disappeared, all the disciples of the Tao sect were completely dumbfounded. The great elder Feng Linghao, the peak masters Gu Jin, Gu Ho, Gu Lao, and the others had still not recovered their senses, even now. They had thought that the Tao ancestor's intervention was meant to slay that fiend. But they never could have imagined that the Tao ancestor would be so respectful to that fiend, and would even thank him for not letting the Tao sect's lineage die out. Gu Jin was the first to step forward, saying beside the great elder Feng Linghao, "Great elder, could that fiend's strength really be above the Tao ancestors?" Feng Linghao frowned, but did not answer. At that, Gu Ho, Gu Lao, and the others also came forward one after another. "I think it's possible. Otherwise, given the Tao ancestor's temperament, he would never allow anyone to be so presumptuous in the Tao sect. And this person even killed senior brother Gu Dao. What should we do now? Are we truly going to give up avenging senior brother Gu Dao?" Feng Linghao gritted his teeth and slowly closed his eyes. After a long while, he slowly spoke. "Of course we must avenge him. Don't forget, Gu Dao is a descendant of a certain old ancestor in the Tao sect's forbidden grounds. If that old ancestor learns that his descendant was slain while the sect's Tao ancestor and sect master did nothing to avenge him, he will certainly emerge from seclusion in person. When that happens, that fiend will surely pay the price for what he has done, and as for the Tao ancestor and the sect master, they will also face the old ancestor's punishment." At these words, Gu Jin, Gu Ho, Gu Lao, and all the other peak masters were stirred into great excitement. "I will go to the sect's forbidden grounds at once, report this to the old ancestors there, and ask them to come out of seclusion. Let's go. We're setting out now." The group soared into the air and headed toward the rear mountain of the Tao sect. Just then, 2 figures suddenly blocked their path. They were sect master Gu Jingtian and Feng Ran. Seeing the two blocking their way, the expressions of Feng Linghao, Gu Jin, and Gu Ho turned rather grim. They had been watching all along during the fierce battle with that fiend without making a move. Feng Linghao said with a cold face. Gu Jin and Gu Ho, standing nearby, also spoke. "Sect master, the Forbidden Ground ancestors have the right to know about this. If we conceal it, and they find out later, they will surely blame us. Don't worry, sect master. We won't tell the Forbidden Ground ancestors about your cowardice in battle either." Gu Jingshan's face was terrifyingly grim. But he still did not explode. Instead, with a cold face and an extremely serious tone, he said, "I don't care if you go to see the Forbidden Ground ancestors. However, the Tao ancestor has ordered Gu Jin and Gu Ho to kneel below Xuanzi Peak and await judgment." Hearing this, Feng Lingha's face grew even darker. Although he found the Tao ancestor's decree somewhat difficult to understand, even infuriating, yet he was helpless. "Gu Jin, Gu Ho, will you go of your own accord, or should I personally escort you there?" Seeing the two standing motionless, Gu Jingtian spoke again. As he spoke, a vast human origin realm aura surged from his body toward Gu Jin and Gu Ho, those two fellows at the 7th stage of the human origin realm. The two were immediately crushed by such overwhelming pressure that they could barely straighten their backs. Sensing Gu Jingshan's fury, they could only nod and agree. "Sect Master, we will go on our own." With that, the two leaped up and headed toward Xuanzi Peak, which had already been turned to ruins. "Humph! I will go at once and invite the Forbidden Ground ancestor out of seclusion." A mere fiend. What does the Tao sect have to fear? The furious great elder let out a thunderous roar, then, without paying Gu Jingtian any further heed, led the members of the Elder Council toward the Forbidden Grounds in the rear mountain of the Tao sect. At the Tao sect within the Tianshu Tao Palace, it seemed to belong to another world entirely. How everywhere the eye could see was nothingness. There was no air, no light, and not a single whisper of sound. If an ordinary person were to set foot here, they would burst apart and die within 3 breaths. Therefore, anyone who could enter the Tao sect's Tianshu Tao Palace must have cultivation at least above the human origin realm, because those in the spirit condensation and earth origin realms could only stay inside the Tianshu Tao Palace for such a short time that they would die, and their Tao would be extinguished before they could escape. Thus, the Tianshu Tao Palace was also the most mysterious place in the entire Tao sect. It was said that the Tianshu Tao Palace was an independent microcosm created by some almighty being in the ancient era, containing boundless treasures. Any ordinary person who merely obtained one thing from within would rise to prominence and become a great power in their own right. And the reason the Tao sect could enjoy its current glory was almost entirely due to the Tianshu Tao Palace. Over the years, the Tao sect's experts had entered the Tianshu Tao Palace one after another, obtaining countless secret cultivation techniques and magical treasures. However, the Tao sect simply had far too few experts at the human origin realm. Every human origin realm expert could not remain in the Tianshu Tao Palace for more than 2 shurchen, and each time they left the Tianshu Tao Palace, they would have to spend decades or even 100 years before they could recover. Thus, although so many years had passed and the Tao sect had reaped countless resources from the Tianshu Tao Palace, it had explored less than 1% of the Tianshu Tao Palace. Precisely for this reason, the Tao sect was able to focus its efforts on the Aohai secret realm in order to gain more cultivation resources. Just then, the space of the Tianshu Tao Palace was suddenly torn apart violently. A young man in Taoist robes leisurely stepped out from the torn space. "What a strange place. There isn't even any air here. Old man, why did you bring me here? You're not planning to ambush?" Chen Nian used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. After detecting no danger, he smiled. The white-haired old man's labored breathing formed a sharp contrast with Chen Nian's casual stroll-like ease. "Do I, an old man, have the strength to ambush you? These 3,000 years you have not only reforged your spiritual bone, but you have also never slackened in your cultivation. This old man is already no match for you." The white-haired old man smiled bitterly. One of his purposes in bringing Chen Nian to the Tianshu Tao Palace was precisely to test Chen Nian's cultivation. The result was exactly as he wished. Chen Nian's cultivation was already far above his own. In fact, he suspected that Chen Nian had broken through to the heaven origin realm. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, Chen Nian helplessly rolled his eyes. If he were to say that he had not cultivated for a single second over these 3,000 years, would this old man be angered to death, thus adhering to the principle of keeping a low profile and not causing others mental exhaustion? Chen Nian sighed and replied, "Yes, for 3,000 years I cultivated day and night, never daring to pause for even a moment, simply afraid that someone might come to harm those around me. But I never expected that I still could not prevent the tragedy." Chen Nian sighed and replied, "Yes, for 3,000 years I cultivated day and night, never daring to pause for even a moment, simply afraid that someone might come to harm those around me. But I never expected that I still could not." That place had always been a gathering spot for martial artists. Never had anyone managed to break through the origin realm there. In fact, the people there did not even know what realm lay above the martial artist ranks. And Chen Nian in that very place had broken through the origin realm and then further advanced to the heaven origin realm. From this, it was obvious how tremendous his efforts over these 3,000 years must have been. Truly, the ancestors were right. Diligence leads to progress, while laziness leads to regression. The white-haired old man sighed to himself. Chen Nian felt somewhat awkward. Diligence leads to progress was true enough, but laziness leads to regression didn't seem to apply to him. He had been lazy for 3,000 years. Wasn't he still much stronger than the old man who had been diligent for 3,000 years? This showed that the ancestors were not entirely right. Seeing Chen Nian remain silent, the white-haired old man then said to Chen Nian again, "You had no cultivation resources and you lived in a place cursed by the gods, yet you still broke through to the heaven origin realm. This shows how hard you must have worked over these 3,000 years. I suspect you didn't even have time to sleep. You've worked hard these 3,000 years." As he spoke, a trace of tears appeared in the white-haired old man's eyes. Chen Nian became even more embarrassed. Well, it was true that he had no time to sleep, because he simply never needed to sleep. His time was all spent planting flowers, tending grass, and wandering the world in carefree ease. "You've worked hard too." Not knowing how to answer, Chen Nian gave a perfunctory response. He recalled the words the old man had said earlier. "Old man, you said the Dongtu divine land was cursed by the gods. Is that true?" Chen Nian asked. The white-haired old man smiled helplessly. It was truly absurd for him, a half-step heaven origin realm cultivator, to be explaining things to an expert who had surpassed the heaven origin realm. He probably wouldn't be believed if he told anyone. After all, on the Lingdong continent, all those whose cultivation surpassed the heaven origin realm were ancient monsters who had lived for nearly 10,000 years. Although these ancient monsters had always been in seclusion, they were omniscient and all-knowing. How could there be someone like Chen Nian who didn't even know that the Dongtu divine land had been cursed by gods? Ahem. It was only because the white-haired old man had some prior understanding of Chen Nian. If it had been anyone else, their jaws would have dropped in shock. Of course. Otherwise, how could the Dongtu divine land have cultivation restrictions? And why would it be called the gathering place of martial artists? The white-haired old man smiled. Chen Nian's face turned grim. He slowly raised his head, a blaze of fury in his eyes. Why did the gods curse the Dongtu divine land? Did it eat their rice or sleep with their wives? The white-haired old man smiled bitterly. The will of the gods. How could ordinary mortals like us presume to fathom it? But that doesn't justify tossing 100 billion people on an entire continent into the garbage. Chen Nian said indignantly. There was another reason for his anger. Bai Yu. Previously, he had always believed that he was the one who had killed Bai Yu. But after the incident with his daughter, he learned that Bai Yu might have been taken away by the immortals in heaven back then. From then on, he felt no goodwill toward immortals and gods, only hatred. His current goal was to determine whether the sachet Bai Yu left behind had any connection to the Tao sect. Could he, by relying on this sachet, find Bai Yu? If Bai Yu had truly been taken away by the immortals, then even if he had to slaughter his way up to the upper immortal realm, Chen Nian would demand justice for his wife and daughter. Let those so-called immortals see that mortals are also human beings, not trash that can be thrown away or even butchered at will. Alas, that may be so, but what power do we have to defy the will of the gods? The white-haired elder sighed, his face steeped in dejection. Chen Nian's face turned somber, and his heart grew heavy, for he too felt that the old man was not wrong. They truly had no power to resist the will of the gods. That was why Bio had been taken captive, why Dongtu Shenzhou had been cursed, and why countless living beings had been discarded like refuse. Chen Nian now understood all of this. He craved power with every fiber of his being. Now he truly understood keeping a low profile could only allow him to survive in obscurity. If he wanted to protect those around him, he had to rely on his own strength. Old man, stop dawdling. I'll be straightforward with you. This time I've come not only to avenge my daughter and junior sister, but also to ask for your help with another matter. Chen Nian said. Speak. The white-haired elder looked at Chen Nian. Chen Nian then took out the yellow sachet. Old man, take a look. Do you recognize it? The white-haired elder paused slightly. As if stirred by some inner realization, he reached out a nearly trembling hand. Thigh sachet. It seems to share the same origin as my Tao sect's Tianshu Tao Palace. Look. With that, the white-haired elder gently tapped the yellow sachet. The next moment, a stream of aura abruptly burst forth from within it. That stream of aura shot straight into the depths of Tianshu Tao Palace. Seeing this, Chen Nian was overjoyed. Just as I thought. Bio is right here. With that, he immediately leaped up and started after the stream of aura into the depths of Tianshu Tao Palace. No. The depths of Tianshu Tao Palace are a land of death. If you force your way in, that tremendous pressure will crush you. The white-haired elder bellowed, then hurriedly chased after him. But at that moment, Chen Nian no longer cared about such warnings. In an instant, he had already followed the stream of aura to the depths of Tianshu Tao Palace. A powerful oppressive force abruptly wrapped around his entire body. It felt as if he were on the verge of being crushed into pulp, but Chen Nian still held on. Finally, he saw that yellow aura vanish after entering an ancient stone gate. Could it be that Bio was behind this stone gate? At that thought, Chen Nian charged directly at the stone gate, braving the towering pressure. Boom! An immeasurable torrent of power slammed into his body. Just before he lost consciousness, Chen Nian saw that on the left and right sides of the stone gate were a keyhole-like indentation and a large sunken handprint. Then he slipped into unconsciousness. After an unknown span of time, when Chen Nian woke once more, he found that he had returned to where he had been before. The white-haired elder had apparently given him some unknown thing to eat, barely managing to bring him back from the brink. Old man, what exactly is that stone gate? Chen Nian asked hastily. The white-haired elder sighed. I don't know either. In fact, before you we never even knew that there was a stone gate in the depths of Tianshu Dao Palace. I will open that stone gate. Chen Nian clenched both fists and slowly rose to his feet. He was certain Bio was inside that stone gate. But the pressure at the depths of Tianshu Dao Palace is far too powerful. For you to even reach that stone gate is already something unprecedented, with no one before and no one after. The white-haired elder sighed. Then I'll raise my cultivation, and once I'm strong enough I'll come back to open that. Chen Nian looked at the white-haired elder and asked, Old man, what level of cultivation do you think I'd need to withstand the pressure in the depths of Tianshu Dao Palace? The white-haired elder pondered for a moment, then slowly said, even someone above the Tianyuan realm alone certainly wouldn't be enough. I estimate it would take at least 100 Tianyuan realm 8-stage powerhouses joining forces to barely withstand it. Old man, help me see what my cultivation has reached. After saying this, Chen Nian stood up and slowly began releasing his cultivation aura. He wanted to know how far he still was from withstanding the pressure of the Tianshu Dao Palace's depths. The white-haired elder was shocked inwardly. Clearly even he had not expected that Chen Nian wouldn't even know his own cultivation level. It seemed that in these 3,000 years Chen Nian had truly never once taken half a step out of Dongde Shenzhou. He might not even know what realm lay above the warrior grade. At this thought, the white-haired elder's entire body, a man who didn't even know what realm existed above the warrior grade, had by sheer happenstance broken into the Yuan realm and charged all the way from the Ningyuan realm into the Diyuan realm, then the Rinyuan realm, and even the Tianyuan realm. Heavens! What kind of monstrous prodigy was this? If the outside world were to learn of it, it would undoubtedly trigger a colossal earthquake. Those old monsters of the Tianyuan realm who had been in secluded cultivation for millennia would all emerge from seclusion to witness the brilliance of such a prodigy. What's the matter, old man? Is my cultivation too low to catch your eye to the point that you can't even be bothered to say it? Chen Nian said, somewhat downcast. No. Your cultivation is not low. Oh, at least this old man can't match it. The white-haired elder shook his head over and over. Then why didn't you say it? Is it because you're too weak and I'm too strong, so you're a little inferior and don't dare to state my cultivation? Chen Nian added. The white-haired elder smiled bitterly. I'm already an old relic, thousands of years old. Why would I still have the competitive nature of my youth? You're overthinking it. As he spoke, the white-haired elder was also paying attention to the ever-strengthening aura on Chen Nian's body. Release your cultivation slowly and let this old man sense it. The white-haired elder said. Chen Nian nodded in agreement, then slowly began to release his cultivation. The white-haired elder also closed his eyes and focused intently on sensing. Ningyuan realm 1st stage. Ningyuan realm 2nd stage. Ningyuan realm 8th stage. Keep going. Raise your cultivation directly to the Rinyuan realm, and let me see how much stronger you are than an ordinary Rinyuan realm cultivator. The white-haired elder said slowly. Chen Nian was a little puzzled because his understanding of the world's cultivation system had always remained within the warrior grade. Thus he had absolutely no idea what the Rinyuan realm was, nor what kind of power it had. So he could only begin to amplify his aura and amplify it again and again. Yet in that very moment, the white-haired elder abruptly opened his eyes wide. Because after the 8th stage of the Ningyuan realm, Chen Nian's Yuan realm light did not immediately shift. It continued to surge violently. Ningyuan realm 9th stage. Ningyuan realm 10th stage. It was not until the 18th stage of the Ningyuan realm that his Yuan realm light slowly began to transform from purple to orange. This astonishing sight instantly reminded the white-haired elder of Chen Nian's heaven-defying feat of cultivating the warrior grade to the 18th grade. He had thought that Chen Nian was only that heaven-defying at the warrior grade. Who would have expected that in the Ningyuan realm he would be just as heaven-defying? What's wrong, old man? Sensing the white-haired elder's unusual reaction, Chen Nian paused his release of cultivation and asked. The white-haired elder snapped back to reality. After regaining his senses, he let out a long breath and said back, then you cultivated the warrior grade to the 18th grade. I remember that even at that time you could already easily defeat those disciples under this old man, right? Chen Nian nodded. But I didn't know what cultivation your disciples had. They were all at the Ningyuan realm, with the strongest at the 8th stage of the Ningyuan realm. Do you know what the 8th stage of the Ningyuan realm represents? That is a mighty existence about to step into the Diyuan realm. A single Diyuan realm cultivator is enough to be the founding patriarch of a small or medium-sized sect. Even in major sects like the Dao sect and the Sword sect, a Diyuan realm cultivator is a sect-anchoring powerhouse. The white-haired elder, extremely agitated, poured out in one breath all the words he had never had the chance to say to Chen Nian back then. Chen Nian stared blankly at the white-haired elder. His face seemed to say, so I'm this powerful after all. So why do you bring this up? As the saying goes, a true hero doesn't boast of past glories. Chen Nian said modestly. The white-haired elder shook his head and said, I mentioned this to lay the groundwork for what comes next. Chen Nian, let me first acquaint you with the cultivation system of the Lingdong continent. In the path of cultivation after crossing the warrior grade 1 enters the Yuan realm. The first realm of the Yuan realm is the Ningyuan realm, which is further divided into 8 stages, and each stage consists of 3 minor phases, early, middle, and late. Chen Nian had already had some understanding of the Ningyuan realm before, but now hearing the white-haired elder break it down so meticulously, he still felt a sense of awe. He had never imagined that a mere Ningyuan realm contained so many minor stages. The Ningyuan realm has 8 stages each with 3 minor phases. In other words, to go from the Ningyuan realm to the next realm, one has to break through 24 times in total. Old man, wait a moment. Let me calculate how many times I've broken through over the years. Chen Nian began slowly counting on his fingers. No need to count. You have long since surpassed the Ningyuan realm. Moreover, in the Ningyuan realm, you broke the cultivation system's rules once again. After reaching the 8th stage of the Ningyuan realm, you didn't immediately break into the Diyuan realm. Instead, you soared all the way to the 18th stage of the Ningyuan realm, and only then did signs of breaking into the Diyuan realm appear. The white-haired elder explained to Chen Nian, his face full of excitement. Chen Nian was shocked by the news. Good heavens, he had already entered the Ningyuan realm, and yet he had broken the cultivation rules just like he had in the warrior grade. At this, the white-haired elder continued, by my estimate, when you were at the 18th stage of the Ningyuan realm, you could easily take on an 8th-stage Diyuan realm powerhouse by yourself. Perhaps you could even contend with a half-step Rinyuan realm powerhouse. I'm really that powerful. Chen Nian was a little surprised. You really are that powerful. Now keep releasing your cultivation. I want to see whether you also broke the rules of the cultivation system when you were in the Diyuan realm. The white-haired elder said with a trace of excitement and anticipation. Oh, all right then, take a good look for me. Chen Nian took a deep breath and slowly resumed releasing his cultivation. At the same time, a faint orange glow signifying the cultivation of the Diyuan realm emanated from within his. The radiance of the Earth realm stage is already this powerful the moment you step into it. You truly are an anomaly. No wonder you managed to cultivate the Qi condensation stage all the way to the 18th stage. Gazing at the orange light that swelled from faint to brilliant, nearly blinding in its intensity, the white-haired elder's eyes shimmered with excitement, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Over the years, he had witnessed countless disciples breaking through from the Qi condensation stage into the Earth realm stage. But never once had anyone's Earth realm radiance been as overwhelmingly powerful as Chen Nian's. He was almost certain of it. Having just stepped into the Earth realm, Chen Nian could already sweep through the entire Earth realm. Even those in the human realm would likely give him a wide berth. Chen Nian gradually amplified his cultivation aura. The white-haired elder also began to focus his attention probing Chen Nian's cultivation. Earth realm 1st stage. Earth realm 2nd stage. Earth realm 8th stage. By now the white-haired elder's heart had become completely calm. What he now anticipated was whether Chen Nian could also cultivate the Earth realm to the 18th stage just as he had done with the Qi condensation stage. Sure enough, just as expected. After Chen Nian's cultivation soared to the 8th stage of the Earth realm, he did not immediately break through to the human realm. Instead, he continued his frenzied breakthroughs within the Earth realm. Earth realm 9th stage. Earth realm 10th stage. Earth realm 18th stage. Just like the Qi condensation stage. Only after his cultivation skyrocketed to the 18th stage of the Earth realm did signs of breaking into the human realm begin to appear. The orange light of the Earth realm began to slowly shift toward the cyan light of the human realm. The human realm, continue. The white-haired elder roared in excitement. Chen Nian nodded, then began to release his cultivation further. Through the elder's inspection, Chen Nian had gained a preliminary understanding of his own cultivation. But he had only released less than 1% of his cultivation. How was he already in the human realm? It seemed this human realm wasn't all that impressive after all. How can there be such a powerful first stage of the human realm? When the cyan light within Chen Nian's body burst forth completely, the white-haired elder couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Truly, he asked himself, when he was at the first stage of the human realm, he was absolutely nowhere near as strong as Chen Nian. Moreover, he could be certain that no one in this world had ever displayed such terrifying strength while at the first stage of the human realm. The white-haired elder could even be absolutely certain. At the first stage of the human realm, Chen Nian was already someone he could not defeat. This was simply too horrifying. To be unrivaled across an entire major realm. This was nothing less than a peerless prodigy without precedent or successor. The cultivation within Chen Nian's body continued to erupt madly. Human realm 2nd stage. Human realm 3rd stage. Human realm 8th stage. When Chen Nian's cultivation soared to the 8th stage of the human realm, the white-haired elder suddenly became extremely agitated. because Chen Nian was about to step into the half-step heavenly realm. I want to see whether you'll step directly into the half-step heavenly realm or continue to deepen your cultivation in the human realm. The ecstatic white-haired elder shot to his feet and roared at the top of his lungs. The next second, an even more powerful surge of cyan primordial force rose from Chen Nian's body. Human realm 9th stage. Human realm 10th stage. Human realm 18th stage. Sure enough, it was still the same as with the Qi condensation and earth realms. Chen Nian, if the white-haired elder had believed he couldn't defeat Chen Nian when his cultivation was displayed at the first stage of the human realm. Now that Chen Nian had revealed his 18th stage of the human realm cultivation, the elder felt like nothing more than an ant before him. To be honest, the scene unfolding before his eyes was simply too astonishing. A prodigy, an absolute unparalleled prodigy. Since the birth of the Lingdong continent, there had likely never been such an outrageously monstrous genius. The news that someone had cultivated the human realm to the 18th stage, if spread abroad the entire Lingdong continent, would be thrown into a massive upheaval. And just then, something even more shocking happened before the white-haired elder's eyes. After Chen Nian's cultivation soared to the 18th stage of the human realm, the cyan radiance began to gradually transform into a milky white light. And Chen Nian's power also underwent an earth-shaking transformation at that very moment. His strength had increased tenfold compared to before. Half-step heavenly realm. You've actually already broken through to the half-step heavenly realm. The white-haired elder couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. Previously, he had only suspected that Chen Nian's strength might have already reached the heavenly realm, achieving the half-step heavenly realm. But now, witnessing Chen Nian fully unveiling his half-step heavenly realm power without reservation, he was overcome with indescribable excitement. The Lingdong continent truly has hope this time. It has hope. Ancestors, the opportunity you have awaited in seclusion for thousands of years is now right before your eyes. The white-haired elder burst into wild laughter. Seeing this, Chen Nian frowned and asked the white-haired elder, "Old man, what's going on? What opportunity awaited for 1,000 years? What do you mean the Lingdong continent is saved? Are you hiding something from me? Since you have already stepped into the half-step heavenly realm, you are qualified to know about that matter." Suddenly, the white-haired elder's expression turned grave. "What matter?" Chen Nian asked. The white-haired elder let out a long sigh. That matter must be traced back to 800 years ago. It was a late night 800 years ago. The sky above the Lingdong continent was suddenly torn open. First, two unknown blinding lights illuminated the entire continent as bright as day, and then a massive hand reached down from the rift in the heavens. The entire Lingdong continent was shaken. All major powers united with unprecedented solidarity, dispatching every expert to resist that colossal Tinthasans hand. Even the old monsters of the heavenly realm who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years emerged to join the battle. But that hand's power was far too overwhelming. Not to mention ordinary experts. Even the old monsters of the heavenly realm were as fragile as ants before it. That night, more than half of the continent's experts fell. Just when it seemed the Lingdong continent was about to be destroyed, a dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the sea and surged toward that giant hand. We had no idea what happened. By the time we came to our senses, the Tinthasans hand had fallen from the sky and sunk beneath Tianpeng Island. Everyone believed the crisis had been resolved, that the Lingdong continent had been saved by some unknown mighty figure. But who could have known? Later word came from Tianpeng Island that the hand which had nearly destroyed the continent showed signs of revival, draining all the vitality of the entire island. After that, the heavenly realm experts of every major sect flocked to Tianpeng Island and began using their powerful primordial force to suppress the giant hand. Yet even with all of the Lingdong continent's heavenly realm experts joining forces, they could not stop its revival. They could only delay it. According to their calculations, there is less than 10 years left before the hand fully revives. As he spoke those words, the white-haired old man seemed to age by 1,000 years in an instant. His face was etched with the vicissitudes of time. Chen Nian was dumbfounded. Having lived carefree in the Dongtu divine land for 3,000 years, he had never known that the Lingdong continent had once faced a crisis that nearly brought about its destruction. What kind of colossal hand was it that all the powerhouses across the entire Lingdong continent were powerless to oppose? Even more terrifying, that crisis had still not been resolved to this day. Chen Nian truly wanted to go see Tianpeng Island, the place the old man had mentioned. He knew that once that giant hand awakened, what awaited the Lingdong continent would be an apocalyptic catastrophe. All right. He suddenly recalled the sunken handprint he had seen on the right side of the stone door earlier. A strange thought arose in his mind. Could that sunken handprint be connected to the giant hand from Tianpeng Island? At the thought, Chen Nian's expression turned extremely grave. "Old man, what cultivation level is required to slay that giant hand?" Chen Nian asked seriously. He wanted to slay that giant hand, bring it to the stone door deep within the Tianshu Dao Palace, and press it against the door to see. Perhaps that giant hand was the key to opening it. The white-haired elder slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Nian. The heavenly origin realm is certainly not enough. It requires a cultivation realm above the heavenly origin realm. Then what is the cultivation realm above the heavenly origin realm? Chen Nian asked. The white-haired elder shook his head and gave a bitter smile. As far as I know, the ceiling of cultivation on the Lingdong continent is the heavenly origin realm. As for what lies beyond it, how would an old man like me who has not even formally stepped into the heavenly origin realm know? Even you don't know? Chen Nian was somewhat astonished. He had always believed that the old man stood at the ceiling of the Lingdong continent. Unexpectedly, even he did not know what lay beyond the heavenly origin realm. Moreover, the old man had not even stepped into the heavenly origin realm. If merely reaching the heavenly origin realm was that difficult, how could the Lingdong continent possibly resist the giant hand above Tianpeng Island? With that thought, Chen Nian suddenly rose to his feet. Then he said to the white-haired elder, "Old man, take a good look at my cultivation again and see whether I am at the level above the heavenly origin realm." The old man had said that it would take 100 heavenly origin realm powerhouses to withstand the oppressive force deep within the Tianshu Dao Palace. And that giant hand could only be slain by a cultivation realm above the heavenly origin realm. So now he could hardly wait to know exactly what level his cultivation had reached. With that, Chen Nian released all of his cultivation at once in a single surge. Wait. Don't release it all at once. This old man can't bear it. Stop. The powerful milky white primal force once released in an explosion slammed heavily into the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder sprayed out a large mouthful of blood and flew backward. Holy crap. Sorry, I didn't know you were this weak. Chen Nian wore an apologetic look. He hurriedly withdrew his cultivation, then leaped behind the white-haired elder and caught him. Are you all right, old man? Chen Nian asked. He had expected the old man to be angry, maybe even to curse him out. But what he did not expect was, the old man burst into wild laughter instead. This left Chen Nian utterly bewildered, unable to understand what the old man meant. What's wrong, old man? Chen Nian couldn't help asking. Am I at the heavenly origin realm? The ceiling of cultivation in the Lingdong continent? Chen Nian asked. The white-haired elder nodded. Hearing this, Chen Nian frowned and said, but since I'm already at the heavenly origin realm, why can I still not withstand the oppressive force deep within the Tianshu Dao Palace? The white-haired elder sighed and answered, that is because this old man does not know what cultivation realm lies above the heavenly origin realm. In short, the power needed to withstand the oppressive force deep within the Tianshu Dao Palace should be far above the heavenly origin realm. Chen Nian let out a long breath. It seemed he needed to find an even more powerful being to examine his cultivation and also teach him what lay beyond the heavenly origin realm. He had to raise his cultivation as quickly as possible, go slay the giant hand on Tianpeng Island, and bring it to the Tianshu Dao Palace to test whether it could open that stone door. Moreover, before long, that giant hand would destroy the Lingdong continent. Therefore, whether for his own sake or for the sake of the Lingdong continent, Chen Nian had to stop that giant hand no matter what. Wait. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Chen Nian froze on the spot. He thought of a legend from the Dongtu Divine Land. 800 years ago, a giant dragon brought a baby girl to the Dongtu Divine Land. Since then, a small nation called the Heavenly Dragon Empire began to rise swiftly. The baby girl later became the Lingxiao Empress, his own daughter, while the dragon was honored as the dragon ancestor and had remained in seclusion in the imperial forbidden grounds of the Heavenly Dragon Empire all along. And the old man had just said that 800 years ago the firmament of the Lingdong continent was torn open, and only after 2 beams of light illuminated the night did that giant hand reach through the rift. Combined with what the old man said later, when the Lingdong continent was about to be destroyed, a dragon's roar rang out from the bottom of the sea, and the crisis was resolved. Could it be? Those 2 beams of white light were the dragon ancestor and his daughter, the Lingxiao Empress. The dragon's roar that saved the Lingdong continent had come from the dragon ancestor. And that giant hand had not really come to destroy the Lingdong continent. It had come to pursue the dragon ancestor and the Lingxiao Empress. Destroying the Lingdong continent was merely an afterthought for it. At that realization, Chen Nian suddenly understood. No wonder his daughter had been able to escape from the immortal realm. So it was because that giant dragon had helped her. Moreover, that giant hand had come from the immortal realm. Thus he could now be almost certain that Baiyu had been seized by an expert and taken to the immortal realm all those years ago. And that sachet was the only clue Baiyu had left him and the only way to set foot into the immortal realm. The moment he thought of this, an overwhelming rage burst forth from Chen Nian's heart. Damn you, immortal realm. Not only did you imprison my wife and daughter for over 2,000 years, but you also hunted down my daughter and destroyed a continent's trillion living beings. Infuriating. If earlier he had been determined to eradicate the giant hand on Tianpeng Island in order to protect the Lingdong continent and his daughter, then now he would do it for revenge. No matter which deity in heaven that giant hand belonged to, he would slay. Just then Chen Nian once again recalled the sunken giant handprint on the right side of the stone door deep within the Tianshu Dao Palace. A bold conjecture formed in his heart. If the hand from the immortal realm on Tianpeng Island was the key to opening that stone door, then could the world behind the door be the immortal realm? Old man, give me the location of Tianpeng Island. Chen Nian looked coldly at the white-haired elder as overwhelming killing intent began to surge from his entire body. He could hardly wait to slay the hand from the immortal realm and then use it to test whether the stone door could be opened. Sensing Chen Nian's fury, the white-haired elder was both excited and anxious. He was excited because Chen Nian, just as 3,000 years ago, was still a passionate man who hated evil and would gladly risk everything in vengeance to protect the Lingdong continent. What made him anxious was that, judging by Chen Nian's current state, he seemed ready to launch a life-or-death battle against the giant hand on Tianpeng Island right now. No, I cannot tell you the location of Tianpeng Island yet. It's too dangerous. Even though you have stepped into the heavenly origin realm, I cannot tell exactly where your cultivation stands within that realm. Therefore, you cannot go to Tianpeng Island yet. The white-haired elder declared this with great firmness. Why can't I go? Whether I can win or not, how can I know without trying? Since you won't tell me, I'll ask someone else. The Lingdong continent is so vast, I refuse to believe no one knows the location of a mere Tianpeng Island. Chen Nian frowned. The white-haired elder narrowed his eyes and answered, Tianpeng Island is not a physical place. It is a small world jointly created by the 12 heavenly origin realm powerhouses of the Lingdong continent. Even if you find where it is, you won't be able to enter. Old man, you. Chen Nian was speechless. Sigh. The white-haired elder sighed, then came up and patted Chen Nian on the shoulder. Chen Nian, I know you are doing all this to protect the Lingdong continent. You are a hero, and the entire Lingdong continent will be grateful to you in the future. But do you know? Right now you are the sole hope of the entire Lingdong continent. If you act rashly and are slain by that giant hand, then the entire Lingdong continent will never have another chance. Having said that, hot tears streamed from the white-haired elder's clouded eyes. Bear with it for now. Go to the sword sect and find the old master there. Have him carefully examine exactly where your cultivation stands. Then enter the Aohai secret realm once more and use every possible means to raise your cultivation. Once all preparations are complete, you may head to Tianpeng Island, slay that giant hand, and save the entire Lingdong continent. The white-haired elder continued to urge Chen Nian. Chen Nian's face turned grim. Then he said, but old man, isn't there also a dragon? Back then it was that dragon that saved the Lingdong continent. Maybe it will appear again this time, so whether I live or die has no bearing on the safety of the Lingdong continent. Hearing this, the white-haired elder could not help but laugh. Then he said, back then all the powerhouses of the Lingdong continent only heard a dragon's roar and the battle was over. No one knew where that roar came from or where the dragon went afterward. We absolutely cannot gamble with the countless lives of the Lingdong continent. Don't you agree? Chen Nian paused, then said, old man, I suspect that dragon is in Dongtu Shinzhou. It was an abrupt remark. At once the white-haired elder's whole body jolted violently. He looked at Chen Nian in disbelief. That dragon is in Dongtu Shinzhou. Are you sure? In Dongtu Shinzhou there is the Tianlong Empire. Within the Tianlong Empire there is a dragon ancestor. It is said that the dragon ancestor came from the immortal realm 800 years ago, and for those 800 years it has been in seclusion. My guess is that in that battle 800 years ago it and the giant hand gravely wounded each other. Chen Nian said slowly. The white-haired elder was deeply shaken. For 800 years the great sects of the Lingdong continent searched for that dragon for a full 800 years. We searched every possible place, but no one ever imagined that it was actually in Dongtu Shinzhou. Hot tears streamed from the white-haired elder's murky eyes. Isn't it because you people were too arrogant, thinking Dongtu Shinzhou was a wasteland where even dogs wouldn't go? That was how you wasted 800 years of effort. Chen Nian gave a cold snort. Chen Nian, I ask one thing of you. You must promise me. At that moment the white-haired elder abruptly grabbed Chen Nian's hand with overwhelming agitation and spoke in a trembling voice. Then say it already. Why are you grabbing me? Chen Nian said, somewhat exasperated. I want to go to Dongtu Shinzhou. Oh no, to show the Lingdong continent's respect for that dragon. I will notify the sect powerhouses of the entire Lingdong continent, and we will go to Dongtu Shinzhou together. The white-haired elder said with extreme excitement. Chen Nian fell silent. Dongtu Shinzhou had enjoyed 3,000 years of peace precisely because no outside powerhouses had disturbed it. But now once the sect powerhouses of the entire Lingdong continent descend on Dongtu Shinzhou, together countless dangers will follow. As the saying goes, no one can know what another person truly thinks. Although they are all going to Dongtu Shinjo for that dragon, no one can guarantee that there won't be treacherous thieving beasts running wild and committing crimes in Dongtu Shinjo. Are you worried that we will pose a threat to Dongtu Shinjo? Chen Nian, you can be completely at ease about this. I will reach an agreement with the Sword Sect, the Demon Sect, the Diansong Sect, and the other great sects. No one may commit crimes or do evil in Dongtu Shinjo. If a disciple of a major sect commits an offense, he will be executed together with his fellow disciples and master. If a disciple of a minor sect commits an offense, the entire sect will be executed together. What do you think? The white-haired elder said. Chen Nian steadied himself and answered, you are indeed an old fox who has lived for thousands of years, a real master of cunning. Fine. In that case, I imagine no one will dare to challenge the majesty of your great sects. Set a date, and I will make arrangements accordingly. The white-haired elder thought for a moment. Then he said, in 3 years the Aohai secret realm will open. At that time, all the great sects will gather together, so the day for the great sects to enter Dongtu Shinjo will be set after the Aohai secret realm closes. Agreed. 3 years is enough time for me to raise the cultivation of my disciples, so they won't be bullied by Yuan realm powerhouses like you. Zhao Fan answered. Very well, it's settled. The white-haired elder rose to his feet with great excitement. What? Sending me off already? Old man, you haven't handed Gu Kuang over to me yet. Chen Nian said with a frown. I'll look at this head of mine. Chen Nian, wait in the Tao sect for a while. I'll make a trip myself and personally deliver Gu Kuang and his people to you. Fine. The white-haired elder was just about to leave. Suddenly he thought of something. He stopped, slowly turned around, and said with a complicated expression, go and see her. She waited 3,000 years for you, and only now has this day come. It hasn't been easy. You mean? The little princess Feng ran. Chen Nian's expression also turned complicated. Who could have imagined that the once willful little princess would become so stubborn in the end? To be honest, he really did not want to hurt that willful little princess. So ever since he discovered that the willful little princess had taken a liking to him, he had deliberately been avoiding her. But who could have imagined? This willful little princess appeared carefree and carelessly unconcerned on the surface, but in truth, she had a heart that would accept no one but Chen Nian. For these 3,000 years, she has been guarding the protective grand formation of Dongtu Shinjo. She has been waiting for you all along. Even if you truly do not like her, go help her fulfill this wish. Otherwise, her inner demon will be hard to dispel, and her cultivation will be hard to advance. After saying this, the white-haired elder shook his head, tore open space, and vanished with a single step, leaving Chen Nian alone, racked with indecision. That single sitting lasted an entire month. Forget it. I'll go see her. Sigh. To be honest, Chen Nian really did not want to hurt that willful little princess at all. He truly only regarded her as a younger sister. At the main peak of the Tao sect outside a bamboo grove, a woman in a pink dress sat cross-legged on a stretch of bluestone. Her beauty was beyond compare, like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world. She had been sitting here in meditation for more than a month. She was waiting for someone. If she still could not wait for that person this time, she would remain here forever and never leave. The inner demon had already taken root. There was no cure. A gentle breeze swept by. Light footsteps sounded from the bamboo grove. As if sensing something, the pink-clad woman suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, and her heart began to pound wildly. Her stunning eyes instantly turned moist. Tears slowly slid down her flawless cheeks and fell onto the bluestone beneath her. 3,000 years. She had waited a full 3,000 years. Finally, this day had come. Little princess, I heard you have waited for me for a long time. I'm here. A voice she had waited 3,000 years to hear finally sounded behind her. Those 3,000 years had truly been long, so long. She slowly rose and looked back, her moist, beautiful eyes resting on the young man in Taoist robes walking out of the bamboo grove. When she gradually caught sight of the handsome face she had yearned for 3,000 years, she could no longer hold back. Brother Chen Nian, Feng ran, has finally seen you again. The figure in the pink dress leaped forward. Like a little girl, she dashed joyfully to Chen Nian and threw herself hard into his arms. If the disciples of the Tao sect had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly stunned. Who could have imagined that the frost goddess in their eyes would so willingly throw herself into someone else's embrace? They probably all wished they could become a single hair on Chen Nian's body. That way they could feel the frost goddess warmth up close. Chen Nian gave a wry smile and gently patted the woman in pink on the back. Then he parted from her. It's been 3,000 years, little princess. Have you been well? Chen Nian sat down on a green stone nearby, deliberately, keeping a little distance from the woman in the pink dress. The woman in pink felt a faint disappointment, but at this moment her joy still outweighed her sadness. Originally, she had not held much hope that Chen Nian would come to see her. Now that Chen Nian had come, she was already happy enough. I've been fine. Is Brother Chen Nian well? I heard that Brother Chen Nian's junior sister and disciples were all. Brother Chen Nian, you must be strong, don't grieve. Oh, by the way, I heard that Brother Chen Nian also has a daughter. Does that mean I now have a new sister-in-law? Feng Ran, who usually would not speak a single word for years in the Tao sect, now seemed to have turned into a chat. Moreover, her last words carried a hidden meaning. After saying that, her beautiful eyes stared at Chen Nian saw a hint of vexation and a trace of worry in her eyes. This little girl was a bit jealous. It seemed that over these 3,000 years her stubborn devotion to him had never changed. Alas, Chen Nian sighed inwardly. What had Chen Nian done to deserve the love of a heaven-blessed daughter, a princess of the realm, for 3,000 years? To be honest, he felt guilty toward Feng Ran, but he could do nothing about it. Ever since that matter with Baiyu, his heart could no longer hold any other woman. What's wrong, brother Chen Nian? Why don't you speak? Are you afraid that Feng Ran will be sad? You're overthinking, brother Chen Nian. I'm just your little sister. Feng Ran widened her beautiful eyes and stared intently at Chen Nian. Chen Nian smiled wryly. If only that were true. Then he would not have to feel guilty. After a pause, Chen Nian said, she was born of Baiyu named Chen Nian. Hearing this, Feng Ran, who had been so nervous, just now felt greatly relieved. A barely noticeable joy appeared on her face. It seemed she was quite satisfied with this outcome. Otherwise, if Chen Nian had truly found another woman in these 3,000 years, it would undoubtedly tell her that brother Chen Nian's heart was not occupied by another. He simply did not like her, the little princess. Now it was fine. Since the daughter was born of Baiyu, it meant that brother Chen Nian did not dislike her. It was just that the matter of Baiyu had struck him too hard. Brother Chen Nian, you are so pitiful. Brother Chen Nian, I want to meet you, Nian, is that okay? Feng Ran extended her delicate jade-white little hand, and just like in the old days grabbed the hem of Chen Nian's clothes. She put on the pitiful look of a little princess. If the disciples of the Tao sect had seen this scene, it would have utterly shattered their worldview. Who could have imagined that their aloof, icy, and unapproachable martial aunt Feng Ran could also have such a side? Chen Nian chuckled and answered her. In 3 years the old man will personally bring you to Dongdu Shenzhou. Then I will introduce you Nian to you, all right? 3 years. That's so long. Feng Ran seemed dazed for a moment, then a gleam of brilliance flashed in her eyes. Brother Chen Nian, the Aohai secret realm is about to open. Will you go then? Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Then could you bring Nian along? I really want to meet Sister Baiyu's daughter. Chen Nian nodded in agreement. Feng Ran had reminded him. Since leaving Dongtu Shenzhou, he had heard about the Aohai secret realm more than once. There should be quite a few good things inside. Therefore, if he could bring his daughter and the disciples and descendants of Baiyu's Dao Hall to the Aohai secret realm, it would surely be a considerable gain. Feng Ran, I need to make a trip to the sword sect, Chen Nian said. What are you going to the sword sect for? When are you leaving? Feng Ran was anxious and reluctant. Chen Nian replied, there are a few important matters I need to ask the old man of the sword sect about. He'll leave within these few days. After a pause, Chen Nian added, by the time I return to the Dao sect, your master should have brought Gu Kuang back. Then we can take that fellow back to Dongtu Shenzhou together. Hearing that Chen Nian would later come to the Dao sect again, Feng Ran was overjoyed. Then how about this, brother Chen Nian? Stay with me for these few days. He'll barbecue and cook for you, all right? Feng Ran said excitedly. Chen Nian naturally would not refuse. He owed this little princess too much. If staying with her could make her happy, why not do it? Over the following few days, Chen Nian stayed on Phoenix Peak of the Dao sect. Phoenix Peak was not one of the 9 main peaks of the Dao sect. It was a 100-zhang mountain specially built for Feng Ran by the old man. Though the mountain was not large, it was covered with trees, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. As far as the eye could see, there was beautiful scenery. During the day, Chen Nian hunted wild beasts on Phoenix Peak and brought them back for Feng Ran to barbecue. At night, he lay on the green grass using the ground as his bed and the sky as his blanket. Occasionally, Feng Ran would lie beside Chen Nian and tell him all that had happened in these 3,000 years. Chen Nian listened quietly. It seemed that not much had happened to Feng Ran over these 3,000 years. Most of the time, she had been in seclusion, cultivating diligently. Chen Nian asked her why she worked so hard at cultivation. Feng Ran's pretty face flushed, and she said, Brother Chen Nian, I heard that beyond the Lingdong continent, there is a method to reshape the spirit bone. So I wanted to break through to the heavenly origin realm as soon as possible so that I would have a chance to go out and see the world. I just didn't expect that Brother Chen Nian had already reshaped his spirit bone, and your cultivation is even more formidable than Master's. It seems I was really worrying for nothing. A tinge of bitterness rose in Chen Nian's heart. He knew he owed Feng Ran far too much. This little girl had not only guarded Dongtu Shenzhou for 3,000 years and waited for him for 3,000 years, but had also spent 3,000 years in secluded cultivation just to find a way to reshape his spirit bone. To be honest, at that certain moment, he truly wanted to let go of everything and accept this girl who was willing to give everything for him. But now Baiyu's fate was unknown. All he could confirm was that Baiyu had been taken by beings from the immortal realm, and the entrance to the immortal realm was likely within the ancient stone door deep in the Tianshu Dao Palace of the Dao sect. and with his current strength, he could not even last 3 breaths in the depths of the Tianshu Dao Palace. Moreover, he had not yet obtained the key to open the stone door. So, right now he had no time and did not know how to make amends to the girl beside him. Feng Ran Baiyu might still be alive. I already have a way to find her. Chen Nian suddenly looked at Feng Ran with a serious expression. His sudden words instantly made Feng Ran's breath quicken, and she became restless. Feng Ran, I know I owe you, but without definite news of Baiyu I cannot accept you under any circumstances. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. A gentle breeze swept by, and Feng Ran's long black hair drifted into the air. A faint maidenly fragrance drifted into Chen Nian's nostrils. At the same time he saw the girl's face streaked with tears. He had thought he would be scolded harshly. But unexpectedly the girl in the pink dress clutched her chest, slowly turned around, and faced Chen Nian. Her strikingly beautiful eyes locked onto his gaze. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her breath quickened, and she slowly extended a trembling jade-like hand toward Chen Nian's chest. Brother Chen Nian, Feng Ran is willing to help you find Sister Baiyu. If Sister Baiyu is still alive, Feng Ran will never disturb the two of you. But if Feng Ran wishes to take Sister Baiyu's place, or stay by Brother Chen Nian's side forever as a sister, would that be alright? Chen Nian suddenly sat up. He turned abruptly to look at the girl. This girl had waited for him for 3,000 years. If he refused her again, it would surely deal her a crushing blow. So he slowly nodded. He truly did not want to hurt this girl any longer. Feng Ran was at a loss, and her face grew even redder. She trembled all over with excitement. Her body felt as if it were burning. Brother Chen Nian, would you tell me in detail about Sister Baiyu? Feng Ran sat up and asked solemnly. Chen Nian replied, back then Baiyu did not die. She was taken away by a great immortal of the celestial realm. I only learned of this when Yu Nian came to visit me. So that kingdom back then was merely a pawn raised by that celestial immortal. If Baiyu is still alive, then she is most likely in the celestial realm now. And I may have already found the entrance to the celestial realm. It lies within the heavenly void Dao Palace of the Dao sect. But my cultivation is still insufficient. I cannot even touch that stone door. Hearing this, Feng Ran was stunned. I never imagined it was actually someone from the celestial realm. Could it be that Sister Baiyu was originally connected to the celestial realm? Or is Sister Baiyu also someone from the celestial realm? Hearing Feng Ran's words, Chen Nian suddenly realized. He had not thought of this before. Now that Feng Ran mentioned it, it really seemed to be so. Otherwise, if Baiyu were not from the celestial realm, why would celestial beings lower themselves to descend to the mortal world just to capture her? After all, in the eyes of those lofty immortals, the mortal world was nothing but a filthy place akin to a garbage heap. Then who exactly revealed the news of Baiyu's whereabouts in the Eastern Earth Divine Province of the Lingdong continent to the celestial realm? Chen Nian furrowed his brow deep in thought. Behind him, Feng Ran, dressed in a pink gown, stepped forward with light, graceful steps. As she walked, she said, back then Brother Chen Nian, a mere mortal in that place of the Eastern Earth Divine Province, where cultivation was suppressed, broke the very rules of the cultivation system and cultivated the mortal warrior rank all the way to the 18th grade. That feat made Brother Chen Nian famous throughout the entire Lingdong continent. I remember many powerful experts from great sects personally came to the Eastern Earth Divine Province wanting to recruit you into their sects. But in order not to leave Sister Baiyu, Brother Chen Nian refused every single one. Chen Nian suddenly jolted awake. He turned his head in shock to look at Feng Ran and said, do you mean that the sects I rejected discovered Baiyu's secret, and to take revenge on me leaked it out, and let the celestial realm know? Apart from that, there should be no other reason. Chen Nian's brows shot up. Though 3,000 years had passed, knowing the truth still ignited boundless fury within him. Feng Ran, I have never stepped beyond the Eastern Earth Divine Province, so I know little about the sect forces of the Lingdong continent. Can you help me investigate which sect has ties to the celestial realm? Chen Nian looked at Feng Ran and said. Feng Ran nodded in agreement. Of course, Brother Chen Nian. I will investigate thoroughly. Thank you, Feng Ran. Chen Nian expressed his gratitude. Feng Ran smiled with joy. Doing things for Brother Chen Nian truly made her happy. Meanwhile, at the Sword Sect's Misty Tower, in hundreds of years the Sword Sect had never been as solemn as it was today. At this very moment, within the Misty Tower, elders, stewards, and even the masters of the various branches had all gathered. At the seat of honor sat an old man with a childlike face and snow-white hair. Holding a palm leaf fan, he waved it slowly, looking exceedingly spirited. Unlike the old man of the Dao sect, the Sword Sect elder pursued spiritual power. He never secluded himself. Whenever he had free time, he roamed the world. He was also benevolent and charitable. Over the years, he had helped countless poor commoners and brought many abandoned infants back to the Sword Sect. Throughout the realm, people called the Sword Sect elder the Sword Master of the world. Conversely, the Dao sect elder was scarcely known, let alone honored with any title. Reporting to the Sword Ancestor, about 2 months ago, Xuanzi Peak of the Dao sect was destroyed, and Gu Dao, a powerful expert of the Earth Yuan 8 realms, was killed. Yet the Tao sect seems to have made no response. When our sect's disciples visited the Tao sect, did not even mention the matter. The silence of the misty tower was broken by a long-haired elder's voice. At the seat of honor, the old man holding the palm leaf fan frowned slightly. After a pause he snorted, "That old fellow of the Tao sect certainly knows how to stay composed. His sect's peak was destroyed, yet he makes no move at all. Do you know who did it?" The old man's gaze swept toward the crowd below. Everyone remained silent. Shortly after, the sect master Wang Jinhe stood up and replied, "Sword Ancestor, there is still no definitive conclusion as to who did it, but it is certain that it was neither the demon sect nor the Diansong sect." Hearing this, the old man frowned deeply. Since it was neither the demon sect nor the Diansong sect and not our sword sect, then who could it be? To destroy the Xuanzi peak of the Tao sect, one would need at least the cultivation of the heavenly Yuan realm. At present, of all the heavenly Yuan realm powerhouses on the Lingdong continent, aside from a few in seclusion and a few commanding their sects, all the rest are on Tianpeng Island. Just then a female voice suddenly came from below, reporting to the Sword Ancestor, "This disciple discovered several months ago that the protective grand formation of the Eastern Earth Divine Province had vanished." Crack. The moment those words were spoken, the Sword Sect old man abruptly raised his head. He who had been calm just before immediately stood up. "What did you say?" "The protective grand formation of the Eastern Earth Divine Province vanished." "That is impossible. The old master of the Tao sect would never do such a thing." "Could it be? Has that peerless monstrous prodigy emerged from the Eastern Earth Divine Province?" the Sword Sect old man declared with extreme excitement. For a moment, everyone in the Misty Tower began murmuring among themselves. What peerless monstrous prodigy? Isn't the Eastern Earth Divine Province a forbidden land cursed by the gods? They say it is a gathering place for mortal warriors. How could it produce some peerless monstrous prodigy? A sect master song, that is where you are ill-informed. 3,000 years ago, the Eastern Earth Divine Province gave rise to a mighty being who cultivated the mortal warrior rank to the 18th grade. Even a powerful expert of the condensing Yuan 8 realms was no match for that peerless monstrous prodigy. What did you say? Mortal warrior at the 18th grade. How is that possible? This completely breaks the rules of the cultivation system. Never since ancient times has such a thing been heard of. A mortal of the lowest rank, a mere mortal warrior, could actually defeat a condensing Yuan 8 realms powerhouse. Good heavens, what kind of monstrous prodigy is this exactly? Voices of discussion rose one after another. The Jianzhong sect's Piaomiao Tower, ordinarily solemn and imposing, now looked like a bustling marketplace. The old master of the Jianzhong sect frowned deeply. His gaze fell upon a woman in a plain white dress below, and he asked, "Yinghua, why didn't you report this earlier? If you had, our sect could have made some preparations in advance." The woman in the plain white dress had a face as cold as frost, stern and unsmiling. She said slowly, "Master, when I discovered that the protective grand formation of Dongtu Shinzhou had vanished, I kept waiting there. I wanted to see him." "Alas," the old master of the Jinzong sect sighed. "What is there to see? The two of you are mortal enemies. If he sees you, he will probably kill you. So what? At worst, both sides will be badly hurt. Besides, I don't believe he can defeat me." The woman in the plain white dress replied. "Yinghua, you are underestimating him. Back then, the spirit ancestor said that as long as he stayed out of the world, all would be well. But once he emerged, there would be an unprecedented calamity that would stir up the entire Lingdong continent. Moreover, the Lingdong continent now faces an unprecedented crisis. We cannot afford another powerful enemy like Tianpeng Island." The old master of the Jinzong sect sighed. The woman in the plain white dress knitted her brows and answered coldly, "Master, I think you are exaggerating. He has merely trained as a martial artist to the 18th grade. Could he possibly cultivate the Ningyuan realm to the 18th stage as well? Humph. If that really were the case, then I, Yinghua, would willingly be his female slave for life." At this moment, someone else stepped forward. "That's right, Sword Ancestor. He is nothing but a low-class martial artist. Why should our mighty Jinzong sect..." Facing these remarks, the old master of the Jinzong sect could only sigh again and again. "Fellow junior brothers, have you forgotten one thing? Xuanzi peak of the Daozong sect was destroyed, and Gu Dao, an expert at the 8th stage of the Diuan realm, was killed as well." Just then the grand elder of the Jinzong sect suddenly stood up and said coldly. These words were like a divine pillar, steadying the sea, freezing everyone in Piaomiao Tower where they stood. Indeed, just now all their attention had been focused on the fact that Dongtu Shinzhou was full of lowly martial artists, and they had forgotten the true agenda of this meeting. Xuanzi peak of the Daozong sect had been destroyed. Gu Dao, an expert at the 8th stage of the Diuan realm, had been killed. For a moment, even the woman in the plain white dress had a flash of shock in her eyes. Could it be? He had truly rebuilt his cultivation and attained the Yuan realm. If Gu Dao at the 8th stage of the Diuan realm was truly killed by him, then it meant his cultivation had long since reached the Renyuan realm. At this thought, the woman in the plain white dress began to breathe rapidly, and she grew deeply unsettled. "Enough. Blind speculation changes nothing. Grand Elder, activate the Jinzong Grand Formation just in case. The old master of the Jinzong sect waved his hand. As you command. The Grand Elder leapt up and left Piaomiao Tower. The next moment, countless flying swords shrouded the entire Jinzong sect. Every disciple of the sect was stunned and speechless. How many years had it been? Never once had the Jinzong sect activated its Grand Formation. Because across the entire Lingdong continent no one had ever been able to threaten the Jinzong sect. But today, why had the Jinzong Grand Formation suddenly been activated? For a moment panic spread through the entire sect, and everyone was on high alert, as if facing a great enemy. Inside Piaomiao Tower, Yinghua, go into hiding at the Tianjin Great Palace so you won't run into him. Master, is there really any need? There is every need. You are the hope of the Jinzong sect. Absolutely nothing can happen to you. Alright, Master, I'll be leaving now. Go. 3 days later, old man of the Jinzong sect come out and talk. A voice powerful enough to shatter the vault of heaven burst forth from above the sect. In an instant, countless experts of the Jinzong sect soared into the air. Who is so bold as to act wildly in our Jinzong sect? Are you tired of living? Activate the Jinzong Grand Formation. Kill. There were 3 at the 2nd stage of the Rinyuan realm, 18 at the 8th stage of the Diyuan realm, and countless Ningyuan realm cultivators. Looking at the dense crowd soaring up and charging toward him, Chen Nian could not help narrowing his eyes. Because of the explanation from the old master of the Daozong sect earlier, he now understood the cultivation system of the Lingdong continent very well. He could tell at a glance what cultivation levels the people charging at him had reached. It seems the Jinzong sect's overall strength is a little greater than the Daozong sect's. Chen Nian muttered under his breath. Then he suddenly turned his head and swept his gaze toward a giant tower standing atop a 1,000-jong peak. Then he said, Old man of the Jinzong sect, I have come with no ill intent. I only wish to consult you on a few matters. Have your people withdraw. Otherwise, if I accidentally strike too hard, don't blame me later. As his words fell, there was no response for a long while. Instead, the 3 Rinyuan realm cultivators charging at him were all baring their teeth and cursing furiously. Isn't he just a lowly martial artist from a filthy sordid place like Dongtu Shinzhou? How dare he come to our Jinzong sect and raise a ruckus? Does he really think our Jinzong sect is as easy to bully as the Daozong sect? And he even dares to be disrespectful to our sword ancestor. I think you are courting death. That filthy place of Dongtu Shinzhou has no reason to exist anymore. After we kill him, let's go crush it. Damn it. Chen Nian had been in a perfectly good mood, but those bastards suddenly made him extremely irritated. Crush Dongtu Shinzhou. Then you had better have the strength to do it. Get lost, all of you. Chen Nian gave a cold snort, then swept his hand outward. A surge of mighty milky white yuan force instantly poured down like a heavenly river. The 3 Rinyuan realm cultivators who had been utterly arrogant just moments before were struck dumb. Thighs is the power of the Tianyuan realm. Not good. He is a Tianyuan realm powerhouse. We are no match for him. Retreat. After sensing Chen Nian's power, the 3 strongest elders of the Jinzong sect immediately fell back again and again. Want to leave now? Too late. Since you want to smash my Dongtu Shinzhou to pieces, you will have to pay a price. Chen Nian's killing intent burst forth from his entire body. He pointed a finger at the heavens, and boundless yuan force instantly converged at his fingertip. Then he thrust that finger forward. Jinzong Grand Formation rise. Elder Ku Hai bellowed, and together with Ku Nan and Ku Shang activated the Grand Formation. The next moment, countless flying swords shot toward Chen Nian to slay him. A paltry trick, and you still dare to show off before a master. Chen Nian snorted coldly. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. His fingertip collided with the Jinzong Grand Formation. In an instant, the Grand Formation that no one had broken for tens of thousands of years fell apart and was shattered. Not good. He's terrifyingly strong. Even the Sword Sect's Grand Formation can't stop him. Fall back. Elder Ku Hai bellowed, then turned and fled. Then Ku Nan and Ku Shang shot away like cannonballs, fleeing into the distance. The other elders and sect masters of the Sword Sect also retreated one after another. Everyone was stunned beyond all measure. Who could have imagined it? This world. Could someone truly shatter the Sword Sect's Grand Formation single-handedly, and so effortlessly at that? No wonder he was a prodigy who broke the very rules of the cultivation system. Terrifying beyond measure. As I said, if you want to run, it's already too late. Chen Nian let out a cold snort and pressed out his finger once more. Boom, boom. A dazzling milky white yuan power burst apart ahead. The 3 most powerful elders of the Sword Sect were sent flying by that terrifying force. The remaining sect masters and core disciples all fell one after another in defeat. Countless figures rained down from the sky like dumplings tossed into a boiling pot. It was a spectacular sight. On a distant mountaintop within a hidden cave dwelling, a woman in a plain white dress stared in bewilderment at everything unfolding before her. This. How is this possible? Even the 3 human yuan realm elders are no match for him. Could it be that he has already stepped into the Heaven Yuan realm. High up in the heavens. Old man, for your sake, I'll spare their lives. Now then will you come out? Chen Nian withdrew his index finger and placed it behind his back. He had refrained from slaughter not for any profound reason. He simply 3,000 years. At last we meet again. I still remember that grand scene 3,000 years ago when you, radiant with vigor, turned down every major sect. A wild howl tore through the air. Old man of the sword sect, long time no see. Have you been well? Chen Nian smiled lightly and said, well, before you arrived the sword sect was doing perfectly fine. But alas, our sword sect forebears spent tens of thousands of years maintaining that grand formation, and you have smashed it to pieces. I'm afraid it will take me a full 1,000 years just to repair it. The old man of the sword sect said with some resentment. Chen Nian snorted and retorted, you old codger. I called for you yet you wouldn't come out. What did you want to test my strength? If I had been too weak, would you have let your disciples kill me? The old man of the sword sect burst into laughter, then waved his hand and said, no. As long as you haven't fallen to the demonic path, you are nothing but a blessing to the Lingdong continent. I assume you've already learned about what happened on Tianpeng Island, and that is why you've come to find me. That's right. I'd like you to take a look at my cultivation and estimate my odds of victory on Tianpeng Island. Chen Nian got straight to the point. On the ground, countless sword sect disciples stood dumbstruck with shock. Elder Ku Hai stared aghast at Chen Nian, who was seated cross-legged in the void above, and couldn't help blurting out, good heavens. He actually has no idea what level his cultivation has reached. Standing beside him, the two elders Ku Nan and Ku Shang sect master Song, and indeed everyone present, all blurted out in unison. By my reckoning, his cultivation is at the very least at the Heaven Yuan realm. I even suspect he doesn't know what realm lies beyond the warrior rank. This is truly beyond belief. He doesn't even understand the cultivation system of the Lingdong continent, and yet he somehow stumbled into the Yuan realm, then broke through all the way from condensing Yuan to Heaven Yuan. That spans 3 major realms in one go. A prodigy, a truly peerless prodigy. The sword sect absolutely cannot make an enemy of this prodigy, or the day our sect is wiped out will soon arrive. High up in the heavens. The old man of the sword sect was evidently startled by Chen Nian's word. He didn't even understand the cultivation system above the warrior rank on the Lingdong continent. So how exactly had he cultivated all the way to his current realm? After a brief shock, the old man of the sword sect let out a long breath. None of that mattered now. What mattered was that Chen Nian posed no threat to the sword sect nor to the Lingdong continent. He didn't even know Hua was at the sword sect. It appeared that his true purpose in coming was simply to learn the extent of his cultivation and prepare for his later assault on Tianpeng Island. If that was the case, then the sword sect and Chen Nian could now be counted as comrades on the same path. Having reasoned through all of this, the old man of the sword sect burst into wild laughter. Then with a grand sweep of his hand, he said, come, release all of your cultivation and let this old man examine it for himself. All right, here I go. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had asked him to bear his cultivation completely, without reserve. And so, skipping the condensing Yuan Earth Yuan and human Yuan realms, he released every wisp of the milky white Yuan power that marked the Heaven Yuan realm from his body in a single overwhelming burst. Heaven Yuan realm. This is the 8th Heaven Yuan realm. The very instant the milky white Yuan power erupted, the old man of the sword sect turned pale with shock. The old man, who only a moment ago had been steady as a rock, immediately began forming hand seals to resist the overwhelming aura erupting from Chen Nian. Yet while the old man of the sword sect managed to withstand it himself, the sword sect disciples down on the ground were the ones to suffer. Even though Chen Nian was merely releasing his cultivation and attacking no one, the sheer might of the 8th Heaven Yuan realm still crushed every man and woman in the sword sect, leaving them gasping for breath. Some disciples of lower cultivation were even bleeding from their 7 orifices, collapsing gravely wounded. Old man, can you take it? I've released less than 1/10 of my cultivation. Chen Nian addressed the old man of the sword sect with a decidedly cunning smile. The old man of the sword sect was already clearly at his limits. Gritting his teeth, he said, keep going. This old man is curious to witness the power that lies beyond the Heaven Yuan realm. Fine then, hold fast. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Nian swept his hand outward. His power surged upward moment by moment. This time, however, Chen Nian directed all the power solely toward the old man, letting none of it spill toward the sword sect disciples below. Otherwise, more than half the sect would surely have been killed or wounded. What a... You actually... The old man of the sword sect's eyes flew wide open, his gaze shot through with disbelief. For he discovered that after breaking through the 8th Heaven Yuan realm, Chen Nian's cultivation did not surge toward the mysterious realm that lay beyond the Heaven Yuan realm, but instead continued to climb within the Heaven Yuan realm itself. Heaven Yuan 9th realm. Heaven Yuan 10th realm. Heaven Yuan. Stop. Cease now. I can't bear it any longer. The old man of the sword sect roared at the top of his voice. But Chen Nian was like an arrow already loosed. There was no calling it back now. He could not hold back and poured out every ounce of his cultivation in a single earth-shaking eruption. Boom. Boom. The milky white Yuan force thundered violently across the sky. Space tore apart, the earth quaked, and the entire sword sect trembled unsteadily. Powerful. Far too powerful. Almost all the disciples of the sword sect had taken refuge within the mountain caves. Fortunately, Chen Nian had not spread his power into the sect's heartland, though otherwise the entire sword sect would have been leveled to the ground. I wonder how the sword ancestor is faring. Could he have been struck dead by that overwhelming cultivation? How could he possibly be so strong? Senior brother, can you discern exactly what stage his cultivation has reached? I cannot, but I am certain his cultivation far surpasses the sword ancestors. How terrifying. Fortunately, he isn't here to make trouble for our sword sect, otherwise we would all be annihilated. Sigh. I just hope he doesn't hold a grudge over our earlier attack, or take seriously those words about shattering the Eastern Earth Divine Province. If he does, none of us will come to a good end. Damn it, why did I have to run my mouth like that? I could slap myself twice. In a moment, let us kneel before him and plead for forgiveness. For the sake of the sword sect, even if he wants to kill us, we must accept it. Atop a distant mountain peak within a cave dwelling, the woman in the plain white dress had already covered her mouth with her hand. Within her icy snow-like pupils were nothing but shock and terror. He actually cultivated the heavenly origin realm to the 18th stage. Horrifying, truly horrifying. Since he could reach the 18th stage of the heavenly origin realm then. Back when he was at the spirit condensation realm. At that thought, her entire body began to tremble. But then she gave a cold snort. So what? I was merely joking. If he wants me to be his servant, absolutely not. Unless he is willing to marry me. Just then a long drawn-out voice suddenly resounded within the mind of the woman in the plain white dress. The seed of karma has already been planted. If you do not seek to understand it, this matter will become an eternal inner demon on your path of cultivation. Once an inner demon is born, only the one who tied the knot can untie it. Otherwise, your future cultivation will stagnate, or even suffer backlash. Boom. Her mind jolted violently. Then her icy snow-like eyes fiercely swept toward the sky. She refused to accept it, and even more she refused to yield. What mighty expert is this? You little brats, when a powerful visitor arrives, why do you not notify us, old fellows? Great one, if the sword sect has offended you in any way, we humbly beg your forgiveness. Suddenly a series of heavy voices rang out. Several figures abruptly shot up from the forbidden grounds in the rear mountains of the sword sect. The ancestral elders of the forbidden grounds have come out of seclusion. I never imagined he would rouse even our ancestors. And from the ancestors, at this moment, the sensation was one of absolute clarity and pure exhilaration. All of them were at the heavenly origin realm. However, compared to his own cultivation, they still seemed far weaker. Chen Nian let out a helpless sigh. He only wanted to know where his cultivation stood. Why was it so difficult? The old master of the Tao sect could only detect that his cultivation was at the heavenly origin realm. Meanwhile, the old master of the sword sect had nearly died before even finishing his inspection. The 8 ancestral elders of the sword sect now standing beside him all had cultivations far beneath his own. So it was truly difficult. Old sword sect master, are you alright? Chen Nian glanced at the old man who was clutching his chest with blood continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth, and asked with some concern. The old sword sect master waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I merely lost 2,000 years of cultivation. It will only take me another 2,000 years of bitter training to recover it. Though his words were light, his expression was terrifyingly grim. Chen Nian felt somewhat awkward. Ahem. He would silently mourn 3 seconds for the old sword sect master. Are you Chen Nian? At that moment, the black-robed man at the forefront asked with a smile. Yes, I am Chen Nian. I came to the sword sect today with no ill intent. I only wish to ascertain the level of my own cultivation. Chen Nian replied. Good, very good. Chen Nian, I heard of your name 3,000 years ago. Never did I imagine that 3,000 years later you would have grown to such a level. Even without Chen Nian, from this moment onward, I have decided to entrust you with the sentient faith force our sword sect has accumulated over the years. You shall protect the Lingdong continent and shatter Tianpeng Island. What say you? The black-robed man suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Chen Nian frowned slightly. What in the world was sentient faith force? He had never heard of such a thing. Sentient faith force, as its name implies, is the power manifested from the collective will of all living beings. This power is extremely extraordinary. Those who possess it not only advance rapidly in cultivation, but can also fight above their level. The black-robed man explained. Chen Nian felt something was off. He had caused such a tremendous commotion in the sword sect and nearly destroyed it entirely. Yet now that these ancestral elders had emerged, not only were they not seeking revenge, they actually wanted to hand over their accumulated sentient faith force to him and make him the savior of the Lingdong continent. If sentient faith force were truly that formidable, then why didn't they use it themselves? Forget it. Keep your sentient faith force for yourselves. I see that you are all quite formidable. How about this, all of you join forces and examine exactly what stage my cultivation has reached? All right, Chen Nian said. Upon hearing this, the black-robed man paused for a moment, then turned back to consult with the others. Very well. The black-robed man suddenly nodded in agreement. Then he and another man formed hand seals and laid down a sword formation on the spot. Chen Nian, this is the giant sword formation jointly arranged by the 8 heavenly origin realm ancestral elders of our sword sect's forbidden grounds. Now attack the formation with all your strength, and the 8 elders will be able to discern the true extent of your cultivation. The old sword sect master suddenly said to Chen Nian with great solemnity. Very well, in that case I thank you all. I won't hold back. Merely releasing his full cultivation earlier had already given Chen Nian the blissful sensation of floodgates opening wide. Now the old sword sect master wanted him to attack the giant sword formation with all his power. Just how exhilarating would that be? Finally someone was telling him to unleash every ounce of his strength in an attack. At last he would be able to see exactly how formidable his power truly was. Boom! Chen Nian's power instantly surged like a vast heavenly river flowing without end. He pointed one finger toward the sky, and after gathering all of his power at his fingertip bellowed, "Immortal crane, points the way." The moment his fingertip pointed at the giant sword formation, a blinding white light erupted with a thunderous bang. So powerful. Everyone use all your strength. Otherwise we cannot withstand this strike. This is a terrifying power that surpasses the heaven origin realm. The 8 ancestral masters of the sword sect's forbidden grounds shouted in unison, then bit their fingers and offered their essence blood into the giant sword formation in order to resist Chen Nian's full-strength strike. On the ground. My heavens, is this his true strengths? It seems that no matter whether he was facing us or the sword ancestor before, he was holding back part of his strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid all of us would have been reduced to ashes. Boom, boom. In the sky, the blinding white light made the entire world tremble. The giant sword formation, driven by the combined essence blood of the 8 ancestral masters of the sword sect's forbidden grounds, was torn apart directly. 8 figures plummeted from the air one after another like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Not only that, the residual force of that power had already made the entire sword sect sway on the verge of collapse. The old sword sect master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, drew in a sharp breath, and was filled with boundless astonishment. He knew that had the giant sword formation not absorbed most of the force, the remaining shockwave alone would have flattened the entire sword sect to the ground. His cultivation has already surpassed the heaven origin realm. The old sword sect master sighed in terror and murmured to himself. Chen Nian let out a long roar toward the heavens. He had never felt as exhilarating as this in his entire life. Previously in the Dongtu Divine Province, he had not dared to unleash his cultivation, fearing that it would hurt those around him. Later, when he reached the Tao sect, he defeated everyone there with just a casual sliver of power. Just now, in the collision against the sword sect's 3 human origin realm cultivators and the great formation, he had used less than 1/10 of his strength. But now, when facing that giant sword formation, he had finally unleashed all of his power. It felt like a man who had been suppressed for 3,000 years suddenly setting himself free. That clarity, that sheer euphoria was almost beyond words. I really want to do it again. The feeling just now had been so immensely satisfying that Chen Nian could barely keep himself from doing it one more time. Don't. The 8 ancestral masters are already severely wounded, and the giant sword formation has been destroyed by you. If you do it once more, I'm afraid our entire sword sect will be annihilated. The old sword sect master suddenly flew up and spoke to Chen Nian with extreme urgency. All this. I really am sorry, Chen Nian said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, figures shot up from the ground one after another. They were precisely the 8 ancestral masters of the sword sect's forbidden grounds. All 8 were badly wounded, yet none of them showed the slightest sign of anger. Instead, the black-robed man in the lead burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha! The Lingdong continent is saved. Ha ha ha! Chen Nian frowned slightly. He knew exactly what the black-robed man meant. He had seen how formidable Chen Nian was and wanted him to cut down the giant hand on Tianpeng Island. What realm is my cultivation actually in? Chen Nian slowly raised his head, looked coldly at the black-robed man, and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell into absolute silence. The black-robed man's expression turned stern. Gritting his teeth, he said with immense excitement, above the heaven origin realm, half-step spirit movement. Above the heaven origin realm, half-step spirit movement. Chen Nian let out a long breath. He finally knew what level his cultivation had reached. He slowly closed his eyes, then sat cross-legged atop the clouds. Ancestor, don't worry. Give him some time to properly sort out the power within him. Chen Nian sat there on the clouds for a full 3 months. 3 months later, he suddenly snapped his eyes open. 2 pale gold beams of light shot violently from his pupils. So this is half-step spirit movement. Over those 3 months, Chen Nian thoroughly organized the power within his body. He learned what the origin realm truly meant. He also learned that there was another realm above the origin realm, the spirit movement realm. For the ascent from the origin realm to the spirit movement realm was a qualitative leap, and the difference in power between the two realms was enough to be called worlds apart. Therefore, between the origin realm and the spirit movement realm, there was a realm called half-step spirit movement. Half-step spirit movement was further divided into 4 minor substages. Unlike the first through 8 stages of ordinary realms, the 4 minor substages of half-step spirit movement were named the early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage. The realm Chen Nian currently occupied was half-step spirit movement, mid-stage. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he found the old sword sect master sitting face to face with him. The 8 ancestral masters of the Forbidden Grounds were guarding him from all directions. I have troubled you all during these days. Chen Nian expresses his deepest gratitude. After rising slowly, Chen Nian bowed to the group. No need to thank us. We are the ones who should thank you. We hope that 10 years from now at Tianpeng Island, we will see you sever that hand of the immortal realm with your own strength. This is the collective will of all living beings that our sword sect has accumulated over tens of thousands of years. We now give it all to you, hoping it can lend you a hand. Suddenly, the black-robed man made a broad sweep of his hand. A mysterious force poured directly into the top of Chen Nian's head. Chen Nian originally wanted to refuse this force, but to his astonishment, once the power was poured in, his cultivation actually began to surge wildly. In no time at all, his cultivation started to break through directly. This collective will of all living beings was even more terrifying than his divine spirit bone. In just a few breaths, his cultivation broke straight through from the mid-stage of half-step spirit movement to the late stage. He could even see the shadow of the peak stage. Moreover, after forcibly pushing his cultivation up a minor substage, the collective will of all living beings was not exhausted. Instead, it continued to strengthen him in an unending stream. In other words, from then on, in addition to the divine spirit bone automatically reinforcing his cultivation, Chen Nian also had the collective will of all living beings supplying him with power at all times. So powerful. This collective will is truly something remarkable. Chen Nian absorbed the surge in power brought by his breakthrough and murmured to himself. Chen Nian, is there anything else? At this point, the old sword sect master suddenly asked. Chen Nian shook his head. I have already accomplished what I came to the sword sect to do. Thank you all. Don't be in a hurry to leave just yet. This old man still has a favor to ask. The old sword sect master suddenly stood up. Chen Nian said, go ahead. If it is within my power, I will certainly help. 2.5 years from now, the Aohai secret realm will open. This old man would like you to join the sword sect, so that as a new generation powerhouse of the sword sect, we may request more entry slots into the Aohai secret realm from the sect alliance. The old sword sect master said. The Aohai secret realm again. It seemed this place was truly extraordinary. The old Dao sect master had told him the same thing before. Sorry, old man, but I have already agreed to that old codger from the Dao sect. A man cannot break his word. Chen Nian shook his head helplessly. After thinking for a moment, he added, how about this? After entering the Aohai secret realm, I will help the disciples of the sword sect as much as I can and help your sect obtain more resources from within. What do you say? The old sword sect master sighed. Then that's all we can do. Let us part ways here then. We'll meet again at the Aohai secret realm 2.5 years from now. Chen Nian cupped his fists, then tore open a rift in space with one motion and stepped inside. After the old sword sect master immediately came before the 8 ancestral masters of the Forbidden Grounds, clasped his hands, and said, Ancestors, the great matter has been settled. Should we prepare to open the Heavenly Sword Grand Palace? The black-robed man slowly nodded. Yes. We obey the venerable ancestors' decree. The old sword sect master clasped his hands, then swept his arm wide. A powerful stream of milky white primordial force poured down upon the distant mountain peak. In an instant, the towering mountain collapsed. A palace formed from countless giant swords manifested. Immediately afterward, the old sword sect master and the 8 Forbidden Ground patriarchs charged into the Heavenly Sword Grand Palace. The Heavenly Sword Grand Palace. Inghua, do you now realize how fearsome he is? The old sword sect master stood above the palace, gazing at the woman in the plain white dress within. The woman in the plain white dress sighed. Half-step spirit movement. That is a formidable cultivation realm possessed only by the sect alliance. Inghua knows she is no match for him. But sword ancestor Inghua does not wish to honor the oath and become his slave. The old sword sect master frowned. Then he said, this is the karmic bond between you and him. Once this karmic bond is settled, you will soar to greater heights, attain a far higher cultivation, and perhaps even have a chance to ascend. Very well. The woman in the plain white dress nodded in agreement. Go. Settle the karmic bond before he learns the truth. Otherwise he will never let you go. The old sword sect master waved his hand. Yes, master. Soon afterward. He's coming. Suddenly the black-robed man, sitting cross-legged within the Heavenly Sword Grand Palace, snapped his eyes open. The next moment, the entire Heavenly Sword Grand Palace began to quake violently. We kneel and welcome to the celestial immortal. Everyone, including the old sword sect master, prostrated themselves in a circle on the ground. Whoosh! A blinding beam of light poured down from the sky. An immense pressure bore down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. 3,000 years have passed. This immortal can finally fulfill his mission. You have all worked hard. Once the deed is done, I shall surely grant you immortal rank. A wondrous heavenly voice descended from above. Everyone knelt with heads bowed and murmured in unison, we thank the celestial immortal. Meanwhile, at the Tao sect, Tao ancestor, why are you wounded so gravely? On the main peak, sect master Gu Jingtian and the assembled peak masters crowded around the old Tao sect master. Everyone found it utterly inconceivable. About half a year earlier, the Tao ancestor had personally gone down the mountain to capture Gu Kuang. They had thought he would return in just a few days. But who could have known that the wait would last a full 6 months? What was more, when the Tao ancestor returned, he was already gravely wounded. Gu Kuang has fallen to the demonic path, alas. The old Tao sect master sighed. Then he looked around and asked, where is Chen Nian? In the days I was away, did he come? Gu Jingtian shook his. He did not come, but I heard that he went to the sword sect and stirred up another storm. Not only did he shatter the sword sect's grand formation, he even forced the 8 Forbidden Ground patriarchs out and gravely wounded them. Ha ha, just as I expected. It cannot be only the Tao sect that suffers. The sword sect must share the burden too. The old Tao sect master laughed heartily. When his laughter subsided, he suddenly seemed to think of something and his face darkened. Didn't Feng Linghao and the others go to invite the Forbidden Ground patriarchs? Is there any news now? Gu Jingtian answered, Tao ancestor, the Grand Elder and the others are still kneeling at the Forbidden Ground's entrance, but there is still no trace of the Forbidden Ground patriarchs emerging. Hearing this, the old Tao sect master narrowed his eyes. Where is Feng Ran then? Where did she go? Gu Jingtian shook his head again. After Chen Nian left, junior sister Feng Ran left as well, and her whereabouts are unknown. Alas! The old Tao sect master let out a long sigh. Then he muttered to himself, an ill-fated bond. An ill-fated bond. At that moment, space was torn apart violently. As fierce winds howled, Chen Nian stepped out from within. Old Tao sect master, why are you hurt so badly? Chen Nian frowned deeply. He had thought that once he returned, he would be able to take Gu Kuang away. But he had not expected. The old Tao sect master, a mighty being at the half-step heavenly origin realm, had actually been wounded like this by Gu Kuang. Moreover, Chen Nian detected traces of demonic energy within the old Tao sect master's body. That demonic energy was slowly devouring his cultivation. Given time, the old Tao sect master would be drained dry by it. Gu Kuang fled to the demon sect. This old man was too incompetent to bring him back. The old Tao sect master sighed. Hearing this, Chen Nian's face turned grim. The demon sect, is it? What breathtaking audacity. The man I Chen Nian want. They actually dared to lay a finger on. Boom. Chen Nian stamped his foot, nearly collapsing the main peak of the Tao sect. Old man, can your injuries only be healed by the demon sect? Chen Nian turned his gaze back to the old Tao sect master. The old Tao sect master sighed and smiled bitterly. That's right. This old man was severely wounded by the bloodblade of the demon sect. The demonic energy has penetrated deep into my bone marrow. In this world, only the demon sect can dissolve it, otherwise this old man can only wait to be slowly consumed by that demonic energy. These words fell heavily. Sect master Gu Jingtian and all the peak masters turned pale with shock. They had known the Tao ancestor was badly wounded, but they had not expected his injuries to be so severe. After the initial shock came fury. What a fine demon sect. Today I must personally go and demand an explanation. Gu Jingtian roared, rising to his feet at once. Behind him, the peak masters and elders were all blazing with battle intent. Although the Tao sect's strength could not match the sword sect's nor the demon sect's, if the Tao sect still refused to stand up after suffering such an unbearable humiliation, would it not be ridiculed by the entire world? At that moment, black clouds suddenly pressed down from the heavens. A thunderous burst of wild laughter exploded outward. No need to trouble yourselves. I have come in person. Whether you choose to fight or to negotiate, the decision is yours. The deep, weighty voice spread throughout the entire Tao sect. Instantly, disciples, peak masters, and elders alike summoned their weapons ready to meet the enemy. Above in the sky, a man in a black robe stood suspended in midair, his face hidden in shadow. Behind him stood 12 men and women. Further behind was a dark, oppressive mass of clouds. In truth, it was not clouds at all, but countless demon sect disciples. How dare you! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the rear mountain of the Tao sect. Grand Elder Feng Linghao, who had been kneeling before the forbidden ground to beg the patriarchs to leave seclusion, was the first to shoot into the sky and charge toward the heavens. Puny demon sect, how dare you make enemies with the righteous sects? Blood demon, this Grand Elder gives you 3 breaths to scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Feng Linghao confronted the black-robed demon sect man, directly hurling out a fierce rebuke. In the next instant, sect master Gu Jingtian and all the elders and peak masters soared into the air together. Although the Tao sect was slightly weaker than the demon sect, if it truly came to a fight, who would be afraid of whom? Ha! Waves of manic laughter burst endlessly from the blood demon's mouth. Since when does a mere human origin realm cultivator dare act so arrogantly? Even your Tao ancestor is unworthy of crossing blows with me. Who do you think you are? Go summon your forbidden ground patriarchs from their seclusion. Otherwise, I will annihilate the Tao sect today. What audacity! Chen Nian narrowed his eyes slightly. They had not even gone to the demon sect, yet they came knocking at their own doors, and still had the nerve to be this arrogant. Old man, rest assured, I will definitely help you obtain the antidote. Chen Nian glanced at the Tao sect elder and offered words of comfort. The elder's face was filled with gratitude. He immediately bowed deeply with clasped hands to Chen Nian. Then I thank you most sincerely. This great kindness this old man will repay 100-fold. Chen Nian smiled faintly and said no more, instead continuing to stand with his hands behind his back upon the mountain peak. He wanted to see precisely how arrogant this demon sect could possibly be. Facing the blood demon's threat, Elder Feng Linghao showed not the slightest fear. This man's temperament seemed somewhat similar to Fakyu, the enforcement elder of Bo Dao Pavilion. Stubborn, set in his ways, but also loyal, acting solely for the benefit of the sect. Chen Nian harbored a certain fondness for him. Since that is the case, then let us fight. If you wish to see our Tao sect's ancestral spirits of the forbidden ground, you must first pass through us. Elder Feng Linghao roared. Then he formed hand seals, and a vast aura of the human essence realm erupted from his body. Immediately after, sect master Gu Jingtian, several peak masters, and hundreds of thousands of Tao sect disciples began channeling their energy, preparing to repel the enemy. Ha, truly a united righteous sect. Come, let me see whether you ants joined together can withstand a single strike from this seat. The moment those words fell, the blood demon suddenly raised his head and let out a deafening roar. Countless human faces erupted from his mouth, then surged toward Elder Feng Linghao and the others. At the same time, 12 human essence realm demon kings behind him charged forward with mad laughter. Those demon venerable disciples even ignited their inner cores, charging ahead to perish together with the Tao sect disciples. This kind of combat style was utterly terrifying. Not only was the Tao sect inherently weaker than the demon sect, but even if the sword sect had been present today, they likely would not have been able to withstand the demon sect. In no time, the two forces clashed, and the Tao sect was already littered with the dead and wounded. Elder Feng Linghao was gravely injured by the countless phantom faces conjured by the blood demon. The rest of them all engaged the human essence realm demon kings. The battle intensified. If things continued like this, within no more than 3 days, the entire Tao sect would be annihilated by the demon sect. Humph, demon sect, you have forced my hand. Chen Nian snorted coldly, then slowly rose into the air, just as he was about to make his move. Blood demon, you have enormous gall, daring to cause trouble at our Tao sect's mountain gate. Do you truly think our Tao sect has no one left? Don't you fear that we will leave you here today, truly seeking death? Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted from the forbidden ground behind the Tao sect. Then, as earth-shaking tremors resonated, several figures rose from the ground, directly charging toward the blood demon and the others. The ancestral spirits of the forbidden ground have emerged from seclusion. Ha, blood demon, your death has arrived. Scum of the demon sect, surrender immediately. With the ancestral spirits' intervention, the Tao sect disciples' combat, which had been completely shattered, once again burned with fierce intensity. They saw a glimmer of hope. You old fools have finally come out. Come, let me see whether you bunch of old men have improved at all over these years. The blood demon let out a manic laugh, then suddenly opened his monstrous maw and spat out an even larger phantom face, which surged directly toward the several ancestral spirits, attempting to devour them. Powerful demonic energy instantly engulfed those ancestral spirits. Screams of agony immediately erupted from within the demonic aura. Bad. This blood demon's cultivation has surpassed the heavenly origin realm. The ancestral spirits cannot match him. The Tao sect elder cried out in alarm. As expected, soon from within that massive mass of demonic energy, an incomprehensible roar rang out. Blood demon, you have already broken through beyond the heavenly origin realm. When did you advance to the half-step spiritual movement realm? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The enormous phantom face in the sky let out a heaven-shaking manic laugh. Ha 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 ha. Unexpected, isn't it, you old fools? I broke through to the half-step spiritual movement realm before you all. Now I, the blood demon, am already the strongest existence on the spiritual movement continent. From this day forward, the entire spiritual movement continent will obey my commands. On the ground, the Tao sect elder was utterly despaired. So beyond the heavenly origin realm lies the half-step spiritual movement realm. Our ancestral spirits have secluded themselves for thousands of years and have not broken through to this realm. How did the blood demon achieve it? It seems the heavens truly intend to destroy our Tao sect. The Tao sect elder howled to the sky, his face filled with unwillingness and fury. All across the Tao sect, wails of despair echoed. Everyone could clearly feel that their day of annihilation had arrived. If even the ancestral spirits could not defeat the blood demon, what chance did they mere weaklings who had not even touched the heavenly origin realm have for survival? Just then, a slender hand rested on the Tao sect elder's shoulder. Old man, didn't you say you would lead masters from all major sects across the spiritual movement continent to the Eastern Divine Land to pay respects to the dragon ancestor in 2.5 years? If your Tao sect perishes today, how will you accomplish that? The Tao sect elder looked up and discovered that the speaker was none other than Chen Nian. He was about to say something. Rest assured with me here, the Tao sect will not fall today. Having spoken, he stomped his foot upon the ground and slowly ascended into the sky. Be careful, he is at the half-step spiritual movement realm. The heavenly origin realm is no different from ants before him. The Tao sect elder cried out loudly. Chen Nian merely smiled faintly. Half-step spiritual movement. Cough cough, I am precisely at that realm. Blood demon, do you still remember that spirited youth from 3,000 years ago? Just as the blood demon was about to slaughter the several ancestral spirits of the Tao sect, Chen Nian suddenly appeared before him. Who are you? The enormous phantom face in the sky stared intently at Chen Nian, a trace of mockery seeming to flicker across its features. Chen Nian sneered and replied, the one come to take your life. Take this seat's life. The phantom face paused, gazing at Chen Nian as though something had occurred to it, and then suddenly burst into manic laughter. Ha 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 ha. Truly absurd. From the moment I achieved the half-step spiritual movement realm, no one on the entire spiritual movement continent has been this seat's match. A lowly martial artist from 3,000 years ago, and you presume to speak of taking my life. Tell this seat, what gives you such immense confidence? Is it merely because you once shattered the rules of the cultivation system, causing countless experts from major sects to vie for the honor of taking you as a disciple? Ha ha ha. The blood demon laughed loudly. He had already recognized Chen Nian. Moreover, it seemed he had long known of Chen Nian's presence. You knew I was here all along. Chen Nian sensed something and asked. Ha ha ha. Above in the sky, that enormous phantom face let out another manic laugh, naturally. Otherwise, why would I have attacked the Tao sect so swiftly? Suddenly, Chen Nian's heart clenched violently. The demon sect's arrival this time was ill-intentioned. Why have you come to find me? Chen Nian frowned as he suddenly recalled Song Yangfeng from before. Back then, Song Yangfeng had used the very same trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain, causing the massacre of Tianlong capital, the tragic death of his junior sister, and the slaughter of countless disciples and descendants. Could it be that the demon sect is playing the same trick on me now? Ha ha. I came to you naturally to kill. After killing you, my demon sect will alone enjoy the resources that a monstrous genius like you has hoarded in Dongtu Shenzhou for 3,000 years. Ha. Blood demon laughed wildly. He was exceedingly confident. So confident that he laid out the entire plan without reservation. Chen Nian's brows knitted tightly as terrifying killing intent began erupting from every inch of his body. So the demon sect's purpose this time was not the Tao sect, but himself and Dongtu Shenzhou. It seemed that Gu Kuang had already told Blood Demon the location of the Bio Dao Hall in Dongtu Shenzhou. The Dao Hall's mystique and the whole herb garden behind the mountain had sparked intense interest in Blood Demon. Chen Nian knew that he absolutely could not allow the demon sect to head to Dongtu Shenzhou. Otherwise, Dongtu Shenzhou would be reduced to ashes. Let it be known, there were his fellow villagers, his disciples and descendants, and even more so his daughter. Blood demon, you are seeking death. Chen Nian abruptly raised his head and took a step forward. Be careful. His cultivation has already surpassed the heavenly origin realm and reached half-step spirit realm. Only by joining forces can we withstand him. Behind Chen Nian, several ancestral elders of the Tao sect's Forbidden Ground spoke out. At the same time, they had already started forming hand seals, preparing to arrange a grand formation and fight Blood Demon to the death. Even the old Tao sect master with his severely wounded body rose into the sky to prepare for battle. Old man, leave Blood Demon to me. You handle the rest yourselves. After killing him, I must return to Dongtu Shenzhou at once. With that, Chen Nian leaped into the air, drew a 3-foot azure sword, and with a thunderous shout slashed toward the giant face above. Humph, what power can a lowly cheap martial artist like you possess? In 3,000 years you've at best cultivated to the human origin realm. I truly wonder where you found the nerve to contend with me. The giant face in the sky utterly disregarded Chen Nian's sword strike, and even said with extreme arrogance, I shall receive this blow, and see whether you can break through my defense. The fiend actually remained utterly motionless, letting Chen Nian's sword blow come at him. As the sword light drew closer and closer, the giant face in the sky suddenly began to feel uneasy, because he sensed an extremely terrifying force. No, you are not at the human origin realm. Just what level is your cultivation? I'll wait, I'm not ready yet. I must counterattack. By the time the giant face in the sky regretted its arrogance, it was already too late. Swish! A single sword stroke fell. The giant face in the sky was directly sliced in half. The face contorted wildly as black blood gushed violently from its 7 orifices. It was a truly horrifying scene. Seeing this, the Tao sect old man and the ancestral elders all went pale with shock. What terrifying power could it be that he too has stepped into half-step spirit realm? Judging from the golden primordial force on his body, it certainly seems so. Haha, in that case we have no more worries. The ancestral elders, having discovered that Chen Nian's cultivation was also at half-step spirit realm, burst into wild laughter one after another. The Tao sect old man was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He waved his hand grandly and roared, disciples of the Tao sect, hear my command. Face the enemy. The next moment, all the Tao sect disciples charged forward with fierce battle cries. Those who had been dispirited now seemed as if they had been injected with stimulants. The Grand Elder Feng Linghao, as well as Gu Jing Gu Ho and others who had knelt before Xuanzi Peak in repentance because of Chen Nian, all had their blood boiling with fervor. They shouted Chen Nian's name, offered their essence, blood burned their power to the absolute limit, and collided fiercely with the demon sect disciples. At that moment, Chen Nian seemed to have become a deity in their hearts. As long as this man was present, they had nothing to fear. On the demon sect side, let alone the ordinary disciples. Even the 12 human origin realm demon kings had completely lost their will to fight. After the giant face in the sky was split in two by Chen Nian's sword, the confidence of the demon sect disciples was likewise cut in half. Blood Demon's true body had also suffered immense trauma. Oh! A heart-rending roar echoed across the entire sky. The next second, the countless human faces that had been spread across the sky were suddenly all devoured in a single gulp by Blood Demon's true body. The Blood Demon cultivated for 10,000 years and obtained countless fortuitous encounters to attain the half-step spirit realm. Yet you, a junior, are nothing but a despicable person from a filthy gathering place of martial artists. And you have also attained the half-step spirit realm. Why? Why of all things? Blood Demon roared while repairing his severely wounded body. He seemed extremely unwilling to accept it. Withdrawing his 3-foot azure sword, Chen Nian looked at Blood Demon and said, you practiced for 10,000 years, but I also painstakingly cultivated for 3,000. How can your effort be considered effort, while others' effort is not? To tell you the truth, the reason I reached in 3,000 years what took you 10,000 is purely because you are too stupid. Your talent is lacking, and you are unsuited for cultivation. What did you say? Chen Nian's words thoroughly provoked Blood Demon. Boundless madness burst forth from his entire being. How dare you say my talent is lacking? I will definitely kill you today. Die. Blood Demon gave a great shout, directly offered up his black essence. Blood magnified his power and formed a claw with one hand to grab at Chen Nian. What dreadful power! Blood Demon intends to die together with him. Fall back, all of you. Retreat. After the ancestral elders of the Tao sect's forbidden grounds detected Blood Demon's abnormality, they hastily ordered the Tao sect disciples to retreat. After all, that was a supreme powerhouse at half-step spirit realm. Once a supreme powerhouse of this level decided to die together with his opponent, the force he could unleash would be unprecedentedly terrifying. When that time came, the entire Tao sect would probably be destroyed by him. Unlike the Tao sect disciples, after disengaging from battle, the demon sect disciples all formed hand seals, and strands of black chi drifted out from their heads, all converging onto Blood Demon's claw. In an instant, Blood Demon's power received an unprecedented boost. Chen Nian frowned slightly. He pointed his sword at the heavens, then roared, slashing fiercely toward Blood Demon's claw. Cultivation at the late half-step spirit movement stage should have been enough to easily suppress the Blood Demon, a creature whose cultivation sat merely at the early half-step spirit movement stage. Thus, Chen Nian's strike had used less than 1/10 of his strength. Since he could finish the battle with far less effort, why exhaust himself? That would be far too tiring. Yet what Chen Nian had never expected was his sword slashed down, but it was actually sent flying by the Blood Demon's demonic claw. Chen Nian. He has gathered the combined demonic will of the demon race. Not only has his cultivation soared, but his power has also been strengthened to an unprecedented degree. Be careful. At that moment, the old Tao sect elder suddenly let out a loud shout. Ha ha ha. Too late. Boy, if you had pressed the attack just now, you might still have been able to kill me. After all, your cultivation was above mine. But now, I have already relied on the gathered demonic will to break through to the mid to late half-step spirit movement stage. You are no longer a match for me. A lowly martial artist is still a lowly martial artist. Base, and after I kill you, I will personally go to Dongtu Shenzhou and take away all the treasures you have hoarded in that filthy place for 3,000 years. Oh, and I will also roast your family, your friends, your disciples, your descendants, and everyone else you have protected into dried meat for my demon sect disciples to eat. Ha ha. His demonic claw was already in front of Chen Nian. Chen Nian stood where he was motionless and silent. The blood demon's words just now had thoroughly enraged him. The blood demon's manic laughter along with the sneers of countless demon sect disciples pushed his fury to the absolute limit. The reason he remained standing still was to gather his strength. He wanted to annihilate the blood demon and every demon fiend under his command in a single strike. However, the Tao sect elders and the Forbidden Land patriarchs behind him thought that Chen Nian had no strength left to fight, which was why he remained rooted to the spot. And so, the leading Forbidden Land patriarch Xiao Zhan bellowed, in the name of the Tao sect, offer our sentient faith power to Chen Nian. Everyone kneel. The next second, together with the old Tao sect elder, the several Forbidden Land patriarchs, sect master, Gu Jingtian, the masters of every peak, and the hundreds of thousands of Tao sect disciples all knelt and prostrated themselves before Chen Nian in worship. In addition, the people of the 10 great empires and more than 1,000 cities under the Tao sect's dominion, tens of billions of commoners, all knelt and bowed in the direction of Chen Nian. A strange and mysterious force began to pour endlessly from every direction, surging toward Chen Nian. Chen Nian suddenly opened his eyes. What an incredibly familiar feeling. It was even more powerful and purer than the sentient faith power that the 8 Forbidden Land patriarchs of the Sword sect had bestowed upon him last time. Chen Nian had been about to say that even without their faith power, he could easily kill the blood demon and all the demon fiends under his command. But before he could speak, the unceasing sentient faith power had already descended upon him. It was like a dried up well suddenly being flooded with fresh water. Chen Nian's cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. This was a power even stronger than his strange spirit bone. Moreover, this time's sentient faith power was purer and even mightier than the last. In less than one breath, Chen Nian's cultivation shot directly from the late half-step spirit movement stage to the peak. This was still not the end. His cultivation continued to loosen, and it seemed he was about to crash straight through the peak of the half-step spirit movement stage. Suddenly a voice sounded beside his ear, "Don't be impulsive. Between the half-step spirit movement stage and the spirit movement realm, there is a minor tribulation. If you break through now, it will cause unnecessary trouble." Chen Nian turned around and saw that the speaker was Xiao Zhan, the Tao sect's Forbidden Land patriarch. "Thank you, senior." Chen Nian clasped his hands in salute. Patriarch Xiao Zhan smiled slightly and said nothing more. After forcibly suppressing his cultivation to the peak of the half-step spirit movement stage, Chen Nian slowly turned his gaze to the blood demon who was charging at him, carrying the gathered demonic will of countless fiends. The blood demon had also sensed Chen Nian's rising cultivation. Furious, he began cursing Xiao Zhan and the old Tao sect elder loudly. "You bunch of filthy dogs. Such wonderful sentient faith power, and you actually gave it to this brat. How infuriating. The sentient faith power is mine. Just wait. Once I kill that brat, I will not only seize the Tao sect's sentient faith power, I will also completely destroy the Tao sect." Ha ha ha. An enormous black cloud instantly swept before Chen Nian. A horrifying aura of overwhelming dread enveloped his entire body. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. Is that all? He gave a cold snort, drew his sword, and slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sword fell. 10,000 demons were destroyed. The black cloud collapsed in an instant. Endless wails shrouded the whole sky. Within the black cloud, countless demon corpses fell to the ground like dumplings being dropped into a boiling pot. Ha ha, the demon sect is defeated. Perfect. They can serve as fertilizer for the flowers and plants on our Tao sect peaks. The old sword sect elder patriarch, Xiao Zhan sect master, Gu Jingtian grand elder Feng Linghao, and everyone else burst into loud laughter. Oh. At that moment, a hideous man drenched in black blood charged out from the black cloud. His body writhed and black blood spurted non-stop from his 7 apertures. He was as if he had come straight from hell. Terrifying beyond measure. No, I don't believe it. I am the first half-step spirit movement powerhouse in the history of the Lingdong continent. Chen Nian, the finger descended. The blood demon instantly fell silent. His eyes widened as all life was stripped from him in that instant. The next second, boom, boom, boom. The blood demon's body directly exploded. Chen Nian reached out, pocketed the storage ring on his hand, and let the body continue exploding. He truly was a terrifying existence at the half-step spirit movement stage who had also absorbed the demonic will of countless fiends. His body continued to explode for a full hour. The remaining demon fiends began fleeing in all directions. Chen Nian did not give chase. With so many fiends, if he pursued them one by one, how long would it take? Thank you, hero, for saving our lives. Thank you, hero, for saving our lives. All the Tao sect disciples prostrated themselves on the ground. As far as the eye could see, within 10,000 li in every imperial capital and city under the Tao sect's dominion, all the commoners knelt and bowed toward Chen Nian, hailing him with mountain-shaking cheers. The scene was extraordinarily spectacular and magnificent. Now, with the veneration of the Tao sect disciples and tens of billions of commoners, the sentient faith power within Chen Nian began to surge wildly at an exponential rate. There was no other reason. The strength of sentient faith power was tied to the faith and conviction of sentient beings. If they trusted in you and worshipped you, your power would be strong. If not, your power would also fade. Old man, this should be able to cure the demon poison in your body. Try it. Chen Nian approached the old Tao sect master and handed him the small bottle of pills he had just found in the blood demon's storage ring. The next moment, the white-haired old Tao sect master abruptly raised his head to look at Chen Nian. His eyes widened. In his murky old eyes there first appeared astonishment, then gratitude. Old as I am, I thank you. The old Tao sect master received the pill bottle and bowed deeply to Chen Nian. Then he paused. Suddenly a gleam flashed in his eyes. Chen Nian, I remember you once said that your little junior sister died because of Gu Kuang, didn't she? What about it? At the mention of his little junior sister's death, Chen Nian felt his heart clench painfully. A heart-wrenching pain. The little girl who had skipped and hopped behind him since childhood, calling him senior brother over and over. He would never see her again. He remembered how she had risked her life to protect him when facing the third prince of the Tianlong Empire. Tears streamed down Chen Nian's face. As far as I know, in the Aohai secret realm, there is a treasure called the Soul Gathering Stone. If you place a mortal below the Yuan realm on it, it will gather their soul, and there is an 80% chance of bringing the person back to life. The old Tao sect master raised his head to look at Chen Nian and said these words. Crack! These words struck Chen Nian like a thunderbolt. He had originally planned to seek a way to revive his little junior sister only after he fought his way up to the immortal realm. Who could have thought? In that Aohai secret realm, which he had heard of countless times, there actually existed a way to revive his little junior sister. Ha ha ha. Overjoyed, Chen Nian looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Old man, thank you. We'll meet at the Aohai secret realm in 2.5 years. Chen Nian could hardly. He wished he could enter the Aohai secret realm immediately. But unfortunately, the Aohai secret realm would only open after 2.5 years. Very well. When the time comes, every Tao sect disciple who can enter the Aohai secret realm will spare no effort to find the Soul Gathering Stone. Consider it our Tao sect's atonement to you for the traitor Gu Kuang. The old Tao sect master cupped his hands and said. Then, as if thinking of something, he added, however, speaking of Gu Kuang, it seems he did not come this time. Where could he have gone if he didn't come? Chen Nian pondered. If he still remains in the demon sect, we must not act rashly. Over the years, who knows what mysterious force has been supporting the demon sect? Powerful masters keep emerging from it. Perhaps Blood Demon is not the only one in the demon sect who has broken through to the half-step spirit movement realm. The old Tao sect master said. I understand. Gu Kuang must have gone to Dongta Shenzhou. Chen Nian suddenly raised his head, then ripped open a rift in space with one hand. Before leaving, he said again to the old Tao sect master, Old man, guard the Tianshu Tao Palace well for me. Once I've accumulated enough cultivation and found those 2 keys, I must open that stone door and see what's inside. All right. The old Tao sect master nodded in agreement. Then Chen Nian stepped into the torn rift and vanished. After Chen Nian left, Xiaozhan, the ancestral elder of the Tao sect's forbidden ground, came before the old Tao sect master. He patted his shoulder. Teacher, you guarded Dongta Shenzhou on his behalf for 3,000 years. Today he slew the demon with a single sword stroke to save our Tao sect, and even gave you the life-saving pill. This is karma. The old Tao sect master also sighed. Then he replied, Uncle Master, do you think he can truly save the Lingdong continent? And what exactly is that stone door inside the Tianshu Tao Palace? Why is he so determined to go inside? Of course he can. Right now his cultivation is at the half-step spirit movement realm. Moreover, after he accepted the collective faith of our Tao sect, his cultivation has loosened. As long as he wishes, he can immediately undergo tribulation and reach the spirit movement realm. Xiaozhan said. Then he added, as for that stone door in the Tianshu Tao Palace, it is a great secret. Unutterable, unutterable. The old Tao sect master nodded and asked no more. He sighed again. But Uncle Master, the sect alliance has been suppressing all the sects, not allowing cultivators beyond the Heaven Yuan realm to emerge. I'm afraid that the sect alliance will put obstacles in Chen Nian's way when he undergoes his tribulation. As soon as the old Tao sect master said this, Xiao Zhan's expression turned extremely gloomy. Curse it. Those hegemonic leaders of the sect alliance have taken all the good things for themselves. They are far too, but what can we do? Right now the strongest experts at the 8th tier of the Heaven Yuan realm are all at Tianpeng Island suppressing that giant hand. We are simply powerless to resist the sect alliance. Xiao Zhan let out a sigh. Uncle Master, how about I make a trip to the sect alliance and explain Chen Nian's circumstances? I think once they learn of Chen Nian's monstrous talent, they will no longer stop him from breaking through to the spirit movement realm. After all, the sect alliance also needs Chen Nian to defeat the giant hand at Tianpeng Island and save the Lingdong continent. The old Tao sect master suddenly raised his head and said. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan fell silent. Hichu, you also know that those people in the sect alliance are vicious and ruthless. If you go, I fear you will suffer many hardships. For Chen Nian, for the Tao sect, and for the future of the Lingdong continent, Hichu is not afraid. Very well, we will do as you say. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the Tianlong Empire in Dongtu Shenzhou space suddenly tore apart, and a gray-robed Taoist stepped out. Behind him followed 100 white-robed youths. The newcomer was none other than Gu Kuang, the peak master of Xuanzi Peak of the Tao sect, along with his disciples. At this moment, Gu Kuang's aura was vastly different from half a year ago. His cultivation seemed to have grown several times stronger than the previous 8th tier Earth Yuan realm. Master, this is the Tianlong Empire. Your disciples Xian Ku Xian Ci and Xian Qing were buried here. Xian Kong, Gu Kuang's eldest disciple, stepped forward and said with cupped hands. Humph! Gu Kuang snorted coldly. Turning his gaze, his powerful spiritual sense swept across the entire Tianlong Empire in an instant. After a moment, he couldn't help sneering. What a lowly place. It's full of mere martial artists, not a single Yuan realm cultivator in sight. Since that is so, please give the order, Master. This disciple will immediately shatter this foul place to avenge our junior brothers Xian Ku Xian Ci and Xian Qing. Xian Kong requested the order. But Gu Kuang shook his head. No hurry. Let me first check whether the immortal qi and the dragon vein are still here. Don't forget our mission here. If we fail to obtain the immortal qi and the dragon vein, we will lose the demon sect's protection. And without the demon sect's protection, the Tao ancestor will not let us off. After saying this, a strange staff suddenly appeared in Gu Kuang's hand out of thin air. At both ends of the staff were carved lifelike golden dragons. Gu Kuang brandished it forcefully. The golden dragons suddenly opened their abyssal jaws. Streams of dragon qi spewed from their mouths and spread toward the entire Tianlong Empire. Before long, Gu Kuang's gaze fell upon the direction of the Tianlong Empire's capital. The dragon vein is right there. He let out a nearly frenzied laugh. Behind him, Xian Kong immediately noted the location, then continued to look at Gu Kuang. But he waited a long time, yet Gu Kuang did not speak. So he asked, Master, what about the immortal qi? Where is it? Gu Kuang frowned slightly. Shaking his head, he said, this is impossible. How could the immortal staff not detect the immortal qi? Could it be that the immortal qi has already left Dongtu Shenzhou? The Lingdong continent was vast and boundless, stretching tens of millions of li from east to west, and even more from north to south. Its terrain was peculiar. As a whole, it was a massive inland expanse joined by small isles beyond the surrounding seas. Dongtu Divine Province was one such small isle beyond the inland seas. From the Tao sect to Dongtu Divine Province was fully 30 million li. Although Chen Nian possessed the art of tearing through space, to teleport, each teleport could carry him only 10,000 li at most. Therefore, even for him, it took considerable time to travel from the Tao sect to Dongtu Divine Province. Furthermore, the frequent tearing of space cost him no small amount of energy. Fortunately, he had plundered quite a few stamina replenishing pills from the Fengyan Empire's sovereign Songyang. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. By now, Chen Nian had crossed the vast inland expanse and arrived above the abyssal giant sea. He had just arrived there. Immediately a stir came from his arm. What's the matter, little one? Want to go down and eat again? Chen Nian gently lifted his sleeve and glanced at the little snow python, who was squirming joyfully. The little snow python had eaten its fill here last time, and now the scent alone made it unable to contain itself. Yes, Master. As long as Xiao Shui eats enough, I will grow stronger, and then I can help Master too. Thus said the little snow python, patting its snow-white tail. Not this time. Master is in a hurry to return to Dongtu Divine Province. Next time. Chen Nian shook his head. The little snow python hurriedly said, then leave Xiao Shui here, Master. I'm too weak to help you now, so let me just eat my fill here. Once I grow strong enough, we'll go find Master. Chen Nian thought for a moment, then agreed to the little snow python's request. All right. In 2.5 years I will pass by here on my way to the inland. Then I'll see how much you've grown. Chen Nian, go on. Chen Nian said, looking back. The little snow python cast one reluctant glance at him, then plunged into the abyssal giant sea and vanished. Chen Nian did not stay there long. He tore open space once again and headed toward Dongtu Divine Province. After advancing another tens of thousands of li, Chen Nian felt both mentally and physically exhausted, so he took out several bottles of fine pills and poured them all into his mouth at once. After recovering his strength, Chen Nian prepared to continue on his way. Suddenly his heart gave a jolt. Someone was using a sound transmission talisman to reach him. He immediately took a sound transmission talisman from his storage ring and crushed it. Reporting to the Supreme Emperor, an expert from a great sect has descended upon Dongtu Divine Province. The target is the Tianlong Imperial City and Her Majesty the Empress. Please come at once, Supreme Emperor. The voice was from Zhongli Shui, the woman General Chen Nian had come to know in the Fengyan Empire. Previously, Zhongli Shui's message to Chen Nian had been mistaken, which led him into Song Yangfeng's trap. At the time, Moreover, even if Chen Nian had learned then that Song Yangfeng was marching on the Tianlong capital, could he have set aside his daughter and gone to the Tianlong capital to save others? So Chen Nian never went looking for Zhongli Shui again. Unexpectedly today, she had sent him another message. Go to the Tianlong Empire and order everyone to stay behind closed doors. Those who can must leave the capital at once. This sovereign will be there in a few days. Before his subordinates, Chen Nian still addressed himself with some arrogance as this sovereign. Soon Zhongli Shui transmitted back, yes, Supreme Emperor. As for the Bo Taoist temple, there was no need to worry. The great protective formation Chen Nian had set up there meant that even an Earth Yuan realm cultivator like Gu Kuang could not find it, let alone experts of the human Yuan realm or heaven Yuan realm. But the Tianlong capital was different. A mere ordinary person could find it with ease, not to mention an Earth Yuan realm expert like Gu Kuang. After the transmission was finished, Chen Nian immediately quickened his pace toward open space and continued rushing in the direction of Dongtu Divine Province. Tianlong Empire, the capital. After receiving the official order, countless citizens began moving out of the city in an orderly manner. In the sky, many 8th rank and even 9th rank experts stood guard. Since Chen Nian had left, experts in the Tianlong Empire had advanced by leaps and bounds over the past year or so. Now 8th rank and 9th rank cultivators were commonplace, and quite a few people had already stepped into the condensing Yuan realm. Just as everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, black clouds pressed down from above, and a young man in white Taoist robes appeared in the sky. With one hand clasped behind his back and a sword in the other, he sent his voice toward the Tianlong Imperial Palace. Ask Empress Ling Xiao of the Tianlong Empire to come out and meet me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wave after wave of sound energy like thunder poured down toward the earth. On the ground, countless commoners were shaken to death by the mighty sound waves, their bodies bursting apart. Even the 8th and 9th rank experts patrolling the sky fell down in droves like dumplings dropped into a pot. Who is so bold as to act wildly in our Tianlong capital? If you want to see our empress, you should announce yourself. Why must you hurt people? Countless figures rose into the air from the Tianlong Imperial Palace. At their lead was none other than Wei Qing, the #1 expert of the Tianlong Empire. Behind him followed a host of condensing Yuan realm experts, including the 6th Prince Yin Zhuang and the 7th Prince Yin Si. High in the sky, the white-robed youth slowly raised the sword in his hand. He was rather taken aback. Previously, when his master had scouted Dongtu Divine Province, he had said that not a single Yuan realm cultivator could be found. But now, why were so many condensing Yuan realm cultivators appearing before him? Could it be that these people were all concealing their cultivation with magical treasures, so even his master had not detected them? With that thought, he sneered, unexpected, isn't it? After the protective grand formation of Dongtu Divine Province disappeared, you filthy scoundrels from this land of mere warriors have actually broken through to the condensing Yuan realm. But even if you have broken through, you are nothing more than pigs and dogs. Have your empress and dragon ancestor come out to see. Otherwise, once my sword falls, it will be the moment of your Tianlong Empire's destruction. After saying this, the white-robed youth used his sword to trace a huge Bagua diagram in the air. Boundless power shot out from the Bagua diagram. It pressed down so heavily that the assembled condensing Yuan realm experts could hardly lift their heads. But Wei Qing at the lead was not affected in the slightest. His eyes were confident and resolute. He took a step forward. Then slowly he said, since you are not a guest, there is nothing to talk about. Today Wei Qing will test just how mighty a great expert of your Tao sect really is. The next moment, Wei Qing grasped a silver spear in his hand. Kill! He gave a low shout, and then charged at Xian Kong with the force of a thunderbolt. Though the man had not yet arrived, the chilling glint of his spear was already pressing closer to Xian Kong. Xian Kong's pupils instantly dilated to their limit, and his eyes were filled with towering shock. What was going on? Why did this gathering place of mere martial artists, Dongtu Divine Province, have an expert at the 8th layer of the condensing Yuan realm? After all, Xian Kong had painstakingly cultivated for several hundred years, and his cultivation had only barely reached the 8th layer of the condensing Yuan realm. With a single thrust of the spear, Xian Kong felt as if his entire being had been pierced through. Looking down, he saw that the silver spear had entered through his chest and burst out from his back. A sensation of weakness, as though all his strength had been drained, instantly spread throughout his body. At the same time, his soul force began to slowly dissipate. This. How can this be possible? I didn't even have the chance to make a move, and you already. Blood dripped endlessly from the corner of Xuankang's mouth. He raised his trembling hand, pointing at Wei Qing, who stood aloft in the air before him. Wei Qing's expression was utterly indifferent, as if defeating a great sect disciple had not stirred the slightest surprise in him. He snorted coldly and yanked the silver spear out of Xuankang's body. What? Surprised, aren't you? Let me tell you the truth. Ever since the Grand Emperor opened the immortal mountain, our dome to divine land has never again been the filthy, contemptible place you great sect disciples speak of. Now never mind the condensing Yuan realm. Our dome to divine land, even as powerhouses at the human Yuan realm. Having said this, Wei Qing raised his foot and stamped hard on Xuankang's chest. Xiankang began to fall from the sky. With eyes full of disbelief, he pointed at Wei Qing and said, "Tich, the Grand Emperor you spoke of, could it be? Chen Nian. Oh, you know of our Grand Emperor. In that case, he'll grant you a swift death." Wei Qing snorted coldly, then hurled the silver spear in his hand toward the rapidly plummeting Xiankang. With a wet thud, the silver spear pierced straight through Xuankang's body. Then unexpectedly, Xiankang burst into wild laughter. Who would have thought that besides immortal qi and the dragon vein, the dome to divine land also hides an immortal mountain? Report to my master. The place where the Bo Dao Hall stands is where the immortal mountain lies. This disciple believes the immortal mountain is far more important than immortal qi and the dragon vein. Master, please hasten there at once. After this wild laughter, Xiankang suddenly crushed a sound transmission talisman. Then he plummeted to the earth, smashing a huge crater into the ground. Many thanks, General Wei. Just then, high in the heavens, a man draped in an imperial robe came striding through the void. The newcomer was none other than Yin Zhan, the adopted son of Empress Ling Xiao and the crown prince of the Tianlong Empire. This is this humble general's duty. Your subordinate pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Xue, he has just sent a voice transmission to his master. From behind him stepped forth a valiant female general. She inclined her head slightly and answered, "Rest assured, Your Highness. The Grand Emperor is already on the way." Yin Zhan raised his head and gazed toward the heavens. Ever since Zhong Lixue arrived in the Tianlong capital, Yin Zhan and the entire court of the Tianlong Empire had learned a matter that could truly be called heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. That was, Chen Nian, the ancestor of the Bo Dao Hall, was the biological father of their empress. Upon learning this news, Yin Zhan, Yin Zhuang, Yin Si, and the others were all overcome with excitement. Grand Tutor Di Qingyan, General Wei Qing, and the others were suddenly enlightened as well. No wonder Her Majesty had gone to the Bo Dao Hall after being gravely wounded. No wonder the once obscure Bo Dao Hall, upon learning of Her Majesty's grave injury, had abandoned its low-key stance, not only dispatching experts to guard the Tianlong Empire, but even having their ancestor personally avenge Her Majesty. So that was the truth after all. The ancestor of the Bo Dao Hall was actually the father of their empress. From that time on, imperial clan members Yin Zhan, Yin Zhuang, Yin Si, as well as civil and military officials such as Di Qingyan and Wei Qing all began to address Chen Nian as the Grand Emperor. I truly long to see him soon and call him grandfather to his face. Yin Zhan murmured to himself. Yin Zhuang, equally stirred, gazed toward the distant horizon and could not help but say, "If I can see grandfather again, I will kneel before him and kowtow in apology. I was once disrespectful to grandfather, and I deeply regret it." It was not only them. Now Grand Tutor Di Qingyan, General Wei Qing, and the others were also eager to meet Chen Nian. They wanted to display before him the might that the Tianlong Empire now possessed. They wanted Chen Nian to know that they had not disappointed the Grand Emperor. Suddenly a violent gale arose. In the firmament, space was abruptly ripped open. A young man in Taoist robes stepped out from within in a single stride. He had come in great haste, appearing somewhat disheveled. The newcomer was none other than Chen Nian. "It's the Grand Emperor." Suddenly Yin Zhuang was the first to cry out, then immediately prostrated himself upon the ground. "Your unfilial descendant, Yin Zhuang, pays respects to the Grand Emperor," he shouted toward Chen Nian with uncontrollable excitement. Immediately after, Yin Zhen, Yin Si, and the other imperial members came to their senses and knelt before Chen Nian in succession. "Your unfilial descendant, Yin Zhen, pays respects to the Grand Emperor. Your unfilial descendant, Yin Si, pays respects to the Grand Emperor." Then one by one more voices followed. Di Qingyan pays respects to the Grand Emperor. Wei Qing pays respects to the Grand Emperor. Chen Nian was dumbfounded. He had rushed over in such disarray to avert the crisis. Yet to his astonishment, instead of a scene of great battle, he heard so many people addressing him as the Grand Emperor. Who on earth had betrayed him? Then Chen Nian's gaze fell upon that valiant female general. Good. It must be her. Reporting to the Grand Emperor, a great sect disciple came to attack just now, but he has already been slain by Wei Qing. The corpse is right over there. Please inspect it, Grand Emperor. Zhongli Shui stepped forward and reported. For an instant, Chen Nian, who had just been feeling somewhat displeased with Zhongli Shui for exposing his identity, was utterly stunned. Wei Qing. At this thought, Chen Nian immediately reached out and seized Xuankang's corpse in his hand. He examined it. Chen Nian was greatly shocked, for Xuankang's true cultivation was actually at the second level of the Earth Yuan realm. Where's Wei Qing? Shocked and overjoyed, Chen Nian bellowed. The next moment, a man clad in green armor, soared up from the ground, landed before Chen Nian and knelt. Your subordinate Wei Qing pays respects to the Grand Emperor. Chen Nian frowned slightly, then probed Wei Qing's cultivation. The 8th level of the condensing Yuan realm. In just a little over a year, how did you leap from the 8th rank martial realm to the 8th level of the condensing Yuan realm? Chen Nian said with great astonishment. At this moment, Wei Qing's heart surged with excitement. Being able to astonish the Grand Emperor was to him the greatest joy of his entire life. He therefore promptly answered, Grand Emperor, ever since you left the Dongtu divine land and opened the immortal mountain of the Bo Dao Hall, this general has cultivated upon that mountain every day, and my cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Grand Tutor Di Qingyan also stepped before Chen Nian. Grand Emperor, the immortal mountain not only possesses an inexhaustible supply of supreme-grade spirit herbs and spirit roots, but it is also free from the cultivation restrictions of the Dongtu divine land. Therefore, all who ascend the immortal mountain to cultivate find their cultivation advancing rapidly. Even I have managed to break through to the 3rd level of the condensing Yuan realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He had never opened up that mountain wilderness before, only occasionally venturing there himself to clear his mind and snack on wild fruit. Never had he imagined that the mountain wilderness could possess such miraculous effects. To be honest, even he now felt an itching desire to retreat into that mountain wilderness and cultivate for a few years. However, Wei Qing's terrifying cultivation speed aside, he had actually managed to slay an Earth Yuan realm expert while only at the 8th level of the condensing Yuan realm. That was practically defying the heavens. At this moment, Yin Zhen, Yin Zhuang, Yin Si, and the others stepped forward as well. Your Imperial Majesty, I've already reached the 10th rank. A few more visits to the Immortal Mountain, and I'm certain it'll break through to the condensing Yuan realm. Your Imperial Majesty, watching all of his grandsons make significant progress in their cultivation, Chen Nian felt quite pleased. He hadn't expected that in merely a little over a year's absence the Eastern Earth Divine Continent would have undergone such tremendous changes. Fortunately, he had opened the great protective formation of the Eastern Earth Divine Continent, allowing information from the outside world to flow in. Otherwise, even if they broke through in cultivation, they would likely be like him, not knowing what realm they had actually reached. Just then Wei Qing suddenly spoke again. Your Imperial Majesty, from what I understand, Her Majesty the Empress has already broken through to the human Yuan realm. Crack! Wei Qing's words sent a jolt of shock through Chen Nian's heart. What? The human Yuan realm? He couldn't have heard that wrong. Wei Qing, Di Qingyan, Yin Zhen, and the others had already astonished him more than enough. He never imagined that his daughter would deliver such a thunderbolt as well. The human Yuan realm itself was not what frightened him. What frightened him was that his daughter had leaped from the 10th rank all the way to the human Yuan realm in just over a single year. One had to know that between those two lay the entirety of the condensing Yuan and Earth Yuan realms. Ha ha ha, as expected of my daughter Chen Nian. Truly unprecedented and unmatched in the past or future. Chen Nian was overjoyed, tilting his head skyward as he burst into rapturous laughter. It was at that Zhongli Shui suddenly stepped forward and knelt, saying, Your Imperial Majesty, just now that disciple of the great sect sent a voice transmission to his master saying that the importance of the Azure Travel Immortal Mountain far surpasses that of Immortal Qi and the Dragon Vein, and urged his master to come with all speed. Hearing this, Chen Nian suddenly realized that he had not seen Gu Kuang in the Dragon Capital. It appeared that Gu Kuang had headed straight for the Azure Travel Taoist Temple. I understand. Chen Nian nodded, then his gaze fell upon Wei Qing, Di Qingyan, and the others. Wei Qing continued to guard the Dragon Capital and protect the ancestral dragon in the Forbidden Land. I will make a trip to the Azure Travel Taoist Temple. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. Yes, Your Imperial Majesty. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground. At that moment, Chen Nian tore through space itself and stepped inside. Just then a glint of cold light suddenly arrived. Chen Nian whipped his head around and saw that it was Zhongli Shui following him. Your Imperial Majesty, my earlier intelligence was flawed, resulting in the massacre of the Dragon Capital. Please grant me the chance to atone for my sins. Zhongli Shui declared passionately as she came before Chen Nian. The Azure Travel Taoist Temple. After over a year of development, the Azure Travel Taoist Temple was no longer what it once was. Ever since the rear mountain had been opened, the Azure Travel Taoist Temple no longer imposed any cultivation restrictions. Moreover, the spiritual herbs, spiritual roots, and spiritual fruits personally planted by Chen Nian on the rear mountain were all supreme medicines for raising one's cultivation. Empowered by these peerless spiritual medicines, the disciples of the Azure Travel Taoist temple began breaking through in cultivation at a frenzied pace. Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, Liuli, and the other 11 ancestral masters had now all broken into the Earth Yuan realm. Among them, the most powerful was Gao Dashan at the 6th level of the Earth Yuan realm. Wang Qingyan and Liuli were at the 3rd level of the Earth Yuan realm. The rest were all at the 1st level of the Earth Yuan realm. As for the temple master Zhu Qinglin, he too was now a formidable existence at the 1st level of the Earth Yuan realm. Now as for the disciples of the Azure Travel Taoist temple, the strongest among them was Dao Kong, who had been confined to the Cliff of Reflection. His cultivation had already broken through to the 8th level of the Condensing Yuan realm. With just a bit more resources and time, he would be able to break into the Earth Yuan realm. The others, such as Dao Qiong and Dao Ran, were all above the 6th level of the Condensing Yuan realm. Of course, within the Azure Travel Taoist temple, the strongest of all remained the Lingxiao Empress. As of today, her cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the human Yuan realm. With such strength, it was not merely a rarity in the Eastern Earth Divine Continent. Even across the entire Lingdong continent, she was in existence, as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. 3rd Prince Yin Xiang and 4th Princess Nishang, who had always followed her, had both broken through to the Condensing Yuan realm half a year ago, and were now at the 5th level of the Condensing Yuan realm. Father, this rear mountain of the Azure Travel Patriarch is no mere mountain. It is practically an immortal mountain. I feel as if my cultivation is about to break through again. Yin Xiang said excitedly, sitting cross-legged in front of the wooden cabin. The wooden cabin's door remained. A woman's voice carrying boundless authority came from within. Yin Xiang, Nishang, the two of you must not be impatient for quick success. You must build a solid foundation at the Condensing Yuan realm. Only by laying a firm base can you pursue greater heights. Yes, father. Yes, father. The two answered in unison. Inside the wooden cabin, the Lingxiao Empress, draped in her imperial robe, sat cross-legged upon the wooden bed. Her hands formed a spell seal, and orange yuan light flickered continuously around her body. However, her orange Yuan realm radiance seemed not quite the same as ordinary cultivators. Her Yuan realm radiance was so pure, so dazzling. If any powerful being were present, they would surely be utterly astounded, because this was no mere Yuan realm radiance at all. This was clearly immortal realm radiance, tinged with Yuan realm radiance. It was at that moment the Lingxiao Empress slowly exhaled a long breath, then opened those beautiful eyes capable of rivaling the entire world. The 3rd level of the human Yuan realm. The Lingxiao Empress murmured softly. About half a year ago, she had still been at the Earth Yuan realm. The reason her cultivation had advanced so swiftly was that aside from the spiritual roots and spiritual herbs of the rear mountain, she had also awakened a portion of her mother's bloodline once more. That portion of bloodline had granted her even more immortal qi. It had also bestowed upon her a piece of supremely vital information. That was, her mother Bio was still alive, and the place where her mother now resided was none other than the immortal realm. I wonder when father will return. I must quickly let him know that mother is still alive. The Lingxiao Empress murmured to herself. It was at that very moment. Suddenly, an ancient hoarse voice resounded within the Lingxiao Empress' mind. Little master, your aura grows ever stronger. I fear Azure Star will soon be unable to conceal your existence any longer. The Lingxiao Empress' heart suddenly trembled. After so many years, the ancestral dragon had finally appeared. She immediately replied, Ancestral dragon, if Azure Star can no longer conceal my aura, what will happen? Will the people of the immortal realm find me? Within her mind, the ancient voice continued. Do you still remember the hand of the immortal realm that once pursued us to Azure Star? At these words, the Lingxiao Empress' thoughts were instantly dragged back 800 years. It had been a colossal hand that blotted out the heavens and the sun, a Tenth-Sans-Hang giant hand capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Back then, had the ancestral dragon not expended every ounce of his strength to perish together with that towering hand, there would be no Lingxiao Empress today, nor any Azure Star. Ancestor dragon, why do you bring this up? Could it be? Suddenly realizing something, the Lingxiao Empress' expression turned extremely grave. The aged voice sounded once again in the Lingxiao Empress' mind. Young mistress, that hand of the immortal realm has already sensed our existence. It is recovering its power. You must be careful. The Lingxiao Empress suddenly turned incomparably solemn. Yes, Ancestor Dragon. Rest assured, Ancestor Dragon. With father here, Union is... A hoarse exclamation sounded in her mind. Young mistress. The father you speak of. Could it be the husband of my old master back, then Si Chen Nian? Is he still alive? At the mention of this, a flash of pride appeared on the Lingxiao Empress' face as she replied. Yes, Ancestor Dragon. About 2 years ago I was gravely injured and at death's door. Father saved me, and every bit of my current cultivation is also thanks to him. In her mind the voice came again. How utterly unbelievable. I had originally thought that even if he was a mortal with endless lifespan, he could not have managed to survive for 3,000 years. Who would have expected that not only is he still alive, he has also created such a miracle? The Lingxiao Empress smiled proudly. Of course, Ancestor Dragon. You haven't heard, but over a year ago Tianlong capital was being slaughtered. When it seemed those great sect disciples were about to charge into the forbidden grounds, Father stepped in and turned the tide, saving Tianlong capital, and saving you too, Ancestor Dragon. In her mind, so it was he who saved my life. The Lingxiao Empress smiled. Don't worry, Ancestor Dragon. I will surely tell Father. In her mind, good young mistress. Then I shall continue my slumber. That hand of the immortal realm will fully revive in the next few years. I must make complete preparations, otherwise, not just you and I, but the entire Lingdong continent will be destroyed by it. Hearing this, the Lingxiao Empress' face abruptly turned incomparably grave. Ancestor Dragon, you. No, I'm not tired. I'm only regretful that I was powerless to charge up to the 33 heavens and rescue our master. Ancestor Dragon, actually. Within her mind, that ancient voice faded away. The Lingxiao Empress sighed. Suddenly, dark clouds shrouded the sky. A long, resonant voice poured down from above. Ha Bio Dao Hall. What a hard time I had finding you. So this is indeed the immortal mountain where Chen Nian hid his treasures. If not for the immortal staff, I fear I could never have found this place. Who's there? The Lingxiao Empress abruptly raised her head. Then with a leap she flew out through the window. Outside, the third Prince Yinxiang and the fourth Princess Nichang, who were cultivating, saw this, and followed closely behind the Lingxiao Empress. Over the past year or so, nothing out of the ordinary had ever happened within Bio Dao Hall. But today someone had actually torn through the Great Protective Formation and reached the skies directly above Bio Dao Hall. Who is so bold? How dare you break our ancestors' protective formation? You're seeking death. Gao Dashin, who was cultivating in seclusion, sensed that an enemy was coming and immediately shot up into the air, charging straight into the clouds. At the same time, elders including Wang Qingyan Liuli and Ingyan also soared into the air, ready to repel the enemy. The entire Bio Dao Hall from top to bottom. Instantly, they were on high alert. A person who could break through the protective formation set up by the ancestor could only mean that the intruder was extremely powerful. At Sigua Cliff, Dao Kong abruptly looked up toward the heavens. In all these years, this is the first time such a powerful expert has come to make trouble at our Bio Dao Hall. Grandmaster, please release us. We want to fight for Bio Dao Hall. We will live and die together with Bio. The disciples all bellowed loudly, but no one paid them any attention. Second senior brother, what should we do? Are we just going to watch from here? Dao Qiong clasped the 3-foot sword in her hand. Already at the 6th stage of condensing yuan, she truly wanted to charge out of the confinement of Sigua Cliff, rise into the heavens and fight that intruder to the death. Forget it. Our cultivation is too weak. Bio Dao Hall has the grandmasters and the ancestor. Dao Qiong couldn't help asking. Dao Kong was just about to say something. Dao ran beside him, snorted, and said, who cares who he is? As long as he can protect Bio Dao Hall and let us cultivate in peace, that's enough. Dao Ren, don't say that. The reason we can break through the cultivation constraints of Dongtu Divine Continent and improve so quickly is all because of the ancestor. Now that an enemy is attacking as members of Bio Dao Hall, we cannot simply sit idle. We must share the ancestors' worries. Dao Qiong shot a fierce glare at Dao Ran and said. Dao Ran snorted, then closed his eyes and added, if you want to go, then go. I'm not going. None of you had better disturb my cultivation. Over the past year or so, although those on Sigua Cliff had no chance to leave, they had still shared in the benefits of Chen Nian's opening of Bias Back Mountain. Because Sigua Cliff was very close to the back mountain, all kinds of spirit trees and spirit herbs had grown there. This caused the cultivation of those on Sigua Cliff to advance by leaps and bounds. In fact, Dao Ran now had only one thought in his heart: cultivation. As long as someone could protect Bio Dao Hall and not disturb his cultivation, then no matter what happened, it would be none of his business. In the sky above, Gu Kuang held the immortal staff and watched the figures soaring up to kill him, unable to suppress a cold sneer. If Chen Nian were there, he would surely see that the immortal staff in Gu Kuang's hand matched perfectly with the keyhole he had seen on the left side of the stone door deep inside Tianshu Dao Palace. A bunch of Gu Kuang burst into laughter. Just at that moment, a corpulent middle-aged man had already arrived before. Insignificant martial artist. Do you great sect experts still think Dongtu Divine Continent is a gathering place for mere martial artists? Then let me show you how the yuan power of our Dongtu Divine Continent compares to the yuan power of your great sects. The instant his voice fell, for he could clearly feel the cultivator before him was actually at the Earth Yuan realm. How is this possible? Dongtu Divine Continent is a filthy land with cultivation restrictions. Well, who exactly are you? Why do you have Earth Yuan realm cultivation? Gu Kuang was horrified and let out a sharp cry. However, the corpulent middle-aged man did not bother to pay him any attention. By the time Gu Kuang managed to react, he had already sent out a palm strike bearing down on him. Gu Kuang had no time to dodge at all. Boom! Gao Dashan's palm descended, and the overwhelming Earth Origin Realm force smashed directly into Gu Kuang's body. Oh! Gu Kuang let out a cry and began retreating frantically. But it was not over yet. Wang Qingyan, Liu Lingyan, and some 10 other mighty grandmasters around the third tier of the Earth Origin Realm all launched full-force strikes at Gu Kuang. Boom! 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 Over a dozen powerful Earth Origin attacks descended. Gu Kuang was struck spinning in place with no strength left to fight back. Had it not been for the hundreds of disciples behind him channeling energy into his body, he would likely have been blasted over 100 li away. After he found his footing, Gu Kuang was enraged. Immortal staff in hand, he pointed it forward and said, "I never imagined that Dong to Shenzhou would have so many mighty Earth Origin cultivators. It seems I Gu Kuang truly underestimated your Dong to Shenzhou. Your 3-axe swings are done. Now it's my turn." Gu Kuang roared, charging toward the sky as boundless cultivation power erupted from his body. "No, he is a human origin realm expert." Gao Dashan cried out. "Quickly form the formation." Hearing this, Wang Qingyan, Liu Lingyan, and the others all began forming hand seals. An ancient formation was completed in an instant and stood before them. Now let me show you exactly how vast the gap between the human origin realm and the Earth Origin Realm is. Gu Kuang laughed loudly. Gripping his immortal staff, he charged ferociously toward Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, and the others. In that instant, space tore and the ground trembled. The enormous power contained in that strike was enough to split mountains and sever rivers. Boom! The formation formed by Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, and the others was pathetically fragile in the face of human origin realm expert Gu Kuang's strike. In just one blow, the formation was shattered. Including Gao Dashan, who was at the 6th tier of the Earth Origin Realm, all of them were caught up in the force of Gu Kuang's human origin power and knocked backward. At that moment, a phoenix cry suddenly rose from the ground. 9 bizarre phoenix beasts arrived in an instant, dragging a golden dragon carriage behind them. The immortal staff in Gu Kuang's hand suddenly began to tremble violently. Ha! Gu Kuang laughed wildly up at the sky, his eyes contorting as he stared at the staff, quaking madly in his hand, and shouted, "Immortal Qi! It's Immortal Qi!" Behind him, hundreds of white-robed disciples cried out, "Congratulations, Master, on obtaining Immortal Qi! Congratulations, Master, on obtaining Immortal Qi!" After the golden dragon carriage stopped, a woman clothed in an imperial robe and holding a scepter stepped out. Her very appearance seemed to make heaven and earth tremble. Endless majesty flooded the entire world. Every living creature within 10,000 li that perceived this majesty lay prostrate on the ground. Seeing this extraordinary sight, Gu Kuang was slightly startled, then laughed again. "So you are the legendary Empress Lingxiao, bearer of Immortal Qi." Empress Lingxiao's face turned cold. She stepped forward. "Indeed, this emperor is Lingxiao. Who are you and why have you invaded my borders? Are you looking for death?" Gu Kuang laughed. "As expected of an emperor who bears Immortal Qi. Even with death looming, you still have such bearing. Kill her and seize the Immortal Qi for me." At that moment, a terrifying voice suddenly echoed in Gu Kuang's mind. Gu Kuang drew in a cold breath. What was going on? Hadn't the one giving him orders all along been the blood demon? Why had the demon sovereign appeared in person now? It seemed the demon sect's craving for Immortal Qi had far exceeded his imagination. Gu Kuang answered without hesitation, "Yes, demon sovereign." Immediately afterward, he gripped his immortal staff and charged at Empress Lingxiao. Meanwhile, his hundreds of disciples formed hand seals and began channeling an endless stream of power into Gu Kuang. "Overestimating yourself?" Empress Lingxiao sneered coldly, then lightly pointed her staff forward. A vast wave of human origin aura exploded forth. Human origin 3rd level. Gu Kuang was shocked once again. Today he felt as if he had discovered a new continent, stunned again and again. It was already absurd that Earth Origin cultivators had appeared in this filthy land called Dong to Shenzhou, and now there was even a human origin cultivator. This was simply too unbelievable. Yet after a brief moment of shock, Gu Kuang raised his immortal staff and smashed it straight at Empress Lingxiao. At present, he was at the 5th level of the human origin realm. Even without the immortal staff, he could easily defeat a 3rd-level human origin cultivator, let alone when the staff in his hand was condensed from immortal power. Now, not to mention human origin cultivators. Even if he came across heaven origin realm cultivators, Gu Kuang was utterly unafraid. Boom! The two forces collided. With a human origin 5th-level cultivation plus the immortal staff, Empress Lingxiao was simply no match. Her whole body was sent flying backward. 3rd Prince Yinxiang and 4th Princess Nikhang hurriedly caught her. "Father Emperor, are you all right?" the two asked anxiously. "His cultivation is not strong, but the power contained in that immortal staff he carries is too great. I cannot match him." Empress Lingxiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Then what should we do now, Father Emperor? Can we still leave? Niking asked. No, we cannot leave. Unless. Empress Lingxiao raised her head to look at the heavens. Her eyes were red and her heart was filled with unwillingness. Father, when exactly are you coming back? If you don't return soon, it will be too late. Your daughter is still waiting for you to come back and tell you that mother is still alive. Your daughter is still waiting for you to return so that together we can storm the immortal realm and rescue mother from the purgatory of the 33 heavens. Huh. Wild laughter continued to come from ahead. Gu Kuang took a step forward and viciously smashed the immortal staff in his hand down at Empress Lingxiao's forehead. No. Gao Dashan was the first to roar, rushing forward to block the blow. At the same time, Liu Li Wang, Chen Nian, and the others all charged over. Gu Kuang's attack was barely withstood by the 11 Grandmaster-level cultivators of Bio Taoist Hall. On the spot, nearly half of them were smashed down into the valley. Those who remained were all severely wounded. Even so, they still failed to completely block Gu Kuang's strike. Just as the remaining force was about to fall on Empress Lingxiao, a beam of dawn light suddenly shot over from the distance. Boom! With a violent roar, heaven and earth quaked and mountains and rivers split apart. All the residual power of Gu Kuang's staff strike was blocked by that beam of dawn light. Who is that? Gu Kuang was greatly shocked. He had thought that this strike would definitely kill Empress Lingxiao and let him leave with the immortal qi. Yet he had never expected that something unexpected would happen at this critical moment. Could it be that this Dongtu Shenzhou, besides Empress Lingxiao, a human origin expert, had other grand powers? Or could it be that person who made the entire Dao sect, and even the Dao ancestor, quail with fear, had returned? That was impossible. The blood demon had already led his people to slaughter the Dao sect. By all logic, that person should have been annihilated along with the Dao sect by the blood demon. Remember, the blood demon was a terrifying existence who had already surpassed the heaven origin realm. Throughout the entire Lingdong continent, as long as the sect alliance and those reclusive old monsters did not emerge from seclusion, no one could ever be a match for the blood demon. All eyes converged in unison upon the light of dawn that drew near from afar. Then a figure in a plain white dress slowly emerged from the distance. It's you. The instant he saw the newcomer, Gu Kuang's face drastically changed. Yet amid his shock, he also felt a sense of relief. It seemed that this Chen Nian had already died at the hands of the blood demon. Otherwise, the one who came would likely have been him. After a brief pause, Gu Kuang pointed at the figure in the plain white dress and said through gritted teeth, I, Gu Kuang, have always kept my distance from the sword sect, like well water that never crosses river water. Why must you obstruct my good fortune? In the next moment, the figure in the plain white dress had already arrived before Gu Kuang. She shielded Lingxiao Empress Gao Dashan and the others behind her, then pointed her long sword at Gu Kuang and declared, when one witnesses injustice on the road, one draws one's blade and aids the wronged. Is that reason good enough? Behind her, Lingxiao Empress and the others immediately clasped their fists. Thank you, hero, for saving our lives. The figure in the plain white dress merely nodded slightly. Draw a blade to aid the wronged. Miss Sakura, you truly have a knack for jokes. You, the noble saintess of the sword sect, just happened to be passing by the eastern divine land. That is utterly ridiculous. Gu Kuang could not help but burst out laughing. The next second, his expression abruptly turned icy cold. He then took a step forward, raised the immortal staff high, and barked, Miss Sakura, I have no wish to become your enemy. Please leave at once lest I harm the innocent. Then I would like to see what abilities a renegade of the Dao sect like you truly possesses. The woman in the plain white dress stepped forward, her 3-foot-long sword pointing straight ahead. Huh. Gu Kuang laughed heartily. To be honest, in the past, before the Sakura Saintess, he would not have dared even to breathe too heavily. But now things were different. Not only had his cultivation reached the 5th stage of the human origin realm, he also possessed the immortal staff. Therefore, facing the plain white-dressed woman of the 8th stage of the human origin realm, he felt not the slightest fear. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Shatter. Suddenly, Gu Kuang raised the immortal staff and pointed it at the woman in the plain white dress. The woman in the plain white dress offered no resistance whatsoever. Boom. The blow landed. The immortal staff struck her chest, and amid the tremendous roaring energy, her entire body was sent flying backward. What was going on? Had she been defeated just like that? Lingxiao Empress Gao Dashan, Wang Qingnian, and the others all exchanged bewildered looks. They could not understand it. Truly could not understand it. They had all thought a king-tier savior had arrived. Yet to their surprise, she was nothing more than black iron. She could not even withstand a single blow from Gu Kuang before falling in defeat. It was over. This time the Bio Taoist temple was truly doomed to annihilation. Tears streamed down Lingxiao Empress's face. She was not afraid of death. She was merely unwilling to accept it, for her father had not yet returned. She had yet to tell him that her mother was still alive. Ha ha ha! Gu Kuang bellowed with wild laughter. Holding the immortal staff, he pointed forward and said, What bullshit, Sakura Saintess. Before me is she not but a drenched dog. Today, let alone you. Even if your sect master and the sword ancestor came in person, they would still walk straight into death. Behind him, several hundred disciples erupted in loud cheers. The master is, he sighed. Never would I have imagined that a tiny place like the Eastern Divine Land could conceal such a stretch of immortal mountains. Your grand ancestor Chen Nian, truly was without precedent and shall be without successor. You son of a bitch. I am telling you, if you dare touch even a single strand of our hair today, the grand ancestor will most certainly slice you into 1,000 pieces and condemn you to eternal damnation, never to be reborn. Gao Dashan stepped forward and hurled furious curses. Lingxiao Empress wore the same expression. Witnessing this, Gu Kuang laughed heartily. So even now you still cling to your hopes in that Chen Nian. But have you not stopped to wonder, when your Bio Taoist temple already stands at the brink of life and death, why has your grand ancestor Chen Nian still failed to appear? At these words, Gu Kuang grew even more deranged, even more excited. That is because your grand ancestor Chen Nian has already died at the hands of the blood demon of the demon sect. He will never return to avenge you. You had better prepare to go down there and meet him. The instant these words fell, Lingxiao Empress's entire body jolted and her eyes became deeply bloodshot. No, she absolutely refused to believe that her father had died by the demon sect's hand. Her father was an omnipotent hero. This was absolutely impossible. Gao Dashan, Liuli Wang Qingyan, and all the others first reeled in shock, and then, as if driven by a single mind, everyone burst into laughter. How ridiculous. It seems you have no idea at all how mighty our grand ancestor truly is. In my view, the one who died is not our grand ancestor, but that so-called blood demon of the demon sect. It is no exaggeration to say that no one in the entire world can be a match for our grand ancestor. Every one of them absolutely refused to believe that Chen Nian was dead. In their eyes, grand ancestor Chen Nian was an omnipotent existence. Fine. If that is the case, I will send you all down below to find him. Then you will believe my words. Gu Kuang thundered. Thereupon he raised the immortal staff, directly ready to unleash his power. But at that very the next second, an overwhelming aura arrived in an instant, pressing down squarely upon Gu Kuang's head. At this moment, even Gu Kuang with the immortal staff in hand felt helplessness. Fear. Who is it? Gu Kuang raised his head to the heavens and bellowed. He could clearly sense that this newcomer was vastly more powerful than that Sakura Saintess by an immeasurable margin. High in the sky, space suddenly twisted. An endless pressure descended from the heavens. In this instant, it was as if the entire world had submitted before this colossal force. Everyone raised their heads to look. Lingxiao Empress's heartbeat began to accelerate, pounding faster and faster. It was as if she had already sensed something. Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, Liuli, and all the other founding masters of the Bio Taoist temple likewise felt their blood searing with fervor. Gu Kuang, you truly have a dog's nerve, daring to run wild in this seat's lair. Had this seat arrived just a step later today, would you have razed this seat's lair to the ground? Just at this moment, a young man clad in Taoist robes suddenly tore open the fabric of space in the heavens and stepped forth. Behind him followed a dashing female, general heroic and striking a silver spear in her hand. The one arriving was none other than Chen Nian. Father. The Lingxiao Empress looked up at Chen Nian as he stepped down from the sky. Her eyes turned red and tears streamed down her face. She had feared she would never see her father again, nor be able to tell him that her mother was still alive. But she never expected this. Her father had actually stepped forward at the most critical moment. At the same time, Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, Liuli, and the others were all moved to tears. We pay our respects to the ancestor. We pay our respects to the ancestor. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Everyone bowed their heads and knelt before Chen Nian. Chen Nian nodded slightly, then leaped forward and appeared before the Lingxiao Empress. Seeing his injured daughter, Chen Nian's heart filled with guilt. If he had arrived just a little sooner, his daughter would not have been hurt. You are responsible for protecting the Lingxiao Empress. Leave the rest to me. Chen Nian issued his order. Yes, ancestor. Yes, ancestor. Gao Dashan and the others acknowledged and immediately moved to shield the Lingxiao Empress behind them. Then Chen Nian took a single step forward. His gaze fell upon Gu Kuang. From this moment on, Gu Kuang was already a dead man. You are still alive. Why did Blood Demon not kill you? Could it be you reached some kind of agreement? The moment Gu Kuang saw Chen Nian appear, he was utterly pained. Though they had never clashed directly, Gu Kuang had seen Chen Nian from afar when he fled the Tao sect. He had also witnessed Chen Nian crush the Xuanzi peak of the Tao sect with a single palm strike. Facing Chen Nian, now he was filled with fear and confusion. Blood Demon had gone to kill Chen Nian, yet Chen Nian was still standing alive before him. Blood Demon. Oh, you mean that person? Chen Nian suddenly summoned a bloody human head out of thin air and tossed it directly at Gu Kuang. Gu Kuang was horrified. It was Blood Demon's head. You killed Blood Demon. Gu Kuang looked up sharply, his eyes filled with terror, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. What do you think I am lying? Chen Nian stepped forward. Now it is time for us to settle our accounts. With those words, he reached out and grabbed for Gu Kuang. Gu Kuang was completely panicked. Blood Demon was already a terrifying existence beyond the Tianyuan realm. If Chen Nian had killed Blood Demon, it meant his strength had long surpassed the Tianyuan realm as well. Against such a powerhouse, how could Gu Kuang possibly be a match? Do not! Gu Kuang shouted, and immediately fell to his knees before Chen Nian. He raised the immortal staff high in his hands. Trembling, he pleaded, Senior Chen, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I am willing to trade this immortal staff for my life. Gu Kuang's action sent shockwaves through the crowd. First, his disciples were all dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that their proud and invincible master would kneel before Chen Nian without even a single move being made. Behind, Chen Nian, Gao Dashan, Liuli, and the other ancestors of Bio Dao sect were filled with excitement. Haha, the ancestor was indeed the ancestor. He had not even lifted a finger and had already frightened that one surrogate Gu Kuang into kneeling and offering treasures. On the ground, all the Bio Dao sect disciples began to shout in unison. The ancestor is mighty. The ancestor is mighty. The ancestor is mighty. The Lingxiao Empress with red eyes was once again shocked by her father's power. Just moments ago, Gu Kuang had confidently claimed that her father had been killed by Blood Demon of the demonic sect. Yet here Chen Nian was throwing Blood Demon's head before them. In this moment, her father seemed like a divine being, invincible under the heavens. The Lingxiao Empress could almost picture her father ascending to the immortal realm to seek justice for her mother. She wondered whether the immortal realm could withstand her father's wrath. Immortal staff. Chen Nian frowned slightly and said coldly, Is this the very thing you used to find my daughter, to find Bio Dao sect, and to break the protective formation I personally established? Chen Nian felt this object was strangely familiar. It matched the keyhole on the left side of the stone gate perfectly. Could it be one of the keys to the stone gate? His heartbeat quickened. The moment those words fell, the entire crowd fell into silence. The information Chen Nian had revealed was simply too overwhelming, especially those two words, my daughter. Wang Qingyan was the first to react. He looked sharply at the Lingxiao Empress, then at Chen Nian. Everything suddenly connected. No wonder the ancestor had broken Bio Dao sect's tradition of keeping a low profile for the Lingxiao Empress. No wonder he had slain his way out of the eastern divine land and ventured into the abyssal deep sea to avenge her. No wonder the ancestor had opened the back mountain of Bio Dao sect for her. It turned out, the Lingxiao Empress was the ancestor's daughter. Your Majesty, so, you are the ancestor's beloved daughter. We were rude to you earlier, please forgive us, Wang Qingyan said respectfully, turning to the Lingxiao Empress. Like him, Gao Dashan, Liuli Engyan, and the others who had pieced everything together quickly bowed to the Lingxiao Empress. The Lingxiao Empress was momentarily stunned. She looked with confusion at her father's back, which was turned toward her. Her father had always kept this matter hidden, and she understood he was protecting her, not wanting her to worry. But now, he had revealed everything openly. This meant he was now fully capable of protecting her. That was why he had acted so decisively. The Lingxiao Empress' thoughts were correct. Chen Nian had returned with no intention of hiding anything anymore. He wanted his daughter to know that her father was a towering, invincible powerhouse. He also wanted the entire world to know the Lingxiao Empress was his daughter Chen Nian's. Anyone who dared to harm so much as a hair on her head would be facing Chen Nian himself, and the consequence of opposing Chen Nian was nothing less than death. Father Emperor, the ancestor just said what? The third prince, Yin Xiang, who had been following closely behind the Lingxiao Empress, was utterly astonished. His voice trembled as he spoke. Before the Lingxiao Empress could explain, the fourth princess, Inai Chong, who had already understood everything, spoke up. Third brother, the ancestor, is our father emperor's father. In Inai Chang's mind, she had replayed everything between her father emperor and Chen Nian over and over again. Combined with those two words, my daughter, she suddenly realized the truth. The ancestor of Bio Dao sect was their grandfather. Huh? Inai Chang, what? What are you saying? You are saying he is truly our biological grandfather. Yin Xiang looked up at Chen Nian's back with disbelief, his voice trembling. Inai Chang did not answer, but turned her gaze toward their imperial parent, the Lingxiao Empress. At last, the Lingxiao Empress slowly turned her head, and her gaze fell upon Yin Xiang. Her once majestic and imposing eyes were now flushed red. Teardrops as large as beans slowly slipped down her cheeks. She nodded heavily. Then she said to Yin Xiang and Inai Chang, yes, he is my biological father. Your grandfather. Boom. Although they had already guessed it just now, but now hearing the truth spoken from their imperial parents' lips, both Yin Xiang and Inai Chang shuddered, and looks of utter disbelief appeared on their faces. Especially Yin Xiang. He remembered the angry words he had said before. If Chen Nian really could avenge their imperial parent, he would call him grandfather 3 times to his face. But he never could have imagined Chen Nian really was his grandfather. And Ai Shang also thought of this and could not help bursting into laughter. Yin Xiang greets grandfather, and Ai Shang greets grandfather. The two both knelt and kowtowed toward where Chen Nian stood. Chen Nian turned his head slightly and gave them a glance. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, yet he said nothing more. At this moment, Gu Kuang kneeling before Chen Nian felt shockwaves surging through his heart. He cast a look of sheer incredulity at Chen Nian, then looked toward the Lingxiao Empress standing in the distance. Who could have imagined that the Lingxiao Empress was actually the daughter of this terrifying man? Senior Chen, I deserve 10,000 deaths. If I had known that the Lingxiao Empress was your daughter, no matter how much courage I had, I would never have dared to harbor a single evil thought toward her. Senior Chen, I beg you, in view of this immortal staff, and the principle that ignorance is not a crime, grant me another chance to live, please. After saying this, Gu Kuang suddenly raised his head, his eyes locked tightly onto Chen Nian. He roared at the top of his lungs, as long as Senior Chen is willing to spare my life, I am willing to be your dog forever, to wade through fire and water for you, and to die 10,000 deaths without regret. Chen Nian laughed. If he had not arrived in time today, would his daughter not have died at this Gu Kuang's hands? And now this wretch was still begging for mercy. How preposterous! Chen Nian let out a cold snort. Without another word, he snatched the immortal staff that Gu Kuang was holding aloft. Let me see what kind of thing this is, that it could actually guide you to my daughter and to my Bo Dao Hall. With that, Chen Nian was about to probe it with his divine sense. At the same time, he wanted to look carefully at whether this object really was the key to that stone gate. A strange, sinister smile curled up at the corners of Gu Kuang's mouth. Don't. At that very moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from the distance. Gu Kuang's face instantly darkened. Chen Nian turned around and saw a woman in a plain dress speeding over from afar. She was like a beam of light breaking through dawn. In the blink of an eye, she reached Chen Nian's side. And who are you? Chen Nian frowned slightly, feeling a trace of familiarity from this plain-dressed woman, yet he could not remember where he had seen her before. The plain-dressed woman was just about to speak. Reporting to the ancestor, just before you arrived, it was this heroine who saved us, and Her Majesty the Empress. It's just a pity. Eagle Eye, one of the grandmasters of Bo Dao Hall, stepped forward. Though he left the rest unsaid, his meaning was all too clear. The heroine had saved their lives, but she was still no match for Gu Kuang. Chen Nian glanced at the bloodstains trickling from the corner of the plain-dressed woman's mouth. Then he cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you, heroine, for saving my daughter and my disciples. Chen Nian will surely repay this great kindness in the future. His words had barely faded when the plain-dressed woman knelt down again before Chen Nian. Then with immense gratitude she said, Senior Chen, had you not come in time, I fear I would have died beneath that immortal staff as well. It was you who saved my life. I have no way to repay you, so from now on I am willing to serve as your maidservant to repay your great kindness. This scene left Chen Nian somewhat at a loss. He quickly helped the plain-dressed woman up and said, there is no need for such a grand bow. You have helped me, and I have helped you, so let us simply call it even. You do not need to repay me, much less become my servant. But who would have expected? The plain-dressed woman said stubbornly, no. I am someone who must repay every kindness. From today on I will be your maidservant. When I have fully repaid your kindness, then I will leave. Chen Nian shook his head helplessly. Such a stubborn young woman. He did not know what to say, so he could only set the matter aside for the time being. So he changed the subject and asked the plain-dressed woman, then why did you stop me from probing this immortal staff with my divine sense? Master, this immortal staff contains terrifying laws. If you probe it rashly with your divine sense, you will certainly be eroded by those terrifying laws. That Gu Kuang claimed to be offering the immortal staff to you, but in truth, he was trying to harm you. After these words, the plain-dressed woman glared viciously at Gu Kuang. Gu Kuang bared his teeth in a snarl, his eyes full of fury. His only hope of survival had just been stamped out by this plain-dressed woman. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, and then his gaze settled on Gu Kuang. I didn't expect you to keep such a trick up your sleeve. Speak. How do you want to die? Chen Nian grabbed Gu Kuang directly by the crown of his head. Gu Kuang's face twisted and billowing black qi began to surge from his entire body. He knew that today he had no way out alive. So he no longer cared about anything. No, I will not die. The ones who will die today are all of you. Gu Kuang roared once to the heavens. Then a blood-red dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, and he stabbed viciously toward Chen Nian. Watch out! The plain-dressed woman shouted loudly. Then she shoved Chen Nian aside, but at the same time she was stabbed by the blood-red dagger. You? Gu Kuang was stunned. But then he burst into wild laughter. Ha! Anyone wounded by the demon blade will be corroded by demonic qi every moment. In the end, they will be tortured to death by demonic qi. The plain-dressed woman clutched her bleeding arm, glaring at Gu Kuang with rage. Chen Nian stepped forward. He shook his head helplessly at the plain-dressed woman. Just now he could have blocked Gu Kuang's attack, but this woman. Sigh. What was he to do now? Don't worry, oh, I will heal you. Chen Nian said to the plain-dressed woman. Ha ha ha. Gu Kuang's wild laughter continued to ring out. How ridiculous. The demon blade is the supreme treasure of the demon sect. Even if you Chen Nian are a supreme expert who has transcended the Tianyuan realm, you still cannot heal someone wounded by the demon blade. Chen Nian, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to go to the demon sect and ask for the antidote for you. I am the only one who can get it. Gu Kuang looked at Chen Nian with an utterly earnest expression. This man's mind really turned fast. In only a few sentences, he had found himself another path to survival. The old man of the Tao sect was wounded by you with this demon blade, wasn't he, eh? Chen Nian suddenly said. Gu Kuang nodded proudly and said, I believe you have already seen the miserable state of that old man, he too. If you don't agree to my terms, her fate will be 10 times, no 100 times, more miserable than old he tuss. Gu Kuang's threat caused everyone at Bo Dao Hall to flush with anger. The plain-dressed woman had saved every one of them before. Even more importantly, she had also saved the ancestor's beloved daughter. Thus, now that the plain-dressed woman was severely injured, Bo Dao Hall could not simply stand by. How infuriating to let this Gu Kuang walk away unscathed. At this moment, Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, Liuli, and all the grandmasters of Bo Dao Hall were trembling with rage. The Lingxiao Empress, and behind her Yin Xiang and Ni Shang, were also so furious that their faces had turned somewhat purple. Although none of them wanted to let Gu Kuang off so easily. But if they did not let Gu Kuang go, they would all become ungrateful wretches who killed the donkey after the milling was done. Master, you don't need to worry about me. Kill him first. Covering her injured arm, the plain-dressed woman spoke. In front of them, Gu Kuang looked tense. But he felt that Chen Nian would most likely let him go. Once that happened, as long as he could return to the demon sect, everything would be easy. He certainly would not give Chen Nian any antidote. On the contrary, he would lead every powerhouse of the demon sect except Blood Demon in a slaughter all the way to Dongtu Xinzhou, raise Bo Dao Hall to the ground, and hack Chen Nian and his daughter into 1,000 pieces. So, Senior Chen, have you made your decision? I, Gu Kuang, can swear on my Dao heart. After I return, I will surely. However, before Gu Kuang could finish his words, Chen Nian suddenly wiped the storage ring on the thumb of his left hand with his right hand. A crystal-clear jade bottle appeared in his hand. He smiled faintly. As he handed the jade bottle to the plain-dressed woman, he said to Gu Kuang, the antidote you mentioned should be this, right? The plainly dressed woman in sheer disbelief took out a pill from the jade vial. The moment the pill emerged, a strange, wondrous fragrance instantly saturated the entire sky. A few whiffs alone caused the wound on the plainly dressed woman's arm to improve, and the surging demonic energy at the injury was actually suppressed as well. Seeing this, Gu Kuang turned pale with shock. He looked at Chen Nian in disbelief, then at the jade bottle held in the woman's hand. How is this possible? Why do you have the antidote? Gu Kuang collapsed, shouting. Chen Nian, now all the blood demon's possessions are in my hands. Oh, by the way, let me tell you one more thing. The old geezer of the Tao sect has also been cured by me with this medicine. Boom. Chen Nian's words struck Gu Kuang's mind like a thunderbolt. He had thought that thanks to his luck after wounding the woman with his demon blade, Chen Nian would be forced to spare his life. But he had overlooked one thing. The blood demon had already been slain by Chen Nian. All of the blood demon's property now belonged to Chen Nian. Chen Nian not only used the antidote from the blood demon's storage ring to save the Tao ancestor, but also had enough left to save the woman in the plain dress. Unwilling to accept defeat, Gu Kuang let out a roar to the heavens. Nearby, Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, Eagle Eye, and the others relaxed their brows, looking thoroughly vindicated. The ancestor truly lives up to his name. This move is so satisfying. Grandfather is simply too cool. Grandfather is mighty. Yin Xiang and Ni Shang couldn't help but exclaim. Empress Lingxiao also felt admiration. As expected of her father, he truly was all-capable. Now, watching the arrogant Gu Kuang completely stripped of all his trump cards, her heart felt an extraordinary satisfaction. Now you have nothing more to say, do you? Die. Chen Nian gave a cold snort, and with sheer force crushed Gu Kuang's skull. You can't kill me. I am the holder of the immortal staff. I am also an envoy of the demon sect. If you kill me, the immortals won't let you off, and neither will the demon sect. Gu Kuang's soul roared in the air. Immortals? Demon sect? Rest assured, even if they don't come to me, I will go to them. With that, Chen Nian waved his hand. A surging, boundless force like a violent storm instantly obliterated Gu Kuang's soul. Spare us, Senior. We were coerced by Gu Kuang. We are willing from now on to serve you, Senior. Gu Kuang's several hundred disciples lay prostrate on the ground, loudly pleading for mercy. However, Chen Nian paid them no heed. His primordial power, like a hurricane, swept with devastating force, slaughtering Gu Kuang and his several hundred disciples to the last. Countless storage rings rose into the air. With a thought, Chen Nian pushed all of them in front of Empress Ling. Daughter, these things are a gift your father has prepared for you after being away for so long. Chen Nian looked at him. Empress Lingxiao was deeply moved. In front of Chen Nian, she was no longer the awe-inspiring sovereign. A faint blush colored her cheeks, and she said to Chen Nian in a somewhat coquettish voice, through divine sense, "Thank you, Father. Nian loves these gifts very much." Suddenly remembering something, she added, "Father, there is something extremely important I need to tell you." "Perfect. I also want to have a good talk with you, Nian. Let's go." With a step through the air, Chen Nian tucked away the immortal staff that was suspected to be one of the keys to the stone door, then took Empress Lingxiao's hand and walked toward the bamboo cottage behind Taoist temple. He wanted to have a proper talk with his daughter about the stone gate in Tianshu Dao Palace, suspected to lead to the immortal realm. He believed she would be overjoyed when she learned of it. The remaining crowd was still in shock. After a long while, Gao Dashan waved his hand and said, "The formidable enemy has been eliminated. Everyone go back to your own affairs." Only then did Wang Qingyan, Lu Li Eagle Eye, and the others snap back to reality. They all bowed toward the direction Chen Nian had left to show respect for the ancestor, then departed. The woman in the plain dress, however, followed in the direction Chen Nian had gone. "Miss, the ancestor's residence is the forbidden ground of our Taoist temple. Neither you nor I can go there." Gao Dashan blocked the woman. The woman frowned slightly. "Why can that empress go, but I cannot? I am his female slave. By rights, wherever he is, I should be there to serve him," she said, somewhat perplexed. Gao Dashan gave a wry smile and replied, "Miss Empress Lingxiao is my ancestor's own precious daughter. No one can compare to her. Please come with me to Taoist temple for now." Yet her gaze could not for a long time shift away from the direction Chen Nian had gone. She seemed to yearn toward that direction, and yet she also seemed to harbor some resentment toward that place. Her expression was so complicated. No one could see through her. The demon sect. Here the sky was black and red. From afar, countless pitch-black tornadoes were ravaging the land. On the ground, visible miasma continuously rose into the air. In the middle of the miasma lay a sunken region stretching over 10,000 miles, looking like a crater gouged out by a meteorite. The pit was filled with boiling magma. From time to time, beasts scurrying on the ground or monstrous birds flying in the sky accidentally fell into it. Wails and howls ceaselessly rose from that deep pit. Yet on the cliffs of that deep pit stood countless extraordinarily majestic great halls. This was the headquarters of the demon sect. In the hall of all Luo, on a throne 100 zhang high, a terrifying man with ox horns on his head and a pitch-black face suddenly opened his eyes. Damn it! That waste Gu Kuang was actually killed in that filthy place Dong Tu Shenzhou, and even the immortal staff in his hand was taken. Boom! The terrifying man stomped his foot, and the entire great hall trembled. On both sides of the grand hall stood 8 thrones. 7 were occupied by demonic lords while 1 remained vacant. Venerable demon lord, could it be that a powerful existence dwells upon that immortal mountain spoken of by Gu Kuang? A demon with a pig's head and a human body stepped forward. I believe it must have been one of the legendary dragon ancestors who struck. How dare someone from the mere eastern divine land oppose our demonic sect? I shall go there myself and refine all the inhabitants of that filthy place into puppets. One after another demonic lords stepped forward to voice their opinions. The horned demon venerable's face was grim and terrifying aura constantly surging from his body. Just as he was about to personally travel to the eastern divine land to discover who had killed his envoy, Gu Kuang, suddenly a strange bat-like cry echoed from outside. The horned demon venerable waved his hand. A torrent of dark chi surged forward, forcing the hall doors open. The next moment, a massive swarm of bats poured in from outside, and then that enormous swarm of bats transformed into a man cloaked in black. The man knelt on the ground and spoke in a hoarse, trembling voice, reporting to venerable demon Lord Blood Demon, and his 12 demon kings have all perished at the Dao sect. As he spoke, the man cast a glance at the utterly vacant throne of Blood Demon. Crack! The moment those words fell, an eerie silence descended upon the entire hall. The 7 demonic lords exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with sheer terror. Upon the throne, the horned demon venerable's eyes, already larger than a bull's, widened even further. What did you say? Blood Demon was annihilated by that insignificant Dao sect. He was a powerhouse on the verge of spiritual movement. Could it be that someone from the Dao sect has also broken through to the half-step spiritual movement realm? No, that's impossible. On the spiritual movement continent, apart from the sect alliance and our demonic sect, absolutely no other sect possesses a powerhouse at the half-step spiritual movement realm. Otherwise, the sect alliance would not have spared that sect. After a brief silence, the 7 demonic lords began discussing among themselves, each offering their opinions. Almost everyone found it hard to believe. But do you have any other reliable intelligence? The horned demon venerable seated upon the highest throne demanded. The next moment, the entire hall of gathering demons fell silent once more. The hoarse voice soon rang out again. Reporting to venerable demon lord, according to reliable intelligence, Blood Demon did not die at the hands of the Dao sect, but was killed by a person who came from the eastern divine land. That person's name is Chen Nian. Chen Nian. The moment that name appeared, the 7 demonic lords, and even the horned demon venerable in the Hall of Gathering Demons were all shaken to their cores. For the demonic sect had long harbored the habit of devouring mortal lifespans. Its members all enjoyed extraordinarily long lives. The demonic lords present had all witnessed the events of 3,000 years ago. Is it that very fellow who could cultivate a martial artist to the 18th rank? Isn't it said that fellow already destroyed his own cultivation and dug out his spiritual bone, becoming an ordinary mortal? Then why has he suddenly reappeared, and with such terrifying strength that he was able to kill Blood Demon? The 7 demonic lords all exclaimed. Upon the highest seat, the horned demon venerable's face was equally filled with shock. Even the Hall of Gathering Demons seemed on the verge of bursting from the terrifying aura radiating from his body. So it was him. The horned demon venerable slammed his throne fiercely, his teeth grinding as he snarled. It seems Gu Kuang must have also perished at his hands. Venerable Demon Lord Blood Demon was hiding something from you. In truth, he already knew Chen Nian's identity long ago. He feared you would not permit him to fight that person, so he kept it from you. The hoarse voice came again. The horned demon venerable's face twisted in rage, his aura growing even more terrifying. What does he think this venerable fears that Chen Nian does he? The horned demon venerable stood up abruptly. The terrifying pressure instantly forced the man kneeling in the great hall halfway into the ground. The 7 demonic lords could no longer withstand it, and fell to their knees. Pig demon, wolf demon, fox demon. At your service? I order all 3 of you to lead forces to the Eastern Divine Land immediately. This venerable desires not only the immortal Qi dragon vein, and that immortal mountain, but also Chen Nian's corpse. Such a monstrous talent, if refined into a zombie, would become one of this venerable's most capable assistants. Yes, venerable demon lord. 3 pitch-black figures shot straight out of the hall. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. The 18 halls of the demonic sect trembled violently, and countless demonic disciples were killed on the spot by the shockwave. Inside the Hall of Gathering Demons, who dares to be so bold as to invade our demonic sect? Seeking death. Several demonic lords roared to the heavens in fury. The horned demon venerable seated upon his throne reached out and grasped. A great staff composed of countless skulls materialized in his hand. Venerable demon lord, do not lose your temper. Suddenly the bat demon kneeling on the ground shouted loudly. Then he looked toward the hall in trance with utter terror, muttering to himself, a great power of heaven and earth has descended. Great events are about to unfold upon our spiritual movement continent. A great power of heaven and earth. Those 4 words instantly drained the courage from every demonic lord in the hall, including the horned demon venerable himself. Just then, the great doors of the Hall of Gathering Demons suddenly swung open. A woman in a pink dress, her face veiled in light gauze, entered slowly from outside. Behind her followed a dwarf no more than 3 chi tall. Wherever the dwarf walked, laws of the universe surged and demonic chi shattered. The overwhelming pressure forced all the demonic lords to their knees. Even the horned demon venerable tumbled down from his 100-zang-tall throne. This humble one does not know what offense our demonic sect has committed against a great power of heaven and earth. We beg, please grant us guidance. The formidable horned demon venerable, a terrifying existence whom no one on the entire spiritual movement continent dared to provoke. Yet now he was like a frightened child, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Horned demon venerable, I bear no ill will toward you. I merely wish to ask whether back then in the Eastern Divine Land it was you who leaked the matter of immortal Lady Bio to the immortal realm. The veiled woman in pink stood before the horned demon venerable and spoke calmly. Beside her, the dwarf's bizarre eyes stared intently at the horned demon venerable. The horned demon venerable trembled from head to toe under that gaze, his bones creaking as if about to be crushed into powder. No, it was not me. This humble one has never even heard of immortal Lady Bio. I swear upon my demonic heart. The horned demon venerable quickly explained. The great hall fell into an eerily silent stillness. The dwarf extended his hand and pointed to the side. Boom, boom. 2 powerful demonic lords exploded instantly, their demonic souls torn asunder. The horned demon venerable shook with terror. Reporting to the honored one, to the best of my knowledge, 3,000 years ago an ancient immortal descended upon the sword sect. As for anything else, this humble one knows nothing at all. Sword sect. Yes, then we shall trouble you no further. The woman in the pink dress turned and departed with the dwarf following closely behind. After the woman in the pink dress and the dwarf departed, the entire demon sect fell silent once again. But the bullhorn demon lord still could not calm himself for a long time. Just moments ago that dwarf had merely raised a finger and wiped out the 2 demon chieftains under his command. This is truly horrifying. Since the opening of the demon cave, our demon sect has never been this close to utter annihilation. It seems that something truly momentous is about to happen on the Lingdong continent. The bullhorn demon lord let out a long breath. The bat demon kneeling on the ground slowly raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Demon lord, the hand of the immortal realm on Tianpeng Island will soon revive. By then the entire Lingdong continent will be destroyed. Our demon sect must make urgent final preparations and leave this place with all our resources through the demon cave." The bullhorn demon lord nodded in agreement. Once pig demon and the others obtain the immortal chi dragon vein, and that immortal mountain we will leave. Otherwise, once we get to that place, I fear our demon sect will be annihilated by the mighty ones before we even have a chance to raise our heads. Are these enough? Demon lord. Bat demon suddenly raised his head, his pitch-black pupils fixed tightly on the bullhorn demon lord. Beyond the Lingdong continent, powerful experts are as numerous as clouds. Even with the demon cave, we cannot contend with so many mighty figures. So demon lord, if we wish to survive in that world, we must take away all the resources of the Lingdong continent. In 2.5 years at the Aohai secret realm, the demon sect must surely take part. The Tianshu Dao Palace of the Dao sect, the Tianjin Grand Palace of the Sword sect, and the mysterious Forbidden Land of the Sect Alliance. We will take them all away. Inside the wooden cabin on the back mountain of the Bio Taoist lodge, the Lingxiao Empress stared blankly at the father before her. She could clearly sense that her father was immensely powerful, so powerful that even she could not fathom the extent of his cultivation. At the same time, joy welled up in her heart. Her father had finally stopped pretending to be an ordinary mortal in front of her. Seeing his daughter's astonished expression, Chen Nian was secretly delighted. He was proud, for he had made his daughter understand her father was powerful and he would never allow anyone to hurt her. "Well, Nian, isn't your daddy amazing?" Chen Nian said with some pride. But what he did not know was that in truth, more than a year ago, the Lingxiao Empress had recognized him from that giant hand that descended from the sky more than a year ago. Daddy is the most powerful person in this world. Following Chen Nian's words, the Lingxiao Empress called him by an even more intimate term than Father Daddy. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes with a look of pure enjoyment. This feeling of pride from displaying his strength before his daughter, surely only a father could understand it. At that moment, the Lingxiao Empress suddenly added, "Daddy, the one who descended from the sky that time and saved the entire Bio Taoist lodge and me. That must have been you, right?" Hearing this, Chen Nian abruptly opened his eyes wide. His face was full of shock. The Lingxiao Empress giggled and said mischievously, "Actually, I recognized that hand at the time. It was just that Daddy was busy going to Tianlong capital to save people, so I didn't have the chance to mention it." Chen Nian felt a little awkward. Ahem. Fine, he truly hadn't expected that his daughter had recognized him long ago. Ahem. Nian, you said you had something important to tell me. So what is it exactly? Chen Nian asked. At that moment, the Lingxiao Empress's expression suddenly turned grave. Even her stunning eyes had become red. She hesitated to speak. "Has someone bullied my daughter? Nian, tell me who it is, and I will certainly avenge you." Chen Nian said angrily. "No, Daddy, what I want to tell you is that Mother is actually still alive. About half a year ago, I awakened another part of Mother's bloodline. Not only did I learn that Mother is still alive, I also know that she is now in the immortal realm. But I still don't know where exactly the immortal realm is. Nor do I know whether Daddy and I have the strength to set foot in it." As she spoke, tears had already soaked the Lingxiao Empress's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Chen Nian's heart was already thundering. His pupils instantly turned blood red. She was truly alive after all. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Chen Nian was as if possessed. He was disheveled, laughing wildly at the sky. The most important woman in his life. The woman he deeply loved. The woman who had appeared in his dreams every night for 3,000 years. The woman whose face had gradually blurred in his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not recall her features. She was alive. Bio is alive. Bio is alive. Ha ha ha. The heavens have opened their eyes. The heavens have opened their eyes. Bio, wait for me. I will definitely save you. Even if what stands between you and me is the heavenly Tao that ordains the laws of heaven and earth, I will rewrite those laws to be with you." Chen Nian looked up at the sky and roared, shouting at the top of his lungs. Behind him, his daughter watched her father, who had completely lost himself in an explosive outburst of excitement. Tears streamed down the Lingxiao Empress's face. At that moment, Chen Nian's emotions gradually calmed. He said slowly to the Lingxiao Empress, "Daughter, guided by this yellow sachet left by your mother, I may have found a place from which we can enter the immortal realm. That place is most likely the Tianshu Dao Palace of the Dao sect." Hearing this, the Lingxiao Empress was greatly shocked, and her entire being became intensely excited. She had originally thought that to set foot in the immortal realm, one had to cultivate and become an immortal. That process was not only long, but the odds of success were less than 1 in 10,000. Yet she had never imagined that her father had actually found a way to enter the immortal realm directly through that yellow. She was immensely grateful that she had previously given the sachet left by her mother to her father. The Lingxiao Empress finally truly felt her father's love for her mother. 3,000 years. Her father's love for her mother had never changed. As a daughter, she was truly overjoyed. Wonderful, Daddy. We will soon be able to see Mother. Daddy, I want to go to the immortal realm with you right now. The Lingxiao Empress said with overwhelming excitement. At this moment, Chen Nian sighed and said, Daughter, the pressure deep within the Tianshu Dao Palace is extremely formidable. Even with your father's cultivation, I cannot endure there for more than 3 breaths. Therefore, to enter that stone gate, we must continue to strengthen our cultivation. At this moment, the Lingxiao Empress, then she said slowly, Daddy, from the bloodline awakened this time, I learned that Mother is imprisoned by the heavenly venerate above the 33rd heaven. That is the apex of the immortal realm, a place that no one can reach. Hearing this, Chen Nian suddenly fell silent. The 33rd heaven, the apex of the immortal realm, a place no one can reach. Right now, he did not even have the strength to enter that stone gate. So could he, Chen Nian, truly have the power to go to that place and rescue his woman, the mother of his daughter? No, he definitely could. So what if it is the 33rd heaven? So what if it is the apex of the immortal realm? If humans cannot reach that place, then he, Chen Nian, will become an immortal, become a god, and go there. Daddy, do not be discouraged. You were able to rebuild your cultivation after crippling your own cultivation and digging out your own spiritual bone, reaching your current level in merely 3,000 years. So Yu Nian believes that as long as Daddy perseveres, you will surely be able to ascend to the immortal realm. When that time comes, Yu Nian will go with Daddy to rescue Mother from the purgatory of the 33rd heaven. Moreover, we must seek justice for Mother. Ask the immortals of the immortal realm why they made Mother suffer 3,000 years of torment. The Lingxiao Empress's gaze locked onto Chen Nian, and she said word by word. Listening to his daughter's words, Chen Nian's emotions finally steadied. Yu Nian, I swear to you, I will carve my way into the immortal realm and rescue your mother. I, your father, will let those so-called immortals know that mortals are not to be trifled with. I will make them pay. He clenched his fist, his resolve fixed. He would cultivate relentlessly, and as soon as possible pass through the stone gate to ascend to the immortal realm and rescue Bo. Now that he was certain Bo was still alive, his confidence in reaching the immortal realm had grown more than 10,000-fold. His current cultivation was at the half-step spirit movement realm. Beyond the half-step spirit movement realm was the spirit movement realm. But what lay above the spirit movement realm, he did not know. Father, Yu Nian believes in you. You will definitely succeed. Tears welling in the Lingxiao Empress' eyes, she wrapped her arms tightly around Chen Nian. A long while passed. Chen Nian released her. He gently wiped the tears from the Lingxiao Empress' cheeks. His gaze was resolute. Then he asked, Daughter, do you know what cultivation realm lies above the spirit movement realm? Chen Nian needed to understand this world's complete cultivation system so that he could grow stronger faster and have the strength to withstand the oppressive might deep within the Tianshu Dao Palace. Since his daughter came from the immortal realm, the cultivation knowledge she possessed was surely far greater than his own. Father, can you tell Yu Nian your current cultivation realm? The Lingxiao Empress fixed her gaze on Chen Nian. Chen Nian answered without a moment's hesitation, half-step spirit movement realm. Moreover, I, your father, have received the faith power empowerment of the Sword sect and the Dao sect. My cultivation can break through to the spirit movement realm at any moment. Hearing this, the Lingxiao Empress was stunned, her eyes widening as she stared at Chen Nian. Her father was truly, truly powerful. After he had crippled his own cultivation and dug out his own spirit bone, the fact that he could rebuild his cultivation was already unprecedented and unsurpassed. Who could have imagined that his current cultivation had actually reached the half-step spirit movement realm? It was truly terrifying. Then the Lingxiao Empress continued, Father, surely you know that to advance from half-step spirit movement to spirit movement, one must cross a minor tribulation. Yes, I know this. The reason I have not pushed my cultivation into the spirit movement realm so soon is precisely to prepare for that minor tribulation. The Lingxiao Empress paused for a moment, then said, After crossing the minor tribulation of the spirit movement realm, one achieves the Heavenman Unity realm. After the Heavenman Unity realm, there remain the Qiankuan realm, the Dongshu realm, and the Kaitian realm. And after those 3 realms, Chen Nian let out a long breath and asked the Lingxiao Empress. Then she said, What lies beyond those 3 realms I do not know. But from my mother's bloodline, I learned that after those 3 realms, one can fight that immortal. Hearing this, Chen Nian felt his heart stir with excitement. Now he could step into the spirit movement realm at any moment. After that, he only needed to cross the tribulation and enter the Heavenman Unity realm. Then after passing through the Qiankuan Dongshu and Kaitian realms, he could fight that immortal. However, based on what he had felt in the Tianshu Dao Palace last time, he only needed to reach the Tribulation Transcendence realm or the Heavenman Unity realm to withstand the oppressive might deep within the Tianshu Dao Palace. Moreover, he had built the accumulated foundation of breaking the rules of cultivation in every realm and reaching the 18th stage. Once he passed through the stone gate and arrived in the immortal realm, Battling across a single major realm would only be the baseline for him. He had the confidence to fight those who were 2 or 3 major realms above him. Therefore, as long as he could cross the stone gate and enter the immortal realm with the cultivation of the Heaven-Man Unity realm, he was confident he could fight that immortal. At this moment, Chen Nian was filled with blazing fighting spirit and overwhelming confidence. He believed that as long as he put in a little effort, he could pass through the Tribulation Transcendence realm and reach the Heaven-Man Unity realm. After all, during the past 3,000 years, without even cultivating, he had become the most powerful being on the entire Lingdong continent. If he truly applied himself, even he himself would not know where his bottleneck lay. So right now, what Chen Nian urgently needed was the key to enter that stone gate. Thus he said to the Lingxiao Empress, "You Nian, forget about cultivation for a moment. The most critical part of opening that stone gate lies in 2 keys." As he spoke, Chen Nian took out the immortal staff he had obtained from Guquan. This immortal staff should be one of the keys, and the other key should be the hand of the immortal realm on Tianpengao. The hand of the immortal realm. The Lingxiao Empress seemed to think of something, and her eyes brightened. Union, 800 years ago, when you and the dragon ancestor came to the Lingdong continent, a giant hand from the immortal realm chased after you. That giant hand from the immortal realm should be one of the keys to opening the stone gate. Chen Nian added. Hearing this, the Lingxiao Empress let out a long breath. So that was it. She had never imagined that the hand of the immortal realm that once pursued her and the dragon ancestor would actually be one of the keys to the immortal realm. Then almost subconsciously she said, "Father, when the dragon ancestor was fleeing the immortal realm with me, the heavenly venerable ordered the world where the Lingdong continent lies to be shattered. That hand of the immortal realm came to carry out the heavenly venerable's command. At that time the dragon ancestor burned his essence blood and even used Mother's lifebound pearl to stop that hand of the immortal realm. But because of it he was gravely wounded and has remained in seclusion ever since." At this point, the Lingxiao Empress' eyes suddenly turned red. Trembling she said, "Father, the hand of the immortal realm is truly formidable. I fear that cutting it down to open the stone gate and enter the immortal realm will be very, very difficult." Before the Lingxiao Empress could finish, Chen Nian said, "Daughter, do not worry. I have full confidence. Once I cut down the hand of the immortal realm, I will take it and open the gate to the immortal realm. When the time comes, I will take you to the immortal realm and find your mother." As he spoke, surging killing intent burst forth from every inch of Chen Nian's body. Seeing her father so confident and thinking again of how he had reforged his spiritual bones and reached the half-step into the spirit movement realm in a mere 3,000 years, she felt reassured. The Lingxiao Empress too was filled to bursting with confidence. She believed her father would surely succeed. So in a surge of excitement, the Lingxiao Empress could not help but reveal the secret hidden deep in her heart to Chen Nian. Father, the Celestial Venerable, is actually Mother's own elder brother. He imprisoned Mother because her marriage to you violated the heavenly law. He hunted me and the dragon ancestor because we too were sinners of the immortal realm. As for shattering the Lingdong continent, that was only to vent his fury." Boom. This answer from the Lingxiao Empress struck Chen Nian's mind like a thunderbolt, landing squarely on his forehead. Chen Nian never expected that Bai Yu was actually the Celestial Venerable's younger sister. It was because she had chosen to be with him that she committed a crime against heavenly law and was taken away by the immortals. Knowing all this, Chen Nian was consumed by self-reproach. "So it was I who harmed Bai Yu. I am guilty." Tears streamed down his face. His voice was hoarse, resentful, and full of regret. Seeing Chen Nian so grieved, the Lingxiao Empress's heart tightened, and she somewhat regretted revealing this secret. She hurried forward, reached out with her fair, tender hand, and gently wiped the tears from Chen Nian's face. Then she said slowly, "Father, none of this is your fault. Blame the harshness of the heavenly law. Blame those of the immortal realm for treating mortals like pigs and dogs. Father, we must pass through that stone gate and enter the immortal realm. When we do, we will not only save Mother, but also make those of the immortal realm understand that mortals are not pigs and dogs. Mortals are not inferior to them." By the time she reached the end, the Lingxiao Empress's voice was hoarse from shouting, and her eyes blazed with fury at the immortal realm. Chen Nian's eyes nearly split at the corners as overwhelming rage erupted from his body. Yes, his daughter was right. It was because those of the immortal realm looked down on mortals and treated them like pigs and dogs that they had taken Bai Yu away. That was why they had hunted down his daughter. That was why they had wanted to shatter the Lingdong continent. The lives of mortals were no different from ants in their eyes. If that was the case, then he, Chen Nian, would show them the fury of a mortal. Clenching his fists, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and rage. After a long time, Chen Nian left the wooden cabin. He needed to undergo his tribulation as soon as possible and step into the spirit movement realm. The Lingxiao Empress had wanted to protect him through it, even though the tribulation from the half-step into the spirit movement realm to the spirit movement realm was only a minor one. But Grandfather Dragon Ancestor had said that even this minor tribulation was not something everyone could pass. Out of 100 people, if 10 made it through, that was already remarkable. Chen Nian refused. He feared the heavenly calamity drawn by the tribulation would affect his daughter. Thus, with firm resolve, he set up barriers around the wooden cabin and left. Father, I hope you succeed. By the time you step into the spirit movement realm, Nian will soon step into the 4th stage of the human origin realm. Watching Chen Nian tear through the void and disappear outside because the bloodline of the immortal realm flowed in her veins, and the Bo Taoist temple was not subject to the cultivation restrictions of the Dongtu divine province, the Lingxiao Empress's cultivation advanced extremely quickly. At present, her cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the human origin realm. But with the support of immortal qi, she firmly believed she could enter the 4th stage within a year or two. She did this precisely because she wanted to catch up with her father as soon as possible. She refused to let him set foot in the immortal realm alone. She would go with him and fight side by side. After leaving the wooden cabin, Chen Nian did not immediately search for a place to undergo his tribulation. He went instead to the forbidden ground of the Bo Taoist temple. Greetings, ancestor. Sensing Chen Nian's arrival, Gao Dashan and Wang Qingyan hurried out from the forbidden ground and knelt before him. After sensing their cultivation at the earth origin realm, Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction. You must continue to work hard. I hope that when I see you next, your cultivation will have broken through to the human origin realm. Rest assured, ancestor. We will cultivate with all our heart and strength. Rest assured, ancestor. Chen Nian nodded and swept his gaze into the forbidden ground. He frowned slightly. The others are all severely wounded. Gao Dashan sighed and nodded. 8 were severely wounded and 1 died, his Tao extinguished. Chen Nian's expression turned even darker. Who? The 9th generation ancestral master Palang. Chen Nian sighed. He remembered the child he had saved from the beggar clan centuries ago. He had never imagined that child would one day die protecting his daughter. At that moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Chen Nian. The old man of the Tao sect had told him that within the Aohai mystic realm there existed something called the soul-gathering stone, which could revive mortals. He waved his hand, withdrew the body of Palang, the 9th generation ancestral master of the Bo Taoist temple, from the forbidden ground, then tore through the void and headed for the resting place of his junior sister. Ancestor, this. Gao Dashan was stunned and at a loss. Wang Qingyan was likewise. At that moment, this is the heavenly origin pill. Give it to the severely wounded. Suddenly, a faint heavenly voice descended from above. At the same time, bottles of pills appeared out of thin air in the hands of Gao Dashan and Wang Qingyan. Feeling the immense medicinal power contained in the pills, the two were utterly shocked. They truly had not expected the ancestor to produce such extraordinary pills with a single wave of his hand. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. The two prostrated themselves on the ground, excited and grateful. Beside Sigua Cliff stood the ice training house of the Bo Taoist temple. Chen Nian carried Palang's body to the front of the enormous ice training house. Originally, the ice training house had been used by Chen Nian to make ice in summer for the temple disciples to escape the heat. Later, however, the ice training house had gained another function, preserving his junior sister's body. And now Chen Nian had brought Palang's body here as well. He first placed Palang's body into an ice coffin prepared long ago. Then he slowly pushed open another ice coffin. Inside the ice coffin lay a beautiful girl, so lifelike that it seemed she might still be breathing. She wore an azure long dress with a silk sash around her waist and her hands folded over her lower abdomen. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, as if even at the last moment of her life, she had still been waiting for something. Chen Nian's heart ached. He remembered all the things he had promised the girl. She must have spent her final moments imagining him taking her to the lively markets of Tianlong capital, watching the night scenery and savoring delicious food. Rest easy, Qing'er. Your senior brother will definitely go to the Aohai mystic realm, find the soul-gathering stone, and bring you back to life. When that day comes, your senior brother will fulfill those promises with you, Qing'er. As he spoke, tears fell from Chen. Just then a cold shout suddenly rang out from behind him. Who dares to trespass in the ice training house of my Bo Taoist temple? Chen Nian did not turn around. You let your how dare you pretend not to hear this, young lady. Turn around at once. If you don't, I'll give you a taste of ice cold steel straight through the heart. A sword's hum rang out, and a 3-foot azure blade thrust straight at Chen Nian's back. The attacker was Dao Qiong, the one Wang Qingyan had confined to Sigua Cliff. Because the ice training house adjoined Sigua Cliff, Zhu Qinglin had also entrusted Dao Qiong, Dao Kong, and the others with guarding the ice training house and the junior sister. Just moments ago, Dao Qiong had come to the ice training house to make her usual rounds. Unexpectedly, she discovered that there was another person inside. What was more, that person had actually opened the junior sister's ice coffin. Without time to wonder how he had appeared out of thin air, she attacked with her sword. How dare you? Who dares to harm my master? Yinghua will not allow it. Just as the 3-foot azure sword was about to pierce Chen Nian's back, a furious shout suddenly rang out from behind. Dao Qiong was just about to turn around when an overwhelming force came crashing down upon her. Even though Dao Qiong was already at the 6th level of the condensing yuan realm, she appeared utterly fragile before this immense power, like a mere ant with no strength to resist. Her long sword hung frozen in midair, and every meridian in her body was sealed tight. She could not move so much as an inch. "And who might you be?" Dao Qiong looked at the woman in the white dress who had appeared, so suddenly unable to keep the question from spilling out. Because the thoughtful Sin Cliff was sealed by a great formation, neither Dao Qiong nor the others had witnessed what happened in the skies above Bo Daoist temple that day. All they knew was that their Bo ancestor had suddenly appeared, saving the entire Bo Daoist temple and the empress of the firmament. And then they learned a shocking secret. That the empress of the firmament was in fact the biological daughter of their Bo ancestor. "Who I am is no, but you should know this. Touch the master of my cherry blossoms, and you will die." Dao Qiong's face was a mask of sheer terror. She sensed that this woman in the white dress was far more powerful than her own master, perhaps even stronger than the grand elders in the Forbidden Grounds. So who exactly was that man who had appeared in the ice training house? To be called master by such a terrifyingly powerful existence. Just how terrifyingly strong was he? Oh no, Bo Daoist temple was facing yet another formidable enemy. Dao Qiong's heart began to race uncontrollably. And then at that very moment, a voice she knew all too well sounded from up ahead. "Don't touch her. She is my disciple's disciple." As the words were spoken, the man standing before the ice coffin slowly turned around. "Yes, master." The woman in the white dress dropped to her knees with a thud. But when Dao Qiong finally saw the man's face, she was utterly dumbfounded. Because that man was none other than the senior disciple of their Bo Daoist temple. "Chen Nian, you? Senior brother? How is it you?" Dao Qiong bit her red lips, her face filled with utter disbelief. In her eyes, senior brother Chen Nian had always been nothing more than a useless cripple, without a trace of cultivation. Although Dao Kong had always insisted that Chen Nian was not simple, she had never believed it. On top of that, Chen Nian had not shown his face at Bo Daoist temple for nearly 2 years, so she had even assumed that her so-called useless senior brother had fled the temple to enjoy a life of leisure elsewhere. But here he was standing right before her, and an existence far more powerful than even their master or the grand elders was calling him master. In that instant, Dao Qiong's entire body trembled uncontrollably. She recalled the words second senior brother Dao Kong had once spoken, and doubt crept into her heart, the very same heart that had once believed Dao Kong was merely crying wolf. "But master, she was just about to kill you." The woman in the white dress knelt on the ground, speaking while fixing Dao Qiong with a gaze filled with vicious, murderous intent. Chen Nian waved his hand, lightly sealing shut the ice coffin that held his little junior sister. Then step by step he walked forward. He chuckled softly. "In this world there are plenty of people who want me dead. Besides, she didn't know who I was just now. Had she seen my face, clearly I'm certain she would not have attacked me. Isn't that right, junior sister?" Chen Nian smiled as he looked at Dao Qiong. By now terror had seized Dao. Not only could she sense the boundless cultivation radiating from Chen Nian, but she clearly felt that his aura was even more terrifying than that of the white-dressed woman who called him master. "Senior brother Dao Qiong is guilty. Please punish me." Dao Qiong prostrated herself on the ground. At this moment, she finally understood why her master, and even the grand elders in the Forbidden Grounds, had always treated the senior brother with such kindness. So the senior brother was not an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation. On the contrary, he was an unfathomably powerful existence. His cultivation might even be more terrifying than that of the grand elders in the Forbidden Ground. Yes, she remembered the ancestor who was elusive as a divine dragon, showing only its tail known by name, yet never seen, the one who had saved Bo Daoist temple countless times. With that realization, Dao Qiong's breathing turned ragged, and her whole body trembled. Endless shock pressed down on her, suffocating her. And then at that moment, a streak of light suddenly shot over from the distance. Zhu Qinglin rushed over, staggering. The first thing he did upon arrival was kneel before Chen Nian. Disciple Zhu Qinglin pays respects to the ancestor. "Dao Qiong, how dare you raise your sword against the ancestor? What is your crime?" Zhu Qinglin shot a fierce glare at Dao Qiong. In the past, Zhu Qinglin would never have dared to openly reveal Chen Nian's identity like this. But things were different now. Chen Nian no longer needed to conceal who he was. So Zhu Qinglin seized this opportunity to let Dao Qiong, Dao Kong, and all the other disciples on thoughtful Sin Cliff know just how formidable the supposed useless senior brother really was, and to let them know exactly why they had been confined to thoughtful Sin Cliff. Boom. In that instant, Dao Qiong felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. She was completely shocked out of her wits. Just now she had only suspected it in her heart. But now, seeing her own master kneel before Chen Nian and address him as ancestor, Dao Qiong understood everything now. So the senior brother who she and her fellow junior disciples had all dismissed as a waste was actually the ancestor who had saved Bo Daoist temple time and again. The moment she thought of this, endless regret surged up from the depths of her heart. Tears began to stream endlessly from her eyes. She started kowtowing frantically before Chen Nian. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I was blind before and offended you. Please punish me. Senior brother, he is none other than the ancestor of our Bo Taoist temple. Zhu Qinglin glared at Dao Qiong with a look of utter disappointment. Dao Qiong snapped back to her senses. She slapped herself hard twice, then immediately corrected herself. Ancestor, I'm sorry. I was blind. Please punish me. Chen Nian let out a soft sigh. He gently waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Zhu Qinglin and Dao Qiong to their feet. Enough. One who does not know is not at fault. Go attend to your duties. Remember, you must protect the ice training house at all costs. One day, I will bring little junior sister and Palang back to life. With those words, Chen Nian stepped into the sky, lotus blossoms blooming beneath each footstep. For a moment, Zhu Qinglin's eyes went wide. He glanced at the ice training house, then gazed up at Chen Nian, who had already ascended into the heavens. He had thought that the ancestor had merely placed Zhu Qingqing in the ice training house because he wished to see her often. But he truly would never have imagined the ancestor actually possessed a method to resurrect an ordinary mortal. At this moment, Zhu Qinglin was trembling with tears of excitement. But Chen Nian did not reply. He had already torn through the void and left. Dao Qiong gasped for breath. After a long while, once her emotions had settled, Master, I want to return to Thoughtful Sin Cliff. I want to tell Dao Kong, Dao Ran, and all our fellow disciples this news. We can't let senior brother keep being misunderstood. It's too unfair to him. Dao Qiong stood up and spoke. Zhu Qinglin let out a sigh. Go on then. At Sigua Cliff, congratulations to second senior brother for breaking through to the Earth Origin Realm. Congratulations to second senior brother for breaking through to the Earth Origin Realm. Congratulations to second senior brother for breaking through to the Earth Origin Realm. The final cheer faded. At the summit, a majestic aura of the Earth Origin Realm soared straight into the clouds. Dao Kong, the second senior brother of Bo Taoist Hall, had broken through to the Earth Origin Realm. Dao Ran, Dao Tian, Dao Hong, and the other disciples shouted at the top of their lungs. Dao Kong sat cross-legged atop the peak, his eyes slightly closed while boundless Earth Origin force flowed around his body. At this moment, the junior brothers and sisters below began whispering among themselves. I think it's time to speak to Master and the Grandmasters, and let second senior brother become the eldest senior brother. That's right. Now our Bo Taoist Hall is already the most powerful sect in Dongta Shenzhou. In the future, we may even leave Dongta Shenzhou and establish our sect on the Lingdong continent. So our eldest senior brother absolutely cannot be a good for nothing with no cultivation at all. Only senior brother Dao Kong is qualified to become the eldest senior brother of our Bo Taoist Hall. As for Chen Nian, he isn't even qualified to be a disciple of our Bo Taoist Hall. Suddenly Dao Kong snapped open his eyes. He swept a glance over his junior brothers and sisters and said coldly, You must not speak disrespectfully of eldest senior brother Chen Nian. He is the hero of our Bo Taoist Hall, a hero beyond compare. Alas! See, in both character and strength, second senior brother is far superior to that trash Chen Nian. Let's go. We'll go straight to the Forbidden Land and kneel before the Master and the Grandmasters, begging them to strip Chen Nian of his title as eldest senior brother, so that senior brother Dao Kong can become the eldest senior brother of our Bo Taoist Hall. Just then a graceful figure suddenly descended from the sky. Senior sister Dao Qiong. The crowd of junior brothers and sisters sent up a thunderous cheer. Many were completely bewitched by the white-clad woman standing in the sky. Yet facing the cheers of her junior brothers and sisters, Dao Qiong simply chose to ignore them. Her gaze fell upon Dao Kong, who stood atop the peak. First she bowed in greeting, then said, Second senior brother, I have learned something about eldest senior brother. At these words, Dao Kong suddenly turned to look at Dao Qiong. Tell me. He was a little excited and even more expectant. The next moment, Dao Qiong faced Dao Kong, Dao Ran, Dao Tian, Dao Hong, and everyone else. Raising her voice, she called out, I know you have all along had complaints about our eldest senior brother, thinking him unworthy of the position of eldest senior brother of our Bo Taoist Hall. Raising her voice, she called out, I know you have all along had complaints about our eldest senior brother, thinking him unworthy of the position of eldest senior brother. Boom. At these words, aside from Dao Kong, Dao Ran, Dao Tian, Dao Hong, and all the others were utterly shocked. Naturally, they refused to believe it too. Unable to hold back, everyone said, Senior sister Dao Qiong, are you joking? Isn't eldest senior brother Chen Nian just a good for nothing with no cultivation at all? How could he possibly be a towering and indomitable powerhouse? Senior sister Dao Qiong, have you been deceived by someone? Senior sister Dao Qiong, this is absolutely impossible. At that moment, Dao Kong suddenly waved his hand in a sweeping gesture. Everyone be quiet. Let junior sister Dao Qiong speak. As his furious roar resounded, an overwhelming surge of Earth Origin force swept across the entire Sigua Cliff. The immense pressure bore down so heavily that all the disciples found it hard to breathe. Above in the sky, Dao Qiong steadied her surging emotions, then continued, "In the past 2 years our Bo Taoist Hall has faced crisis time and time again. But every time our Bo Taoist Hall has managed to turn danger into safety. And since a little over 2 years ago an immortal mountain has been opened in the rear mountains of our Bo Taoist Hall. Because of that immortal mountain our strength has grown unprecedentedly powerful. So, do you know who all of this is because of?" Below Dao Ran was the first to roar, "Because of our Bo Taoist Hall's grand ancestor." The disciples all burst into excited roars. Yes, all of this is because of the grand ancestor. It was the grand ancestor who saved Bo Taoist Hall more than once. It was the grand ancestor who opened the immortal mountain for us. Everything we have now is because of the grand ancestor. The grand ancestor is mighty. At the mention of the grand ancestor of Bo Taoist Hall, every disciple became as energized as if a jolt of electricity had passed through them, and they began to roar aloud. Some even knelt toward the sky in unison. But there were still those who sensed something amiss. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Wasn't senior sister Dao Qiong talking about eldest senior brother Chen Nian? Why did she suddenly bring up our grand ancestor? What on earth is the reason for this? Just then high in the sky Dao Qiong cleared her throat. Then with overwhelming excitement she roared, "What I am about to tell you now is the grand ancestor who has saved our Bo Taoist Hall more than once and opened the immortal mountain for us. He is our eldest senior brother, Chen Nian." Boom, boom, boom. This news struck all the disciples at Sigua Cliff like 5 thunderbolts crashing down upon their heads. All the disciples were stunned senseless, and it was a long time before any of them recovered. Finally Dao Ran was the first to stand up. With a savage expression on his face he fixed his scarlet eyes on Dao Qiong who stood high in the sky and bellowed, "Junior sister Dao Qiong, what sort of joke is this? Chen Nian is nothing but a piece of trash. He doesn't have the slightest cultivation. How could he possibly be the grand ancestor of our Bo Taoist Hall? This is absolutely impossible." Immediately after Dao Tian Dao Hong and many others all spoke up as well. "That's right, senior sister Dao Qiong. You must be mistaken. Even if Chen Nian really is the great hero you say he is, there is no way he could be our Bo Taoist Hall's grand ancestor. How old can he even be?" Listening to the voices from below, Dao Kong couldn't help but smile bitterly. In truth, he had wanted to reveal this truth to the public countless times. But he knew that his junior brothers and sisters would absolutely never believe it. That was why he had buried this secret forever in the depths of his heart. He had planned to wait until Chen Nian returned one day and let the master and the grandmasters make the secret known. "Junior sister Dao Qiong, they won't believe it." Dao Kong smiled bitterly and went on, "Just like you back then. You didn't believe it either. No, even if they don't believe it, I must still speak out. As the grand ancestor of Bo Taoist Hall, eldest senior brother, has done so much for us, yet we still speak ill of him behind his back. We call him a good for nothing. This is unfair to him. I will make sure everyone knows what eldest senior brother has contributed to Bo Taoist Hall. I will not let eldest senior brother become a hero torn apart by public condemnation. You have no proof to make them believe all of this." Dao Kong sighed. At that moment, suddenly, the sky was torn open by a single hand. There Gao Dashin, Wang Qingyan, and Liu Li, the 3 grandmasters, stepped out from the void in one stride. And Zhu Qinglin, the current hall master of Bo Taoist Hall, was also there. He followed close behind them. "The grandmasters are here." At once the 1,000+ disciples on Sigua Cliff fell to their knees in overwhelming excitement. "We pay our respects to the grandmasters." "Greetings, grandmasters." Dao Kong watched the grandmasters and his master as they tore through space and appeared. A great tempest surged within his heart. For the past 2 years he had imagined this scene countless times. The grandmasters and his master appearing together to restore senior brother Chen Nian's reputation. He had thought this moment might never come, because he had long since noticed that Chen Nian did not seem to care about such things. But he never expected. Today, at this very moment, the 3 grandmasters and his master had actually appeared together. There was only one reason for them to show up now. That was it. They had come to vindicate senior brother Chen Nian. "We pay our respects to the grandmasters and master. We pay our respects to the grandmasters and master." Dao Kong and Dao Qiong hurriedly knelt in prostration. Not far away Daoran, Dao Tian Dao Hong, and the others all wore looks of confusion. Daoran especially had a trace of panic in his expression. There was even a trace of anger. Why would the grandmasters and masters suddenly appear? What do they intend to do? Could something important have happened? Just as the disciples were puzzling over this, Gao Dashin gave Zhu Qinglin a meaningful look. "Little Lin, it's time to let everyone know the truth." "Yes, Grandmaster." Zhu Qinglin clasped his hands toward Gao Dashin in salute. Then he stepped forward and swept his hand through the air. A void mirror suddenly appeared in the heavens. The disciples below were all baffled, not knowing what their hall master intended to do. All eyes turned in unison toward the void mirror. Within it, clouds and mists swirled. The next moment, a young man in a Taoist robe tore through the void and stepped into view. The instant he appeared, the countless disciples at Sigua Cliff were all struck dumb, because the man was someone they knew all too well. It was Chen Nian, the senior brother they had always taken for a good-for-nothing. What's going on? Why would that waste Chen Nian appear in the Hall Master's void mirror? What is he doing there? The disciples all began to talk. The next moment, the scene in the void mirror changed and a youth was rescued by Chen Nian from a pond. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. The youth knelt and worshipped before Chen Nian. Just as the Bo Martial Hall disciples were wondering who this youth was, Chen Nian suddenly extended his right hand and gently tapped the youth on the forehead. Golden light blazed. A vast surge of martial power erupted within the youth's body. This scene stunned Darren, Daoqian, Daohong, and the others. How is this possible? Isn't Chen Nian a useless cripple without any cultivation? How can he enlighten mortals? My heavens, I can't be seeing this right. Enlightening a mortal is a technique comparable to an immortal's. The utterly shocked disciples of Bo Martial Hall had no idea that something even more astonishing was still to come. In the void mirror, I see that we are fated, so I will name you Gao Dashan. Will you be the first disciple of my Bo Martial Hall? Chen Nian said with a smile, his right hand gently brushing the top of the youth's head. The youth, weeping with gratitude, sank to his knees with a thud. Thank you, master. The scene shifted. Several years had passed. Gao Dashan had become the Hall Master of Bo Martial Hall, which now had over 100 disciples. I see that we are fated. I will name you Lily, all right. In the scene, Chen Nian stood before a little girl with the little girl knelt to the ground. Thank you, master. Many years later, that little girl became the second Hall Master of Bo Martial Hall. In the void mirror, scenes flashed by without end. Every Hall Master of Bo Martial Hall had been enlightened and given a name by Chen Nian. This scene stunned everyone present. Darren, as if possessed by madness, roared at the sky. Why is it like this? The Grandmasters were all enlightened by Chen Nian. That waste Chen Nian. How could he possibly be the grand ancestor of our Bo Martial Hall? Then in the void mirror, another youth was saved by Chen Nian from beneath a cliff. The youth was already at death's door. But after being enlightened by Chen Nian, not only were his injuries completely gone, he had even stepped directly into the martial warrior rank. Chen Nian rested his hand on the youth's head and said with a smile, I see that we are fated. I bestow the name Zhu Qinglin upon you. Will you join my Bo Martial Hall? The youth immediately knelt on the ground, tearfully grateful. Thank you, master. Zhu Qinglin. He was the master of the current disciples of Bo Martial Hall. Boom, boom, boom. Every scene that played out in the void mirror was like a heaven-shaking thunderbolt slamming into the minds of the 1,000 Bo disciples on Sigua Cliff. Who could have imagined it? The senior brother they had always believed to be a waste was in fact the true grand ancestor of Bo Martial Hall. From the moment Chen Nian enlightened the first youth, everyone believed it all. Because that first youth was none other than Gao Dashan, the first Hall Master of their Bo Martial Hall. Although most of them had never met Gao Dashan, who among them did not know the fame of the first Hall Master of Bo Martial Hall? Who had not heard of it? Then there was Grandmaster Liuli, Grandmaster Ingyan, Grandmaster Wang Qingyan, and all the others. This left them no choice but to believe it. Chen Nian was truly the grand ancestor of their Bo Martial Hall. In an instant, Sigua Cliff was filled with wails of guilt. I have sinned. I actually once looked down on our grand ancestor. My guilt is utterly unforgivable. Heavens, I even cursed senior brother. I deserve to die. Grand ancestor, please punish your disciple. This disciple is willing to remain on Sigua Cliff from now on to repent for his sins. Senior brother, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Nearly everyone was prostrating toward the void mirror in the sky, repenting. Except for one person. That person was Darren. When this fellow learned that Chen Nian was the grand ancestor of Bo, far from feeling the slightest remorse for his past actions, his eyes turned bloodshot, the muscles all over his body bulged, as if about to burst, and he looked exactly like a man about to fall into demonic madness. Darren, now do you realize how detestable your past actions were? Hurry up and beg senior brother for forgiveness. You owe senior brother an apology, Daokong said without turning his head. But after his words fell, no response came for a long time. He suddenly turned around only to discover that Darren, who had been standing behind him moments ago, had disappeared. Where's Darren? Daokong shouted in a stern, harsh voice. But no one paid him any attention. At this moment, Sigua Cliff was filled with wails of remorse. Everyone was repenting for what they had done in the past, loudly begging for forgiveness. A profound unease surged up from Daokong's heart. Above, the abyssal giant sea space was suddenly rent asunder. A young man clad in a Taoist robe stepped out from the void in a single stride. Behind him followed two figures. One was a valiant female general in battle armor, silver spear in hand, radiating grace and might. The other wore a plain white dress, her long hair flowing in the wind. What are you two doing following me? Go back this instant, Chen Nian said with a frown, glancing at Zhongli Shui and Inghua behind him. Zhongli Shui's silver spear in hand said to Chen Nian with deep reverence, Supreme Emperor, it was you who rescued Li Xue and her family from the dark abyss. Therefore wherever you are, Li Xue will follow you forever. Zhongli Shui's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the spirit condensation realm, although she was still very, very weak. In order to repay her debt of gratitude, she had resolutely come to protect Chen Nian's path. Fine, stand farther away in a moment, so you won't be hurt by accident. Chen Nian had no choice but to agree. Yes, Supreme Emperor. Zhongli Shui acknowledged, then took several large steps back. At this moment Chen Nian's gaze fell upon Yinghua. Before he could speak, Yinghua knelt on one knee. Master, as your slave Yinghua, ought to stand with you through weal and woe at every moment. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. He already knew certain things about Yinghua, but now he was in a hurry to undergo his tribulation and could not easily expose her, so he nodded and said, guard my path well. After my tribulation is complete, you will not lack rewards. Thank you, Master. Yinghua nodded in agreement. The next second Chen Nian spread his arms wide and slowly ascended to meet the heavens. Boundless, overwhelming power began to surge up from his body. He was about to begin his tribulation. In no time at all, Chen Nian had unleashed all of his power completely. The power of the half-step spirit movement realm was already enough to annihilate an entire continent. At this moment, the abyssal giant sea beneath Chen Nian's feet sent forth endless peals of thunder. The heavens seemed to have sensed the summons. Black clouds pressed down overhead. Countless thunderbolts had. Then he pointed 2 fingers toward the heavens. Rumble, rumble. As if sensing Chen Nian's contempt, the heavens began to rage. One thunderbolt. She wondered if the Supreme Emperor could endure it. At the same time, her gaze swept toward a solitary island not far away. She sent a voice transmission, General Wei, please come at once. The Supreme Emperor has reached a critical juncture. If enemies attack at this moment, the consequences will be incalculable. Zhongli Shui's gaze swept the surroundings, alert to every stirring of wind or grass. It's about to begin. Yinghua drew a long breath. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as her gaze swept toward shafts of dawnlight streaking over from the distance. Who is so audacious as to undergo tribulation on his own behind the sect alliance's back? Are you courting death? Suddenly a furious roar descended from above. Boundless oppressive might like the heavenly Tao itself pressed down from afar. Standing amid the storm, Chen Nian frowned slightly. He had heard of the sect alliance, but he had no idea that the sect alliance forbade others from undergoing tribulation. Nor had he ever imagined that at the critical moment of his tribulation, experts from the sect alliance would come to obstruct him. But there was nothing he could do now. The heavenly tribulation was about to descend. If he went to engage the enemy's heathen at this moment, the consequences would be extremely severe. At that point, not only would he fail to enter the spirit movement realm, but he would also be gravely wounded or even killed by the tribulation. Protect the Supreme Emperor. At this very moment, Zhongli Shui flew out with her silver spear and shielded Chen Nian. On a solitary island in the abyssal giant sea, another figure shot out from it. The newcomer was none other than Wei Qing, the #1 expert of the Tianlong Empire. Now Wei Qing's strength had already broken through to the earth origin realm, and terrifying aura burst forth from his entire being. After arriving above the abyssal giant sea, he stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhongli Shui, facing the shafts of dawnlight streaking over from the distance. Please undergo your tribulation with peace of mind, Supreme Emperor. We will guard your path even at the cost of our lives. Wei Qing turned back, saluted Chen Nian, and said. Chen Nian frowned. Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui were commendably loyal, but they were far too weak. Even though Wei Qing had broken through from the 8th level of the spirit condensation realm to the earth origin realm in just a few days, enough to be called a monstrous genius. However, before those powerful enemies, the earth origin and spirit condensation realms were nothing more than ants. You two are too weak. You are no match for them. Yinghua, go and hold them off for me. Chen Nian said. Yes, master. The woman in the plain dress Yinghua leaped into the air, and the terrifying power of the half-step heaven origin realm erupted violently from her body. Ha ha ha. A mere half-step heaven origin cultivator dares to stand against my sect alliance. You're seeking death. A wild laugh rang out from afar. Immediately after, a point of cold light suddenly flashed. An utterly terrifying spirit movement aura bore down on Yinghua, a half-step heaven origin realm expert, until she could hardly breathe. Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui were sent flying before they even had time to make a move. The next second, 3 figures stood before that enormous tribulation thunderbolt. What a fearsome heavenly tribulation, 100 times stronger than the tribulations we faced. This man is truly an unparalleled monstrous prodigy. A middle-aged man with a white beard exclaimed. Beside him, a hunched old woman snorted. So what? This old woman's greatest pleasure in life is to crush geniuses and monstrous prodigies. There was also a woman in robes as white as snow, standing motionless in place. Old freak, may I think there's no need for us to act. Such a heavenly tribulation would be beyond even our sect's holy son, let alone this lowborn from the squalid land of Dongtashenzhou. The white-bearded middle-aged man said. The hunched old woman gave a sly chuckle, and said, then let us witness how this monstrous prodigy who dares to undergo tribulation in Dongtashenzhou is struck dead by the heavenly Tao. Huh, how should we deal with those three? The snow-white-robed woman asked, glancing at Wei Qing, Zhongli Shui, and Yinghua, who had been knocked flying, but were now frenziedly charging back. That half-step heaven-origin woman has some ability, but she didn't go all out, as if she were concealing her strength. So there's no need to concern ourselves with her. As for the remaining two, one at Earth Origin Realm, one at Spirit Condensation Realm, they are far too weak, practically ants. Even less need to bother with them. The white-bearded middle-aged man answered. At that, the hunched old woman narrowed her eyes and said, two ant-like creatures dare to oppose our sect alliance. Is that not an affront to us? Hearing this, the white-bearded middle-aged man's face instantly turned gloomy. If so, then wipe them out. He waved his hand and said, yes, elder. The snow-white-robed woman clasped her hands in salute, then turned to face Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui, charging over with a silver spear. Boom, boom, boom. Countless heavenly thunderbolts fell. Chen Nian had been completely engulfed by the endless thunder. But he miraculously discovered. This thunder did not seem to do him the slightest harm. Instead, the thunderbolts plunged straight into his body and transformed into his power. At this moment, his whole body crackled. He felt as though he were bathing in light. This feeling was so comfortable. He had imagined tribulation would be painful and difficult, and that one mistake would cause his death and the dissipation of his Tao. But he never expected it to be so effortless and smooth. As the thunder continued to pour into him, Chen Nian's cultivation surged upward at a frenzied pace. Before long, amid the successive roars of thunder, Chen Nian's cultivation stepped straight into the spirit movement realm. After entering the spirit movement realm, Chen Nian clearly perceived that his strength had surged by dozens of times. Previously, his divine sense could only scan a radius of a few dozen li. But now, with a single thought, he could perceive everything within 100 li. What magnificent tribulation thunder! It seems to have been tailor-made for me. Chen Nian was overjoyed. The tribulation thunder of the spirit movement realm had already benefited him so greatly. He wondered just how formidable he would become once he reached the tribulation stage beyond the spirit movement realm. I hope heavenly tribulation like this comes a few more times. Chen Nian raised his head toward the rumbling thunder still brewing within the black clouds, his eyes filled with longing. If anyone else knew what he was thinking, they would probably be furious. Ordinary cultivators undergoing tribulation all prayed that it would be as small as possible. For the larger the tribulation, the greater the danger. Countless old monsters on the Lingdong continent had been blasted to death by the heavenly tribulation from half-step spirit movement to the spirit movement realm. But Chen Nian, the tribulation could not harm him in the slightest. Instead, it became a divine nectar nourishing his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavenly thunder continued to fall madly. The white-bearded middle-aged man and the hunchbacked woman were both dumbfounded. As elders of the sect alliance, they had seen many powerhouses of their sect undergo heavenly tribulation. But they had never seen such a powerful tribulation. How terrifying! The might of this tribulation is 100 times more terrifying than our holy sun. Could this be the legendary creation Thunder Dragon Tribulation? Horrifying. The two of them recalled a certain legend at the same time. Legend said that 10,000 years ago, a monstrously talented Great One on the Lingdong continent had triggered the creation Thunder Dragon Tribulation. After that monstrously talented Great One had soared upward in one step and finally, with the terrifying cultivation base of the Heaven-Human Unity realm, left the Lingdong continent for an even higher world. If this child can survive, he will probably attain that heaven-destroying, earth-shaking Heaven-Human Unity realm. What a pity! He does not belong to our sect alliance. Humph. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. Even if he survives the creation Thunder Dragon Tribulation today, we must slay him. On the Lingdong continent, those who are not members of the sect alliance have no right to break through to the spirit movement realm. After an unknown length of time, the thick and terrifying heavenly thunder finally faded away. Chen Nian, however, was on the verge of being blown apart by the terrifying power of the heavenly thunder. The thunder's force had directly forced his cultivation up to the third stage of the spirit movement realm. Chen Nian knew that he could no longer allow the heavenly thunder to forcibly advance his cultivation. A soaring tower must rise from solid ground. The most important thing is the foundation. If he tried to raise that soaring tower without having laid any foundation whatsoever, the only ending would be. Therefore, Chen Nian stored all the remaining thunder power within the storage ring that Bo had given him back then. Then his gaze fell on Wei Qing, Zhongli Shui, and the others who were already being forced into retreat by the white-clad woman. That woman is at the Heaven Origin realm. If she truly wanted to kill Wei Qing and the others, she could have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Chen Nian looked at the white-clad woman, slightly puzzled. Then a strange thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. By now the heavenly tribulation had dispersed, but the void shattered by the thunderbolts still had not repaired. Therefore in the eyes of others the place Chen Nian had stood was still nothing but ashes. This led the white-bearded middle-aged man and the hunchbacked woman to believe with one accord that Chen Nian had long been smashed to pieces by the creation thunder dragon tribulation. What a pity! A monster of talent like him actually died beneath the creation thunder dragon tribulation, the white-bearded middle-aged man sighed. The hunchbacked woman gave a cold snort. Pity. The pity is that I didn't get to crush that monstrous genius with my own hands. The hunchbacked woman's real name was Mei Leaguai, and the thing she loved most was strangling infants and slaughtering geniuses. A miserable childhood and defective gifts had made her hate every well-born child, and every genius who thinks you really are a freak. The white-bearded middle-aged man glanced at the hunchbacked woman, then waved his hand. Enough, we can go back and report. Why hasn't Lung Shuang finished off those 3 yet? Suddenly the white-bearded middle-aged man frowned. In the distance, Yinghua Weiqing and Zhongli Shui were already completely suppressed by the snow-white-clad woman. But the woman in snow-white did not kill them. No one knew what she was hesitating about. It was at this moment that 2 figures suddenly appeared. Elder Eye. Lung Shuang was about to say something. Irresolute. With a manner like that, how can you be the holy maiden of our sect alliance? The hunchbacked woman gave a cold snort. With one palm, she knocked Lung Shuang back dozens of li. Then cackling, she charged at Yinghua Weiqing and Zhongli Shui. To think the 3 of you managed to escape the martial system in a filthy place like Dongtu Shenzhou. You can be considered 1 in 10,000 geniuses. Ha ha ha. This old woman's greatest pleasure is wiping out so-called geniuses like you. Die. The moment her words fell, a colossal force crushed through space and descended on Weiqing and the others with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Weiqing and Zhongli Shui met the attack with every ounce of their strength. Their cultivation was shallow, and they were as insignificant as ants before the hunchbacked woman. But they did not retreat a single step. Even if they died today, they would still protect the Tao path of their supreme Emperor Chen Nian. Behind them, Yinghua the woman in the plain dress stood with her hands pressed in front of her lower abdomen. Her right hand had already settled on a ring on the ring finger of her left hand, ready to rub it at any moment. At that critical moment, all of a sudden, a massive thunderbolt shot out from the place where Chen Nian had been. Rumble, rumble. The thunder's enormous roar shook space and crushed everything. The white-bearded middle-aged man immediately turned to look behind him. In an instant, boundless terror blazed up in his face. He isn't dead. He actually survived the creation thunder dragon tribulation. What is this thunder? While the white-bearded middle-aged man was still shocked, the colossal thunderbolt had already slammed violently into the hunchbacked woman. Boom. This strike contained the most majestic force between heaven and earth. Even the hunchbacked woman, whose cultivation was at the second stage of the spirit movement realm, was powerless to resist. After being hit, she vomited blood wildly and was smashed hard onto an isolated island in the abyssal ocean. No one knew just how immense that power was, yet the hunchbacked woman actually shattered that isolated island into pieces. It still wasn't over. After driving the hunchbacked woman back, the massive thunderbolt came roaring straight at Weiqing and Zhongli Shui. The 2 were unable to react in time. In an instant they were swept into the thunder. They were at a loss, believing that they had reached certain death. A deeply familiar voice sounded beside their ears. This thunder is the heavenly tribulation I have stored. After being nurtured by me, it has become extremely gentle. Quickly absorb it, you 2. It will not only benefit your cultivation, but will also grant you the power of heavenly tribulation for a time. I command you use the power of heavenly tribulation to wipe out that beast from the sect alliance. The moment the voice sounded by their ears, Weiqing and Zhongli Shui both couldn't help crying out at almost the same time. It's the Grand Emperor. The next second before the 2 could react, the immense thunder poured into them. The mighty thunderous power caused their strength to swell rapidly, if only temporarily. From a distance, the 2 were now bathed entirely in thunder. Crackling sounds continuously burst forth from their bodies. The scene was extraordinarily terrifying. Ha ha, so it's the remnant thunder of the heavenly tribulation that has found those 2. The white-bearded middle-aged man roared with laughter. The hunchbacked old woman, Mei Leaguai, gravely wounded on that isolated island, had already gulped down several bottles of potent tonic pills. Then with a mighty leap, she soared high into the air. Humph, those who create their own calamity cannot survive. Even the heavenly tribulation can't stand you 2 monstrous geniuses of Dongtu Shenzhou. Ha! The hunchbacked woman burst into laughter. Behind the 2, the woman clad in robes as white as snow, Lung Shuang, seemed to realize something. She took several hasty steps back. By the Grand Emperor's decree, slaughter the beasts of the sect alliance. By the Grand Emperor's decree, slaughter the beasts of the sect alliance. Just then 2 furious roars suddenly came from the front. Wei Qing and Zhong Lixue, their bodies radiating thunder, charged at the hunchbacked woman with spears. On the two silver spears, lightning flashed and thunder roared. At the spear tips, even more terrifying thunder was spreading rampantly. What's going on? The hunchbacked woman, who had been roaring with laughter just moments ago, was instantly struck speechless. Behind her, the white-bearded, middle-aged man also knitted his brows. Not good. They've obtained the power of the heavenly tribulation. Melee Guairan. The power of the Genesis Thunder Dragon Tribulation is not something you and I can resist. The white-bearded, middle-aged man shouted loudly, then turned and fled. The hunchbacked woman's face twisted with rage. She glared fiercely at the front and cursed wretches. The remnant power of the heavenly tribulation didn't strike you dead. Instead, it bestowed power upon you. Why? Just you wait. This old woman will return and smash your wretched Dongtu Shinjo to pieces. Though she was burning with fury, the hunchbacked woman knew that at this moment, she could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The Genesis Thunder Dragon Tribulation, let alone her, even their sect master, would be unable to oppose it. So she could only wait for another day to come back and take revenge. Thus she turned and fled. However, she had barely run 100 li. Crackle, crackle. The sound of lightning and thunder suddenly rang out from behind her. She lowered. Suddenly she saw two silver spears protruding from her chest. The spear tips were covered in shattered internal organs and fresh blood. Thunder, like spirit serpents, was rejoicing and dancing as it licked the blood on the spear tips. It was as if all strength had been suddenly drained from the hunchbacked woman. Her face was filled with terror. How did you two manage to do this? She turned her head and glanced at Wei Qing and Zhong Lixue, who had pierced her through with their long spears, and cried out in shock. The Grand Emperor has commanded slaughter the beasts of the sect alliance. Kill. Wei Qing, radiating thunder, let out a furious roar, then violently shook his silver spear. Boom, boom, boom. Endless thunder exploded directly inside the hunchbacked woman's body. The hunchbacked woman's eyes bulged wide. She had never imagined that she, a dignified, world-destroying mighty one of the spirit movement realm, would actually die at the hands of an earth origin realm cultivator as insignificant as an ant. With boundless unwillingness in her heart, the hunchbacked woman threw back her head and bellowed. Genesis Thunder Dragon Tribulation. Why did you bestow your power upon an ant of the earth origin realm? What right do you have? The hunchbacked woman's life force and soul power had already been destroyed by the endless thunder. In the final moment of her life, she suddenly saw that the void shattered by the heavenly tribulation not far away was slowly healing. A young man wearing a Taoist robe and with his hair hanging loose gradually appeared. He lowered both hands into fists, raised his head toward the sky, his hair streaming in the wind, thunder crackling across his entire body. Such majesty, such domineering might, like the thunder god incarnate. It's him. So it's him. The hunchbacked woman's eyes bulged, her gaze filled with utter incredulity. So he didn't die in the heavenly tribulation. Not only did he survive the Genesis Thunder Dragon Tribulation, he even bestowed its remnant power upon those two. Heavens! This man can actually control the heavenly tribulation. He is even more terrifying than the monstrous genius who triggered the Genesis Thunder Dragon Tribulation 10,000 years ago. The hunchbacked woman let out a furious roar. Just then a glint of silver light mingled with thunder viciously pierced into the hunchbacked woman's brow. It was Zhong Lixue who had made her move. The silver spear stabbed in. Thunder exploded madly within the hunchbacked woman's sea of consciousness. Moments later, the hunchbacked woman's life force vanished completely, and she fell from the sky. Not far away, the white-bearded, middle-aged man who had been fleeing for his life was already scared out of his wits. He truly had never imagined that a world-destroying mighty one of the spirit movement realm would die at the hands of an earth origin realm and an origin condensation realm ant. What was even more terrifying was that their power had actually been bestowed by the man who had triggered the Genesis Thunder Dragon Tribulation. This was simply too heaven-defying. Looking across the entire long river of history on the Lingdong continent, never had such a monstrous genius been born. It was already astonishing that he survived the Genesis Thunder Dragon Tribulation, yet he could even manipulate it and grant its power to others. A monstrous genius like this, perhaps only their sect master and the Holy Sun could oppose him. Therefore he had to seize every moment to flee. Otherwise his fate would be the same as Mei Leigui, death and the extinction of his Tao. The speed of a spirit movement realm powerhouse was extremely fast. In an instant the white-bearded, middle-aged man had already fled more than 1,000 li. He was on the verge of leaving the abyssal giant sea and returning to the mainland. But right at this moment, suddenly, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens. The next second, the void was fiercely shattered by thunder. A man wrapped entirely in thunder stepped out from within it. The man wore a Taoist robe, his hair hanging loose, a 3-foot azure sword in hand, and terrifying thunder surging wildly in both eyes. Why you? How can you be so fast? The white-bearded middle-aged man stared at Chen Nian in utter disbelief, his entire being thoroughly stunned. Chen Nian had only just finished his tribulation and achieved the spirit movement realm. The white-bearded middle-aged man, however, had already been in the spirit movement realm for over 1,000 years and now possessed the terrifying cultivation of the second stage of the spirit movement realm. And yet, why was Chen Nian faster than him? I have always been astonishingly fast, terrifyingly fast. Did you not know that? Chen Nian took a step forward. A terrifying pressure instantly radiated toward the front. In this world, anyone capable can cultivate. Why does your sect alliance forbid others from undergoing tribulation? What? Is your sect alliance the heavenly Tao itself? Chen Nian was burning with rage. These beasts of the sect alliance. On what grounds did they forbid others from undergoing tribulation? How could they be so selfish? Ha ha ha. At that moment, a wild laugh burst from the white-bearded middle-aged man. Then his face suddenly turned cold. You're right. On the Lingdong continent, our sect alliance is in existence just like the heavenly Tao itself. Therefore, anyone outside the sect alliance shall be forbidden from transcending tribulation to achieve the spiritual movement realm. Otherwise, there is only death. Chen Nian laughed. What is sect alliance? Selfish, domineering, and narcissistic. Then why haven't I died now that I've attained the spiritual movement realm? Chen Nian sneered. Before him, the white-bearded middle-aged man stepped forward. He reached out and grabbed. A black staff suddenly appeared in his hand. The reason you're still alive is that I haven't made a move yet. Boy, the creation thunder dragon tribulation on you is already extremely weak. Do you think you can still kill me just as you killed Mei Leaguaya? Now I'll let you know exactly what difference lies between a new entry into the spiritual movement realm and a millennium spent within it. The moment his words fell, the white-bearded middle-aged man suddenly let out a thunderous shout. Raising the black staff, he gathered boundless power in the air, then viciously smashed it down toward Chen Nian. The immense power of the spiritual movement realm was enough to destroy the entire Dongtu Shenzhou. Even the whole Lingdong continent would fall under its threat. But in Chen Nian's eyes at this moment, the spiritual movement realm was nothing more than this. He was too lazy even to lift his sword. He simply raised a hand lightly and pinched forward. The next second, thunder surged within Chen Nian's palm and began to spin rapidly counterclockwise. A vortex of thunder appeared. From afar in his palm, it looked like a black hole formed of thunder. The suction grew stronger and stronger. Before the black staff in the white-bearded middle-aged man's hand could even descend, his entire body was caught by the pull and flew uncontrollably toward Chen Nian. What is going on? The white-bearded middle-aged man was utterly shocked. What was that thunder vortex in the brat's palm, and why was it exerting such tremendous suction on him? After all, he was at the second level of the spiritual movement realm, and that boy had only just stepped into the spiritual movement realm. Could it be that this was the terror of the creation thunder dragon tribulation? One who had just entered the spiritual movement realm was about to crush him, a mighty expert who had been in that realm for 1,000 years. The next moment, before the white-bearded middle-aged man could react, he was already seized by the neck by Chen Nian and hoisted high into the air. Oh, so this is the difference between a new entrant to the spiritual movement realm and one who has been in it for 1,000 years, eh? How weak. Chen Nian shook his head helplessly. The white-bearded middle-aged man was practically fuming to death. Him, a renowned monster who had spent a millennium in the spiritual movement realm, a pinnacle-level existence of the entire Lingdong continent, at this very moment was being mocked as weak by a fellow who had just entered the spiritual movement realm. But, even so, he now had nothing to say. Because at this moment, he was completely suppressed by Chen Nian. He couldn't even move his body, let alone resist. What's the matter? Angry? Then go ahead and resist. If you don't resist, that proves you're weak. Sigh. You people of the sect alliance are nothing but trash. Chen Nian exerted force with his right hand. Endless thunder surged out from his palm. The next second, the thunder pierced straight through the white-bearded middle-aged man's neck, savagely tearing apart his nerves and his cultivation, reducing him to a cripple. Endless agony made the white-bearded middle-aged man scream in horror. No, you can't kill me. I am an elder of the sect alliance. If you kill me, the sect alliance will never let you off. Seeing that Chen Nian was utterly unafraid of the sect alliance, the white-bearded middle-aged man tried the appeal to emotion. Do you know Tianpeng Island? On that island lies a giant hand from the immortal realm. In less than 10 years, that giant hand is going to awaken, and when it does, the entire Lingdong continent will fall into catastrophe. At present, experts at the 8th level of the heavenly origin realm from all sects are suppressing the giant hand on Tianpeng Island. But their cultivation is low. Once the giant hand awakens, they can never resist it. And I am the ordained savior of the sect alliance. Once the giant hand awakens, I will go to Tianpeng Island to suppress it. If you kill me, you will be the center of the entire Lingdong continent. Are you going to stand by and watch the Lingdong continent be destroyed by that hand from the immortal realm? Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. Since your sect alliance has so many mighty experts in the spiritual movement realm, why didn't you come out to protect the Lingdong continent when that immortal realm hand appeared 800 years ago, instead letting the weak heavenly origin realm cultivators of every sect resist it? Moreover, since you already know the giant hand is about to awaken, why doesn't your sect alliance dispatch spiritual movement realm experts to suppress it, instead leaving the weak heavenly origin realm cultivators of all sects there to suffer? In my view, your sect alliance intends to use that immortal realm hand to destroy the foundations of all sects, seize their resources, and strengthen yourselves. Am I right? Chen Nian's words struck straight at the white-bearded middle-aged man's heart. No, it's not as you say. The sect alliance has already taken action long ago. It's just that you don't know about it. Do you know the giant dragon that suppressed the immortal realm hand back then? To tell you the truth, that giant dragon is the ancestor of our sect alliance. The white-bearded middle-aged man shouted loudly. Bah! Utterly shameless. If you're going to brag, at least make it sound halfway plausible. What the hell does the dragon ancestor have to do with your sect alliance? I'll be blunt with you too. Not only am I going to kill you today, I'm also going to wipe out your so-called dog's hit sect alliance. As for the matter of Tianpeng Island, you don't need to worry about it. I myself will make a move and slay it. Chen Nian directly raised his long sword and slashed viciously down at the white-bearded middle-aged man's head. Oh no! A scream rang out. The 3 flowers above the middle-aged man's head were severed by Chen Nian. The 3 flowers above the crown were the mark of an expert beyond the spiritual movement realm. These 3 flowers represented respectively the sea of consciousness, soul power, and vitality. If one wished to slay a spiritual movement realm expert, one had to sever these 3 flowers. Otherwise, even if the expert were crushed to pieces, he could revive. Generally speaking, a spiritual movement realm expert facing another of the same realm could at most severely wound his opponent. Only those in the tribulation transcendence realm could slay a spiritual movement realm expert. But with a single strike, Chen Nian, while only at the early stage of the spiritual movement realm, severed the white-bearded middle-aged man's 3 flowers. This showed just how formidable Chen Nian's strength truly was. The North Sea. Countless palaces hovered in the air above the boundless waters. It looked like a celestial. The air was fresh and filled with abundant spiritual energy. This place was the headquarters of the Sect Alliance. At this moment, inside the Spirit Movement Hall of the Sect Alliance, of the 18 soul tablets placed in the hall, 2 suddenly shattered. Mind you, these 18 soul tablets represented the 18 spiritual movement realm elders of the Sect Alliance. This matter instantly shook the entire Sect Alliance. One after another, enormous spiritual movement auras converged within the Spirit Movement Hall in an instant. What's going on? Mei Leaguai and Whitebeard are actually dead. According to the guidance of the soul tablets, their place of death is in Dongtu Shenzhou. What a Dongtu Shenzhou? But that is a filthy land with cultivation restrictions. They say it doesn't even have a Yuan realm expert. Why would 2 super experts of the spiritual movement realm, Mei Leaguai and Whitebeard, die in such a place? Hurry, dispatch an investigation team to Dongtu Shenzhou immediately. We must find out the cause. The guest hall. Dao Ancestor, your presence grants our humble hall great honor. Dao Ancestor, please wait a little longer. I believe news will come down from above before long. Within the vat, a middle-aged man was pouring tea for a white-haired old man. That white-haired old man was precisely the Dao Ancestor of the Dao sect. Alas! The old man of the Dao sect let out a long sigh. Then he said, Hall Master Zhao, this old man has been at the Sect Alliance for over half a year already, and I submitted my petition long ago. Why has the Council of Elders not replied to me to this day? If the Council of Elders still does not reply, it will be too late. What does the Dao Ancestor intend? Although the old Dao sect master's cultivation was merely at the half-step Heaven Yuan realm, his seniority was so lofty that even Hall Master Zhao, one of the 8 great Hall Masters of the Sect Alliance, treated him with the utmost deference. One should know that Hall Master Zhao had already stepped into the 8th realm of Heaven Yuan 2,000 years ago. By now his cultivation had likely reached half-step spirit movement. The old Dao sect master's face darkened. Hall Master Zhao, to be frank, this matter concerns the very safety of our Lingdong continent. It absolutely cannot be allowed to fail. So I must ask Hall Master Zhao to go in person to the Council of Elders. Seeing the old Dao sect master so solemn, Hall Master Zhao agreed. Then wait a moment, Dao Ancestor. I will go and return directly. Before long, under Hall Master Zhao's escort, a woman in a crimson robe arrived at the guest hall. I am Hichu, paying my respects to Elder Han Yuan. The old Dao sect master stepped forward with great courtesy. But the crimson-robed woman wore an air of lofty arrogance. As if she had not seen him at all, she swept past him and seated herself in the seat of honor. Hall Master Zhao was somewhat embarrassed, but he did not know what to do. What is it? Speak, the crimson-robed woman said with a cold snort. Hall Master Zhao hastily cupped his fists. It is like this, Elder Han Yuan. Ancestor Dao submitted a petition half a year ago, yet no reply has come even now. That is why he is frantic with anxiety. Please, Elder, enlighten us. Hearing this, the crimson-robed woman's expression darkened. I thought it was something of importance. Turns out it is nothing but a trivial trifle. For this you made me come in person. What a waste of time. You there, Hichu. Our sect alliance is weighed down with affairs. It is only natural that your petition has yet to be answered. Just wait. With that she rose and made to leave. The old Tao sect master hurried forward, cupping his fists. Elder Hongyuan, this matter bears upon the safety of the Lingdong continent. I beg you to take it seriously. Concerns the safety of the Lingdong continent. What a joke. The crimson-robed woman's face grew evil. She looked down at the old Tao sect master from on high, gave another snort, and said, very well, then let me see what this matter truly is. If it is exactly as you claim, I shall pardon your offense. Otherwise, your Tao sect ought to know full well the fate of those who toy with the sect alliance. The old Tao sect master cupped his hands and said nothing more. At that moment, the crimson-robed woman suddenly reached out and grabbed. A petition was pulled through the air into her hand, and she unfolded it. Lines of text appeared suspended in the void. On it was written, a monstrous prodigy has arisen in Dongtu Shenzhou. His cultivation has already reached half-step spirit movement, and in no time, he will undergo tribulation to attain the spirit movement realm. Only he can dissolve the immortal realm's hand of Tianpeng Island. We beg the sect alliance to stay its hand and not obstruct his tribulation. 3 short sentences. Instantly, the crimson-robed woman's face turned black as charcoal. A terrifying aura flooded the entire hall, let alone the old Tao sect master. Even Hall Master Zhao at this moment was crushed until he could barely breathe. With a pained expression, Hall Master Zhao cast a glance at the old Tao sect master, his eyes full of complaint. He had thought the man might truly have some monumental matter at hand. Who could have imagined that he had actually come to plead for a man about to undergo tribulation? Did he not know the rules of the sect alliance? How dare you? Suddenly a roar burst from the crimson-robed woman's mouth. Crack! With one slap, she shattered the stone platform before her. In the next breath, she grabbed the old Tao sect master by the neck and lifted him into the air, her face twisted into a hideous snarl. You Hichu. You truly have the gall of a dog. How dare you violate the rules of our sect alliance? Speak. Just what are you trying to do? The old Tao sect master answered with a hoarse, desperate voice, Elder Hongyuan, I have already told you. Only he can lift the crisis now bearing down upon the Lingdong continent. Therefore the sect alliance must make an exception for him. Our sect alliance has 18 spirit movement realm elders and more than 100 half-step spirit movement powerhouses. As for that immortal realm's hand of Tianpeng Island, a few dozen Heaven Yuan 8th realm experts from the various sects alone would suffice to suppress it. And now you tell me that a piece of trash from that filthy backwater of Dongtu Shenzhou is the only one who can resolve the Lingdong continent's current crisis. You are spouting utter fantasy. Are you looking down on our sect alliance? Elder Hongyuan roared in tower. The old Tao sect master answered with a bleak face, if the sect alliance could slay the immortal realm's hand, why has it done nothing all this time? Instead, you send the patriarchs of our various sects to fight. Tao ancestor, mind your words. Hall Master Zhao hurriedly tried to stop him. How insolent. Utterly insolent. You, the leader of a measly little Tao sect, actually dare to question our sect alliance. In my view, this stinking Tao sect of yours no longer needs to exist. Elder Hongyuan was in a fury, looking as though she wished to behead the old Tao sect master on the spot. Yet the old Tao sect master did not fear her in the least. Rather, he retorted with righteous severity, whether my Tao sect must exist is for the Tianshu Tao Palace to decide, not your sect alliance. Crack. For a moment the entire hall fell into a terrifying silence. Clearly Elder Hongyuan was not without fear of those 4 characters. Tianshu Tao Palace. Get out. Your request. I will never agree to it, and neither will the sect alliance. With a sweep of her hand, Elder Hongyuan blasted the old Tao sect master flying out of the guest hall. Suddenly, as if something occurred to her, she reached out once more and dragged the old Tao sect master back. Hichu, you said just now that the fellow about to undergo tribulation is that martial brute from the filthy backwater of Dongtu Shenzhou, didn't you? He is a man of Dongtu Shenzhou, but he is no martial brute. And Dongtu Shenzhou is no filthy The old Tao sect master spoke with stern severity. Though his strength was weak, he did not fear Elder Hongyuan in the slightest. Elder Hongyuan sneered coldly. Then with a sudden leap, she stood before the old Tao sect master, saying with a mocking smile, old fellow, your seniority is high, so I won't touch you today. But what I must tell you is this. A few days ago, Whitebeard and Old Monster May went to Dongtu Shenzhou. What? Hearing this news, the old Tao sect master felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Why? That was the only hope of Dongtu Shenzhou, and the final lifeline of the Lingdong continent. Sect alliance. Your crime is unpardonable. The old Tao sect master knew full well what it meant that Whitebeard and Old Monster May had gone to Dongtu Shenzhou. Most likely Chen Nian had already been slain by those 2 wretches during his tribulation. Seeing the old Tao sect master in such utter despair, Elder Hongyuan was overjoyed at heart, and she then released the hand that had suspended the old Tao sect master in midair. With a thud, the old Tao sect master crashed heavily to the ground, as if every ounce of strength had been drained from his body. His eyes were blood-red, brimming with unwillingness and rage. His face was written with despair. The Lingdong continent will never have another chance. When that immortal realm's hand revives, that will be the moment the Lingdong continent is destroyed. Your sect alliance will inevitably pay the price it deserves for your selfishness. He muttered to himself, thoroughly unhinged. Tao ancestor. Are you being a bit alarmist? Hall Master Zhao stepped forward to help the old Tao sect master up, only to be shoved aside. And so he could only watch as the old Tao sect master step by step left the guest hall. Elder Hongyuan laughed uproariously at the sky, so excited, so proud. Just then several figures suddenly appeared at the guest hall. Report to Elder Hongyuan. The soul tablets of Elder Whitebeard and Elder Old Monster may have shattered. The sect leader has issued an order. All elders are to convene at the main hall for deliberation. What did you say? The instant Elder Hongyuan received this news, the smile that had been on his face vanished. In its place was nothing but boundless shock. Elder Whitebeard and Elder Mei Leaguai were killed in the Eastern Earth Divine Continent. The sect master has ordered all elders to immediately proceed to the Grand Hall to discuss this matter. The messenger spoke again. Boom. Elder Hongyuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Senior Brother Whitebeard and Senior Brother Mei Leaguai are both powerhouses of the spirit movement realm. And that filthy place, the Eastern Earth Divine Continent, is full of mere martial artists. How could they possibly die at the hands of martial artists? Though he refused to believe any of this was true, Hongyuan knew that the sect master would never jest with him, and the soul tablets of Whitebeard and Mei Leaguai would not have vanished without cause. Just then Hall Master Zhao, standing in the hall, suddenly jerked his head upward. Then he said, Elder Hongyuan, do you still remember what Ancestor Tao mentioned just now, eh? Elder Hongyuan abruptly turned his gaze toward the outside of the hall. Could it be? A terrifying thought instantly surged into her mind. Hichu, come with me to the Grand Hall at once. Elder Hongyuan let out a furious shout, then soared into the air and flew out of the reception hall. At this moment, the old man of the Tao sect was already on his way back. Suddenly seized by Hongyuan's immense power, he turned back in fury and said, Hong, do not go too far. The Tao sect is not to be trifled with either. Whitebeard and Mei Leaguai died in the Eastern Earth Divine Continent. You will come with me to the Grand Hall at once and explain to the sect master everything you said about that monstrous genius. Upon receiving this news, the old man of the Tao sect abruptly opened his eyes wide. In his gaze were both boundless delight and boundless shock. Heaven has not forsaken the Tao sect. Heaven has not forsaken the spirit movement continent. Chen Nian, oh Chen Nian, I knew you were a monstrous prodigy, but I never imagined you could be monstrous to such a degree. Elder Hongyuan's face turned grim. She said coldly, Hichu, what do you mean by this? My senior brother and senior sister were murdered, and you are this delighted. They brought it upon themselves. You. In all these tens of thousands of years, the sect alliance had never been so solemn. Before long, upon the 100 Zhanghai main throne, a feminine-looking man suddenly appeared. With a pair of slender jade-like hands, he gently brushed aside his hair, revealing a face more beautiful than any woman's. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, sect master. Reverent voices echoed ceaselessly throughout the grand hall. The feminine man suddenly threw back his head and laughed wildly, his voice thin and long like a woman's. Yet there was no one present who did not fear that voice. Everyone lowered their heads and remained silent. Some were even trembling, all over drenched in cold sweat from sheer terror. An oppressive aura of terror filled the hall inside and out, as if the very heavens and earth were prostrate beneath the feet of that feminine man. How amusing. Ha ha ha, how truly amusing. The Eastern Earth Divine Continent, a cursed scrap of land abandoned by the gods, has actually produced a powerhouse who has transcended tribulation into the spirit movement realm. And what's more, this powerhouse has slain Whitebeard and Mei Leaguai. Ha ha ha, this is truly the greatest joke under heaven. The feminine man roared with wild laughter. The peerless experts in the great hall, any one of whom could shake the entire spirit movement continent should they step out into the world. Now before that feminine man did not even dare to let out a single fart. Bring the man up. The feminine man's smile abruptly ceased, as his icy, piercing gaze, as though it could see through everything in this world, swept toward the outside of the hall. The next second, a white-haired old man riddled with steel blades was kicked in by a redrobed old woman. Bang! The white-haired old man hit the ground and rolled several times before coming to a stop. Fresh crimson blood splattered everywhere. The elders and hall masters on both sides were all deeply shocked. In particular, Hall Master Zhao rose abruptly to his feet. Ancestor Tao, he cried out in shock, then hastily knelt toward the feminine man, Sect Master Ancestor Dao is a senior to us all and the one who holds power in the Dao sect. Treating him like this may be inadvisable. If the Dao sect learns of this, they will surely make trouble for our sect alliance. Hall Master Zhao, what nonsense are you spouting? Get back here. Those close to Hall Master Zhao hurried forward and with much tugging dragged him back. But just then the feminine man suddenly brushed aside his hair with slender jade-like fingers. He gazed at Hall Master Zhao with great interest and said, Hall Master Zhao, are you implying that I have committed an error? An overwhelming pressure directly crushed Zhao Wu's legs. Bang! Bang! Zhao Wu's legs exploded into pieces. A miserable shriek spread throughout the entire hall. The elders and hall masters who had just been about to plead for Zhao Wu all bowed their heads drenched in cold sweat. That ungrateful wretch deserves exactly this. Elder Hong Yuan stepped forward and planted a foot on Zhao Wu's forehead. A vast surge of vital force instantly shattered Zhao Wu's sea of consciousness. Sect master and ingrate like this does not deserve to remain in our sect alliance. Please give the order, and I will slay him. Suddenly the feminine man lifted his head. Are you teaching me how to do my job? He waved his hand. Boom. Elder Hong Yuan was sent flying hundreds of li away by a tremendous force, spitting blood as she knelt on the ground. The entire hall was stifling and oppressive. No one dared to speak. Only the sound of soft feminine footsteps echoed. Then the feminine man stepped down through the air from the Hunderjong throne surrounded by a host of ethereal beauties. He walked to the old Dao sect elder who was pierced through by countless great swords. By now the old Dao sect elder was at his last breath. Yet in his eyes there was not the slightest fear of the Have the filthy mortal of the Eastern Earth divine continent come personally to beg my forgiveness, and I will spare your life. The feminine man stepped on the old Dao sect elder's chest. The old Dao sect elder's eyes were splitting with fury. His blood-red eyes locked onto the feminine man as he roared word by word, that will never happen. He is the final hope of the spirit movement continent. He must never fall into your hands. Ha! The feminine man burst into wild laughter. Then his expression suddenly turned icy. His slender fair hand ripped the scalp off the old Dao sect elder's head. He is the final hope of the spirit movement continent, so what am I? And what is the sect alliance? The old Dao sect elder's face twisted in agony. He shouted, the sect alliance has never protected the spirit movement continent. The sect alliance is the vampire of the spirit movement continent. Only he can protect this continent. The feminine man narrowed his eyes. He gently reached out and pulled a Dao heart directly from the old Dao sect elder's chest. Then he smiled softly, has such a pure Dao heart. Perfect for brewing soup. Having his Dao heart gouged out the old Dao sect elder was nearly insane. His eyes were blood-red as he roared. He will not spare you, nor will he spare the sect alliance. Oh, is that so? The feminine man smiled, then again reached out and shattered the old man's eyes, tongue, and teeth. When he was finished, he seemed tired. He said, hang him at the peak of the Dao sect under Hong Yuan's watch. When that brat returns, bring him back to see me as well. I am tired and need to rest. Above the abyssal giant sea, Chen Nian had been consolidating his cultivation there ever since he survived the creation thunder dragon tribulation and stepped into the spirit movement realm. After receiving the heavenly tribulation thunder bestowed by Chen Nian and briefly wielding the power of the heavenly tribulation to slay the hunchbacked old woman, Mei Leaguai Wei Qing, and Zhongli Shui fell into a deep slumber. While consolidating his cultivation, Chen Nian also protected the two of them. It was only after a full 6 months that they finally awakened. No sooner had the two awakened than the residual heavenly tribulation power within their bodies began to surge wildly, pushing their cultivation forward at a breakneck pace before they even had time to thank Chen Nian. In just 2 months, Wei Qing leapt from the first level to the third level of the Earth Origin Realm. Zhongli Shui, meanwhile, had also advanced from the 8th level of the Condensed Origin Realm to the first level of the Earth Origin Realm. Honestly, the speed at which the two had improved was enough to startle even Chen Nian. Although he had no idea exactly how fast he himself had cultivated in the Condensed Origin and Earth Origin realms, he guessed that even advancing a single minor realm would have required several days of breathing and spiritual energy. Besides, he had deliberately observed before that every transformation of his power took longer and longer. In recent decades, it could even take 1 or 2 months, or even half a year to complete a single transformation of power. He had truly never imagined that the heavenly tribulation thunder he had nurtured would be so terrifying. It had actually allowed Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui to complete 2 minor realm breakthroughs in just 2 months. At the same time, he was astounded by the speed of their cultivation. Chen Nian had not been idle either. After killing the white-bearded middle-aged man and the hunchbacked woman, he had stripped them of all their valuables and obtained countless spirit pills, marvelous medicines, and magical treasures. Together with the resources he had taken from killing the blood demon and from Song Yanfeng, and his group in the Fengyan Kingdom. Chen Nian used all of them at once to push his cultivation from the second level of the spirit movement realm to the third level. Moreover, because there was still residual heavenly tribulation power, Chen Nian's cultivation did not stop at the third level of the spirit movement realm. It continued to surge forward with wild momentum. After roughly another year had passed, Chen Nian's cultivation broke directly into the fourth level of the spirit movement realm. If he had not already used up all the resources he had plundered and had not kept a little of the residual heavenly tribulation power to give to his daughter when he returned, he would definitely have charged straight into the fifth level of the spirit movement realm. Too slow. After spending more than 2 years here, my cultivation has only barely reached the fourth level of the spirit movement realm. When will I ever cross the Heavenman tribulation and attain the Heavenman unity realm? Resources. I need resources. Chen Nian roared inwardly. Ahem. If the spirit movement realm powerhouses of the Sect Alliance heard these words, they would probably be furious half to death. After entering the spirit movement realm, cultivation progress became extremely slow. For instance, the white-bearded old man Chen Nian had only barely reached the third level of the spirit movement realm after 2,000 years in that realm. Even that was already considered a truly gifted existence. Someone like Chen Nian, who had stepped into the spirit movement realm just over 2 years ago and had already broken into the fourth level, had never before appeared in the entire spirit movement continent. If word of this got out, the entire spirit movement continent would be utterly shaken. The time is almost up. We should head back. Chen Nian stood up, stretched, and then turned his gaze to Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui. When he looked at their cultivation, he was stunned once again. Wei Qing's cultivation had actually broken through the human origin realm, while Zhongli Shui had actually reached the 8th level of the earth origin realm. Good. Chen Nian was in an excellent mood. He truly had not expected the residual thunder of the heavenly tribulation to allow the two to cross an entire major realm in just over 2 years. Alright, we are heading back. Chen Nian sent a voice transmission to the two. Hearing this, they immediately paused their cultivation and bowed to Chen Nian with clasped hands. We thank the Supreme Emperor for his great kindness. From this day onward, Wei Qing is willing to serve the Supreme Emperor with utter devotion. Zhongli Shui feels the same. The two first expressed their gratitude to Chen Nian and swore that they would henceforth be Chen Nian's people. No matter what orders Chen Nian gave them, they would never shrink back. You two go back and prepare. 3 days from now you will accompany me to the inland. Chen Nian commanded. At present he was still not confident that he could slay the immortal realm's hand at Tianpeng Island. Therefore he needed to make a trip to the inland to obtain more cultivation resources, especially the Aohai secret realm, where heavenly treasures and earthly wonders that could send his cultivation soaring were sure to be found. In addition, he wanted to take those around him along to brave the trials. After all, he would soon be leaving for the immortal realm, so he had to make sure that the people beside him along with his disciples and grand disciples had the power to protect themselves. Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui exchanged glances, their eyes shining with brilliance. From birth until now, they had never once left the Dongtu Divine Province. Who could have imagined it? The Supreme Emperor was actually going to take them to the inland. Their cultivation had already reached the absolute pinnacle of the Dongtu Divine Province. If they continued to remain here, their progress would probably become painfully slow. If they could go to the inland, that would be a heaven-sent opportunity for them. They also wondered how powerful the experts of the inland were and how many things they had yet to know. How exciting! Yes, Supreme Emperor. Yes, Supreme Emperor. The two nodded in agreement and then headed toward the Tianlong capital. Chen Nian, in contrast, tore open space and stepped through with a single stride. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a bright, graceful figure rushing over at high speed. It was none other than the plain-skirted woman Yinghua. Why are you still following me? Chen Nian frowned and looked at her. For the past 2 years or so, Yinghua had been watching Chen Nian from afar. To be honest, she felt a little bitter. She could not understand why Chen Nian had ignored her back then when he bestowed the residual heavenly tribulation power. If it had not been for that, perhaps she would have already broken into the half-step spirit movement realm by now. Over the past 2 years, watching Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui rely on the residual heavenly tribulation power to advance by leaps and bounds, she truly felt miserable inside. I have already acknowledged you as my master, so I will naturally follow you forever and never leave. The plain-skirted woman spoke, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lips. Chen Nian smiled faintly. You are Yinghua, the most gifted disciple of the Sword Sect in this generation and the future successor to the position of Sword Sect Master. For someone of your supreme talent, you should be roaming the great sacred lands of the inland. How could you come to a small place like the Dongtu Divine Province and by coincidence acknowledge me as your master? When Chen Nian got to this point, the plain-skirted woman was already frowning deeply. She could not figure out exactly how she had been exposed. If she knew that Chen Nian had obtained this information by directly reading Gu Kuang's memories, she would be shocked beyond measure. To draw out a person's soul and seize their memories. That is an immortal technique. I do not know why you did what you did, nor do I wish to know. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that you saved the disciples of my Taoist temple and my daughter, I would have directly extracted your memories to see exactly what your purpose is. So before I change my mind, leave. The moment his voice fell, an immense pressure descended directly onto the plain-skirted woman's head. The plain-skirted woman's face turned pale, and her eyes were full of shock. She knew that if her memories were extracted, Chen Nian would no longer consider her kindness in saving the Bo disciples and Empress Lingxiao. He would have her sliced into 10,000 pieces. He might even whip her corpse. Truly unexpected. This man actually possessed an immortal technique, extracting another person's memories. It seemed that this was how he had learned her true identity as well. Terrifying beyond measure. Fine. As you wish, I will leave. Still shaken, the plain-skirted woman sighed and said. She had been Chen Nian's servant for nearly 3 years. Now that her inner demon had been removed, remaining here any longer would bring nothing but layers upon layers of danger. We will meet again. With that, she turned toward open space with one hand and stepped inside. Looking at her receding figure, Chen Nian fell into deep thought. He always felt that this woman was strangely familiar, yet no matter how he tried, he could not remember her. At that moment, a figure in robes as white as snow slowly descended from the sky. Chen Nian looked up at the frost-cold woman and could not help furrowing his brow. More than 2 years had passed, and this woman still had not left. Aren't you afraid I will kill you? Chen Nian said coldly. The snow-robed woman landed more than 10 li away from him. Her face was expressionless, and she radiated an aura like frost, as if she were a sculpture carved from ice. For 100 li in every direction, a bone-piercing chill spread unchecked. It seemed that even a single step closer would freeze one solid. What a stubborn woman. Chen Nian glanced at her, said no more, then turned and tore apart space to leave. On that day, this woman could have killed Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui, but she did not. That was why Chen Nian had not killed her. After Chen Nian left, only then did the ice sculpture-like woman slowly move forward. You are the first person in this world to dare oppose the sect alliance. I admire you, but I also feel sorrow for you. I will keep following you until the moment the sect alliance kills you. When she finished speaking, she turned to leave. Just then the space in front of her was suddenly torn open, and a young man in Taoist robes with his hair tied up stepped out from within. Startled, Lung Shuang jolted. Instinctively, she raised her long sword and pointed it straight ahead while retreating several steps. What are you doing? If you were already gone, why did you come back? Lung Shuang said. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. I want to hear why you plan to keep following me until the moment I am killed by the sect alliance. What does the sect alliance have a grudge against you? Lung Shuang sheathed her long sword, her face icy, as if her pretty features were frozen and incapable of smiling. That's right, the sect alliance and I share a blood feud. But with my power alone, I cannot take revenge. So I want to see whether you are capable of shaking it. Chen Nian smiled faintly. And if I am? Lung Shuang said without expression, absolutely impossible. The sect alliance's power is far beyond your imagination. Its backer is a terrifying existence that no one in this world can match. Otherwise, by what right would the sect alliance dictate the rules of the Lingdong continent? If that is so, then why do you still hold hope for me? Chen Nian asked with a faint smile. For a moment, Lung Shuang did not know how to answer. Chen Nian laughed heartily. Then without another word, he tore open space and stepped through. Lung Shuang stood frozen in place, Chen Nian's words echoing over and over in her mind. If that is so, then why do you still hold hope for me? Indeed, since the sect alliance was powerful to such a degree, why had she placed hope in this martial artist born in the Dongtu divine province? Was it because her hatred of the sect alliance ran too deep? So after meeting someone who dared to kill members of the sect alliance, she could not help pinning her hopes on this person to wipe out the sect alliance. After a long silence, she sighed inwardly and shook her head. When Chen Nian took another step, he had already arrived at the back mountain of the Bo Taoist temple. He came and went like the wind, unnoticed by anyone. As he appeared before the wooden cabins on the back mountain, third Prince Yin Xiang and fourth Princess Yin Shang were seated cross-legged in meditation. Chen Nian released his spiritual sense to probe. He discovered that the two had already stepped into the Earth origin realm. Yin Shang, whose talent was slightly greater, was already at the second level of Earth origin. Grandfather. Yin Xiang was the first to notice Chen Nian. He knelt down at once and shouted at the top of his voice. Yin Shang, awakened by the noise, also hurriedly knelt and cried out excitedly, "Grandfather, you have returned." The next second, with a bang, the wooden cabin door was suddenly blown open by the wind. A female emperor whose presence could rival all under heaven walked out, her face filled with anxiety. "Father, you have returned." Lingxiao Empress hurried toward Chen Nian, her voice somewhat choked. From this, one could see how much she had missed him during the 2 years he had been away. Father and daughter talked through the night. In those 2 years, Lingxiao Empress' cultivation had broken into the 5th level of the human origin realm. But that was not enough. Chen Nian poured all the remnant tribulation lightning he had nurtured for more than 2 years into Lingxiao Empress' cultivation. On the night of the 3rd day, A long clear cry came from the wooden cabin. Ling Xiao Empress cultivation had directly stepped into the 8th level of the human origin realm on the verge of breaking into half-step heaven origin. Chen Nian was overjoyed. He knew that he could not stay by his daughter's side protecting her forever, so she had to become stronger herself. Only then could he rest assured. One morning Chen Nian announced that he would take all experts above the condensing origin realm from the Bo Taoist temple into the inland. The entire Bo Taoist temple erupted in excitement. Senior brother. No ancestor. Is the Bo Taoist temple going to move to the inland to develop? Dao Kong knelt on the ground and cried out the question to Chen Nian. Chen Nian smiled faintly. He had already noticed the change in Dao Kong. He believed that this man would surely become a cornerstone of the Bo Taoist temple in the future. It was even possible that he would become the 13th temple master. I have no intention of leading the Bo Taoist temple in a relocation for now. This time all experts from the condensing origin realm upward are mobilized to enter a secret realm. Within that secret realm are countless treasures and opportunities. I hope they will allow you to advance even further along the path of cultivation. Chen Nian's vast and resonant divine voice spread across the entire Bo Taoist temple. In an instant, everyone was roused to feverish excitement. A secret realm, the legendary secret realm. The Bo Taoist temple was truly about to soar to the heavens this time. If anyone obtained a supreme treasure in the secret realm, that would truly be a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Thank you, ancestor. Mighty ancestor. Everyone shouted in unison. Then countless figures shot up from. At present the Bo Taoist temple had a full 100 experts above the condensing origin realm. To tell the truth, Chen Nian had originally wanted to take everyone along. But he could not help it, for the cultivators of the inland were far too strong. Once warriors of their rank set foot in the inland, they would surely face countless dangers. So for the safety of the disciples, Chen Nian left all disciples below the origin realm at the Bo Taoist. Of course, to make up for it, Chen Nian completely opened up the back mountain of the Bo Taoist temple. Anyone from the Bo Taoist temple who stayed behind this time could enter the back mountain without restriction to pick spirit roots and spirit fruits. Moreover, to inspire the disciples left in the Dongtu divine province, Chen Nian set up a reward. Anyone who broke through to the origin realm before their return would receive a bottle of origin nourishing pills. This immediately made the disciples who could not go to the inland even more excited. After all, origin nourishing pills were miraculous medicines on the path of cultivation. Many disciples in the Bo Taoist temple had only advanced rapidly in cultivation because of origin nourishing pills. Farewell, ancestor. Farewell, masters. Farewell, senior brothers. The remaining disciples shouted loudly toward the sky. Every one of them was filled with high morale. Chen Nian nodded slightly. Then he waved his hand, and an unprecedentedly powerful protective formation enveloped the entire Bo Taoist temple and the Tianlong capital. Unless a great power of the tribulation transcendence realm came here, no one would even be able to find the Bo Taoist temple, let alone threaten it. High in the sky, Chen Nian touched his storage ring, and a Dao treasure wooden ship over 100 zhang long appeared. After all the Bo disciples boarded the ship, the wooden ship began to fly at tremendous speed toward the end. On the wooden ship, Chen Nian stood at the bow deck, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the Dongtu Shenzhou below. From here, compared with the vast inland, Dongtu Shenzhou seemed like crumbs that had fallen from a giant flatbread. He was utterly perplexed. Why would such a tiny place be cursed by the gods and become a land where cultivation was sealed? He thought for a long time, but still could not find the answer. He shook his head. One day he thought this mystery would surely be solved. Ancestor, may I ask whether our destination is the secret realm you once mentioned? Dao Kong and Dao Qiong came to stand behind Chen Nian. It was Chen Nian who had called them over. No, our Bo Taoist temple has no quota to enter the Aohai secret realm, so we will first go to the Dao sect, ask for some quotas, and then go to the Aohai secret realm together with the Dao sect disciples. Chen Nian stood with his hands behind his back. Although the Bo Taoist temple was now powerful with more than 5 experts at the human origin realm, it was after all only a minor force in Dongdu Shenzhou. Only the great sects of the inland had the qualifications to enter the Aohai secret realm. And Chen Nian now had a feud with the sect alliance that governed the Aohai secret realm and had even killed some of their people. Therefore, he could only rely on the Dao sect to arrange for the disciples of the Bo Taoist temple to enter the Aohai secret realm. After all, under the title of a new generation disciple of the Dao sect, he had procured an additional 1,000 places for the Dao sect to enter the Aohai secret realm. As for the Bo disciples he was leading this time, plus Wei Qing, Zhongli Shui, and others from the Tianlong Empire, they barely numbered more than 100. He believed that the old man of the Dao sect would surely agree. The Dao sect. Disciple has heard that the Dao sect is one of the top 3 great sects in the inland. Dao Qiong gasped, covering her cherry-like small mouth with a small jade-like hand. Dao Kong also widened his eyes. They had not expected Chen Nian to have such a high standing that he could obtain quotas from a top 3 great sect in the inland. How terrifying. It made them recall how they had once looked down on Chen Nian and believed him to be a good for nothing without cultivation. The mere thought made them blush all over. Chen Nian smiled wryly and said, "Don't rush to be shocked. This is only the beginning." Having said this, he turned to look at Dao Kong and Dao Qiong. "Aren't the two of you on very good terms with Dao Ran? Why is there no sign of him?" Hearing this, Dao Kong and Dao Qiong exchanged glances. They had never expected that the ancestor had called them over to ask about Dao Ran. Dao Kong sighed and replied, "Ancestor, after the master revealed your true identity more than 2 years ago, Dao Ran disappeared. It seems he secretly left the Bio Taoist temple and vanished." Dao Qiong also said. Chen Nian fell silent. After a long while he sighed and said, "The inner demon has already taken root. I hope he can hold fast to his original heart and not take the wrong path. Ancestor, if Dao Ran takes the wrong path, this disciple is willing to cut off his head with my own hands." Dao Kong said hastily with a cupped fist salute. Chen Nian nodded and told the two to go back. Soon the wooden ship flying at high speed arrived above the Xinyuan giant sea. At this moment Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui stood behind Chen Nian. "Supreme Emperor, we sent people to search the entire dong to Shenzhou, but we found no trace of Mei Leigui's corpse." Wei Qing bowed slightly as he spoke. Chen Nian frowned. At that time, after he had slain Whitebeard, he went back to search for Mei Leigui's corpse. Although Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui had killed Mei Leigui, they had not severed the 3 flowers atop her head. But to their surprise, Mei Leigui's corpse had already disappeared long ago. "I understand." Chen Nian nodded and then let out a long breath. Dong to Shenzhou still hit a great crisis. That crisis was Mei Leigui. But unless Mei Leigui came out on her own, no one could find her. Even Chen Nian could not sense her existence. He did not know whether that detestable woman was alive or dead. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Nian had set up great protective formations at the Bio Taoist Temple and the Tianlong Empire. Even if Mei Leigui were truly still alive, she could not possibly break the formation Chen Nian had set up, unless she summoned an ancient mighty being at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. But Chen Nian had already learned from Whitebeard's memories that, not to mention the great sects of the inland, even within the sect alliance there was no ancient mighty being at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Therefore for now there was no immediate worry. Just then towering waves of 10,000 zhong suddenly surged ahead. In the sky black clouds pressed down and countless thunderbolts crazily crashed down. The giant wooden ship moving through the sky was jolted by the aftershock of the thunder and swayed dangerously. The next second, more than a dozen figures flew out from the wooden ship. Gao Dashan, Liuli Wang Qingyan, and the other Bio ancestral masters all began forming hand seals to protect the wooden ship. Several days ago, after Chen Nian returned to the Bio Taoist temple, he gave his daughter the Lingxiao Empress enough residual thunder from the heavenly tribulation, and he had not forgotten his disciples and descendants either. Although the residual thunder from the heavenly tribulation received by Gao Dashan and the others was far less than what the Lingxiao Empress had obtained, their gains were still considerable. Among them, Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, and Eagle Eye, the 3 with the strongest talents, directly broke through to the human origin realm. The strength of the others was also above the 6th level of the Earth origin realm. In other words, even if placed in the inland, the current Bio Taoist temple was already strong enough to compete with the Dao sect. Of course, if Chen Nian, that monstrously talented ancestor, were included, then the only ones in the entire inland who could rival the Bio Taoist temple would probably be the selfish sect alliance. Chen Nian stood at the bow deck with his hands behind his back. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. First, he felt gratified by the powerful cultivation that his disciples and descendants had now achieved. Second, he had sensed a familiar aura. "Father, it seems a mighty being is undergoing tribulation ahead." A gentle, lovely voice sounded from behind Chen Nian. The speaker was none other than the Lingxiao Empress. Chen Nian turned to look behind him. He was slightly startled, for his daughter's cultivation had actually broken through to the half-step heaven origin realm. This was already the same level of cultivation as that old man of the Dao sect. "Excellent. Nian, you're amazing. Even your father's cultivation speed back then could not compare with yours." Chen Nian smiled, reached out, and gently tapped the Lingxiao Empress' pretty nose. Praised by her father, the Lingxiao Empress felt overjoyed inside. It was as if she had eaten honey. How sweet. A sweet smile that no outsider had ever seen appeared on her. She nodded at Chen Nian and said, "All of this is because of father." Chen Nian gently stroked the Lingxiao Empress' beautiful face. He said, "You Nian must keep working hard. One day father will take you to the immortal realm to find your mother." "All right." The Lingxiao Empress nodded vigorously. At that moment her gaze once again fell on the countless enormous thunderbolts descending from the sky ahead. Then she said, "Father, since we arrived at the Xinyuan giant sea, it seems we have never seen a single exotic beast in this giant sea. It seems something has happened to the Xinyuan giant sea." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Nian extended his spiritual sense to investigate the area within 100 li. Sure enough, there was not the slightest breath of life. Father, could it be that some mighty being has emerged from the Xinyuan Juhai? Empress Ling Xiao asked solemnly. Chen Nian gently stroked the back of her head and comforted her. Don't worry. With your father here, all will be well. Empress Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Before long, under the protection of a host of Bo ancestors, Gao Dashan, Liu Li Wang Qingnian, and others, the wooden boat had already arrived beneath the layers of black clouds. Then an incredible scene unfolded. A 10th Sanshang giant serpent was rearing skyward, confronting the thunder directly. Thick bolts of thunder came hammering down upon the 10th Sanshang giant serpent with crazed fury. Roar, roar, roar. The giant serpent was pure white all over. It raised its head and opened its enormous maw wide, showing not the slightest fear of the thunder descending from heaven. Everyone on the wooden boat was stunned by the sight. Even Gao Dashan, Wang Qingnian, and Yin, who had already stepped into the human origin realm, were drenched in cold sweat. For they could clearly sense the immense aura erupting from the 10th Sanshang giant serpent was something even they could not hope to resist. I never imagined that such a terrifying serpent could actually exist in the Xinyuan Juhai. I wonder what realm it is trying to break through to. It is truly terrifying beyond description. We should take a detour and leave quickly. If that serpent fixes its gaze on us, we are done for. Yin, go and ask the old ancestor for instructions. On the deck, Chen Nian wore a faint smile, a trace of pride curling at the corners of his mouth. About 2.5 years ago, when he had returned from the inland to Dongtu, Shenzhou Xiaoxue had stayed behind in the Xinyuan Juhai. Chen Nian never imagined that in just 2.5 short years, Xiaoxue, who had not even stepped into the earth origin realm back then, was now actually striving to break into the heaven origin realm. Although the cultivation system of the demon race was more or less the same as humanity's, every time they crossed a major realm, a heavenly tribulation accompanied them. No need for a detour. I have my own plans. Chen Nian waved a hand at Yin. Yes, old ancestor. Yin nodded and immediately returned to his station guarding the wooden boat and urging it to speed forward. Because of Chen Nian's words, the group, who had been so worried just moments ago, finally felt their suspended hearts settle. Father, do you know that giant serpent? Empress Ling Xiao's voice came from behind. Chen Nian smiled faintly and replied, it is my little pet. Back at the Bo Rear Mountain you saw it as well. Empress Ling Xiao was momentarily stunned. She quickly recalled that when she had broken through to the 9th rank, 3 little creatures had barged in. At that time, it had been her father who drove all 3 little creatures away. And one of those 3 little creatures was a great white serpent. Could it be? At that thought, Empress Ling Xiao's heart jolted, and she instinctively covered her mouth. So those 3 little creatures back then were truly no ordinary beings. Remembering how she had once believed her father was an ordinary mortal carrying a firewood knife as he drove away those 3 little creatures, Empress Ling Xiao could not help but burst into laughter. Who could have imagined that one of those 3 little creatures would become such a terrifying existence? Such a terrifying existence was actually her father's little pet. How incredible her father was. Empress Ling Xiao looked at Chen Nian, her eyes brimming with a daughter's adoration for her father. Up in the sky, suddenly 3 colossal warships appeared. They directly surrounded the little snow python amid its tribulation, enclosing it in the center. Ha ha ha, I never imagined that as soon as we arrived at Lingdong continent our luck would be this good. Encountering an exotic beast undergoing its tribulation. Tisk, this snow python is brimming with spiritual energy. It clearly has a special bloodline. I think this snow python has the potential to transform into a dragon. Who would have thought that a place as small as Lingdong continent could be home to such a rare beast? If we can capture it alive and bring it back to the matriarch as a medicinal catalyst, she will be overjoyed. At that point, even a casual hair plucked from her body would be enough to make us brothers rise to greatness. Ha ha, I'm going first. From the 3 warships, several silhouettes shot out at the same time and charged murderously toward the little snow python. A vast overbearing aura came crashing down. The little snow python, which had been wholly focused on enduring the tribulation, also sensed the approach of danger. It grew agitated and restless. Its 10th Sanshang body swept fiercely toward those figures. But the strength of those figures was far too terrifying. Before its colossal body could even reach them, it was blocked. The bearded man in the lead burst into laughter. Interesting. This little thing actually dares to attack me on its own. Ha ha, I like that fiery temper. As soon as he said this, he reached out and seized the little snow python's enormous tail. Then he sneered, come with me, little one. I'll take you to a place 10,000 times more entertaining than Lingdong continent. That is where your true stage lies. No, I must stay here and wait for my master. All of you get lost. Enraged, the little snow python lashed its tail at the bearded man again, even while dealing with the tribulation. If you spurn my kindness, since that is the case, this lord will let you taste true power. The bearded man flew into a rage. With a wave of his hand, a blade of blue light slashed toward the little snow python. Roar, roar, roar. Sensing the imminent danger, the little snow python raised its head and let out several fierce roars. Then opening its enormous maw, it spat a torrent of thunderbolts directly at the bearded man. HM. The bearded man retreated again and again in alarm. At that moment, the people on the three warships began to jeer one after another. Ha ha, Chendong, you really are useless. You actually suffered a setback in such a small place as Lingdong continent, and were driven back by a little pet. If word of this gets out, how can you ever hold your head up again? Chendong, if you cannot handle it, then fall back, and let me have a go. Ha ha. The bearded man, mocked without mercy, instantly turned grim. Boundless killing intent surged from his body like blazing fire. I never thought such a little thing could actually command the tribulation thunder. Interesting. Truly interesting. The matriarch will surely be very satisfied with you as a medicinal catalyst. It's mine. No one try to steal it from me, or don't blame Chendong for being rude. With that, the bearded man raised another blue light blade, preparing to strike it down upon the little snow python. He was serious now. This blow carried unprecedented power far beyond anything the little snow python could withstand. Baring its fangs and roaring wildly, it receded again and again, its Tintha body stumbling backward. At this moment, the fearsome blue light blade ahead, the dreadful tribulation behind. The little snow python had nowhere left to go. It roared at the heavens, its heart filled with unwillingness. And right then, suddenly dozens of figures came rushing over. How dare you? Who dares to act so brazenly in our Dongta Shenzhou? You are asking for death. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people surrounded the bearded man completely. A terrifying aura spread across the entire heavens. Who goes there? The burly, bearded man who had been about to slay the little snow python with a single sword stroke felt a sudden jolt of alarm. He stared at the dozen or so figures who had encircled him. He furrowed his brow. However, after probing the cultivation levels of these dozen or so people, he let out a cold sneer. A mere handful of human origin realm and earth origin realm cultivators. A pack of lowly beings from the lower realm. How dare you contend with me? You are all seeking death. The burly, bearded man bellowed. Then, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, an immense aura suddenly erupted from his body. So strong. We're no match for him. Retreat now. Quick, summon the ancestor. Gao Dashan was the first to frantically leap backward. Behind him, Liuli Wang, Chen Nian, and the others also sensed the impending danger and began to retreat in haste. At the rear of the group, the little snow python raised its head and let out a long howl toward the heavens. Could this truly be where its life would end today? It had already begun to burn its vital essence, preparing to die together with its enemy. The burly, bearded man's full-force strike was just about to land. Suddenly, a beam of sword light streaked through the distant sky. Slash! A sharp cry rang out. A gentle breeze swept past. The burly, bearded man stood frozen in place, utterly stupefied. His eyes were filled with sheer terror. Then a faint crack appeared upon his forehead. Blood gushed out from the fissure like a bursting dam. How could such a powerful expert exist on this tiny Lingdong continent? I refuse to accept this. With those words, his body came crashing down heavily upon the abyssal vast sea. In that instant, everyone aboard the three warships turned grim and solemn. They never imagined that they, beings from a higher world, would die at the hands of ants from the lower realm. And master, the little snow python sensed an exceedingly familiar aura. Suddenly a rift was torn open in the sky, and a man in a Taoist robe, holding a 3-foot azure sword, slowly stepped out from within it. Little snow, focus on your tribulation. Leave everything else to me. A voice echoed within the little snow python's mind. The instant it heard that voice, tears of ecstasy streamed from its eyes uncontrollably. Just moments ago, it had been prepared to burn its essence, blood, and perish together with its enemy. But it had never expected that its master had actually come. That familiar voice instantly banished all its lingering worries. It knew well the extent of its master's power. It firmly believed that no one in this world could ever be a match for its master. Therefore today, as long as its master was present, no one was to be allowed to disturb its tribulation. Yes, master. Thank you, master. The little snow python expressed its gratitude to Chen Nian amid flowing tears. Chen Nian merely returned its gaze, then turned and stepped forward. What a formidable physical body, most suitable for refinement. Chen Nian gave a cold snort, then reached out and seized the still plunging corpse. At the same time, he slipped the man's storage ring into his possession. The moment he looked inside, Chen Nian was utterly astonished. Within lay countless supreme-grade spirit stones, along with an endless array of pills and magical treasures, terrifying beyond measure. Could it be that these people had known he was short on resources and had thus delivered themselves straight to his doorstep? Who are you? How dare you kill Chendong? Do you have any idea what the consequences of your actions will be? A man suddenly appeared out of thin air before him, followed by one after another, until Chen Nian was completely encircled by a ring of formidable figures. Each of them radiated a terrifying cultivation aura. Chen Nian could not quite see through them, but he was certain that their cultivation levels far surpassed his own. It's fine for you to hunt my pet, but not for me to hunt you. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Come on, let me see what fate you've prepared for me. Faced with these immensely powerful existences, Chen Nian showed not a trace of fear. After all, he was a being capable of shattering the very rules of the cultivation system. Even if a monster of the unity of heaven and man realm came before him today, he would still be able to fight it. As if intimidated by Chen Nian's awe-inspiring presence, the men actually began to communicate through voice transmission. This man cut down Chen Dong with a single stroke of his sword, which means his cultivation is far superior. Fuck! How can such a terrifying existence appear on this tiny Lingdong continent? If we keep opposing him, we'll probably end up buried here. What should we do? If our superior finds out that we were frightened off by people from the Lingdong continent, hell, likely exile us all. Let's go back first, and let the superior come in person to shatter this Lingdong continent completely. We can report it to the superior like this. Good idea. Seeing that the group of men stood motionless, Chen Nian stepped forward and thundered, "You will neither fight nor retreat. What exactly do you intend to do? Do you all wish to taste the sharpness of my sword?" He raised the 3-foot azure sword high above his head, making a show of bringing it down. "Retreat," the leading man shouted sharply. Then he turned and fled at incredible speed. The others immediately followed in frantic flight. In the blink of an eye, they had boarded the 3 warships, torn open the surrounding space, and vanished without a trace. Chen Nian stood there utterly dumbfounded. To be honest, he had not been entirely certain he could defeat those people. He had already been prepared to use his immortal staff. He had truly never imagined they would simply flee like that. Returning to the wooden ship, Chen Nian flung the captured corpse onto the deck and summoned the Lingxiao Empress. "Yunyan, take a look. Is this man from the immortal realm?" Those people had been clamoring that they came from a higher and greater world, so Chen Nian suspected they might have originated from the immortal realm. The Lingxiao Empress immediately began forming hand seals. Although she was only at the half-step heavenly origin realm, now the blood flowing through her veins originated from the immortal realm. Thus she was able to perceive all people and things hailing from the immortal realm. After a long while, the Lingxiao Empress suddenly lifted her head, gasping heavily. She then said to Chen Nian, "Father, there is faint immortal qi within his body. He must have come into contact with an immortal and may even have received an immortal's blessings." Upon hearing this, Chen Nian could not help but draw a sharp breath of cold air. He had not yet even managed to set foot in the immortal realm, and now he had already encountered someone connected to it. He had no idea where these people had come from. What he could be certain of, however, was that the place where these people dwelled was definitely not the immortal realm. They had merely come into contact with immortals. Thus, for Chen Nian to set foot in the immortal realm, his only path remained that stone gate within the heavenly void Dao Palace. At that moment, a trace of worry flickered across the Lingxiao Empress' face, and she continued, "Grandpa Dragon Ancestor said that as my cultivation continues to break through, Azure Star will no longer be able to conceal my aura. Once the immortal realm senses it, they will surely send people down to the mortal world. And now, Father, you have also killed a man with immortal qi within his body. I fear that the time before the immortal realm discovers us will be shortened. When that day comes, the entire Azure Star may have to bear the wrath of the immortal realm." Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. His battle intent was surging wildly throughout his entire being. "Don't worry, Yunyan. If those immortals dare descend to the mortal world, your father will slay them all." Though the Lingxiao Empress knew full well how vast the gap between mortals and immortals was, seeing her father so confident, she too began to feel confident. Because in her eyes her father was an omnipotent being. I wonder which world this fellow came from. Could it be that above the Lingdong continent there are other continents as well? Or perhaps the Lingdong continent is merely one continent within some greater world? Chen Nian was utterly baffled. Just then the Lingxiao Empress spoke up. "Father, I heard from Grandfather Dragon Ancestor that the Lingdong continent belongs to the Azure Star, but whether Azure Star has other continents, I do not know." Chen Nian nodded. Then he raised his gaze toward the heavens above. The little snow python had completed its tribulation, and the fearsome heavenly tribulation had triggered a qualitative transformation within it. Not only had its strength broken through to the heavenly origin realm, but its appearance had also undergone earth-shaking changes. From afar it looked like a flood dragon churning clouds and stirring seas. But soon the little snow python leaped and landed before the wooden boat. The sight startled everyone on board. Yet when they saw the colossal serpent shrink and shrink until it became as thin as a thumb and half an arm's length, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then they saw the shrunken colossal serpent fly toward Chen Nian and coil around his arm like a beloved pet. Every single one of them was utterly astounded. The Lingxiao Empress was no exception, and she could not help but sigh. I truly never imagined that a little snake from back then would become such a fearsome existence at the heavenly origin realm. Chen Nian smiled and gently tapped the Lingxiao Empress' nose. Then he said, "Daughter, you underestimate it. Back then it was also one of the 3 great demon kings of the Eastern Land Divine Province." I see. The Lingxiao Empress could not help but gasp in awe. Above the Eastern Land Divine Province, clusters of black, demonic chi suddenly tore through the fabric of space. "Old hag, didn't you say you could find Bo Taoist Temple and Chen Nian? Over half a year has passed, and you still can't find them. The 3 of us brothers have been stuck in this godforsaken place called the Eastern Land Divine Province for 2 or 3 years already. The time for the Aohai secret realm to open is almost upon us. If we don't complete the tasks the demon lord assigned us, what are we supposed to do? Are you trying to get the 3 of us killed, you old hag?" Beside him stood 2 other demon kings, one with a wolf's head and one with a fox's head. "Pig demon, why are you taking your anger out on me? If this old woman's physical body hadn't been destroyed, forcing me to rely on 3 flowers to keep my life, I'd twist your pig head right off." The hunchbacked old woman shot a vicious glare at the pig-headed demon and cursed. The pig demon bared his sharp tusks. Though fury burned within him, he dared not do anything to the hunchbacked old woman. After all, although her physical body had been destroyed, the hunchbacked old woman was still a great power at the spirit movement realm. "Then tell me, what are we supposed to do now, eh? If it comes down to it, the 3 of us brothers will just head back. What's the rush? This old woman still has a trump card I haven't used yet." "What trump card?" Suddenly the hunchbacked old woman soared into the air, sat cross-legged, and began to chant incantations. After a long while, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens and shone upon her. "Appear." The hunchbacked old woman's eyes snapped open, and she pointed down at the Eastern Land Divine Province below. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An immense surge of power exploded beneath her. Countless cities and countless living beings were destroyed by that single strike. Just then, from the southeast, a beam of cyan light shot straight up into the heavens. "It's over there. Someone is showing us the way. This Bo Taoist Temple is truly a fantastic place. Quick, notify the demon lord. Ha, we're about to strike it rich." Time flew by. About 2 months later, Chen Nian had brought his daughter and the disciples of Bo Taoist Temple to the 10,000 mountains where the Tao sect was located. Nearly 3 years had passed since Chen Nian last met the old man of the Tao sect. He wondered whether the old man had managed to break into the heavenly origin realm. If not, Chen Nian would bestow upon him some residual tribulation lightning to help him along. After all, the old man had helped him immensely. As the saying goes, one should return a kindness with a kindness. Standing on the deck of the wooden boat, Chen Nian could see from afar that the Tao sect was bustling with activity, its sky filled with dense rows of exquisite wooden boats. Presumably the Aohai secret realm was about to open. These were all small sects that had come seeking the Tao sect's protection. Chen Nian had heard before that the Tao sect upheld righteousness throughout the world, and many small sects had enjoyed its shelter. This is what a true righteous sect looks like. Chen Nian sighed. But just then he suddenly caught a pungent ancestor. Something seems off. Look at the peak of the Tao sect. There's a person hanging there, and they look in a terrible state. Gao Dashan came to stand behind Chen Nian and said. Hearing this, Chen Nian's expression immediately darkened. He shot straight up into the heavens. Earlier, the dense formation of flying wooden boats ahead had blocked his view. Now from the heights of the sky, he could see it. At the peak of the Tao sect, an old man was hanging in midair. The old man's eyes had been gouged out, his teeth shattered, both arms severed, and even his Tao heart had been torn from his chest. Blood flowed from his hollow eye sockets, his broken teeth, and his empty chest dripping drop by drop onto the summit of the Tao sect. Boom. In an instant, Chen Nian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, because he had recognized the old man's identity. It was the old man of the Tao sect, Hichu. What in the world happened? Who would dare do such a thing to the old man of the Tao sect? You're all courting death. Boundless rage erupted from Chen Nian's heart. The old man of the Tao sect was his friend, and even more so his mentor. Over the years, had it not been for the old man's protection, the Eastern Land Divine Province would long ago have fallen to foreign invaders. So seeing the old man of the Tao sect tortured so cruelly, his heart was filled with overwhelming grief and fury. He leaped directly into the air and landed at the main peak of the Tao sect. The Tao sect's great protective formation was easily broken apart by him. Countless experts soared into the air and charged at Chen Nian. However, after recognizing him, Gu Jingtian, Gu Jin, Gu Ho, and the others hastily withdrew their attacks. After all, 3 years ago when the demon sect attacked, it was Chen Nian who had single-handedly saved the Tao sect. And now the Tao sect was facing a grave crisis. Chen Nian's return might just help them resolve this crisis. Greetings, Mr. Chen. Greetings, Mr. Chen. Gu Jingtian led Gu Jin, Gu Ho, and the others forward, cupping their fists in salute. Can someone explain to me what in the hell happened here? Chen Nian's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at the old man of the Tao sect hanging in the sky, his voice trembling. Alas, Mr. Chen, our Tao ancestor was harmed by villains. It was the sect alliance who did this. Gu Jingtian recounted everything that had happened after Chen Nian left, how the Tao ancestor had gone alone to the sect alliance. When Chen Nian learned that the old Tao sect master had fallen into such a miserable plight because he had gone to the sect alliance to plead for leniency on his behalf, he was utterly shocked and overwhelmed with guilt. He could not help but recall the white-bearded elder and old freak Mei whom he had slain. Only then did it dawn on him. The old Tao sect master had ended up in this state entirely because of him. Chen Nian let out an anguished cry to the heavens, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the old Tao sect master dangling beneath the firmament. Rest assured, as long as I Chen Nian am here today, no one shall lay a single finger on the old Tao sect master. With that he shot straight into the sky, intending to sever the red thread suspending the old master and rescue him. Mr. Chen, don't. The sect alliance's experts are stationed right here. We are no match for them. Gu Jingtian bellowed, then hurriedly led the sect's experts soaring aloft. In the distance, more than a dozen figures shot forth from the wooden vessels of the Bio Taoist temple. Outside the Tao sect, all watched this sudden scene unfold. The people of these small and medium sects were stunned speechless. They were all ones who had once received the Tao sect's kindness and the Tao ancestor's boundless grace. To learn that the Tao sect's ancestor had actually been stripped of his Tao heart and hung atop the sect's peak filled every one of them with grief and indignation. So they all came to the Tao sect of their own accord, wanting to ask what had truly happened. They wished to protect their former benefactor. They wished to avenge him. Yet the Tao sect allowed not a single person into its territory, nor did it explain the reason to anyone. It merely urged them to leave at once. For the sect alliance was a colossus that no one could afford to provoke. Even several grand ancestors of the Tao sect, led by Xiao Zhan, had gone missing without a trace after going to the sect alliance to demand an answer. The Sword sect and the Diansong sect, two major powers, turned a blind eye to the matter. When Tao sect disciples came to their gates begging them to step forward, they refused to even meet them. The Tao sect at this moment could truly be described as heaven turning a deaf ear and earth offering no response. Only those small and medium sects that had once benefited from the Tao sect were willing to stake their lives for it. But their words carried little weight. To keep disaster from falling upon them, the Tao sect could only choose to sever ties. Yet even so, these small and medium sects did not leave. They had been stationed near the Tao sect for over 2 years. During those 2 years and more, they had ceaselessly discussed plans hoping to rescue the Tao ancestors suspended in the heavens. But, no matter what method they employed, they all failed. Those who dared to rescue the old Tao sect master were mercilessly obliterated by a crimson light in the sky. They had always dreamed that the Tao sect would take the lead, and together they would do everything in their power to save the Tao ancestor. But they waited a full 3 years. The Tao sect only occasionally sent people up on desperate suicidal attempts, yet never launched a large-scale rescue. They had thought the Tao sect was about to give up. Yet who could have imagined, today of all days, the great cultivators of the Tao sect would mobilize in full force, while several immense auras came rushing over from the distance. It seemed that the Tao sect's 3 years of inaction had been to wait for these powerful reinforcements. Now that the reinforcements had arrived, it was time to fight to the death. The Tao sect has made its move. We cannot stay idle. My Qingyun sect is willing to offer our humble strength for the benefactor Tao ancestor. My Xiantian sect offers our sacred sect treasure to aid the Tao sect. My Baiwa sect is willing to. In that instant, figure after figure soared up from the countless flying wooden ships surrounding the Tao sect. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the sect's peak was crowded with a dense throng. At this moment, the person closest to the old Tao sect master was Chen Nian. Having always watched from afar before, he had never realized the old master had been persecuted so horrendously. Clang! He drew his long sword and was about to slash at the red thread in the sky. Don't! Just then Gu Jingtian arrived with his people. Why, I am going to save the old Tao sect master. Why do you stop me, eh? Chen Nian demanded coldly with a frown. Hastily Gu Jingtian said from behind, Mr. Chen, over these 3 years and more, our Tao sect and allied sects have suffered countless deaths and injuries. The power of that red thread far surpasses anything we could have imagined. Mr. Chen, you are the benefactor of our Tao sect. We absolutely cannot let you be harmed because of this. But the old Tao sect master ended up in this plight because of me. I cannot abandon him. Chen Nian said, his eyes red. No, the Tao ancestor was persecuted because of the sect alliance's selfishness and hegemonic practices. It has nothing whatsoever to do with you, Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, please do not act rashly, said Gu Jingtian. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, then swept his gaze across everyone present. He saw countless banners besides those of the Tao sect. These people were willing to provoke the sect alliance, that behemoth, just to rescue the old Tao sect master. Clearly the old Tao sect master had done immeasurable good over the years. The old Tao sect master was truly a good man. Are you willing to follow me rescue the old Tao sect master and strike down the beastly sect alliance? Chen Nian let out a mighty shout. The next second, everyone around him erupted in passionate cries. We are willing. We are willing. Fuck it. I've long been fed up with the sect alliance. Why do they get to monopolize the best resources of the Lingdong continent? Why do they forbid others from undergoing tribulation to achieve the spirit movement realm? Why must all major sects send people to Tianpeng Island while they alone stay aloof? I revolt. Screw this damn sect alliance. Even if I die today, I'm going to rip a hair right off those beasts. Countless small and medium sects roared in unison. Chen Nian turned to Gu Jingtian and said, "See, this is the tide of the times. The sect alliance is doomed." But Mr. Chen, Gu Jingtian wanted to argue. Just then Gu Jin and Gu Ho behind him stepped boldly forward. Sect Master Mr. Chen is right. To hell with it. Let's just revolt. Under the sect alliance's oppression, our Tao sect has no future anyway. Exactly. The Tao ancestor is being persecuted by the sect alliance, and we don't even know what happened to our own grand ancestors. If we still do nothing now, we would be utterly inhuman. Gu Jingshan's eyes turned bloodshot. After a long silence, he made his decision. Fine. Well, follow Mr. Chen. From this day forth, our Tao sect declares war on the sect alliance. Gu Jingtian raised his fist and roared. The next second, everyone raised their voices in thunderous cheers. My Qingyun sect also declares war on the sect alliance. And my Baiwa sect, the Wanjin Pavilion. Countless roars engulfed the entire 10,000 great mountains. All those above the Renyuan stage prepare to set up the formation. Chen Nian waved his hand. The next second, Gu Jingtian and Feng Linghao, two Renyuan stage powerhouses of the Tao sect, charged out. Chen Nian frowned slightly. Feng Ran was not here, and he had no idea where she had gone. But now was not the time to think about such things. He had to first rescue the old master of the Tao sect. Then he would storm the sect alliance and demand an accounting. Within the small and medium sects, almost all cultivators were at the Ningyuan stage or Diyuan stage. Even cultivators at the 8th level of the Diyuan stage were extremely rare. Those at the Renyuan stage were almost non-existent. With so many small and medium sects, they could only barely scrape together one. Too few. Only 3 at the Renyuan stage. If that red thread suddenly attacks, we definitely won't be able to hold it off. Gu Jingtian frowned and said, "Come out." At this moment, Chen Nian waved his hand. The next second, we obey the ancestors' decree. We obey the ancestors' decree. We obey the ancestors' decree. We obey the Grand Emperor's decree. Suddenly, heavenly voices descended from above. Then a full 5 mighty cultivators at the 5th level of the Renyuan stage appeared directly before Chen Nian. Among these 5, 3 were from the Bio Dao Hall, Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, and Eagle Eye. Of the other 2, one was Empress Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was half-step into the Tianyuan stage. The other was Wei Qing, the strongest expert of the Tianlong Empire at the 2nd level of the Renyuan stage. This scene dumbfounded Gu Jingtian and everyone present. So many Renyuan stage powerhouses. Moreover, one of them was actually half-step Tianyuan, just like the Tao ancestor. It was too terrifying. I never expected that this Mr. Chen is not only a prodigy himself, but all his disciples are prodigies. Mr. Chen, your Bio Dao Hall is probably already counted among the great sects of the Lingdong continent. Gu Jingtian could not help but exclaim. At this time, Gu Jin suddenly said, "Sect Master with Mr. Chen here, I think the Bio Dao Hall is not merely on the level of the great sects of the Lingdong continent. It should replace the sect alliance altogether." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present became extremely excited. Gao Dashan set up the attack formation together with Gu Jingtian. "After I cut down that red thread, you will slaughter every last one of those rotten fish and shrimp behind it. Remember, every single person from the sect alliance is not to be spared." Chen Nian suddenly ordered. "Yes, ancestor." "Yes, Mr. Chen." The 2 acknowledged, and immediately, together with the other Renyuan stage powerhouses, began forming hand seals to set up the formation. Of course, the others were not idle. Countless Tao treasures and weapons were activated and incorporated into the attack formation. Empress Ling Xiao, along with Wei Qing and Zhong Lixue, stood behind Chen Nian, ready to protect him and prevent anyone from launching a sneak attack while he severed the red thread. Chen Nian stepped forward. Though the red thread was indeed powerful, he was confident he could cut it down with the old master of the Tao sect. "You ended up in this state because of me. Rest assured, I, Chen Nian, will not only rescue you, but also avenge you." Chen Nian muttered to himself. Then he suddenly raised the 3-foot green blade in his hand, and without another word slashed down directly. An immense surge of Lingdong stage power arrived in an instant. It seemed as if the red thread sensed how powerful Chen Nian was, and it began to tremble continuously. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. But just as Chen Nian's strike was about to land, suddenly a vertical beam of red light separated from the red thread and shot toward his sword like a laser. Clang! The two forces collided. Chen Nian retreated over 100 li. Boom! The enormous shockwave arrived with a thunderous roar. Fortunately, Chen Nian had earlier ordered Gao Dashan, Gu Jingtian, and the others to set up the Great Formation. Moreover, they were aided by Empress Ling Xiao at the half-step Tianyuan realm and Wei Qing at the Renyuan stage. Thus, the powerful shockwave was blocked and did not affect the others. You insignificant Dao sect dares to oppose my sect alliance. And you ants of the small and medium sects, you actually dare to resist my sect alliance. You are truly courting death. A cold snort suddenly erupted from the heavens. Then an old woman clad in a red robe suddenly appeared. Behind her stood a dense crowd of mighty cultivators all above the Diyuan stage. In an instant, the whole world fell into silence. A killing aura spread everywhere. But at this moment, from the Dao sect on high down to the small and medium sects, not a single person was afraid, nor did anyone flee. Everyone was prepared to fight to the death. Who just made that strike? Step out for me. How dare you violate the rules of my sect alliance by privately stepping into the Lingdong realm? I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Elder Honyuan glared around angrily. The next second, space was suddenly torn apart, and Chen Nian, clad in Taoist robes, stepped out from it. Huh? Who are you? Elder Honyuan paused slightly. But soon after, her gaze swept across the old Dao sect master. A flash of insight struck her. She chuckled and said, "You are the monstrous genius from Dong to Divine Continent that he too spoke of, aren't you?" "That's right, the two wastes of your sect alliance were slain by me." Chen Nian stared hard at Elder Honyuan. In his heart, he had already thought of 10,000 ways for that old hag to die. Damn it! How dare you, the filthy rabble of the insignificant Dong to Divine Continent, kill my senior brother and slay my junior sister? You are courting death. Elder Honyuan was furious. Your fate will be the same as that old man, he too. Not just you. Everyone present today must die. The next second, she waved her hand and roared, "Kill them all for me." The moment the order was given, behind her, several hundred Diyuan stage cultivators, plus dozens at the Renyuan stage, charged directly at Gu Jingtian, Gao Dashan, and the others. Engage the enemy. Activate the attack formation. Gu Jingtian, Gao Dashan, and the cultivators of the small and medium sects showed not the slightest fear. They charged straight ahead to meet them heat-in. Before the battle here even began, Elder Honyuan stepped before Chen Nian and said, "You a piece of trash who just entered the Lingdong stage want to cut down my immortal binding rope and rescue that old man, he too. Do you know what grade of spiritual treasure my immortal binding rope is? Not to mention a Lingdong stage cultivator like you. Even a tribulation transcendence great power who came today could not move it. Let me tell you." But before she could finish, suddenly boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous booms sounded from behind her. What? My immortal binding rope. How is this possible? Seeing the immortal binding rope being destroyed, Elder Honyuan was stunned silly. After all, that was her natal magic treasure. She simply could not understand how a guy who just entered the Lingdong stage could have the ability to destroy her natal treasure. After all, that was a top-grade spiritual artifact. You how on earth did you manage that? Elder Honyuan, in the throes of grief and rage, pointed a trembling finger at Chen Nian. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. If I had cut that red thread, then wouldn't you have escaped? The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly thrust out. The next second, the severed red thread, as if responding to a call, darted into Chen Nian's hand with this. Then, Elder Honyuan could only watch helplessly as the destroyed immortal binding rope was restored in Chen Nian's hand. And after its restoration, the rope seemed even more powerful than before. A supreme-grade spirit artifact. You actually elevated the immortal binding rope to a supreme-grade spirit artifact. How did you possibly do that? Elder Honyuan was struck dumb. She could not fathom how a mere newcomer to the Lingdong realm could have sliced through her upper-grade spirit artifact, the immortal binding rope, nor could she understand how that same person had brought the shattered rope back to life, and what was more, directly elevated it from upper-grade to supreme-grade. Across the Lingdong continent, magic treasures were divided into two ranks: mortal artifacts and spirit artifacts. Each rank was further subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. Supreme-grade spirit artifacts were extremely rare on the entire Lingdong continent, not to mention among the major sects. Even the sect alliance owned but a handful. It's a fine treasure, and the name suits it perfectly. This immortal binding rope, he'll take it. Chen Nian found it more and more to his liking, especially its name. It was perfect for what he was about to do. You? No. The rope is mine. I planted my mark on it long ago. No one can take it away. Elder Honyuan flew into a rage. Without a word, she hastily formed hand seals, trying to seize control of the rope. But then, she realized, because of the earlier damage, the rope had automatically erased her mark. In other words, she could no longer opt. Elder Hongyuan roared at the heavens. Endless fury blazed within her. After all, that was the life-bound treasure her master had left her. Never had she expected it to be taken so easily. And to think the thief was a filthy wretch from Dongta Shinzhou. Unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. He'll kill you. Elder Hanyuan bellowed, then launched herself at Chen Nian. Third level Lingdong, you're far too weak. Chen Nian merely waved his hand, and a torrent of power burst from his palm, sending Elder Hanyuan flying backward like a swatted fly, with devastating momentum. Let me try out the immortal binding rope. With a thought, Chen Nian flung the rope skyward. The next second, it turned into an infinitely long red thread and bound Elder Hanyuan tightly. You're at the fourth level of the Lingdong realm. How long has it been since you entered the Lingdong realm, and you're already at the fourth level? The Sect Alliance will never permit such a monstrous talent to exist on the Lingdong continent. You're done for. Elder Hanyuan was completely stunned by Chen Nian's fourth level cultivation. After all, she had spent more than 5,000 years to advance from the first to the third level of the Lingdong realm. But this person, how long had it been since he first set foot in the Lingdong realm? And yet he had already attained the fourth level. It was beyond terrifying. Oh, is that so? Then right here before your eyes you'll break through again, and we'll see exactly how your Sect Alliance intends to forbid my existence. Chen Nian reached out, snatched the storage ring from Elder Hongyuan's hand, and pocketed it. With this many Dao treasures, it's more than enough for me to make another breakthrough. After sweeping his divine sense across the ring's interior, Chen Nian smiled with satisfaction. Elder Hanyuan went mad. Those are treasures I've accumulated over 10,000 years. You can't use them. Give them back right now, you beast. You call me a beast. Why don't you take a look at how you beasts have tormented the old Taoist of the Tao sect? He'll tell you the truth. This is only the beginning. Get ready for my full wrath. He thrust his hand into Elder Hongyuan's chest and ripped out her Tao heart, tearing it out with raw force. Agonized screams poured endlessly from her mouth. Then, Chen Nian swung his long sword, slashing at the three flowers above Elder Hongyuan's head. No! Elder Hanyuan roared. In the next instant, two of the three flowers, her sea of consciousness and soul power, were directly severed by Chen Nian. He had deliberately left her vitality intact, because he didn't want to let her off so easily. You beast! The Sect Master will never forgive you. Elder Sect Master. In a moment I'll show your pathetic Sect Master the pitiful state you old hag are in. But right now focus on watching me use the resources you hoarded for 10,000 years to elevate my cultivation. With that, Chen Nian poured all the countless pills from the storage ring into his mouth at once. Watching her 10th ascendier accumulation of pills being squandered in a single breath, Elder Hanyuan nearly exploded from rage. In all her long life, she had never suffered such a crushing loss. Even so, she still refused to believe Chen Nian. After all, raising one's cultivation was not simply a matter of resources. What mattered most was talent, followed by time and perseverance. Above the Lingdong realm, every single stage of progress was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Not to mention going from the fourth level to the fifth level of the Lingdong realm. Even moving from the first level to the second level would require thousands of years. For her Hongyuan to have gone from the first level to the third level in 5,000 years was already a feat worthy of a peerless genius. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly a series of thunderous detonations rang out. Chen Nian, having swallowed so many pills, was seen exploding again and again in midair, his body shedding waves of formidable energy. This scene drew everyone's attention. Empress Ling Xiao and Wei Qing had already carried the old Taoist of the Tao sect to safety. The pair who were healing him with pills and primordial force were also astounded by the sight. Will the Grand Emperor be all right, Your Majesty? Wei Qing asked in concern. Empress Ling Xiao shook her head. Father is about to break through. I sincerely hope he can step into the Tribulation Transcendent stage soon and achieve the Heaven-Man Unity realm. As she spoke, her face brimmed with eager anticipation. Because she knew, at that time, if her father and she did not possess enough strength to oppose the immortal realm, what awaited them would be nothing but certain death. Moreover, in a few years the hand of the immortal realm that had once pursued her and the dragon ancestor would revive as well. Thus the time left for her and her father was truly running out. At the same time, Gao Dashan, Gu Jingtian, and their companions were waging war with their assault formation against the great army under Elder Hongyuan's command. A moment ago, seeing Chen Nian shatter Elder Hongyuan's Tao treasure with one blow, capture her alive, and seize her countless resources and treasures, they felt as though they had been injected with adrenaline, their fighting spirit blazing high. The men under Elder Hongyuan, on the other hand, were indeed stronger than Gao Dashan, Gu Jingtian, and their. But when they saw their immediate superior captured alive one by one, they lost the high fighting spirit they had. Some had even begun to flee. In the vault of heaven, Chen Nian stood with disheveled hair, face upturned toward the heavens, his hands clenched into fists hanging naturally at his sides. Boundless energy surged violently within him. His strength had already been infinitely close to the 5th level of the spirit movement realm. Now, having obtained so many resources from Elder Hong Yuan, his cultivation base loosened and then broke through directly. Boom. A powerful beam of light pierced straight into the sky. The 5th level of the spirit movement realm. The overwhelming spiritual power churned the entire sky into maelstrom. However, this was still far from over. Chen Nian's cultivation continued to soar madly. Only when he reached the 6th level of the spirit movement realm did it finally come to a standstill. Elder Hong Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Just then, Chen Nian's breakthrough from the 4th to the 5th level of the spirit movement realm had already been shocking enough for her. But who could have imagined that after entering the 5th level his cultivation would directly soar into the 6th? You actually used my resources to break through 2 levels. Oh, impossible, absolutely impossible, you monster. On the ground, Chen Nian's breakthrough incited a frenzy of fervor among countless people. Long live the Grand Emperor! Long live the Grand Emperor! Wei Qing, Zhongli Shui, and the others were beside themselves with excitement, shouting at the top of their lungs. Empress Lingxiao's eyes reddened. Although she had never personally experienced the spirit movement realm, grandfather dragon ancestor had told her how difficult it was to break through within it. Each minor stage required monstrous geniuses to survive thousands of years of trials before they could advance. Yet her father had broken through a barrier that even monstrous geniuses required millennia to pass, and at such an astonishing speed. Within the brief span of a single day, he had directly broken through 2 levels. This was utterly inconceivable. At the same time, she was more certain than ever that her father would surely lead her to fight their way up to the immortal realm and rescue her mother. Gao Dashan, Gu Jingtian, and the others were equally exultant. As if set completely ablaze, they began a furious slaughter of the Sect Alliance cultivators under Elder Hong Yuan's command. These Sect Alliance cultivators had originally been stronger than Gao Dashan, Gu Jingtian, and their group. But now, after witnessing their direct superior Elder Hong Yuan captured alive, and Chen Nian successively breaking through 2 levels using her resources, they had completely lost their will to fight. Everyone started fleeing in all directions. Naturally, Gao Dashan, Gu Jingtian, and their companions were not about to let them off so easily, because Chen Nian had long since issued an order. Not a single member of the Sect Alliance was to be spared. Thus began a bloody massacre against the Sect Alliance. In the vault of heaven, Chen Nian let out a long breath. Feeling the power within him had multiplied dozens of times, he could not help but sigh contentedly. There is nothing more satisfying than raising one's cultivation. Elder Hong Yuan was already so enraged that she vomited blood wildly. Had she known this would happen, she would never have hoarded so many resources without using them. Now all of it had become a bridal gown for someone else. Very well, you may return to the Sect Alliance and deliver the message. Chen Nian looked at Elder Hong Yuan. Suddenly Elder Hong Yuan's heart leapt with joy. You're going to spare me? Chen Nian said expressionlessly, I will hang you from the heavens above the Sect Alliance, letting you taste the same feeling as that old man of the Tao sect. What did you say? How dare you? Even if your cultivation has now reached the 6th level of the spirit movement realm, I tell you the Sect Alliance has experts as numerous as clouds, and we have a powerful backer. If you dare to do this, even heaven will not tolerate you. Elder Hong Yuan roared in fury. Hearing that, Chen Nian could not help but sneer. In that case, I will pierce this very heaven open. He would slay even immortals. So what did he fear from heaven? After saying this, the long sword in his hand suddenly whirled. Elder Hong Yuan's shrill screams instantly spread across all the heavens. Her fate was 10 times, nay 100 times, more tragic than that old man of the Tao sects. When it was over, Chen Nian cast the immortal binding rope, sending it flying toward the Sect Alliance with the utterly broken Elder Hong Yuan, who had but 1 breath left. North Sea, main hall of the Sect Alliance. May I ask what business has brought you lords to condescend to our spirit movement continent? Li Xuanfeng, the sect's guardian elder, personally poured tea, his words humble. Throughout the great hall, all the elders and hall masters were present. None knew who these visitors were, yet these powerhouses of the spirit movement and half-step spirit movement realms were all drenched in cold sweat. At the left side of the main hall sat 3 people. 2 men and a woman who appeared as ordinary as could be. But beneath the surface, undercurrents surged. Where is your sect master? Why does he not come out to see me? Jun Wuxia slammed his palm heavily onto the table. At his side, Su Liyue and Long Yuan suddenly erupted with a mighty aura. This aura surpassed the spirit movement realm. Li Xianfeng and the others were greatly alarmed, for even their own sect master did not possess such a formidable aura. In an instant, a swath of people within the Sect Alliance knelt to the ground. Great lords, our sect master is in seclusion and at a critical moment. Forcing him out would put his life in peril. Please, lords, understand. Li Xianfeng prostrated himself on the floor, trembling as he answered. At that, Jun Wuxia snorted. In that case, all of you may rise. Only then did Li Xianfeng sigh in relief and hastily get to his feet. May I ask what the 3 lords have come for? Whatever instructions you have, please, just tell me. I am able to decide all matters of the sect alliance, Li Xianfeng said. A few days ago, passing through the spirit movement continent, my brothers and I encountered a small serpent undergoing tribulation. We wanted to catch it and bring it back as a medicinal ingredient for our old matriarch, but unexpectedly. Jun Wuxi's words. These words instantly left every powerhouse in the hall dumbstruck. Wait, had they heard correctly? Someone on the spirit movement continent had actually killed a lord from the upper realm. Thighs was beyond belief. Li Xuanfeng, that person is one of your sect alliance, isn't he? The massive Long Yuan suddenly rose to his feet and asked. Li Xuanfeng, drenched in cold sweat, quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. Lord Qindong was a mighty figure of the tribulation transcendent stage. In our sect alliance, even the sect master is only at the 8th level of the spirit movement realm. How could anyone possibly match Lord Qindong? Besides, our sect alliance has always been loyal to you lords. How would we dare to be your enemy? Li Zuanfeng's words were immensely pleasing to Jun Wuxia and Long Yuan. Ants of the lower realm should indeed behave like this. The only reason we haven't smashed the spirit movement continent to pieces is that your sect alliance is loyal to the old matriarch. Otherwise, this continent would have ceased to exist long ago. Long Yuan snorted. At this, Jun Wuxia added, since it wasn't the sect alliance who was it then, could someone have undergone tribulation and reached the spirit movement realm behind your sect alliance's back? But even if someone had broken through to the spirit movement realm, how could he cut down Qindong with a single sword strike? Just who is this person? Suddenly Li Xianfeng seemed to recall something. He abruptly lifted his head. Then he stammered, Lord, was the place where Lord Qindong was slain in the Dongtu Divine Province. Dongtu Shenzhou. Jun Wuxia paused, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Right, that's it, Dongtu Shenzhou. I've heard those people mention that name. Hearing this, Li Xianfeng and all the other elders wore expressions of utter shock. What is it? Is there something special about this Dongtu Shenzhou? Long Yuan, standing nearby, spoke up. Li Xianfeng sighed. It is like this, my three lords. A little over 2 years ago, 2 elders of our sect gave their lives while carrying out a mission in Dongtu Shenzhou. Jun Wuxia's brows knitted at once. Long Yuan beside him was equally baffled. By all logic, the sect alliance should be the most powerful force in the whole Lingdong continent, and its elders were unmatched existences at the continent's summit. How could they have been killed by someone else? My three lords, Dongtu Shenzhou is in truth a place cursed by the gods. It is a gathering ground of martial artists, and no one there even knows what realm lies above the martial artist grades. That fellow managed to pass the spirit movement tribulation in Dongtu Shenzhou, and then slew 2 of our sect's elders along with Lord Qindong. From this one can see that he is truly a monstrous genius. Having said that, Li Xianfeng suddenly fell to his knees with a thud before Jun Wuxia and the other 2. Tears streaming down his face, he cried, my 3 lords, for the sake of our sect alliance and the safety of the Lingdong continent, I beg you to take action and slay this fiend and sweep the heavens clean for the Lingdong continent. Jun Wuxia narrowed his eyes, then rose to his feet. On the day when Chen Nian killed Qindong, he had thought the opponent was an existence whose power surpassed the tribulation transcendence realm. But now, after hearing Li Xuanfeng's words, he breathed a sigh of relief. So it was merely someone who had just stepped into the spirit movement realm. At that thought, Jun Wuxia burst into laughter. I thought we had encountered an existence more powerful than all of us. It seems we were overthinking it. Indeed, a mere ant at the spirit movement realm can be wiped out with a wave of the hand. That brat got off far too easily back then. Long Yuan joined in. Just then Su Liue suddenly said, but how do you explain his killing Qindong of the tribulation transcendence realm while only at the spirit movement realm? Her words hung in the air. Puzzlement flickered continuously within Su Liue's beautiful eyes. She truly wanted to see what this person who could slay a tribulation transcendence cultivator while at the spirit movement realm actually looked like. Isn't it obvious? This brat possesses a Tao artifact. That day the sword strike with which he slew Qindong was unstoppable. Even we would not have dared to face it. In my estimation, that sword is at least a middle-grade Tao artifact, Long Yuan said with great excitement. Beside him, Jun Wuxia suddenly rose to his feet. Quickly, notify Lung Qianying and have her inform the superiors that a Tao artifact has appeared in the Lingdong continent. At once, a voice shouted from the flying wooden boat outside the Great Hall. This sight left Li Xianfeng and the others utterly astounded. As expected, the lords from the upper realm are truly formidable. They had pondered for so long, but could not understand why a man who had just entered the spirit movement realm could slay Whitebeard, an old monster May who had been in the spirit movement realm for thousands of years. But the upper realm lords hit the nail on the head. The reason that brat was so powerful is simply that he held a Tao artifact in his hands. Heavens, a Tao artifact no less. One must know that the entire Lingdong continent had only a single Tao artifact barely. And that artifact was the very foundation of the Lingdong continent. They never expected that trash from a foul cesspit like Dongtu Shenzhou could actually possess a Tao artifact. How terrifying. Li Xianfeng. At this moment Jun Wuxia suddenly came over. Li Xianfeng hastily knelt and prostrated himself. My lord, please give your orders. From today onward the sect alliance is to set aside everything else and find that fellow from Dong to Shenzhou. In a few days the Lord Superior will come in person. If you make meritorious contributions in this Tao artifact matter, he will certainly reward you. Jun Wuxia said. Hearing this, Li Xianfeng lay prostrate on the ground and said with Jun Wuxia nodded with satisfaction. Just then a burst of clamor came from outside. Someone rushed into the great hall and knelt down in panic. Guardian Elder, please go out and take a look. Something has happened outside. What happened? Can't you see the three lords are here? Whatever it is, wait until later. But Guardian Elder, this is a matter of great importance. Elder Hongyuan has been hung above our sect alliance from the sky by her own immortal binding rope. Crack. In that instant the entire great hall fell silent. All the elders and hall masters were, what nonsense? Hongyuan hung by her own immortal binding rope. How is that possible? Didn't Hongyuan take the immortal binding rope to punish the Tao sect? How could she be bound by her own rope? It's impossible. Li Xianfeng was shocked and utterly refused to believe it. Could it be? Suddenly it seemed he had thought of something. He abruptly turned toward Jun Wuxia, Long Yuan, and the others. My three lords, if I am not mistaken, it is that fellow from Dong to Shenzhou come to our sect alliance to avenge Hichu. Oh, is that so? Huh. We scoured every corner without finding him, yet here he comes without any trouble. Jun Wuxia laughed uproariously. His gaze then fell on Long Yuan and Su Liyue. Since the Tao artifact has already delivered itself to our doorstep, if we do not go take it, would that not be showing the Tao artifact too little respect? Haha, let's go. Long Yuan laughed heartily, but then his expression suddenly turned sinister. And while we're at it, we'll avenge Qingdong. The two stepped into the void and vanished. Only Su Liyue remained standing in place, silent and unmoved. Something is wrong. I feel something is wrong. Above the sect alliance, a crimson thread hung down from the vault of heaven, suspending a woman whose meridians were snapped and whose 3 flowers had been severed, 2 of them cut away. This person was none other than Elder Hongyuan. At this moment the entire sect alliance had erupted. Countless people were roaring, who is so bold as to provoke our sect alliance? Quick, save Elder Hongyuan. Cut that crimson thread. Countless silhouettes shot into the air and slashed down at the thread with their weapons. However, the moment they approached the thread, a glaring red light on it pierced straight through them. That glaring red light was like a laser. It killed any god or Buddha that stood in its way. Even a hall master at the half-step spirit movement realm was directly cleaved in two. Li Xianfeng stepped into the sky. At this moment his eyes were full of shock. This immortal binding rope has actually been elevated to a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. What exactly is going on? Gazing at the crimson thread slaughtering everything in the sky, Li Xianfeng could not help but exclaim, and at this moment Jun Wuxia and Long Yuan had already arrived behind Li Xianfeng. Elderly, do you mean? This immortal binding rope was not originally a supreme-grade spiritual artifact? Long Yuan asked. Li Xianfeng nodded. Yes, Lord Long. This immortal binding rope is Elder Hongyuan of our sect's life-bound magic treasure. It was originally a high-grade spiritual artifact. Hearing this, both Long Yuan and Jun Wuxia were shocked. Although spiritual artifacts were inferior to Tao artifacts, a high-grade spiritual artifact was still a remarkable magic treasure rarely seen, even in their upper realm. However, they had never heard of anyone being able to raise the grade of a magic treasure. Jun Wuxia couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. He exclaimed in astonishment, it seems the Tao artifact in that fellow's hands is no ordinary Tao artifact. If it can elevate the grade of other magic treasures, then it must be a high-grade, or even supreme-grade, Tao artifact. The moment those words were spoken, Long Yuan, Li Xuanfeng, and the others behind him all gaped. Heavens! A supreme-grade Tao artifact. After all, the source of the Lingdong continent was merely a Tao artifact that could barely be counted as low-grade. Who could have imagined that the fellow from Dong to Shenzhou actually had a supreme-grade Tao artifact in his possession? Li Xianfeng quickly shot a meaningful glance at an elder behind him. The elder understood and immediately turned away, vanishing without a trace. My lord, please sever that red thread and save Elder Hongyuan of our sect. I believe the fellow from Dong to Shenzhou is nearby. As soon as you make a move, he is sure to show himself. Li Xianfeng said. Long Yuan, you go. Jun Wuxia had exactly the same intention, so he immediately shot a meaningful glance at Long Yuan beside him. Long Yuan chuckled, cupped his fists toward Jun Wuxia, and said, then I thank you for granting me such credit. Jun Wuxia grinned and said no more. The next moment, with a boom, Long Yuan stamped the ground, soared into the sky, and raised his palm blade before slashing fiercely at the red thread. With his tribulation, transcendence, cultivation, and the might of his palm blade, there was almost no one in the entire Lingdong continent who could withstand that strike. It seemed Long Yuan's blow was about to land. Just then the space before the red thread was suddenly torn open, and a young man in Taoist robes slowly stepped out of it. I have come here to avenge the old man of the Tao sect. All who are uninvolved get out. Otherwise don't blame me for slaughtering every last one of you along with them. A voice brimming with overwhelming pressure poured down from the sky. In an instant within the sect alliance, all cultivators of weak cultivation were shaken until blood flowed from their 7 apertures, some even exploded to death on the spot. Then the young man in Taoist robes merely waved his hand and directly dispersed the force of Long Yuan's palm blade. The violent energy wave spread across the entire sect alliance. In that moment the sect alliance was strewn with dead and wounded. Seeing this, Li Xuanfeng's face and neck flushed crimson with rage. He pointed fiercely at Chen Nian and roared, "You insolent brat, who doesn't know death? How dare you act so brazenly in our sect alliance? You're courting death." Chen Nian gave a cold snort and ignored Li Xianfeng. Instead his gaze fell on Long Yuan. "You, my defeated opponent, still haven't left? Are you determined to keep making an enemy of me? You say I'm your defeated opponent?" Long Yuan was stunned by Chen Nian's words. After all, he was from the upper. Since when did an ant from the lower realm dare to call an exalted expert of the upper realm a defeated opponent? At that moment Long Yuan felt nothing but endless humiliation. Today he absolutely had to kill the arrogant fool before him, otherwise if word of this spread to the upper realm, he would lose all face. What else? Back then after I killed your companion, didn't you all run away? Since you didn't even dare to face me in battle, what does that make you but a defeated opponent? Chen Nian said. For a moment Long Yuan was left speechless because every word Chen Nian said was true. They had indeed run away then. At that time we brothers had other matters to attend to. You merely got lucky. Today since you've delivered yourself to us, you only have one path left: death. Long Yuan shouted with a reddened face. After speaking he waved his hand and summoned a great cauldron above his head. The cauldron grew larger and larger. It also radiated a 5-colored glow. That glow was like countless swords piercing through the heart, as if it could swallow a person whole. Sigh. Chen Nian let out a long sigh and said, "Tell me, why do you insist on wading into this muddy water? I had no intention of killing you at first. Fine, since you insist on perishing together with the sect alliance, I will grant you that wish." Arrogant. A mere spirit movement cultivator, a piece of trash that can be wiped out with a snap of the fingers. How dare you talk so big? Watch the cauldron. Long Yuan bellowed. The next moment beams of 5-colored light began shooting out from the cauldron above his head, attacking Chen Nian. Although Chen Nian's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the spirit movement realm, he was completely unafraid of a tribulation transcendence cultivator like Long Yuan. A being who could break the rules of the cultivation system was not to be trifled with. Fighting across realms was merely basic for him. Unless an existence at the Heavenman Unity realm appeared today, nothing could make Chen Nian take the battle seriously. This cauldron is not bad. I'll take it. With that, Chen Nian reached out and grabbed forward. The next moment, the great cauldron above Long Yuan's head exploded into pieces with a deafening crash. What? Long Yuan was greatly alarmed. On the ground, Jun Wuxia's eyes widened. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact had been crushed by a spirit movement realm fellow, just like that. This is too unbelievable. After all, Long Yuan was at the tribulation transcendence realm. Standing in the distance, Su Liyue instinctively covered her mouth and couldn't help murmuring, so strong. A spirit movement cultivator facing a tribulation transcendence cultivator, not losing the slightest advantage and even destroying Long Yuan's life-bound magic treasure. Who on earth is he? Su Liyue stared intently at Chen Nian. Suddenly an absurd thought appeared in her mind. If we could bring him into Wenxian Palace, perhaps we might be able to. With that thought, a flicker of excitement kept shining in her eyes. Over at the Sect Alliance, Li Xianfeng and the other elders were so terrified that they nearly lost control of their bladders. At the same time, they felt extremely fortunate that the lords from the upper realm had come today. Otherwise, with only themselves, they would never have been a match for Chen Nian, and perhaps the entire Sect Alliance would have been destroyed by his wrath today. Yet another high-grade spiritual artifact. I've been quite lucky lately. Chen Nian waved his hand, and a green light suddenly shot out from his body. The next moment, the shattered cauldron actually began furiously repairing itself on its own. Seeing this, Long Yuan became even more shocked. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his mark upon the heaven-opening cauldron was slowly fading. His mark had disappeared completely. Even more terrifying, the aura now bursting from the heaven-opening cauldron was even more dreadful than before. Why, you actually evolved the heaven-opening cauldron and raised its grade. How exactly did you do it? Take out the Tao artifact in your hand that can raise the grade of magic treasures. Long Yuan roared. Tao artifact. Chen Nian shook his head. In truth, he didn't even know what a Tao artifact was. I don't know either. I just wanted to repair it and make it mine. Who would have thought that after I fixed it, its rank would be L? Chen Nian was telling the truth. Since many years ago, he had discovered his special ability. That was, anything he repaired would become better than before. However, he had not expected that after he repaired a magic treasure, it would become better and even rise in rank. Not only that, A magic treasure he repaired could also erase the imprints of others and turn into his own life-bound treasure. Therefore, after the immortal binding rope incident, Chen Nian's hands itched. He wanted to repair every magic treasure within his power, upgrade them, and make them Since you refuse to hand it over, he'll kill you and personally take it from your body. Long Yuan snorted coldly. Then he directly reached out and grabbed at Chen Nian. To be honest, Chen Nian did not take Tribulation Transcendence stage cultivators seriously at all. In his eyes, Long Yuan's full power strike was almost like children playing house. He could easily handle it with one hand. Yet in the eyes of Jun Wuxia, Li Xuanfeng, and the others, Long Yuan was already sure of victory. A mere spirit movement cultivator dares to act so arrogantly before a mighty Tribulation Transcendence expert. Does he really think that possessing a Dao artifact lets him do whatever he pleases? Although a Dao artifact is powerful, it also depends on the strength of its holder. A mere spirit movement cultivator, no matter how heaven-defying the magic treasure he possesses, could never be a match for a Tribulation Transcendence expert. Jun Wuxia narrowed his eyes and said with extreme confidence. Li Xianfeng beside him was almost smiling from ear to ear. He flattered, yes, my lord is absolutely right. That base wretch from Dongtu Shenzhou dares to oppose Lord Long Yuan. He is simply courting death. How could a mere spirit movement cultivator be worthy of a Dao artifact? Exactly. Only the lords of the upper realm are worthy of a Dao artifact. The elders of the sect alliance all chimed in with flattery. Jun Wuxia was extremely pleased, and a confident, excited expression bloomed on his face. They never expected that just by touring some random continent in the lower realm, they would encounter a Dao artifact. Although they could not keep this Dao artifact for themselves. But if they handed it upward, whether to the Lord Superior or the old madam, they would all be heavily rewarded. When that time came, they would really become rich. Long Yuan chopped down that brat and seized the Dao artifact. Jun Wuxia shouted with incomparable excitement toward the heavens. Long Yuan was also confident in his success. However, in the next second, an impossible thing happened. Just as Long Yuan's full power strike was about to reach, Chen Nian suddenly took a step forward. He sighed, shook his head, and said, alas, is this all the strength that the great powers of the upper realm possess? Truly disappointing. Then he suddenly opened his palm and reached out toward Long Yuan. A lightning vortex abruptly appeared in the center of his palm. This was a secret art Chen Nian had comprehended while crossing the spirit movement tribulation, relying on the heavenly tribulation's thunder. He gave this secret art a name, the star-absorbing great art. In an instant, Long Yuan's full power strike was entirely dissolved by Chen Nian's star-absorbing great art. What? Long Yuan was dumbfounded. After all, that had been his all-out strike. How could that brat dissolve it so easily? What on earth was going on? However, before he had time to think more, a powerful suction force wrapped around his entire body. In a flash, the mighty suction dragged him straight to Chen Nian's palm. Chen Nian grabbed his neck with one hand and pinned him down hard. How did you do it? What was that move just now? Long Yuan's face was deathly pale, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Chen Nian said expressionlessly, that move is called the star-absorbing great art. Your death has come. As soon as he finished speaking, endless thunder surged out from his palm. Thunder pierced straight through Long Yuan's neck, shattering all the meridians in his body. Boom. At this sight, Jun Wuxia, Li Xuanfeng, and the others on the ground were dumbfounded. They had thought victory was already in hand. They truly had never imagined that a mere spirit movement cultivator could actually defeat a mighty Tribulation Transcendence expert. Heavens! Could this be the power of a Dao artifact? To be able to kill across an entire major realm. How terrifying. Boy, stop right now. If you dare to kill him, the entire upper realm will never let you get away with it. Jun Wuxia finally panicked. He roared, then leaped up and charged at Chen Nian. Li Xuanfeng meanwhile quietly turned and slipped away. In the sky above, Chen Nian acted as if he had not heard Jun Wuxia's words at all. He suddenly produced a 3-foot green sword and slashed it fiercely down at Long Yuan's head. Oh! A painful howl spread throughout the heavens. Long Yuan's 3 flowers above his head were all severed. A mighty Tribulation Transcendence expert had thus fallen. You are courting death. Jun Wuxia flew into a rage, directly summoning his life-bound treasure and rushing to kill Chen Nian. Interesting. What is this umbrella? It looks rather fun. Come, let me repair it and play with it. After pocketing Long Yuan's storage ring, Chen Nian took a step toward Jun Wuxia. Just then, beside Jun Wuxia's ear, a call that seemed to come from ancient times suddenly resounded. You are not his opponent. It's still not too late to leave now. Once I emerge from seclusion, I will personally meet this monstrous prodigy. Yes, Lord Superior. Jun Wuxia nodded in agreement, then tore space apart and fled in panic. Before leaving, he shot a vicious glare at Chen Nian and roared, I will come back. Almost an instant later, everything returned to silence. To be honest, if Jun Wuxia and that female cultivator from the upper realm had just fought him to the death, he truly was not sure whether he would remain their match. Opening the storage rings he had plundered from Long Yuan, and the earlier Chen Nian grabbed a large handful of pills and gulped them down. After the pills entered his stomach, his depleted power began to recover rapidly. All the elders, hall masters, and disciples of the sect alliance had already summoned their life-bound treasures. It seemed they were prepared to fight him to the death. All right, the people from the upper realm are gone. Now it's time to handle the real matter. Chen Nian stood up with disheveled hair, sweeping his gaze over the dark, dense crowd ahead, then said coldly, "Go summon your sect master. I want to ask him why he treated that kind old man of the Tao sect in such a manner." With just a single roar, the mighty existences at the spirit movement realm and half-step spirit movement realm before him were frightened into retreating again and again. As for the disciples at the human origin and earth origin realms, all those who lacked sufficient mental fortitude dropped dead on the spot, shocked by that roar. At this moment, they finally realized that the sect alliance was now facing a great tribulation that could wipe out the whole sect. In the void, a flying wooden ship sailed. At the forefront stood Empress Ling Xiao, with Gu Jing, Tian Gao Dashan, and others on the deck watching the events unfolding at the sect alliance. Though each of them itched with eagerness, desperate to rush down and fight alongside Chen Nian had set up a formation in the void. None of them could take even a single step forward. The power of the sect alliance was simply too terrifying, which is why Chen Nian had carved out a small world for them to remain within. Otherwise, if they had joined the battle, the sect alliance would only need to dispatch a single hall master at the half-step spirit movement realm, or even a senior disciple at the Tianyuan realm, to wipe them all out. Alas, I only regret that our strength is too weak to assist the patriarch. Gao Dashan, I never imagined Mr. Chen's strength would be so terrifying. He can even rival the great powers from the upper realm. It seems what Dao Zhu said was true. Mr. Chen is the last hope of the Lingdong continent. I truly hope that after this battle, Mr. Chen will completely surpass the sect alliance. In that case, our Lingdong continent will surely usher in an era of brilliance. Gu Jing, Tian Gu Jing, Gu Ho, and others could not help but say. Empress Ling Xiao's eyes were red. Her father's strength continued to exceed her expectations. He had actually slain a tribulation transcendence expert at the 6th stage of spirit movement with ease. Moreover, he possessed the ability to shatter others' magical treasures and restore them, upgrading them into his own. Even if Grandpa Dragon Ancestor were to learn of this, he would be utterly stunned by Father. It seems the day Father enters the immortal realm to rescue Mother is not far off. Empress Ling Xiao was filled with indescribable excitement. The sect alliance's forbidden ground. Several alliance elders and hall masters knelt before it. Their faces were grave, sweat pouring down their brows, as if facing a formidable enemy. Suddenly the void of the forbidden ground shattered into fragments. A long-haired, graceful, and delicate-looking man stepped out. The power of Tianshu Dao Palace is indeed formidable. Although those old men, Xiao Zhan and the others, were weak in cultivation, their centuries of comprehension of Tianshu Dao Palace have allowed this palace to break through an entire major realm. Exquisite. Feeling the surging aura erupting from the delicate man, Li Xianfeng and the others could not help but burst with joy. Congratulations to the sect master, blessings to the sect master. Congratulations to the sect master, blessings to the sect master. Then Li Xianfeng rose and respectfully approached the delicate man, whispering, reporting to the sect master, Elder Han Yuan was killed by that youth from the eastern divine land. The delicate man frowned slightly after hearing this. The death of Han Yuan I can understand. After all, according to old man Hichu, that youth from the eastern divine land is a prodigy who can shatter the rules of cultivation. But how were Chun Dong and Long Yuan, who came from the upper realm, also killed by that lad? A spirit movement cultivator killing a tribulation transcendence expert. What nonsense. Could that youth possess some heaven-defying magical treasure? Upon hearing this, Li Xianfeng immediately launched into praise. The sect master's words hit the nail right on the head. Indeed, those three great figures from the upper realm said that youth possesses a Tao artifact. A Tao artifact. The delicate man paused slightly, and a trace of sinister greed flashed in his eye. Yes, sect master. That Tao artifact in the youth's possession can repair all shattered magical treasures and even upgrade their rank for his own use. Li Xianfeng hurriedly replied. Hearing this, the delicate man could no longer suppress his inner desire. Heaven itself assists me, Yan Ruyu, in ascending to immortality. With that, he swept his massive hand and stepped into the void, disappearing. Li Xianfeng and the others immediately followed behind. Because he had consumed too many pills, Chen Nian's cultivation base could no longer be contained. The effects of pills from the upper realm were clearly far superior to anything Chen Nian had taken before. Even the spiritual herbs and roots behind the Bio Taoist pavilion paled in comparison. In the void, Empress Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Father is about to break through again. Gao Dashan, Gu Jing, Tian Eagle Eye, and others were all filled with immense excitement. In contrast, the elders and hall masters of the sect alliance all wore extremely grave expressions. They all knew that Chen Nian had only reached the spirit movement realm a mere few years ago. They also knew how difficult it was to break through beyond the spirit movement realm. Some cultivators remained stagnant at the first stage their entire lives. But this prodigy before them had not only broken through from the first stage to the sixth stage of spirit movement in just a few short years, but now he was showing signs of breaking through again. Boom, boom, boom. Roaring sounds of energy exploded within Chen Nian's body. He had completely lost control. With a long roar, Chen Nian ascended to the heavens. His hair flew wildly as he shouted to the sky, streams of azure blue power swirling around his body before converging into a sea of consciousness above his head. Just as he was about to break through, a graceful, delicate man suddenly stepped out from the sky. Behind him followed a dark mass of people, all powerful existences at the spirit movement or half-step spirit movement realm. Welcome, sect master. Welcome, sect master. On the ground, all the disciples of the sect alliance prostrated themselves. Oh, breaking through again. Such a prodigy. Even this palace finds itself somewhat fond of him. The delicate man emitted a laugh like a woman's. At this moment, Li Xianfeng hurriedly spoke behind him. Sect master, now is the best time to kill that youth. Please strike. The delicate man narrowed his eyes and sighed. To be honest, if not for the Tao artifact on his body, I would almost hesitate to kill him. With that, the delicate man extended his pale hand and gently tapped the cloud before him. The next moment, a soul-piercing strange power rippled outward like water waves, quickly enveloping Chen Nian, who was in the midst of his breakthrough. Inside the wooden ship of the void, bad. That guy is here. Empress Lingxiao's eyes suddenly widened, her face filled with anxiety. Behind her, Gao Dashin, Gu Jing, Tian Wei Qing, and others were equally impatient. They all knew Chen Nian was at a critical moment of his breakthrough. At this time, he absolutely could not be disturbed. Otherwise, at best, he would suffer qi deviation and at worst, death and the extinction of his Tao. What should we do? Even if we wanted to go out now, we can't. The great formation set by the patriarch is beyond our ability to break through. Tension and anxiety filled the entire flying wooden ship. Everyone longed to rush out immediately. Even if it meant death, they would die on the path of protecting the patriarch. Empress Lingxiao's eyes were red with tears streaming down her face. Because she could clearly feel that delicate man was terrifying. His aura was several times stronger than her father's. The strange power had completely surrounded Chen Nian and was now rapidly contracting, clearly intent on crushing him. Just then, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, thunderous roars erupted from within Chen. His cultivation had successfully broken through the 7th level of the spirit movement realm. In that brief span, Chen Nian's cultivation broke straight through to the 7th level of the spirit movement realm. Yet this was still not the end. Chen Nian could clearly sense that the power within him had not yet been fully released. To be honest, he had not expected those pills from the upper realm to be so formidable. Had he known this would happen, he would never have eaten so many in one sitting. At the very least, he should have waited until he found a safe place. But now it was too late. With a mighty enemy before him, he had no choice but to break through. Otherwise, he would be suffocated by the surging power. At this moment, if any upper realm expert knew that Chen Nian had swallowed that many purple-grade pills at once, they would probably be driven mad with fury. Those were purple-grade pills that even the upper realm craved. Yet a mere lower realm cultivator had squandered them like this. One had to understand, even in the upper realm, a single purple-grade pill was worth a fortune. Ordinary people had never even laid eyes on one, let alone consumed it. After breaking through to the 7th level of the spirit movement realm, only then did Chen Nian have the leisure to look around him. That strange force made every hair on his body stand on end. Even the previous experts from the upper realm had never made him feel such a reaction. From this, one could see that the sect master of the sect alliance was truly formidable. Chen Nian felt unwilling. His cultivation was still surging upward. If he were to divert his attention, now he would inevitably suffer backlash. A drop in cultivation would be the least of his worries. What he feared most was falling into qi deviation. He truly regretted it. If only he had eaten fewer of those upper realm pills just now. What was he to do now? Interesting. So he really has broken through. I am becoming more and more fond of this lad. The effeminate man said with a cold laugh. In just a few short years, Chen Nian had gone from the early spirit movement realm to the 7th level of the spirit movement realm. Even the effeminate man had to admit that he could not match such speed. As the saying goes, heroes admire each other. The effeminate man was even somewhat reluctant to kill a freakish prodigy like Chen Nian. Sect master, kill him at once. If a monster like him is not eliminated, our sect alliance will never have a day of peace. The sect-protecting elderly Xuanfeng could not help but bellow. Yet in the next second, the effeminate man abruptly turned his head and shot him a glare, saying coldly, "What? Are you teaching me how to act?" A single glance was enough. The terrifying pressure caused Li Xianfeng to spray out a mouthful of blood. Forgive me, sect master. I was too presumptuous. Li Xianfeng immediately knelt down with a thud, trembling as he spoke. The effeminate man gave a cold snort. Then his gaze fell upon Chen Nian, and he slowly said in that soft feminine voice, "Hand over your Tao artifact, and submit to me from now on. I might then consider granting you a way to live. How about it?" The moment those words were spoken, the entire sect alliance was thrown into great shock. No one had imagined that the sect master would extend an offer to a man who had killed several elders, and even an upper realm great expert. That fellow really was fortunate beyond measure. Li Xianfeng was about to go mad with rage, but before the effeminate man, he did not even dare breathe a word. Yet in the very next second, something no one could have expected happened. Chen Nian suddenly raised his head and sneered at the effeminate man. "You think neither man nor woman dare to make me submit to you? What a delusion." Crack. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire sect alliance shook even more violently. Li Xianfeng in particular, who had been stifled with gloom only a moment ago, was instantly bursting with excitement. "Ha! You little bastard. You refuse the road to heaven, yet insist on barging through the gates of hell. What the sect master hates most is being called neither man nor woman. Everyone who has said such a thing suffers one and only one fate: death." Looking for death. Sure enough, the effeminate man's face hardened dramatically. Without another word, he activated his incantation and caused that mysterious force to begin crushing Chen Nian savagely. Chen Nian's eyes were splitting with fury. So what if he fell into chi deviation? So what if his cultivation dropped? There was nothing left for him to fear now. In the flying wooden boat in the void, Father, Patriarch, Mr. Chen, Empress Ling Xiao Gao Dashan, and Gu Jingtian all cried out at once. At this most critical of moments, suddenly an ethereal heavenly voice descended from above. "Break through in peace. I am here." The instant those words landed, a figure in a pink dress suddenly descended from the sky. A force mighty enough to suppress everything simultaneously shielded Chen Nian's surroundings. Feng ran. Chen Nian's eyes flew wide open, an expression of utter disbelief flashing in them. He had never thought that Feng Ran would appear at this critical moment. Wait, wasn't Feng Ran only at the human origin realm? Then how could she withstand the effeminate man's mysterious force? For the moment, Chen Nian could not understand it. "Who are you?" The effeminate man frowned as he stared at the woman in pink who had fallen from the sky. The woman in pink stood protectively in front of Chen Nian. Beside her followed a short dwarf, someone who has come to protect him. Feng Ran slowly walked forward. "Humph. A mere human origin realm cultivator dares to be so arrogant. Sect master, leave her to me." Li Xianfeng gave a cold snort, then leaped straight at Feng Ran. The mighty cultivation of the spirit movement realm was not something a human origin realm cultivator could possibly match. But for some unknown reason, just as Li Xianfeng was about to reach Feng Ran, an enormous force suddenly imprisoned him, leaving him completely unable to move. In the next second, the dwarf stepped forth from Feng Ran's side. He sneered, then lightly clenched his fist. Boom! Li Xianfeng was crushed to pieces on the spot. In an instant, the entire sect alliance was shaken. "So strong. Are you a Qiankuan great expert?" The effeminate man narrowed his eyes and looked at the dwarf. The dwarf said nothing, instead withdrawing behind the woman in pink. "Ha ha ha!" A wild laugh burst from the effeminate man's mouth. "I never imagined that a tiny Lingdong continent would actually bring forth a Qiankuan great expert. Interesting. This is truly too interesting." Inside the wooden boat in the void, everyone was both excited and shocked. Empress Ling Xiao covered her mouth with her hand, wondering who that woman in pink really was. Why had she come to protect her father? Could it be she admired her father? By now, Chen Nian had reached the crucial moment of his breakthrough. He had no time to ponder why Feng Ran had suddenly become so powerful or who the dwarf beside her was. Boom, boom, boom. With Feng Ran guarding him, Chen Nian began breaking through wantonly, holding nothing back. The potency of the upper realm pills far surpassed what Chen Nian had ever imagined. His cultivation rose directly from the 7th level of the spirit movement realm to the 8th level. But it was still not over. His cultivation continued to climb at a frenzied speed. He is about to break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. He really is a monstrous prodigy. The effeminate man narrowed his eyes as he watched Chen Nian. Before a Qiankuan great expert, he had no chance to attack Chen Nian, nor even the slightest chance to flee. At that moment, Feng Ran's gaze also fell upon Chen Nian. Within those breathtakingly beautiful eyes was nothing but deep affection. This was truly the man she had waited 3,000 years for. It had only been such a short time since he left the eastern land of divine provinces, and already he had grown to such an astonishing level. Even the dwarf standing beside Feng Ran began to pay attention to Chen Nian. A flicker of surprise appeared in those large childlike eyes as he remarked, "He doesn't seem to be planning to break through to the tribulation transcendence stage." Just as his words faded, rumbles echoed through the air as the boundless energy brought by the upper realm elixir surged and thundered once more within Chen Nian's body. Before the eyes of everyone present, he did not directly step from the 8th level of the spiritual movement stage into the tribulation transcendence stage. Instead, he arrived straight at the 9th level of the spiritual movement stage. And this was not the end, for his cultivation continued to break through. How is this possible? He has actually shattered the very rules of the cultivation system. I have never once heard of any monstrous prodigy existing at the 9th level of the spiritual movement stage. The effeminate man was shaken to the core. He clenched both fists tightly, his eyes fixed upon Chen Nian, turning bloodshot as his entire body began to tremble. Unable to help himself, he murmured, "Could it be that the one that the heavenly void Tao Palace pointed to really isn't me, but him?" Opt. A piercing cry burst forth from the man. The effeminate man suddenly broke down. He let out a long roar to the heavens, then directly raised his palm and struck down toward Chen Nian while bellowing, "No, I alone can be the sole existence in the spirit movement continent. No one, not anyone, should ever think of replacing me." Earlier he had regarded Chen Nian as a monstrous genius, so he was reluctant to kill him and instead wanted to take him under his command. But now, he could already clearly sense the threat emanating from Chen Nian. Therefore he had to kill Chen Nian. Seeing the effeminate man make his move, Feng Ran grew anxious and hurriedly said to the dwarf beside her, "Stop him." Yet for some reason the dwarf did not act. Instead he answered Feng Ran, "No hurry. I wish to see just how powerful he truly is. What is there to see? Save him right now. I will not allow the slightest danger to befall him." As her words rang out, the effeminate man's palm had already descended before Chen Nian. At that moment, everyone present held their breath. But Chen Nian was still in the midst of breaking through and had no time at all to deal with the attack of the effeminate man. However, after surging past the 8th level of the spiritual movement stage, the rate of Chen Nian's cultivation growth turned utterly bizarre. Within just a few short breaths, his cultivation had directly vaulted over 5 minor realms and arrived at the 13th level of the spiritual movement stage. This scene left everyone else utterly astounded. Yet it was all completely within Chen Nian's expectations. Back when he was still in the eastern land of divine provinces, he knew nothing of the cultivation system's knowledge. But every once in a while he could clearly feel his cultivation breakthroughs becoming extraordinarily swift. During those periods, he was like a water pump madly drawing in the energy from the outside world and converting it into his own power. In the past, Chen Nian could never understand why this was the case. It was only later, after the old master of the Tao sect and the old master of the sword sect had explained the knowledge of the cultivation system to him, that he understood after the 8th realm of each stage his cultivation speed would become astonishingly fast. It was precisely because of this that Chen Nian remained so confident even when facing upper realm powerhouses whose cultivation far exceeded his own. For in each stage he had accumulated several times, or even dozens of times, the power of ordinary cultivators. How can it be this fast? In just a few breaths, he has reached the 13th level of the spiritual movement stage. Where exactly is your bottleneck? The effeminate man roared furiously. At that very moment, Chen Nian suddenly let out a great cry to the heavens. By now his cultivation had already crossed 5 realms in a single step from the 13th level of the spiritual movement stage and arrived at the 18th level of the spiritual movement stage. The 18th level of the spiritual movement stage. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The effeminate man roared skyward as at the same time his full force strike slammed directly into Chen Nian's body. And yet, to Chen Nian, it was no different from a mere tickle. He took a single step forward, then grabbed the effeminate man and lifted him up by the neck. "You androgynous freak. Now do you still want me to submit to you?" Chen Nian sneered, then, without another word, began pounding his fists relentlessly into the effeminate man's face. Bam, 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 bam. Chen Nian's fists flew as if they cost nothing, nearly spinning sparks into the air. In the blink of an eye, the effeminate man was beaten until his head was bloody and cracked, all of his teeth knocked out, and even the 3 flowers atop his crown began to totter precariously. How could he have ever imagined that he, a mighty existence at the 8th level of the tribulation transcendent stage, would be bullied so humiliatingly by a weakling of the spiritual movement stage? Off. The effeminate man let out a long cry to the heavens, then summoned a calming sea pearl and hurled it toward Chen Nian. The next second, towering waves of seawater surged forth from within the pearl. Chen Nian was instantly drowned by the flood and savagely torn apart by its raging currents. What a fine treasure. This calming sea pearl belongs to me now. Chen Nian roared and directly summoned the supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the heaven-opening cauldron, along with the immortal binding rope. The immortal binding rope transformed into a crimson thread that like a spiritual serpent coiled around and bound the effeminate man. Meanwhile, the heaven-opening cauldron spun rapidly in midair and devoured all the seawater that had engulfed Chen Nian. After breaking free, Chen Nian grabbed hold of the calming sea pearl hovering above his head, and then crushed it into pieces with his bare hand. Feeling his imprint being erased, the effeminate man roared, "No, that is my calming sea pearl. No. Sorry, but it's mine now." Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. This calming sea pearl was originally a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Who knew to what level its grade would rise once he repaired it? Soon enough. Chen Nian waved his hand, and a green radiance burst forth from the center of his palm, scattering in all directions. These green rays of light were like little spirits. They autonomously located the shattered fragments of the calming sea pearl and began repairing them on their own. The gazes of everyone present converged upon that very point. The effeminate man's eyes went wide. It seemed he too was eager to know whether his supreme-grade spiritual artifact once repaired by Chen Nian would continue to rise in grade. After all, above the supreme-grade spiritual artifact lay the Tao artifact. Before long, a resplendent radiance converged upon a single point. The calming sea pearl had been repaired. Behold, a pearl radiating azure light slowly rose into the air. Unlike when the effeminate man had first summoned it, the calming sea pearl was now covered with array patterns, and within it the faint yet unmistakable power of laws even seemed to surge. A quasi-Tao artifact. The moment the surging laws were sensed, the effeminate man, the dwarf beside Feng, ran, and all those present who had some understanding of Tao artifacts were left utterly astounded. How exactly did you manage to do this? To think you could refine a supreme-grade spiritual artifact into a quasi-Tao artifact. How is that even possible? The effeminate man's gaze was fixed tightly on Chen Nian as he let out one roar after another. At this moment he was already bound by Chen Nian's immortal binding rope. He could speak, but he could not move. Chen Nian paid no heed to the effeminate man. At this moment his mood was excellent. He had never imagined that he would truly come to possess a Tao artifact. Sensing the laws surging within the calming sea pearl, Chen Nian wore a look of pure delight. It was his first time ever touching the Tao of laws. This power was both formidable and wondrous. After savoring the laws within the calming sea pearl for a while, Chen Nian put it away, then crossed the distance in a single step to stand before the effeminate man. At this instant his face was shrouded in gloom, because it was this very man who had persecuted the old master of the Tao sect into such a wretched state. What are you going to do? In mourning, you dare kill me. Once my name vanishes from the alliance registry, someone from the upper realm will inevitably come looking for me. And when that happens, you'll be the one facing certain death. The effeminate man was clearly terrified now, and he had begun to threaten Chen Nian. Haven't I already killed several people from the upper realm? Since I've already offended them to the point of no return, what reason do I have left to be afraid? Chen Nian was right. After killing Qin Dong and Long Yuan, those two men from the upper realm, he had long since made enemies of the upper realm's inhabitants. In all likelihood, it wouldn't be long before they sent people down to deal with him. Therefore, at this point he truly had nothing left to fear. For a moment the effeminate man was at a loss for words. Scrambling for an excuse, he said, "If you spare my life, I'll share the entire world with you. I know countless secrets of the Lingdong continent." "Oh, is that so? Then why don't I just kill you and seize your memories instead?" With that, Chen Nian struck the effeminate man directly on the crown of his head. "Oh, you can't kill me," the effeminate man screamed at the top of his lungs. Before Chen Nian's arrival, this man had been the equivalent of a heavenly Tao upon the Lingdong continent. It was he who had established the rule that only the sect alliance could undergo the Lingdong tribulation. It was he who had commanded all the sects to dispatch every Heaven Yuan 8th stage expert to Tianpeng Island to suppress the hand of the immortal realm, while the sect alliance itself sent no one. It was he who had wantonly persecuted the loyal and righteous. With a casual wave of his hand, he had reduced the old master of the Tao sect to such a pitiful state. And yet now, Chen Nian had appeared before him like the scourge of God. At this very moment, the effeminate man who had once looked down upon everyone was thoroughly panicked. If everything could be redone, he swore he would never dare to make an enemy of Chen Nian, nor would he dare to commit so many heinous and heaven-defying deeds. But now it was all too late. Overwhelming power surged forth from Chen Nian's palm. Boundless fury drove Chen Nian to drain the effeminate man's spiritual soul force and life force entirely. In all his previous killings he had never done such a thing, because this method was utterly inhuman. Those slain in this manner would have even the path of reincarnation completely sealed off. Thus, all the mighty beings of the world, save for the demon race, had unanimously reached an accord they must never kill in such a cruel and inhumane manner. But Chen Nian no longer cared about any of that now. Whenever he thought of the old Tao sect master's tragic condition, whenever he thought of the rules the sect alliance had imposed upon the Lingdong continent, the fury in his heart could not be suppressed. Oh! Screams of agony erupted wildly. At this moment, whether it was the sect alliance disciples on the ground, Feng ran high above in the sky, or Empress Ling Xiao Gao Dashan and the others aboard the wooden flying vessel in the void, everyone instinctively covered their mouths. It was utterly merciless and horrifying. Before long, the effeminate man was completely drained dry by Chen Nian, and this method of killing also converted all of the effeminate man's cultivation into Chen Nian's power. His cultivation could no longer be contained. With a thunderous boom from the heavens, a world-destroying lightning bolt came crashing down onto the top of Chen Nian's head. Tribulation Transcendence, First Stage. Chen Nian's cultivation had successfully stepped into the Tribulation Transcendence realm. For him to have reached the Tribulation Transcendence realm so effortlessly, truly unprecedented in history. The dwarf beside Feng Ran couldn't help murmuring to himself. Feng Ran said with great excitement, "Of course. The man I've set my eyes on is bound to be a peerless prodigy." The dwarf let out a bitter laugh. "If you've set your eyes on him, but he doesn't seem all that interested in you. I still think you should choose to leave with me and head to a higher world. With your talent, you would definitely carve out a place for yourself in that better realm." Feng Ran furrowed her beautiful brows, then said with unwavering determination, "No, I want to stay by his side." "Very well." The void was suddenly torn apart. That wooden flying vessel from the divine land of the eastern lands suddenly came to a halt, suspended high in the sky. Empress Lingxiao, Gao Dashan, Gu Jingtian, and the others flew out from within it one after another. "Father, I'm so glad you're safe." Empress Lingxiao's eyes reddened as she walked up to Chen Nian. Chen Nian gently drew her into his embrace and patted her on the back. "Your father still has to accompany you all the way to the immortal realm to rescue your mother. How could anything happen to me, Empress Lingxiao wept tears of joy. Now that her father had reached the Tribulation Transcendence realm, the threshold of seeking immortality was not far off. She believed that before long, she would be able to follow her father and ascend to the immortal realm together. Just then a figure dressed in snow-white robes suddenly tore through space and stood before Chen Nian. It was none other than Lung Shuang. At this moment, the look she cast at Chen Nian was extremely complicated. She was shocked by his overwhelming power and even more delighted that he had killed Yan Ryu. "I never imagined you would actually accomplish it. Lung Shuang is willing to follow by your side from this day forward." Lung Shuang's eyes reddened as she bowed to Chen Nian. Chen Nian waved his hand. "My attack on the sect alliance this time was for the sake of the old Tao sect master and the Lingdong continent. It has nothing to do with you. There's no need for you to do this. No. Yan Ryu was the enemy who wiped out my clan. By killing her, you avenged me. You are..." Lung Shuang spoke with absolute firmness. Chen Nian helplessly shook his head. Sigh, why were all the women he encountered these days so stubborn? First there was that woman in the plain white dress, and now there was this Lung Shuang. He had no idea how to handle all these matters. Just then Lung Shuang stepped forward and said, "Benefactor, I believe you should establish Bio Dao Hall in the North Sea to seek better development." The moment those words were spoken, Gu Jingtian, Gu Jin, Gu Ho, and the others stepped forward one after another saying, "Mr. Chen, this young lady is right. Take your Bio Daoist Hall and make a stand in Beihai." "Yes, Mr. Chen. The resources of Beihai are inexhaustible. The reason the sect alliance has been able to produce so many spirit movement realm experts is inseparable from Beihai. If Bio Daoist Hall remains in Beihai, its future strength is certain to surpass the sect alliance." Listening to everyone's words, Chen Nian gave a wry smile and shook his head. He had come to Beihai this time only to avenge the old man of the Tao sect, and at the same time eliminate a root of disaster for the Lingdong continent. He had never once considered leading Bio Daoist Hall to put down roots here. So he refused, saying, "Thank you all for your kindness, but the roots of my Bio Daoist Hall are in Dongda Shenzhou. The reason I brought my disciples here this time is only to enter the Aohai secret realm. I never intended to seize Beihai. Since the resources of Beihai are so formidable, then from now on it should be open to the entire Lingdong continent. Whoever has the ability and the fortune may come here to seek treasures." Hearing this, everyone looked at one another in dismay. They were all anxious, but none could find a reasonable excuse to continue dissuading Chen Nian. Just then Lung Shuang suddenly heaved a long sigh. "I had thought that the Lingdong continent was about to welcome the dawn, but instead what has come is a stretch of darkness. I fear the Lingdong continent is about to be destroyed. By the time those people of the Federation arrive, this place will surely be reduced to a sea of blood. The very thought of it is tragic and lamentable. I had better leave this continent soon and go somewhere quiet and peaceful." With that, her face filled with grief, she tore open space and prepared to leave. At that moment, Chen Nian asked grimly, "What do you mean by those words?" Only then did Lung Shuang stop and turn to say slowly to Chen Nian, "Since you are willing to hand Beihai over to others, it shows that you hold no great ambition. Since you have no great ambition, why bother asking about these things?" Chen Nian answered grimly, "I will not allow anyone to violate the Lingdong continent, nor will I allow anyone to threaten the people around me. I never imagined you were such a loyal and righteous man. Fine, since that is the case, I will tell you, my benefactor." Lung Shuang composed herself, then continued, "I believe that in your eyes the Lingdong continent is the whole of this world. But what I must tell you now is that the Lingdong continent is only one of the thousands of continents in the lower realm of Weilon Star. Hearing this, Chen Nian felt a little dazed and instinctively glanced at his daughter Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had once said that the Lingdong continent belonged to Weilon Star, but she had not known whether Weilon Star had any other continents. He truly had never expected that such a vast continent as Lingdong was in fact only one of the thousands of continents in the lower realm of Weilon Star. At the same time, Empress Ling Xiao Gu Jingtian and the others were also filled with shock. What does this have to do with that federation you spoke of? Chen Nian asked again. Long Shuang answered directly. If I told you that the thousands of continents in the lower realm of Weilon Star all have a sect alliance like the Lingdong continent, wouldn't you start to understand something? What? That is impossible. Is the sect alliance present not only on our Lingdong continent, but also across the thousands of continents in the lower realm of Weilon Star? Everyone was stunned by this revelation. Chen Nian was no exception. He suddenly recalled that when they were in Dongtu, Xinzhou Long Shuang had said that the reason the sect alliance was able to become an existence like the heavenly Tao of the Lingdong continent was that its backing was extremely formidable. But Chen Nian had never imagined that the backing of this sect alliance could be so powerful. You mean to say that these thousands of sect alliances are all governed by a single federation, and that this federation exists in the upper realm? Chen Nian abruptly raised his head and asked Long Shuang. Long Shuang nodded. You hit the nail on the head. That's right. The thousands of sect alliances in the lower realm are governed by the federation in the upper realm. As far as I know, even a tribulation realm mighty one is not considered a mere servant in the federation. Only mighty ones of the Heavenman Unity realm and the Qiankuan realm can secure a place in the federation. Having said this, Long Shuang's expression suddenly became extremely serious. I have heard that the federation has 7 continent kings, and all 7 are supreme powerhouses of the heaven-opening realm. Our Lingdong continent is subordinate to the cold-faced continent king among these 7 continent kings. Once the cold-faced continent king learns that the sect alliance of the Lingdong continent has been destroyed, he will certainly send people to the lower realm to settle this matter. Oh, and besides, someone from the upper realm has already been killed by you, so the cold-faced continent king will definitely take this matter even more seriously. He may even descend to the lower realm in person. By then, if no one guards the Lingdong continent, what awaits, it will be certain doom. These words. Immediately everyone in the entire hall was dumbfounded, including Chen Nian. He truly had not imagined that the backing of the sect alliance could be so powerful. That cold-faced continent king was actually a supreme mighty one of the Dongshu realm. Let it be known. Above the spirit movement realm is the tribulation realm. Above the tribulation realm is the Heavenman Unity realm. Only after passing the Heavenman Unity realm can one reach the Qiankuan realm, and only after crossing the Qiankuan realm can one reach the Dongshu realm. Yet the heaven-opening realm is still above the Dongshu realm. In other words, on the current Lingdong continent, even the Qiankuan realm mighty one beside Feng Ran, whose origin is unknown, would be no match for the cold-faced continent king. If the cold-faced continent king so wished, he could shatter the Lingdong continent in an instant. Chen Nian's brows were tightly knitted. The current Lingdong continent faces the threat of the immortal realm's hand from Tianpeng Island ahead, and the latent crisis of the cold-faced continent king of the sect federation behind. It could be said to be beset with dangers on all sides. The only thing Chen Nian needed to do now was to strengthen his own cultivation and that of those around him at all costs. Only in this way could he face the coming series of crises. Only in this way could he survive to bring his daughter to the immortal realm and find the most important woman in his life. And to accomplish this, the first thing he needed to do was to put down roots in Beihai. He did not know exactly how rich Beihai's resources were. But what he did know was this: Beihai's resources had nurtured dozens of spirit movement realm experts and hundreds of half-step spirit movement experts in the sect alliance. Their sect master Yan Ryu had even attained the terrifying cultivation base of the 8th stage of the tribulation realm. From this one could see just how terrifying Beihai's resources were. As long as they could be put to use, Chen Nian was confident that Bo Taoist Hall would within a short period of time become a power capable of protecting the Lingdong continent. Thank you for letting me know so much useful information. Chen Nian made a slight cupped fist salute to Long Shuang. Then his gaze fell upon Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, and the others, and he said, I have decided to rename Bo Taoist Hall as Bo Taoist Palace and establish it in Beihai from this day forward. We will use all the resources of Beihai to strengthen ourselves at all costs. Only in this way can we face the impending crisis. Yes, Ancestor. Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, Eagle Eye, and others all shouted with intense excitement. At the same time, a satisfied smile appeared on Long Shuang's face. Wang Qingyan, you are ordered to return to the Eastern Divine Land immediately and relocate the entire Bo Dao Temple, including all disciples, and the Mountain Hall to the Northern Sea. Chen Nian issued his command. Yes, Ancestor. Wang Qingyan eagerly agreed, then leaped into the air and sped toward the Eastern Divine Land. Gu Jingtian, from this day forward the Dao sect may take whatever resources it desires from the Northern Sea by its own merits. Chen Nian said, turning his gaze toward Gu Jingtian. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was momentarily stunned. He immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Lord Chen, what merit do we have to deserve such grace? Please rescind your order. No need for further pleasantries. If you wish to express gratitude, thank the old man of the Taoist. The resources of the Northern Sea were something every sect on the Lingdong continent had long coveted. From this day forward, the Tao sect shall follow Lord Chen in all things. Gu Jingtian made an earth-shattering pledge. Chen Nian smiled with satisfaction. Though the Tao sect's strength was weak, the Tianshu Tao Palace was no Moreover, the yellow sachet left by Bo pointed directly to the Tianshu Tao Palace. At that time, Chen Nian's cultivation was too feeble to venture deep into the palace based on the sachet's guidance. Now that Chen Nian had entered the Tribulation Transcendence realm, he could no longer contain his eagerness to return to the Tianshu Tao Palace and attempt once more to withstand the oppressive pressure and stand before that stone door. Though he did not know the meaning behind the yellow sachet's direction, he had a strong intuition that this was undoubtedly an important clue left by Bo for him. Perhaps behind that stone door he would finally find traces of Bo. What do you intend to do with the remnants of this sect alliance? Just then a voice sounded beside Chen Nian. He turned his head and saw that the speaker was Lung Shuang. Chen Nian glanced down at the dense crowd within the sect alliance. Among them there were countless cultivators at the Heavenly Origin and Heavenly Summit realms, with over 500 at the Heavenly Origin 8th realm alone. The combined number of those at the Lingdong and half-step Lingdong realms exceeded 200. If he were to kill them all, it would truly be a waste. After a moment's thought, Chen Nian said, the sect alliance ordered all major sects to send Heavenly Origin 8th realm experts to guard Tianpeng Island, yet they remain. Hearing this, Lung Shuang immediately gave Chen Nian a thumbs up. What a brilliant idea. I have someone in mind. Take a look. With that, she waved her hand, and a half-step Lingdong cultivator grievously wounded appeared before Chen Nian. Who is this person? Chen Nian asked. Lung Shuang replied. He is Zhao Wu, the master of the Alliance's guest hall. He was beaten to this state by Yan Ryu for openly supporting He too. He is one of the few righteous individuals within the sect alliance. Lung Shuang sighed. I see. Chen Nian was deeply moved. He never expected there to be such righteous individuals within the sect alliance. He waited. As he spoke, he subconsciously raised his head and surveyed the prodigious figure before him. When he had first heard He too speak of Chen Nian, he must admit he had not believed it. But now, witnessing with his own eyes how Chen Nian had progressed from the Lingdong realm to the Tribulation Transcendence realm in just a few short years, and more terrifying still how he had broken through the rules of the cultivation system to reach the 18th realm of Lingdong. Furthermore, he had slain an upper realm powerhouse and even killed sect master Yan Ryu while still in the Lingdong realm. All of this convinced Zhao Wu that Chen Nian was a true prodigy, the undisputed final hope of the Lingdong continent. There is no need for you to risk fire and water. I require you to lead all remaining members of the sect alliance and follow me to Tianpeng Island to suppress the hand of the immortal realm as it awakens. Do you agree? Chen Nian said. I am willing. Thank you, Lord Chen, for your patronage. Zhao Wu immediately prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Very well. Prepare yourself, for I may order you to depart at any moment. Yes, Lord Chen. After Zhao Wu departed, Lung Shuang looked at Chen Nian in disbelief and asked, What do you mean? Are we going to Tianpeng Island already? What else would you expect? The hand of the immortal realm is so powerful that even that immortal dragon could not withstand it. Do you truly believe any of us could face it once it has fully awakened? Chen Nian replied. The old man of the Tao sect had once said that any cultivator above the Heavenly Origin realm could slay that dragon, but that was because the old man's own strength was limited and the sect alliance had sealed the cultivation rules across the entire Lingdong continent. One must remember that the old man of the Tao sect at that time did not even know what cultivation beyond the Heavenly Origin realm entailed. Hearing this, Lung Shuang fell silent. Gu Jingtian, Gao Dashan, and the others also grew grave. Gu Jingtian, since the old man of the Tao sect has not yet awakened, I will give you a task. Immediately send orders to all major sects commanding them to dispatch their strongest experts to accompany me to Tianpeng Island. I am resolved to destroy the hand of the immortal realm before it awakens. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded immediately and agreed. The matter at Tianpeng Island was of grave importance, so he hurriedly ordered his several peak masters and elders to relay the message to each sect, while he personally went to the Sword sect. In truth, Chen Nian's reasons for doing this went beyond protecting the Lingdong continent. On the left side of that stone door he had seen a keyhole, and on the right side a large hand-shaped indentation. He was certain those two marks were the key to opening the stone door. On the left was a keyhole, and on the right a recessed imprint of a giant hand. Now he had already found the key on the left. That was the immortal staff in Gu Kuang's hands. The giant. A few days later, Chen Nian's cultivation broke through to the third stage of Tribulation Transcendence. Both breakthroughs were accompanied by heavenly thunder descending. However, to Chen Nian, this heavenly thunder caused no harm at all. Instead, it served as a divine elixir nourishing him. Thank you, Pavilion Master Chen. If not for you, who knows what kind of torment that Yin Ryu would have inflicted on us old men. Thank you, Pavilion Master Chen, for saving our lives. During these days, with the help of Lung Shuang and Feng Ran, several ancestral elders of the Tao sect, including Xiao Zhan and others, were also rescued from the forbidden land of the sect alliance. Chen Nian clasped his hands toward the crowd and said, Elders, the Tao sect has shown me kindness, and Patriarch Hichu was persecuted to this state by the sect alliance because of me. Therefore, all of this is what I ought to do. After saying this, he generously took out several purple-grade pills and gave them to Xiao Zhan and the others. He had obtained several hundred upper-realm purple-grade pills from the storage rings of Qundong and Long Yuan. After eating a large number earlier, he now had roughly half left. Thus, giving away a few pills was nothing more than a tickle to him. However, if the people of the upper realm were to witness this scene, they would probably be grinding their teeth in hatred. Such precious purple-grade pills were casually given away by Chen Nian to a group of ants whose cultivation was merely at the 8th stage of heaven origin. Pavilion Master Chen thighs is a purple-grade pill. It's too precious. Thank you so much, Pavilion Master Chen. The crowd was moved to tears of gratitude. Chen Nian smiled and said to them, The power of these purple-grade pills is too strong, so I dare not give you too many. If you need more later, feel free to ask. Xiao Zhan was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and he thanked him repeatedly. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He quickly said to Chen Nian, Pavilion Master Chen Hichu said you wish to enter the stone door deep within our Tianshu Dao Palace, is that right? Hearing this, Chen Nian's mood became slightly excited. He nodded and said, Yes, Senior Xiao. May I ask how much you know about that stone door? Xiao Zhan's expression also turned serious. He then said, That stone door is the greatest secret of my Dao sect. Originally, it should not be told to any outsider. But you, Pavilion Master Chen, are the savior of my Dao sect, and the first person in history to go deep into the Tianshu Dao Palace and see that stone door. So I shall tell you. Hearing this, Chen Nian immediately perked up his ears. At present, he could only guess that beyond the stone door might be the immortal realm. After all, it was the sachet left by Bio that guided him to that place. That stone door is a gate of 10,000 worlds opened by the ancestors of my Dao sect. Through it, one can freely travel among the 3,000 great worlds. Xiao Zhan said this with extreme seriousness. Chen Nian became utterly thrilled. Indeed, the clue Bio had left him was real. Is there an immortal realm behind that stone door? Chen Nian asked hastily. Xiao Zhan answered, Of course there is. But, according to the records of my Dao sect, if a person enters the stone door without a token, they will be randomly teleported to one of the 3,000 great worlds. It could be the immortal realm, or the demon realm, the elf realm, the war realm, the blade realm, the technological realm, and so on. So that's how it is. Chen Nian's heart suddenly became enlightened. No wonder Bio had left him a token. So that was the reason. Are there cultivation restrictions for entering the stone door? When I was at the half-step spirit movement stage, I could barely endure less than 3 breaths before being suppressed in front of that stone door. If Patriarch Hichu had not saved me in time, I fear I would have been crushed to powder by that pressure. Chen Nian asked hastily. Xiao Zhan replied, There are cultivation restrictions. The cultivation required from the Tianshu Dao Palace to the stone door gradually increases. If one lacks sufficient strength, it would not take even 3 breaths. In just an instant, they would be crushed to dust. At this point, Xiao Zhan looked at Chen Nian with a puzzled expression and continued, Pavilion Master Chen, you managed to reach that stone door with merely half-step spirit movement cultivation and even endured 3 breaths without being crushed to dust. That is truly incredible. Didn't Patriarch Hichu at half-step heaven origin save me as well? Senior Xiao, aren't you exaggerating a little? Chen Nian said with a smile. Xiao Zhan sighed and said, To be honest with you, Pavilion Master Chen, the disciples of my Dao sect have long been bathed in the radiance of the Tianshu Dao Palace, gradually becoming infected by its laws. Hichu in particular has made extraordinary achievements within the Tianshu Dao Palace. His comprehension of the Dao Palace's laws is terrifyingly strong. So strong that neither I nor even the ancient greats of my Dao sect can come close. That is why he was able to rescue you, Pavilion Master Chen. I see. Chen Nian let out a long breath. It seemed that although the old man of the Dao sect was low in cultivation, he was actually terrifyingly powerful. At this time, Xiao Zhan continued, Pavilion Master Chen, if you wish to pass through that stone door, at the very least you need the cultivation of the unity of heaven and man realm. Moreover, you also need to find the 2 keys that open the stone door. The unity of heaven and man realm. Chen Nian's eyes sparkled with excited light. Now he was already at the 3rd stage of tribulation transcendence, only 1 step away from the unity of heaven and man realm. Don't forget, he still had over 100 purple-grade pills stored away. It was only because Chen Nian did not dare to advance his cultivation too quickly that he had not swallowed all those 100-plus purple-grade pills directly. If he did, he could step straight into the unity of heaven and man realm. Depending on the token, the 2 keys to open the stone door differ as well. Pavilion Master Chen, since you have already seen the stone door, you should already know what the 2 keys you need to open it are, right? Xiaozhan added. Hearing this, Chen Nian was astonished. Was this stone door so peculiar? The keys to open it actually varied depending on the token. How bizarre. Yes, I have already obtained one of the keys. The other one is the immortal realm's hand of Tianpeng Island. Thus said Chen Nian. Xiaozhan nodded, then clasped his hands to Chen Nian and said, in that case, congratulations, Pavilion Master Chen. From now on, the disciples of my Dao sect will continuously nourish the laws within the Tianshu Dao Palace for you, Pavilion Master Chen, awaiting your arrival at the Tianshu Dao Palace once you have gathered both keys. Thank you. Chen Nian clasped his hands. Watching Xiaozhan's departing figure, Chen Nian felt relieved. He had finally learned all the secrets of that stone door. He had finally confirmed that behind that stone door was where Bio dwelt. Now all he needed was to slay the immortal realm's hand of Tianpeng Island, and he could go to that stone door to find Bio. At the thought of this, his mood was extremely excited. About 3 months later, the strong practitioners of the various sects of the Lingdong continent gathered at the North Sea. In the sky, crowds bustled. On the ground, warships densely filled the area. Countless banners fluttered in the wind. Everyone was resolute and burning with high battle intent. The day to attack Tianpeng Island had arrived. During these 3 months, Chen Nian's cultivation remained at the 3rd stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He had not pushed his cultivation any further simply because he had broken through too quickly before, and he needed time to stabilize his foundations. For the time being, though, the 3rd stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm was more than enough. After slaying the hand of the immortal realm, Chen Nian planned to directly devour those 100+ purple-grade pills, forcibly pushing his cultivation into the Heavenman Unity realm before going to the Tianshu Dao Palace. Apart from Chen Nian, within these 3 months, Empress Lingxiu's cultivation had stepped directly into half-step spirit movement. As expected, a bloodline from the immortal realm really made the difference. This cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying beyond measure. Gao Dashan, Liuli Ingyan, and the others had all improved. The strongest among them was Gao Dashan, who was already on the verge of half-step Heaven Yuan. High in the sky, the banners of the Bio Dao Palace fluttered. Now the entire North Sea belonged to the Bio Dao Palace's domain. Chen Nian had long since ordered the North Sea to be opened. Anyone with ability could come to the North Sea in search of resources. Not only that, he had also abolished the sect alliance's decree that prohibited others from undergoing tribulation to reach the spirit movement realm. At the same time, he had people publish all the cultivation systems of the Lingdong continent for the benefit of everyone's cultivation. From now on, there would no longer be a situation where even a grand sect patriarch had no idea what realm existed above his own. This move earned the recognition of the entire Lingdong continent. Everyone was cheering and rejoicing, feeling that the Bio Dao Palace's replacement of the sect alliance had truly ushered in a dawn for the Lingdong continent. Within only a few short months, the Bio Dao Palace had become the #1 sect recognized by the Lingdong continent. Almost every sect had submitted to the Bio Dao Palace, declaring that they would obey its every command. Therefore, once the news spread that the Bio Dao Palace was gathering the elites of all sects to attack Tianpeng Island, all the major sects, along with the small and medium sects, and even powerful independent cultivators, came to lend their support. Everyone on the waters of the North Sea was loudly shouting the name of the Bio Dao Palace. Looking down from the heavens at such a magnificent sight, Chen Nian felt immensely gratified. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. A group of Ning Yuan realm cultivators can shake an Earth Yuan realm cultivator. A group of Earth Yuan realm cultivators can shake a human Yuan realm cultivator, and so on. Set out. After a brief pre-battle rally, Chen Nian directly issued the order to advance toward Tianpeng Island. At once in the sky above and on the ground below, countless war vessels advanced with great valor and high spirits toward the very place where this time the Dao sect dispatched 100 Earth Yuan realm cultivators and 5 human Yuan realm cultivators, including Grand Elder Feng Linghao sect master Gu Jingtian Feng Ran and Gu Jin and Gu Ho, who had newly reached the human Yuan realm. The Sword sect dispatched 200 Earth Yuan realm cultivators, 10 human Yuan realm cultivators, and 3 heaven Yuan realm cultivators. The Diansong sect sent 100 Earth Yuan realm cultivators and 3 human Yuan realm cultivators. Apart from these 3 major sects, the small and medium sects and independent cultivators were so numerous that when carefully counted, they actually numbered 1,000 Earth Yuan realm cultivators, 100 human Yuan realm cultivators, and over a dozen heaven Yuan realm cultivators. Of course, the main force this time was still the former sect alliance experts, led by Zhao Hai. Together, they had 1,000 human Yuan realm cultivators, 100 heaven Yuan realm cultivators, and dozens of half-step spirit movement and spirit movement realm cultivators. That was only because Chen Nian had killed quite a few of them back then. Otherwise their strength would have been even greater. To be honest, even Chen Nian had never expected that one day the Biao Dao Palace would become the ruler of the entire Lingdong continent. He thought back to a few years ago when the old man of the Dao sect had said he would lead the elites of the major sects to Dongtu Shenzhou, and Chen Nian had been worried that those elites would bully the disciples of the Biao Dao Palace. Chen Nian could not help but smile wryly. If this time they could directly destroy that hand of the immortal realm on Tianpeng Island, the matter would be settled. If not, Chen Nian would still have to lead the elites of all sects to Dongtu Shenzhou and ask the dragon ancestor to come out of seclusion. Inside the flying wooden ship, Chen Nian was drinking tea with Gao Dashan. Old ancestor Wang Qingyan has been gone to Dongtu Shenzhou for half a year now, and he still hasn't brought the sect and the disciples back. Could something have happened? Gao Dashan seemed somewhat worried. Chen Nian frowned. He too was a little concerned about this, so he had left Yin and a few other disciples who had just entered the human Yuan realm in the North Sea waiting for Wang Qingyan's return. Once the matter of Tianpeng Island is finished, if Wang Qingyan still hasn't returned, I will go there personally, Chen Nian said. Just then, the door opened, and several people walked in from outside. They were the old man of the sword sect master Gu Jingtian, of the Dao sect Dinsong sect leader Wang Hai, and several representatives of small and medium sects. Greetings, First Seat Chen. Greetings, First Seat Chen. Chen Nian felt that the title Palace Master sounded a bit like a woman's title, so he asked everyone to address him as First Seat. It sounded better to him. Please sit, everyone. Chen Nian waved his hand. Everyone took their seats. First Seat Chen, I don't know what's going on with the demon sect. They haven't sent a single person. Moreover, the disciples I dispatched have sent word back that the entire demon sect has been deserted, people and all. Dinsong sect leader Wang Hai said. First Seat Chen, the Dao sect's disciples searched a radius of 10,000 li around the demon sect's main hall, but they didn't find even a single demon sect disciple. Gu Jingtian said. Several representatives of small and medium sects said the same. Only the old man of the sword sect remained silent for a long while. I understand. As long as they don't cause trouble, that's fine. This time we are mainly probing. Once we discover that the hand of the immortal realm is difficult to suppress, we will retreat immediately. Chen Nian said. Excellent. Wang Hai nodded. Then he added, by the way, First Seat Chen, the time for the Aohai secret realm to open has already arrived. I wonder whether the Biao Dao Palace will continue the rules set by the sect alliance and limit the number of people each sect may send into the secret realm. Chen Nian pondered for a moment. Then he said, how about this? Let strength decide the outcome. When the time comes, each sect will send its experts to fight in grouped arena battles, and the number of people entering from each sect will be determined by the victories and defeats in those battles. He'll leave this matter to Gao Dashan and Liu Li to handle. You may also offer your opinions. Hearing this, Wang Hai, Gu Jingtian, and the others nodded in agreement, saying that this method was the fairest. If word got out, those small and medium sects would probably be overjoyed. Although the small and medium sects were weak in strength, they had numbers. There were only a few major sects on the Lingdong continent, yet there were hundreds of thousands of small and medium sects. When the sect alliance was in power, 80% of the places to enter the Aohai secret realm were monopolized by the sect alliance itself. The remaining 10% was given to a few major sects, and the last 10% to the small and medium sects. Hence the small and medium sects simply did not have enough to divide among themselves. Now Chen Nian's move was unquestionably giving them a chance to spread their wings and soar. As soon as the news came out, countless small and medium sects cheered and leapt with joy. Everyone was deeply grateful to the Biao Dao Palace and swore eternal loyalty to First Seat Chen of the Biao Dao Palace. About 2 months later, on the Lingdong continent, the allied army of sects with the Biao Dao Palace at its head arrived at the location of Tianpeng Island. Under the shroud of night, the ink-black sea resembled a ferocious beast churning with boundless darkness. Fierce waves savagely lashed against the reefs along the shore, unleashing deafening roars like the furious howls of hell itself. This was the endless sea where Tianpeng Island lay. Seen from high above, the waters stretched without bound. Each wave was like a collapsing mountain range sweeping toward the shore with devastating, irresistible force. At this moment, countless warships converged from every direction across both sky and sea. With a single step, Chen Nian strode from his flying wooden vessel into the void. Behind him, Wang Hai of the Dinsong sect, the old man of the sword sect, Gu Jingtian of the Dao sect, and many others all stood suspended in midair. Chief Chen, shall we begin preparations? The old man of the sword sect, Du Shan, glanced at Chen Nian before speaking. Chen Nian surveyed the endless sea below. After a long while, he let out a deep breath and said, begin. The next instant, Du Shan, the old man of the sword sect, swept his hand through the air and began forming hands. Countless incantation seals soared into the sky and condensed into a single point. The pitch-black sky suddenly blazed bright. Boom. The gathered seal now condensed into a single point in the sky, transformed into a pillar of light, and slammed violently into the dark sea below. A colossal explosion thundered across the world. Countless deep-sea beasts were blasted skyward. Chen Nian felt a cool sensation on his arm. Looking down, he saw a little snow python sticking out its spiritual tongue and licking his arm. Its somewhat greedy eyes stared fixedly at the deep-sea beasts blown into the air. Chen Nian gave a wry smile, stroked its forehead with a fingertip, and said, already too impatient to bear it. Master, the beasts here are so powerful. If Little Snow can eat them all, I will probably be able to advance to the true monster realm. Little Snow Python transmitted its voice telepathically. HM, the true monster realm. That was equivalent to a human cultivator in the spirit movement realm. Chen Nian looked closely at the little python coiled around his arm, his face filled with astonishment. It seemed that Little Snow Python's bloodline was extraordinary. Otherwise, even if he took it around feasting here and there, its cultivation could never have risen this quickly. Alright, go then, but be careful. A monumental battle is about to unfold here. If there is any danger, come back immediately, understand? Yes. Thank you, Master. Master is so kind. Time to go eat. Little Snow Python rejoiced and leaped into the sea. The next moment, a colossal python, 10,000 zhang long, began churning the endless sea, overturning clouds and waves. Countless deep-sea monsters had become its prey. Chen Nian stood aboard the enormous flying wooden vessel of the Bo Dao Palace, watching the pillar of light crash onto the sea in the distance. Father, I sense a familiar aura. It is him. The voice of Empress Ling Xiao came from behind him. His pair of crimson eyes burned with hatred and fury. He wanted to see what kind of celestial hand it was that back then had nearly killed his daughter and almost destroyed the entire Lingdong continent. Suddenly, the massive pillar of light tore the sea apart. A huge island slowly rose from the depths. An ominous aura instantly spread across the entire vault of heaven. For a moment, everyone from the various sects widened their eyes and stared at the island. Every few decades or centuries, the Sect Alliance would order every major sect to send powerful experts of the Tianyuan 8th Realm to Tianping Island to suppress the celestial hand. This was because the matter concerned the safety of the entire Lingdong continent. Moreover, no one dared to defy the orders of the Sect Alliance. Over the years, who knew how many Tianyuan 8th Realm experts had come to Tianping Island? After those experts went to Tianping Island, not a single one had ever returned. This had led to a severe shortage of powerful cultivators in every sect. Some no longer even knew what realm lay beyond the Tianyuan realm. That was why at this very moment the ancestors and elders of the various sects were desperately eager to see their masters and grandmasters. After all these years, the Tianyuan 8th Realm experts gathered on Tianping Island must number in the hundreds by now. Chen Nian muttered to himself. More than several hundred. At this, Gu Jingtian sighed. Chief Chen, you have no idea. Several thousand years ago, Tianyuan realm experts within the major sects were extremely numerous. If you combine them all, they would have outnumbered the entire Sect Alliance. But ever since this celestial hand appeared, all the Tianyuan realm experts of the great sects were sent here. That was exactly what allowed the Sect Alliance to rise to dominance and become the heavenly Tao that controlled the Lingdong continent. Beside them, Dushan, the old man of the sword sect, also sighed and continued, as far as I know, the Tianyuan 8th Realm experts on Tianping Island number at least 8,000, if not 10,000. What so many? Chen Nian could not help but draw a sharp breath. Just then someone shouted, quick look. What is that pale white thing over there? Everyone look. Suddenly someone was shouting. Everyone immediately looked over. They saw that in the middle of the massive seafloor that had just risen, there was a stretch of pale white. It seemed as if something was laid out there. Suddenly Chen Nian's body shuddered violently. Beside him, Gu Jingtian, Dushan Wang Hai, and the others all turned deathly pale. Bones. Piles upon piles of white bones. That stretch of pale white was not something else. It was a mound of countless bones. In that instant, from heaven and earth, anguished cries rose one after another. How could this be? Ancestors, were you not guarding Tianping Island? Were you not saving the Lingdong continent? But how did you all turn into a pile of bones? What on earth is there no one who can tell me why this happened? Why have all the Tianyuan 8th Realm ancestors of my sect turned into bones? Damn it! Chen Nian clenched his fists. He finally understood. The suppression of the celestial hand at Tianping Island was nothing but a pretext of the Sect Alliance. Earlier, he had been wondering how could a majestic celestial hand possibly be suppressed by a group of Tianyuan 8th Realm cultivators. Even if the celestial hand was slumbering and could not wake, there was no need to have every Tianyuan 8th Realm expert from every sect watch over it. Was that not a waste? Now, seeing the heaps of white bones, he understood. So the Sect Alliance's true purpose had never been to have these Tianyuan 8th Realm experts suppress the celestial hand. They had two true purposes. First, to dismantle the power of the great sects and let the Sect Alliance completely control the Lingdong continent. Second, to use these Tianyuan 8th Realm experts as nourishment for the celestial hand. No wonder the Sect Alliance never sent its own people to Tianping Island. It turned out they had never intended to suppress the hand of the immortal realm at all. Instead, they were using those powerful cultivators from the 8 Tianyuan realms to feed the hand of the immortal realm so that it could slowly awaken. Chen Nian remembered again that when he had killed Yan Ryu, that fellow said he knew many secrets of the Lingdong continent. So this was the secret of the Lingdong continent. Damn it. If only he had refined Yan Ryu's sea of consciousness earlier, he would have learned this secret sooner. However, Chen Nian was puzzled. Why would the Sect Alliance do such a thing? After all, the Lingdong continent was also the place where they lived. Why on earth would they feed the hand of the immortal realm? Were they not afraid that once it woke it would destroy the land they called home? Chen Nian could not figure it out. It was just a pity that Yan Ryu's sea of consciousness was too difficult to refine. Otherwise he would have known the answer. Damned Sect Alliance, we have all been deceived. These beasts. Thank goodness Chief Chen wiped them out. Otherwise who knows how many more people would have died at their hands. At that moment Gu Jingtian, Wang Hai Dushan, and the others arrived behind Chen Nian. It seems the hand of the immortal realm did not awaken by itself. It was fed awake by the Sect Alliance. If we had come a few years later, we might have lost any chance forever. Thankfully, Chief Chen made the decision to come early and slay the hand of the immortal realm. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone clasped their hands toward Chen Nian, gratitude shining in their eyes. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. His gaze stayed fixed on the piles of white bones above Tianpeng Island. Just then the small hill formed by piles of white bones suddenly began to tremble slowly. Before long, a massive finger suddenly emerged from within. Then crack, crack, crack. That enormous finger crushed countless bones to powder and burst out. Then a colossal Tintasanshang giant hand covered with cracks and brimming with immense power overturned the mound of white bones and rose up. The hand of the immortal realm has appeared. Quick, form the formation. Avenge the ancestors. Kill. Countless disciples of all the sects offered up their life-bound treasures and poured a ceaseless stream of power into the great attack formation. After receiving inexhaustible power, the attack formation transformed into a heaven and earth net and pressed down on the Tintasanshang giant hand. Father, the power of the hand of the immortal realm is much weaker than before. It seems that over these 800 years its power has not fully recovered. Fortunately, we came early. If we had waited until its power was completely restored, we would never have been its match. The voice of the Lingxiao Empress sounded beside his ear. Chen Nian nodded. Daughter, your father will now cut down the hand of the immortal realm and avenge you. Father, your daughter will help you. The next second, several figures shot toward the Tintasanshang giant hand on Tianpeng Island. At this moment, the net formed by the attack formation, which had concentrated the strength of countless powerhouses, had already fallen upon the giant hand. The Tintasanshang giant hand seemed extremely weak. After struggling only a few times, it slumped limply to the ground. Ha ha ha, so this hand of the immortal realm isn't so formidable after all. Brothers, put in more effort. On the next strike, let's send the hand of the immortal realm straight to King Yama. Kill, kill, kill. The powerhouses of every sect burned with soaring battle intent and boiling blood. Today they swore to slay the hand of the immortal realm and avenge their sect ancestors. At the same time, Zhao Hai also led the former elites of the Sect Alliance and poured their power into the attack formation. To be honest, just now when they had seen the piles of white bones, they too had been deeply shocked. They had never imagined that the Sect Alliance they belonged to would be so ruthless and vicious. Thus at this very moment, they too had begun to exert every ounce of their strength, hoping to slay the hand of the immortal realm as quickly as possible and rid the Lingdong continent of this scourge. This time's attack formation was even more powerful than the last. Boom. The instant that power slammed into the Tintasanshang giant hand, it was blasted more than 100 meters into the ground, and then fell still. Is it over just like that? High in the sky, Chen Nian, who had not yet had a chance to make his move, frowned. He glanced back at the Lingxiao Empress and said, somewhat puzzled, daughter, even if the hand of the immortal realm has not recovered its full power, it still should not be this weak, right? The Lingxiao Empress was equally puzzled. Farther back, then even the dragon ancestor had to use his full power in a single strike just to end in mutual devastation with the hand of the immortal realm. I think something is off. The hand of the immortal realm must be scheming something. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar exploded across the sky and over the sea. We won. We won. We have cut down that giant hand of the immortal realm. Ancestors, grandmasters, did you see this? We have avenged you. The hand of the immortal realm is nothing more than this. Everyone began to celebrate. But then right at that moment, wave-like tremors suddenly began to spread through space. It seemed like an omen of a great earthquake. On the surface of the sea, enormous whirlpools appeared. They spun with terrifying speed and in an instant swallowed several warships. Before anyone could react, the next second, a deafening explosion suddenly thundered across Tianpeng Island. Immediately after, the mountain of piled-up white bones suddenly soared into the air. They converged into a blinding white light and shot straight into the Tintasanshang pit before them. Not good. The hand of the immortal realm has not truly awakened. We did not defeat it, on the contrary we awakened it. Chen Nian snapped back to his senses and let out a loud shout. At this moment the powerhouses from every sect who had just been celebrating all turned grim. Good heavens! That thing even while sleeping was able to withstand a full-force strike from so many powerhouses. If it truly woke up, how terrifying would that scene be? Quick withdraw first. Evacuate this place, Chen Nian ordered. Soon the wooden flying boats of the various sects began retreating rapidly. But just then, boom, a tremendous crash was heard. A hand suddenly climbed up from the enormous pit, smashed out by the hand of the immortal realm. Unlike before, this hand was now nearly perfect, without a single crack, without the slightest flaw. Only a faint gleam of white bones could still be seen on it. What terrifying power! Father, it has recovered its original strength. The Lingxiao Empress turned pale with fright. Beside her, Chen Nian reached out, and a 3-foot azure sword instantly appeared in his grip. All those below the spirit movement realm, get as far away as you can. Those above the spirit movement realm, prepare to follow me into a battle to the death, Chen Nian bellowed. The instant Chen Nian issued the order, countless flying wooden boats began their frantic retreat. Everyone understood that this was not the time for humility. If they withdrew to a distance, they could still support Chen Nian from afar, but if they stayed where they were, they would only be burdens, and would have no path but death. At this moment, only Empress Lingxiao Longshuangfeng ran, and Zhao Hai stood behind Chen Nian. Chen Nian had not wanted his daughter to follow him into a battle to the death. But Empress Lingxiao refused. She said that even if they were to die, she would die together with her father. Thump, thump, thump. On the ground the tremendous rumbling continued. The hand of the immortal realm, having fully awakened, had already crawled out of the deep pit. It seemed rather displeased at having awakened ahead of time. The hand pointed at Chen Nian and the others in the sky, looking as if it was furious. You hounded my daughter, persecuted so many mighty experts of the sects on the Lingdong continent, and even plotted to shatter the continent itself. This sovereign would like to see just how powerful you, the hand of the immortal realm, truly are. Chen Nian let out a furious roar. Then without another word he leaped into the air, raised the 3-foot azure blade in his hand, and slashed viciously at the hand of the immortal realm. At the same time, with a single thought, he summoned the supreme grade spirit treasures, the immortal binding rope, and the heaven-opening cauldron. The immortal binding rope transformed into a crimson thread and shot toward the hand of the immortal realm to bind it. The heaven-opening cauldron emitted dazzling multicolored light and furiously bombarded the hand of the immortal realm. But, to the hand which had already awakened, all this power seemed nothing more than a harmless tickle. Boom! Just then Chen Nian's full-powered sword strike also landed upon the hand of the immortal realm. Still it did not budge in the slightest. Terrifying. Head Chen, use our strength. We're here. At this point Zhao Hai let out a thunderous shout, and led more than 100 mighty cultivators at, or above the half-step, Lingdong realm, charging forward, pouring all of their power into Chen Nian. At the same time, Empress Lingxiaofeng ran Lung Shuang, and the mighty experts of the various sects who had already retreated into the distance also unhesitatingly poured every last bit of their power into him. Empowered by so much strength, Chen Nian felt as if his body was about to burst. Kill! He let out a mighty roar and swung his sword once more with all his might. Chen Nian's current cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. But this desperate sword strike was far more powerful than that. Even a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the heavenly human realm would find it difficult to withstand. Not to mention the fact that he was now reinforced by the strength of countless experts from all the sects, as well as the aid of the supreme grade spirit treasures, the immortal binding rope, and the heaven-opening cauldron. As the sword was about to land on the hand of the immortal realm, Chen Nian seized the opportunity and summoned the quasi-Dao artifact, the Sea Calming Pearl. The Sea Calming Pearl was by nature a water attribute treasure. Now above the sea, the power it could unleash was even greater. In an instant, half the waters of the boundless sea were drawn up by the Sea Calming Pearl and came crashing ferociously toward the hand of the immortal realm. Boom, boom, boom. This force, enough to destroy half of the Lingdong continent, was now poured entirely onto the hand of the immortal realm. The hand of the immortal realm was finally damaged. It collapsed onto the ground and began struggling madly. Power of all beings! Chen Nian roared, pressing his advantage in one great surge. The next second, the collective willpower of all beings from the Dao sect and the sword sect poured into him, then slammed into the hand of the immortal realm as a sole attack. External force joined by a spiritual assault left the hand of the immortal realm writhing in agony on the ground, screaming in misery. Suddenly, then a huge eye opened in the palm of the hand of the immortal realm. Beneath the eye an enormous mouth appeared, one large enough to devour mountains and swallow the sea. This tiny Lingdong continent actually managed to produce such power. Even this immortal is being rattled. How infuriating! The enormous mouth opened. The next second, the hand of the immortal realm suddenly jumped up. Using its index finger and middle finger as legs, it charged straight at Chen Nian and bellowed, "Even if this immortal has awakened ahead of time with my power, not yet recovered, crushing ants like you is still effortless." The instant those words fell, whoosh, the hand of the immortal realm vanished. When it reappeared, it was already descending from the sky, pressing down upon Chen Nian and the others. "Oh, isn't this the little girl I chased all the way to the Lingdong continent? Haha, I thought I would look for you after waking, but you've actually come to me of your own accord. In that case, don't blame this immortal for being rude." With that, the enormous immortal hand reached out and grabbed at Empress Lingxiao. "You want to seize me? Dream on." Empress Lingxiao was already at the half-step Lingdong stage, and with immortal qi reinforcing her body, she was not the least bit afraid of the hand of the immortal realm. She pulled out a staff and charged straight at the hand of the immortal realm. Cultivation at the half-step Lingdong stage supplemented by immortal qi. At this moment, even a mighty expert of the Lingdong realm would find it impossible to escape from her. But what Empress Lingxiao now faced was the formidable hand of the immortal realm. The moment the two sides collided, the overwhelming force of the hand of the immortal realm directly crushed the staff in Empress Lingxiao's hand. It seemed Empress Lingxiao was about to be seized by the hand and carried off. Suddenly, a beam of light like the break of dawn came slashing furiously. It was Chen Nian, bearing the collective willpower of the two sects and the quasi-Dao artifact, the Sea Calming Pearl. "You dare touch my daughter? Today, be you only a hand from the immortal realm, or a true immortal yourself, this sovereign will strike your head off." Boom. Chen Nian's sword came slashing down. The tremendous force forced the hand of the immortal realm to retreat. After Empress Lingxiao was rescued, Chen Nian shielded her behind him. "Daughter, fear not. With your father here, no one can bully you," Chen Nian declared with immense authority. She bit her rosy lips lightly with her pearly teeth. Empress Lingxiao's eyes grew moist, and her heart overflowed with happiness. Her father was now her greatest shield. "That girl, is she your daughter? How strange. Could you be that man for whom the immortal maiden Bio was willing to violate heavenly law and descend to the mortal world to lie with you?" From the heavens, the hand of the immortal realm said, "Exactly. This sovereign swears that he will fight his way into the immortal realm and rescue Bio." Chen Nian pointed his sword directly at the hand of the immortal realm and roared. The hand of the immortal realm suddenly burst into wild laughter. "Huh, let alone the fact that your cultivation is low. How dare a mere mortal frame like yours claim you will fight your way into the immortal realm? Let me tell you the truth, the immortal realm has its laws. Mortals have no right to set foot there. No, one day I, Chen Nian, will most certainly set foot in the immortal realm." Chen Nian roared. "Ha ha, what? Are you thinking that by cultivating diligently and reaching the questioning immortal realm, you can then enter the immortal realm?" The hand of the immortal realm burst into wild laughter. Then in a deeply mocking tone it said, "I'll tell you the truth, even if a mortal reaches the questioning immortal realm, he still cannot set foot in the immortal realm. The immortal realm will never allow filthy mortals like you to ascend and pollute its air." Just then, Chen Nian slowly raised his head. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the hand of the immortal realm. Then word by word he said, "As long as I cut down this hand of the immortal realm, this sovereign need not reach the questioning immortal realm to set foot in the immortal realm." The hand of the immortal realm laughed maniacally. It thought Chen Nian's words were utterly ridiculous. But if it knew that the Lingdong continent held the gate of 10,000 worlds, it probably would not have laughed so. The boundless dark sea was shrouded in suffocating oppression. High above, the 10th Sanshang giant hand stretched open, and the enormous eye upon it, along with that mouth capable of devouring mountains and swallowing seas, was especially terrifying. "Ha ha ha!" Mad laughter burst forth from that colossal mouth. "Absurd. Absolutely absurd. A mere mortal, and you dare say you can kill this immortal's hand. You even claim that killing this immortal's hand will let you set foot in the immortal realm. Ha ha ha." After a burst of laughter, the enormous 10th Sanshang hand suddenly clenched into a fist. "Since that is so, this immortal will show you what true immortal realm power really is. This immortal will grind all your unrealistic delusions to dust. I will let you know that a filthy mortal like you is not qualified to seek immortality, let alone set foot in the immortal realm." The next instant, the giant fist in the sky smashed savagely down toward the ground. Formed the formation. In the distance, the powerhouses of the various sects had already sensed the arrival of a great crisis. One after another, they summoned their essence blood and magnified their power without limit, rushing to meet the immortal realm fist descending from the heavens. Chen Nian let out a long roar toward the sky, then drew out every usable heavenly treasure and miraculous elixir from his storage ring and stuffed them all into his mouth. At this point, he could no longer care about too many things. Even if he exploded himself, he absolutely could not let that immortal hand have its way. Empress Lingxiao, Lung Shuang Zhao Hai, and everyone else likewise summoned their life-bound treasures, spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and began their final resistance. Make your move now. If we wait any longer it will be too late. Feng Ran said to the dwarf beside her with extreme urgency. The dwarf narrowed his eyes, glanced at Feng Ran, and slowly said, "After this battle he will probably be crushed to death by that immortal hand, and even you and I will not escape. So are you not going to tell him the findings of your investigations these past few years first?" Feng Ran paused briefly, then sighed. "It is too late. We are at the critical juncture of life and death now. Whether I tell him or not no longer matters. Then I will pour my power into his body instead, just in case someone launches a sneak attack." "Very well, thank you." The next second the dwarf leaped up and stood under the vault of heaven, then lightly pointed toward where Chen Nian was. Boom! The mighty power of the Qinkuan realm poured entirely onto Chen Nian. At the same time the pills he had just swallowed began to explode violently inside his body. Like beans crackling in a pan, the pills burst apart one after another within him, and boundless power furiously pushed his cultivation forward. Fortunately, the powerful energy of the Qinkuan realm had arrived in time and protected him. Otherwise he would probably have already been blown apart. In the sky the colossal immortal realm fist had already landed. Countless sect powerhouses were crushed to death on the spot. Empress Lingxiao, Longshuang, Zhao Hai, and the others could not help spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Filthy things of the mortal world. This immortal's fist has not even reached you, and you already cannot withstand it. Alas, after dragging this out for over 800 years, I can finally complete the task the heavenly venerable bestowed upon me. As the words fell, the massive immortal realm fist came crashing down. At this moment people throughout the entire Lingdong continent, in every direction for hundreds of millions of li, all saw that Tintasanshang giant fist descending from the sky. Everyone felt a suffocating terror, as if the apocalypse was upon them. An ordinary mortal dares to resist an immortal's decree. This is your own doing. The immortal realm fist had already drawn infinitely close to the ground. The overwhelming pressure had pushed everyone to the edge of despair. Empress Lingxiao, her eyes reddened, looked at Chen Nian standing at the highest point of Tianpeng Island, and choked. "Father, the immortal realm is too powerful. We cannot fight against it. Today to be buried together with Father Yunyan will never regret it." At the same time Gao Dashan, Liu Lingyan, Wei Qing, Zhongli Shui, and the others also shouted at the top of their lungs. "To be buried together with the Grand Ancestor, we will never regret it. We are willing to follow the Grand Ancestor and die together. We are willing to follow the Grand Emperor and die together." The powerhouses of the various major sects were not to be outdone either. Everyone knew that this was now a life-or-death moment. In this battle their chances of survival were less than. All of their blood was boiling. They shouted in unison, "We are willing to follow First Seat Chun and die together for the Lingdong continent. We are willing to follow First Seat Chun and die together for the Lingdong continent." Everyone had already formed the conviction that they would die. Some had already begun detonating their inner cores, trying to put up a final fight against the mighty immortal realm fist. Yet those insignificant powers were too trivial for that fist, less than a scratch on an itch. And just then, suddenly Chen Nian violently opened his eyes. At this moment his eyes had turned into a terrifying heavenly thunder hue, as if endless thunderbolts were surging wildly within them. 18 tribulations of heaven and man come at me all together. Chen Nian suddenly roared at the vault of heaven. What is he trying to do? The dwarf beside Feng Ran suddenly widened his eyes. The next instant Chen Nian stomped the ground, and his whole body shot toward the sky like a cannonball. Terrifying heavenly thunder continuously surged from his eyes. Everyone stared with wide eyes. "Father!" Empress Lingxiao let out a fierce roar. Her tears burst forth like a broken dam, and her whole body went limp and sank to the ground. She knew that her father was using his own body to bear that enormous immortal realm hand for her, but she could only watch it happen helplessly. In her heart she kept crying, "Grandpa Dragon Ancestor, where are you? Come quickly, quickly save my father. First Seat Chen, such noble righteousness." Wang Hai, Gu Jingtian, and the others watched Chen Nian charging straight at the immortal realm fist, and knelt on one knee to show their respect for a hero. Across the entire Lingdong continent, everyone saw the man who with his own strength flew Heaton toward the Tintasanshang giant fist in the sky. He was so desolate. He was so solitary. He was so unyielding. In that instant, everyone across the entire Lingdong continent prostrated themselves on the ground. They were grateful to that man. They worshipped that man. They prayed that that man could bring about a sliver of a miracle. Stream after stream of mysterious power rose from the depths of the souls of hundreds of millions of living beings across the Lingdong continent and silently descended upon the man who was charging against the immortal realm hand. "Oh, you still dare to take the initiative to attack this immortal? Interesting. Then let this immortal test exactly how much power your attack has." The immortal realm fist let out a cold sneer, then suddenly opened its palm and grabbed at Chen Nian. The terrifying immortal power instantly descended upon Chen Nian's body like the laws of the heavenly Tao. Chen Nian had won that last fleeting moment of peace for all living beings of the Lingdong continent. In this final moment of peace, everyone silently offered prayers for Chen Nian in their hearts. The boundless, immense power of living beings collective will begin to slowly converge upon him. Come. At that very moment, Chen Nian suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a roar. In the next instant, black clouds filled the heavens, and the rumbling thunder shook the entire earth. Visible within the black clouds, bolts of lightning as thick as giant mountains were slowly taking shape. He actually summoned every heavenly tribulation of the tribulation transcendence realm all at once. How did he manage to do that? The dwarf beside Feng Ran exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Chen Nian, Feng Ran watched Chen Nian, who was about to take on the immortal realm's hand in the sky, with fierce emotion. Then, her eyes reddening, she let out a long sigh. He's going to destroy himself and that immortal realm's hand together. With that, tears fell from her beautiful eyes. The dwarf beside her sensed something and asked if he dies. Well, for more than 3,000 years, he has been the only hope that kept me alive. If he dies, I will follow him without hesitation. Feng Ran answered without a moment's doubt. The dwarf gritted his teeth. In that case, I won't let him die. In the next moment, he bit his finger until it bled and pointed toward where Chen Nian stood. A drop of mighty essence blood from the Qinkuan realm landed squarely on Chen Nian's forehead. This allowed Chen Nian, who had nearly been burst apart by overwhelming power, to once again suppress the violent forces within his body. There was no time to express gratitude. In the sky, the mountain-thick thunderbolt had already come crashing down. Everything seemed to have been calculated perfectly. Just when the immortal realm's hand was about to grab Chen Nian, the mountain-thick bolt of lightning slammed fiercely into the hand. If this were merely the thunder of a single tribulation transcendence level, striking the immortal realm's hand would have been little different from tickling it. But you must know, Chen Nian is a freak capable of shattering the rules of the cultivation system. When he crossed the spiritual movement tribulation, he could already summon the mighty creation thunder dragon tribulation, let alone the current heavenman tribulation. Moreover, Chen Nian had in one breath summoned all the heavenly tribulations from the 4th level to the 18th level of tribulation transcendence. Hence, compared to ordinary people, the tribulation Chen Nian had to endure now was more than 10,000 times greater than theirs. So when that blow struck the immortal realm's hand, it dealt the hand a devastating blow. The blow left scorched wounds on the immortal realm's hand. Oh, you insignificant mortal. You actually managed to summon such a tremendous tribulation. You dared to wound this immortal. I will make you pay back 10,000-fold. Racked with excruciating pain, the immortal realm's hand not only screamed, but also retreated again and again. On the ground, everyone cheered and raised their arms. Empress Lingxiao wept tears of joy and shouted her father's name. Across the entire Lingdong continent, people shouted and roared in encouragement. Once again, that strange power of all living beings will descended upon Chen Nian. Again, Chen Nian roared toward the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Mountain-thick bolts of lightning came crazily crashing down on Chen Nian one after another, as though they cost nothing. The immortal realm's hand, originally enraged by Chen Nian, had planned to crush him with a single slap. But unexpectedly lured by Chen Nian's agile movement, it was struck by heavenly thunder once more. Oh, this immortal will make you die without even a place to be buried. The immortal realm's hand howled furiously. Heavenly thunder continued to batter it mercilessly, one bolt after another, forcing it to retreat again and again. Just then, suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. An even more violent thunderclap exploded. A heavenly thunderbolt, like a long river, poured down directly from the sky. For this strike, I don't need you. Chen Nian let out a loud shout and shot straight toward the river of heavenly thunder. Most of the tribulation had been intercepted by the immortal realm's hand, but this final river of thunder Chen Nian would meet on his own. Otherwise, he was afraid he would neither pass the Heavenman tribulation nor attain the Heavenman unity realm. Even at a time like this, he still has the mind to undergo his tribulation. He truly is an unprecedented anomaly. The dwarf could not help but sigh. The immortal realm's hand then chased after Chen Nian. If you want to cross the Heavenman tribulation in front of this immortal, dream on. Although the immortal realm's hand had already been struck several times by the tribulation Chen Nian had drawn here, those hits had only produced some superficial wounds. With Chen Nian's current cultivation wanting to slay, it was simply not enough. And so Chen Nian had hurled himself desperately toward the river of heavenly thunder. At this moment, empowered by so much faith and the strength of numerous powerful beings, he had to break through to the Heavenman unity realm at all costs. He wanted to see whether, after breaking into the Heavenman unity realm, he could test his strength against the immortal. Little mortal, you truly are an unprecedented anomaly. I imagine you want to cross the Heavenman tribulation and try to see whether you can contend with this immortal, right? Although a mere Heavenman unity realm cultivator can be killed by this immortal with one slap, I am not going to give you that chance. With those words, the towering hand had already appeared behind Chen Nian. It wanted to grab hold of his body and stop him from entering the river of heavenly thunder to cross the heaven-man tribulation. It would snuff out this mortal's last hope in its cradle. Despicable immortals. What have mortals ever done to you? Why won't you leave them even the slightest chance to survive? Head Shingo. Head Shingo. In that moment, everyone was enraged. This immortal realm's hand is utterly despicable. You magnificent immortals. Why can you not accept mortals? Why do you treat mortals like straw dogs? You won't even leave mortals the last trace of a hope. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. All of them prayed with all their might that Chen Nian could enter the river of heavenly thunder, and for himself, and for the entire Lingdong continent fight for one last shred of life. But reality was cruel. The immortal realm's hand was far stronger than anyone could imagine. At the instant Chen Nian was about to enter the river of heavenly thunder, his body was seized hard by the immortal realm's hand, and he could not move in the slightest. An overwhelming pressure crushed every bone in Chen Nian's body. The excruciating agony made Chen Nian feel as though he had fallen into the 18th layer of hell. Oh! He raised his head toward the sky and let out a heart-wrenching roar. On the ground, everyone wailed in anguish. Empress Ling Xiaofeng ran Gao Dashan, and the others were consumed by grief. If Chen Nian died at the hands of the immortal realm's hand, they would charge unhesitatingly before the hand and self-detonate their inner cores. Yet at that most critical moment, a long and deep roar, "Hello," tore through layers of space from the distant horizon and surged toward them. A dragon's roar shook the heavens. This cry resounded through the valley like 10,000 horses thundering, yet also like a great bell tolling, mighty and solemn. Some of the old-timers present felt a flicker of familiarity. The next second they all turned to look into the distance in tacit agreement, then couldn't help exclaiming, "It's it! The immortal dragon from back then. Back then it was he who saved the Lingdong continent. Who would have thought he would appear again this time?" That cry instantly roused the entire crowd to excitement. Those who had already lost all hope felt the flame of life rekindle in their hearts at this moment. "Immortal dragon, our guardian, has come. Ha ha ha, Chief Chen is saved. The Lingdong continent is saved. We are saved," everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. "Grandpa Dragon Ancestor, you finally come. Father, we are saved." Empress Ling Xiao wept tears of joy. She quickly shouted to Chen Nian, "Father, hold on. Grandpa Dragon Ancestor will definitely save you." At the same time, Gao Dashan, Gu Jingtian, Wang Haidu Shan, and all the others shouted to Chen Nian, urging him to hold on and never give up. Hope had arrived. "Damn it! You cursed worm, you're still alive." Sensing the powerful crisis approaching, the hand of the immortal realm angrily pointed at the torn void in the distance and sneered. The next second, an ancient voice poured down from the heavens. "By my master's order, I protect the young mistress. No one shall touch her or her father." As the voice fell, a giant dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. The next second, with a mysterious prolonged cry, the dragon charged at the hand of the immortal realm with the force of a thunderbolt. The immense power struck fear even into the hand of the immortal realm. Thus it had no choice but to drop Chen Nian and dodge the immortal dragon's attack. Roar! The immortal dragon howled at the sky. Then it lashed out with a divine dragon's tail whip sweeping toward the hand of the immortal realm. Boom! Their powers collided. Space trembled. Even the sun and moon seemed to quiver. "You damned worm. Not only have you recovered your strength over the years, but your power has also grown considerably. This immortal truly underestimated you." With that, the hand of the immortal realm began its ultimate battle against the immortal dragon. The battle darkened heaven and earth, leaving the sun and moon without light. The mighty experts of all sects on the ground were dazzled. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Nian stepped into the river of heavenly thunder. "Father, I hope you succeed. Your daughter is waiting for you." Watching Chen Nian's back as he stepped into the river of heavenly thunder, Empress Ling Xiao was so moved that tears blurred her eyes. She knew her father could fight above his level. Therefore, as long as her father could directly break through to the realm of unity of heaven and man, he would stand a good chance of fighting the hand of the immortal realm. After all, the hand of the immortal realm was merely a hand created by an immortal. The power it contained was not even 1/10th of an immortal's full might. Below the immortal ascension realm, and above the heaven-man unity realm, there are three realms: Qinkuan, Kaitian, and Dongxiu. Empress Ling Xiao believed that as long as her father could match the Kaitian realm in battle, then he would be able to contend with the hand of the immortal realm. After all, the dragon ancestor had arrived, and beside Feng Ran, there was also a great Qiankenstage expert. Furthermore, her father was also empowered by the collective faith of countless beings. Thus, Empress Ling Xiao was now brimming with confidence. She only had to wait for Chen Nian to emerge from the river of heavenly thunder and achieve the heaven-man unity realm. While the hand of the immortal realm and the immortal dragon were locked in battle, the great Qiankenstage expert beside Feng Ran also began to lend a hand. At the same time, all the mighty experts of the Lingdong continent offered their vital blood and magic treasures to aid the fight. Inside the river of heavenly thunder, Chen Nian was already bathed in the rolling thunder. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been shocked speechless. Such terrifying thunder. Throughout all the ages, no one could have survived walking out of it. But at this moment, not only was Chen Nian not being attacked by the thunder, he was frantically absorbing the power contained within it. His cultivation was soaring madly. Tribulation transcended Stage 4, Stage 5, Stage 6, Stage 7, Stage 8. In a single breath, his cultivation had reached the 8th stage of tribulation transcendence. If word of this got out, the entire Lingdong continent, or even the whole Weilon star, would be shaken. Generally speaking, great cultivators of the tribulation transcendence realm undergo tribulation once every 10,000 years. Moreover, each time they go through it, they must walk through the gates of death. If they succeeded, their lifespan would increase by another 10,000 years and their strength would be 100-fold greater. If they failed, they would perish, their Tao extinguished. If those old monsters of the tribulation transcendence realm saw Chen Nian's breakthrough method, they would all be utterly astounded. Within a single day, from the 3rd stage of tribulation transcendence straight to the 8th stage. It was simply unprecedented and unlikely to ever be repeated. Yet Chen Nian's cultivation had not stopped. After surpassing the 8th stage, he did not jump straight to the Heavenman Unity realm. Instead, he continued to shine brilliantly within the Tribulation Transcendence realm. His speed of breakthrough grew even faster than before. His speed multiplied by more than 100-fold. Stage 9 of Tribulation Transcendence. Stage 10. Stage 18. In almost just a few breaths, his cultivation had directly reached the 18th stage of Tribulation Transcendence. Immediately after, the river of heavenly thunder suddenly shrank, infinitely shrinking into a single point, and then vanished without a trace. On the ground, Empress Ling Xiao and the others who watched the river disappear were instantly stricken with panic. What happened? Where did the river of heavenly thunder go? Father, in the sky. The hand of the immortal realm, which was locked in a stalemate with the immortal dragon, saw this and couldn't help laughing loudly. I thought it was some monstrous genius, but it's nothing after all. Since that brat has been taken away by the tribulation, next is your turn, you worm. And of course this continent beneath my feet won't get away unscathed either. As the words fell, it once again opened its huge hand and reached for the immortal dragon. Support the dragon ancestor. Support the dragon ancestor. On the ground, earth-shattering cheers erupted. Countless experts began pouring all their strength into the immortal dragon's body. The immortal dragon's power had been elevated to its absolute peak. The next second, roar, an even greater dragon cry resounded through the sky. The immortal dragon opened its bloody maw and spat out a blaze of true fire. True dragon fire. TSK Tisk, I never imagined a worm like you could even master true dragon fire. Killing you is a bit of a pity. The hand of the immortal realm sneered. Then it actually spread its massive palm, braving the true dragon fire to grab at the immortal dragon. Immortal power. How could a beast like you comprehend it? So this is the power of an immortal. So strong, truly strong. Grandpa Dragon Ancestor is no match for it. After feeling that overwhelming power, Empress Ling Xiao seemed to have all the strength drained from her body, stumbling back several steps helplessly. Feng Ran Lung Shuang Gao Dashan, Gu Jingtian Wang Hai, and everyone else. They too were utterly despairing. High in the sky, the immortal dragon had been viciously seized in the palm of the hand of the immortal realm and was being brutally crushed. Fight him to the death. They'll take him down with me. Kill. Countless figures shot up from the ground and charged straight at the hand of the immortal realm. They were prepared to self-destruct their inner cores to end the hand of the immortal realm along with them. The hand sneered. Had it possessed a face, that face would surely have been filled with ridicule. Just then suddenly, boom. A great peal of thunder rang across the sky. The next second the void was shattered by streaks of lightning. A disheveled man covered in lightning from head to toe stepped out of the void. At this very moment, time itself seemed to stand still. Everyone present was dumbfounded, their faces etched with utter incredulity. Then a figure wreathed in thunder stepped forth from the void. It was none other than Chen Nian, who had vanished along with the river of heavenly thunder only moments ago. His hair disheveled, he stood aloft in the sky. Crackling sounds ceaselessly erupted from his body. He was like the sovereign of heaven and earth. He was like the god of thunder incarnate. Father! Empress Ling Xiao wept tears of joy and cried out at the top of her voice. She knew her father could not have died in the river of heavenly thunder. She knew he would definitely work a miracle. On the ground, countless mighty warriors were all shedding tears of excitement. Everyone was shouting frantically. Across the Lingdong continent, hundreds of millions of people knelt toward Chen Nian, praying silently for him. The immortal dragon, tightly gripped by the hand of the immortal realm, abruptly turned its head to look toward Chen Nian's direction. In its enormous eyes was sheer astonishment. At that same moment, the single eye in the palm of the hand of the immortal realm bulged wide as well. Suddenly Thunderwrath Chen Nian took a step forward and smashed his fist fiercely into the hand of the immortal realm. Rumble. A ball of lightning struck the hand of the immortal realm with the overwhelming force of a thunderbolt. Up. Seized by pain, the hand of the immortal realm let out a miserable shriek. The next second it released the immortal dragon and fled in panic. Heavenman Unity Realm. You actually reached the Heavenman Unity Realm. While fleeing, the hand of the immortal realm roared loudly. The dwarf standing beside Feng Ran stared in shock at Chen Nian, who stood towering in the sky, and could not help murmuring to himself, what an absolute monstrous genius. It was astonishing enough that he had broken through from the third stage of tribulation transcendence to the Heavenman Unity Realm in one breath, but he could even contend with the hand of the immortal realm at this level. Even in my Xiu Sacred Hall, such a genius is unprecedented and will have no successor. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Nian. At this moment, the hope of the entire Lingdong continent rested solely on Chen Nian. Chen Nian directly summoned a 3-foot azure sword. Without saying a word, he swept his sword toward the hand of the immortal realm. That sword, aura wrapped in rolling heavenly thunder, seemed about to cleave heaven and earth apart. Everyone's eyes flew wide open. Even the mighty hand of the immortal realm curled back in fear. How can a mere Heavenman Unity Realm cultivator be so powerful? The hand of the immortal realm roared loudly. In the distance, the immortal dragon's eyes bulged as it could not help sighing. That single sword stroke unleashed the power of the realm of immortal inquiry. So terrifying. Although the hand of the immortal realm possessed only 1/10th of the immortal's power, its strength was infinitely close to the realm of immortal inquiry. Yet the sword stroke Chen Nian delivered actually surpassed the strength of the realm of immortal inquiry. Such a spectacle, even within the immortal realm, was as rare as phoenix feathers, unprecedented in the past, and without peer in the future. Up. The hand of the immortal realm gave a hysterical roar. The sword stroke came down. A huge wound was carved into the hand of the immortal realm. Blood immediately poured down like torrential rain from the sky. The hand of the immortal realm plunged straight toward the sea. With a deafening crash, the hand of the immortal realm slammed violently into the boundless ocean. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Above the Lingdong continent, countless living beings lifted their heads to witness this inconceivable scene. Although they did not know that a full 3 great major realms separated the Heavenman Unity Realm from the hand of the immortal realm, they understood that this hero had accomplished an impossible feat. With nothing but a mere mortal body, he had cut down the hand of the immortal realm. Terrifying. Breathtaking. We won. Just then a great roar erupted from the boundless sea. A moment later, the entire Lingdong continent burst into frenzied exultation. Ha ha ha, we won, we really won. Chief Chun has slain the hand of the immortal realm. Ha ha ha, our Lingdong continent is saved. Wonderful. Chief Chun, Chief Chun, Chief. Everyone burst into wild shouts. They all began celebrating like mad. Chen Nian, Empress Lingxiao, was so emotional that tears streamed down her face. Her father had slain the hand of the immortal realm, an act that not only saved the Lingdong continent, but also obtained the key to the immortal realm. In other words, very soon her father would bring her through the stone gate of the Tianshu Dao Palace to the immortal realm to rescue her mother. Father, Empress Lingxiao called out aloud. High in the sky, Chen Nian's gaze fell on the hand of the immortal realm, which had already sunk into the boundless sea. The reasons he could slay the hand of the immortal realm, whose power was infinitely close to the realm of immortal inquiry, while only at the Heavenman Unity Realm, were twofold. First, he possessed formidable cross-realm combatability. Second, he had obtained the powerful assistance of the heavenly tribulation. His formidable cross-realm combatability was innate, but the powerful assistance from the heavenly tribulation was only temporary. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Nian was now the embodiment of the heavenly tribulation. Within his body surged all the remnant thunder of the tribulations from the 3rd to the 18th stage of tribulation transcendence. This power derived from the heavenly Tao was terrifying to the extreme. It was likely that even the immortal, upon learning that Chen Nian could absorb all heavenly tribulations for his own use, would be astounded. However, such power could not remain within Chen Nian for long. He could only within his ability refine it and retain a small portion. The retained remnant thunder could be used by himself or given to others. Daughter, wait here for a moment. Your father will go retrieve the hand of the immortal realm. It is the key to opening the stone gate. We must not let it escape. At this point, Chen Nian sent a voice transmission to Empress Lingxiao. Empress Lingxiao nodded solemnly and said, Father, I will wait for you. Chen Nian cast her a look in return. Then, like a cannonball, he plunged fiercely into the boundless sea to chase after the hand of the immortal realm, which was fleeing madly through the ocean. By now, the hand of the immortal realm had already fled tens of thousands of li away. The sea was stained bright red wherever it passed. The hand of the immortal realm was formed from a wisp of the immortal's remnant soul. It did not possess much ability to think independently. Gravely wounded, its only thought was to escape this place as quickly as possible and return to where it had come from. As for how to cross from the mortal world to the immortal realm, the immortal had his own unique means. That's the place. It seemed the hand of the immortal realm had found its destination, who from the single eye in its palm shot a glint of excitement. But that glint of excitement soon transformed into boundless wrath. Once I return to my true body, I will personally descend to the mortal world in the flesh and shatter this world where the Waylon star lies. I will slaughter every filthy wretch who dared oppose me today. The hand of the immortal realm was a remnant soul separated from the immortal's own body. Hence the immortal did not know what it was going through now. In fact, far away in the immortal realm, the immortal still assumed that this remnant soul had long since fulfilled its mission, destroying the world to which the mortals of the heavenly court had fled. Where the immortal realm hand pointed lay an unremarkable reef at the bottom of the sea. That reef seemed to sense the arrival of the immortal realm hand. It began to grow restless and agitated, leaping and cheering toward the direction of the immortal realm hand. Come quickly. Take this immortal away from here. The immortal realm hand opened the great maw in its palm and called out. The next second the reef shot toward it at tremendous speed. But at that very moment a gigantic snow-white tail suddenly swept toward the reef. Boom! A thunderous crash rang out and the reef was sent flying. The immortal realm hand flew into a furious rage. Another filthy bug. Why does this tiny Lingdong continent always have so many bugs trying to oppose this immortal? The immortal realm hand roared in fury. Just as it prepared to chase after the reef's trajectory, the snow-white giant tail struck again and snatched the reef away. Damn you! Return that reef to this immortal. Otherwise, once my true body descends, I will slaughter you, you bug, and make you suffer for all eternity. The immortal realm hand roared loudly. Humph! You dare call me a bug? My master will never forgive you. A young and girlish voice rang out. Suddenly, an enormous snow-white python appeared. Its massive serpentine head faced the immortal realm hand directly. Even the immortal realm hand was taken aback. Who could have imagined that such a colossal creature could speak in a voice like a little girl's? I don't care if you're some god or immortal, and I'm not afraid of your true body descending. All I know is that my master might want this reef. The snow-white python gave a humph. Then, as if sensing something, it turned toward the distance and cheered joyfully, Master Xiao Shui is here. Xiao Shui helped Master stop that guy. The immortal realm hand immediately turned to look. A streak of light suddenly shot over from the distance. When the streak of light halted, a familiar figure appeared before it. The man was covered in crackling thunder, and the surrounding seawater rippled violently from the force of his lightning. It was Chen Nian. Xiao Shui, good girl. Come, let Master see how far your strength has grown. Chen Nian smiled gently at the snow python. The enormous snow python now looked like a child who had scored full marks on an exam, proudly scampering to Chen Nian's side to show off to a parent. It lowered its massive head beneath Chen Nian's palm and let him inspect its cultivation. A trace of anticipation gleamed in its enormous serpentine eyes. It seemed to be waiting for its master's praise. Not bad. You've already reached the true demon realm and are almost at the heavenly demon realm. Chen Nian was secretly astonished. He wondered what bloodline this snow python possessed, for its cultivation had improved so rapidly. The true demon realm was equivalent to the spirit movement realm of humans. The heavenly demon realm, meanwhile, was equivalent to the heaven-man unity realm of humans. He had never imagined that this little snow python could reach the heavenly demon realm, equivalent to the human heaven-man unity realm, without even undergoing tribulation. How terrifying! Receiving her master's praise, the little snow python leaped with joy. Then, carrying an ordinary-looking reef on its enormous snow-white tail, it came before Chen Nian. Master, that thing just tried to escape through this object. Xiao Shui thought it might be useful to you, so she grabbed it. It tried to escape through this. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. The immortal realm hand had come from the immortal realm. So could this thing also lead to the immortal realm? Thinking this, Chen Nian released his spiritual sense to investigate. But he sensed nothing at all. It was just an ordinary reef. Give that thing back to this immortal. Otherwise you will not be able to withstand. The immortal realm hand roared in anger. To escape the mortal world, it could rely only on that reef. Now the reef was in Chen Nian's hands. Thus it had given up on running away. Sorry, but this thing already belongs to me. If you want to have your true body in the immortal realm, come down and take it. However, it seems you no longer have that ability. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Despicable. That is a heavenly spirit stone. How could a mere mortal like you be worthy of a sacred treasure of my immortal realm? Return it to me. The immortal realm hand roared loudly. However, Chen Nian did not want to bother with it at all. It sounds like this thing will be very helpful for my journey to the immortal realm. I'll take it. Chen Nian smiled faintly. Then as he looked at the immortal realm hand, his gaze suddenly turned cold, and, however, it only sounds useful. What is truly most useful to me for reaching the immortal realm is you. this immortal realm hand. With that, Chen Nian drew a 3-foot azure sword and slashed fiercely at the immortal realm hand once more. Although the remnant thunder of the heavenly tribulation carried on Chen Nian's body was now slightly weaker than before, but it was still more than the severely wounded immortal realm hand could withstand. Curse you! Oh! After being struck by that sword, the immortal realm hand suddenly began fleeing madly. Chen Nian let the little snow python coil around his arm, then gave chase. Soon the immortal realm hand burst through the sea surface and soared above the endless sea. At this moment the hand had reached the end of its strength. In the sky, Chen Nian once again engaged the immortal realm hand in fierce battle. This time he was full of confidence. As long as he slew the immortal realm hand, he would have the key to the immortal realm. Once he reached the immortal realm, he would have hope of finding Bo. He was immensely excited. At the same time, down on the ground, the Lingxiao Empress's face was also filled with anticipation. Damn it! I never imagined that this immortal would be defeated by a filthy mortal from the lower realm. The immortal realm hand had completely lost the ability to fight Chen Nian any longer. It seemed the hand had given up resisting. Hearing those words, filthy mortal, from the immortal realm hand, Chen Nian's heart surged with boundless rage. Vile immortals! Why did they look down on mortals? Die, you despicable immortals! Chen Nian roared, gathering all his strength into a single sword stroke and slashing it toward the immortal realm hand. This sword strike contained too great a power. It carried the hopes of every living being across the entire Lingdong continent. At that moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. If Chen Nian slew the immortal realm hand, the crisis of the Lingdong continent would be resolved. If not, the doomsday of the Lingdong continent would soon arrive. In all honesty, even Chen Nian felt a trace of trepidation as he unleashed that sword stroke. After all, that was a giant hand from the immortal realm. He did not know whether the hand from the immortal realm still had a final card to play. However, the outcome went as he wished. With that sword stroke forged from all his power lashing out, the hand from the immortal realm had every shred of its vitality severed directly. Its form, however, remained intact, since Chen Nian still had to carry it to the Tianshu Dao Palace, open the stone door, and then proceed to the immortal realm where Bo resided. Now utterly devoid of vitality, the hand from the immortal realm slowly descended from the air and landed upon Tianpeng Island. Head Elder Chen has won. Haha, our Lingdong continent is saved. Head Elder Chen is the hero of our Lingdong continent. Hero. Countless people began to cheer and dance for joy. Not far away, tears of excitement welled up in the Lingxiao Empress's eyes. With this hand from the immortal realm, she could follow her father to the immortal realm where her mother was imprisoned. At that thought, her heart began to pound faster. He won. Beside Feng Ran, the dwarf said slowly. After a long silence, she could not help asking, shouldn't we be leaving too? This is what you promised me. A trail of hot tears slowly slipped from Feng Ran's eyes. Back then, she had promised Brother Chen Nian that if Bo were still alive, she would never disturb the lives of Brother Chen Nian and Sister Bo. But if Bo were no longer in this world, then she would stay by Brother Chen Nian's side forever, even if it meant being just a younger sister. Yet a few months earlier, she had heard from the Lingxiao Empress that the latter's mother Bo was still alive. She was happy for Brother Chen Nian, but she also felt sad and heartbroken for herself. At that moment, she knew she had to leave. But when she learned that Brother Chen Nian still had to go to Tianpeng Island for the great battle against the hand from the immortal realm, she chose to stay. She knew how mighty that hand was, and she was afraid that Brother Chen Nian would be gravely injured by it. Now, however, the hand from the immortal realm had already been cut down by Brother Chen Nian, and he was about to leave for the immortal realm to find Sister Bo. And so, she no longer had any reason to remain here. Give me a little more time, please. I have something I need to say to Brother Chen Nian. Feng Ran waved her hand using spiritual energy to dry the tears on her face, and said to the dwarf beside her, I'm all right, but hurry. The trial at the sacred hall is about to start. You won't make it, the dwarf said. Feng Ran nodded firmly, then leapt into the air and flew toward Chen Nian. Chen Nian sensed Feng Ran's arrival. For this little princess who had waited for him for 3,000 years, his heart held nothing but guilt. But he did not know how he could ever repay this girl. In truth, in his heart, he was willing to give her everything he had. Everything except love. Brother Chen Nian, I'm leaving. Arriving beside Chen Nian, Feng Ran spoke with a hint of sadness. Leaving? Where are you going? Chen Nian asked, rather perplexed. The people of the Ziyu Sacred Hall found me long ago, saying that I met their disciple recruitment standards, and they even assigned a Dao Protector to me. Feng Ran answered. Dao Protector? Feng Ran said. Chen Nian clicked his tongue inwardly. It seemed the Ziyu Sacred Hall truly valued Feng Ran. It had actually sent a heaven and earth great power to act as her Dao Protector. This also revealed how mighty the Ziyu Sacred Hall was. He believed that if Feng Ran went to the Ziyu Sacred Hall, she would surely enjoy even better prospects. Feng Ran, I am happy for you. Go ahead. If I have time later, I will visit you at the Ziyu Sacred Hall. Chen Nian said. Really, Brother Chen Nian? Suddenly Feng Ran, who had been sorrowful just a moment ago, exclaimed with delight. Chen Nian smiled and nodded. It's true. I promise you. Good. Then I will wait for you at the Ziyu Sacred Hall, brother Chen Nian. When that day comes, I will definitely give you a huge surprise. Feng Ran said with overwhelming excitement. Chen Nian smiled and nodded, then took Feng Ran's hand and led her to the dwarf. For this battle against the hand from the immortal realm, I must also thank the Ziyu Sacred Hall for its help, Chen Nian said to the dwarf. The dwarf nodded. It was merely a trivial matter. After speaking, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said to Chen Nian, would you consider going to the Ziyu Sacred Hall with Feng Ran? With your monstrous talent, you would certainly clear the threshold for accepting disciples at our Ziyu Sacred Hall. The moment the dwarf said this, Feng Ran also looked at Chen Nian with an excited expression. But Chen Nian soon shook his head. Thank you for the kind offer, but I still have a more important matter to attend to. Once that matter is finished, I will definitely visit the Ziyu Sacred Hall. Very well, I won't press you. The Ziyu Sacred Hall awaits your arrival, said the dwarf. I will definitely go. Chen Nian smiled. When the time came, if the Ziyu Sacred Hall treated Feng Ran well, he would be deeply grateful. But if it dared to harm her, then no one, no matter who, would be able to withstand his fury. Brother Chen Nian, Feng Ran bids you farewell. With tears in her eyes, Feng Ran followed the dwarf and departed through the torn void. Before leaving, Feng Ran left a small sword behind for Chen Nian, wanting to exchange it for a long sword from him. Chen Nian did not hesitate and gave Feng Ran the Qingfeng sword he had used for over 3,000 years. After Feng Ran left, Chen Nian stood alone and placed his eyes fixed on the small sword she had left behind. The small sword seemed to carry a hidden meaning. There should be a message from Feng Ran inside it. So he closed his eyes and extended his divine sense to examine it. After obtaining the answer, his gaze turned toward the direction of the sword sect. Just then the Lingxiao Empress's voice came from behind. Father, Sister Feng Ran seems to like you very much. Chen Nian whirled around momentarily, unsure how to answer. The Lingxiao Empress sighed, then continued, Sister Feng Ran is like a sacred lotus in the sky. She never contends or grabs, she simply does what she has resolved in her heart. I believe Mother would have liked her very much too. Chen Nian nodded. Back then your mother and Feng Ran were as close as sisters. As if those heavy memories had been stirred, Chen Nian's eyes reddened slightly. After wiping away a handful of tears, Chen Nian's gaze fell on the hand from the immortal realm that had landed on Tianpeng Island. Alright, Nian, it's time for us to take the hand from the immortal realm to the Tianshu Dao Palace and give it a try, Chen Nian said. The next moment he took the Lingxiao Empress by the hand and reached the highest point of Tianpeng Island, looking down at the towering giant hand. Just then the Lingxiao Empress suddenly asked, Father, what cultivation is required to enter through the stone door of the Tianshu Dao Palace? This question from the Lingxiao Empress made Chen Nian's heart sink in an instant. It seemed he had overlooked a crucial question. His daughter, the Dao sect's patriarch Xiaozhan, had once said that reaching the stone door deep within the Tianshu Dao Palace required at least the strength of the Heavenman Unity realm. But his daughter currently had only the cultivation of the half-step spirit movement realm. Seeing Chen Nian remain silent for so long, a trace of disappointment flashed across Lingxiao Di's eyes, and she sighed. Father, does entering the stone door of Tianshu Dao Palace require extremely powerful cultivation? I am still far from that level. Chen Nian nodded heavily. But then he extended his palm where a ball of deep blue thunder resided, crackling and pulsing, as if containing incomprehensible power. Father, is this the residual lightning from the heavenly tribulation? You gave me something like this last time. Lingxiao Di exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Lingxiao. To enter the stone door of Tianshu Dao Palace, one needs at least the cultivation of the Tianrenhai realm. From now on you shall seclude yourself and cultivate diligently. Father believes that with your talent you will reach that realm very soon. When that time comes, we shall enter the stone door of Tianshu Dao Palace together. With those words, Chen Nian handed over all the residual tribulation lightning from his palm to Lingxiao Di. Lingxiao Di nodded firmly. Her eyes blazed with unwavering determination. At that moment, Chen Nian's gaze fell upon the colossal dragon resting upon the clouds in the sky. He waved his hand and hurled a deep blue thunderball toward the dragon. The dragon opened its massive maw and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the dragon's wounds began to heal rapidly. Thank you, the dragon said to Chen Nian. Chen Nian gave a slight nod. Then his attention turned to the immortal realm hand lying upon Tianpeng Island. He pondered how he could shrink such a colossal object and carry it away. As he pondered this, an elderly voice echoed in his ear from the immortal dragon. You must destroy it completely and swiftly, or the main body of the immortal realm will sense it. Please guide me, venerable dragon ancestor. Chen Nian said reverently, looking up at the immortal dragon. At this moment the dragon had fully recovered its strength. It descended from the clouds and arrived upon Tianpeng Island. I will use my true dragon fire, and you use the heavenly tribulation lightning. With that said, a thunderous dragon roar shattered the heavens. The next moment the immortal dragon opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of true dragon fire directly onto the immortal realm hand. Chen Nian did not lag behind. He immediately soared into the air and hurled all the tribulation lightning still upon his body at the immortal realm hand in one breath. The combined assault of true dragon fire and heavenly tribulation lightning reduced the entire Tianpeng Island to ashes, and the immortal realm hand began to burn violently. Soon the colossal hand that once stretched thousands of feet was refined down to the size of an ordinary human palm. Chen Nian's heart leaped with joy, and he reached out to claim it. Excellent. Both keys to open the stone door were now in his possession. He only needed to wait for his daughter to break through to the Tianrenhui realm, and then he could lead her through the stone door to the immortal realm. During this period, he would also strive to elevate his own cultivation. Otherwise, with his mere Tianrenhui realm, he would not only be unable to rescue Bio from the 33 heavens, but he would lack even the ability to protect his daughter. Today, merely an immortal's hand had proven so difficult to handle. Encountering a true immortal in the future would surely be far more daunting. Therefore, Chen Nian decided that while waiting for his daughter to break through to the Tianrenhui realm, he would visit the legendary Aohai secret realm. He hoped to find an opportunity to break through to the Qingquan realm himself, and simultaneously gather spiritual pills to help his daughter accelerate her progress. Moreover, there was another matter he needed to attend to in the Aohai secret realm. That was to find the soul-gathering stone needed to resurrect his junior sister, and Pobo, and the others. The sky cleared, and the various sect alliances celebrated their victory as they departed. Tianpeng Island no longer existed. About a month after the sect alliances departed, the previously calm sea suddenly grew restless one night. A barren island slowly rose from the depths like a giant turtle. Suddenly the cries of a newborn echoed from the desolate island. Crack! Lightning split the heavens. Illuminated by the flashes, it could be clearly seen, and as time passed the infant's size continued to grow at an astonishing rate. Half a year passed, thanks to the heavenly tribulation residual lightning Chen Nian had given her, and the innate immortal qi within her body. Lingshan Di's cultivation had advanced to the third stage of the Lingdong realm within those 6 months. Such a cultivation pace was extraordinary across the entire Lingdong continent, if not the whole Azure Star. Chen Nian was exceedingly pleased. During this time, he had been gathering cultivation resources for his daughter everywhere, hoping to push her cultivation directly to the tribulation transcendence realm as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, a strange phenomenon occurred on the Lingdong continent. The major sects led by Sword Sect, Dao Sect, and Ginsong Sect had already completed the grand tournament and determined who would enter the Aohai secret realm. Yet the Aohai secret realm, which should have opened half a year ago, remained sealed. Chen Nian suspected that the opening of the Aohai secret realm was connected to the sect alliance. Perhaps opening it required some kind of key. That key was in the possession of Yan Ruyu, whom he had already killed. Thus, while his daughter cultivated in seclusion, Chen Nian accelerated his attempts to refine Yan Ruyu's divine sense. But for some reason, each time Chen Nian felt he was about to succeed in refining Yan Ruyu's divine sense, it failed at the critical moment. Chen Nian suspected he had encountered a bottleneck, so he decided to venture out. As for where to go, he had already made his decision: the Eastern Divine Land. Because Wang Cheng had vanished without a trace over a year ago after Chen Nian ordered him to relocate Bias Taoist Temple to the Eastern Divine Land. Half a year ago, after returning from Tianpeng Island, Chen Nian, occupied with escorting his daughter, had dispatched Liuli, Eagle Eye, and others to search for him in the Eastern Divine Land. But to this day they had all returned without any news. So Chen Nian decided to make the journey himself. Beihai was millions of miles away from the Eastern Divine Land. Even with Chen Nian's current Tianrenhui realm cultivation, it would take a full 10 days to arrive. The Eastern Divine Land. The sky here had turned black from some unknown time. If viewed from afar, one would be astonished to discover that the entire Eastern Divine Land was shrouded in a blood-red hue. Bias Taoist Temple. The green mountains and clear waters that once graced this place had been reduced to a hellscape. Corpses and white bones were scattered across the mountainsides. Within the blood-red Great Hall. No wonder the Dongtu Divine Continent is a place cursed by the gods. It is practically a holy land for our demon sect. Moving the demon lair to the Dongtu Divine Continent has been the finest decision our demon sect has made in tens of thousands of years. From a throne towering 100 zhang high, the oxhorn demon Venerable burst into maniacal laughter. Since the demon sect relocated to the Dongtu Divine Continent several years ago, it had not only grown rapidly in strength, but its demon lair had also begun to revive at a pace over 100 times faster than before. Below, a hunchbacked old woman leaning on a cane snickered. Venerable Lord, at this rate the demon lair will soon be fully awakened. When that day comes, we will at last escape from the perilous Whalon Star. The oxhorn demon Venerable nodded in satisfaction. Just then, A demon with a pig's head and a human body suddenly stepped forward, speaking with some confusion. Venerable Lord, wasn't the celestial hand of Tianpeng Island already severed by that fellow named Chen Nian? So the Lingdong continent should no longer be in any danger. What a pig brain. Let me tell you the truth. Although the celestial hand was severed, the celestial child has already descended. The celestial child is formed from the true soul of an immortal. Once he strikes the entire Lingdong continent, nay the whole Weilon star, is doomed to destruction. Do you understand? Do you understand? The hunchbacked woman said. Oh, so that's how it is. Then we must hasten the full revival of the demon lair. The pig-headed demon couldn't help but draw a sharp cold breath. At that moment a demon with a serpent's head and a human body walked in, reporting to the Venerable Lord and Elder May. The remaining survivors of Bo Taoist Hall are still resisting in the rear mountain, vowing to die rather than join our demon sect. Suddenly the atmosphere in the hall grew oppressively heavy. A bunch of trash who haven't even stepped into the Earth origin realm. Just slaughter them all and be rid of the menace. One demon said. Upon the chief seat, the oxhorn demon Venerable was also a little irritated, but he suppressed his impulse and looked toward the hunchbacked woman. Elder May, what is your opinion? The hunchbacked woman narrowed her eyes. Then she said, if we simply kill them, that lets them off far too easily. Since they refuse to join the demon sect willingly, we shall use a secret art to plunge them all into demonic corruption and make them puppets of our sect. When that time comes, I shall have Chen Nian watch with his own eyes as his disciples and grand disciples, now the puppets of our demon sect, desperately try to slaughter him. Ha! Then it shall be done. Let my demon prince handle it personally. He has long wished to deal with those people. The oxhorn demon Venerable waved his hand. The rear mountain of Bo. Ever since the demon sect arrived, the area had long been polluted, and the Bo disciples who remained had fallen in droves, their corpses scattered across the land. The three grandmasters who had come to Bo Taoist Hall one after another, Wang Qingyan, Lu Li, and Ing Yin, had all been gravely wounded by the demon sect. Wang Qingyan had an arm severed, Lu Li was corroded by demonic qi, and Yinjian's very soul had been shattered by a blow. Even so, they still led the few surviving Bo disciples in guarding the rear mountain, the dwelling of their old. They would protect this place even at the cost of their lives. The demon sect disciples pressed closer step by step, yet no one among them retreated. Just then a black mist suddenly descended from the sky. A disheveled youth covered from head to toe in demonic aura materialized out of thin air. The moment they saw him, Wang Qingyan and the others' eyes nearly split with rage. Because the youth saturated with demonic aura was none other than the former Dao Ran. Dao Ran, you traitor of Bo Taoist Hall, someone cursed loudly. Wang Qingyan frowned deeply. Wounded by demonic qi, he could no longer unleash his power, otherwise he would certainly have killed with his own hands the traitor who had led the demon sect to Bo Taoist Hall. I'm a traitor. Ha ha ha. You're right, I did betray Bo Taoist Hall. But you forced me to. Dao Ran, now completely demonized, gave a loud laugh first, then his face suddenly twisted into something horrifying. Gnashing his teeth, he said word by word, do you think you are all still alive for any reason other than that I fought to protect you? You should be grateful to me, not blaming me. Grateful to you. Dao Ran, you have ruined Bo Taoist Hall and the Dongtu divine continent. Once the old ancestor learns of this, he will never forgive you. When that day comes, let alone you, even the demon sect will be unable to withstand the old ancestor's wrath. Upon hearing these words, Dao Ran threw back his head and laughed uproariously. Ha ha, that Chen Nian is indeed formidable. He has destroyed the alliance of sects, become the sovereign of the entire Lingdong continent, and personally severed the celestial hand of Tianpeng Island. He truly is the hero of the whole Lingdong continent. So you know all that, do you? Dao Ran, the only reason you're still alive is the old ancestor. Exactly. If not for the old ancestor, the entire Lingdong continent would have been destroyed by now. You traitor! You have received the old ancestor's boundless grace, ungrateful as you are, you still betray him. A beast like you doesn't deserve to live. The Bo disciples all cursed Dao Ran in unison. Yet their words did not affect the demonized Dao Ran in the slightest. On the contrary, it only made him more frenzied. But when did I ever beg him to save me? Besides, he severed the celestial hand merely for his own selfish desires. So he is no savior of mine. He is my enemy instead. With those words, the demonic irradiating Dao Ran, his face contorted, looked at the crowd before him and said crazily, since you are all so loyal to Chen Nian, I shall turn every one of you into demons. Ha ha ha. When he arrives at the Dongtu divine continent and sees you like this, I wonder what he will think. When the time comes, I'll have you lead the charge against him. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Huh. As his voice fell, Dao Ran suddenly produced a pitch-black iron staff. At the top of the staff was carved a demonic head bearing its fangs in a ferocious grin. Dao Ran reached out and lightly wiped the demon head. The next second, the demonic head abruptly opened its gaping mouth. Streams of pitch-black, demonic chi rolled out from its maw, and then scattered across the entire rear mountain of Bo. Form the formation. Fight them to the death. Even if we die, we will never be assimilated by that demon. Kill. All the remaining Bo disciples on the rear mountain, led by the gravely wounded grandmasters, Wang Qingyan, Lu Li, and Ing Yin, launched their final assault against Dao Ran. Interesting. A bunch of dying wretches still daring to resist me, the demon prince. What utter delusion. A smile crept across Dao Ran's twisted face. Then he swung his demonic staff, directly hurling those rolling waves of demonic chi toward the Bo disciples. Over the Dongtu Shenzhou, above the vast abyssal sea space, was suddenly torn apart. A young man dressed in a Taoist robe slowly stepped out from within. That young man was Chen Nian. Setting out from Beihai this time, he had torn through space, countless times traversing over 100 million li in just 10 days to arrive at the boundless sea outside Dongtu Shenzhou. The moment he stepped out, he sensed something wrong. A faint scent of blood seemed to hang in the air. Moreover, the sky was murky gray, and many regions were shrouded in black chi. Gazing into the distance, the entire land of Dongtu Shenzhou was enveloped in an ominous crimson glow, looking utterly terrifying. Something was deeply wrong. Dongtu Shenzhou was in trouble. Sensing this, Chen Nian immediately shot off toward the direction of the Tian. Along the way, he passed through countless cities. Nearly all of them had become dead lands. Moreover, he sensed the presence of demonic chi in these places. No wonder the demon sect had suddenly vanished without a trace. So they had actually come to Dongtu Shenzhou. But Chen Nian could not understand. Why would the demon sect come here? After all, everyone on the entire Lingdong continent looked down upon this place. In the imperial capital of the Tianlong Empire, inside the royal palace, Crown Prince Yinjin sat in the imperial study, his entire being coiled with extreme tension. For today was the day the demon sect came to collect the month's tribute. Ever since the demon sect arrived in Dongtu Shenzhou, they had first slaughtered many states and cities, then issued decrees to the remaining ones. If they wished to continue surviving, they had to deliver tribute to the demon sect every month. The tribute included grain and resources, but most importantly, boys and maidens. At first, many states agreed to provide grain and resources to the demon sect, but refused to offer boys and maidens. Some states even hid all their boys and maidens. Later, however, the demon sect used horrific means to massacre the populations of entire cities and annihilate those states. From then on, the states of Dongtu Shenzhou could only obey the demon sect's orders, scouring their territories day and night to seize boys and maidens for tribute. The Tianlong Empire was no exception, for if they did not comply, they would face the annihilation of their nation. Reporting to the demon envoy, the boys and maidens of our Tianlong Empire have almost all been taken away by your esteemed sect over these past 2 years. Truly, there are not that many left now. A minister dressed in resplendent robes knelt trembling before the demon envoy and spoke. The demon envoy was stunningly beautiful, with a single horn on her head and 2 black wings on her back. Not that many. The demon envoy cast a glance at the minister, then sneered, not enough. Then go have more right now? What are you standing there gawking for? I will give you 10 more days. Birth another 1,000,000 boys and maidens, otherwise your Tianlong Empire will have no further reason to exist. What? 1,000,000 boys and maidens in 10 days? That's impossible. The moment the female demon envoy suddenly rose, directly crushing the minister's head with one hand. Then she swept her gaze across everyone present. I gave you the fertility elixir long ago. As long as your empire has enough women, you can continuously produce boys and maidens for my demon sect. Why haven't you used it? The entire great hall fell into dead silence. An oppressive, terrifying aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Just at that moment, Grand Tutor Di Qingyan suddenly stepped forward. Clenching his teeth, he said, but every woman who takes the fertility elixir dies after giving birth. This sort of practice defies the way of heaven. From the seat of honor, Crown Prince Yinjin kept flashing signals at Di Qingyan. But Di Qingyan refused to look at him. Over the years, the demon sect had slaughtered far too many living beings. Now they wanted to use a fertility elixir to exchange women's lives for boys and maidens. Such a practice was utterly unacceptable to Di Qingyan. The demon envoy narrowed her eyes, then paced step by step toward Di Qingyan. At this moment, Crown Prince Yinjin suddenly rose to his feet and said, Demon envoy, what the Grand Tutor means is this: using the elixir trades 1 woman for 1 boy or girl. If this continues, the women will eventually be used up. By then, how can our Tianlong Empire still provide you with boys and maidens? Once the women of your Tianlong Empire are used up, my demon sect will naturally find a way to make the men give birth to boys and maidens. The demon envoy said coldly. For a moment, everyone in the hall was utterly stunned, jaws dropping. But men can also be used up one day. Yinjin gritted his teeth and said, when both the men and women of your Tianlong Empire are completely exhausted, your empire will have no further reason to exist. At this point, the demon envoy sneered, to serve as nourishment for my demon sect is the blessing of your Tianlong Empire. You should be glad of your own sacrifice." At these words, everyone's eyes flew wide open. They had once thought that sacrificing some boys and maidens could buy their nation a lingering survival, because they were still waiting for the return of the Bio ancestor. They believed that if only they could hold out until the day of his return, they would greet the dawn of victory. However, they never could have imagined that the demon sect had never intended to leave them any way out. If they followed the sect's demands, within half a year the entire Tianlong Empire would cease to exist. Since death was certain either way, why should they continue serving this detestable demon sect? They might as well end everything in one final stand. Inside the Great Hall, all civil and military officials reached a unanimous agreement in an instant. A cold, murderous intent filled the entire hall. Everyone now awaited only Crown Prince Yinshan's order to destroy the demonists together, even at the cost of their own lives. What a hateful demon sect. So you never intended to leave our Tianlong Empire any path of survival. Fine, if that is the case, then there is nothing more for us to say. Even if the Tianlong Empire dies, to the very last man, we will no longer provide you with boys and maidens. As for that fertility elixir, we would rather die than use it. Crown Prince Yinshan suddenly rose to his feet. What? Is your Tianlong Empire prepared to resist my demon sect with death? Huh? The demon envoy burst into wild laughter. Then with a wave of her hand, she ground several ministers before her into fine powder. At the sight, Yinshan roared with fury, "Fight her to the death." As soon as the words were spoken, countless imperial guards who had been waiting inside and outside the hall surged forth at the demoness. Though everyone knew that opposing the demon sect meant only death, but now having learned that the demon sect had never intended to spare them, every one of them was resolved to fight to the death. Since your Tianlong Empire remains obstinate and unrepentant, I shall refine every one of you into puppets and make you cannon fodder for my demon sect. This way nothing will be wasted. TSK. Having said that, the demon envoy suddenly stamped her foot hard on the ground. Endless demonic chi instantly spread outward from her as the center. All those eroded by the demonic chi lost their vitality and were turned into puppets. Crown Prince Yinshan, 6th Prince Yinzhuang, Grand Tutor Di Qingyan, and all the imperial guards charged madly at the demon envoy. Even if they died today, they were determined to wrench at least 2 hairs off the demoness body. However, their power was far too weak in the eyes of the demon envoy. She merely gave a wave of her hand. A surge of powerful demonic chi instantly transformed several imperial guards into puppets. It appeared that Yinshan and the others would be next in line. Just then the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out from outside. At the same moment, a majestic righteous aura descended from the heavens, dissolving all the demonic chi into nothingness. The instant the vast righteous aura descended, the entire imperial palace was purified, including those imperial guards and ministers who had just been turned into puppets by the female demon envoy with demonic chi. Who was there? The female demon envoy abruptly turned to look behind her. She was furious. How dare anyone oppose the demon sect in broad daylight? That person was simply courting death. In contrast, Yinshan, Yinzhuang, Di Qingyan, and the others were weeping tears of joy because they sensed the arrival of a familiar aura. And the owner of this aura was none other than their old ancestor, their Grand Emperor. Grandfather, welcome grandfather. Yinshan, Yinzhuang, and the other imperial clan members, trembling with excitement, knelt on the ground and shouted toward the outside. Meanwhile, courtiers such as Di Qingyan shouted loudly, "Welcome, Grand Emperor." This scene stunned the female demon envoy, who had no idea what they meant. Thus, somewhat puzzled, she turned her gaze toward the outside. She wanted to see who exactly was so bold as to interfere in the demon sect's affairs, and how this person had purified the imperial guards and ministers she had already turned into puppets. Just then space suddenly surged like water ripples. A clean, large hand reached out from within it. An overwhelming pressure suddenly pressed the female demon envoy until she could hardly breathe. She hastily cried, "Who dares play tricks? I am an envoy of the demon sect." Before her voice faded, that large hand seized the female demon envoy's fair neck directly. "I am Chen Nian. Who gave your demon sect such audacity to commit crimes and run amok in my dome to Shenzhou?" The moment the words fell, a figure stepped out from the void and directly snapped the female demon envoy's neck, severing her head from her body. How insolent! Laying a hand on our demon envoy, courting death. The surrounding demon sect disciples all began to release demonic chi and attack Chen Nian. However, their demonic chi could not harm Chen Nian in the slightest. After all, even their demon venerable, the horned demon fiend, was only at the spirit movement realm. Yet Chen Nian's cultivation had already entered the Heavenman Unity realm. A swarm of ants. The time for you to repay your debts has come. Chen Nian gave a cold snort, then lightly waved his hand. An invisible force slammed ferociously into those demon sect disciples. In an instant, those demon sect disciples let out shrill screams, and then vanished into smoke and ashes. Who are you? You dare kill demon sect disciples? The demon sect will tear you into 10,000 pieces. I'm telling you. Although her head had been separated from her body, the female demon envoy was still alive. But her words were cut short. Bang! Chen Nian crushed her head with his bare hands, then extracted all of her memories. The surrounding princes and ministers were all stunned. After a few breaths, they finally came back to their senses and knelt before Chen Nian. Grand Tutor Di Qingyan shed tears of joy. The Tianlong Empire had clung to survival for so long, at last hope had arrived. Reporting to the Grand Emperor, ever since you left Dongtu Shinzhou, those beasts of the demon sect came. Grandfather, it was Daoran of the Bio Taoist temple who lured the demon sect into Dongtu Shinzhou. Master Ancestor Wang and the others have also been gravely wounded by the demon sect. Now the entire Dongtu Shinzhou has become a pasture for the demon sect to absorb nourishment. Countless young boys and girls have already been persecuted by them. Grand Emperor, the living beings who have died at the hands of the demon sect now number more than 10 million. We beg the Grand Emperor to uphold justice for Dongtu Shinzhou, slay demons, and eradicate evil. The group said in choked voices. Chen Nian gritted his teeth, rage blazing like fire in his heart. He had never imagined that the person who had ravaged Dongtu Shinzhou into its present state would actually be his own disciple Daoran. This beast. Chen Nian could not help but curse furiously. Then he gathered Injun, Insi Di Qingyan, and a host of imperial guards and imperial warriors together. I now bestow cultivation upon you and command you to purge all demons and monsters from Dongtu Shinzhou within 1 month. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Nian directly waved his hand and bestowed upon each of them the residual tribulation lightning he had nurtured, though each person only received a tiny wisp of the residual tribulation lightning. But they needed to know, this residual tribulation lightning had been nurtured from the 15th-stage heavenly tribulation of Chen Nian's Heavenman tribulation. Empress Lingxiao had been able to rely on that tiny wisp of residual lightning to step from half-step spirit movement into the 3rd stage of the spirit movement realm within a mere half-year. Yet most of the people now before Chen Nian, Injun, Inzhuang, Di Qingyan, and the others, had not even entered the origin condensation realm. If such formidable residual tribulation lightning fell upon them, the consequences were predictable. Moreover, the residual tribulation lightning nurtured by Chen Nian had no adverse effect on those of lower cultivation. They would not be exploded from within. In less than 3 breaths' time, Inzhuang was the first to directly enter the earth origin realm, and his cultivation was still breaking through at a frantic pace. The cultivation of everyone else also soared at extraordinary speed. Thank you, Grandfather. Thank you, Grandfather. Thank you, Grand Emperor. Everyone shed tears of gratitude. Countless figures shot up from the Tianlong Imperial Palace. They first began to purge the demons and monsters within the Tianlong Empire, and then sped rapidly toward other places in Dongtu Shinzhou. Most of the demon sect disciples distributed among the countries of Dongtu Shinzhou were at the origin condensation realm, and even earth origin cultivators were extremely rare. Such cultivation was a crushing blow from a higher dimension against a Dongtu Shinzhou that had never even seen an origin condensation cultivator before. But now things were different. Inzhuang and Insi already had cultivation at the 8th stage of the Earth Origin Realm together with 5,000 Imperial Guards under them at the 1st stage of the Earth Origin Realm. These demon sect disciples were absolutely no match. The next day, Wei Qing, Zhongli Shui, and Leng Shuang arrived in Dongtu Shinzhou with a coalition army of several thousand sect cultivators. The moment they arrived, they received orders from Chen Nian. He ordered them to immediately go to every part of Dongtu Shinzhou, help Inzhuang and Insi purge all demons and monsters at the fastest speed, and restore a bright, clear world to Dongtu Shinzhou. When Wei Qing and Zhongli Shui saw the tragic devastation of Dongtu Shinzhou, they too flew into a rage, wishing they could exterminate the entire demon sect. Half a year ago, after receiving the residual tribulation lightning bestowed by Chen Nian, both of them had stepped into the half-step heaven origin realm. Thus, with them around, Chen Nian had no lingering worries about the demon sect disciples scattered throughout Dongtu Shinzhou to harm living beings. Afterwards, Chen Nian headed alone toward the Bio Taoist temple. This time he vowed to destroy the entire demon sect. He would make this evil force vile as pigs and dogs vanish completely from the Lingdong continent. At the Bio Taoist temple inside the Pig Demon Hall, this was where the demon sect collected tribute from all over the world. Every day, enormous quantities of resources, grain, and young boys and girls were sent here from every corner of Dongtu Shinzhou. Right now, a demon with a pig's head and a human's body sat in the seat of honor, drinking fine wine and fondling a beauty. My lord demon, I have brought 3 million boys and girls from the Tianqing nation along with countless resources and grain. My lord demon, I have brought 2 million boys and girls from the Liyuan nation. My lord demon. Below, demon envoys kept stepping forward to report their gains. Hearing that his subordinates had all delivered considerable resources, boys and girls, the pig demon was in an excellent mood. His his tusks nearly curling all the way up to the sky. But just then, when it came to a female demon envoy, she suddenly said in a low voice, "I have gained nothing." Click. The instant those words fell from the woman's lips, the entire pig demon hall fell into instant silence. All the demon envoys, demon sect disciples, and the pig demon's guardians flanking both sides turned their gazes to the female demon envoy. Even the pig demon lord paused. The hand that had been stroking the beauty's thigh looked at the female envoy with suspicion and said with slight anger, "Little fox, what did you say?" "This demon didn't hear you clearly. Can you say it again?" The female envoy did not answer the pig demon lord. They all felt that this female demon envoy was rather strange. The pig demon lord in the upper seat grew even angrier, brows tightly knit, as he roared, "Little fox, this demon is speaking to you. Can't you hear? I told you I have gained nothing." As she spoke, the female envoy had already stepped onto the stone stairs. "Why have you gained nothing? If you gained nothing, then why did you come back? Go and annihilate the empire under your charge for this demon. Let them taste the demon sect's methods and see if any empire dares to oppose us in the future." The pig demon lord thought that the empire under the female envoy's charge had simply not prepared its resources, so he ordered her to go and raze it to the ground. "Raise a nation? I'm sorry, but I can't do that." "What did you say?" Hearing this, the pig demon lord flew into a rage. "I see. You intend to betray the demon sect, do you? Guards, seize the little fox for this demon. Cut out her heart and split open her liver." The next second, demon sect disciples immediately rushed forward, lunging to capture the female envoy. But just then, suddenly the female demon envoy stomped the ground. A mighty gale of righteous wind erupted from her body. The gale, surging with majestic righteous aura, smashed directly into the demon sect disciples who had approached. The next second, one agonized shriek after another rang out. Those demon sect disciples were slain on the spot, reduced to ashes. For a time, in the entire great hall there was utter silence. All the demon sect disciples looked at one another in consternation, each face filled with sheer disbelief. "You are not little fox. Who are you?" The pig demon lord finally realized the severity of the problem. He stretched out his hand, pulled a nine-toothed rake from the void, and pointed it at the female envoy. At the same time, all the demon sect disciples inside and outside the hall surrounded the female envoy. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Right then, the female demon envoy suddenly gave a loud laugh and said, "This sovereign has come to take your lives." As soon as the words landed, an inconceivable thing happened. A clean, large hand suddenly reached out from within the female demon. Immediately after, the female envoy's skin was ripped apart by that clean hand. A young man in a Taoist robe appeared abruptly before all the demons. That young man was none other than Chen Nian. The pig demon lord was scared out of his wits. He had never witnessed such a secret art. He tremblingly stepped back 2 paces, pointed the nine-toothed rake at Chen Nian, and quivered. "W in the world are you? The one who has come to annihilate the demon sect?" Chen Nian roared, and then he reached out and grabbed toward the pig demon lord. That pig demon lord was only at the half-step spirit movement realm. Before Chen Nian's overwhelming power at the heaven-human unity realm, he was as weak as a mere ant. "Why you?" Before the pig demon lord could even finish his words, his massive pig head was crushed from afar by Chen Nian. Right after, Chen Nian stamped the ground, and his whole body shot out of the hall. The instant he left, the colossal pig demon hall emitted rumbling sounds as the earth shook violently. The entire pig demon hall was razed to flat ground. The tremendous noise immediately alerted the entire demon sect. "Who is so bold as to run wild in our demon sect? You're looking for death." With roar after roar, countless black demonic shadows rose straight up from the ground and came slaughtering toward Chen Nian. Looking at the Bo Taoist temple below, now utterly destroyed and turned into the demon sect's training ground, boundless fury surged in Chen Nian's heart. He reached into the void with his hand. A watermelon knife about 60 centimeters long was grasped, and because he had already given the Qing Feng sword to Feng Ran, Chen Nian, lacking a suitable weapon, took out the watermelon knife he had brought along when he crossed over from Earth back in the day. Do not be fooled. It was only an ordinary watermelon knife. But after being destroyed and reforged through Chen Nian's secret art, that watermelon knife had long since become a supreme-grade spiritual treasure. You are the ones seeking death. You dare turn this sovereign's temple into your demon sect's purgatory. Hey, you really aren't afraid that this sovereign would come back to settle scores with you? Chen Nian roared in fury, then raised the watermelon knife and slashed fiercely forward. The might of a supreme-grade spiritual treasure combined with Chen Nian's appalling cultivation at the heaven-human unity realm. With a single slash, he killed every last demon that had charged at him. In the sky, the corpses of those demons, chopped clean in two, fell down like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Inside the demon sect's main hall, the oxhorn demon venerable was absolutely exploding with rage. Damn it! Of the 10 great demon lords under this venerable, almost all are dead now. Melee, why didn't you say he couldn't possibly come back this soon? How do you explain this now? The oxhorn demon Venerable shot a vicious glare at the hunched old woman beside him. More than half a year ago, after Chen Nian beheaded the hand of the immortal realm from Tianpeng Island, the oxhorn demon Venerable had felt a sense of impending crisis and even thought of entering the demon cave early to leave the Lingdong continent, this place of trouble. But Mei Leiguai said that Chen Nian had now seized control of the entire Lingdong continent and stood high above all others. He would never return to Dongda Shenzhou, and at most would only keep dispatching people here. So the demon sect had no need to worry. Wait until the demon cave fully revives and releases the true demons within it. After plundering the entire Lingdong continent and even the Azure Starfield, they would leave through the demon cave. Only then could they maximize their gains. But they had never imagined. Only this much time had passed, and Chen Nian had already slaughtered his way to the demon sect. Reporting to the demon lord, our demon sect disciples scattered across the empires of Dongtu Shenzhou have all been slaughtered. Those people are ruthless. Whenever they see a demon sect disciple, they spare not a single one. Bat Demon stepped before the Horned Demon Lord and delivered the report. Damn it! The Horned Demon Lord let out a furious roar, his entire being consumed by rage. He had spent several years laying down plans across Dongtu Shenzhou, and in just a few short days they had been utterly destroyed. At that moment, the hunchbacked old woman beside him narrowed her eyes and let out a sneer. What are you laughing at? Look at the times we are in. Our demon sect is at a moment of life and death, yet you still laugh. The Horned Demon Lord bellowed. What's the rush? The demon cave is only one supreme powerhouse away from complete revival, and now that supreme powerhouse is here. The hunchbacked woman said coldly. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Horned Demon Lord froze in place. The next second, as if suddenly snapping awake, he slapped his forehead and looked at the hunchbacked woman. What do you mean? Let him become the ultimate nourishment for the demon cave. Precisely. As long as we offer him up to the demon cave, the cave will fully awaken. Then once the true demon appears, the entire Lingdong continent and even all of Weilon Star will be ours. The hunchbacked woman said, her face twisted. But his power far surpasses ours. The Horned Demon Lord ground his teeth. At that, the hunchbacked woman burst into loud laughter. You're right. Our strength cannot compare to his, but don't forget, his disciples and descendants, especially his most beloved junior sister, are all in our hands. At these words, the Horned Demon Lord paused for a moment, then couldn't help cackling wildly. Heaven is aiding our demon sect. The day of the demon cave's complete revival is today. The rear mountain. This was the final sacred ground that the disciples of Bio Taoist temple had held to the last. But now even this last sanctuary was gradually being eroded by demonic qi. Several days earlier, Demon Prince Dao Ran had launched a demonic qi attack against the Bio disciples led by Wang Qingyan, Yin, and Liuli. The demonic qi attack had been far too powerful. Even though Wang Qingyan and the others were already at the human origin realm gravely wounded and weakened, they simply could not withstand the demonic qi. Once the demonic qi entered their bodies through their wounds, it began to crazily demonize their blood, internal organs, and even their meridians. By now, more than half of the Bio disciples had already been demonized. The rest could only struggle to cling to life. It was merely a matter of time before they were completely demonized as well. Grandmaster Wang, Grandmaster Yin, I truly cannot understand what you are holding out for. Is becoming a disciple of our demon sect truly so contemptible? As long as you lay down the obsessions in your hearts, I, the Demon Prince, promise I will lead you onto a much broader. The Lingdong continent has already become a land of chaos, and before long, it will be completely destroyed. But our demon sect was aware of this a long time ago. Once the demon cave fully awakens, our demon sect will take the countless living beings of the Lingdong continent and flee this doomed world. So joining our demon sect is not only your only choice, it is also your only hope of saving the Lingdong continent. Demon Prince Dao Ran had already tried to persuade Wang Qingyan and the others countless times these past days, although he now held the honorable position of Demon Prince of the demon sect. But within the demon sect, he had no allies and stood utterly alone. So he wanted to bring every person from Bio Taoist temple under his command, making them willingly become demon sect disciples. However, none of his persuasions were paid any attention to. Dao Ran, I advise you to save your energy. Our Bio Taoist temple has already produced a beastly traitor like you, and we must never produce a second. Otherwise, what face would our patriarch have left? As for you, wash your neck and wait. Words like these streamed endlessly from the Bio disciples' mouths. Having swallowed his anger for days, Demon Prince Dao Ran could bear it no longer. Since all of you refuse to see reason, then I, the Demon Prince, will turn you into puppets of the demon sect. He cried out to the sky, and then took out his staff, once again preparing to rub the demonic head on the staff to release demonic qi. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyan and the others had already clenched their fists, ready to self-detonate their inner cores. Even if it meant death, they refused to become puppets of the demon sect. But just then, Suddenly a tremendous boom resounded. The distant pig demon hall exploded. Immediately after, the sounds of battle came ringing down from the sky. A familiar voice reached everyone's ears. "You are the ones seeking death. How dare you turn my cultivation grounds into your demon sect's purgatory? Hey, you truly aren't afraid that it'll return to settle accounts with you?" The instant they heard this voice, all the surviving Bo disciples on the rear mountain raised their heads when they saw the young man in Taoist robes. Everyone wept tears of joy. "Ha ha, the patriarch is back. The demon sect's day of judgment has arrived. Ha ha, Dao Ren, have you thought about how you want to die? Ha ha ha." All the Bo disciples burst into frenzy. Wang Qingyan, Ingyan Liuli, and the others who had been on the verge of self-detonating their inner cores reddened at the corners of their eyes. Tears of excitement and grievance spilling over. Demon Prince Dao Ren abruptly looked up toward the heavens. His face was full of astonishment. Hadn't Mei Leiguai said that Chen Nian could not possibly return so soon? Then how could this fellow have arrived without the slightest warning, just as he stood there in astonishment? In an instant, Demon Prince Dao Ren's face twisted in fury. On Bias Rear Mountain, a mountain-toppling sea-roaring cry resounded. "The Patriarch is mighty." From the sky, Chen Nian's gaze also fell upon Bias Rear Mountain. Seeing his disciples and descendants who had guarded this place with their lives, he felt a surge of emotion and his eyes reddened. So he put away his watermelon knife and with a single step headed toward Bias Rear Mountain. When he landed his next step, his entire being had already arrived atop the mountain's peak. Wang Qingyan, Ingyan Liuli, and the others immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Though all of them had been corroded by demonic qi and many could no longer even stand, they still struggled to kneel before Chen Nian and pay homage to their patriarch. "Alas, during the days I was absent you have suffered." Chen Nian let out a long sigh, then waved his hand. The next moment, a vast surging righteous aura poured down upon everyone. This righteous qi was a secret art Chen Nian had obtained by chance in his early years while wandering the Dongtu divine continent. He had always thought he would never need this art. Yet today it had become the very thing that saved his Bo Taoist hall. The instant the righteous qi descended, every disciple on the entire rear mountain of Bo, who had been eroded by demonic qi, was purified on the spot. Even the already fully demonized Bo disciples saw the demonic qi within their bodies instantly annihilated the moment it met the righteous qi. The demonic wounds on Wang Qingyan, Ingyan, and Liuli also healed in an instant. Everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. After all, according to legend, wounds inflicted by demonic qi could never be reversed. Yet their patriarch only needed to wave his hand gently, and the demonic wounds on their bodies were healed instantaneously. "Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch." Everyone could not help but shout at the top of their lungs. In the clouds not far away, watching the incredible scene before him, the demon son Dao Ren gnashed his teeth, and a blaze of furious light shot from his pitch-black eyes. How infuriating! Why is he so powerful, while I can only grow stronger by falling into the demonic paths? Oh, I want power. I want to defeat him. As long as I can defeat him, I will do anything. Dao Ren roared furiously at the sky. The hatred and stubbornness in his heart had now fully materialized into a mass of black cloud mist floating above his head. If one looked closely through that black cloud mist, one could see a black heart thumping violently inside. "Hehehe, little one, you have some of this old man's bearing from back in the day." Just then a voice that seemed capable of piercing the soul sounded from beside Dao Ren's ear. Dao Ren abruptly turned his head and scanned his surroundings. He was thrown into complete panic. That voice made him feel terrifyingly dreadful. Who is playing tricks around this demon's son? Get out here at once. Dao Ren roared in fury. Just then, all of a sudden, an enormous black, demonic palm appeared before Dao Ren. Terrifying black qi instantly enveloped him entirely. The demonic palm actually began to swell at once. In merely a single breath, it had clenched Dao Ren in its grasp. True demon qi. In the grand hall of the demon lair, a shocked cry resounded to the heavens. The Oxhorn demon venerable, along with Bat demon and the remaining demon lords, shot straight into the air and raced toward the sky. Behind him, the hunchbacked woman stood frozen in place. Her face, hideous beyond measure, was filled with confusion. She could not help but whisper, "What is going on? The demon lair has not fully revived. Why is true? By all logic, without some powerful being serving as nourishment, the demon lair would be absolutely incapable of reviving ahead of time. Therefore, even Mei Leiguai, whose body had awakened an ancient demonic seed, could not understand what was happening. At the rear mountain of Bo, Chen Nian had also sensed the abnormality in the heavens. By now he had bestowed upon Wang Qingyan, Ingyan Liuli, and a host of his disciples and descendants the remnant thunder of heavenly tribulation that he had nurtured so that they could raise their cultivation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was, he would have no way to drag out every last remnant of the demonic sect still hiding in the Bo Taoist hall and kill them one by one. What formidable demonic qi! This is an existence this world should not have. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze across the heavens. At this moment, even Chen Nian, whose cultivation had already reached the Heavenman Unity realm, sensed how mighty that sudden demonic qi in the heavens was. He faintly felt that the demonic sect's migration to the Dongtu divine continent was far from being as simple as one might think. No matter what demon you are, or where you come from today, I Chen Nian will slay you for the Dongtu divine continent. With a cold snort, Chen Nian took a single step into the heavens. The next moment when his foot landed, he was already standing in the sky directly facing that terrifying true demon qi. Truly true demon qi. The demon lair has revived ahead of time. A burst of wild laughter came from the front. A demon with 2 horns on his head and a towering stature of a full 100 zhong was laughing uproariously at the sky. Behind him, countless disciples of the demonic sect were shouting madly. Demon Venerable, he is coming. The hunchbacked woman whispered into the oxhorn demon Venerable's ear. HM. The oxhorn demon Venerable immediately raised his head and swept his gaze forward. His eyes landed directly on Chen Nian. Are you that Bo patriarch Chen Nian who destroyed the sect alliance and cut off the hand of the immortal realm on Tianpeng Island? He lowered his head and looked at the young man in Taoist robes who was only a little taller than his own foot, then spoke with extreme arrogance. Chen Nian did not raise his head. In his hand, he was playing with a watermelon knife. The watermelon knife was pitch black all over. Along its spine were several power-filled grooves within which divine runes pulsed from time to time, as if ancient power were sealed inside. But its blade was dull, showing no sharpness whatsoever. How dare you ignore me? Humph. The oxhorn demon Venerable let out a cold snort, then raised his enormous foot and stamped at Chen Nian. Since that is so, I will trample you into meat paste. Let me see what one who has cut off the hand of the immortal realm is truly capable of. The foot came down. A violent gale erupted, stinging people's faces, and the distant mountain ranges were leveled in an instant. If an ordinary person had been standing there, they would likely have been crushed to powder by the terrifying gale. Yet Chen Nian stood as immovable as Mount Tai. Just as the giant foot was about to land, Chen Nian seemed to gain a sudden insight from the watermelon knife. Vast golden light blazed in his eyes, echoing the cold gleam of the blade. The next second, he gently raised the watermelon knife and slowly swept it across that giant foot. It all seemed so ordinary, as if a child were gently waving a blade. Oh! Suddenly an earth-shaking scream tore through the air. Blood poured down like a torrential rain. The oxhorn demon Venerable's enormous foot, over 10 zhong in length, had actually been sliced straight through. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The cleanly severed surface of pale white bone was exposed to the air. Thighs is a quasi-Dao artifact. Oh! The oxhorn demon Venerable roared furiously. With his true demon bloodline, how powerful his physical body was. Across the entire Lingdong continent, even Yin Ryu of the Sect Alliance could not harm him in the slightest. Therefore he recognized at a glance that the watermelon knife in Chen Nian's hand was no ordinary object. It was a quasi-Dao artifact infinitely close to a Dao artifact. Oh, you can even recognize a quasi-Dao artifact. You're not bad. Chen Nian snorted coldly, then took a sudden step forward, arriving before the oxhorn demon Venerable, and slowly raised the watermelon knife in his hand. The pitch-black watermelon knife, over 1/2 meter in length, radiated overwhelming power the moment it was raised. That was only moments ago. Chen Nian shattered and reassembled the watermelon knife, once more turning it completely into a quasi-Dao artifact. Yet Chen Nian felt that with his current strength this was already the limit, because he could not shatter a quasi-Dao artifact. If he could, Dao artifacts in his hands would probably have appeared in piles. Buzz. The pitch-black watermelon knife seemed to press down upon the very crown of the entire Lingdong continent. At that moment, the entire demon sect felt an unprecedented pressure. This. How can this be? The hunchbacked woman stared at Chen Nian with wide eyes, her voice trembling endlessly. Having awakened an ancient demon seed, she understood this world all too well. She knew that the entire Lingdong continent possessed only one Dao artifact, the primordial source of the continent itself. As for quasi-Dao artifacts, the Lingdong continent had 12 in total. These 12 quasi-Dao artifacts were subsidiary artifacts of the Lingdong continent's origin Dao artifact. Deep within the Lingdong continent, they guarded its primordial source, never having appeared in the world. But the scene now unfolding before her eyes left the hunchbacked woman completely bewildered. Why was there a quasi-Dao artifact in Chen Nian's hand? What on earth was going on? At that moment, Chen Nian slowly swept the pitch-black watermelon knife toward the space ahead. His movement seemed utterly casual, as if even a leaf could not be cut by that slash. And yet, the oxhorn demon Venerable, the hunchbacked woman, the bat demon, and all the others ahead felt a terror beyond anything they had ever experienced. No, stop, bellowed the oxhorn demon Venerable. But Chen Nian did not stop. Holding the watermelon knife, he continued to sweep it forward. This was the law he had realized after turning the watermelon knife into a quasi-Dao artifact. One slash shook all heavens. Quick, form a defensive formation to protect the true demon. The oxhorn demon, venerable, roared hastily, commanding the demon chieftains under him to array themselves. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of demon venerable disciples formed seals with both hands, offering up their essence blood. A vast black cloud appeared high in the sky. Inside the black cloud, ghost-faced demons seemed to howl like surging seas, while enormous demonic hands hundreds of feet long writhed and churned within. Just then the watermelon knife descended. Those demonic hands reached out directly to seize it. The oxhorn demon venerable had no time to attend to the severed leg stump that was gushing blood. He let out a furious roar and released boundless demonic chi to resist the terrifying watermelon knife. Rip, rip, rip. When the watermelon knife touched those giant demonic hands, streaks of black blood came raining down from the sky. Countless demonic hands were sliced cleanly in half. Even the demonic chi formation in the sky was cut apart through its middle. How horrifying! Having lived for tens of thousands of years, the oxhorn demon venerable had never seen such a terrifying magic weapon. At this moment, he felt a profound, bottomless despair. His two eyes, each larger than a watermelon, stared fixedly at the true demon, taking shape high in the sky, and he shouted, "True demon, please grant me your power and save my demon sect." Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. The mass of true demon chi in the sky began to quake. From afar it resembled a colossal black sphere, shrinking and expanding by turns as though something of great terror inside was desperately struggling to break free. At that moment, the watermelon knife in Chen Nian's hand came down completely. The demonic chi formation was broken. Countless disciples of the demon sect had their life force severed and fell from the sky, like dumplings dropped into a pot. At the same time, all the demonic chi over the Bo Taoist temple mountain range was utterly eliminated. The oxhorn demon venerable was sliced directly through the middle by the watermelon knife. Ghastly white bones cleanly sectioned, organs black, clotted blood. The oxhorn demon venerable's body had been completely destroyed, yet he still did not die, because he was a descendant of the true demon. As long as the true demon's inner core in his body remained uncut, he could rebuild his physical form. Still refused to die. Then take one more slash. Chen Nian roared angrily, raising the watermelon knife again. This time he thrust it straight toward the location of the oxhorn demon venerable's inner core. The two halves of the oxhorn demon venerable's body both panicked, then began fleeing in utter chaos. As he fled, countless internal organs mingled with black blood splattered across the earth. Every living thing on the earth that the black blood touched was instantly annihilated. At that critical moment, a voice shouted, "Who dares to kill the bloodline this old man left in this world? Are you courting death?" Suddenly a great roar sounded. The next moment, an enormous crack-covered demonic hand clawed out from the colossal black sphere. This demonic hand was filled with great terror. Chen Nian immediately withdrew the watermelon knife. But before he could, the demonic hand seized it and snatched it away with ease. Ha ha ha, the true demon ancestor has emerged. The ancestor is mighty. The oxhorn demon venerable, who had been split in two, had taken advantage of the earlier moment to forcibly stick his body back together. Seeing Chen Nian's quasi-Dao artifact snatched away, he burst into wild laughter. Chen Nian looked up at the enormous demonic hand. He was certain of it. This demonic hand did not belong to this world. "Who are you?" Chen Nian's brow furrowed tightly as terrifying light erupted from his body, and the power of the Heavenman Unity realm surged violently. Behind him, tribulation thunder began to seethe faintly. "Ha, since you have asked, this old man will tell you. I come from the demon realm." The next moment, a figure bursting with black chi suddenly tore open the colossal black sphere and leaped out from within. The instant he saw that person, Chen Nian was utterly stunned. Because this person was none other than Dao Ran. Chen Nian clenched his teeth. At the same time, the oxhorn demon venerable was also astonished and could not help muttering, "How did my demon son become the true demon ancestor?" "Chen Nian, now that I, the demon son, have fused with the true demon's blood, from this moment onward the entire Lingdong continent belongs to me. Anyone, no matter who dares to stand against me, the demon son, will be killed." A familiar voice came. It was Dao Ran speaking. Chen Nian's brows knitted tightly. He truly had not thought that the child he had once saved from a ferocious beast's mouth would grow up to become like this. "Ha, little one, this old man likes your temperament very much. Go, I will give you power. Go and kill all those you wish to kill. At the same time, guard the demon lair well for me. When my true body descends, that will be the day this world submits to the demon race." From within Dao Ran's body, a most terrifying voice rang out. Chen Nian finally understood. It turned out that the soul of a true demon had bestowed power upon Dao Ran, which was why Dao Ran had become so formidable. The actual true demon himself had not yet arrived. At this thought, Chen Nian could not help clenching his fists. If even the power that the true demon soul brought to Dao Ran was this mighty, then if the true demon truly emerged from the demon abyss, the entire Lingdong continent would face calamity beyond redemption. Moreover, from what the true demon had said, the goal of the demon race seemed to encompass not just the Lingdong continent, but this entire world. Where is the demon abyss? Chen Nian's gaze fell upon the oxhorn demon venerable. The oxhorn demon venerable laughed heartily, pointed at Chen Nian, and said, "Do you think I would tell you? Besides, even if you knew, what could you do? Now that my demon son has obtained the true demon's power, killing you is like crushing an ant underfoot. Dao Ren, haven't you always wanted to kill this fellow? Now your chance has come. Kill him." The oxhorn demon venerable pointed at Chen Nian and roared. High in the sky, Dao Ran's entire body radiated demonic aura. His eyes had become completely murky, stained by demonic energy. "Chen Nian, your life is mine." He let out a thunderous shout and lunged straight at Chen Nian. Chen Nian immediately summoned the quasi-Dao artifact Sea Calming Pearl and cast it to engulf Dao Ran. Within the Sea Calming Pearl was stored the true water of an entire ocean. The instant it was released, Dao Ran was inundated. At the same time, Chen Nian also summoned the Heaven-Cleaving Cauldron and the Immortal Binding Rope. Although the Heaven-Cleaving Cauldron was still one step away from becoming a quasi-Dao artifact, its might was extraordinarily terrifying. Those multicolored rays pierced straight through the demonic aura around Dao Ran, ignored the true water, and slashed madly toward him. Boom, boom, boom. A massive force churned within that expanse of true water. Then the supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the Immortal Binding Rope, entered the true water and bound Dao Ran tightly. "Kill!" Chen Nian murmured in a low voice, then struck his palm downward at Dao Ran. With his cultivation at the unity of heaven and man realm, Chen Nian's single strike unleashed power that surpassed even the Qinquan realm. Boom! A colossal force thundered. Dao Ran, engulfed by the true water of the Sea Calming Pearl, began to howl madly and thrash about uncontrollably. Had this been before he obtained the true demon's power, he would long since have been ground to dust. From this one could see just how immense the power of the true demon truly was. To be honest, if he were facing the true demon's true body right now, Chen Nian feared he would not even have the strength to put up a fight. What a monstrous freak. Don't be afraid, demon son. This lord will aid you. The oxhorn demon venerable immediately conjured streams of terrifying essence blood and let them fall upon Dao Ran. Beside him, the hunchbacked old woman also took out a black staff and pointed it at Dao Ran. Having received the demon venerable's essence blood and the mysterious power of the primordial demonic seed, Dao Ran threw back his head and let out a mighty shout. Boom, boom, boom. The Immortal Binding Rope was the first to be burst apart by him. Then the Heaven-Cleaving Cauldron and the Sea Calming Pearl were also blasted to pieces. Ha ha ha. The oxhorn demon venerable burst into wild laughter. The hunchbacked old woman beside him also shouted with extreme excitement. Welcome, great true demon descend. At first the two of them had believed the demon abyss was a passageway for them to escape this world. But now, with the true demon's soul having descended upon Dao Ran, they finally realized. The demon abyss was in fact a passageway for the demon race to invade this world. This realization made them wild with excitement. Once the true demon's true body descended, the Lingdong continent would no longer be a place of turmoil, but rather the starting point from which their demon sect would seize control of this world. By that time, the entire Azure Star and the whole of this world would worship the demon race and become their favorite. As for that immortal child, TSK, before absolute power, the immortal child would not only pose no threat to them, he would instead become a powerful ally. Immortals and demons, immortals and demons. Where there are immortals, there are demons. Where there are demons, there are immortals. They complement each other. Demon son, kill him. Now that the demon abyss has revived, killing him will clear away every obstacle to the true demon's invasion of the human world. Kill him. The oxhorn demon venerable and the hunchbacked old woman shouted at the top of their lungs. Roar. A violent demonic shriek resounded throughout heaven and earth. The demon son Dao Ran came charging through the waves. His face was twisted, and from his murky demonic eyes burst a dreadful mocking glare. He laughed wildly at Chen Nian. Haha, Chen Nian, so what if you were Patriarch Bo? Do you see? Before me, the demon son, even the quasi-Dao artifacts in your hands were destroyed. So do you still believe you can match me? Dao Ran was beside himself with excitement. Ever since the moment he learned that Chen Nian was Patriarch Bo, he had dreamed of slaying Chen Nian and making him grovel at his feet. He had never expected this day to come so soon. Dao Ran, I gave you life, resources, and shelter. My purpose was for you to protect the Bo Dao Hall and safeguard all living beings under heaven once you had completed your training. Yet for the obsession in your heart, you entered the demonic path and even brought death to billions of living beings in the Dongtu Divine Province. What punishment should you face? Chen Nian stepped forward. With each step, lotus blossoms bloomed beneath his feet, and every step seemed accompanied by heavenly laws. Dao Ran looked at Chen Nian with confusion. All of Chen Nian's magic treasures had been destroyed by him, so, by now he should have been at the end of his rope, even kneeling before him and begging for mercy. Yet why was he still so calm and unconcerned, as if everything were still under his control? Damn it! At death's door he still dared to act so arrogantly. What crime have I committed? I am simply someone who will stop at nothing to achieve his goal. Dao Ran sneered. He felt that victory was already within his grasp, so there was no need to rush killing Chen Nian. He would first humiliate him thoroughly. After all, the power of the true demon would reside within him forever. By now no one on the entire Lingdong continent could possibly be his match. He had already planned it all. Once Chen Nian was dead, his next target would be the North Sea Bo Dao Hall. He would kill Gao Dashan. He would kill Empress Ling Xiao. He would slaughter every person in this world connected to the Bo Dao Hall. So you will stop at nothing to achieve your goal. To achieve your goal, you murdered your fellow disciples, snuffed out living beings, and betrayed your sect. Today I shall act on heaven's behalf and exterminate a disloyal, unrighteous, unfilial beast like you. Chen Nian's eyes blazed with fury. Ha ha ha. Dao Ran burst into mad laughter as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Chen Nian, why don't you take a good look at your current situation? I, the demon's son, can slay you with a single thought, yet you actually say you want to punish me. Come then. I'm standing right here. If you have the ability, punish me. Dao Ran was now utterly arrogant. The oxhorn demon Venerable and the hunchbacked old woman both laughed without end. Even the true demon soul within Dao Ran laughed, a mere human truly overestimating himself. But just at that moment Chen Nian suddenly smiled faintly. Then his gaze fell upon the immortal binding rope, the heaven-cleaving cauldron, and the sea-calming pearl, all destroyed by the true demon's power within Dao Ran. On the rear mountain of Bo Wang, Qingyan, Ingyan, Liuli, and the other disciples had already broken through multiple levels of cultivation in succession. They were prepared to wait for the ancestor to slay those powerful demonic sect masters, then move in to purge the remaining demonic sect disciples scattered across the Bo mountain range. Yet none of them had foreseen this. Dao Ran, that traitor, had unexpectedly obtained the power of true demon force. As a result, even the ancestor's magical treasures had all been broken by him. But not a single person present was afraid. Should the ancestor fall today to the traitor Dao Ran, then they too would rather die than live on alone. Dao Ran, you traitor! You are worse than a pig or a dog. Even if I die today, I will rip at least 2 hairs from your body. Dao Ran, you will die a miserable death. The furious curses rang out continuously from the rear mountain. Yet hearing those shouts of condemnation, Dao Ran, who stood high in the sky above, did not grow angry at all. Instead, he burst into wild laughter. Ha! Did you never imagine that the mighty ancestor you worship as all-powerful would be so pathetically fragile before me, the demon's son? Now I shall personally behead this ancestor of yours in front of you all. Dao Ran laughed wildly. The obsession of so many years could finally be resolved. For him this was nothing less than a sublime ascension of life. Kill! Dao Ran let out a great roar. Gripping a black demonic staff in his hand, he slashed downward toward Chen Nian with the devastating momentum of thunder. In an instant the power of true demon force surged forth as if everything in the world could be corrupted and turned into his devotees. On the ground the hearts of all the Bo disciples rose into their throats. Everyone had already steeled themselves for certain death. At that very moment Chen Nian, standing above the sky, suddenly waved his hand with a grand gesture. The Dinghai Pearl, which had already been shattered, abruptly reassembled at breathtaking speed. Just as the demonic energy slashed toward him, the pearl took shape once more. The reformed Dinghai Pearl hung in the heavens like a dazzling star covered in mysterious ancient runes, while vast laws within it rejoiced and surged with boundless vigor. With a hum the world resounded with ancient rumbling. A force seemingly from the dawn of eternity poured down from the Dinghai Pearl. The power transformed into a flood and formed an unyielding wall before Chen Nian. In the very instant the demonic energy arrived, it crashed against that barrier. The wall directly intercepted it. As if the primordial force had altered its nature, the demonic energy rebounded and shot violently back in the direction of Dao Ran. What? Dao Ran was utterly horrified. Who could have imagined that the Dinghai Pearl he had destroyed would return, pressing its attack against him? What on earth was happening? Before he could think further, Dao Ran was struck by the true demon force he had released himself. He spat out a huge mouthful of black blood, plunging headlong toward the earth like a black meteor. Behind him, Bullhorn Demon Venerable and the hunchbacked old woman stood frozen in shock. What just happened? How could the shattered Dinghai Pearl reassemble itself? And after reassembling, it seems to have ascended even further. Could it be that even the true demon force is unable to stop it? Has this Dinghai Pearl evolved into a Dao artifact? The thoughts exploded thunderously in their minds. A Dao artifact. The Dinghai Pearl had actually transformed into a Dao artifact. How terrifyingly powerful. You. How did you manage to do this? You freakish prodigy. You actually evolved a broken magical treasure. The hunchbacked woman pointed at Chen Nian. Behind her, bullhorn demon Venerable stared with eyes wide open, still unable to recover from his shock. For this I must thank your demon son. His true demon force shattered the Dinghai Pearl and gave me the chance to evolve it. Without that, I fear I would not have been able to refine it until I reached the Qingquan realm, or even the Dongshu realm. So this is the power of a Tao artifact. Truly formidable, Chen Nian murmured to himself. Then, without waiting for bullhorn demon Venerable and the hunchbacked woman to react, he charged alone toward Dao Ran. Moments later, with a violent crash, Chen Nian kicked Dao Ran hundreds of meters deep into the mountain. Then he seized Dao Ran by the hair and lifted him into the air. For betraying your sect, what punishment do you deserve? Today I will slice you into 10,000 pieces to quell the raging fury of the countless living beings across the Eastern Land Divine Continent. As he spoke, Chen Nian raised a palm as broad as a plantain fan and savagely lashed it across Dao Ran's face again and again. Slap, 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 one blow after another. In no time at all, Dao Ran's face was beaten, swollen, and bruised, even his molar teeth shattered. Deep within his body, the true demon soul cried out in alarm. You human, you possess the ability to evolve magical treasures. Where did you learn this secret art? Tell this old one at once. If only you pass this secret art to me, I will take you as my direct disciple and make you the sovereign ruler of this entire continent of Lingdong. Know of the whole Azure Star. Nagging nonsense. Chen Nian let out a cold snort. With a wave of his hand, a colossal hand covered in ancient runes extended out from the Dinghai Pearl. The huge hand thrust directly into Dao Ran's body and brutally ripped out the wisp of true demon soul from within. Off. The true demon soul's voice twisted in agony, as if being torn from Dao Ran's body was causing it unbearable torment. How dare you extract this old one's demon soul? You little brat. This is a grave offense against the demon race. Stop immediately. As for Dao Ran, after being brutally beaten by Chen Nian and having the true demon soul that sustained him ripped away, he became like a walking corpse. He raised his head, his dull eyes fixed blankly on Chen Nian. He was unwilling, enraged, and remorseful. If only he had not shattered that Dinghai Pearl, he would never have fallen to such a state. Off. Dao Ran roared toward the heavens. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the Dinghai Pearl he shattered would become the very key to Chen Nian's reversal. Why? Why is this happening? You can actually evolve a magical treasure that has already been destroyed. You are an absolute monster. I refuse to accept this. Dao Ran roared in fury. Slap. Suddenly a crisp sound rang out. Chen Nian delivered a vicious slap across Dao Ran's. After losing the true demon soul, Dao Ran had only been at the earth elemental realm. Now, struck by that slap from Chen Nian, even that earth elemental cultivation was directly stripped away. His entire body fell like a black stone, crashing heavily upon the rear mountain of Bio. Dismember him with 10,000 cuts, rip out his heart, and dig out his liver. Scatter his flesh into the foulest swamps of the Eastern Land Divine Continent. Pulverize his bones and burn them with the flames of the 9 abysses. Obliterate his soul completely. Chen Nian's voice scattered over the entire rear mountain of Bio. Understood. 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 The crowd of Bio disciples nodded in assent. All of them charged at Dao Ran like madmen. You traitor, you beast. Did you really think that even with the power of the true demon, you could be a match for our patriarch? How dare you claim to oppose our patriarch? You truly don't know your place. Daeron, you brought this upon yourself. The Bio disciples rushed forward and surrounded Dao Ran. Then, following Chen Nian's orders, they sliced Dao Ran 1,000 times, carved out his heart and liver, and scattered his flesh and blood into the foulest swamp of Dongtu Shenzhou. His remains were ground to dust and burned with the fire of the netherworld. His soul was utterly annihilated. You wicked little brat, you actually killed the disciple I had my eye on. The true demon's drifting soul in the sky roared in fury. Not just him, you too. Kill. Chen Nian's expression hardened as he waved his hand, hanging the calming sea pearl above the true demon's soul. The calming sea pearl, radiant as a brilliant star, emitted several dazzling beams of light, scorching the true demon's soul beneath it. No. Take this Tao artifact away. I can't bear it anymore. You little brat, I already gave you the chance to become my personal disciple. Why didn't you cherish it and instead make an enemy of me? Stop. Cease at once. Seeing that Chen Nian showed not the slightest intention of stopping, the true demon's soul began to threaten him. Little brat, if you don't stop now, the day my true body descends will be the day you die. Die. With a thunderous explosion, the true demon's soul was blasted apart. After a moment, everything returned to silence. Chen Nian's gaze slowly turned toward the horned demon Venerable and the hunched old woman standing not far ahead. You killed the true demon's soul. You deserve to die. The horned demon Venerable gnashed his teeth. Then word by word he said, "The true demon must never be profaned. You killed his soul. You're finished." The hunched old woman also pointed at Chen Nian and shouted furiously, "The moment the true demon lord steps out of the demon abyss will be the moment of your death. Last time I failed to slaughter you. That was my fault." Chen Nian let out a cold snort and grabbed the watermelon knife retrieved from Darren's storage ring. A quasi-Dao artifact. Though it couldn't harm the true demon, it was more than enough to deal with these two petty wretches. You want to kill me? No, you can't kill me. If you do, neither the true demon nor the primeval demon seed will ever let you go. The hunched old woman felt an unprecedented terror. After speaking, she turned and fled. But she had barely escaped 100 li when a watermelon knife hanging high above her head slowly sliced down. The moment the watermelon knife fell, she split apart from the crown of her head all the way down between her legs. Her body cleaved in two, countless organs, and blood spilled forth. The 3 flowers above her head fled in different directions at the fastest speed possible. She tried to replicate her previous trick to save her wretched life. But how could Chen Nian, fully prepared this time, let her escape? The next moment, a great cauldron suddenly radiated splendor in midair. The quasi-Dao artifact heaven-opening cauldron. With rumbling after rumbling, the heaven-opening cauldron, having evolved into a quasi-Dao artifact, boasted overwhelming might. 3 thunderous booms rang out, and the 3 flowers above Mei Leagway's head were utterly obliterated. Just then a drop of pitch-black blood suddenly drifted out from Mei Leagway's bisected body. This drop of blood was extraordinary. Come. Above the heavens, Chen Nian reached out his hand. A terrifying thunderous black hole appeared in his palm, releasing an extremely powerful suction that drew the black blood over. For the time being, Chen Nian did not know how to utilize this drop of primeval demon blood, so he temporarily sealed it within the thunder in his palm. But he did not seem particularly afraid. Instead, a twisted smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha. Then he suddenly burst into earth-shaking laughter. The next moment he leaped into the sky, then plummeted straight down toward the ground. He crashed directly into the mountain range below. In an instant the earth shook and mountains quaked. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire mountain range began to tremble violently. At the spot where the horned demon venerable struck, a massive black pit appeared. Within that black pit there seemed to be an enormous black vortex. In an instant countless living beings around it were swept in. Chen Nian frowned deeply. This horned demon venerable had used his own body to forcibly smash open the demon abyss. Ha ha ha. Little brat, you severed one wisp of my soul. Now I shall make your entire Lingdong continent pay 100-fold. The demon abyss has now fully awakened, and the passage has been smashed open. No one can stop our demon race from invading this world anymore. Ha ha ha. A familiar voice. It was the true form of the true demon whose soul wisp Chen Nian had just slain. From within the colossal demon abyss, rumbling sounds rang out unceasingly, as if something utterly terrifying was madly charging within. And the sound was drawing nearer and nearer. If it was not suppressed right now, it would not be long before the terror within emerged. Calming Sea Pearl, go. Chen Nian frowned slightly, then hurled the Calming Sea Pearl straight at the demon abyss. It would be best if the Calming Sea Pearl could suppress the demon abyss. If it could not, that was fine too. Once the Calming Sea Pearl was destroyed by the terror within the demon abyss, he would have the chance to evolve it into an even more powerful magical treasure. By then, the evolved Calming Sea Pearl would surely surpass a Dao artifact. Perhaps it would even be able to fight the true demon. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Chen Nian's mind. He still had 3 quasi-Dao artifacts in his hands. If he hurled them all into the demon abyss and let the true demon destroy them, he could then evolve them into Dao artifacts. By the time he wielded 3 Dao artifacts plus a Calming Sea Pearl that surpassed Dao artifacts, his chances of victory would be far greater. With this thought, he threw the immortal binding rope, the heaven-opening cauldron, and the watermelon knife all into the demon abyss. Then he began to wait quietly. All was silent. The colossal Bio mountain range lay unervingly still, as if brewing something immensely dreadful. Suddenly a thunderous roar shattered the silence. The ground began to tremble. Within the 1,000-zong black chasm, winds surged and clouds churned. In that moment mountains shook and trees were uprooted, while countless beasts fled in panic across the wilderness. It's here. Chen Nian held his breath, his entire body trembling with excitement. As long as that true demon could shatter the treasures he had cast into the chasm, he would obtain 3 Dao artifacts and 1 terrifying magic treasure that surpassed even Dao artifacts. Yet the mighty rumbling ceased before long. Everything returned to silence. The true demon seemed to vanish without a trace, not even the faintest sound remaining. Chen Nian waited there for 3 full months. The demon lair remained utterly still. Just as he resolved to keep waiting, his heart suddenly jolted. Someone was transmitting a message to him. He crushed a sound transmission talisman. Reporting to the ancestor, the cold-faced continent king has arrived and demands to hold Bo Dao Hall accountable. The voice belonged to Gao Dashan. Chen Nian paused briefly. This cold-faced continent king had arrived with startling swiftness. Glancing down at the demon lair below, Chen Nian decided to leave his treasures there. If the lair stirred, he would sense it immediately. After returning to the North Sea, he would dispatch Zhao Hai and his spirit movement realm experts to guard this. Thus, Chen Nian gathered all disciples of Bo Dao Hall, including his junior sister, and Polong from the ice training chamber, and set off toward the inland North Sea. About half a month later, Chen Nian returned to the North Sea. Contrary to his expectations, the North Sea remained completely untouched. It seemed the cold-faced continent king had been biding his time waiting for him. At the Grand Hall of Bo Dao Hall, a colossal blue star sat upon the seat of honor. Through its glow, one could faintly discern the silhouette of a burly man, though his features remained veiled in obscurity. At this moment, all the disciples of Bo Dao Hall stood drenched in sweat within the hall. The newcomer's power was simply overwhelming. They had no strength to resist whatsoever. They even felt that with a mere wave of his hand, this man could annihilate every one of them into nothingness. Thank you for not laying a hand on my Bo Dao Hall. The cold-faced continent king truly lives up to his reputation, not one to bully the weak. Just then a calm, unhurried voice drifted through the hall. In the next instant, space itself was torn open and a young man in a Taoist robe stepped forth. The newcomer was none other than Chen Nian. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Gao Dashan and the others knelt before him. Rise, all of you, Chen Nian said, gently waving his hand. Everyone rose hastily, their earlier terror replaced by straightened postures. Chen Nian lifted his gaze toward the colossal blue star upon the main seat. This person's cultivation was immense, bordering infinitely on the threshold of immortal ascension. A single glance at him inspired a dreadful awe within one's heart. Chen Nian, you have broken the rules of the sect alliance and slain my subordinates. Speak. How do you intend to settle this? A deep, resonant voice emanated from within the blue star. At the same time, an overwhelming, terrifying pressure crushed down upon the entire hall. The sect alliance slaughtered sects for its own selfish interests, willingly feeding the hand of the immortal realm to awaken it. In my eyes, they deserve death. Chen Nian raised his head to meet the blue star directly, speaking with neither arrogance nor subservience. Oh, so you're saying this king is the one at fault? The blue star grew furious, and waves of terrifying starlight surged toward the hall. By the time the starlight reached Chen Nian, it had split into 9 purple stars. Each purple star represented a terrifying existence at the void cave stage. Through the dazzling radiance, Chen Nian could see the beings within the 9 purple stars, men and women alike, each one overwhelmingly powerful. Yet Chen Nian felt no fear at all. Though their cultivation surpassed his by 2 great realms, he was confident he could face them in battle. Kneel. Suddenly, from one of the purple stars stepped forth a terrifying woman radiating violet light. She placed a hand on Chen Nian's shoulder, her colossal aura threatening to crush every bone in his body. Ancestor, Gao Dashan and the others rose to their feet, ready to fight to the death. However, Chen Nian waved his hand, signaling them not to panic. You seem to hold a grudge against me, Chen Nian remarked, glancing at the violet-robed woman. A murderous intent gleamed in the violet woman's eyes. Jun Wuxialong Yuan and Chen Dong were all my disciples. You killed 2 and wounded 1. Only by ripping out your lowly lower realm heart and guts can I quell my fury. So she was the superior of those people. No wonder she came with such immense hostility. Chen Nian furrowed his brow and replied with righteous indignation. They attacked my familiar first and then tried to kill me. What, just because I am from the lower realm do I not even have the right to defend myself? The violet woman was on the verge of striking, but a blue starlight suddenly restrained her. Left with no choice, she gnashed her teeth and said to Chen Nian, give me back their storage rings. Inside them lies my clan's entire reserve of purple-grade pills. Sorry, but I've already eaten every single purple-grade pill. The effects were quite pleasant, Chen Nian replied with an indifferent expression. At those words, the violet woman was utterly dumbfounded. What did you say? You ate all those purple-grade pills. Do you have any idea how much those purple-grade pills are worth? You beast from the lower realm, wasting heavenly treasures. The violet woman shrieked at the top of her lungs, trembling with rage. Her chest in particular heaved violently. Meanwhile, the other men and women who had emerged from the purple stars were all secretly stunned. No one could have imagined that every single purple-grade pill of Liuhua Palace had been devoured by a mere mortal from the lower realm. Even they felt a profound sense of loss. A lower realm person consuming so many purple-grade pills was a dreadful waste, utterly squandering heavenly treasures. One by one, their gazes turned toward Chen Nian. They looked as if they were itching to rush forward, split him open, and dig every last purple-grade pill out. He'll kill you. The violet woman let out a furious roar and summoned a violet moon, slashing it toward Chen Nian. This was a power unique to a master of the Void Insight realm. Heck, kill me. You don't have the ability to do that. Chen Nian sneered, then retreated a step. The violet glowing figures nearby all sneered coldly. A mere Heavenman Unity Realm cultivator actually dared to say that a Void Insight Realm expert was no match for him. What an utterly preposterous jest. Yet in the very next second something no one could believe happened. Just as that violet moon was about to strike Chen Nian, suddenly, Chen Nian stepped forward and took the blow heat-in. A body tempered 10 times more than an ordinary person's at every realm was not something to be trifled with. The violet glowing woman was instantly dumbfounded. She had thought Chen Nian would run or kneel before her and beg for mercy. But she had never expected this. This fellow had actually stepped straight forward and taken her strike heat-in. At that moment, not only she but the surrounding violet glowing men and women were all stunned speechless. Even the cold-faced continent king seated at the head of the hall let out an incredulous exclamation from within the azure giant star. Just then a violet moon slashed down. Everyone thought Chen Nian would be sliced in two by the violet moon. But the scene they imagined never happened. With a clang, the violet moon struck Chen Nian's head and was sent rebounding. Not only was he completely unharmed, the violet glowing woman was actually sent flying by the sheer force. In that instant, the entire hall fell silent. The violet glowing men and women who had once looked down on Chen Nian as lower realm trash were all struck dumb with shock. Good heavens! Not only had a mere Heavenman Unity Realm cultivator blocked a strike from an eminent Void Insight Realm master, but that Void Insight Realm master had actually been sent flying by him. Good heavens! What manner of monstrous freak was this? It was unimaginable. If his strength were also at the Void Insight Realm, what kind of scene would that be? Even the cold-faced Continent King might not be his match. After landing, the violet glowing woman spat out a large mouthful of blood. After getting up, she stared at Chen Nian with an expression of utter incredulity, as if she were looking at a monster. A mere Heavenman Unity Realm cultivator was in her eyes no different from an ant. And not just Heavenman Unity. Even at the Qianquan realm, she could take on 100 of them. But now, this brat before her with mere Heavenman Unity cultivation had taken her blow heat-in and had even injured her. So terrifying. After the initial shock, the Bo disciples in the hall were wild with joy. Even an upper realm great power is so helpless before our ancestor. So what if they have a higher realm? Our ancestor is not only invincible at the same realm, even across realms the ancestor remains unsurpassed. For a moment, every Bo disciple's face was radiant with confidence. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest fear of the cold-faced Continent King and his group. From the main seat, the cold-faced Continent King, within the azure giant star, was shocked, dumbfounded, and he subconsciously stepped out from beneath the star's shroud. His eyes blazing with blue light locked tightly onto Chen Nian as if trying to see through this man. He had existed on Weilon Star for hundreds of thousands of years. He had seen those who were invincible at their own realm, and those who could kill enemies by leaping over a single realm. But he had never seen someone who was invincible while leaping across two realms. A monster of 10,000 ages. He could not help but sigh. Just then the violet glowing woman lying on the ground suddenly shouted, "Lord Continent King. The reason he is so powerful is that he carries a Tao artifact on him." The violet glowing woman thought of what her subordinate had told her. She had not believed that a mere lower realm person could possess a Tao artifact, but now it was evidently true. A Tao artifact. The cold-faced Continent King was even more shocked. He turned abruptly toward the violet glowing woman. "Hongxiu, why did you not report such a major matter to me in advance?" The violet glowing woman immediately knelt and explained, reporting to the Continent King, Weilon Star has extremely few Tao artifacts. Even the Federation has only 3. That was why I did not believe the intelligence, and so did not say anything. The cold-faced Continent King nodded, then turned his gaze to Chen Nian and said with a frown, "Chen Nian, hand over the Tao artifact on you, and this king will spare your life. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Tao artifacts were the ultimate treasures on Weilon Star. Their entire Federation barely had 3 of them, and the cold-faced Continent King himself did not have a single one. If he could obtain a Tao artifact here in the Lingdong continent this time, it would be a heaven-sent joy for the cold-faced Continent King. With a Tao artifact, his power would ascend to unprecedented heights. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire Great Hall became 10,000 times more oppressive. An oppressive pressure began to envelop Chen Nian. It was true that Chen Nian had previously cut down that hand of the immortal realm while at the Heavenman Unity realm. But what he had relied on then was the formidable power of the residual thunder from the heavenly tribulation. Now most of that residual tribulation thunder had dissipated. The rest, though still nurtured by him, remained in his body. Yet its might could not compare with the power he had right after transcending the tribulation. Therefore, before the terrifying might of the heaven-opening realm, Chen Nian had no way to resist. Remember, between the Heavenman Unity realm and the heaven-opening realm, there was a gap of 3 full major realms. If the two sides were to fight, Chen Nian would very likely be killed on the spot. I have no Tao artifact. Everything is only their baseless conjecture. If you don't believe me, come and search me yourself. Chen Nian spread his arms wide, completely exposing his aura. It was not that he dared not fight the cold-faced continent king whose strength was at the heaven-opening realm. He simply did not want a cornered beast struggle. After all, he was not alone now. At this moment, he had not only many disciples and descendants beside him, but also his daughter, the Lingxiao Empress, who was in secluded cultivation here. So if he were to go to war with the cold-faced continent king, the powerful forces unleashed would level the entire North Sea. No, he is lying. Lord Continent King. According to the intelligence, the Tao artifact in this man's hand not only grants him the ability to fight across realms, but also has the ability to evolve the rank of other treasures. Jun Wuxia personally saw him evolve the Sea-calming pearl from a supreme-grade spiritual treasure into a quasi-Tao artifact. Sikong Hongxiu shouted at the top of her voice. Boom. When Sikong Hongxiu said these words, the cold-faced continent king was even more astounded. Legend had it that Tao artifacts possessed fearsome laws capable of defying heaven and changing fate. However, he had never heard of such a horrifying ability, one that could evolve a supreme-grade spirit artifact into a quasi-Tao artifact. But he vaguely sensed that if everything was truly as Sikong Hongxiu had said, then the Tao artifact on Chen Nian was very likely a peak-grade, or even suprema-grade Tao artifact. If that were really so, the entire Weilon Star would be driven to madness. Chen Nian hand over the Tao artifact. The cold-faced continent king let out a thunderous shout, and without another word released his vast spiritual sense. He tried to detect the Tao artifact directly from Chen Nian, but the outcome was not what he wished. His spiritual sense swept over Chen Nian's entire body, but found no trace of a Tao artifact. Your Majesty, he does have a Tao artifact on him, right? Sikong Hongxiu asked, nervously looking at the cold-faced continent king. Alas! To everyone's surprise, the cold-faced continent king sighed, and said in great disappointment, let alone a Tao artifact. He does not even have a single spirit artifact on him. What? Sikong Hongxiu's face was full of disbelief. She kept crying out, impossible, absolutely impossible. If he had no Tao artifact on him, how could he possibly have defeated me? Chen Nian merely shot Sikong Hongxiu a cold smile, and said nothing. The cold-faced continent king said bluntly, that is because you are no match for him. Boom. That sentence of the cold-faced continent king. In an instant, those words were like the final straw that crushed Sikong Hongxiu. It was as if all strength had been drained from her body, and she collapsed to the ground. A dignified super powerhouse of the Cave Void stage had actually been defeated by a mere Heavenman Unity stage existence. Moreover, this Heavenman Unity stage fellow did not even have a spirit artifact on him. This fact struck Sikong Hongxiu to the core. It might even plant an inner demon in her. Just then the cold-faced continent king sent a voice transmission to Sikong Hongxiu. Hongxiu, you do not have to feel this way. Some people are born destined to be different from the rest. Do not forget that this very man personally cut down the hand of the immortal realm not long ago. Ask yourself, with your current strength, could you do the same? Hearing these words, the demon in Sikong Hongxiu's heart gradually dissipated. She lowered her head and sighed. Your Majesty is right. Hongxiu was too stubborn. He is a monstrous genius, and Hongxiu is no match for him. The cold-faced continent king nodded. Chen Nian, I have decided to make your Bio Dao Palace the new sect alliance. You will choose one person to be the leader of the sect alliance, and you will accompany me to the upper realm. The cold-faced continent king then turned to Chen Nian and spoke. Those words instantly rendered everyone in the entire hall speechless. Everyone had assumed that since the cold-faced continent king had personally descended to the lower realm this time, he would surely cripple Chen Nian and annihilate the entire Bio Dao Palace. But who could have guessed? At this moment, the cold-faced continent king had actually directly turned Bio Dao Palace into the replacement for the sect alliance. Even more terrifying, he actually wanted Chen Nian to go to the upper realm with him. The cold-faced continent king was extending an olive branch to Chen Nian. For a moment, not to mention the Cave Void stage purple star bigwigs under the cold-faced continent king, even Lung Shuang Zhaohai and the rest were all dumbfounded. They seemed to see a dazzling new star about to rise. They instinctively felt that Chen Nian's stage should not be limited to something as ordinary as the Lingdong continent. Just as everyone was envying Chen Nian and was certain that he would unhesitatingly agree to the cold-faced continent king's request. Suddenly Chen Nian raised his head and answered, my apologies, but my Bio Dao Palace will not change its name, not under any circumstances. The cold-faced continent king paused slightly. Then he suddenly roared with laughter. Good, well said. In that case, I shall make an exception and let the sect alliance of the Lingdong continent be renamed. Sikong Hongxiu and the others could not help but gasp. Never had they witnessed the continent king act like this. This showed that in order to recruit a genius, the cold-faced continent king was truly ready to go all out. Moreover, I will not leave with you because there are even more important things for me to do on the Lingdong continent. Chen Nian said. Clack. The moment those words fell, the entire great hall fell into utter silence. Lung Shuang was dumbfounded, and Zhao Hai was full of disbelief. They could understand Chen Nian refusing to let the Bo Dao Palace change its name, but why would he refuse the cold-faced continent king? They knew that the cold-faced continent king was a terrifying existence infinitely close to the questioning immortal stage. If one could gain his favor and become his closed-door disciple, then that person's future would be without limits. But what no one had expected was Chen Nian actually refused the cold-faced continent king. Who would dare believe this? Situ Qingchu and the other cave void stage beings all opened their eyes wide. They stared at Chen Nian with faces full of disbelief as if they were looking at a madman. They knew that this was the continent king's invitation. They could even feel that if Chen Nian agreed to follow the continent king, his future achievements would definitely surpass those of the king's trusted confidants. But they truly had not expected that Chen Nian would refuse the cold-faced continent king. The cold-faced continent king seated in the leading position also seemed stunned. He stared blankly at Chen Nian with wide eyes at a loss for words for a moment. For so many years, it had always been others who begged him to take them as disciples. Yet now when he personally extended an invitation, Chen Nian's actions not only astonished him, but also made him feel that he had lost a great deal of face. A lower realm person had slapped the face of the cold-faced continent king like this. He is finished. Even if he is a peerless monstrous genius, so what? Even if he cut down the hand of the immortal realm, so what? Even if he defeated Xikong Hongxiu, what would that amount to? He dares to slap the continent king's face. How I think he is tired of living. Not only is he tired of living, but every living creature on the entire Lingdong continent will probably be destroyed because of him. A group of cave void stage purple star beings discussed in low voices. Xikong Hongxiu shot Chen Nian a cold sneering look. Her gaze was like that of one looking at a corpse. After coming to their senses, Lung Shuang, Zhao Hai, and Gao Dashan all began to circulate the aura around their bodies ready to fight. Chen Nian in contrast calmly raised his head and looked at the cold-faced continent king. He was so confident as if he had long been certain that the cold-faced continent king would not lay a finger on him. At this moment, it was as if time itself had frozen still. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. Suddenly, the cold-faced continent king took a single step forward, and when his next step landed, he was already standing before Chen Nian. Sima Hongxiu and the others had already begun circulating their qi ready to annihilate the entire Lingdong continent the moment the cold-faced continent king made his move. Yet, what they never expected was the cold-faced continent king not only refrained from acting, but even took the initiative to pat Chen Nian on the shoulder and said, I, the cold-faced continent king, have never forced anyone's hand. Since you have already made your decision, I shall respect it. From this day forth, no matter what happens on the Lingdong continent, I will not hesitate to intervene. I await the day you Chen Nian change your mind. Boom. The cold-faced continent king's words struck Sima Hongxiu and the others like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. This was something they had never imagined in their wildest dreams. Their very own continent king held Chen Nian in such high regard. This had completely surpassed their comprehension, leaving them utterly incredulous. Even Lung Shuang, Zhao Hai, and Gao Dashan wore expressions of boundless shock. If you ever need help one day, I will lend my hand. But the alliance of sects on my Lingdong continent has committed countless evils. I wonder how things fare on other continents. If they are all the same, I hope you will resolve it on your own. Chen Nian looked gravely at the cold-faced continent king. The cold-faced continent king paused briefly, then burst into hearty laughter and agreed. He patted Chen Nian's shoulder before turning his gaze towards Sima Hongxiu and the others. Let's go. The moment the words fell, the void before him was torn open. A vast starry passage suddenly appeared, and he led his subordinates as he stepped into it. Within the starry passage, Sima Hongxiu could not help but ask the cold-faced continent king again. Your Majesty, that brat was so arrogant, and even dared to slap your face. Why did you let him go? The others beside him chimed in as well. Yes, Your Majesty, why not just shatter that continent? Let that kid learn what happens when you provoke someone from the upper realm. Your Majesty, just as everyone was speaking in a flurry, the cold-faced continent king suddenly turned and looked at them, saying coldly, just now I saw an ancient divine body within him. That single simple sentence instantly rendered everyone present utterly dumbfounded. An ancient divine body. Good heavens, what a terrifying existence that was. They had only ever read about it in ancient texts, never seen it with their own eyes. Even the ancient records contained nothing more than a passing mention. After settling the matter with the cold-faced continent king, Bo Dao Palace and the Lingdong continent temporarily fell into peace. Over in the eastern land of divine prestige, the demon lair remained silent. Yet Chen Nian had already dispatched Zhao Hai to lead 100 Lingdong realm powerhouses to secretly guard the demon lair. Chen Nian also went to visit his daughter. However, Ling Xiao, the female emperor, was at a critical moment in her seclusion. Her cultivation had already reached the 4th stage of the Lingdong realm, and before long, she would step into the 5th stage. To ordinary people, this speed was like riding a rocket. But Chen Nian still felt it was far too slow. He wanted to enter the Aohai secret realm to see if there was any treasure that could rapidly improve cultivation, thereby hastening his daughter's breakthrough. He could no longer wait to go deep into Tianshu Dao Palace, pass through that stone gate, and reach the legendary immortal realm. On this day, Dushan, the sword ancestor of the sword sect, came alone to see Chen Nian. "Old man, even if you hadn't come to see me, I would have gone to find you." Chen Nian sat across from Dushan and said slowly, "Oh, you, the esteemed head Chen, the supreme existence of the entire Lingdong continent, whom even the cold-faced continent king regards with admiration. What business could you possibly have with this old man?" Dushan chuckled while stroking his beard. "I want to ask you about that sword sect, holy maiden." "Who exactly?" Chen Nian's expression suddenly turned grim. Feng Ran had left a few words inside the small sword. She gave him all of which concerned that sword sect, holy maiden. The sword ancestor Dushan clearly never expected Chen Nian to suddenly bring this up, and a sudden tension gripped him, like some long-buried secret had just been uncovered. After a long silence, Dushan, left with no choice, could only answer, "She is called Yinghua, a gifted girl I brought back from the eastern land of divine prestige back then." The eastern land of divine prestige. Chen Nian suddenly clenched his teeth and stared fixedly at Dushan, saying, "Actually, her name is not Yinghua, it's Hongying. Am I right, Hongying?" The instant that name fell upon Dushan's ears, Dushan was rendered completely dumbfounded. He looked at Chen Nian with utter disbelief. It had never occurred to him that Chen Nian would come to know of this. And what's more, if even this was known to him, then did he also know the secrets of their sword sect? If that were truly the case, then everything was doomed. "You are right. She is called Hongying. Back then she was one of your admirers, and it was she who exposed Bai's presence by your side to the immortals." Dushan knew that if he did not confess the whole truth, now what awaited him would be death. Even the entire sword sect would have to bear the brunt of Chen Nian's wrath. After all, Chen Nian was not only the pinnacle of cultivation on the Lingdong continent, but also someone valued by the cold-faced continent king. The cold-faced continent king had said that as long as it involved the Lingdong continent, he would intervene. Therefore, even if the sword sect possessed a formidable background, it could never contend against Chen Nian. So that's how it is. Chen Nian clenched his teeth, killing intent shooting from his eyes. This matter had weighed on his heart for far too long. Today, Dushan's arrival caused it all to erupt completely. "Tell her to come before me." Chen Nian waved his hand, and an invisible pressure bore down on Dushan, crushing him until he could not even lift his head. His entire body seemed as though it were about to be ground to pieces. After a long while, Dushan managed to raise his head against the immense pressure and tremblingly said to Chen Nian, "Chen Nian, she has already been taken away by an immortal." "An immortal, eh?" Chen Nian was startled. He abruptly rose, stepped before Dushan in a single stride, released his oppressive aura, and demanded, "Old man, why was Hongying taken by an immortal? What is her connection to the immortals? And when did an immortal ever come to the eastern land of divine prestige?" Chen Nian truly had not expected that a mere Hongying, that woman in the plain white dress, could have dragged so many things into the open. Dushan let out a long sigh. He knew he could no longer conceal the truth. The affairs of the sword sect were bound to be exposed, otherwise both he and the sword sect would have to bear the wrath of the terrifying existence known as Chen Nian. So he replied, "Head Chen, since things have come to this point, this old man has nothing left to hide. In truth, our sword sect has always been in contact with that immortal, and Hongying was originally a being from the immortal realm." "What? The sword sect has always been connected with immortals? Moreover, that woman in the plain white dress, Hongying, turned out to be from the immortal realm. What in the world is going on here?" Chen Nian's face was full of disbelief. At this moment, Dushan continued, "The immortals in our sword sect are merely projections sent from the immortal realm, not their true bodies. They came for two purposes. One was Hongying, and the other was to complete a scheme they had devised over many years, the so-called immortal hand above Tianpong Island. They originally believed that once the immortal hand awakened, they could fulfill their mission and destroy the entire Lingdong continent. Little did they expect that the immortal hand would be slain by Yu Head Chun. The immortal projections were furious, but as projections they could not take action on the Lingdong continent. Thus they could only leave, first taking Hongying with them." Chen Nian's eyes widened as he stared intently at Dushan, and said, "Since you knew about the immortal hand long ago, why didn't you reveal it earlier? If the Lingdong continent were destroyed, would the sword sect still have a place to stand?" Dushan sighed, and said, "Those immortal projections promised us that once they completed their mission, they would lead our entire sword sect to the immortal realm. But later their mission failed, so they left with only Hongying." "I see." Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, and his gaze at Dushan was now filled with murderous intent. In his eyes, the sword sect had already become traitors to the Lingdong continent. But then another thought struck him and he asked, since the immortal projections have returned to the immortal realm, doesn't that mean the immortals will find out that the immortal hand was destroyed by me and that dragon ancestor, and Chen Nian are still alive? The more he thought about it, the more horrified Chen Nian became. Once the immortals learned of this, they would surely descend in their true forms. When that time came, even with the full strength of the entire Lingdong continent, or even the entire Weilon star, they would be no match for a single immortal. But at this moment Dushan suddenly spoke, "Do not worry. Although immortals are powerful, the laws of heaven decree that immortals may not descend to the mortal world in their true forms. Otherwise, why would only a single immortal hand have descended back then?" Hearing this, Chen Nian nodded. Indeed, if immortals could descend to the mortal world in their true bodies, the entire Lingdong continent would likely have been destroyed by them long ago. It seemed that although immortals were ruthless, the laws of heaven were compassionate and righteous, protecting the insignificant mortals. Just then Dushan spoke again. But now the immortals have already learned of the happenings on the Lingdong continent, and they are enraged. This time they will surely employ even more powerful means to deal with us. Another immortal hand? Chen Nian asked with a deep frown. Dushan shook his head and said, "No, they are going to nurture an immortal child. The moment it is born, it will be a terrifying existence at the immortal-seeking realm, enough to destroy the entire Lingdong continent and even Weilon star." Hearing this, Chen Nian instantly became extremely solemn. He immediately asked, "Could it be that this immortal child is already on our Lingdong continent?" That's right. The immortal child has already begun to gestate and will be born before long. When that happens, the doomsday of the Lingdong continent will arrive. Dushan sighed. He had come personally to see Chen Nian for this very matter. Chen Nian drew in a sharp. It seemed fortunate that his daughter's cultivation was insufficient to reach the depths of the Tianshu Dao Palace. Otherwise, if he had taken his daughter and left the Lingdong continent like that, a catastrophic calamity would surely have befallen the continent. Not to mention the Suntoba-born immortal child, even the demon lair that has appeared in the Dongtu Divine Province would destroy the entire Lingdong continent. Chen Nian resolved that before he left the Lingdong continent, he would eliminate every crisis looming over. Head Chen, this old man knows his sins are grave. However, with the immortal child about to descend, our sword sect is willing to lead the vanguard to atone for our crimes. Head Chen, although our sword sect does not have many experts, the might of the great heavenly sword palace can still fight against that immortal child. Dushan knelt directly on the ground in prostration. Chen Nian nodded and said, "Rise. For the safety of the Lingdong continent, I will not act against your sword sect out of personal grudge." "Thank you." Dushan nodded. Then, as if something occurred to him, he added, "Head Chen, we must hasten the opening of the Aohai secret realm. Only by obtaining cultivation resources from the Aohai secret realm can we gain enough strength to deal with the immortal child that is about to be born." Chen Nian nodded and said, "Wait a few more days. I am almost done refining Yen Ruya's divine sense. By then I will surely find a way to open the Aohai secret realm." "Good. If that is the case," this old man is relieved. "Wishing you success soon, Head Chen." After saying this, Dushan left. In order to refine Yen Ruya's divine sense as quickly as possible, Chen Nian brought the little snow python to the bottom of the North Sea. He felt that Yen Ruya's divine sense seemed to have a close affinity with the North Sea, so he wanted to give it a try. Along the way, he also let the little snow python devour more great beasts of the North Sea to quickly raise its cultivation so that in the future it could accompany him into the depths of the Tianshu Dao Palace. About 3 months later, Chen Nian, immersed at the bottom of the North Sea, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had comprehended it. It turned out that Yen Ruyu had cultivated a water-attributed cultivation art. Because of this, his divine sense had been protected so thoroughly that Chen Nian had spent such a long time without being able to refine it. Fortunately, Chen Nian had the sudden inspiration to come to the bottom of the North Sea. Under the nurturing of the North Sea, Yen Ruya's divine sense was finally broken apart by him bit by bit. On a pitch-black night, in Chen Nian's hand a projection of a human brain appeared. Vaguely one could see the twisted face of an effeminate man shouting hysterically at Chen Nian. At that moment, Chen Nian suddenly reached out his hand and pointed at the twisted face of the effeminate man. The next second, boom, the water exploded apart. The twisted face of the effeminate man gradually dissipated. At the same time, the human brain projection in Chen Nian's hand slowly dispersed and was then absorbed by him. After a few breaths, Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes. He had already obtained all of Yen Ruya's memories and learned everything about him. At first, he had imagined this man to be a dissolute heir, a monstrous genius, and a murderous madman. Yet the truth was unexpected. Yen Ruyu had been born of humble origins, tormented and bullied by others since childhood. Later, his family was dragged away by the authorities to till the fields, leaving him with no choice but to wander the outside world. Just as he was on the verge of starving to death, an old Taoist priest saved him. Under the old Taoist's guidance, his talent gradually revealed itself, and he soon achieved considerable success. After attaining success, the first thing Yen Ryu did was search for his parents. But the pack of officials had no idea who his parents were. In the end, he could not even find his parents' remains. Flying into a rage, he slaughtered everyone in that government office. At that time, he could still be considered normal, but later an event occurred that transformed him completely. In the year he turned 18, his old Taoist master, while cultivating a secret art, turned him into a monster who was neither male nor female, then bound him and subjected him to 3 years of torture. Only after the old Taoist had perfected his divine technique did he release Yen Ryu. From then on, Yen Ryu changed. He killed his master and slaughtered the entire sect. After descending the mountain, he became even more unhinged, turning into a demon who would stop at nothing. Because of his monstrous talent and frenzied nature, the Federation of the Upper Realm took a fancy to him and appointed him the new leader of the sect alliance. Thus Chen Nian witnessed Yen Ryu's entire life. Chen Nian let out a sigh and could not help saying, the youth who slew the dragon has finally become a demon himself. Then, forming hand seals with lightning speed, he followed the incantation in Yen Ryu's memory and shot a violet beam of light into the sky. For a split second, purple chi flooded the heavens, auspicious clouds rose from the earth, and countless beings across the entire Lingdong continent erupted into wild excitement. Anyone with even a little knowledge recognized this as the heaven and earth omen of the Aohai secret realm's opening. Excellent. The Aohai secret realm is finally about to open. The opportunity we have waited a century for has finally arrived. Before our Baiwei cult had no chance at all to enter the Aohai secret realm, but the Bio Dao Palace revised the sect alliance's tyrannical terms, giving our cult the qualification to enter as well. How strange. The heaven and earth phenomena triggered by this opening seem even more magnificent than all previous ones. Could it be that this Aohai secret realm will bring us even greater surprises? Throughout the Lingdong continent, countless living beings lifted their heads in eager anticipation. A voice suddenly poured down from the vault of heaven. Chen Nian hereby announced that the Aohai secret realm will open 1 month from now. All members of the various sects must arrive promptly. Those who miss the deadline will be regarded as forfeiting their opportunity. Across the land, countless people knelt down. Thank you, Chief Chen. Thank you, Chief Chen. Thank you, Chief. The reason he had set the opening 1 month later was that Chen Nian had considered the vastness of the Lingdong continent. Those weaker and smaller sects would probably need quite a long time to travel here. For the following month, countless sects on the Lingdong continent began their journeys, converging from all directions toward the North Sea. 1 month may not be short, nor is it long. In order to prepare for the imminent birth of the immortal child, and to find treasures that would allow his daughter to break through her cultivation, Chen Nian was the first to step into the Aohai secret realm. Nevertheless, for the sake of fairness, Chen Nian did not let anyone else accompany him into the Aohai secret realm ahead of time. And after entering the secret realm, he left behind the lower-grade magic treasures, spiritual medicines, and similar things, taking none for himself. The sky was crimson. The earth below was barren, not a blade of grass grew. As far as the eye could see, there was only a desolate expanse of endless mountains and cracked ground. From a distance, a colossal star hung at the apex of the sky, oppressive and awe-inspiring. This did not resemble any secret realm. It looked more like an ancient battlefield. Deadly malice lurked in every direction, yet not a single living being was visible. Chen Nian walked onward step by step into the distance. He had no destination, relying only on intuition. He drifted slowly in whatever direction he felt drawn to. Along the way, he occasionally saw artifacts, spiritual medicines, and other treasures scattered on the ground, but he did not pick them up. Not knowing how long he had journeyed, he began to feel tired, so he sat down on the cracked earth. He raised his head and his gaze settled once more on that star suspended in the vault of heaven. At that moment, it seemed he finally had a goal for this journey. That very star. Then let me see what treasures are hidden on that star. Chen Nian suddenly soared into the air and shot toward it. For some reason, the closer Chen Nian came to that star, the more a dreadful pressure weighed down upon the top of his head. It was harder than ascending the azure heavens. Chen Nian suddenly thought of that line of poetry. Yet he continued pressing toward the star under immense pressure. But just as he was about to reach the star, a sudden change occurred. It seemed that no matter how hard he strained against the pressure and accelerated, the distance between him and the star never changed. As time dragged on, Chen Nian grew furious. He staked everything on one desperate attempt, hurtling madly toward the star. In the blink of an eye, half a year flashed by. Many disciples from various sects had already obtained the treasures they desired within the secret realm, and plenty more were fighting over precious items. Of course, even more people were watching the star in the sky. Grandpa, I see someone desperately trying to reach that star, but no matter how hard he struggles, the distance between him and the star does not change at all. A child less than 5 years old stretched out a plump little hand, his large dark eyes peering at the star through the gaps between his fingers as he spoke. Beside him stood a white-haired old man. In a doting manner, the old man rubbed the back of the child's head and said with a smile that is the Taigu star, the arena where the primordial gods fought. No mortal can climb it. No, he can make it up there. The little child stamped his foot, his gaze extremely determined. The old man gave a faint smile and sat down on the cracked ground. Little Chen, then Grandpa will make a bet with you. If he really can climb the Taiga star, Grandpa will reward you with 10 ancient true demons to eat. How about that? Wow. The child's round eyes instantly lit up, and his small mouth parted unconsciously, revealing a few pearl-white baby teeth. The tip of his tongue also licked the corner of his lips without his realizing it. Great Grandpa, I want to eat. The little child excitedly plopped down onto the ground, as if every cell in that tiny body was cheering, eagerly awaiting a close encounter with the delicious treat. But if he cannot ascend the primordial star, you will have to come back with Grandpa, and won't be allowed to run all over the world anymore, understand? The old man stared at the child with a grave expression. The little child gave an adorable pout, looking rather reluctant, but still said, fine, I'll listen to Grandpa. And so grandfather and grandchild just kept staring at the sky. Cultivation experts coming and going would steal a glance at the pair, thinking they were two strange eccentrics. They had come to the Aohai secret realm, yet instead of hunting for treasures they were looking at the sky. What was there in the sky? It was bare. There was nothing at all. Some people even reported the matter to the stewards of the Bio Dao Palace, asking them to investigate who this pair really was. They suspected the pair had sneaked in. Over at the Bio Dao Palace, Wang Qingyan and Ingyan were leading Dao Qiong, Dao Kong, and a host of other disciples through the Aohai secret realm. During these 6 months, all of them had gained a great deal. Yet for some unknown reason, their patriarch Chen Nian had been out of contact for 6 whole months. The Aohai secret realm was only so large. Although several 100,000 people had entered it this time with their ability to fly through the sky and dive into the earth, the group had long since scoured the entire realm top to bottom. Yet they found neither Chen Nian nor any trace of him. Still they could do nothing but wait in growing anxiety. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Chen Nian's distance from that ancient star had not changed in the slightest. But he still harbored not the faintest intention of giving up. Instead, his obsession with reaching that ancient star burned even more fiercely. Just as he was on the verge of exhaustion, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Go back. You are not the one this deity is seeking. Chen Nian abruptly raised his head and looked at the star that had remained at the same distance from him all along. Was it speaking? A deity. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by that old man from the Tao sect. The Eastern Land Divine Continent is a place cursed by the gods. It was the gods who sealed the cultivation of everyone in the Eastern Land Divine Continent at the martial artist rank. And so when he heard the word deity, a surge of anger erupted in Chen Nian's heart, and he replied icily, just because I'm not the one you're looking for, does that mean I can't go there? How absurd. I decide my own fate, not you. Where I want to go is my business and no one can stop me. The voice fell silent. All around not a sound could be heard. Just then, boom, a thunderous roar suddenly exploded. The enormous crimson star ahead began. A horrifying thing happened. The mountain ranges on the crimson star actually stood up like a giant. It was a terrifying giant, a full 10,000 zhang tall. His face was contorted with a sinister, ghastly smile. His front teeth were broken and stained yellow, and sticky fluid kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. He was completely naked, covered in bulging coarse flesh with revolting pustules on his shoulders, between his legs, and along his thighs. Yet even such a terrifying sight did not stop Chen Nian's advance. Whenever Chen Nian was set on something, he would never give up. He firmly believed that the crimson star ahead held what he was looking for. No one, no matter who they were, could stop his steps. Just then the gaze of the 10th Sanshang giant fell upon Chen Nian. His pupils were vacant and dull like a madman's, terrifying and enough to send a chill down one's spine. Suddenly, the terrible 10th Sanshang giant suddenly reached out with a rough, massive hand, grinning hideously as it grabbed toward Chen Nian. Space seemed to congeal, and the whole world was fixed in that instant. Chen Nian suddenly could not move. His spiritual sense, his cultivation, even his thoughts, all stopped. Even his heart was slowly coming to a halt. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Since transmigrating into this world, Chen Nian had never experienced anything like this. It's over. Today I'm going to die here. Chen Nian felt a helplessness he had never known before. He knew deep down that the moment the giant's claw descended, he would die with no place to be buried. Even his soul would be crushed to pieces. Was there really no way out? No. I cannot die here. There are still so many things I have not done. Chen Nian roared in his heart. An endless oppressive force arrived in an instant, as if the next second it would crush him completely. But just then a red light slowly radiated from Chen Nian's chest. In the next instant the red light actually pierced straight through the giant's palm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The red light seemed invincible. After piercing the giant's palm, it stabbed through the giant's shoulder and finally passed straight through the giant's brow. Streaks of blood spurted out. The giant toppled over. Thud. The impact of its fall made the entire crimson planet tremble and quake. The instant the giant fell, the terrifying aura dispersed immediately, and the dreadful power that had imprisoned everything began to melt away like smoke. That red light, what? What is that? It actually managed to break a wisp of this deity's remnant soul. A startled, flustered voice suddenly came from beside Chen Nian's ear. Chen Nian shook his head vigorously and loosened his bones and sinews, which had become completely stiff. He didn't know exactly what had happened either. How could a 10th Sansang giant as terrifying as that have been killed so suddenly by a red light? Just then an unusual movement suddenly stirred inside his body. After a quick internal inspection, he understood. So the red light had come from the regenerative spirit bone in his body. All these years, Chen Nian had only known that the regenerative spirit bone could raise his cultivation without requiring him to train. But he had never expected that it would protect him at a critical moment of danger. Even a giant as horrible as that had not been able to withstand a single blow before it. Chen Nian immediately released his spiritual sense and carefully examined the regenerative spirit bone within his body. There it was. The spirit bone, once crystalline and seemingly brimming with endless power, had now become dim and lusterless, as if it had lost all vitality. It seemed that the regenerative spirit bone had exhausted all its strength because of that one strike. Chen Nian even felt that his cultivation was now rising at a painfully slow pace. Just then, a cracking sound rang out. Chen Nian's heart jolted. It's over. The regenerative spirit bone had actually... Chen Nian hadn't expected that his rebirth spirit bone would shatter completely from that single strike. Still, the bone had saved his life. It was a worthy sacrifice. And he had also discovered something astonishing. The Crimson Planet was drawing closer and closer to him. Before long, he found himself landing directly upon its surface. The moment his feet touched the ground, an intense heat engulfed his entire being. Every step felt like walking through molten lava. Gradually, Chen Nian's entire body sank into the crimson earth. Before his eyes, everything dissolved into a vast, burning red void. There was no air here, no living creatures. It was like an ancient land of the dead. Buzz. Suddenly, a resonant hum echoed through his mind. The next second, a projection of a white-robed youth radiant with divine light appeared within the crimson void. He was shrouded in mist, immaculately clean, with sacred aura swirling around him. Yet no matter how hard Chen Nian tried, he could not discern the youth's true features. Who are you? Chen Nian. The white-robed youth remained utterly still. Without opening his mouth, a voice resonated beside Chen Nian's ear. I am Left God. Left God. For a moment, Chen Nian was lost and bewildered. Then he asked, was it you who tried to stop me from setting foot on this crimson planet? It was me, yet not me. He is right God, and you defeated him. The voice echoed beside Chen Nian's ear once more. He is not him. He is Left God. The one who stopped me earlier was right God. Chen Nian's mind raced. Before long, he finally understood. The white-robed youth and the colossal giant he had seen before were one and the same existence. Terrifying. For a single being to split into Left God and Right God was utterly inconceivable. This crimson planet was truly extraordinary. Chen Nian had a vague feeling that the curse upon the Eastern Earth divine land was inextricably linked to this crimson planet. Since the ancient ages until now, no one has ever set foot upon this star. No one has ever discovered this star within the Aohai secret realm. You are the first. That voice sounded once more. Chen Nian was struck with sudden realization. He had long wondered why none of the records concerning the Aohai secret realm mentioned this crimson planet. Not even Yen Ruya's memories contained a trace of it. So it turned out they simply couldn't see this crimson planet at all. Why was that? Could it be? Suddenly Chen Nian thought of the rebirth spirit bone within his body. Could it be because of that? Indeed, it is the sun bone within you that allows you to see this primeval star. The voice sounded again. Sun bone. Chen Nian was stunned. For over 3,000 years, he had never known what that rebirth spirit bone truly was, nor why it allowed him to grow stronger without cultivating. He never imagined that on this crimson planet within the Aohai secret realm, he would finally find the answer. The sun bone was born from the sapling of the primeval divine body. All who possess this bone come from that sacred land. Crack. Those words utterly shook Chen Nian once more. His entire body began to tremble as he could not help but ask that. That sacred land you speak of, is it Earth? Earth? No, that sacred land has no name. In ancient times, it was the birthplace of the gods, giving rise to countless great deities. The gods throughout this vast universe today originated from that sacred land. Chen Nian's heart was pounding violently. A thought suddenly struck him. The investiture of the gods. He had always assumed that was merely mythology, yet he never imagined it was real. The Jade Emperor, the four heavenly kings Neziyang Jian. Are they all? Do they still exist to this day? Chen Nian could not help but ask. For some reason the voice vanished, remaining silent for a long while. The silence stretched on for what felt like years, yet Chen Nian did not give up. Instead, he cultivated on the crimson planet while waiting. During this time, he was astonished to discover that his withered rebirth spirit bone showed signs of reviving as if spring wind had breathed new life into it. It seemed to be taking root and sprouting anew. These matters are too distant for you. First use the primeval divine body to nurture your divine bone, and then we shall speak. Suddenly, that voice sounded once more, and the next instant Chen Nian saw a boundless radiance erupt from the white-robed youth's body. A terrifying aura spread, and boundless might descended upon the crimson planet. Chen Nian was pierced straight through by that radiance. The next second, the rebirth spirit bone within his body began to regenerate at astonishing speed. Runes flickered and the laws of heaven surged. Ancient markings were carved upon that crystalline spirit bone upon which countless primordial ancestors seemed to chant and offer sacrifices. Divine bone. These two words suddenly surfaced in Chen Nian's mind. His shattered rebirth spirit bone had directly evolved into a divine bone. Suddenly Chen Nian remembered something. He possessed an ability that could reforge and evolve any shattered treasure. Only now did he understand. That ability also came from the rebirth spirit bone. The divine bone is complete. Now begin condensing the divine body. Suddenly that voice became fervent, even distorted. No, the primeval divine body must never appear in this world again. Left God you court death. A savage roar came crashing forth. Then Chen Nian witnessed a battle of epic proportions. In the end, the holy luminous left God vanquished the evil demonic right God. Let us continue, the white-robed youth said to Chen Nian with great excitement. The next second that towering radiance came surging forth once more. Suddenly Chen Nian felt his body shattered in an instant, then reassembled by something terrifyingly powerful. At the same time the power of his physical body began to soar at a breathtaking pace, more than 100 times stronger than before. No, with obsession in your heart the divine body cannot be condensed. Curse it, is the hope of our divine race to be severed forever? No, I refuse to accept this. He had waited tens of millions of years on the primeval star, and finally the legendary sun bone had arrived. And by a twist of fate that sun bone had shattered while protecting its master, then automatically transformed into a divine bone. According to all reasoning, as long as he used the divine bone to catalyze the process, the primeval divine body, sapling hidden within Chen Nian, could be condensed into the true primeval divine body. When that time came, the condensed primeval divine body would surely become the hope of the gods. Yet he never expected that at the critical moment the condensation of the divine body would fail. Why did it fail, eh? Chen Nian also sensed that the surge of his power had suddenly halted, so he asked. The obsession in your heart prevented the condensation of the divine body. The white-robed youth's face twisted, his whole being restless and agitated, as if on the verge of madness. I see. Chen Nian let out a long breath. At that moment the white-robed youth suddenly shouted at him. I will give you time. Go and finish what you have left undone, then return to condense your divine body. But remember, the time I grant you is limited. You must come here before the primeval star is destroyed. Otherwise my entire divine spirit clan will be wiped out. Take these. I hope they will prove useful. The white-robed youth tossed a bracelet to Chen Nian. The bracelet was crimson all over with terrifying runes and laws flowing across its surface. Chen Nian extended his consciousness and immediately discovered many rare treasures within. Though he could not identify what they were, he was certain that every single one of them was extraordinary. There were magic treasures, pills, strange stones, iridescent liquids, and even terror-inducing gases that had been sealed and stored away. Many thanks. Chen Nian was overjoyed. With these resources, not only could his cultivation advance rapidly, but he could also help his daughter step into the unity of heaven and man realm in the shortest possible time. Moreover, now that he possessed the divine bone, his cultivation speed had become 100 times, even 1,000 times, faster than before. Go now? I will wait for you here. Hurry, hurry. The white-robed youth waved his hand, and Chen Nian suddenly lost consciousness. When he woke again, he found that he had left the Aohai secret realm and arrived at the bottom of the North Sea. Ooh. He let out a long breath, then sat cross-legged on the seabed and casually took a blue pill from the space within the crimson bracelet, swallowing it. He wanted to test the pill's effects himself before he could rest assured giving it to his daughter. As the pill entered his belly, a vast surge of power exploded through his body. Then something terrible happened. The divine bone within him, crystalline, translucent, and covered with runes and laws, began to exult and dance with joy. In no time at all, the divine bone absorbed every shred of power generated by the pill. Chen Nian was startled. Damn, it had taken everything, leaving not a single bit for him. Just as he was deliberating whether to take another pill to test again, the divine bone suddenly emitted a low hum. The runes and laws upon it began to flow like water. Immediately after, streams of power, 10,000 times more potent than that of the blue pill, burst forth, interwoven with countless runes and laws. Before Chen Nian could even react, the power had already flooded onto him. The force instantly overwhelmed and exploded through his body. Power began to leak from every single pore of his body. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous earthquake shook the vast North Sea. In the next moment, Chen Nian shot upward, bursting straight through the water's surface into the heavens. His cultivation realm began to soar wildly. Unity of heaven and man, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage. At last his cultivation came to a halt at the fifth stage of unity of heaven and man. He had never imagined that the divine bone would be so terrifyingly powerful, capable of amplifying the pill's energy 10,000 times over. A single blue pill had sent his cultivation straight to the fifth stage of unity of heaven and man. And within the crimson bracelet's space, there was a whole pile of such pills, not to mention pills of other colors, and even higher grades. He had truly struck it rich. This Chen was far too generous. Chen Nian silently resolved that once he rescued Bio from the immortal realm, he would return and help Chen save their divine spirit clan. He was a man who repaid kindness. Just as he was about to take a second blue pill, he suddenly sensed that the North Sea no longer carried his daughter's aura. What happened? Alarmed, Chen Nian tore through space and stepped straight into the Bio Dao Palace. The entire palace was in a state of panic. First, their founding ancestor Chen Nian had vanished into the Aohai secret realm 3 years ago. Now that the secret realm had already closed, there was still no word of him. Second, the Lingxiao Empress had suddenly disappeared. They had searched the entire Bio Dao Palace, and even the whole North Sea, yet found no trace of her. Inside the great hall, Gao Dashan, Wang Qingnian, and the others were anxiously handling matters. Suddenly, a disciple reported that ancestor Chen Nian had returned. At once, everyone rushed toward the place where the Lingxiao Empress had been in seclusion. They knew that with the ancestor's mighty power, he would immediately detect her disappearance. Within the cave abode where the Lingxiao Empress had been cultivating, "Ancestor, we failed to protect Her Majesty the Empress. Please punish us. Please punish us." A crowd of people knelt before Chen Nian. His brows knitted tightly, his face dark as soot as he asked, "Did none of you sense anything at all?" Everyone shook their heads. "Summon Dushan," Chen Nian said. Before long, the sword sect elder, Dushan, arrived. After observing the place for a long while, Dushan let out a sigh and said to Chen Nian, "The Lingxiao Empress' departure was exactly like Red Ying's disappearance back then. She simply vanished without leaving the slightest trace." "Do you mean my daughter was also taken by that immortal projection?" Chen Nian clenched his fists. "Yes, there is no other possibility," Dushan replied. Chen Nian, he had braved life and death dangers in the Aohai secret realm precisely to find treasures to elevate his daughter's cultivation so that she could ascend to the immortal realm alongside him. But now, he had never expected that even after securing the treasures, his daughter had been taken away by that immortal projection. How infuriating, these immortals doing whatever they pleased. Chen Nian silently swore that he would ascend to the immortal. From that day on, Chen Nian went into seclusion. He did not rush off to the celestial void Dao Palace and the immortal realm in a blind rage, because he knew that the moment he left, the entire Lingdong continent would be on the brink of peril. The demon cave, the immortal child, the upper realm. These crises threatening the Lingdong continent had not yet been eradicated. He could not leave. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During that decade, the Lingdong continent remained peaceful, and Chen Nian used the blue pills and the divine bone to break through into the Qinkuan realm. Late one night, thunder and lightning raged across the boundless, endless sea. A colossal island loomed in and out of view. By the light of the lightning, one could clearly see a baby over 300 zhang long lying on the great land, wailing loudly. "Walk, walk, walk." The baby's crying grew louder and louder. Suddenly, his plump little hands began rubbing his eyes without pause. A moment later, his eyes, each bigger than a watermelon, snapped open. 2 blazing rays of light shot straight into the heavens. The immortal child had been born at last. Out on the sea, several merchant ships were sailing along. Suddenly, the captain at the helm goggled. What is that thing? It's so big, so big. Oh my God, that's a giant baby. Up. Run for your lives." Screams of terror rang out one after another. The giant baby stretched out a chubby palm, scooped up the merchant ships one by one, and devoured them. As if they tasted delicious, he began clapping excitedly and hopping up and down. On the coastline, a great clan was holding a bonfire feast. A child looked up at the sky, big eyes blinking, and said, "Grandpa, look. There's a big brother in the sky. He's so tall his head can touch the moon." "Ha ha, little you are so cute. How could there be such a tall big brother? Are you dreaming? Ha ha ha." The clansmen burst into cheerful laughter. Yet in the very next second, a giant baby's little foot stomped down. Reporting to the elder, "A great disaster has occurred in the endless sea. According to the sect report from over there, a naked baby over 300 zhang tall suddenly appeared from nowhere and is slaughtering the local living beings. Wherever the baby passes, not only are living beings destroyed, even the land itself is corrupted." Reporting to the elder, the Innerland sects report that the baby is extremely fast. In just a few days he has destroyed over a dozen nations and billions of living beings have perished under his feet. Reporting to the elder. Voices continued to echo within the grand hall of the Biao Palace. Could it be that immortal child? We searched for him for years, turned the endless sea almost upside down, and still didn't find him. Where in the world did he come from? Quick, order the powerhouses of all sects to engage immediately. This matter concerns the very survival of the Lingdong continent. Order the powerhouses of every sect to fight at all costs. Hurry. That very night, countless figures rose into the air from all corners of the Lingdong continent and sped toward where the giant baby was. In a single night, the giant baby had traveled hundreds of thousands of li. Everywhere he went, all living beings were either trampled to death or eaten by him. Countless nations were destroyed and vast swathes of land collapsed beneath his steps. At last, countless powerhouses stopped the giant baby at a city called Tianwu. All the masters from the Biao Palace, Dao sect, Sword sect, Yinsong sect, and all other sects came out in force. There were fully 300 powerhouses above the spirit movement realm. Half-step spirit movement, heaven origin, human origin, and many more such experts were simply too numerous to count. Kill. At Gao Dashan's command, all the powerhouses instantly formed battle formations and charged at the giant baby with a terrifying momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The combined power of these experts was enough to destroy an entire continent. Countless dazzling spells bloomed, countless radiant magic treasures flew through the air, and then all of them hurtled toward the giant baby. However, against the giant baby, the attacks of so many people were like mere tickling. Not only did they have no effect, but every single one was reflected back. Walk. The huge baby, as if suddenly hurt, threw himself onto the ground and began rolling around. Every time he moved, surging immortal qi swirled around him. Countless powerhouses were knocked back and vomited blood. Even powerful experts like Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, Zhaohai Lung Shuang, and Wei Qing could not get within half a step of the immortal child. Just then, boom, a violent explosion suddenly resounded in the sky. The pitch-black heavens were directly torn open with a huge gash. The next second, streams of light shot out from within, and at their head was none other than the cold-faced province king of the Shanjia Federation. Kill. The cold-faced province king let out a furious bellow. Gripping a pitch-black iron rod, he took the lead and struck the immortal child directly on the head. Boom. This stroke finally had some effect. The immortal child was knocked unconscious by the dull blow. Seeing this, Gao Dashan immediately ordered all powerhouses to attack. Along with the purple star bigwigs brought by the cold-faced province king, they launched a frenzied assault on the immortal child. But the immortal child seemed to possess an invincible body. No matter how violently they beat him, not a single scratch appeared on his body. Instead, their beating actually walk. The baby's cries were deafening, echoing throughout the entire Lingdong continent. He had been thoroughly enraged. How terrifying. This immortal child, having just been born, already has the dreadful cultivation of the immortal inquiry realm. The cold-faced province king gritted his teeth. Suddenly a gust of wind howled as a chubby giant baby hand reached directly toward the cold-faced province king, trying to tear him apart. Squelch. The cold-faced province king's chest was gashed open by the nails of the baby's giant hand, and he was sent flying backward. The thoroughly enraged giant baby began stomping and attacking madly. The entire scene was littered with the dead and wounded. Damn it. He's too strong. We are no match for him. Why haven't Alliance Lord Linghu and City Lord Manjiang come yet? The cold-faced province king slammed into a great mountain and roared. Just then the air suddenly turned icy cold. The cold-faced province king whirled around abruptly. Suddenly a freezing sword light slashed toward him. Hongxiu. When he saw the attacker, the cold-faced province king was completely stunned. But already gravely wounded, he was no match for Sikong Hongxiu. So he could only use all his strength to dodge backward. Boom. The sword came down. The spot where the cold-faced province king had stood was slashed into ruins. One could imagine how miserable his end would have been had he not escaped in time. Why are you doing this? Though the cold-faced province king survived, he was struck by the aftermath and vomited blood without end. What's more, several of his former subordinates had all betrayed him, surrounding him in a tight circle. Humph Province King, you violated the orders of Alliance Lord Linghu and City Lord Manjiang by coming to the Lingdong continent privately to kill the immortal child. You are already a traitor to the Weilon Star. Alliance Lord Linghu and City Lord Manjiang have commanded that once I kill you, I will become the cold-faced province king. Kill. With that, Sikong Hongxiu slashed at him again with another sword strike. At the same time, the cold-faced province king's other subordinates also drew their swords and came slashing at him. The cold-faced continent king, gravely wounded by the celestial boy, could now unleash less than 1% of his peak power. All the disciples under his command were supreme powerhouses at the 8th level of the Dongxu realm. Among them, Sikong Hongxiu was already on the verge of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. What was more, every one of them was now at the height of their power. Therefore, the cold-faced continent king was utterly no match for them. At this point, the only road left to him was to wait for death. As they looked on, the cold-faced continent king was about to be slain. Just then a great booming hum suddenly came from the sky. A stretch of void was crushed by an overwhelming, "Brother Coldface, you really misjudged people. You'd better be more careful from now on." A cold snort rang out. Suddenly the young man in Taoist robes moved with a flash. By the next second, he was already standing in front of the cold-faced continent king. With his bare hands, he caught Sikong Hongxiu's sword strike. What? Sikong Hongxiu was instantly struck dumb. Because the person who appeared before her was none other than Chen Nian. She had not expected Chen Nian to appear at this critical moment, and still less did she expect that in just a few short years his cultivation would already have reached the Qianquan realm. You, how exactly did you do this? The path from the Heavenman Unity realm to the Qianquan realm is extremely difficult. How could you have broken through in merely a few short years? Sikong Hongxiu was aghast. At that moment, the cold-faced continent king behind Chen Nian also wore a look of shock, but he quickly burst into wild laughter and said to Sikong Hongxiu, "Now, do you see why I ignored everyone's objections and supported him? So what? A mere Qianquan realm cultivator. I refuse to believe he can defeat so many Dongshu realm experts." Sikong Hongxiu sneered coldly. Then her beautiful eyes swept across everyone around her, and she roared, "Attack! Kill them both." The instant the order was given, the other men who had remained motionless suddenly charged forward like madmen, blades in hand. All of them were terrifying Dongshu realm powerhouses. By all logic, with their cultivation, killing a cold-faced continent king wounded by a celestial boy, plus a nobody in the Qianquan realm, should have taken no effort at all. However, that was not the case at all. "Let me borrow your staff." Chen Nian grabbed the iron staff the cold-faced continent king had discarded on the ground, then, without another word, swept it in a horizontal arc toward the rear. A moment later, boom, boom, boom. Explosive thunderclaps resounded one after another. At that instant, it was as if the entire heaven and earth had submitted to that black staff. The group of Dongshu realm experts charging in were smashed by the staff. The three flowers above their heads shattered, and their fleshly bodies were reduced to pulp. Horrifying indeed. This scene stunned the distant giant infant, scaring him into loud, tearful wails. He sat atop a 1,000-zhong peak, trembling uncontrollably. Obviously, the giant infant did not yet have a profound understanding of his own strength. He did not know that he was a celestial child, and that he would have no opponent in the mortal world. The cold-faced continent king drew in a cold breath. He could clearly sense that this strike by Chen Nian was even more formidable than his own all-out power in his prime. Although this fellow had already broken into the Qianquan realm, compared with the cold-faced continent king, a heaven-opening realm existence, he was still separated by two entire major realms. Too terrifying. No wonder he has a primordial divine body. The cold-faced continent king could not help exclaiming. What he did not know was that at present Chen Nian's primordial divine body existed only in the form of a sprout within his body, serving to nurture the divine bone. Had he known the truth, he would have been even more shocked. If the primordial divine body was this terrifying before it had even truly manifested, then this man was a peerless, monstrous genius, unprecedented in all past and future ages. With him around, this entire world would sooner or later kneel beneath his feet. You. Sikong Hongxiu was dumbfounded, her eyes bulging with disbelief. She had thought today's plan was unassailable. First, have the celestial boy gravely wound the cold-faced continent king, and then join with several other powerful Dongshu realm cultivators to kill him. But she had never expected that a monstrously powerful existence like Chen Nian would appear halfway through the plan. It was simply too terrifying. This man was not human at all. He was a devil. In just a few short years, not only had he broken through from the Heavenman Unity realm to the Qianquan realm, but he had also, with his Qianquan realm cultivation, slain several Dongshu realm experts with a single strike. His power seemed even more terrifying than the cold-faced continent king's. Too dreadful. Sikong Hongxiu even felt that perhaps even the celestial boy would not be his opponent. It's over. This time she was truly dead for sure. The only way to survive now was to flee. With that thought, Sikong Hongxiu immediately summoned a magic treasure and fled at top speed toward the sky. She had to escape to the upper realm as quickly as possible. Once she reached the upper realm, even if that monstrous genius chased after her alliance master Linghu and city lord Manjiang would be there, then she would see whether this peerless monster could still be so fearsome in their upper realm. Moreover, the magic treasure Sikong Hongxiu summoned was a quasi-Dao artifact designed specifically for escape, so she was extremely confident that she could definitely escape alive. But in the next moment, something unbelievable happened. "This little boat looks pretty good. I'm taking it." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded beside Sikong Hongxiu's ear. Sikong Hongxiu's heart suddenly jolted. She could not help turning her head back, and then a horrifying scene unfolded. An enormous heaven-covering hand was reaching straight for her. The dreadful aura seemed capable of suppressing everything. This is a quasi-Dao artifact. How could you possibly catch up to a quasi-Dao artifact? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sikong Hongxiu roared. How did you manage to do this? Have you ever heard of the divine bone? Another voice sounded by Sikong Hongxiu's ear. Her entire body jolted violently. As if she had thought of something, her face turned white and sweat poured down like rain. The next second, she was directly suppressed by that giant hand, utterly incapable of moving in the slightest. The one who had made his move was none other than Chen Nian. The reason Chen Nian's speed was so astonishing was entirely thanks to the divine bone. After that reborn spirit bone evolved into a divine bone, what it granted Chen Nian was far more than merely an increased cultivation speed. Chen Nian's speed, strength, and even soul force had reached the absolute limit of mortals, surpassing it entirely. No, don't kill me. I can give you all the treasures I have. Situ Hongxiu was caught in Chen Nian's palm. Back when Chen Nian's cultivation was at the unity of heaven and man realm, she was no match for him. Now that his strength had reached the universe realm, she was nothing more than an ant before him. If I kill you, I can take all your treasures anyway. Chen Nian sneered. The moment his words fell, the massive hand began to squeeze with terrifying force. Situ Hongxiu was completely suppressed. She used all her strength and every magic treasure at her disposal, but none of it made the slightest difference. No. Finally, with a miserable scream and a thunderous boom, her body was crushed, directly exploding into a mist of blood. It scattered like smoke into nothingness. Everything returned to silence once more. On the distant mountain range, the giant infant was sleeping soundly, his lips occasionally twitching and babbling, as if he were dreaming of some sweet, delicious food. Here, use this to recover. Chen Nian took out a blue pill and handed it to the cold-faced continent king. The cold-faced continent king's heart suddenly trembled. Staring at the blue pill, his eyes widened to their limits. He could not help but exclaim, "Thighs is a blue—" "Thank you." Having said that, he swallowed the blue pill in one gulp, as if he were afraid Chen Nian would change. Once the blue pill entered his stomach, his entire body began to radiate crystalline translucent light, making him appear as though he had turned completely transparent. His injuries began to heal rapidly, and his cultivation began to surge upward at an astonishing speed. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. This blue pill was truly formidable. It was even effective on a being at the heaven-opening realm. It was worth noting that what Zuoshan had given Chen Nian was not limited to blue pills. There were also various other colors. However, Chen Nian did not yet dare to use the pills of other colors. He was afraid he would be directly blasted apart by their power. Just then his heart suddenly trembled. Someone was sending him a voice transmission. He immediately crushed a voice transmission talisman, and Zhao Hai's voice came through, reporting to Chief Chen, the demon lair is moving. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, then glanced at the slumbering immortal child. The immortal child probably would not wake up anytime soon. So he directly used his majestic universe power to crush the space before him and stepped into the rift. With his current strength, traveling from the inland city of Tianwu City to the Eastern Earth Divine Province took him less than 2 hours. At the former site of Bo Taoist Temple in the Eastern Earth Divine Province, inside the vast black cavern, thousands of zhong-wide low growls were now echoing out. The demonic scum are about to break out. Quickly, we must suppress them first. Chief Chen will arrive shortly. A sharp shout rang out across the night sky, and a figure descended at extreme speed, striking down toward the black cavern with a single palm. Immediately after, the hundreds of experts behind him surged forward together. Weak humans, you actually think a few Quasidao artifacts can suppress us? What a delusion. Mo leeching, you useless fool. They're just a few Quasidao artifacts and one Dao artifact, yet they've scared you into staying frozen. Do we really need to make a move ourselves? Hey. No. Elders, that man outside is trying to use our power to shatter these treasures. Oh, why would he do that? Is that so? Interesting. In that case, this demon will test whether he truly has that ability. Elder, don't do it. Break for me. Rumble. Waves of demonic chi surged violently. Several streaks of light flashed across the land as countless treasures were shattered and sent flying outward. Then the demon lair completely collapsed. Not good. It's fully open now. Hurry, suppress them. Quick. Zhao Hai shouted at the top of his lungs. But their power was far too feeble. In the face of the mighty strength emanating from the demon lair, they were like ants with no ability to resist whatsoever. In just a few moments, Zhao Hai and the others were sent flying backward. Pathetic. Do you see now, Mo leeching? Whether it's human Dao artifacts or human experts before our mighty demon race, they are all nothing but ants. Ha! Yes, Mo leeching, where is that man you mentioned? Why haven't we seen him evolve any Dao artifacts? If he could evolve a Dao artifact into a Dharma artifact, he might actually be able to put up a fight against us. Amid bursts of laughter, one terrifying pitch-black figure after another shot out from the thousand zhong black abyss. But it was right then, a sudden anomaly occurred. The Tao artifact fragments that had just been hurled out by the demon lair abruptly began to fuse back together at incredible speed, then erupted with even more dazzling radiance. A watermelon knife hung suspended in midair, blazing with brilliant glory, as if it could suppress heaven and earth itself. A heaven-opening cauldron continued spinning in the sky, covered with Tao cloud patterns with laws surging violently within its core. A binding immortal rope had turned entirely golden, now stretching 10,000 zhang long, now shrinking to the size of a little finger, as though it could bind the entire world itself. These three treasures had all now evolved into Tao artifacts. Chief Chen is here. Demonic scum! Zhao Hai let out a mighty roar. Above the demon lair, several dark figures abruptly halted. They extended their pitch-black hands, signaling their frenzied kin still pouring out of the abyss to stop for the moment. One of them exclaimed in astonishment, "So it's true. Those three treasures actually all evolved into Tao artifacts. How terrifying." Mo Liqing, who exactly is that man? This concerns the great matter of whether our demon race can successfully break into this world. Speak up truthfully at once. It was at that moment that someone cried out in shock, "Not good. Where is the Dinghai Pearl, that Tao artifact which was at the mouth of the demon lair?" The sky was densely covered with dark clouds. Then all of a sudden a beam of emerald green light pierced through the night sky, plunging down from amid the black clouds. Wherever it passed, space itself was shattered by terrifying laws. So it turns out that above Tao artifacts there are Dharma artifacts. A figure stepped out from the void, caught the streak of emerald light, then looked with delighted surprise at the green pearl resting in his palm, and exclaimed joyfully. The newcomer was none other than Chen Nian, and the pearl lying in his palm at this moment was exactly the Dinghai Pearl, which had already evolved from a Tao artifact into a Dharma artifact. The Dinghai Pearl now not only radiated an emerald light unlike before, but its entire body had also become crystal clear, almost transparent. From outside one could clearly see laws like sacred water flowing endlessly within the pearl, while a layer of emerald mist shrouded its surface. Within that mist seemed to lurk terrifying power, and Chen Nian couldn't help wanting to test it. So he stretched out his hand and pointed. As if sharing a spiritual connection with Chen Nian, the Dinghai Pearl shot straight toward the demon lair and pressed down upon it. The dark figures in the sky were all stricken with horror at the sight. They immediately fell back in rapid retreat. Not good. This Dharma artifact is terrifying. We are no match for it. Heavens! Our demon race struggled so hard to open this demon lair in this world. Now that the demon army is already on its way, are we going to let it be destroyed just like this? No. Heart-rending screams tore through the air. Suspended in midair, the Dinghai Pearl gave off dazzling emerald light. The dense green mist around it pierced through layers of black fog and suppressed the dark figures beneath. The next moment, those mighty true demons were suppressed outright. Their bodies all crashed onto the bare mountain range. Then, the emerald mist surged toward the colossal demon lair. Terrifying laws arrived in an instant, slaughtering every spiritual being within the lair. Violent screams erupted from inside the demon lair. The enormous lair began to contract at an astonishing speed. Such a terrifying Dharma artifact. It suppressed the demon lair just like that. Chen Nian's face was full of disbelief. He had thought a great battle would unfold tonight, but he never imagined that the Dinghai Pearl, having evolved into a Dharma artifact, would be so terrifying. Chief Chen is mighty. Chief Chen is mighty. Zhao Hai and the others were utterly in awe of Chen Nian. That horrifying demon lair had been destroyed so effortlessly. It was truly unbelievable. Dharma artifacts are indeed formidable. If only these Tao artifacts could all be turned into Dharma artifacts as well. Chen Nian murmured to himself. Then his gaze fell on the place where the demon lair had vanished. To prevent the demon lair from opening again, he buried the Dinghai Pearl right there to suppress it for all eternity. Moreover, if an even more powerful true demon ever came to shatter the Dinghai Pearl, he would gain an even more powerful treasure in return. He wondered what lay beyond Dharma artifacts and couldn't help feeling a spark of anticipation. For now the matter of the demon lair had come to an end. Still, Chen Nian left Zhao Hai and the others there, tasking them with guarding the place forever. If the demon lair ever showed signs of reopening, he would learn of it as soon as possible. After leaving Dongtu, Xinzhou, Chen Nian returned inland at tremendous speed. By this time the azure sky was cloudless, the earth was filled with green shade, birdsong, and fragrant flowers, a scene of such peace and tranquility. Yet with the wah-wah cry of a giant infant, the world was no longer peaceful. Everyone knew the slaughter was about to begin again. The immortal child had awakened. The moment he woke, he began wailing loudly and flailing his arms and legs violently against the surrounding mountains. In an instant the earth and mountains shook and countless trees snapped. Fortunately, the people near Tianwu City had been evacuated last night. Otherwise, who knows how many would have been devoured by this giant infant today. The cold-faced continent king let out a long breath. Having consumed a blue-grade elixir, his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the heaven-opening realm. Chen Nian remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the immortal child throwing a tantrum among the mountains. At that moment, countless powerhouses were standing ready around the immortal child, as if mustering for a great battle. "Oh, no need to thank me. I have plenty of these," Chen Nian said without turning around. "What?" The cold-faced continent king was immediately startled. "What did you say? You have plenty of blue-grade elixirs." "Thighs can't be." The cold-faced continent king blurted out. "You have to understand. Those were blue-grade elixirs after all. Even in the upper realm, they were terrifying treasures that countless powerhouses and factions would fight over the moment they appeared. Yet Chen Nian actually claimed he had plenty of them. Can you tell me where you got this kind of elixir?" The cold-faced continent king asked. Chen Nian replied, "The gods." Hearing this, the cold-faced continent king couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Don't be absurd. The race of gods was destroyed long ago in the primordial era." "Oh." Then he shook his head and changed the subject. "You're about to reach the immortal seeking realm, aren't you?" Seeing that Chen Nian didn't want to discuss the origin of the blue-grade elixirs any further, the cold-faced continent king did not press the matter. He answered, "Yes. If I can survive the immortal child, perhaps I truly can break through to the immortal seeking realm. Once one breaks through the immortal seeking realm, can one ascend?" Chen Nian asked. Hearing this, the cold-faced continent king couldn't help but laugh. "Do you know why this place where we live is called the mortal world?" Chen Nian shook his head. Then the cold-faced continent king said, "The mortal world is where mortals dwell. Throughout their entire lives, mortals can never ascend and become immortals. This is the heavenly law of the mortal world and the sacred decree of the immortal realm. No one can defy it." Hearing this, Chen Nian frowned, and then asked, "Since ancient times, has anyone ever broken the heavenly law and ascended to immortality?" The cold-faced continent king smiled again. "That is the heavenly law, and even more so the sacred decree of the immortal realm. Who could ever defy it?" Chen Nian couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. From ancient times to the present, no one had ever been able to defy the heavenly law and ascend to immortality. Fortunately, the stone gate of Tianshu Dao Palace could lead to the immortal realm. Otherwise, his wish to go to the immortal realm and rescue Bio would have been nothing short of a fantasy. Moreover, Chen Nian suspected that Bio had come to the mortal world through that very stone gate. If not, why would the yellow sachet she left behind point toward the Tianshu Dao Palace of the Dao sect? Then Chen Nian asked, "Since mortals cannot ascend to immortality, what happens after they reach the immortal seeking realm?" After he said this, the cold-faced continent king suddenly fell into silence. His face was full of sorrow, and for a long time, he did not answer Chen Nian. "What's wrong?" Chen Nian asked once more. "Mortals may not question immortals." Suddenly, the cold-faced continent king uttered words that left Chen Nian dumbfounded. Then he continued, "After mortals break through the heaven-opening realm, they will enter a realm known as the immortal gazing realm. The so-called immortal gazing realm means that mortals may only gaze upon immortals, never question them. And the immortal gazing realm is the ceiling of the mortal world. After the 8th stage of the immortal gazing realm, mortal cultivation can advance no further. If anyone dares to defy heaven, they will be blasted to death by the laws of the heavenly Tao." Hearing this, Chen Nian could not find peace for a long time. After a long while he said, "So the immortal questioning realm is merely a facade. The highest realm mortals can attain is the immortal gazing realm." "That's right." The cold-faced continent king sighed. Then he looked at Chen Nian and asked, "Why do you want to go to the immortal realm so badly?" "Because the immortal realm has imprisoned my woman," Chen Nian said without concealment. The cold-faced continent king's whole body shuddered. Then with an incredulous expression, he said, "That's impossible. The laws of the heavenly Tao have completely separated mortals and immortals. Mortals cannot question immortals, and immortals cannot descend to the mortal world. So how could the immortal realm imprison your woman?" Chen Nian fell silent. At this moment, he too had been pondering this very question. Since mortals could not question immortals, and immortals could not descend to the mortal world, then why could Bio descend from the immortal realm to the mortal world? The next second, he jerked his head up. The stone door of the Tianshu Dao Palace could ignore the laws of the heavenly Tao. However, the laws of the heavenly Tao seemed rather unfair. If mortals acted against heaven, they would be blasted to death, yet immortals could bring down their palms to destroy a mortal world continent, and could even send down projections to take people away from the mortal world. Could it be that the laws of the heavenly Tao were incomplete, allowing immortals to sneak through by passing off the false as the true? "I don't know either," Chen Nian replied to the cold-faced continent king. Just then, boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth rumbled as the thousand-zhong giant infant rose from the mountaintop. He sniffed around in every direction, then found a place teeming with living creatures and stumbled over to it. He wanted to eat people, to eat every living thing he could see. We cannot stop him. This world is doomed. The cold-faced continent king sighed, watching the immortal child's retreating back. Chen Nian asked him, since you already knew the immortal child couldn't be stopped, why did you come at all? Because before I came I had already contacted Alliance leader Linghu and City Lord Manjiang. Both are mighty beings at the 8th stage of the immortal gazing realm. If they joined forces they would definitely be able to stop the immortal child from destroying this world. But I never expected that Alliance leader Linghu and City Lord Manjiang, while outwardly agreeing with me, were secretly sending Sidu Hongxiu to attack me. If not for you this time I would likely have fallen into their sinister scheme and died with both body and Tao extinguished. The cold-faced continent king said. Chen Nian asked, still puzzled, but if this world is destroyed, Whalon Star will definitely be affected too. Those two you mentioned also live on Whalon Star. Aren't they afraid at all? Just then the cold-faced continent king suddenly burst into wild laughter. He rose to his feet, his expression cold, and roared, if I am not mistaken, they must have made some kind of pact with that immortal projection. So even if this world is destroyed, nothing will happen to them. On the contrary, they can gain quite a lot of benefits. Chen Nian's brows knit tightly. He suddenly stood up as well, and said angrily, if we allow that immortal child to do as he pleases, the billions of living beings in this entire world will be destroyed by him. Yet they would abandon all those billions just to curry favor with the immortals. All mortals are selfish. The cold-faced continent king sighed. If that's the case, then I will make them know what despair really means. Follow me. Suddenly Chen Nian leaped up and charged toward the immortal child. What are you doing? The cold-faced continent king was shocked and looked at Chen Nian in amazement, unable to fathom what he was about to do. Heaven opening cauldron, go. Chen Nian waved his hand and summoned a massive cauldron spinning madly. It's actually a Tao artifact. The cold-faced continent king's heart jolted. Hadn't Chen Nian said last time that he had no Tao artifacts at all? Moreover, he had personally searched his entire body and had not found a single Tao artifact. But now what was this? Yet before the cold-faced continent king could react, Chen Nian brought out two more Tao, the immortal binding rope, the watermelon saber. All three Tao artifacts hung over the immortal child's head. The immortal child had possessed terrifying immortal questioning realm power since birth and had no equal anywhere in heaven or earth. But the naive immortal child still did not know how to use that power. And so as the three Tao artifacts descended, the immortal child became utterly flustered. His back, his chubby hands, and even his tiny little bird had all been struck by the Tao artifacts. He howled in pain. Then he turned toward Chen Nian. His big glossy black eyes flashed with dark light. After looking at Chen Nian, he wailed loudly, then slapped at him. Come here. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, and without another word cast the immortal binding rope to tie up the immortal child's little bird. Wah wah wah, wah wah wah. The immortal child grimaced in pain, crying as he lunged at Chen Nian. He was utterly enraged. He was determined to devour the little worm before him. Brother Coldface, lead the way. Let's go to your upper realm and see what those great figures who abandoned billions of living beings to curry favor with an immortal projection actually look like. Chen Nian said to the cold-faced continent king. Hearing this, the cold-faced continent king was stunned. He hadn't imagined that Chen Nian would actually lure the immortal child up to the upper realm. After hesitating briefly, the cold-faced continent king made his decision. For Whalon Star, for the billions of living beings in this world, he would risk it all. Follow me. The cold-faced continent king bellowed, then leaped upward into the vault of heaven. Chen Nian, holding the immortal binding rope in one hand, quickly followed the cold-faced continent king. The immortal child hadn't wanted to go with them in the first place. After all, he still didn't know how to fly. But because his little bird was bound, he had no choice but to run along behind them, otherwise the pain would be unbearable, rending his heart and lungs. On the ground, the billions of living beings on the Lingdong continent were completely dumbfounded. My heavens, what am I seeing? Chief Chun is actually flying up into the sky, leading the immortal child by his little bird. Why does that feel so hilarious? No matter what, Chief Chun has saved us once again. Chief Chun is truly our lifesaver. We bow in gratitude to Chief Chun. We bow in gratitude to Chief Chun. Countless people roared. Gao Dashan, Wang Qingyan, Ingyan Lung Shuang, and the others, after a brief moment of astonishment, immediately began handling the ensuing matters. They would lead the sect disciples to the places ravaged by the immortal child, rescue the survivors, and rebuild the cities and lands that the immortal child had destroyed. The upper realm. The immortal child has been conceived and born. A rumbling voice arose from that vast, boundless land. Countless people streamed out of their homes and began cheering and leaping for joy. They seemed to be celebrating, as if something they had eagerly anticipated was about to happen. In the sky, one blazing sun after another appeared, each one a mighty expert, radiating brilliant light, making the entire land seethe with heat. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a supreme powerhouse stepped out from one of those suns. We pay our respects to Alliance leader Linghu. On the ground, countless humans knelt and roared. In quick succession, supreme powerhouses stepped forward from the other suns. They were none other than City Lord Manjiang, City Lord Huxiao, and City Lord Minghua. The upper realm consisted of 3 great cities and 1 federation. At that moment, the lords of the 3 great cities and the federation's alliance leader appeared together. We pay our respects to City Lord Mingyue. Countless people cheered. At this city, Lord Manjiang stepped forward in a single stride. Bathed wholly in golden light, clad in golden armor, and wielding a golden spear, he looked like a golden god of war. Heaven has bestowed blessings upon our Weilon star. Once the immortal child destroys the thousands of lower realm continents, we of the upper realm shall ascend to the immortal realm. City Lord Manjiang pointed his golden spear fiercely at the heavens. The next second, thunderous roars erupted across the entire upper realm. Immortal realm! Immortal realm! Immortal realm! Everyone was nearly frenzied. To them, so long as they could enter the immortal realm was a place where everyone halted in reverence. Countless ancient greats had defied heaven to reach that legendary pure land, yet all of them met the same end, being slain by the laws of the heavenly Tao. But now, the upper realm of Weilon Star finally had a chance to ascend to the immortal realm. For the immortal projection had promised them that as long as they did not interfere with the immortal child's destruction of the small world where Weilon Star was located, he would bring them to the immortal realm. Across the entire upper realm of Weilon Star, tens of millions of living beings had awaited that day, and at this very moment, that day had arrived. Everyone shouted and howled with joy, some even dropped dead on the spot from sheer excitement. That was the immortal realm, a place dreamed of by countless ancient powerhouses. Wonderful. As long as we sacrifice those pigs and dogs of the lower realm, we can go to the immortal realm. I can hardly wait. Haha, we're finally going to the immortal realm. Just then suddenly brilliant golden light blazed across the sky. A veil of immortal mist curled through the air. At that moment, the entire world seemed bathed in immortal mist. Everyone greedily breathed the haze that had come from the immortal realm. Every breath felt like a gift to them. We pay our respects to the immortal. We pay our respects to the immortal. We pay our respects to the immortal. Suddenly, Alliance leader Linghu City, Lord Manjiang City Lord Hu Xiao, and City Lord Mingyue all knelt down toward the same direction. Rays of golden light refracted toward them. Amid the swirling immortal mist, an immortal projection stepped out from within. He wore a white immortal robe, and his hair cascaded like a waterfall drifting gently in the wind. In his hand, he held an antique jade folding fan. As he waved it lightly, immortal mist churned and boundless immortal chi cascaded down, making countless beings below scramble for a breath. Everyone was overjoyed. An immortal had descended and was about to lead them away from this mortal realm where spiritual energy had dried up. To them, this was like being granted a second life. Countless people shouted in excitement, already unable to wait for that moment to arrive. They began to imagine what the immortal realm looked like, and whether they would still be geniuses once they arrived. I am the immortal Su Dongqing, and I have come especially to lead you all into the immortal realm. Now you only need to wait quietly for the immortal child to complete its task, and I shall open a spatial passage and take you all away. Amid the swirling immortal mist, the immortal said slowly, "Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal." Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. At that moment, the immortal narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over Alliance leader Linghu, saying, "Alliance leader Linghu, I still have an unresolved karmic matter in this world of yours." Alliance leader Linghu, nearly 3 zhang tall and resembling an ape, immediately knelt on the ground and said devoutly, "Please give your instructions, immortal. I am willing to do anything for you. Not long ago, someone from the lower realms slew a strand of my residual soul left in this world. Go and capture that person. I will personally take action and annihilate him." The immortal said, "Yes, immortal." Alliance leader Linghu acknowledged without a second thought, and with a single leap raced at full speed toward the Lingdong continent in the lower realm. Seeing this, the immortal nodded with satisfaction, then cast his gaze across the entire Weilon star. Suddenly, he noticed flickering lights emanating from the place where Dongtu Shinzhou lay. Oh, a mere lower realm actually possesses such ice crystalline jade bones. If brought to the immortal realm and nurtured for a while, she would surely become the saint maiden of my star moon immortal valley. The immortal projection, then at the cost of defying the laws of heaven, stretched out a massive hand toward the direction of the Lingdong continent and seized it. A moment later, an ice coffin was clutched in his hand, but he himself was rebuked by the laws of heaven, and a trace of immortal blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Even so, he stared at the cyan figure within the ice coffin with overwhelming excitement, and could not help but exclaim, "Great, perfect. My star moon immortal valley shall rise from this day forth." Ha ha. He then stowed the ice coffin into his immortal pouch. Just then a sudden anomaly occurred. A figure came flying backward at tremendous speed toward him. He then stowed the ice coffin into his immortal pouch. Just then a sudden anomaly occurred. City Lord Manjiang stepped forward and hastily helped the fallen Alliance leader Linghu to his feet, asking, What happened to Alliance leader Linghu? Didn't you go to the Lingdong continent to capture the one who had karmic ties with the immortal? How could someone wound you? Alliance leader Linghu stared blankly ahead, terror filling his pupils. Mustering every last ounce of strength, he said in a trembling voice, He is coming. Who has come? Manjiang City Lord looked at Alliance leader Linghu with astonishment, disbelief written all over his eyes. After all, Linghu's strength was superior to his own. He had already reached the 6th level of the Wangxian realm. Across heaven and earth, not to mention the entire Weilon star, there were few, even on other planets, who could match Alliance leader Linghu. Yet today, he had actually been driven back in such a humiliating state from the lower realm of Weilon star, and he looked so terrified. What in the world is going on? At that moment, not only Manjiang City Lord, but also Huxiao City Lord and Minghua City Lord who stood nearby were utterly baffled, as if they had witnessed something extraordinarily inconceivable. Even the immortal Su Dongqing frowned slightly, then turned his gaze into the distance. Soon a flicker of surprise appeared on Su Dongqing's face. It's him, the one who once severed the hand of the immortal realm. At last Alliance leader Linghu forced the words out. What did you say? Manjiang City Lord was stunned, then whipped his head around toward the lower realm. Just then Alliance leader Linghu suddenly added a sentence that left everyone present in utter shock. Besides him, Lung Yin, Zhou Wang has also come. He not only survived, but his cultivation has soared by a tremendous amount. That was not all. Alliance leader Linghu continued, and there's more. The two of them are dragging the immortal boy's little birdie with a rope coming toward the upper realm. Boom. This statement from Alliance leader Linghu thoroughly stunned everyone in the entire upper realm. Manjiang City Lord, Huxiao City Lord, and Minghua City Lord were all dumbstruck, jaws agape, unable to say a word for a long time. Having already witnessed all of this, the immortal Su Dongqing's face was extremely gloomy and threads of fury shot forth from his eyes. At this moment, the people of the upper realm burst into an uproar. What? A pig dog from the lower realm actually fought his way into our upper realm, and he's even leading the immortal boy's little birdie. Quick, stop this lower realm pig dog. Kill him. Yes. This lower realm pig dog is trying to block our ascension to the immortal realm. Please, 3 city lords, make your moves and suppress this wretch. Please, 3 city lords, slay this lower realm pig dog. At that moment, the immortal Su Dongqing's gaze settled on the 3 city lords. Just one look. The 3 city lords already understood his meaning. Rest assured, immortal. A mere lower realm pig dog. We only need to strike lightly to kill it. All experts of Manjiang City into battle. The war god Manjiang City Lord, clad in golden battle armor, took a step forward. At the same time, the golden war spear in his hand stabbed fiercely toward the heavens. The next second, countless mighty figures of the Dongshu realm and the Qinkuan realm rose into the air and stood behind him. Huxiao City into battle. Minghua City. Huxiao City Lord and Minghua City Lord both bellowed, summoned all the mighty experts of their cities, and then followed Manjiang City Lord in golden battle armor as they charged toward the lower realm. Huh. A lower realm pig dog dares to offend our upper realm. You're courting death. A furious roar burst from Huxiao City Lord. He was a full 3 zhang tall, held a great sword in his hand, and had a green face and jagged fangs roaring skyward. Ahead of him, Lung Yin Zhou Wang was in front, Chen Nian close behind. The two of them were pulling a rope, and at the rope's other end was actually tied the little birdie of a colossal immortal boy. Despicable. How dare you treat the immortal boy like this, you lower realm pig dog, courting death. Lung Yin Zhou Wang. You actually dare to betray the upper realm and collude with a lower realm pig dog. You two are courting death. After a furious roar, Huxiao City Lord lifted his great sword and slashed at the two of them. Boom. This slash released an exceedingly ferocious sword intent. In an instant, the great Tao boomed and rumbled. The sword intent actually condensed into the phantom of a fierce tiger. Towering 100 zhang tall, the phantom tiger raised a giant paw more than 10 zhang across and swatted at Chen Nian and Lung Yin Zhou Wang. In an instant, a horrifying aura swept out, as if heaven and earth were collapsing and the sun and moon were darkening. Countless mountain ranges in the upper realm were shattered by the phantom tiger, and the icy sword light slew untold numbers of living creatures in that one stroke. So powerful. Chen Nian clicked his tongue in secret awe. Even he could feel how dominating that sword strike was, and he knew that with his current strength, he was probably no match for it. The Wangxian realm was truly terrifying. Brother Lung Yin, fall back. Chen Nian shouted, pulling back Lung Yin Zhou Wang, who had been about to charge forward in a desperate fight. At the same time, he said, have you forgotten that we now have a helper? Lung Yin Zhou Wang was taken aback and instinctively turned back to look at the immortal boy whose little birdie had been dragged all the way to the upper realm. Go. Before he could even react, he heard Chen Nian roar, and then Chen Nian swung the immortal binding rope in his hand. The immortal binding rope, which had already evolved into a Tao artifact, had long been linked with Chen Nian's mind, and its surface was covered with dense runes and laws. With just a light flick of Chen Nian's hand, the immortal binding rope tugged the immortal boy's little birdie and shot forward. Wah, wah, wah. The immortal boy wailed loudly, flailing his arms and claws, slapping at anyone in sight. That place on him hurt so much now. He was furious. Oh, immortal boy, don't. We're allies. Huxiao City Lord shouted. But the innocent immortal boy did not even recognize the projection of an immortal, let alone a Huxiao City Lord. In his eyes, whether it was Chen Nian or anyone else, they were all little bugs. All his food. But now this, and so he would devour every one of these little bugs and let them learn how powerful he was. Boom, boom, boom. The immortal boy's palm slammed down one after another. In only a few breaths, the entire scene had become a sea of blood, a purgatory on earth. Huxiao City Lord, along with all the Dongshu realm experts under his command and a handful of Kaitian realm powerhouses, was directly smashed into bloody pulp, then picked up by the immortal boy and eaten on the spot. Although the mortal Wangxian realm corresponds to the immortals, Wenxian realm, the gulf between the two is like that between mortals and immortals, as different as clouds and mud. Previously, the upper realm had believed that as long as the three city lords and the Federation's experts acted together, they could surely suppress the immortal boy. But now the sight before them left everyone completely dumbfounded. The fearless young immortal boy had with a single slap actually killed Huxiao City Lord of the third level Wangxian realm. Earlier, when Alliance leader Linghu had been wounded, they had not felt such a visceral shock. But now, seeing this scene before them, everyone's heart involuntarily began to crawl with dread. City Lord Manjiang and City Lord Mingyue, along with the powerhouses under their command, were utterly terrified by the sight. Retreat quickly. We are no match. Withdraw. Everyone shouted in alarm, and they immediately began a frantic retreat. The upper realm human beings who witnessed this scene were likewise left dumbfounded. In their eyes, as long as the three city lords made a move, they would surely be able to suppress and kill that lower realm pig dog, and then have the immortal boy continue wreaking havoc on the continents below. That way their hope of ascending to the immortal realm would still remain. But they truly never could have imagined. That pig dog from the lower realm was actually so powerful that he could command the immortal boy. This was simply too horrifying. The majestic city lord Huxiao, a terrifying being at the third stage of the Wangxian realm, had actually been so easily smashed into a pulp of flesh by that immortal boy. It's over. Now it's truly over. Their plan to ascend to the immortal realm has been completely shattered. It's all because of that lower realm pig dog. Let's act together. Kill this pig dog. Kill this filthy creature. I don't believe that a lower realm pig dog dares to throw his weight around in our upper realm. Today I'll chop him into mincemeat and use him for dumpling filling. Let's all charge together and slaughter him. Then we'll have the immortal boy continue down to the lower realm to destroy those filthy places. In an instant, tens of millions of upper realm human beings charged in unison toward Chen Nian. Seeing this, Chen Nian couldn't help frowning. Do the upper realm beings really have such a sense of superiority? Little sparrow, go devour them. Chen Nian snorted coldly, and without another word viciously flung the immortal binding rope in his hand outward. The next moment, the thousand-zong immortal boy charged toward those tens of millions of upper realm beings while wailing loudly. Oh, Lord Immortal Boy, we are your own people. Don't kill us. Your enemies are the filthy places of the lower realm. Lord Immortal Boy, spare us. No. In an instant, screams rang out endlessly. Countless upper realm people were directly stamped into meat pulp by the immortal boy and then swallowed whole. As if finding the upper realm humans even more delicious, the immortal boy smacked his lips. Then, without waiting for Chen Nian to swing the immortal binding rope, he began to devour the upper realm beings in enormous mouthfuls. From this moment onward, the entire upper realm was plunged into a sea of blood and a living purgatory. City Lord Manjiang and City Lord Mingyue were at a complete loss. They had already witnessed the yawning gap between the Wangxian realm and the Wenxian realm, so they no longer dared to act rashly, for they were simply no match. Immortal, please save us. Immortal, please save us. City Lord Manjiang knelt before the immortal Su Dongqing and choked out. At the same time, the surviving upper realm human beings also shouted at the top of their lungs. The immortal, however, remained expressionless, though strands of anger flickered in his eyes. After a while he sighed and said, "This is but a wisp of my projection and possesses little power. Besides, I cannot act in the mortal realm, otherwise I would incur the suppression of the heavenly Tao laws. You had better fend for yourselves." With that, the immortal Su Dongqing turned around and made to leave. In an instant, everyone in the upper realm was shaken. Was the immortal going to abandon them? Oh no. Everyone shouted loudly, and some even began speaking insolently to the immortals, saying that this mess was originally the immortals' doing, and that they should be the ones to take responsibility. But faced with those insignificant mortals' words, the immortals simply turned a deaf ear, as if he had heard nothing at all, and turned to leave. You have already reduced the entire Whalon Star to such a state. Countless living beings have died because of you, and yet you want to walk away, just like that. Immortal, does doing this not stir the tiniest bit of guilt in your heart? At that moment, an icy voice came from behind the immortal. Hm. The immortal paused slightly, then turned to look at Chen Nian. There was a trace of anger in his eyes because one of his hands had been severed by this very fellow. And had it not been for this fellow, he would have completed the immortal emperor's mission and thoroughly destroyed this place. You insignificant mortal, all of this is because of you. The immortal Su Dongxing shot a cold glance at Chen Nian, his words carrying fury and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Who could have imagined that an insignificant mortal would bring so much trouble to an immortal like him? What was hateful was the restraint imposed by the heavenly Tao laws, otherwise he would have raised his hand and erased this mortal at once. Because of me. Chen Nian sneered and stepped forward, then continued, your immortal realm seized my wife, imprisoned her above the 33rd heaven, and made her endure endless suffering. My daughter too was hunted down by you into this world. If not for the dragon ancestor acting at the critical moment, not only would she have died, but this entire world would likely have been destroyed by you. And now you actually blame me. You immortals are truly something else. Before him, the immortal Su Dongxing frowned slightly and said, this is the heavenly law. You mortals can only obey it. You may not defy it. That so-called heavenly law is bullshit. I, Chen Nian, only recognize my own principles. By what right did you take my wife? By what right do you treat human lives like grass? By what right would you indiscriminately annihilate the countless living beings of an entire world? Today I'll show you immortals that we mortals of the mortal realm also have the power to slay immortals. The moment his words fell, Chen Nian abruptly produced a watermelon knife and pointed it at the immortal Su Dongxing. The immortal Su Dongxing stared at Chen Nian in astonishment and said, what are you doing? Do you know the consequences of daring to raise a hand against an immortal? What can you do? Are you going to violate the heavenly Tao laws and step down from the immortal realm to the mortal realm to kill me? Or perhaps you'll conjure up an immortal hand or an immortal boy to kill me. Do you think I'll let you succeed? Just wait. I will personally go to the immortal realm and cut down your true immortal body. Only then will the mortal realm enjoy everlasting peace. The moment his words fell, swish, a blazing flash of light streaked past. The watermelon knife in Chen Nian's hand slashed down fiercely at the immortal Su Dongxing. The immortal Su Dongxing was completely dumbstruck. Although he was only a projection, whenever he descended to the mortal realm, which of those mortals had not prostrated themselves before him in worship? Take this Weilon star for instance. The upper realm people regarded him as a god and were willing to do anything for him. Yet the lower realm people were not even worthy to see him. But who could have imagined that this very lower realm person, one who did not even deserve to see him, was now actually about to cut down the immortal projection of Su Dongxing? You should know. This immortal projection cannot launch attacks in the mortal realm. Otherwise, once the laws of heaven exert their might, not only would this immortal projection be wiped out, but even his true body in the immortal realm would be obliterated. No golden immortal could save him. Thus, the immortal Su Dongxing could only watch helplessly as the watermelon knife, a Tao artifact in Chen Nian's hand, slashed down toward him. Although this was merely one of his projections, once severed, his main body would also suffer damage. Moreover, the damage to his true body would vary according to the force with which the projection was cut. At the lightest, bones and tendons would be injured, at the heaviest his nascent soul would be destroyed, and his cultivation realm would plummet. Hateful. Outrageous. You insignificant mortal, you dare. Before the immortal Su Dongxing could even finish his last sentence, the watermelon knife in Chen Nian's hand had already fallen. In an instant, the immortal worshipped by countless beings was directly hacked into oblivion by the Tao artifact watermelon knife, his soul scattered and destroyed. At that moment, the entire audience fell silent. All the people of the upper realm of Azure Stars stared fixedly at Chen Nian, every face filled with an expression of utter disbelief. No one had ever imagined that a mere person from the lower realm could actually kill the immortal they worshipped, even though it was only an immortal projection. But this was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. And at this moment, the immortal boy was still unleashing his might. Yeah. His mouth moved, and as if exhausted from eating, he plopped down on the ground. At the same time, his big, round, glistening eyes turned to Chen Nian, and he pointed pitifully at the rope tied around his little bird. He kept babbling, yeah, as if asking Chen Nian to untie the rope. Seeing that Chen Nian was, he actually began to flounder on the ground, standing up, lying down, and even doing somersaults for Chen Nian. It looked as if he was trying to ingratiate himself with Chen Nian. Eat up all the good things in this upper realm, especially those few. Then he'll consider letting you go. Chen Nian pointed at Manjiang City Lord, Mingyue City Lord, and several others and spoke. Yeah. The immortal boy seemed to understand Chen Nian's words. He rolled over in one quick motion and charged toward Manjiang City Lord, Mingyue City Lord, and Alliance Master Linghu. You lowly person from the lower realm, how can you do this? No, please, Lord Immortal Boy, we are on the same side. Didn't you see that he slew your kind? In an instant, Manjiang City, Lord Mingyue City, Lord Alliance Master Linghu, and the others began to flee in all directions. They were no match for the immortal boy. Even if they ran early, it was useless. Yav. The immortal boy muttered, then stretched out his chubby palm and slapped forward. His palm slammed down. Several people were turned into pulp, then eaten by him. The entire upper realm of Azure Star became a sea of blood and hell on earth. Yet Chen Nian stood high in the sky watching all this without the slightest stir of emotion. These people, for their own interests, had sold out the billions of living beings on thousands of continents in the lower realm. Truly detestable. Their current fate was exactly what they deserved. Just then, suddenly Chen Nian felt the watermelon knife in his hand tremble slightly. It seemed that all the immortal projections that had just been slain had been absorbed into it, and the watermelon knife actually began to slowly transform. It can evolve too. Chen Nian was startled. The next second, with a swish, the watermelon knife soared into the air and hung high in the sky. Radiant beams of light burst forth from its blade. Its originally pitch-black blade now began to slowly show cracks within which runes flowed continuously. One could even see laws surging like a vast ocean. Chen Nian was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the watermelon knife had completely absorbed the immortal projections and then began its own evolution and transformation. Could it be that he would gain another Dharma artifact? At this thought, Chen Nian's heart raced wildly with excitement. Time ticked by second. A full half-month later. Boom. Above the sky, the great Tao. The watermelon knife had completely finished its transformation. A radiant glow scattered down, and it slowly descended from the sky, then landed in Chen Nian's palm. At this moment, the watermelon knife was no longer pitch black. Instead, it gleamed with brilliant golden light. On its blade, 3 characters composed of runes and laws appeared. Immortal Slaying Saber. Immortal Slaying Saber. Is it because it slew an immortal projection that its laws changed, and it gave itself a name? Chen Nian said with delight. He again focused his mind to sense the immortal slaying saber in his hand. It was no longer a Tao artifact. It had transformed into a true Dharma artifact. Good. Since that is so, I will use you in the immortal realm to slay immortals and vanquish demons. Chen Nian gave a mighty shout, then raised the immortal slaying saber and pointed it toward the sky. Rumble. At this moment, it seemed the heavens sensed something and let out a series of great booming sounds. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Under the immortal boy's wanton slaughter, the entire upper realm had become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Several great city lords along with Alliance Master Linghu had all perished in the immortal boy's abyssal maw. During those 6 months, the immortal boy was simply a nightmare in everyone's heart. Anyone who saw him would tremble in fear. However, when he came before Chen Nian, the immortal boy was like a child who had been scolded by his father. He stood there as if he were being punished to stand still, his big dark eyes rolling around, while his chubby little hand pointed at the rope tied around his little bird. He kept babbling, "Ya," meaning that he had completed the task, and wanted Chen Nian to set him free. Chen Nian hesitated. If he released the immortal boy, he might go to the lower realm and commit evil. But Chen Nian had no ability to kill the immortal boy. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, the bracelet on his wrist suddenly began to tremble slightly. Try it. A strange thought suddenly occurred to Chen Nian. If it really can absorb him into the bracelet, I can bring this immortal boy along to the immortal realm. He has devoured so many powerhouses that his cultivation is probably about to surpass the questioning immortal realm. By then he could become a powerful helper. No sooner said than done. Chen Nian directly rubbed the bracelet, urging it to emit beams of dazzling light that shot toward the immortal boy. In a short while, the immortal boy was directly enveloped by the mass of light. Bathing in the dazzling light, the celestial child seemed perfectly at ease. He stretched his limbs, let out a soft babbling sound, and then walked straight toward the bracelet. Was he trying to get inside? Chen Nian's heart jolted with confusion. Moments later, the celestial child stepped directly into the bracelet and vanished where he stood. It really took him in. Chen Nian was astonished. He had never imagined that this bracelet was so extraordinary that it could even absorb a celestial child. He hurriedly released his divine sense to investigate. Inside the enormous miniature world of the bracelet, the celestial child was sound asleep. Far away in the vault of heaven above, this place was like a dreamlike immortal realm. Layer upon layer of colorful clouds like drifting brocade wove a resplendent tapestry, sketching an ethereal, illusory outline around this mysterious domain. This was the legendary immortal realm. Majestic palaces stood in elegant array upon the clouds, their walls built of crystalline jade that emitted a soft and mysterious glow. Rare blossoms and jade trees filled every corner of the realm. Petals drifted down like snow, while a delicate fragrance lingered in the air. The waters of the immortal pools were crystal clear and shimmering, wreathed in dense mist, as if condensed from immortal dew. In the sky, auspicious immortal cranes danced gracefully from time to time, their feathers as white as snow and their postures elegant and captivating. Here an immortal breeze caressed one's face, carrying boundless tranquility and serenity. Deep within a magnificent palace, an immortal sat in calm repose. A soft halo radiated from him as though he had merged with the surrounding light. A robe as white as snow fell gently over him, and the mysterious runes embroidered upon it glimmered faintly, the profound mysteries of ancient immortal arts. At that moment the immortal's eyes snapped open abruptly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face, as exquisitely sculpted as jade, had now turned ghastly pale. His neatly bound hair suddenly burst loose and scattered wildly in all directions. Despicable mortal, you actually dared to seize this immortal's projection, causing me severe injuries and making my cultivation realm drop. The immortal pressed one hand to his chest while beginning to form hand seals with the other, muttering incantations under his breath. After an unknown span of time, the immortal slowly opened his eyes once more. He extended his palm, and an ice coffin abruptly appeared in the center of his hand. The ice coffin gradually enlarged. Inside it lay a young woman dressed in green robes. Ice crystal jade bone. After the war of the Upper Realm ended, the cold-faced continent king took charge of the entire Upper Realm. Chen Nian departed from the Upper Realm and returned to the Biao Dao Palace. He planned to complete one last task before heading straight for the Tianshu Dao Palace of the Dao sect. That task was to resurrect his junior sister. Back in the Aohai secret realm, he had already obtained the soul-gathering stone. However, his daughter had been captured by an immortal's projection, and the celestial child had descended without warning, leaving him no time to use the stone to resurrect his junior sister and his disciple Polong. Now everything had been settled. It was time to resurrect his junior sister. Yet the moment he returned to the Biao Dao Palace, something occurred that filled him with towering rage. Zhu Qinglin knelt before Chen Nian with red-rimmed eyes and reported, "Patriarch, while you were waging war in the upper realm, a gigantic, immortal hand suddenly appeared in the sky. It took Qing'er away." "What a—" Chen Nian was infuriated. Did that immortal hand come from the upper realm? As if a sudden thought had occurred to him, he asked immediately. Zhu Qinglin nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. Hateful. It was that immortal's projection again. Chen Nian gnashed his teeth in fury. He had never imagined that even his junior sister would be taken away directly by that immortal's projection. After a long silence, "This is the soul-gathering stone. All of you go revive Polong. I must go to one place and likely will not return for some time. During that period you must strive with determination, unite the other continents, and jointly safeguard the Weilon Star." After handing the soul-gathering stone he had brought from the Aohai secret realm to Zhu Qinglin, Chen Nian informed the high-ranking members of the Biao Dao Palace of his impending departure. By now the Biao Dao Palace boasted a dazzling array of experts, and the cold-faced continent king of the upper realm shared a life-and-death bond with him. Therefore Chen Nian no longer had to worry about this place. He had to go to the Tianshu Dao Palace of the Dao sect as soon as possible and accomplish the goal he had been preparing for so many years. 3 days later Chen Nian left the Biao Dao Palace without a sound. Except for the high-ranking members of the Biao Dao Palace, no one else knew of this matter. Several days later he arrived before the entrance of the Tianshu Dao Palace of the Dao sect. The old Dao sect master had been waiting there for some time, because he had already received a voice transmission from Chen Nian. "Greetings, head Chen." The old Dao sect master Hichu, the Dao sect patriarch Xiao Zhan, and the others all paid their respects as Chen Nian arrived. Chen Nian waved his hand at them, signaling that they need not stand on ceremony. Over the past few years after recovering from his injuries, the old Dao sect master Hichu had remained in the Tianshu Dao Palace, nourishing its internal laws and waiting for Chen Nian's arrival. Now that day had finally arrived. "Old man, you have worked hard." Knowing how much Hichu had devoted himself over the years, Chen Nian stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and handed him several bottles of pills. Among them were even a few bottles of blue-grade pills. Overwhelmed with gratitude for such a gift, the old Dao sect master Hichu repeatedly thanked Chen Nian. Soon accompanied by the old Dao sect master Hichu, the Dao sect patriarch Xiao Zhan, and the others, Chen Nian once again entered the Tianshu Dao Palace. "Everyone, one day, I will surely return. In the meantime, I hope all of you will work together to protect the Lingdong." After bidding the Dao sect group a final farewell, Chen Nian took out the yellow sachet left by Biao as a token and sped away in the direction it indicated. He was extremely fast. In an instant he vanished from everyone's sight. "Senior uncle, do you think Chen Nian will succeed?" Hichu watched the direction where Chen Nian had disappeared and asked Xiao Zhan softly, "Do you think he will succeed?" Xiao Zhan stroked his long beard, a trace of yearning in his eyes, and said, "If my judgment is correct, he will definitely succeed." Then with an extremely complex expression, he sighed deeply. "The primeval heavenly gate has reappeared, so a peerless powerhouse is bound to emerge. But who exactly will be that peerless powerhouse's opponent?" Senior uncle, that great chaos of 10,000 worlds recorded in ancient texts is about to descend. Hichu suddenly said with a grave expression. The great chaos of 10,000 worlds. Xiaozhan seemed to suddenly think of something, and a blaze of fanatical light burst from his eyes. Then, unable to restrain his excitement, he said, I understand now. He is the seed planted by that ancient great power. The purpose is to stop this great chaos of 10,000 worlds. Chen Nian did not feel much pressure as he ventured deep into the Tianshu Dao Palace. First, because his current strength had reached the Qianquan third realm, which compared to the previous half-step spirit movement realm, had crossed two great realms, tribulation transcendence and heavenly man. Second, because over the past few years the old Dao sect master Hichu had been helping him nurture the law power within the Tianshu Dao Palace, making the pressure inside far gentler than before. Thus, Chen Nian quickly followed the guidance of the yellow sachet, arrived at the depths of the Tianshu Dao Palace, and saw the ancient stone door. Even though it was his second time seeing this stone door, the ancient stone door still gave Chen Nian a tremendous visual impact. The stone door was tall and massive, as if bearing the endless vicissitudes of time. Its surface was covered with strange patterns, winding and twisting like ancient incantations or the trajectories of stars in the universe, radiating an awe-inspiring, mysterious power. The door's material seemed neither stone nor metal, appearing a deep dark gray with a faint glimmer like a gem concealed by the dust of ages. Its texture was rough and hard. When Chen Nian reached out and touched it felt icy cold, as if transmitting the profundity and gravity of ancient times through his fingertips. The stone door was surrounded by swirling mist. The mist sometimes condensed and sometimes dispersed, making the entire stone door appear and disappear. Within it, strange lights occasionally flickered, as if the unknown world hidden behind the stone door was conveying some obscure message to the outside. Chen Nian let out a long breath, then looked at the two sides of the stone door. The two depressions were like deep abysses, awe-inspiring and unbearable to look at directly. He first took out the immortal staff and inserted it into the depression on one side of the stone door. It fit perfectly. It seemed as if the staff had been made for that very depression. Hum. A resonant sound from ancient times emanated from the stone door, and the strange light that had only flickered occasionally now grew even brighter. It seemed that ancient laws were rumbling within. There's a way. Chen Nian's heart rejoiced, and he immediately took out the immortal realm hand again. His heartbeat was racing wildly, thumping madly. Previously, both the immortal realm hand and the cold-faced continent king had told him that mortals could not set foot in the immortal realm on their own, because doing so violated the laws of heaven. Anyone who tried to defy heaven would be obliterated by those heavenly laws. And at this very moment, he was doing something that defied the laws of heaven. If he succeeded, he would step into the immortal realm. If he failed, he would die, and his Tao would be extinguished. Without any hesitation, Chen Nian let out a long breath, then gently placed the large hand into the depression of the stone door. Just as Chen Nian had guessed, that large hand matched the handprint on the side of the stone door perfectly. The moment the hand was placed into the imprint, hum, 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 from behind the stone door came waves of buzzing. The sound of the great Tao rumbled loudly, the strange light intensified, and countless laws flowed out from behind the stone door in an endless stream. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous roar sounded beside Chen Nian's ear. It came from behind the stone door. It was truly terrifying. There were sounds of fierce clashing of blades and swords, the roars of ancient beasts, and the clatter of countless technologies colliding. 3,000 great worlds. Chen Nian couldn't help but gasp. He remembered what the Dao sect's ancestor Xiaozhan had told him before. Behind this stone door lay the 3,000 great worlds. If Chen Nian had no token to guide him, he would be randomly sent to one of the 3,000 great worlds. So Chen Nian took out the yellow sachet and held it tightly in his palm. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. An endless pressure surged from behind the stone door. Chen Nian gasped heavily, feeling as if he were about to be crushed by the overwhelming pressure. Finally, after who knows how long, the two ancient stone doors that had been closed actually began to slowly open. A surge of majestic, immortal energy instantly burst out from within. Chen Nian subconsciously took several deep breaths. As the immortal energy entered his mouth, Chen Nian felt his cultivation begin to soar at an incredible speed. Before he could react, boom, 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 energy rumbled within his body. His cultivation was forcibly elevated all the way to the Qianquan fourth realm. And this was only the beginning. Qianquan fifth realm, Qianquan sixth realm, Qianquan seventh realm, Qianquan eighth realm. But unexpectedly, it was not over yet. Qianquan ninth realm, Qianquan 10th realm, Qianquan 11th realm, Qianquan 18th realm. Finally, Chen Nian's cultivation stopped at the Qianquan 18th realm. He looked up and saw 4 large characters flickering at the top of the enormous stone door, Primordial Heaven Gate. Primordial Heaven Gate. Chen Nian paused, surprised. Could the stone door be called the Primordial Heaven Gate? Before he could react, Then through the gradually widening gap of the stone door he heard the sounds of a great battle erupting outside. Moreover, it seemed someone was speaking. It's opening. The primordial heaven gate is opening. There must be precious treasures inside. Quick, let's combine our strength to open it, then divide the treasures among ourselves. All disciples of the Chen Nian immortal sect charge with me. Qingfeng immortal sect attack. Yulan immortal sect. Listening to the shouts from outside, Chen Nian subconsciously widened his eyes. He could now confirm that the world behind the stone door was truly the immortal realm. Moreover, at this moment many immortal realm sects were waiting behind the stone door. They seemed to think that there were many treasures inside the primordial heaven gate. It seemed that even in the immortal realm this primordial heaven gate was quite famous. Wait, if that was the case, should he go out? If he went out like this, would those immortal realm sects mistake him for a treasure inside the primordial heaven gate and snatch him away? But Chen Nian had no time to think further. In the next second a powerful roar suddenly sounded, and the primordial heaven gate was directly flung open. Thick clouds of immortal mist suddenly rushed in, enveloping Chen Nian entirely, then carried him swiftly out of the immortal gate. Dimly Chen Nian seemed to hear many people shouting. They were roaring and cursing, some clashing their weapons with. Afterward the sounds of battle continued without end. Amid the rumbling, Chen Nian felt as if he were wrapped in something, and then gradually lost consciousness. Amid swirling mist and shimmering spiritual light beneath the vast boundless heavens, countless immortals from every domain converge. Clad in radiant immortal robes and treading upon iridescent auspicious clouds, each one exudes a transcendent sage-like aura, shining like the most brilliant stars between heaven and earth. At the very center of this magnificent scene, an ancient and mysterious stone gate stands imposingly. It has weathered countless epochs, its surface etched with the mottled marks of time, yet it remains unyielding, emanating a primal majesty that strikes awe into every heart. Countless immortals encircle the stone gate, forming an enormous perimeter. In their eyes burn reverence, longing, and even fervent obsession. The primordial heavenly gate has not appeared for eons. That it suddenly opens today means it must have birthed a fearsome treasure. This is a tremendous fortune granted to us. We must seize this chance today. If we can obtain the treasure nurtured by the primordial heavenly gate, our Qingfeng immortal sect will soar to greatness and become a renowned sect across the Daqing immortal domain. Spread my command, the Yulan immortal sect shall obtain this treasure at any cost. Whoever dares to contest, it will be slain. Disciples of the Qingfeng immortal sect, heed my order, slay anyone who dares approach the primordial. Some immortals have already begun wielding various artifacts and unleashing dazzling spells, attempting to break the seal upon the stone gate and uncover the secrets hidden beyond. Others form hand seals and chant incantations, striving with supreme immortal arts to communicate with the ancient gate. Still others hover silently in midair, their profound eyes laden with endless laws, scrutinizing the stone gate in search of the true key to its opening. Suddenly, with a rumbling thunder, the immortals turn on one another, countless beams of spell light interlacing into a scene both magnificent and mysterious. They seek to prevent others from nearing the gate, fearing the treasure within might fall into another's hands. Just then the sky darkens without warning. Dense black clouds gather, and lightning begins to rend the heavens. This is an omen of calamity. Every immortal halts at the sight of the ominous portent, and all eyes turn toward the distant horizon. The earth begins to tremble as if an ancient pulse is beating. Then comes a thunderous roar rolling in from every direction, shaking heaven and earth. In the east, from the depths of the endless forest, a green-scaled beast king emerges, its body vast as a mountain. Its scales glimmer with an eerie green light, and each step splits the earth. Its breath turns into violent gales and torrential rain as it charges madly toward the stone gate. The green-scaled beast king, even it has come. An immortal cries out in alarm, and many quickly scramble out of the terrifying beast's path. In the west, within the boundless desert, yellow sand fills the sky as a golden-eyed fire fox suddenly soars into the air. Its entire body blazes with searing flames, its tail streaking across the heavens like a burning comet. It lets out a cry that pierces the sky, then dives at breakneck speed toward the stone gate. The golden-eyed fire fox. By the heavens, 2 of the 10 dire beasts have appeared. Are they both here for the stone gate? Even the mighty immortals now feel fear. Roar. At that very moment a dragon's cry resounds across the heavens. In the south, beneath the surging waves of the vast sea, a blue sea flood dragon churns the waters. Its body stretches for 1,000 li, twin wings upon its back, its scales gleaming brilliantly beneath the sunlight with dazzling blue radiance. It leaps from beneath the sea's surface and charges toward the stone gate. How terrifying! Even the blue sea flood dragon has been roused. Just then the earth that had been bathed in resplendent light is suddenly shrouded in gloom. The immortals raise their heads in unison to look. It is a sky-spanning phoenix, its wings blotting out the heavens, soaring aloft. Its entire body is covered in resplendent feathers, and with every beat of its wings specks of starlight scatter down. Where its tail feathers pass, magnificent trails of flame linger behind, as though they would reduce all creation to ashes. Fellow immortals, hear my words. For of the 10 primordial dire beasts have appeared at once. If they reach us, forget obtaining the treasure behind the gate. We may very well be annihilated. Thus this immortal proposes we join forces to open the primordial heavenly gate, then divide the treasure within. At that moment, an elder with flowing white hair steps forward from the Qingfeng immortal sect. For a time, countless immortals are deeply moved. Gazing at the terrifying beasts charging from all directions, they nod in agreement. Very well. Then let us follow Elder Shangwan's counsel. Join forces to open the primordial heavenly gate, and once we obtain the supreme treasure within, we shall divide it equally. The Qingfeng immortal sect is a prestigious sect of our Daqing immortal domain. I suggest that after the gate opens, the supreme treasure be held by the Qingfeng immortal sect until we have shaken off the 4 great beasts, after which it shall be divided evenly among us. Good, I agree as well. I trust in the honor of the Qingfeng immortal sect. Then everyone let us strike with united strength. Attack! The long-haired elder Shangwan Xian suddenly steps forward, forms seals with both hands, and channels his immortal arts, blasting them toward the stone gate. Immediately thereafter, immortals of the Xiantian immortal sect, the Yulan immortal sect, and others join in offering up their immortal treasures and artifacts against the gate. Boom, boom, boom. In the air, ethereal celestial music mingles with countless interwoven spells as they all crash against the primordial heavenly gate. Yet even with the combined might of the immortals, the ancient rune-covered stone gate remains unmoved. Again, open. The supreme powerhouses of the great immortal sects refuse to give up, gathering their strength for an unprecedented combined strike. At that very instant, it seems as though an ancient echo resounds through heaven and earth. Upon the ancient stone gate, the talisman runes blaze with dazzling light. After a series of thunderous booms, a fine crack slowly appears at the center of the gate, then begins to spread. Everyone holds their breath at this moment. The primordial heavenly gate is about to open. Heavy thudding footsteps pound upon the ground. The green-scaled beast king, sensing the gate's imminent opening, has quickened its pace. Roar! In the far distance of the sky, the dragon's roar resounds. The blue sea flood dragon breathes fire and unleashes its treasure as it accelerates. The phoenix shrieks, and blazing light floods the heavens. The golden-eyed firefox and the sky-spanning phoenix both begin to charge forward at full speed. The ancient stone gate, starting from that first crack, begins to shatter apart. The next moment, the gate countless veils of mist pour forth from within. Through the layers of haze, a golden light begins to flicker faintly. After only a brief moment, that beam of golden light suddenly shoots out from the mist. As the immortals gaze intently, they see. It is a cocoon, and within the cocoon it seems a person is wrapped. That is the primordial divine cocoon, within which a primordial supreme is being nurtured. Whoever obtains it shall in time command an entire immortal domain. A thunderous shout rang out. Instantly, countless immortals began weaving immortal arts with lightning speed, hurtling toward the cocoon. In that moment, the immortal sects that had been joining forces all went mad. For the cocoon was not a treasure that could be equally divided among them. Whoever claimed the cocoon would become its owner. Once it hatched in the future, the primordial supreme inside would fight only for the sect that had nurtured it. Shangwan Xinji, you old fool, why are you running so fast? Do you think you can swallow the primordial divine cocoon all by yourself? Don't even dream of it. We all agreed to split it equally. Why must your Qingfeng immortal sect be the first to charge ahead? The primordial divine cocoon is for everyone who sees it. Even if we have to tear the cocoon asunder, we won't let one sect take it. Kill! Countless immortals roared and charged from every direction toward the divine cocoon. The long-haired elder, sprinting at the forefront, said coldly over his shoulder, "The primordial divine cocoon belongs to the virtuous." Ingnan, go. Yes, master. The next moment, a celestial maiden of peerless beauty and snow-white skin soared upward from the clouds. Extending her slender jade hand, she summoned an immortal treasure and sent it sweeping down to envelop the cocoon. The supreme immortal art rumbled as it wrapped around the cocoon and slowly began to draw it in. Qingfeng immortal sect. How dare you try to monopolize the primordial divine cocoon? How despicable. Everyone attack together. Slaughter the Qingfeng immortal sect. Kill. At that instant, countless experts from the immortal sects were driven to absolute madness. Since ancient times, the Daqing immortal domain had never witnessed such slaughter as this. Yet today, for the sake of the primordial divine cocoon, even the most amicable sects and kindred factions as close as brothers all turned their faces in enmity. Who dares suppress them? Shangwan Xinji gave a great wave of his hand, and the colossal heaven-overturning seal descended from the sky, blocking all the sect experts ahead. But while he possessed the heaven-overturning seal, the other sects possessed their own immortal treasures. In an instant, countless immortal arts flew through the sky, and countless immortal treasures collided with one another. This battle turned heaven and earth dark and robbed the sun and moon of their brightness. In this battle, none could count how many immortals perished or how many immortal treasures were smashed to pieces. Roar! Suddenly a beast's howl resounded across the sky. The azure scale beast king, which had been rampaging out of the endless eastern forest, had also reached the scene. It threw back its head in a thunderous roar, and its mountain-sized body came crashing straight down upon the ground. Boom, boom, boom. One immortal sect after another was slaughtered to the last by its rampage. Above the heavens, two colossal birds with wings spread wide also arrived over the primordial heaven gate. The instant they appeared, they began attacking each other. The golden-eyed firefox let out a piercing shriek, and a torrent of hellfire burst directly from its mouth. The firmament phoenix spread its wings to shield itself. One of the phoenix's wings was alone as vast as an ocean. After blocking the hellfire, it gave a furious cry, and a pair of talons capable of crushing mountains lunged directly at the golden-eyed firefox. The golden-eyed firefox's skull was pierced straight through, yet it continued fighting desperately. The next second, roar! The azure sea flood dragon arriving from the southern sea opened its blood-red maw and blasted in endless radiance directly into the firmament phoenix and the golden-eyed firefox. Then it leaped up, and its 1,000-milling body crashed down again. Boom, boom. The firmament phoenix and the golden-eyed firefox were both sent flying. Yet after all, they were primordial savage beasts, and they soon whirled back around to renew the battle. Before long, the azure scale beast king was also drawn into the fray. All four were sworn enemies, and when enemies meet, their eyes burn with crimson hatred, especially when all have come to seize the supreme treasure. Thus all of them now had only one thought: to drive each other to death. With the primordial heaven gate at the center, battles raged throughout this entire immortal domain. Moreover, more and more sects came swarming at the news. Though countless immortals fell with every passing second, countless others surged forward in endless waves. They had only one objective: the cocoon. Not good. The people of the Qingfeng immortal sect are about to pocket the primordial divine cocoon. After them. Stop them. Seeing the cocoon on the verge of being taken by that celestial maiden from the Qingfeng immortal sect, all the experts of the other sects went mad with desperation and charged forth in a frenzy of slaughter. Even the four primordial savage beasts already locked in battle temporarily ceased their fight and then shot toward the primordial divine cocoon. In that moment, heaven and earth collapsed. The entire immortal domain seemed to be reeling on the brink of collapse. Every expert of the Qingfeng immortal sect emerged at once. Countless dazzling treasures were used to fend off the invading powerhouses. No one could say how many immortals had already fallen. It was only because the Qingfeng immortal sect possessed a profound heritage and ranked among the leading great sects of the Daqing immortal domain that it survived at all. Otherwise, it would likely have been annihilated by now. Just then, suddenly a resonant hum resounded from the heavens. Scorching radiance spilled across the earth, dazzling every immortal present so that none could open their eyes. It was the light emitted by the cocoon. As if it had already found its master, it plunged directly into the immortal treasure of the celestial maiden from the Qingfeng immortal sect. We have the divine cocoon. Retreat. Quick, notify the sect's venerable, formidable enemies are invading. Go. Seeing that the divine cocoon had been secured, the people of the Qingfeng immortal sect immediately reversed direction and fled toward their own sect. We cannot let them flee. The primordial divine cocoon is for all who witness it. It must not fall into the hands of the Qingfeng immortal sect alone. Even if we must raise the Qingfeng immortal sect to the ground today, we cannot let them win. After them, countless sects and the four primordial savage beasts launched a frenzied pursuit. Before long, they crossed countless immortal mountains and traversed countless immortal seas. Deep within the boundless sea of clouds, a mysterious and majestic immortal mountain appeared. It rose high into the sky, its peaks towering and sheer, piercing straight into the nine heavens. The whole mountain was covered in lush vegetation. Ancient pines and cypresses soaring 1,000 feet, and peach trees radiating immortal essence, bearing immortal peaches even larger than watermelons. A winding mountain path led into the interior, and at its end stood an imposing immortal sect. The sect's architecture climbed along the mountainside with pavilions, terraces, and towers laid out in pleasing harmony. Rows of vermilion gates towered tall and solemn, their surfaces inlaid with golden runes that shimmered with mysterious light. At that very moment, a succession of figures shot up from within the immortal sect. The disciples of the Qingfeng immortal sect, led by Shangwan Xinji, all entered the immortal mountain. Moments later, the pursuers had already arrived. Within the clouds and mist, countless immortals swarmed from all directions like ants roaring for the Qingfeng immortal sect to surrender the divine cocoon, and then directly launched their mighty treasures at this immortal mountain. But the Qingfeng immortal sect was already prepared. As the sect's venerable masters rose into the air, they immediately activated the Grand Protection Formation, deflecting all those attacks away. Moments later, the 4 ancient primordial beasts arrived. The Azure Scale Beast King, whose body loomed like a mountain, charged headlong at Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook and mountains quaked. Above the sky, the golden-eyed fire fox, the azure sea flood dragon, and the sky-soaring phoenix were unexpectedly joining forces to attack. Countless flames and water pillars came crashing down. Heaven collapsed, and earth split. The sun and moon lost their light. It seemed the entire immortal mountain would be utterly destroyed in that very moment. But just then, roar! Suddenly an earth-shaking bellow resounded. Then a qilin radiating 5-colored auspicious light suddenly burst forth from Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Its colossal body was like a moving mountain, its powerful limbs rippling with muscles brimming with boundless strength. Every scale on the qilin shimmered with a metallic luster, each one seemingly containing the laws of heaven. Its broad back seemed to bear the majesty of the immortal mountain. As its thick tail lashed, gale-force winds howled and clouds rolled and unfurled. Its eyes blazed like burning crimson flames. After a thunderous roar, it spread its enormous wings and soared upward, charging straight at all who dared to invade. The golden-eyed fire fox, the azure sea flood dragon, and the sky-soaring phoenix in the sky instinctively retreated. This qilin was too terrifying, they could not oppose it. In the distance, countless disciples of the immortal sects clicked their tongues in astonishment. Thais is actually the ancient ancestor of the Qingfeng immortal sect, the mountain-protecting qilin. Terrible. Wasn't it said that the mountain-protecting qilin had long perished? Why is it still alive? Damn it. With this qilin here, it's impossible for us to attack Qingfeng immortal sect. I hate this. The ancient divine cocoon actually fell into the hands of the Qingfeng immortal sect. Is this the will of heaven? Once they have the ancient divine cocoon, the Qingfeng immortal sect will definitely dominate the Daqing immortal domain in no time. Hateful. In a deep, tranquil forest, sunlight filtered through dense branches and leaves casting dappled shadows. A beautiful immortal maiden stood gracefully dressed in a light purple celestial gown. Its hem swayed gently with the breeze like a blooming violet. The fairy's eyes were clear as water. At this moment, she was intently studying a divine cocoon before her. The cocoon emitted a mysterious glow as if containing endless secrets within. Over the past few days, several venerable masters of the Qingfeng immortal sect had tried, yet none could uncover the mystery of the divine cocoon. But one person actually managed to resonate with it. That person was none other than immortal Nian. Behind her, many mighty figures of the immortal realm stood quietly, their expressions solemn, whispering among themselves. How strange. This divine cocoon that came from the ancient celestial gate only approaches Nian alone. She brought it back, so naturally it only gets close to her. We need only wait quietly. At that moment, immortal Nian slowly extended her jade-like hand and gently touched the divine cocoon in front of her. Suddenly, a series of thumping sounds came from within the divine cocoon, as if something had stirred. The faint glow instantly intensified. It's moving. Is the divine cocoon about to break open? I wonder if there is a human inside, and if so, what cultivation level it has reached. I think at least the immortal lord realm. No, I believe that once this cocoon breaks, it will surely be a Deluo golden immortal. At that moment, the divine cocoon began to tremble slightly, and fine cracks appeared on its surface. As the trembling intensified, the cracks spread rapidly, as if a powerful force was about to break. Immortal Nian instinctively held her breath. The mighty figures behind her also ceased their murmuring. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the transforming divine cocoon. However, at the critical moment, the cracks on the divine cocoon stopped spreading. What's going on? Why did it stop? Is it not emerging? A female venerable stepped forward. With snow-white hair and skin as fair as snow, yet 2 horns on her head, she looked like a princess emerging from the dragon palace. As she spoke, she suddenly formed hand seals and shot a tremendous immortal art at the divine cocoon. However, this art held no offensive power. Rather, it was a nourishing divine remedy that could benefit others. Don't, shouted Shangwan Xinji. The other venerables also called out to stop her, fearing that the female venerable might harm the divine cocoon. But the female venerable was far too quick. Before anyone could stop her, her immortal art had already struck the divine cocoon. At that instant, everyone held their breath once more. It's working. Look. It seems there's a human inside. Everyone hurriedly leaned in to observe close, but the surface of the divine cocoon was too clouded. The nourishing immortal art had merely wiped away a tiny bit of dirt, making it impossible to tell whether it was a human or some other creature. Quick, continue nourishing it. Summon all the venerables of the sect. The upper echelons of the immortal sect grew anxious. They intended to use every nourishing immortal art they had to force the divine cocoon to break open. In a haze, Chen Nian felt as if an eternity had passed. He vaguely sensed that he was wrapped in something and was being carried somewhere at great speed. Only after everything quieted down did his consciousness begin to recover. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with pitch darkness and sticky liquid all around him. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be inside a cocoon. He was greatly shocked. At first he thought he had transmigrated into the egg of some giant bird. But as his consciousness cleared, he realized that it was the ancient immortal sect that had placed him inside the cocoon to protect him. Because he was merely at the Qianquan 18 realm, if he were exposed to the immortal world, he would probably be shattered by its terrifying pressure. In the following days, Chen Nian gradually learned that he had arrived at a sect named the Qingfeng Immortal. Moreover, because of his appearance, the entire immortal domain had been thrown into chaos. To fight over him, many immortal sects had been directly destroyed. Chen Nian was taken aback. As a mortal who had traversed the ancient heaven's gate into the immortal realm, he found himself being fought over by those lofty immortals as if he were a primordial divine treasure. What surprised him even more was that so many immortals had fallen because of their attempts to seize him. Chen Nian almost wanted to laugh. If those immortals ever learned that he was merely a mortal from the mortal world, what expressions would they wear? Over the past few days, through the conversations of the immortals around him, he had gained some understanding of the Qingfeng Immortal sect, where he now found himself. The Qingfeng Immortal sect, located in the Daqing Immortal domain, was a first-rate sect within that domain. The strongest figure within the sect was the sect master. Beneath the sect master were several venerables. These individuals held no specific office in the sect, but were responsible for guarding the sect year-round, forming its backbone of power. Some time ago, when the Qingfeng Immortal sect was hunted by numerous sects of the immortal domain and the 4 primordial ferocious beasts, it was these venerables who acted in time, setting up grand formations to hold back the pursuers. Had these venerables not existed, the entire Qingfeng Immortal sect would likely have been razed to the ground by now, and he himself would probably have been seized by some other force. Apart from the venerables guarding the sect, the Qingfeng Immortal sect also possessed a guardian Qilan. This guardian Qilan was exceptionally fearsome, rumored to hail from ancient times. The other sects of the immortal domain had all believed the guardian Qilan had long since perished. Yet unexpectedly in this battle, the guardian Qilan suddenly appeared and single-handedly fought against the 4 primordial ferocious beasts. Besides the protective forces, the Qingfeng Immortal sect also had a body of elders. Shangguan Xinji was one such elder. Below them were the core disciples, those with extraordinary talent whom the sect focused on nurturing, such as Fairy Nan. Naturally, beneath the core disciples were the ordinary disciples. Below the ordinary disciples were the outer disciples. Here they come again. Chen Nian peered through the fissure in the cocoon at the venerable outside, who resembled a princess of the Dragon Palace. The immortal power that this venerable had just released had directly catapulted Chen Nian's cultivation from the 18th realm of Qianquan all the way to the Void Cave realm. Now that venerable was coming again. And this time the venerable was not alone. Behind her appeared over a dozen venerables and more than 100 elders. They were about to forcibly pour immortal power into him. Although Chen Nian relished such opportunities to raise his cultivation, he was also terrified of being burst apart. So many immortals releasing their immortal power simultaneously and having it all flood into his body. Honestly, the very thought was horrifying. But at this moment, Chen Nian had no choice at all. Today we must break it open and see just who this treasure within the primordial divine cocoon truly is. If a primordial divine being has truly descended into the world, our Qingfeng Immortal sect must spare no resource in nurturing them. Together, break. Before the divine cocoon, the venerables stood in a single line. They formed hand seals and unleashed endless celestial arts which surged toward the divine cocoon. Besides them, over 100 elders also struck with all their might. Even Lin Shouxin, the sect master of the Qingfeng Immortal sect, arrived in person. Countless dazzling beams of celestial art gathered like a sea of stars, converging into a magnificent ocean of energy. This boundless power of celestial arts ceaselessly nourished the enormous divine cocoon. As the celestial arts clashed against it, the divine cocoon seemed to respond, radiating a mysterious radiance. Across its surface, countless runes appeared to drift, each one imbued with profound power. Then the celestial arts seeped thread by thread into the interior of the divine cocoon. As within the divine cocoon, Chen Nian had expected that such an immense convergence of celestial arts from so many immortals would be impossible for him to withstand. But to his surprise, after the celestial arts passed through the complex runes on the cocoon's surface, they became extraordinarily gentle. No matter how vast the celestial energy, it inflicted not the slightest harm on him. Instead, it lavishly nourished him. Bathed in that immense nurturing energy, Chen Nian felt euphoric throughout his entire body. This sensation was immeasurably more blissful than soaking in spiritual fluid. His cultivation was soaring at an incredible speed. The might of the celestial arts was simply unmatched. After only a short period of immersion, Chen Nian's cultivation directly broke through from the first realm of Void Cave to the 8th realm of Void Cave. And this was only the beginning. Chen Nian's cultivation continued to break through as if there were no end in sight. 10th realm of Void Cave. 11th realm of Void Cave. 18th realm of Void Cave. Is it over? Chen Nian let out a long breath, believing his cultivation would finally come to a halt. But unexpectedly, with a thunderous boom exploding within his body, Chen Nian's cultivation directly leapt in a single step to the heaven-opening realm. Terrifying outside, time flowed slowly on. Under the continuous nourishment, the divine cocoon began to tremble. At first, the trembling was like ripples brushing across a lake's surface, subtle and barely perceptible. But as time passed, the amplitude of the trembling gradually grew. It was as if the life within the divine cocoon was struggling fiercely to break free from its bonds, desperate to emerge from the chrysalis. It's about to break open. Hold fast, everyone. Sect Master Lin Shouxin said in a soft but firm voice. The venerables and elders behind him began to pour in even greater power. At last, amid a burst of dazzlingly brilliant light, a tremendous crack appeared on the shell of the divine cocoon, accompanied by a sharp crack sound. Everyone present was overwhelmed with excitement. The divine cocoon was finally about to break open. Sect Master Lin Shouxin dared not even blink, his gaze fixed intently on the crack that had appeared on the divine cocoon, eager to see what kind of divine being would emerge from within. Of course, neither he nor any of the immortals present could ever have imagined that within this divine cocoon there was no divine being at all, no primordial god, but merely a mortal from the mortal world. Just then another crack sound rang out. The massive crack that had appeared earlier swiftly spread outward, and before long it covered the entire divine cocoon like a spider's web. Then with a crisp shattering sound, the outer shell of the divine cocoon completely broke apart. It's broken. It's finally broken open. Heaven has bestowed a primordial divine being upon our Qingfeng immortal sect. Thanks be to the heavenly Tao. Our Qingfeng immortal sect is about to rise completely. The crowd cheered. The next second, every gaze fell upon the interior of the fully shattered divine cocoon. A dazzling light mist slowly dissipated. From within the shattered rift, the first thing that came into view was a young man in a Taoist robe, his eyes tightly shut, deep in slumber. A host of immortals all crowded around to observe him closely. The young man's countenance was serene and peaceful. At this moment, he seemed to be immersed in a beautiful dream, sleeping soundly. The mysterious runes embroidered on his Taoist robe shimmered with enchanting luster under the glow of immortal magic. The immortals were all dumbfounded. The young man's hair cascaded down both shoulders like a black waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze of immortal magic. His skin was as fair as jade, radiating a soft and gentle glow. His eyelashes trembled slightly, as if he sensed the changes of the world in his dream. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, as if he were experiencing this extraordinary adventure in his sleep. At this moment, the entire immortal realm seemed to fall into silence, as if all of heaven and earth were waiting for his awakening. Do not speak, do not wake him. The sect master Lin Shouxin, dressed in a snow-white robe, said softly. Behind him, the venerable masters and elders nodded one after another, their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed at the young man in the Taoist robe. Quickly have someone clean Tianzi Peak, said Lin Shouxin. Hearing this, all the venerable masters and elders were startled. You see, Tianzi Peak was the tallest and grandest peak of the Qingfeng immortal sect. It had originally been prepared for the sect's holy son, but since the sect had never established the position of holy son, it had remained vacant. Countless core disciples had dreamed day and night of taking residence on Tianzi Peak and becoming the holy son of the Qingfeng immortal sect. Yet they never expected. Today the sect master had granted Tianzi Peak to this youth who had broken out of the divine cocoon without the slightest hesitation. However, everyone present had no objection to this decision whatsoever. After all, this was a divine being who had emerged from the primordial heavenly gate. A divine being taking up residence on Tianzi Peak was simply the honor of the Qingfeng immortal sect. Soon a venerable master personally led a group of elders to Tianzi Peak. Yingnan, from now on I entrust him to you. You must care for him meticulously and await his awakening. Lin Shouxin then said to Fairy Yingnan. Fairy Yingnan was extremely excited, pressing her jade hand against her heaving chest and taking several deep breaths. Then she nodded repeatedly and said, Grandmaster, please rest assured. Yingnan will definitely take good care of the divine being. After that, Lin Shouxin waved his hand. A majestic surge of immortal energy swept forth, carrying the slumbering Chen Nian and rushing rapidly toward Tianzi Peak. Just then Shangwan Xinji hurried over with several elders. Sect master, people from the Xingyue Immortal Valley are here. Although the Qingfeng immortal sect was not weak in the Daqing immortal domain, there was still a significant gap between it and the Xingyue immortal valley. Longling take the primordial divine being to Tianzi Peak first. Lin Shouxin waved his hand, entrusting the slumbering Chen Nian to the venerable master who resembled a dragon palace princess. Venerable Longling immediately nodded in agreement, then carefully took the sleeping Chen Nian. Accompanied by several venerable masters and dozens of elders, Venerable Longling bore Chen Nian and soared straight up, heading toward Tianzi Peak. Activate the grand formation of Tianzi Peak. From this moment on, no one may trespass on Tianzi Peak. Violators shall be executed without mercy. Dispatch 10 venerable masters and 30 elders to guard Tianzi Peak together. Lin Shouxin issued the order. Immediately, several venerable masters and elders behind him rushed toward Tianzi Peak. Sect Master, what about the Xingyue Immortal Valley? Shangwan Xinji asked. Lin Shuxin's deep eyes pierced straight into the heavens, and he gently swept the white jade whisk in his hand. In an instant, the earth rumbled and thundered. All venerable masters and elders, protect the sect. Call upon the mountain-protecting Qilin to act. In that moment, the entire Qingfeng immortal sect stirred into action. Apart from the venerable masters and elders guarding Tianzi Peak, everyone else rose into the air and began setting up formations as if facing a great enemy. Rumble. The Qingfeng immortal mountain shook with a loud roar. The sect protecting Qilin, huge as a mountain, charged out from the dense forest. Its colossal eyes glared at the heavens as if warning those intruders. Ha ha ha. Brother Shouxin, I Dongqing merely came as a guest, yet you have activated the sect protecting grand formation and even brought out the mountain protecting Qilin. Is this not a little excessive? Accompanied by a sound wave, the originally azure blue sky was suddenly enveloped by a strange radiance. The light came from far away like a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, carrying boundless oppressive might and a mysterious aura. As the light drew near, the crowd finally saw that it was an immortal in a celestial robe flying through the air. Powerful waves of immortal energy radiated from his body, brilliant and dazzling, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. If Chen Nian were here, he would surely recognize this person. He was Su Dongqing, the immortal projection, who had once manipulated the celestial children in the upper realm of Azure Star to destroy thousands of continents in the lower realms. It was also he who from the upper realm extended a giant hand and took away the little junior sister along with. It was still he who back then had manipulated a celestial hand with a remnant soul to chase after Chen Nian's daughter. If not for the dragon ancestors' desperate battle against him, Chen Nian's daughter and even Chen Nian's daughter, the Lingxiao Empress, might ultimately have been taken away by him. Dongqing immortal lord, long time no see. Lin Shouxin, his stature was imposing, his countenance cold and stern, and his eyes carried sharpness and arrogance, as if everything in the world was under his control. But at this moment, seeing the activated grand formation of the Qingfeng immortal sect, and the sect protecting Qilin glaring coldly at him, he could only let go of any intention of forcing his way through, and instead faced Lin Shouxin with a smile. Brother Shouxin, since I Dongqing have already come, why not invite me in for a chat? Su Dongqing said with a smile. Lin Shouxin stroked his beard and responded calmly, I am truly sorry. Our sect has recently had a major event and has closed its gates. Please come another day, Dongqing immortal lord. Oh, is it because of the primordial divine cocoon? Su Dongqing's expression changed slightly. The Xingyue immortal valley was far stronger than the Qingfeng immortal sect. Therefore, Lin Shuxin's direct refusal stirred anger within Su Dongqing. Lin Shouxin did not answer Su Dongqing's question. Instead, he fixed his eyes on him and then smiled. Dongqing immortal lord, have you encountered a powerful opponent recently? Why has your cultivation realm dropped? Upon hearing these words, Su Dongqing's expression turned even more grim. Previously, a projection of himself had been slain in the mortal world by a detestable fellow, causing his cultivation realm to drop and plunging him into utter humiliation. Unexpectedly, Lin Shouxin now had the audacity to speak of this matter directly to his face. This filled Su Dongqing with boundless rage. He truly wished he could descend to the mortal world in his true body and crush that accursed mortal to pieces. Su Dongqing gnashed his teeth, knowing that if Lin Shouxin ever learned that his realm had dropped because he had suffered a humiliating defeat in the mortal world, that old bastard would surely mock him endlessly. Thus he casually fabricated an excuse. Recently, while roaming the desolate wilds of the immortal domain, I encountered several ancient primordial beasts and fought until I was exhausted. That is why I am in this state. Oh, I see. If that is so, then immortal lord Dongqing should return and recuperate. Once you have fully recovered, you may visit my Qingfeng immortal sect. Lin Shouxin said bluntly. Su Dongqing could barely contain himself and asked, Brother Shouxin, do you not intend to invite me in even for a brief conversation? Suddenly Lin Shouxin waved his hand. Behind him the great protective formation hummed, and even the mountain's eyes guardian Qilin raised its head, its massive eyes sweeping fiercely towards Su Dongqing. As you can see, immortal Lord Dongqing, with your current cultivation realm, I fear you cannot enter my Qingfeng immortal sect, Lin Shouxin said with a smile. You. Now that Lin Shouxin had laid it all out in the open, shame washed over him, and he felt he had no face left to show. Very well, then we shall speak another day. With that, Su Dongqing fiercely flicked his sleeves, turned around, and strode through the air. Amid swirling immortal mist, a disciple asked, Immortal Lord, are we simply returning like this? A disciple said from behind Su Dongqing. Gnashing his teeth, Su Dongqing replied, What else can we do? But the protective formation of the Qingfeng immortal sect is so powerful, and with that guardian Qilin watching covetously, if we were to force our way in, it would likely end in mutual destruction. But if the Qingfeng immortal sect succeeds in hatching that divine cocoon, everything will be too late. Immortal Lord, if worst comes to worst, why not ask the ancestral immortal to intervene? Yes, Immortal Lord. If the ancestral immortal makes a move, he will surely break the Qingfeng immortal sect's protective formation and defeat its guardian Qilin. The disciples behind him spoke one after another. Su Dongqing's expression was exceedingly grim. Clenching his teeth, he said in a low voice, The ancestral immortal is at a critical moment in seclusion, and the sect master and the others are handling matters in other immortal domains. Regarding the divine cocoon, we can only rely on ourselves. If it truly comes to that, we can only wait for the Holy Maiden to descend. The Holy Maiden. Ahem. Immortal Lord, she is merely a lowly mortal who came from the mortal world. Even if she possesses the legendary ice crystal jade bone, how could she grow strong in such a short time? What do you know? The ice crystal jade bone is formed from an ancient divine body. Among millions upon millions of immortals, it is rare to find even one. As long as it is carefully nurtured, it will surely take shape very quickly. When the time comes, once the ice crystal jade bone is unleashed, the small Qingfeng immortal sect, will collapse without a fight. Let's go. Gather all venerables and elders at Huixian Valley. From today onward, focus all efforts on nurturing the ice crystal jade bone. Yes, Immortal Lord. From that day onward, the protective formation of the Qingfeng immortal sect was never shut off again. The guardian Qilin also patrolled near the sect gate at all times. Anyone who dared approach the Qingfeng immortal sect would be driven off for minor offenses or blasted to death for grave ones. Qingfeng immortal sect, Tianzi Peak. It was a mountain peak towering into the clouds like a colossal pillar reaching to the heavens, radiating endless mystery and majesty. On the summit, magnificent residences were scattered in elegant arrangement with carved beams and painted rafters shrouded in immortal mist, like a celestial palace. The entire mountain was enveloped by a powerful peak-protecting formation, an indestructible barrier that, like a massive mystical ward, tightly sealed the whole mountain within. The formation was personally guarded by several venerables and elders. With solemn expressions and piercing eyes, they emanated powerful auras that kept others at bay. Disciples passing by, whether core or ordinary, were deeply shaken by the sight. Many whispered among themselves, Our Qingfeng immortal sect hasn't been on such high alert for many years. I wonder if we can survive this. Don't worry. The primordial divine cocoon has already fallen into our hands, and I heard it has hatched. An ancient primordial divine being has emerged from it. Really? With an ancient primordial divine being here, our Qingfeng immortal sect will forever be undefeated. Elsewhere, a group of beautiful female disciples with graceful figures gathered together. Their fair eyes sparkled with curiosity and longing. Lifting their heads slightly, they gazed at the mist-shrouded summit, secretly imagining what the legendary ancient primordial divine being might look like. I bet that ancient primordial divine being must have a towering stature, like a lofty mountain, inspiring awe in all who behold him, said a pretty female disciple in a soft voice. Another female disciple in a pink dress took over, speaking in a soft, dreamy voice. Perhaps he has eyes as brilliant as the stars. With a single glance, he can perceive the mysteries of all things in the world. I think the ancient primordial divine being must radiate endless auspicious light from his whole body. I truly wish that one day I could witness the splendor of the ancient primordial divine being with my own eyes. I really envy senior sister Nian. She gets to attend to the divine being personally. She is so lucky. Inside the magnificent residence on Tianzi Peak, a fairy maiden in a purple dress was attending solicitously to the young man in Taoist robes lying on the bed. Strange. I don't sense any special aura from him. Not even a trace of immortal energy. He seems as ordinary as a mortal. Nian murmured to herself. Then her beautiful eyes drifted to the features of the Taoist-robed young man. After gazing for a while, she blushed slightly and said, However, this ancient primordial divine being is really handsome. Nian was somewhat entranced. Resting her chin on one fair jade-like hand, she leaned over the bedside, staring fixedly at the young man's face. She seemed to forget time and everything else. Suddenly, the Taoist-robed young man slowly opened his eyes. Their gazes met. Instinctively, Nian stood up and looked elsewhere. Her face turned even redder. Young lady, why have you been staring at me all this while? Could it be that you intend to harm me? The Taoist-robed young man said slowly. The young man in Taoist robes was none other than Chen Nian. The moment he woke up, he saw a beautiful celestial maiden propping her chin on her hand, staring intently at him. Startled, he blurted out those words without thinking. "Oh, Divine One, please calm your wrath. I swear I never intended to harm you in the slightest." Ying Nan's heart tightened with panic, and she knelt straight down before Chen Nian. Chen Nian was startled as well. He too had never imagined that one day even the lofty immortals high above would kneel before him. "Rise, celestial maiden. I was only joking with you just now," Chen Nian said with a smile. Ying Nan raised her head and looked at Chen Nian in slight bewilderment. She was deeply puzzled. This primordial Divine One was unbelievably handsome, and his temper was surprisingly pleasant as well. "Divine One, are you truly not angry?" Ying Nan stood up while blinking her big eyes at Chen Nian. Chen Nian smiled. "Why would I be angry? Besides, I am not a Divine One at all. I am merely a mortal who came from the mortal realm." "Oh. Ahem. Divine One, you really do enjoy joking. Please wait for a moment. I will go at once to report this to the elders and the venerable ones." With that, Ying Nan turned and left, leaving behind only a fragrant breeze. Chen Nian carefully examined his current surroundings. This was a bedroom in the immortal realm. The entire room was filled with drifting ethereal immortal mist. An ordinary person needed only to take a single breath of it to have their sinews washed, their marrow purified, their lifespan extended, and all their ailments swept away. The bedroom floor was paved with warm, lustrous jade-like immortal crystals. The moment Chen Nian stepped out of bed and placed the soles of his feet on them, he could feel surging immortal spiritual energy rushing into his body through the soles of his feet. It made his whole body feel extraordinarily comfortable, and his cultivation advanced without cease. At that moment, an enormous immortal painting on the opposite wall caught Chen Nian's attention. The painting depicted a grand scene of the immortal realm. Immortal cranes soared through the air and colorful clouds danced. The flora and fauna within it did not seem frozen at all, but were all moving slowly. Beside the window, several pots of rare immortal herbs were arranged, each exuding a strange, wondrous fragrance. Chen Nian took a deep breath and suddenly felt his mind become clear and pure. This fragrance seemed able to make one forget all worries. Qingfeng Immortal Sect Council Hall. This was a grand hall that rose high into the clouds, as if it were connected to the heavens. Enormous stone pillars towered between heaven and earth, carved with ancient and mysterious immortal patterns. The hall was studded with countless resplendent gems, which glittered like stars in the night sky and radiated dazzling light. At the very front of the hall, Sect Master Lin Shouxin sat cross-legged. He held a jade horsetail whisk in his hand, his eyes lightly closed, while a dense, profound, immortal aura slowly swirled across his somewhat aged face. Below the dais, the venerable ones sat in 2 rows. Sect Master. According to our investigation, the Sect Master of the Xingyue Immortal Valley and several of its venerable ones have all gone to other immortal domains. They seem to be handling some important matter, otherwise the one who came this time would not have been merely Su Dongqing. A venerable one rose to his feet and said. At this moment, another venerable one stood up. Sect Master, according to the investigations of our disciples outside the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society have already sent out their people. It will not be long before they arrive. Once those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire great hall became oppressive. In the Daqing Immortal Domain, there were 3 top-tier powers: the Xingyue Immortal Valley, the Shenlong Immortal Palace, and the Mingwang Immortal Society. Among these 3 top-tier powers, the Xingyue Immortal Valley was slightly weaker, while the Mingwang Immortal Society was the strongest. As for how the Qingfeng Immortal Sect compared to these 3 top-tier powers, it could already be seen from the earlier confrontation between Sect Master Lin Shouxin and Su Dongqing. If not for Su Dongqing's cultivation realm having fallen, he would probably have already forced his way into the Qingfeng Immortal Sect. And Su Dongqing was merely an elder of the Xingyue Immortal Valley. A single Su Dongqing from the Xingyue Immortal Valley is already enough to give us a headache, and now the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society have also come. What are we supposed to do now? If they launch a full-scale assault, I fear even the Qilin guarding our mountain will suffer a catastrophe. What should we do? For a moment, the entire council hall was filled with clamorous noise. Some had even begun to suggest simply throwing the primordial divine cocoon out and letting the Xingyue Immortal Valley, the Shenlong Immortal Palace, and the Mingwang Immortal Society fight over it, so as to preserve the Qingfeng Immortal Sect. At this moment, even Sect Master Lin Shouxin could not make up his mind. If it had only been the Xingyue Immortal Valley, he might still have been able to clash with it heating. But now people from the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society had all arrived. With the Qingfeng Immortal Sect's current strength, it simply could not withstand them. One had to remember that the Sect Masters and Venerable Ones of the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society were all present in full force. Any one of their venerable ones could step forward and sweep through the entire Qingfeng immortal sect with ease. Sect Master, make your decision. We cannot sacrifice our entire Qingfeng immortal sect for a single primordial divine cocoon. That's right, Sect Master. If we don't decide now, it will be too late. Everyone chimed in one after another. After a long while, Lin Shouxin let out a deep sigh and raised his head. Just as he was about to speak, a figure in purple robes suddenly dashed in from outside. The newcomer was none other than Nian. Nian, this is the council hall. Disciples are not allowed to barge in. What are you doing? Elder Shangwan Xinji immediately rebuked her. The faces of the venerable ones all turned rather unpleasant. This disciple was simply too undisciplined. Following that, they immediately released their oppressive auras. They froze Nian, who had just been about to speak, in place, leaving her completely motionless and unable to utter a single sound. At that moment, Sect Master Lin Shouxin waved his withered hand to signal everyone not to get too excited, then looked at Nian and said, Nian, what is it? Lin Shouxin's voice was clearly trembling with excitement. He knew Nian's character well. This girl had always been disciplined. If it were not for something major, she would never have dared to burst into the council hall without permission. Moreover, he had assigned Nian to watch over the primordial divine one. For her to come rushing over in such a hurry, now could it be that something had happened to the primordial divine one? The more Lin Shouxin thought, the more excited he became. It was then that the venerable ones finally withdrew the oppressive auras they had released, allowing Nian the ability to speak. Nian immediately shouted, Master. Sect Master. The primordial divine one has awakened. Boom. The news she brought exploded through the entire council hall like a thunderclap. The venerable ones and elders who had been grim-faced only moments ago all rose to their feet in intense excitement. What? The primordial divine one has awakened. Nian, you'd better not be joking. Huh. Since the primordial divine one has awakened, then why the hell should we be afraid of the Shenlong Immortal Palace or the Mingwang Immortal Society? Go and spread the word. Tell the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society to crawl the hell back to where they came from. Otherwise, the Qingfeng Immortal Sect will make them die without even knowing how. For a moment, all the venerables and elders in the assembly hall became spirited. What kind of existence was the primordial divine being? That was the primordial divine cocoon nurtured within the primordial heavenly gate. According to legend, a person transformed from the primordial divine cocoon would at the very least be an immortal lord or a Daluo golden immortal at birth. In the Daqing immortal domain, the sect masters of first-rate sects had only immortal lord cultivation. Qingfeng Immortal Sect was one of those first-rate sects. That day when the primordial heavenly gate suddenly opened, all the nearby sects moved. Most of those that appeared were second-rate or third-rate sects. Only a few were first-rate sects like Qingfeng Immortal Sect. Qingfeng Immortal Sect stood out among first-rate sects, and with the blessing of the guardian mountain Qilin and the sect-protecting grand formation, it managed to seize the primordial divine cocoon. Of course, above the first-rate sects, the Daqing Immortal Domain also had three top-tier sects. They were Xingyue Immortal Valley, Shenlong Immortal Palace, and Mingwang Immortal Society. These three sects were unprecedentedly powerful. It was said that their sect masters had already reached the mystic immortal cultivation, and even the venerables within their sects were all uniformly immortal lords. When the primordial heavenly gate opened that day, the reason these three top-tier sects did not appear was that their strongholds were mostly in the fertile regions of the Daqing Immortal Domain. The place where the primordial heavenly gate opened, however, belonged to the bitter cold lands of the Daqing. So when the three top-tier sects learned the news and rushed over, it was already too late. Sect Master, since the primordial divine being has awakened, we have nothing to fear. As long as we spread this news, Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal Society will surely back off. Ha ha ha, with the primordial divine being awakening, our Qingfeng Immortal Sect has gained an immortal lord at once. With luck, perhaps even a Daluo golden immortal. Tisk tisk, if it is truly a Daluo golden immortal, then the primordial divine being only needs one slap to swat those dogs from Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal Society to death. Inside the assembly hall, the heavy atmosphere had already vanished. At this moment, all of them, their faces were flushed with excitement, and they could not wait to clash with Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal Society. On the main seat, Lin Shouxin, who had seemed rather old, also became several hundred years younger in that instant. Good. Released the news immediately, saying that the primordial divine being has awakened. Let Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal Society retreat in the face of adversity. Lin Shouxin declared, striking the table. In no time, several elders flew out to spread the news everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Shouxin hurried over to Fairy Yingnan and said joyfully, Yingnan, tell me, what did the primordial divine being say after awakening? At this, all the venerables and elders in the assembly hall turned their gazes toward Yingnan in unison. Yingnan, graceful and unflustered, recounted all the conversations she had with Chen Nian after he awakened. In particular, she emphasized the part where Chen Nian said he was merely immortal. This immediately left the immortals in the assembly hall dumbfounded. What? Immortal? Ingnan, did you hear wrong? He is the primordial divine being transformed from the divine cocoon that emerged from the primordial heavenly gate. How could he be merely immortal? Ahem. Elder Chanfa, how can you be so naive? That is called modesty, understand? Ha ha ha, so that is it. The primordial divine being even knows humility. It seems he has already accepted our Qingfeng immortal sect. Our Qingfeng immortal sect finally has hope. Just at that moment, boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds suddenly echoed from the sky above. Outside the door, a disciple immediately reported Sect Master Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal Society have arrived. The disciple had barely finished reporting when several more disciples rushed in. Sect Master Qingfeng Immortal Sect has been surrounded by Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal. Sect Master, the people of Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal Society are too numerous. They stretch dark and endless like ants in the sky with no end in sight. Sect Master. To be honest, if this had happened normally, all the venerables and elders of Qingfeng Immortal Sect would probably have been frightened senseless, and even the Sect Master would have knelt to greet these two top-tier immortal sects. But now things were different. The upper echelons of Qingfeng Immortal Sect, knowing that the primordial divine being had awakened, heard that the two top-tier sects were making such a grand show of force to attack them. Instead of being the least bit afraid, one by one they grew excited. Welcome. Today is the day our Qingfeng Immortal Sect makes a name throughout the Daqing Immortal Domain. What is Shenlong Immortal Palace? What is Mingwang Immortal Society? As long as the primordial divine being is here, I guarantee they will never return, and I guarantee they will bow down to our Qingfeng Immortal Sect in submission from now on. The elders and venerables left the assembly hall, laughing, soaring toward the sky. Sect Master Lin Shouxin likewise transformed into a beam of light, with a flushed face, and shot straight into the clouds. They did not look as if they were going to battle, rather they seemed to be heading to a banquet. These days Qingfeng Immortal Sect had been very peaceful. Yet on this very day that tranquility was shattered by a sudden murderous aura. At the distant horizon, the forces of Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal Society surged like tidal waves, blotting out the sun and covering the sky. The disciples of Shenlong Immortal Palace wore magnificent brocade robes radiating strange glows as they rode all kinds of divine beasts, their draconic might sweeping forth, and their presence intimidating. The members of Mingwang Immortal Society meanwhile exuded a sinister aura. Clad entirely in black martial attire and holding various magic treasures, each of them wore fierce predatory looks. No sooner had they arrived than the disciples of Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal Society launched a direct assault on Qingfeng Immortal Sect. Instantly battle cries soared to the heavens. The disciples of Shenlong Immortal Palace struck first, unleashing powerful immortal arts. Lightning interwove and flames blazed as they battered Qingfeng Immortal Sect's sect-protecting grand formation. The Mingwang Immortal Society members refused to be outdone. They summoned sinister magic treasures, spreading black miasma that tried to corrode Qingfeng Immortal Sect's defenses. Under such ferocious attacks, Qingfeng Immortal Sect's grand protection formation trembled violently, its light flickering uncertainly. The disciples within wore grave expressions, yet there was not a trace of fear in their eyes. At that moment, immortal friends of Shenlong and Mingwang, why do you attack our Qingfeng Immortal Sect without distinguishing right from wrong? What exactly is the reason? Just then a long, resonant voice suddenly emanated from within Qingfeng Immortal Sect. Dong! A resonant bell tolled from the depths of the Qingfeng Immortal Sect. In the next moment, several figures shot into the sky, led by none other than the Sect Master Lin Shouxin. Lin Shouxin appeared ethereal in his flowing white robes and immortal aura about him. In his left hand he held a jade horsetail whisk, and in his right a radiant immortal sword that dazzled with brilliant light. Behind him, the venerable elders and core disciples unleashed their formidable power, surging forward to attack the disciples of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Celestial Assembly. One elder waved his hand, summoning howling gales that scattered the incoming flames and lightning. Another elder cast forth a string of Buddhist prayer beads which instantly transformed into a massive barrier, holding back the corrosive black mist. The core disciples formed a sword formation, sending waves of sword energy sweeping toward the enemy. Meanwhile, Lin Shouxin personally engaged the two venerable masters from the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Celestial Assembly. His body moved like lightning, his sword techniques fierce and relentless. Every strike seemed to carry the power to annihilate heaven and earth. For a time, the two venerable masters felt immense pressure, yet they refused to back down, unleashing every skill they possessed in battle against Lin Shouxin. In an instant, the sky blazed with dazzling radiance as the clash of immortal arts and magical treasures thundered deafeningly. The three factions plunged into a fierce melee, a breathtaking spectacle that seemed to tear the very heavens apart. Since each of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Celestial Assembly had sent only one venerable master, the rest of their forces were mostly ordinary disciples. Thus, they were soon driven back in defeat by the elders of the Qingfeng Immortal Sect. It was at that moment. Ha ha ha. A wild laugh suddenly echoed from the distant sky. A colossal dragon god cauldron appeared, upon which stood a man in a golden robe embroidered with dragon patterns. None other than Long Chen, the palace master of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace. At the same time, on the other side, a massive ghost wheel of the Nether appeared, radiating eerie black light, and surrounded by sinister mist that made one's blood run cold. Upon it stood Ming Yi, the master of the Nether King Celestial Assembly, clad in a black cape that fluttered in the wind, a figure of awe and dominance. A ferocious mask covered his face, revealing only a pair of eyes that gleamed with a ghostly blue light, cold and merciless. Impressive, Lin Shouxin. Over the years, you have built the Qingfeng Immortal Sect into such a formidable force that you could even repel the combined army of ordinary disciples from both my Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Celestial Assembly. Long Chen truly underestimated you. With that, Long Chen, clad in the golden dragon robe, leaped from the massive dragon god cauldron and in an instant stood before Lin Shouxin. Meanwhile, Ming Yi, the master of the Nether King Celestial Assembly, remained aboard the ghost wheel of the Nether, quietly observing the scene unfolding before him. Palace Master Long, might I ask why the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Celestial Assembly have brought such a mighty force to my Qingfeng Immortal Sect? Lin Shouxin asked, his expression calm and utterly unafraid. The venerable elders behind him were equally composed. There was no trace of fear on their faces. Instead, they seemed oddly excited. Long Chen paused, slightly taken aback by the Qingfeng Immortal Sect's reaction, which was not what he had expected. We have come for the primal divine cocoon. Just then, from afar, Ming Yi, standing upon the ghost wheel of the Nether, spoke in a sinister voice. Then he waved his hand. A mass of black energy surged forth, and in the next second a figure in black robes stood before Lin Shouxin. Lin Shouxin, hand over the primal divine cocoon, and we shall spare you. Otherwise, today will mark the annihilation of the Qingfeng Immortal Sect. Ming Yi said coldly. He then waved his hand again, and a vast oppressive nether energy descended upon the entire Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. The very next second, the once lush, verdant Qingfeng Immortal Mountain was engulfed in a layer of white frost. In that instant, the entire mountain seemed drained of all life. Beside him, Long Chen wore a cold sneer, his gaze sweeping over Lin Shouxin. Sect Master Lin, what is your decision? The moment his words fell. Ha ha ha. Lin Shouxin suddenly burst into laughter. He lightly flicked his jade whisk, dispelling the frost that shrouded the Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Then he said, Palace Master Long, Master Ming, I am truly sorry, but the Qingfeng Immortal Sect will not hand over the primal divine cocoon. His smile vanished abruptly. In that instant, Long Chen and Ming Yi's faces turned extremely grim. A dreadful, murderous intent began to surge wildly from both of them. Ming Yi struck first. He reached out and grabbed Lin Shouxin by the neck, lifting him up, and roared, You pitiful ant! How dare you defy the will of my Nether King Celestial Assembly? Very well. Today I will annihilate your Qingfeng Immortal Sect. Meanwhile, Long Chen waved his hand, and a colossal dragon appeared behind him. The dragon soared into the sky and breathed a massive stream of immortal fire down upon Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Roar! A tremendous dragon's roar resounded across the heavens. At the same time, a beast's bellow echoed as the protective Qilin of the Qingfeng Immortal Sect appeared, spewing a torrent of immortal water that extinguished the dragon's fire. Palace Master Long, Master Ming, please be patient. If you disturb the primal divine man, it would not end well. Should the primal divine man grow angry, both your Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and Nether King Celestial Assembly would face catastrophic destruction. Lin Shouxin suddenly spoke. The moment his words fell, Long Chen and Ming Yi's eyes snapped toward him simultaneously. They had already grasped everything from Lin Shouxin's words. Could it be that the primal divine cocoon had already hatched and the primal divine man within had awakened? No wonder Lin Shouxin was so confident. No wonder the entire Qingfeng Immortal Sect showed not a shred of fear toward the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Celestial Assembly. So that was it. Lin Shouxin has the primal divine man truly awakened. What cultivation level does he possess? Ming Yi released Lin Shouxin, his expression filled with disappointment. They were too late after all. Lin Shouxin caught his breath, then smiled. The primal divine man is a supreme being who emerged from the primal heavenly gate. I estimate he is at least a great Luo golden immortal. What? A great Luo golden immortal? Upon hearing this, both Long Chen and Ming Yi were greatly shocked. After all, even the two of them had only just touched the threshold of the mystic immortal realm. They had never imagined that the primal divine man having just been born would already be a formidable great Luo golden immortal. After all, they had only heard of the great Luo golden immortal, but had never truly seen one. They did not even know how powerful a great Luo golden immortal truly was. Above mystic immortal was golden immortal, and above golden immortal was that great Luo golden immortal. For a moment, Long Yichen and Ming Yi, who had been brimming with confidence moments before both, began to gasp heavily, their gazes turning in unison toward the immortal mountain of Qingfeng. They had no idea whether their earlier assault had angered that terrifying primeval deity. They were genuinely afraid that the ancient god might suddenly appear and crush them both with a single slap. In that case, we have indeed been presumptuous. Please forgive us, primeval deity. Long Yichen was the first to bow deeply toward the immortal mountain of Qingfeng, his voice trembling slightly. Beside him, Ming Yi also quickly dropped his arrogant demeanor and bowed repeatedly toward the mountain. We merely came to pay our respects. Please forgive us, primeval deity. After a long silence, seeing no reaction from the immortal mountain of Qingfeng, only then did the two let out a long breath. Turning to Lin Shouxin, they bowed together and said, Taoist Shouxin, please do not take today's events to heart. As a token of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace's apology, we present these immortal treasures to the immortal mountain of Qingfeng. Long Yichen waved his hand grandly. In the next instant, a sword flew out from his grasp, entirely translucent, carved, as if from pure crystal, with iridescent radiance flowing around its edge. The radiant phantom sword. A venerated elder of the Qingfeng immortal sect exclaimed in shock. This was a genuine immortal treasure. It was said that every swing of the radiant phantom sword could conjure countless shifting afterimages. Moreover, the blade concealed Long Yichen's unique sword technique capable of manifesting unpredictable illusory sword shadows in battle, trapping enemies in an endless dreamscape. Lin Shouxin was overjoyed. He had just been wondering what gift to offer the primeval deity. This radiant phantom sword could not have arrived at a better moment. Thank you, Palace Master Dragon. Rest assured, I will personally present this sword to the primeval deity. I believe he will be most pleased, Lin Shouxin said with a cupped fist salute. Hearing this, Long Yichen was delighted. If this sword truly reached the primeval deity's hands, it would be an immensely fortunate outcome. This meant that Long Yichen had established a connection with that great Luo golden immortal. Afterward, Long Yichen produced another item, a cauldron ordinary in appearance, yet boundless in inner mystery. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. This 9 revolutions cauldron is the founding treasure of my Divine Dragon Immortal Palace. Please accept it, Taoist Shouxin, and present it to the primeval deity together with the sword. Lin Shouxin was overcome with excitement. The 9 revolutions cauldron of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace. Who did not know of it? Though the cauldron appeared unremarkable, it had actually been forged from 9 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures able to withstand extreme heat without the slightest. When used to refine pills, the 9 revolutions cauldron not only absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also greatly enhanced the quality and success rate of the pills. Thank you, Palace Master Dragon. I am certain the primeval deity will be delighted. Lin Shouxin unceremoniously accepted both immortal treasures. Then he turned his gaze toward Ming Yi with an expectant look. His expression seemed to say, the Palace Master of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace has already made such a grand gesture. Surely you, the esteemed president of the Nether King Immortal Association, have something to offer as well. Ming Yi naturally understood Lin Shouxin's meaning. He glanced at the immortal mountain of Qingfeng, then let out a long sigh, and with a wave of his hand, an immortal ring immediately appeared in Lin Shouxin's hand. Taoist Shouxin, he said, within this ring are the Nether Ghost Eye and the Time-Space Fragment, both founding immortal treasures of my Nether King Immortal Association. Please present them to the primeval deity on our behalf. Lin Shouxin was overjoyed. This immortal ring was itself already a treasure. Even a first-rate sect like the Qingfeng Immortal Sect possessed only 1 or 2 such treasures. And amazingly, this immortal ring contained 2 more founding treasures of the Nether King Immortal Association. Who would have thought that Ming Yi of the Nether King Immortal Association would prove even more generous than Long Yichen of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace? Long Yichen and Ming Yi then bowed to Lin Shouxin together. Taoist Shouxin, we will take our leave here. We hope you might put in a few good words for us before the primeval deity. Surely. Lin Shouxin immediately returned the bow. Then Long Yichen and Ming Yi departed with their immortal sect disciples. This scene stunned the immortals from the various first-rate and second-rate sects watching from afar. In recent days, quite a few immortals from first-rate and second-rate sects had been observing the Qingfeng Immortal Sect from a distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of the primeval deity born from the primordial heavenly gate. Today, the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Association had jointly besieged the Qingfeng Immortal Sect, stirring the onlookers into great excitement. Everyone had assumed that the Qingfeng immortal sect would surely fall today. After all, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too vast, like clouds above and mud below. Yet no one had expected this. Whatever the Qingfeng immortal sect's master had said, the esteemed palace master of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the president of the Nether King Immortal Association had actually apologized to Lin Shouxin of their own accord, each offering astonishingly powerful immortal treasures as compensation. What on earth is going on? Could it be? Has the primeval deity nurtured within that primeval cocoon awakened? Oh my heavens! If I am not mistaken, that primeval deity must be utterly terrifying. Otherwise Long Yichen and Ming Yi would never have behaved this way. Remember, they are distinguished mystic immortals, the very ceiling of cultivation in our entire Daqing immortal domain. What cultivation realm do you think the primeval deity has? Could he be a terrifying existence beyond the mystic immortal realm immediately upon birth? I think it is entirely possible. Perhaps he is directly a golden immortal. Otherwise, why would the princess of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the president of the Nether King Immortal Association be so frightened? Born as a golden immortal, truly terrifying beyond measure. After the people of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Association withdrew, the entire Qingfeng immortal sect was filled with joyful celebration. From venerable elders and archons to ordinary disciples, everyone was thrilled beyond compare. Haha, this time our Qingfeng immortal sect is truly going to stand tall. Even the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Association have been scared off. Did you all see that? The palace master of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the president of the Nether King Immortal Association actually offered their founding immortal treasures just to apologize to our Qingfeng immortal sect. Haha, that was incredibly satisfying. Back then, how overbearing the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society were. Even their ordinary disciples dared to speak insolently to our elders and venerables. But now their palace master and society master have bowed their heads to our Qingfeng immortal sect. Do you know why all of this has happened? Tianzi Peak. I heard that the primordial deity on Tianzi Peak. Is that true? That is utterly astonishing. Tisk TSK. With the primordial deity awakened, our Qingfeng immortal sect is sure to burst right through the heavens. From now on, the entire Daqing immortal domain will be ours to command. Huh? Just streaks of rainbow light shot across the sky. Look, the sect master and all the venerables and elders are heading toward Tianzi Peak. Are they going to seek an audience with the primordial deity? I envy them so much. If I could also have the chance to meet the primordial deity, even once, that would be wonderful. Who knows what the primordial deity looks like? I can hardly wait. Inside the immortal chamber on Tianzi Peak, for some reason the air of the immortal realm was saturated with countless strands of information. After breathing it in for so long, Chen Nian finally managed to gain a basic understanding of the immortal realm. The immortal realm was divided into many great domains. The domain he now found himself in was called the Daqing Immortal Domain, and the Qingfeng immortal sect to which he belonged was a first-rate sect within it. A first-rate sect was already considered quite powerful in the Daqing Immortal Domain. As long as those three top-tier sects did not make a move, it could basically swagger across the entire Daqing Immortal Domain unchallenged. He had also learned about the cultivation system of the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, every newborn human was already at the immortal seeking realm. The immortal seeking realm was divided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and peak. After the immortal seeking realm, one could attain the lesser immortal rank. The lesser immortal rank likewise had 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and peak. After that came the middle immortal rank, and then the greater immortal rank. Once one surpassed the greater immortal rank, one could achieve the immortal lord realm. After the immortal lord came the mystic immortal realm. According to the information he now possessed, the ceiling of the Daqing immortal domain was none other than the masters of the 3 top sects: the Xingyue Immortal Valley, the Shenlong Immortal Palace, and the Mingwang Immortal Society, all of whom were in the mystic immortal realm. Chen Nian had also gained some understanding of the Qingfeng immortal sect. The sect master Lin Shouxin was at the immortal lord level. The venerables were mostly half-step immortal lords, and some had already achieved the immortal lord realm, but their foundation was unstable. The elders were mostly at the greater immortal rank, though a few were half-step immortal lords, such as Shangwan Xinji. The deacons were mostly at the middle immortal rank. The gap in cultivation among the disciples, however, was quite large. Some of the powerful core disciples had already reached the greater immortal rank, while the weaker ordinary disciples only had the cultivation of the immortal seeking realm. Ahem. In other words, with Chen Nian's current cultivation at the heaven-opening realm, he was not even qualified to become an ordinary disciple of the Qingfeng immortal sect, let alone a menial servant. He had no idea what kind of expressions these people would have when they discovered how weak Chen Nian was. To be honest, Chen Nian was feeling quite uneasy now. At that very moment, wave after wave of sounds that split the dawn suddenly rang out from the sky. There amid the swirling immortal mist, sect master Lin Shouxin of the Qingfeng immortal sect broke through the air with a crowd of venerables and elders. They stopped at the foot of Tianzi Peak, then kowtowed at every step. After a full 3 days and 3 nights, they finally arrived. With incomparably devout conviction, outside the immortal chamber at the peak, gently embraced by clouds and mist, Chen Nian's heart was filled with countless emotions. Before coming to the immortal realm, he had truly never imagined that he would be treated with such reverence by these immortals. This title of primordial deity truly made one want to laugh and cry. Outside the immortal chamber, all was still. Only the crisp rustle of the breeze through the bamboo and the long lingering cries of immortal cranes in the distance added a sacred atmosphere to this solemn place. Lin Shouxin knelt down first. The venerables and elders behind him also bent their knees one after another, their movements perfectly uniform. It was clear that at this moment they were filled with supreme reverence and solemnity. Honored primordial deity, the entire Qingfeng immortal sect has come before you with the most. You are the eternal light between heaven and earth, the guiding beacon of the immortal realm. Your power will illuminate the path we walk. Lin Shouxin's voice was low yet filled with strength, as if it could pierce through the clouds. Chen Nian laughed wryly to himself. Nevertheless, with neither servility nor arrogance, he stood up, opened the immortal chamber's door, and walked out. In that instant he appeared before the host of immortals. The immortals were all drenched in sweat, not one daring to raise his head. We pay homage to the primordial deity. Pay homage to the primordial deity. The immortals all chimed in. Chen Nian nodded, then said, there is no need for this. Rise all of you. We thank the primordial deity. The hearts of the immortals raced, and each one was inexpressibly excited. After all, this was the legendary primordial deity. They had thought that meeting the primordial deity would be a great ordeal, but who would have guessed that the primordial deity would be so approachable? Divine One, these are gifts presented to you by the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society. Please accept them. Sect Master Lin Shouxin stepped forward cautiously and handed Chen Nian the flowing light phantom, sword, the 9 revolution alchemy furnace, and that immortal ring one after another. In an instant, a vast majestic aura surged around Chen Nian. What formidable immortal treasures! Chen Nian secretly drew in a sharp breath. With such excellent treasures, he naturally would not refuse them. What was more, he could clearly sense that there seemed to be a great many immortal pills inside the immortal ring now, and these immortal pills were superb items that could greatly enhance one's power. If he could swallow them, Chen Nian believed his cultivation would break through to the immortal seeking realm in the shortest possible time. As long as he reached the immortal seeking realm, he would no longer have to be in such an awkward position. So he promptly said to Lin Shouxin's sect master, Lin, please go back for now. I am going into seclusion. Before I leave seclusion, no one is to disturb me. Yes, Divine One. Lin Shouxin immediately nodded his assent, and then without turning back led the venerables and elders away from the place. Yet one purple-clad immortal maiden remained where she was. It was Yingnan. Yingnan stepped forward and said to Chen Nian in a slightly trembling voice, Divine One, my martial uncle ordered me to wait upon you here. If you have any needs, you may tell me. Just wait outside. Eager to return inside and swallow the immortal pills in order to break through that awkward immortal seeking realm, Chen Nian casually replied to Yingnan, then strode into the immortal chamber. Watching Chen Nian's retreating figure, Yingnan's beautiful large eyes darted back and forth thoughtfully. Unable to resist, she murmured to herself, this ancient divine being is truly strange. There seems to be not even a trace of a mortal aura about him. Could he really just be an ordinary mortal? But then Yingnan shook her head with a wry smile. After all, that was an ancient divine being who had stepped forth from the ancient heavenly gate. How could he possibly be an ordinary mortal? Perhaps it is simply because my cultivation is too low that I cannot detect the immortal aura on him. I wonder if the divine being truly is at the golden immortal realm. If he is, then he can certainly help me. Yingnan murmured to herself. Inside the immortal chamber, Chen Nian first took out the radiant phantom sword and the 9-fold elixir cauldron to inspect them. He was overjoyed. These were 2 extraordinarily powerful immortal treasures. According to the knowledge Chen Nian now possessed, immortal treasures were also divided into several grades: low-grade immortal artifacts, mid-grade immortal artifacts, high-grade immortal artifacts, and top-grade immortal artifacts. The radiant phantom sword and the 9-fold elixir cauldron were both high-grade immortal artifacts. Among them, the radiant phantom sword was a combat-type immortal artifact, while the 9-fold elixir cauldron was an internal refining artifact. Both were at the pinnacle of the Daqing immortal domain. He truly had never imagined that, having only just arrived in the immortal world, he would already obtain 2 high-grade immortal artifacts. Holding the radiant phantom sword, Chen Nian felt its overwhelming power, and suddenly a thrilling idea surged into his mind. That was, since the radiant phantom sword was so formidable, could he use it to shatter all the treasures he had brought from the mortal world, then reassemble them, allowing them to evolve step by step until they became high-grade immortal artifacts. No sooner said than done. Chen Nian immediately took out the calming sea pearl, the immortal slaying blade, the heaven-opening cauldron, and the immortal binding rope. Among these treasures, the calming sea pearl was of the highest grade, belonging to the Dharma artifact tier. The other three were Tao artifacts. With the mighty power of the radiant phantom sword, these treasures should be easily cleaved apart. Thus, Chen Nian directly placed the calming sea pearl, the immortal slaying blade, the heaven-opening cauldron, and the immortal binding rope all together. The next moment, he swung the radiant phantom sword and slashed down fiercely. In an instant, Tinthasanshang multicolored rays burst forth. The calming sea pearl, immortal slaying blade, heaven-opening cauldron, and immortal binding rope were all shattered at once. Then Chen Nian began using the divine bone to reassemble and repair them. What Chen Nian did not know was that just now the Tinthasanshang multicolored radiance had already pierced through the entire Tianzi Peak and even enveloped the entire Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Moreover, the waves of divine power behind the multicolored radiance swept across the entire Daqing Immortal Domain. In an instant, the whole Qingfeng Immortal Mountain trembled. What terrifying aura! Truly an ancient divine being, formidable beyond measure. I wonder what the ancient divine being is doing and why he suddenly erupted with such immense power. Know that multicolored radiance came from the radiant phantom sword, but where did the mysterious power behind? Soon Lin Shouxin, the sect master of the Qingfeng Immortal sect, along with all the venerable masters and elders under his command, gathered together. Everyone stared at the location of Tianzi Peak with shock. So this is the legendary divine power. How terrifying. Divine power formidable beyond imagination. Everyone sighed in awe. Beyond the Qingfeng Immortal sect, those second-rate and third-rate powers were all struck with extreme terror. It was the first time they had ever witnessed such overwhelming divine power. Although it possessed no aggressiveness whatsoever, its sheer mysteriousness left everyone utterly astounded. In the distance, the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Assembly, which had already retreated 100,000 li from Qingfeng Immortal Mountain, converged once again. Because the two of them had both sensed something unusual. Something feels wrong. Since that ancient divine being was already at the golden immortal cultivation as soon as he was born, why would he allow us to attack Qingfeng Immortal Mountain? Given the temperament of a golden immortal, he would have long since slaughtered us all. Ming Yi spoke first. Long Yichen, who stood nearby, also wore an extremely grim expression. Lin Shouxin also seemed somewhat suspicious. He appeared desperately eager for us to leave quickly. Damn it, we must have been fooled. Ming Yi's eyes turned icy cold. In that instant, an endlessly terrifying frosty aura erupted from his entire being, as if the whole world were about to be frozen solid. Let's go return and see. Have Lin Shouxin bring out the ancient divine being for us to see you, otherwise we shall raise the entire Qingfeng Immortal sect to the ground. Long Yichen roared furiously. Then at the command of these two, the troops of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Assembly turned back, once more racing swiftly toward the Qingfeng Immortal sect. At Qingfeng Immortal Mountain Tianzi Peak, Chen Nian had successfully reassembled and repaired the calming sea pearl, the immortal slaying blade, the heaven-opening cauldron, and the immortal binding rope. Among them, the calming sea pearl was promoted directly from a Dharma artifact to a low-grade immortal artifact. Meanwhile, the immortal slaying blade, the heaven-opening cauldron, and the immortal binding rope were all elevated to Dharma artifacts. Chen Nian was extremely satisfied with this result. The radiant phantom sword was indeed immensely powerful. A single light swing could sever any treasure ranked below it. This kind of might seem tailor-made for Chen Nian. Again, burning with fighting spirit, Chen Nian wasted no time and raised the radiant phantom sword, once more slashing down toward the four treasures. What he did not know was that at this moment the great armies of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Assembly had turned back. Lin Shouxin, come out and speak. Rolling thunder erupted from the heavens, seemingly laced with supreme dragon roars. This immediately filled Lin Shouxin and all the venerable masters and elders with astonishment. What is going on? Why have the people from the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Assembly returned? What are they planning? Could they possibly intend to contend against the ancient divine being? It seems it is time for the ancient divine being to make his move and teach the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Assembly a lesson. Indeed, let this also declare to the entire Daqing Immortal Domain that from this day onward our Qingfeng Immortal sect shall command the whole Immortal Domain. The venerable masters and elders all spoke with indignation. At this time, Sect Master Lin Shouxin's face darkened. Without another word, he leaped into the air and soared straight into the clouds. Behind him, the venerable masters and elders followed closely. Because of their absolute confidence, this time the Qingfeng Immortal sect did not even activate its mountain guarding grand formation. Long Yichen, Ming Yi, what is the meaning of this? The ancient divine being spared you, yet you have returned. What do you intend to wage war against the ancient divine being? As a cold, sharp voice rang out, the figure that had soared out from Qingfeng Immortal Mountain had already arrived before the great armies of the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society. The speaker was none other than Lin Shouxin, the sect master of Qingfeng Immortal Sect. The next second, a figure shot forth from each of the armies, one from the Shenlong Immortal Palace and one from the Mingwang Immortal Society. They were Long Yichen and Ming Yi respectively. Taoist friend Shouxin, please don't be angry. We came only to pay a visit to the ancient divine one. Ming Yi said coldly, his expression icy. There was a world of difference between his words and his tone. It was almost as if he were saying outright, we do not believe the ancient divine one has awakened, nor that he possesses the bearing of a Deluo golden immortal, unless we see it with our own eyes. Lin Shouxin and the venerable elders behind him were not fools. They immediately understood Ming Yi's meaning. How dare you, Ming Yi, be so bold? Are you showing disrespect to the ancient divine one? Lin Shouxin roared. Behind him, the venerable elders were all burning with rage. At that moment, Long Yichen stepped forward. He smiled at Lin Shouxin and said, Taoist friend Shouxin, you misunderstand. How would we dare to disrespect the ancient divine one? It is only that we felt today's actions were too excessive, so we wanted to apologize to the ancient divine one in person. Therefore I beg you, Taoist friend Shouxin, to inform the ancient divine one. Long Yichen said, clasping his hands. Hearing this, Lin Shouxin and the venerable elders behind him all wore extremely grim expressions. They had long since understood what Long Yichen and Ming Yi meant. They plainly did not believe that the ancient divine one had awakened or that he possessed the bearing of a Deluo golden immortal. They wanted to see it for themselves. But now they could hardly refuse. Humph! A venerable elder behind Lin Shouxin snorted coldly, then said, very well, since that is the case, please wait a moment. We will go and report this to the ancient divine one. But you had all better be prepared for the ancient divine one's wrath. This immediately made the corners of Long Yichen's and Ming Yi's mouths twitch involuntarily. Soon Lin Shouxin led the venerable elders away. Cough cough. Ming Yi, do you think we shouldn't have come back? The way they look so confident, it doesn't seem like they're putting up a false front, does it? Long Yichen was somewhat afraid. Ming Yi said nothing, his gaze fixed tightly on Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Just then a sudden thunderous boom sounded. A Tinthasanshang radiant glow suddenly burst forth from Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. The instant he saw this, Long Yichen was greatly alarmed. At the same time, he could not help exclaiming, that is my flowing light phantom sword. Really? Ming Yi's eyes widened as he too looked toward Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. The next moment, stream after stream of mysterious, unfathomable power erupted from Tianzi Peak on Qingfeng Immortal Mountain like chains of divine order. In an instant, Long Yichen and Ming Yi were both stricken with terror. Almost at the same time, the two blurted out a few words, divine power. It was over. However arrogant these two had been when they returned now, they were just as dejected. Their faces drooped, and their eyes were already full of terror. If there were a remedy for regret in this world, they would absolutely drink it down right now, then return to their lairs and never again oppose the Qingfeng Immortal Sect. What do we do? It really is divine power. The ancient divine one has truly awakened. Long Yichen, you bastard. If it weren't for you egging me on, how could I have come back with you? Now we're really in trouble. If the ancient divine one gets angry, what will we do? Ming Yi, panic-stricken, immediately began shifting the blame onto Long Yichen. Long Yichen drew in a cold breath, then looked at Ming Yi with exasperation and snapped. What does that have to do with me? Didn't you think the same way? Long Yichen, you shit-stirrer. Ming Yi, you. Chen Nian had successfully upgraded the Dinghai Pearl, the Zhanxian Saber, the Kaitian Cauldron, and the Kunshian Rope, all into low-grade immortal artifacts. He was about to continue his work. Suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Reporting to the ancient divine one, the palace master of the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the leader of the Mingwang Immortal Society wished to meet you. Should we allow them? At the same time, Lin Shouxin's voice came from outside. Shenlong Immortal Palace. Mingwang Immortal Society. Weren't these the top-tier sects of the Daqing Immortal Domain? What did they want to see him about? Chen Nian frowned, then summoned Ying Nan and asked her about the specific details. After learning what had happened, Chen Nian was completely dumbfounded. Good heavens, the sect master of the Qingfeng Immortal Sect really has nerve. He actually used my name to frighten the dignified top-tier sects of the Daqing Immortal Domain. What a pity, though, that the top-tier major sects were not so easy to fool. They had come knocking on his door this quickly. Chen Nian glanced at the scattered immortal treasures on the ground and sighed. Since they had brought him so many greeting gifts, it would be bad not to meet them right. Then he waved his hand and said, all who come are guests. Let them in. As it happens, I also have some matters I wish to ask them. His voice had barely faded. Outside the door, Lin Shouxin and the group of venerable elders all narrowed their eyes. Well, it seemed that Long Yichen and Ming Yi were going to be thoroughly finished. In the sky above, while Long Yichen and Ming Yi Both apex-level existences of the Daqing immortal domain were trembling with fear. Suddenly Lin Shouxin arrived with the group of venerable elders. Cough cough. Taoist friend Shouxin, I'm really sorry about earlier. How about you just pretend we never came? Long Yichen said with a couple of dry coughs. Ming Yi had already made a move to turn around and leave. However, at that very moment Lin Shouxin spoke. He said something that nearly made these two lose their composure. Please hold on, you two. Boom. These words were like a bomb exploding directly in the hearts of the two. In their minds the same two words surfaced simultaneously. Finished. What's the matter? Didn't you two come back precisely to see our ancient divine one? Now that the ancient divine one has agreed to meet you, why do you look so miserable? Could it be that you don't dare to face the ancient divine one? Humph. You should know well what happens to those who stand up the ancient divine one. Two venerable elders behind Lin Shouxin snorted coldly. The other venerables and elders all looked at Long Yichen and Ming Yi with utter contempt. WWE wouldn't dare. In that case, let us go pay our respects to the ancient divine being at once. But first, wait, let us fetch some gifts to present. We'll go fetch some gifts as well. The two blurted out in a frantic race, and even as they spoke they scrambled back to their own camps, apparently truly going to fetch gifts. Presumably the gifts they intended to bring this time would be far more lavish than the last, because they were both terrified of death. It was not long before Long Yichen and Ming Yi, under Lin Shouxin's guidance, set off toward Clearwind Immortal Mountain. Barely a few breaths later they arrived at the very foot of Son of Heaven Peak. Gentlemen, even when we are granted an audience with the ancient divine being, we walk on foot. I trust you two have no objections. Lin Shouxin said. Long Yichen and Ming Yi dared not utter a single word of refusal. The two nodded repeatedly and said, no problem at all. And so the majestic palace master of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the chairman of the Nether King Immortal Society began their climb on foot from the base of Son of Heaven Peak. Son of Heaven Peak towered a full 10,000 zhang into the heavens. If a mortal from the mortal realm were to come here, it would likely take years to reach the summit. Even in the immortal realm, an ordinary cultivator at the spirit questioning realm would probably need several months to ascend. Previously, sect leader Lin Shouxin and his group of venerables and elders had taken a full 3 days and 3 nights. Although Long Yichen and Ming Yi were stronger than Lin Shouxin and his company, ascending Son of Heaven Peak on foot was no easy feat for them either. Moreover, they did not dare move too swiftly, fearful that doing so might be seen as disrespectful to the ancient divine being. Within the immortal chamber at the peak, Chen Nian had originally been prepared to meet the two absolute pinnacle existences of the great Qing immortal domain, but upon realizing they were climbing the mountain on foot, he no longer waited. Instead, he resumed his path of refining and evolving his treasures. Thus, at the summit of Son of Heaven Peak, radiant five-colored light ceaselessly blazed alongside the thunderous roar of divine power. This only deepened the turmoil in the hearts of Long Yichen and Ming Yi, who were already fraught with anxiety. They felt that this journey might truly be one from which there was no return. After a grueling 3 days and 3 nights, Long Yichen and Ming Yi, led by Lin Shouxin and the venerables and elders under his command, finally set foot upon the summit of Son of Heaven Peak. And within those 3 days and 3 nights, Chen Nian's gains had been immense. Not only had he elevated all 4 treasures, the calming sea pearl, the immortal slaying saber, the heaven-opening cauldron, and the immortal binding rope, to mid-grade immortal artifacts, but he had also retrieved several immortal pellets from his immortal ring and swallowed them. His cultivation had formally stepped directly into the spirit questioning realm. At last, this embarrassing level of cultivation has finally broken through. Chen Nian let out a long breath, feeling the surging immortal energy within his body, and his heart was filled with great ease. Meanwhile, outside the immortal chamber, many people had already knelt upon the ground. We report to the ancient divine being Long Yichen of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and Ming Yi of the Nether King Immortal Society request an audience. Lin Shouxin's voice sounded from outside. Chen Nian smiled faintly, then swept his gaze toward the exterior. Now that he had formally stepped into the spirit questioning realm, he was filled with confidence and had nothing left to fear. And so he walked out of the immortal chamber with an air of easy magnanimity. Long Yichen and Ming Yi knelt prostrate upon the ground. By the time Chen Nian emerged, the two were drenched in sweat. They gasped heavily for air, terrified that the ancient divine being might fly into a rage and crush them into pulp. After all, this was none other than a grand golden immortal. They were merely mystic immortals. Before a grand golden immortal, they were nothing more than ants. In fact, they did not even dare to release their spiritual sense to probe the ancient divine being's cultivation, fearing that it would be an act of utter disrespect. This humble one is Long Yichen, Palace Master of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace. I pay my respects to the ancient divine being. Long Yichen spoke first. This humble one is Ming Yi, Chairman of the Nether King Immortal Society. I pay my respects to the ancient divine being. Ming Yi also spoke. The two were clearly extremely nervous, their very voices trembling uncontrollably. Chen Nian felt somewhat dazed for a moment. After all, the two people currently kneeling before him were the very pinnacle of the entire Great Qing immortal domain. Who could have imagined it? He had only just arrived in the immortal realm from the mortal world, and already such formidable figures were prostrating themselves in worship before him. This genuinely caught him off guard. For a moment he did not know what to say. Yet, Chen Nian's silence filled both Long Yichen and Ming Yi with boundless terror. They even mistakenly believed that the ancient divine being had flown into a rage. Fortunately, the quick-witted Long Yichen immediately produced the gifts he had prepared. This humble one has prepared these gifts for you, ancient divine being. Please do accept them. Long Yichen knelt on both knees, his palm holding aloft a blue ring. An immortal ring again. Seeing this, Chen Nian's breathing grew short. He had never expected that the immortals of the immortal realm would be so generous. They had just arrived, and already they were giving him an immortal ring. This was honestly terrifying to such a degree. And besides, hadn't Long Yichen already delivered gifts before? Why was he sending more now? Ahem. Palace Master Long, you are far too generous. Thank you so much. Chen Nian of course never refused what came his way. Since the gifts had already been delivered to his doorstep, refusing them would only embarrass the giver. After all, these were immortals, and immortals valued their dignity. So he stepped forward and gently took the blue immortal ring. At the same time, he eagerly released his consciousness to examine what lay within the ring. Good heavens! Truly you never know until you look, and once you look you're stunned. He had never imagined that Long Yichen of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace would be so extravagantly generous. Inside that blue immortal ring were countless treasures. Not only were there many magical artifacts and innumerable immortal pellets, but there were also several immortal scriptures. Thank you, divine being. Long Yichen, seeing Chen Nian accept the gift, immediately let out a long sigh. He knew that this meant the ancient divine being had already forgiven his actions from today. Though parting with so many gifts had stung his heart a little, being able to earn the ancient divine being's forgiveness made it all worthwhile. Divine being, this is a small token of appreciation from my Nether King Immortal Society. I humbly hope you will accept it. At that moment, Ming Yi hastily produced the gift he had prepared. It was a small pagoda glittering brightly and almost entirely transparent. One could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary object. Chen Nian rejoiced inwardly, then stepped forward to receive it. Thank you. Upon closer inspection, Chen Nian was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that this small pagoda was actually a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Good heavens! There are hardly any top-grade immortal artifacts across the entire Truly unbelievable. The master of the Nether King Immortal Society, Ming Yi, certainly knows how to spend generously. And Lord Long Yichen of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace is no slouch either. Both of these men are truly kind-hearted souls. Chen Nian couldn't help but reflect. He had been wrong all along. The immortal realm was not populated entirely by villains, there were still good people in it. Enough. I have accepted your gifts. From this day forth we are friends. Should you ever encounter troubles you cannot resolve, you may come to me for assistance. I am about to enter seclusion, so take your time exploring Qingfeng Immortal Mountain on your own. Sect leader Lin, be sure to entertain them well. To be honest, Chen Nian had no idea what to say to these people. He knew that if he chatted too much with them, the truth of his origins from the mortal realm would likely be exposed. If word ever spread that he hailed from the mortal realm, the consequences would be catastrophic. Better to let them depart first. This way he could maintain an air of mystery. Yes, O Divine One. Thank you, O Divine One. Long Yichen and Ming Yi immediately replied. At that moment, sect leader Lin Shouxin hurriedly addressed Chen Nian. Rest assured, Divine One. This humble one will see that they are well entertained. Under the gate, haha, Lord Long of the Dragon Palace and President Ming of the Nether King Society. You two are truly blessed. You have even won the favor of the primordial Divine One. From now on, your Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and Nether King Immortal Society are certain to rise to greatness. Lin Shouxin laughed heartily. Now that even the primordial Divine One had shown favor toward the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Society, it meant that from this day forward Qingfeng Immortal Sect would stand as a sibling sect alongside those two great powers. It was essential to nurture this relationship. At this moment, Long Yichen and Ming Yi were both in high spirits. The two men, overflowing with excitement, grasped Lin Shouxin's hands and declared, Friend Shouxin of the Immortal Path, from this day forth the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Society shall regard Qingfeng Immortal Sect as sworn brothers. We shall share hardships and blessings alike. Lin Shouxin was equally overjoyed. The words of Long Yichen and Ming Yi had instantly elevated Qingfeng Immortal Sect to the status of a truly top-tier immortal sect. Well deserved. Joy and celebration swept through every corner of Qingfeng Immortal Sect. All the disciples gazed toward the future with boundless hope. Qingfeng Immortal Sect was destined to rise to unparalleled heights. Xingyue Immortal Valley. What do you mean? The Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Society have formed a brotherly alliance with Qingfeng Immortal Sect. How in the world did this happen? Su Dongqing, who had been in deep seclusion, was utterly shocked upon receiving this news. A senior elder behind him recounted everything that had transpired at Qingfeng Immortal Sect. Upon learning that the primordial divine pupa had already broken free from its cocoon, and that the primordial divine one had been born with the cultivation base of a Daluo golden immortal, Su Dongqing's face drained of all color. Qingqing, continue your cultivation on your own. Master will be right back. After saying this to the young woman in green robes seated cross-legged upon a lotus pedestal, Su Dongqing turned and strode out of the cave dwelling. Upon the lotus pedestal, the young woman in green slowly opened her eyes. Su Dongqing was a venerable of Xingyue Immortal Valley. With the sect leader and other venerables absent from the sect, he was the one holding all the authority over Xingyue Immortal Valley at present. Previously, when the primordial heavenly gate had opened, Xingyue Immortal Valley had missed the emergence of the primordial divine pupa due to a lack of timely intelligence. This had stirred discontent among many elders and disciples of Xingyue Immortal Valley, who blamed Su Dongqing for neglecting this humble corner of the Daqing Immortal Domain. Some elders and core disciples had even privately resolved to file a formal complaint once the sect leader and the other venerables returned. This was precisely what weighed so heavily on Su Dongqing's mind. Throughout this period, he had walked on eggshells, hoping to make amends for his failure to secure the primordial divine pupa for Xingyue Immortal Valley by offering the ice crystal jade bone he had brought from the mortal realm. But he never expected the primordial divine pupa to hatch with such astonishing speed. In merely this short span of time, the primordial divine one had already emerged, and this primordial divine one had been born with the cultivation of a Daluo golden immortal. Su Dongqing now needed to hurry gather gifts and visit Qingfeng Immortal Sect to pay respects to the primordial divine one, thereby winning the latter's favor towards Xingyue Immortal Valley. After all, the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Society had already formed an alliance with Qingfeng Immortal Sect. If Xingyue Immortal Valley failed to follow suit, it would inevitably incur the primordial divine one's wrath. By then, not only would the sect leader and the other venerables spare no mercy upon their return, but before they even came back, the entire Xingyue Immortal Valley could already be annihilated by the primordial divine one. Thinking of this, Su Dongqing's heart burned with urgency. Quickly, gather every magical artifact from the treasure vault and bring the sect's paramount divine artifact. Make for Qingfeng Immortal Sect at the fastest possible speed. Within no time, all the senior figures of Xingyue Immortal Valley, including Elder Zhao and the core disciples, set out for Qingfeng Immortal Sect, carrying the entirety of their sect's treasures. Chen Nian, however, had no idea that an immortal from the mortal realm who had forged a life-and-death enmity with him was even now on their way. Over the past few days, he had been immersed in cultivation for both Long Yichen and Ming Yi had left him with a substantial supply of immortal pills within their immortal rings. So many pills, just looking at them made one's mouth water. Thus, over these few days, he had casually consumed several hundred top-grade immortal pills in one sitting. Truthfully, an ordinary person would never dare attempt such a thing. But Chen Nian, blessed with the divine bone, had no concern whatsoever about his body being overwhelmed. His sole objective now was to exhaust every resource at his disposal and push his cultivation forward without restraint. Otherwise, should his mortal identity ever be exposed, he would be utterly finished. Forget about the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Society. Even a mere lowly servant disciple of Qingfeng Immortal Sect could crush him. After consuming several hundred top-grade immortal pills, Chen Nian's cultivation base surged forward, breaking through 4 minor realms in rapid succession, from early Inquiry Immortal to mid-Inquiry Immortal to late Inquiry Immortal, and finally to peak Inquiry Immortal. Ultimately, his cultivation reached the rank of Lesser Immortal. But this was not the end. After all, those had been hundreds of immortal pills. Even the entire Qingfeng Immortal Sect likely did not possess such a quantity of immortal pills. Now Chen Nian had devoured them all in a single breath, and with the blessing of his own divine bone, his cultivation was still rising in a frenzy even after he had entered the Lesser Immortal rank. He crossed from the early phase of the Lesser Immortal rank into the middle phase, then the late phase, then the peak, and finally into the Middle Immortal rank. When Chen Nian's cultivation had reached the Middle Immortal rank, the effect of those several hundred immortal pills finally subsided. All around Chen Nian, where he sat cross-legged, was a thick blanket of ash, residue left from the pills. These were remnants formed from immortal pills after all. Honestly, Chen Nian could not bear to throw them away. But if he did not throw them away, how was he supposed to dispose of them? Just as he was tormented by indecision, a restlessness suddenly stirred along his arm. A small snow python suddenly leaped down from his arm, opened its gaping maw, and swallowed all the immortal pill residue in one gulp. Chen Nian was delighted. Well, since the little snow python had eaten all of it, nothing would be wasted. Good boy. Chen Nian laughed heartily and rubbed the little snow python's head. The next moment, the little snow python suddenly cried out to the heavens and shot straight out of the immortal dwelling. Chen Nian immediately followed it outside. After soaring into the sky, the snow python's body grew larger and larger until it stretched across the heavens like a winding mountain of snow, every scale gleaming with frigid light. The colossal snow python continued to charge upward at terrifying speed, whipping up a violent blizzard. It pierced the clouds, its massive head held high, and opened its blood-red maw to release a long cry that shook the heavens and the earth. That cry was like an ancient roar, cutting through layers of immortal clouds and spreading across the 10 directions of heaven and earth. Wherever the sound waves passed, space quivered, producing ripples visible to the naked eye. In the distance, mountain peaks trembled in the roar. Snow slid down in cataclysmic waves, setting off rumbling avalanches. Birds in the sky scattered in panic. Beasts on the ground lay prostrate, quivering and daring not to move, their eyes full of terror and reverence. Even rivers stopped flowing, frozen solid in an instant. At that moment, even the mysterious power hidden in the void was stirred by the long cry. All the 10 directions of heaven and earth fell into shock. In the 33 heavens, a towering divine statue suddenly opened its eyes. A mouth that had not moved for 10,000 years twitched, and its gaze swept downward across the earth. Such a pure ice snow divine body. How could a prodigy like this appear in our immortal realm? Quick, investigate this for me. The northern demon domain. A colossal Zhu Yin resembling a giant ape burst out of the pure black lake. Its agile blood-red eyes swept toward the heavens. An ice snow divine body. This is the hope of our demon race. We must have it. The southern fire domain. At the base of a towering volcano, an old man in a bamboo hat came out from the raging flames, leaning on a staff. He looked up at the heavens. My good grandson, you have finally come. Your grandfather has waited 100,000 years for you. Grandfather will... At Qingfeng, Immortal Mountain, everyone was shaken. The members of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace and the Nether King Immortal Society had not yet left. Seeing that terrifying scene in the sky, all the immortals stood dumbfounded. Long Yichen drew a sharp breath, then turned to Ming Yi. Society Master Ming, you are a senior who knows far more than we do. Would you kindly explain what this means? Ming Yi stared at the heavens in astonishment, then said in great excitement, that may be a primeval great fiend emerging from the ancient age. What? A primeval great fiend? Long Yichen was stunned. Lin Shouxin, standing beside him, was also dumbfounded. Lin Shouxin stared blankly at the heavens. After a long while he murmured to himself, the methods of the primeval divine being are truly terrifying. Could that be a pet raised by the primeval divine being? Ming Yi suddenly asked. It seems so. That is a snow python. Although I cannot see exactly how powerful its cultivation is, its bloodline power is horrifyingly strong. Long Yichen replied. Lin Shouxin could not help drawing a sharp breath, feeling even more frightened of the primeval divine being. At the distant edge of the sky, Su Dongqing had already led a company from Xingyue Immortal Valley near Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Suddenly he saw an immense snow python soar into the sky and roar. What a powerful bloodline. When did the immortal realm give rise to such a bloodline? It is even more dreadful than Qingqing's ice crystal jade bone. Su Dongqing's face changed drastically, and he could not help murmuring under his breath. Meanwhile, an elder pointed toward Tianzi Peak on Qingfeng Immortal Mountain and shouted, Immortal Lord, look. That snow python came from Tianzi Peak on Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. At these words, Su Dongqing was even more shocked. His eyes burned like torches, and his whole body trembled. As expected of the primeval divine being, even its pet is this terrifying. Su Dongqing could not help muttering to himself. The next second, he ordered his subordinates to quicken their pace and head for Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Before long, he led the disciples of Xingyue Immortal Valley to Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Su Dongqing of Xingyue Immortal Valley has come to honor the mountain. Su Dongqing of Xingyue Immortal Valley has come to pay respects to the mountain. He shouted excitedly toward the Qingfeng Immortal Sect. At the same time, inside the Qingfeng Immortal Sect, Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi had still not recovered from the immense shock. Because they were so stunned, they had failed to notice the arrival of the Xingyue Immortal Valley party. Only now did Su Dongqing's shout reach them. Lin Shouxin immediately frowned and looked up at the sky, his expression turning extremely grim. Long Yichen and Ming Yi exchanged a glance. Wasn't the Valley Master of Xingyue Immortal Valley supposed to have taken all the sect's venerables beyond the borders? How could they return so soon? I heard that Xingyue Immortal Valley has always been on good terms with Batian's sect. They went to Batian's sect. Just then Lin Shouxin suddenly shouted angrily toward the heavens, Su Dongqing, you are incredibly bold. Again and again you have trespassed against our Qingfeng Immortal Sect. How dare you? Do you think our sect has no one left? Hearing this, Long Yichen and Ming Yi first paused. Then in unison smiles rose on their faces. Huh. So Xingyue Immortal Valley has come to make trouble for Qingfeng Immortal Sect. If that is so, this matter is easy to handle. And it was also a chance to shine in front of the primeval divine being. Fellow Immortal Shoshin, this Xingyue Immortal Valley has truly gone too far. No need for you to act. I, Long Yichen, shall teach them a lesson right now. Humph. You dare to act arrogant at Qingfeng Immortal Sect. Even if your Xingyue Immortal Valley has the Butian sect behind it, our Shenlong Immortal Palace is not afraid of you. With a furious roar, Long Yichen was the first to transform into a streak of light shooting straight toward the 9 heavens. He exuded a cold, killing intent, as if about to pierce through the entire firmament. Disciples of the Shenlong Immortal Palace, follow me into battle. Today, whoever dares to be an enemy of the Qingfeng Immortal Sect is a mortal enemy of our Shenlong Immortal Palace. Following Long Yichen's thunderous roar, countless masters of the Shenlong Immortal Palace rose from within and around Qingfeng Immortal Mountain, charging up into the sky to join the battle. Lin Shoshin was somewhat stunned. Ahem. Hadn't Long Yichen always been on the best of terms with Xingyue Immortal Valley? If this had been in the past. Without Xingyue Immortal Valley needing to make a move, Long Yichen would have taken the initiative to annihilate Qingfeng Immortal Sect. But now, for the sake of Qingfeng Immortal Sect, he was actually willing to turn against Xingyue Immortal Valley. If this had been in the past, Lin Shoshin would never have dared to imagine such a thing. However, at this moment, it was not only Long Yichen. There was also Ming Yi. Fellow Immortal Shoshin, do not panic. With our Mingwang Immortal Society here, no one shall lay a finger on Qingfeng Immortal Sect. Ming Yi bellowed. Then, without further ado, he leaped up and charged toward the sky. At the same time, he shouted to the Mingwang Immortal Society disciples inside and outside Qingfeng Immortal Sect, all disciples of the Mingwang Immortal Society, hear my command. Follow me to guard Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Listen to me carefully. Whoever dares to intrude upon Qingfeng Immortal Mountain, no matter who it is, shall be slain. Ming Yi roared once more. Upon receiving the order, the Mingwang Immortal Society disciples immediately soared up from inside and outside the mountain gate, charging toward the sky. Let's go too and see what this Su Dongqing intends to do. Lin Shoshin stroked his beard, then stepped forward and ascended into the sky. Behind him, a host of venerables and elders followed closely. All faces beamed with confident radiance. Now that an ancient divine being guarded Qingfeng Immortal Mountain, it basked in boundless glory. In the high heavens, Su Dongqing and the Xingyue Immortal Valley elders behind him all stood in respect. They had come with no hostility whatsoever. Of course, they would not dare to show any. After all, Qingfeng Immortal Mountain was no longer what it once was. With the ancient divine being in residence, it was no longer a force that Xingyue Immortal Valley could provoke. Yet what Su Dongqing had not anticipated was that although he bore no enmity toward Qingfeng Immortal Mountain, not everyone shared his sentiment. Suddenly, figures shot up one after another from Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. The Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society have surrounded us. Immortal Lord, what shall we do? At that moment, an elder behind him stepped forward and asked, panic-stricken. Su Dongqing couldn't help but tremble all over. What? Are the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society still at Qingfeng Immortal Sect? What is happening here? Cold sweat poured down Su Dongqing's forehead in his anxiety. The elder behind him, his face twisted in terror, continued. Immortal Lord, they seem to be about to make a move. How despicable. The Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society truly are fence-sitters. Su Dongqing could not help but curse. Just then, figures appeared before him at astonishing speed. At the head were Long Yichen, the Palace Lord of the Shenlong Immortal Palace, and Ming Yi, the Society Master of the Mingwang Immortal Society. As they drew near, both wore extremely grim and hostile expressions. Without waiting for Su Dongqing to speak, Long Yichen pointed directly at his nose and cursed, Su Dongqing, you certainly have the audacity to bring people here to attack Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. Do you know that Qingfeng Immortal Mountain is now an ally of my Shenlong Immortal Palace? How daring your Xingyue Immortal Valley! Since you dare to offend the ally of my Mingwang Immortal Society, every one of you here today shall not leave. At that moment, an icy roar rang out as Ming Yi of the Mingwang Immortal Society arrived with reinforcements. After a short moment, Xingyue Immortal Valley was completely surrounded by the massive armies of the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Society. In an instant, the elders and disciples of Xingyue Immortal Valley were secretly alarmed, fear spreading across their faces. After all, their sect master and all the venerables were absent. At present, the most powerful cultivator in their ranks was merely an Immortal Lord Su Dongqing. What they did not know, however, was that their Immortal Lord Su Dongqing's cultivation had already fallen to the quasi-immortal lord level. If they knew, they would certainly be even more afraid, and might have immediately raised their hands in surrender. Honored seniors, Dongqing did not come to attack Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. I beg you two seniors not to misunderstand. Su Dongqing steeled himself, stepped forward, and bowed deeply to Long Yichen and Ming Yi. Oh, is that so, they said. If that's the case, then why have you brought so many people to Qingfeng Immortal Mountain? At that moment Lin Shouxin suddenly appeared. He looked coldly at Su Dongqing, his eyes filled with fury, and even a trace of killing intent. In the past, would Lin Shouxin have dared to speak to Su Dongqing like this? Absolutely impossible. The Xingyue Immortal Valley could come to Qingfeng Immortal Sect whenever it pleased. No one could stop them. After all, the Xingyue Immortal Valley's power was far beyond what Qingfeng Immortal Sect could rival. Su Dongqing gritted his teeth, yet he still stepped forward, cupped his fist toward Lin Shouxin, and said, "Fellow Immortal Shouxin, I have come to pay my respects to the ancient divine being. Moreover, we have brought generous gifts." Su Dongqing hastily gestured to those behind him, whereupon the elders and stewards immediately carried out one box after another of presents. At the sight, Lin Shouxin snorted with contempt. The Xingyue Immortal Valley was truly stingy. They had brought a heap of mundane goods without even an immortal ring. How stingy. Long Yichen sneered. A venerable behind him could not help but say, "Su Dongqing, do you know what gift our palace lord presented to the ancient divine being? I'm afraid the answer will scare you to death." Su Dongqing's mouth twitched. The venerable went on. "Our palace lord's gift was 2 top-grade immortal artifacts, plus a whole storage ring full of immortal pills and magical treasures." At that, Su Dongqing was dumbfounded. He stared at Long Yichen in disbelief. Heavens! Wasn't Long Yichen of the Shenlong Immortal Palace rumored to be the most miserly man alive? Yet how could he spend so lavishly? Who would have thought it? That Long Yichen, whose stinginess had become infamous throughout the entire Daqing Immortal Domain, actually produced 2 high-grade immortal artifacts in one go, along with an entire immortal ring crammed with immortal pills and magical treasures. Su Dongqing's mouth twitched, feeling as though he had just heard something utterly inconceivable. Just then Lin Shouxin said to Su Dongqing, "Aside from Palace Master Long, President Ming has likewise been most generous. A ring packed to the brim plus 2 high-grade immortal artifacts and a supreme-grade immortal artifact." What? Upon hearing these words, Su Dongqing's face changed drastically. He had thought that Long Yichen of the Shenlong Immortal Palace was already generous enough with his gifts. He truly had not expected this. Ming Yi of the Mingwang Immortal Society had actually been even more generous than he was. They had even sent 1 more supreme-grade immortal artifact than the Shenlong Immortal Palace. Let it be understood, in the Daqing Immortal Domain, a supreme-grade immortal artifact was already the absolute pinnacle of immortal treasures. Ahem. This Mingwang Immortal Society had directly brought out its very own sect-protecting divine artifact. Originally, Su Dongqing had felt that the gifts he had brought along this time were already more than adequate, but he truly absolutely had never imagined anything like this. Long Yichen of the Shenlong Immortal Palace and Ming Yi of the Mingwang Immortal Society had both gone mad, actually pulling out the very treasures they had hidden away at the bottom of their coffers. This rendered him momentarily speechless. "Immortal Lord, shall we also fetch our sect-protecting divine?" At that moment an elder behind him spoke. "Our sect-protecting divine artifact." Su Dongqing's expression immediately turned somewhat grim. He gritted his teeth, then whispered a few words to that elder. "Yes, Immortal Lord." The elder nodded in acknowledgement, turned around, mounted an immortal treasure, and shot off into the distance. Witnessing this scene, Long Yichen smiled, and asked him what going back to fetch a greeting gift. Su Dongqing laughed awkwardly, and answered in the affirmative. In a short while that elder came speeding back. "Everyone, the greeting gift to be offered to the primordial divine being by our Xingyue Immortal Valley has arrived. I beg you to allow me an audience with the primordial divine being." Su Dongqing took an immortal ring from the elder's hand. After probing the aura of what lay within, he visibly radiated renewed confidence. By the looks of it, what was inside was certainly no ordinary item. "Su Dongqing, do you really believe the primordial divine being is someone you can simply meet whenever you wish? A mere venerable of a small immortal sect like yourself? What right do you have to an audience with the primordial divine being?" Long Yichen sneered. Ming Yi beside him likewise wore an unpleasant expression, clearly poised to bar Su Dongqing's way. However, what neither of those two had foreseen was that in the very next moment, Su Dongqing suddenly waved his arm grandly, and straight from the immortal ring conjured a colossal disc. The Star Moon Precious Mirror. The instant they beheld this object, Long Yichen, Ming Yi, and Lin Shouxin were all rendered speechless. Everyone's eyes bulged wide. None of them had ever expected Su Dongqing to make such a magnificent move. He had actually brought out the Star Moon Precious Mirror, the sect-protecting divine artifact of the Xingyue Immortal Valley. Let it be known, this Star Moon Precious Mirror was not merely the Xingyue Immortal Valley's sect-protecting divine artifact. It was the most powerful immortal artifact in the entire Daqing Immortal Domain. Even the Mingwang Tower of the Mingwang Immortal Society seemed utterly dim and lusterless before The star-moon precious mirror was a disc roughly 3 chi in diameter, its entire body radiating a faint silver glow like a brilliant star adrift in the night sky, while at its center was set a massive gemstone. The gemstone shimmered with a pale azure light, deep as the vast night sky. Around the gemstone were carved exquisite sternmoon motifs, every star and every crescent moon so vividly lifelike that they seemed ready to leap out of the mirror's surface at any moment. According to legend, the star-moon precious mirror could foresee great events yet to come and guide its holder along the correct path. In times of peril, it could automatically activate a protective barrier safeguarding the entire sect from any violation. Moreover, it could summon the power of star and moon to unleash formidable attacks or healing incantations. Beyond that, within the star-moon precious mirror dwelled the laws of space, granting its holder the ability to teleport anywhere in an instant, or even traverse different eras and dimensions. The star-moon precious mirror also possessed the capacity to purify the soul, aiding cultivators in casting off distracting thoughts and reaching a higher plane of spiritual enlightenment. Everyone was utterly awestruck, for the legends surrounding the star-moon precious mirror were far too numerous, too formidable. Fellow immortal Shoshin, may I ask whether I may now enter? Su Dongqing looked at Lin Shoshin with an expression of complete confidence as he spoke these words. How could Lin Shoshin possibly dare to refuse now? After all, the Xingyue Immortal Valley had gone so far as to produce the star-moon precious mirror. Who was there who did not know the might of the star-moon precious mirror? Even the primordial divine being was likely salivating over it. If he were to continue blocking Su Dongqing's way now, he feared it would provoke the wrath of the primordial divine being. Accordingly, Lin Shoshin immediately made way and said, the Xingyue Immortal Valley is truly magnanimous. Please. Long Yichen and Ming Yi also instinctively fell back 2 paces and stood off to the sides. With a smile on his face, Su Dongqing stepped forward and walked toward the Qingfeng Immortal Mountain. At the summit of Tianzi Peak. At this moment, Chen Nian, staring up at the heavens, was trembling all over, because he had seen a familiar figure, and that figure was none other than Su Dongqing. Never did I imagine that the meeting between you and me would come so soon. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes, terrifying killing intent erupting from within them. Just then, the little snow python that had been poised in the sky had also finished what it was doing, and it returned to coil around Chen Nian's arm. Nan, who had been standing by throughout, wore an expression of utter shock. She even raised her fair, delicate hand to cover her astonished mouth. Who could have imagined that an ice snow divine python possessing such a terrifying bloodline was merely a little pet kept by the primordial divine being? If this were told abroad, there would probably be no one who would believe it. And yet, at this very moment, Nan suddenly sensed a terrible killing aura emanating from Chen Nian. What in the world was going on? Throughout all these days, Nan had never once felt such an aura from Chen Nian. Nan, find me an immortal artifact capable of concealing one's face. I have need of it. Chen Nian suddenly turned his head to look at Nan as he said this. Yes, divine being. Nan promptly acknowledged, and without another word, turned and headed off. Though she was greatly puzzled, unable to fathom what Chen Nian truly meant by this, the command of the primordial divine being was certainly not something she would ever disobey. Thus, she quickly made her way to the artifact refining hall of the immortal sect. After telling the venerables and elders there that the primordial divine being required an artifact to conceal his face, the venerables and elders immediately directed the entire artifact refining hall into motion. The primordial deity's command was not something they dared to slacken in the slightest. Before long, they found several immortal artifacts that could conceal a person's face and delivered them to Nan. Having obtained the masks, Nan immediately returned to Tianzi Peak. On the way, she also saw Su Dongqing, who was then making his way up the mountain on foot. Although he was climbing on foot, Su Dongqing was in an extremely good mood. At last, he would be able to see the primordial deity. To him, that was simply a heaven-sent blessing. He imagined that once the sect master and the other venerable elders returned, they would surely heap praise upon him. Just then, he suddenly saw someone flying across the sky. This immediately made him frown. Staring coldly at the sky, he said, "Who is this unruly fellow? How dare he fly to meet the primordial deity?" His gaze then fell on Lin Shoshin. Fellow Taoist Shoshin, did you not say earlier that no one may fly or vanish into the earth on Tianzi Peak? That it would be disrespectful to the primordial deity? But how can that person be so presumptuous? Do you want me to shoot her down? With that, Su Dongqing made to leap into the sky and kill her. Just at that moment, Lin Shoshin suddenly slapped a hand on his shoulder and snapped, "Su Dongqing, you are far too bold. How dare you make a move on Tianzi Peak? Are you not afraid of enraging the primordial deity at all?" But fellow Taoist Shoshin, before Su Dongqing could finish, Long Yichen shot him a fierce glare and said, "Su Dongqing, that is the primordial deity's personal maidservant. Do you dare lay a hand on her?" Crack. The moment those words fell, Su Dongqing stood there dumbstruck, his eyes dull and filled with terror. He quickly cupped his hands and said to Long Yichen, "Thank you for the warning, Palace Master Long. I will be deeply grateful." Long Yichen gave a cold snort and continued climbing. About 3 days later, everyone arrived outside the immortal chamber on Tianzi Peak. Lin Shouxin of the Qingfeng immortal sect pays his respects to the great primordial deity. Long Yichen of the Shunlong immortal palace pays his respects to the great primordial deity. Ming Yi of the Mingwang immortal society pays his respects to the great primordial deity. Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi were the first to kneel down. Then, next came Su Dongqing. His legs were trembling, but he still knelt down unsteadily. "I am Su Dongqing of the Xingyue Immortal Valley. I have come to pay my respects to the great primordial deity." Su Dongqing's voice was trembling. The next moment a creak was heard, and the door of the immortal chamber slowly opened. Then, a man in a Taoist robe and a mask walked out from inside. The man was none other than Chen Nian. Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi were all stunned at first. Clearly the mask on Chen Nian's face shocked them greatly. They could not quite understand why the primordial deity who had always received them with his true face before was now wearing a mask. Even so, although they were filled with doubt, they did not dare say anything. After all, this was the primordial deity. How could they question anything the primordial deity did? "Are you Su Dongqing?" Chen Nian stepped forward, his eyes locked onto the immortal kneeling before him. Once in the upper realm of Weilon Star, this immortal had been so lofty and aloof. Back then, with a single palm, he could shatter the entire Lingdong continent. With a single sentence, he could drive everyone on Weilon Star into madness. Yet now, this very immortal was kneeling before him. Chen Nian could no longer control his emotions because he knew that his junior martial sister and his daughter might well be in this man's hands. As if sensing Chen Nian's fury, Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi all lowered their heads, not daring to. They kept glancing at Su Dongqing, unable to understand why the primordial deity bore such obvious hostility toward this man. But a single word from the primordial deity would be enough for them to dispose of Su Dongqing in an instant. Just then Su Dongqing slowly raised his head. He seemed to sense a familiar aura. He felt that he knew this primordial deity, yet he simply could not remember where he had seen him before. "Su Dongqing, why are you still standing there like a fool? Hurry up and take out the gift you have prepared for the primordial deity." At that moment, Long Yichen called out to him. Su Dongqing quickly came to his senses and handed the star moon mirror to Chen Nian. At the same time, he said, "Primordial deity, this is a small token from my Xingyue Immortal Valley. I hope you will graciously accept it. It looks quite decent." Chen Nian frowned slightly, then reached out and took the star moon mirror. What an immensely powerful immortal artifact. The moment he touched it, Chen Nian felt a mysterious and mighty force. This treasure was even stronger than the immortal artifacts he currently held. At this, Su Dongqing hurriedly explained, "I report to the primordial deity this object is called the Star Moon Mirror. It is a supreme grade immortal artifact, and the sect-protecting supreme treasure of my Xingyue Immortal Valley." He had expected that after he said this, the primordial deity would lavish praise upon him. Even Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi thought the same. But then, what none of them could ever have imagined was, "Humph, are you trying to fool me with this? What does your Xingyue Immortal Valley think I am so easy to fool?" Chen Nian suddenly hurled the Star Moon Mirror to the ground with force. Crack! In that instant, it was as if time itself stood still. Everything around them seemed frozen. Long Yichen and Ming Yi exchanged speechless glances. Ahem. After all, the gifts they had presented to the primordial deity were far inferior to Su Dongqing's. But the primordial deity had not blamed them at all, and had even praised them verbally. Yet now, facing the Star Moon Mirror offered by Su Dongqing, why had the primordial deity flown into a rage? What exactly was going on? Could it be that the primordial deity simply found Su Dongqing disagreeable? If so, then Su Dongqing was really just too unlucky. Su Dongqing suddenly felt immense pressure. Although the man before him exuded no terrifying aura, he still remembered that mysterious divine power and the frost divine python that had appeared in the sky earlier. Thus, before this primordial deity before him, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He hastily cowed out and said, "Please forgive me, primordial deity. My Xingyue Immortal Valley is small and modest, and has failed to satisfy you. Please, deity, give your command. As long as the treasure lies within the Daqing immortal domain, my Xingyue Immortal Valley will seek it out and bring it to you." At this very moment, the atmosphere had congealed to its breaking point. Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi all felt their breaths turn low and heavy, because they could already sense that the primordial divine being was about to erupt in fury. Su Dongqing slowly lifted his head, his eyes overflowing with terror toward the primordial divine being before him. His entire body trembling violently, he forced out another line, "Divine One, please speak. Speak. Your Star Moon Immortal Valley deceived me, and yet you still ask me to speak. The moment Chen Nian remembered that his junior sister and his daughter had both been seized by the very man standing before him, the fury that erupted in his heart was utterly incomparable. His cultivation now stood at the mid-immortal rank, and in his possession were 2 supreme-grade immortal artifacts, 4 top-grade immortal artifacts, and 4 mid-grade immortal artifacts, not to mention the divine bone within his body. He felt that he now possessed the strength to face the immortal lord before him in battle. In that instant, a surging tide of majestic immortal power burst violently forth from Chen Nian's body. Although the power of the mid-immortal rank was utterly insignificant to these immortal lords and mystic immortals before him, no one could forget that Chen Nian currently bore the title of the primordial divine being. When the primordial divine being grew wrathful, each of them was seized by boundless terror. "Please, divine one, calm your fury." Sensing Chen Nian's rage, Su Dongqing hastily spoke. At the same time, the gazes of Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi also locked onto Su Dongqing. Should the primordial divine being truly lose his temper, then they would immediately take Su Dongqing down. And for the sake of the primordial divine being, they would not hesitate for a moment to completely sever ties with the Star Moon Immortal Valley. It was precisely at this juncture that Su Dongqing suddenly seemed to sense something. He appeared to have figured out the source of that familiar aura. He jerked his head up, once more stared at Chen Nian, and said with widened eyes, "Can you take off that mask and let crack?" The instant those words fell, Lin Shouxin was the first to glare at him viciously and thunder, "Su Dongqing, how bold of you! You dare address the primordial divine being so insolently. Are you courting death?" Long Yichen and Ming Yi immediately began channeling the vast combat power of mystic immortals within their bodies. They looked as if they were about to strike at any moment. Chen Nian's eyes were riveted on Su Dongqing, his gaze blazing with furious flames. He was not afraid of Su Dongqing recognizing him, for now he had full confidence to wage war against Su Dongqing. Ha ha ha. Just then a burst of wild laughter suddenly exploded from Su Dongqing's mouth. He rose abruptly to his feet, pointed at Chen Nian, and declared, "Now I know who you are. You're nothing more than a filthy creature from the mortal realm. I don't know what trick you used to walk out of the primordial heaven gate, but in the end you're just a mortal. What right do you have to swagger around and throw your weight in my immortal realms?" Su Dongqing had thoroughly recognized Chen Nian. Cackling madly as he pointed at him, he spewed out the entire truth on the spot. That sight instantly left Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi petrified where they stood. Su Dongqing then turned his gaze to the 3 of them. Still laughing, he said, "Immortal friend Shouxin Palace Master Long Chief Ming. You've all been duped by him. I saw him when I was in the mortal realm. He's nothing but a vile, contemptible nobody from Weilon Star in the mortal realm. He is by no means a primordial divine being." Boom. His words struck like a bolt of thunder, crashing down upon the entire Qingfeng County mountain. The faces of Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi all turned incomparably dark and grim. The very next second, Lin Shouxin was the first to lash out with a palm strike towards Su Dongqing. "You insolent death-courting cur! You dare slander the primordial divine being like this? I say you're simply asking to be killed." With a thunderous roar, Lin Shouxin charged straight forward. His full-force palm strike immediately jolted Su Dongqing, with fright forcing him to retreat step after step. Su Dongqing was thrown into utter consternation. He never imagined that even after bearing the truth, this Lin Shouxin would refuse to believe him, and would instead trust a lowly mortal. "Lin Shouxin, what do you think you're doing? You'd rather believe that filthy mortal than me." Su Dongqing stumbled backward while furiously rebuking Lin Shouxin. Seeing the palm about to land, he hastily summoned an immortal robe, draped it over his body, and forcibly withstood Lin Shouxin's strike. "Su Dongqing, you full-tongued wretch. You still dare to be so irreverent toward the primordial divine being. He'll slaughter you." Lin Shouxin roared, continuing his relentless assault on Su Dongqing. At the same time, Long Yichen and Ming Yi also came charging in from behind him. The instant he saw this, Su Dongqing knew he was outmatched, so he sprang into the air and made a lunge directly at Chen Nian. He had already identified Chen Nian, so he was utterly unafraid. In his view, this so-called primordial divine being was nothing more than an ordinary mortal. A single random strike would be enough to send this mortal to his death, leaving not even a place for his corpse. Of course, the most critical matter now was to snatch back the Star Moon treasure mirror from Chen Nian's hands. That was the sect-guarding treasure of the Star Moon Immortal Valley. It absolutely could not remain in the hands of a mortal. Otherwise, even if the sect leader and the other venerable elders returned, they would never let him off. "Su Dongqing, you dare lay a hand on the primordial divine being. We'll kill you. Rush him together." Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi simultaneously launched their attack on Su Dongqing. If it were only Lin Shouxin alone, Su Dongqing would naturally have been unafraid. But now, besides Lin Shouxin, there were also Long Yichen and Ming Yi, 2 existences at the mystic immortal level. Hence Su Dongqing was simply no match. In the span of an instant, boom, 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 Eruption after eruption thundered in the air, and Su Dongqing was sent flying directly. The Star Moon Treasure Mirror. Give it back. Su Dongqing bellowed, thrusting out his hand once more. In a flash his palm transformed into a colossal hand spanning 10,000 zhong, smashing straight down toward Chen Nian. Such power could only be described as horrifying beyond measure. As he watched this alto-familiar scene, Chen Nian's face grew darker and darker, because it was this very hand that had once chased after his daughter and nearly obliterated the entire Lingdong continent. And not long ago it was still this very hand that had snatched away his junior sister and taken his daughter. Therefore, the instant he laid eyes upon this hand, the fury surging in his heart was without equal. Today I shall sever this hand of yours. Time to collect some interest. With a furious roar, Chen Nian summoned the Star Moon Treasure Mirror and charged towards Su Dongqing with deadly intent. At the very sight of this, Su Dongqing was almost driven mad with rage. After all, that was the treasured sect-guarding relic of their Xingyue Immortal Valley. Yet at this moment, the sect-guarding treasure of their Xingyue Immortal Valley was being used against them by their enemy. What was even more infuriating was, the true sacred relic had been personally gifted by him to his enemy. Damn it! Su Dongqing bellowed, then poured all the immortal power within his body into a crushing strike against Chen Nian. He had to take back the Xingyue Treasure Mirror. Moreover, he had to slay Chen Nian. Seeing this, Chen Nian immediately activated the Xingyue Treasure Mirror and engaged in fierce combat with Su Dongqing. In an instant, light blazed in all directions with astonishing force. The surrounding space twisted around them. Su Dongqing was greatly shocked. Clearly, even he had never expected Chen Nian to be this powerful. A filthy creature who had come from the mortal world. At this very moment, he was wielding the Xingyue Treasure Mirror to trade blows with Su Dongqing on even terms. In his fury, Su Dongqing immediately launched his most powerful blow. Right at this moment, Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi also joined the battle, encircling Su Dongqing to attack him together. After all, Long Yichen and Ming Yi were both at the mystic immortal level. As for Su Dongqing, he was merely an immortal lord. And on top of that, his cultivation had recently fallen to the quasi-mortal lord stage. Thus, shortly after the two mystic immortals joined the battle, Su Dongqing gradually began to lose, and even the thought of retreat arose in his mind. But he still could not give up on the Xingyue Treasure Mirror. His eyes, burning with rage, were fixed tightly on Chen Nian. It was this hateful mortal who had caused his cultivation to fall. And now, he had actually personally handed the sect-guarding treasure of the Xingyue Immortal Valley to this man. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. At the critical moment, Chen Nian suddenly gained a realization about the Xingyue Treasure Mirror. Then, to everyone's surprise, he directly unleashed its ultimate technique. With his hands forming seals and his lips reciting incantations, a mysterious power suddenly erupted. That power was like the force of the stars, dazzling and radiant, impossible to look at directly. Su Dongqing immediately widened his eyes, his face filled with shock. Who could have imagined that his own sect's supreme treasure would have its ultimate technique figured out by a mortal? This was too terrifying. But by now, Su Dongqing no longer had time to make any reaction. In a blink, the radiance of the Xingyue Treasure Mirror enveloped him, binding him tightly within it. A trace of determination and resolve gleamed in Chen Nian's eyes. He knew that this battle must be fought with everything he had. As the Xingyue Treasure Mirror activated, all the power in his body was roused, converging into a mighty energy that blasted towards Su Dongqing. Su Dongqing felt the tremendous pressure from the Xingyue Treasure Mirror. He wanted to struggle and resist, but found that his body was completely immovable. The power of the Xingyue Treasure Mirror weighed down on him, like Mount Tai crushing an egg, leaving him utterly powerless to fight back. Finally, with a deafening boom, Su Dongqing was thoroughly defeated by the power of the Xingyue Treasure Mirror and fell to the ground. His face was pale as paper, his eyes full of despair and indignation. As for Chen Nian, he stood where he was gasping for breath, a look of exhaustion on his face. This battle had also been an enormous drain on him, but he had managed to defeat an immortal he had once only been able to look up to, and this had elevated his strength and resolve to the extreme. Su Dongqing struggled to his feet, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and glared viciously at Chen Nian. "Just you wait. I won't let you off." With that, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky. Chen Nian looked at the direction Su Dongqing had fled, then narrowed his eyes. He had to go to the Xingyue Immortal Valley, where Su Dongqing dwelt. He had to find his junior fellow apprentice and his daughter. The primordial divine one is mighty. Lin Shouxin stepped forward and knelt directly before Chen Nian. "I truly didn't expect the primordial divine one to master the Xingyue Treasure Mirror's power so quickly." Long Yichen and Ming Yi were utterly astonished. Then Ming Yi hurriedly looked at Chen Nian and asked, "Primordial divine one, the Xingyue Immortal Valley acted disrespectfully toward you. Should we launch a punitive expedition?" Chen Nian narrowed his eyes. Then his gaze shifted toward the direction in which Su Dongqing had escaped. He murmured, "Of course we should." but I need to go into seclusion for a while. You may prepare for the campaign first. Hearing this, Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi felt their hearts surge with excitement. They had never imagined that the primordial Divine One would truly launch an expedition against the Xingyue Immortal Valley. To them, this was simply a wonderful stroke of luck. If they could truly destroy the Xingyue Immortal Valley, they would obtain even more cultivation resources from the Daqing Immortal Domain. Yes, Primordial Divine One. Rest assured, Primordial Divine One. Before you emerge from seclusion, we will surely wipe out the Xingyue Immortal Valley. Everyone declared in unison. At this, Chen Nian instructed them again, just surround them. Wait until I arrive before starting the battle. Yes, Primordial Divine One. Everyone immediately nodded in agreement. After Chen Nian entered the immortal chamber, Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi immediately began arranging troops and formations, then sent sect experts toward the Xingyue Immortal Valley. Meanwhile, Su Dongqing was leading the elders and disciples of the Xingyue Immortal Valley in flight. Immortal Lord, what just happened? Why did you suddenly come into conflict with the Primordial Divine One? Yes, Immortal Lord. Since we had already given the Xingyue treasure mirror to the Primordial Divine One, there was no need to clash with him at all. Alas, what are we to do now? Faced with the confused questions from his fellow disciples, Su Dongqing remained. There was only one thing he wanted to do now. That was to rush back to the Xingyue Immortal Valley as fast as possible. Because what happened today was no small matter. He had to inform the sect master and the venerables at once, asking them to come back as soon as possible. After Su Dongqing returned to the Xingyue Immortal Valley, the news spread through the entire valley like wildfire. The sect master and the venerables hurried back when they heard the news. When they learned of the matter, shock appeared on their faces. In the great hall of the Xingyue Immortal Valley, the sect master's brows were tightly knit, his eyes showing deep concern, for he knew how significant this was. The venerables, on the other hand, whispered to one another in discussion, evidently appalled by the sudden news. The entire valley fell into a tense atmosphere, everyone exchanging uneasy glances. At this point, Su Dongqing stood before the assembly and gave a detailed account of the whole affair. Sect master, fellow senior brothers, that so-called Primordial Divine One is nothing but a mortal. Now that he has tricked the Xingyue treasure mirror away from us, we must take it back. His voice was calm and resolute, but his eyes still revealed a trace of exhaustion and helplessness. The sect master and the venerables listened quietly, their expressions growing increasingly grim. After listening to Su Dongqing's account, the sect master fell into a long, deep contemplation, as if time itself had frozen. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth across the room, his expression grave and his brows knit into a deep furrow. At last he spoke slowly. This is no trivial matter, its far-reaching implications are beyond imagination. We must immediately discuss our response, and must not delay in the slightest. Wang Xinzi's brows were tightly knit, and his gaze was filled with profound concern. Although he inwardly felt it unlikely that Su Dongqing would lie to him, now the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Assembly had already aligned themselves with that so-called primeval divine being. Should the two sides come to blows, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the Xingyue Immortal Valley had protectors above, reinforcements from above could not possibly arrive in time. And with its current strength, the Xingyue Immortal Valley could absolutely not withstand a simultaneous assault from the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Assembly. Therefore, everyone gathered around, and an urgent discussion commenced. Sect Master Wang Xinji spoke first. Everyone, the situation is critical. We must think carefully and absolutely not act rashly. He looked around at everyone with a serious gaze and continued. Our Xingyue Immortal Valley has a long heritage. We must not let it be destroyed at this moment. Then they all spoke freely, expressing their own opinions and actively offering their views and suggestions. The discussion grew increasingly intense, with voices rising one after another. Sect Master, in my humble opinion, we should temporarily reconcile with that primeval divine being to secure temporary peace. Su Dongqing is far too impulsive. Since he has already offered the Xingyue treasure mirror to that primeval divine being, why did he have to completely break with him? Sect Master, I believe the Xingyue Immortal Valley need not fear the Shenlong Immortal Palace or the Mingwang Immortal Assembly. There is nothing for us to be afraid of. After a silence, Sect Master Wang Xinji finally rose to his feet. His gaze was as firm as iron as he swept his eyes over the assembled crowd and spoke in a steady, powerful tone. Our Xingyue Immortal Valley has never faced such a severe challenge, but I firmly believe that as long as we unite our hearts and stand together, we will surely overcome this difficulty. Even if the road ahead is perilous, we must stand tall and protect the dignity and glory of the Immortal Valley. The venerable ones nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing unyielding conviction. In the days ahead, the entire Xingyue Immortal Valley must work together as one and actively respond to this difficult situation. The sect protecting Grand Formation must be kept activated at all times. Also report this news to the Heavenly Venerable immediately. Wang Xinji issued the commands in perfect order. The people behind him nodded in quick agreement and swiftly set to work. A few days later, the great armies of the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Assembly approached the Xingyue Immortal Valley, like rolling dark clouds forming a tight encirclement. Long Yichen and Ming Yi, as the sect masters of the two factions, stood personally before their formations, their gazes revealing unmatched determination and a resolute will to challenge. How could they dare to defy the primeval divine being's orders? Nor did they wish to. The entrance of the Xingyue Immortal Valley was tightly shut, silent, and still like a slumbering giant beast. The sect-protecting Grand Formation had already been activated. Even without the Xingyue Treasure Mirror, the disciples of the Xingyue Immortal Valley firmly believed that the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Assembly would not be able to break through anytime soon. Thus the people within the Immortal Valley chose to avoid battle. They kept their gates tightly shut, and no matter how the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Assembly taunted them, they resolutely refused to come out. A dragon sword in Long Yichen's hand gleamed with icy cold light, and he shouted loudly, "You whelps of the Xingyue Immortal Valley, are you going to hide your heads and tails, never daring to face a challenge?" Ming Yi, standing by, sneered, "Your cowardice will only make you more despicable and more contemptible." However, the Xingyue Immortal Valley remained silent and gave no response. The shouts of Long Yichen and Ming Yi echoed back and forth through the valley, yet failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Their challenge seemed like a one-man show with no audience, eliciting no response whatsoever. As time slowly passed, the patience of the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Assembly was gradually worn away, and they began to murmur among themselves about whether to forcibly break through the valley's defenses. A fierce conflict seemed inevitable. Within the Xingyue Immortal Valley, however, the high-ranking venerable ones and elders were not idle. Behind closed doors, they were in fact secretly engaged in intensive discussions on how to respond. They knew well that simply avoiding battle would never fundamentally solve the problem. They had to devise a plan that would be perfect in every way. One that could safeguard the tranquility of the Immortal Valley, while also preventing the conflict with the outside world from escalating further. Qingfeng Immortal Sect, Tianzi Peak. At this moment, Chen Nian was seated cross-legged within a quiet and serene immortal chamber. His eyes were tightly shut as he meditated in cultivation, entirely immersed in a state of self-forgetfulness. He was concentrating deeply on comprehending the mysterious power of the Xingyue Treasure Mirror. The aura around him seemed to pulse rhythmically with his breathing. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, the entire world falling into utter silence. Only Chen Nian's inner thoughts surged like relentless tides, continuously delving deeper into the profound mysteries of the Xingyue Treasure Mirror. During this time, which felt both long and fleeting, he devoted himself entirely to understanding the Xingyue Treasure Mirror. Every minute detail and every mysterious pattern was carefully savored and pondered. At last, after an unknown span of time, a sudden epiphany struck in an instant. Chen Nian sensed a mysterious and boundless power. An indescribable joy surged through his heart like a tidal wave. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes, for he knew that he had successfully comprehended the essence of the Xingyue Treasure Mirror. At this moment, he seemed to share a wondrous and unique resonance with the Xingyue Treasure Mirror, as if he could hear its ancient and profound voice echoing softly in his ears. He understood that this was no ordinary realization, but a transcendent elevation of power. The might of the Xingyue Treasure Mirror was far greater than he had ever initially imagined. This granted him yet another opportunity for a breakthrough, even though his cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Now he was merely at the middle immortal rank. Even with the assistance of the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Assembly, he was fully aware that eradicating the Xingyue Immortal Valley and the forces behind it in one stroke would be fraught with immense difficulties. Therefore, he had to spare no effort in elevating his cultivation. In the following days, Chen Nian skillfully integrated the insights gained from the Xingyue Treasure Mirror into his cultivation, unremittingly enhancing his strength. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered, his path of cultivation would be filled with brilliant results. After who knows how much more time had passed, having keenly sensed that the perfect opportunity for breaking through had finally arrived, he unhesitatingly took out the long-cherished immortal pills from his immortal ring and swallowed them all in one go. Some of these immortal pills had been obtained from the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Mingwang Immortal Assembly, while others had been acquired from the Xingyue Immortal Valley. The instant the immortal pills entered his stomach, an overwhelming medicinal force exploded within him. Like a surging torrent, it rampaged wildly through his meridians and dantian. His cultivation base soared like a rocket tearing across the heavens. He broke straight through from the early stage of the middle immortal rank with unstoppable momentum. Middle immortal rank midstage. Middle immortal rank late stage. Middle immortal rank perfection. However, the momentum of this breakthrough did not come to a halt. The tremendous power continued to drive him boldly onward. Finally, Chen Nian burst through the bottleneck of the middle immortal rank in one fell swoop and successfully stepped into the greater immortal rank. However, his cultivation ascension still did not stop. With irresistible momentum, he furiously broke through beyond the greater immortal rank. Greater immortal rank early stage. Greater immortal rank mid-stage. Greater immortal rank late stage. Greater immortal rank perfection. In the end, Chen Nian's cultivation climbed all the way to the immortal monarch realm. Terrifying power surged forth from the immortal chamber, instantly engulfing the entire Qingfeng. Outside, Yin Nan and the others witnessing this scene all opened their eyes wide as if their eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. Their faces were full of shock as if they were beholding the most incredible sight in the world. They seemed to see that colossal figure within the immortal chamber radiating a ghastly, hair-raising aura. This aura resembled an infinite black hole, as if it could devour the entire heaven and earth without leaving a trace. Before this suffocatingly powerful force, they suddenly felt as insignificant and fragile as ants, utterly negligible, because of the divine bone within Chen Nian's body. Hence, even though what Chen Nian had broken through to was merely the immortal monarch realm, the same as their sect master, but because divine power was mixed into it, all these disciples were shaken by this force, deeply sensing its terror. "What is this?" someone asked, his voice trembling, unable to restrain himself, steeped in fear and bewilderment. "It is a primordial ancient god. He is breaking through his cultivation." Someone shrieked in terror, his voice distorted. Everyone's hearts jolted violently. A primordial ancient god. That was a supreme existence in a universe possessing boundless and awe-inspiring divine power. Now this primordial ancient god was about to break through, which meant he would become even stronger, perhaps even surpassing the limits of the past to reach an unimaginable realm. Yin Nan and the others were filled with reverence, like an endless river that flowed on without cease. At the same time, they were thrilled to have witnessed such an earth-shattering breakthrough. Surging excitement churned within their hearts like violent waves. They clearly knew that this primordial ancient god's breakthrough would cast an extremely far-reaching influence over the entire Daqing immortal domain and even the whole immortal world, an influence so profound and vast that it was impossible to measure. It might even trigger a revolutionary upheaval that would completely transform the landscape of the immortal world. Inside the immortal chamber, the radiance was dazzling, blazing like brilliant fireworks, and the surging energy fluctuated like violent sea tides, wave upon wave, churning endlessly. Chen Nian sat with his eyes shut tightly, his body trembling slightly, his face taut and beads of sweat as large as beans rolling down his forehead like pearls off a broken string, clearly enduring immense pressure beyond ordinary comprehension. The spiritual energy within him, like a wild horse that had slipped its reins, galloped wantonly, savagely, slamming against every meridian and bringing waves of searing pain. But Chen Nian clenched his teeth, his resolute face revealing an unyielding will. With tenacious perseverance and unshakable conviction, he strained every fiber of his being to forcibly tame that raging force on the verge of losing control. That mysterious divine bone emanated a strange and dazzling light, interweaving and twining with the spiritual energy. Bathed in this mysterious radiance, his body underwent a rebirth-like transformation. The surrounding air seemed to be warped by the overwhelming power, forming visible ripples that spread outward in all directions. Chen Nian silently recited obscure incantations in his mind, carefully guiding the surging spiritual energy toward his dantian, repeatedly charging against the unyielding fetters of his cultivation realm. Every charge was like crashing into an indestructible bronze-andarin wall, yet he did not waver. A stubborn flame burned bright within his eyes. At last, during one desperate full-power surge, that stubborn obstruction shattered like brittle glass. The colossal spiritual energy, like a flood bursting through a levee, surged through his body uncontrollably. Wherever it passed, his meridians were expanded and strengthened. Chen Nian's aura exploded with sudden ferocity, and a brilliant light instantly illuminated the entire immortal chamber, like a dazzling blazing sun rising. He slowly opened his eyes, and within those eyes gleamed a radiant sharpness as resplendent as the brightest stars in the night sky. At this moment, his entire body was suffused with a terrifying power that made one's blood run cold, as if he harbored the might to destroy heaven and earth. Chen Nian deeply felt the brand-new formidable power surging within him. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he murmured, "At last I've broken through." At this point, Chen Nian's cultivation had directly entered the perfection stage of the immortal monarch realm. If he advanced even one step further, he would attain the mystic immortal realm. At this moment, Chen Nian was confident he was utterly invincible in the Daqing immortal domain. "It is time to fight. Su Dongqing, you haughty immortal, are you prepared to face my challenge?" Chen Nian murmured to himself, his voice low and unyielding, filled with boundless determination and courage. Then he rose and walked out of the immortal chamber with firm, unwavering steps. The moment he emerged from seclusion, he turned toward the direction of the Xingyue Immortal Valley. His battle intent blazed like burning fire, fervid and intense, as if proclaiming to the entire world the rise of an unstoppable force. The instant Chen Nian emerged from the immortal chamber, Nan and the others immediately fell to their knees and kowtowed devoutly, their movements in perfect unison like well-trained soldiers. Chen Nian cast a sweeping glance and saw their solemn faces with a trace of worry flickering in their eyes, worry that hung over their hearts like ominous clouds. Seeing this, he understood all too well. So he asked, "How is the war going now?" Reporting to the primordial ancient god, "Our sect master, together with the Shenlong Immortal Palace and the Minglong Immortal Assembly, has already departed for the Xingyue Immortal Valley." Now, Nan lowered her head and reported, her voice carrying a hint of fear and a touch of nervousness. Chen Nian's eyes were as bright as resplendent stars in the night sky, gazing into the distance with unwavering determination. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through the boundless void, reaching directly the mysterious and alluring Xingyue Immortal Valley. His expression was exceedingly solemn, his brows slightly furrowed like tightly drawn mountain ridges suffused with gravity and tenacity. "At last this battle is about to begin." Chen Nian's voice was steady and forceful, unshakable as a rock, mingled with a trace of irrepressible excitement and thrill, as if he were about to set foot on a magnificent journey he had long dreamed of and yearned for. Then he cried out in a loud voice, "Follow me to the Xingyue Immortal Valley to pay a visit to Immortal Lord Dongqing." As soon as his words fell, Chen Nian's figure flickered and rose like a light breeze, so swift that it left everyone astonished. Before their eyes flickered once, his figure had already vanished from where he stood. Nan and the others did not dare to be the least bit negligent, and hastily followed close behind. Their figures appeared and vanished amid the clouds like a flock of birds chasing after light, racing toward the Xingyue Immortal Valley. Along the way, immortal mist filled the air and spiritual light shimmered dreamlike and surreal. Chen Nian's thoughts churned like surging tides within his heart. He knew all too well that this battle was of extraordinary importance, bearing tremendous stakes, and that he must give his all. He had to rescue his junior martial sister and his daughter, and also win justice for the daughter of yesteryear, the dragon ancestor, and the entire Lingdong continent. He made a silent vow in his heart, "You lofty immortals, I will make you pay the price you deserve for all that you have." Within the vast and boundless Daqing Immortal Domain, at the place where the Xingyue Immortal Valley stood, the wind howled fiercely, like wailing ghosts, and weeping wolves, sending chills down the spine. The clouds surged and rolled as if they would mercilessly devour the entire valley. Towering peaks rose on all sides, jagged and grotesque, resembling ferocious beasts brandishing claws, while also standing like ancient guardians, silently watching the fierce conflict about to break out. Within the valley, a sinister aura pervaded the air. The dim light made the atmosphere even more oppressive, causing difficulty in breathing, as though a huge boulder were pressing down heavily on one's chest. Wang Xinji, the sect master of Xingyue Immortal Valley, and the venerable Su Dongqing led a host of disciples facing off against the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace, the Nether King Immortal Society, and the Clear Wind Immortal Sect. The two sides were at daggers drawn, the tension stretched to the absolute limit. Wang Xinzi's face was grim. Standing on a jutting boulder, he called out hoarsely, trying to persuade the three opposite him. "Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi, do not be deceived, everyone. There is no primordial divine man at all. He is merely a lowly mortal from the mortal world. We have all been tricked." Su Dongqing, standing beside him, hurriedly chimed in, "What our sect master said is right, fellow Immortal Shouxin Palace Master Long Society Master Ming. You absolutely must not be fooled by that brat. When I was carrying out the Immortal Venerable's orders, I saw him in the mortal world. Moreover, the reason my cultivation fell is precisely because that mortal brat slew my projection." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire assembly was shocked. Everyone showed astonishment, and some even inhaled sharply. Some looked at Su Dongqing in amazement, their hearts seemingly wavering, as if they had been persuaded by his words. However, that wavering existed only for an instant. During this period, the divine power that had been emanating from Clear Wind Immortal Mountain was certainly not false. Moreover, that ice divine python was not fabricated out of thin air. The palace master of the Divine Dragon Immortal Palace roared angrily, "Wang Xinji, stop spouting nonsense here. The facts are right before your eyes. How can your glib words deny them?" The society master of the Nether King Immortal Society also glared furiously and bellowed, "This is disrespect toward the primordial divine man. Your intent is worthy of death." The sect master of the Clear Wind Immortal Sect gave a cold snort and said, "Do not listen to his flattery. Everyone do not waver." However, Wang Xinji was still unwilling to accept this. He continued, voice hoarse, But as soon as his words fell, he was met with simultaneous angry rebukes. "Nonsense. Do not spread fallacies. Your Xingyue Immortal Valley's disrespect toward the primordial divine man deserves death." The furious voices rose one after another, deafening to the ears. The atmosphere at the scene was stretched to the breaking point, as if a single spark would ignite an earth-shaking battle. Just at the critical moment, a figure suddenly shot over from the distance, moving as swiftly as a meteor streaking across the sky, while sending out waves upon waves of powerful energy fluctuations. The next second, everyone's gaze shifted in unison to that figure. The newcomer turned out to be Chen. Seeing this, Wang Xinji, the sect master of Xingyue Immortal Valley, was the first to turn pale with fright. His originally somewhat composed face was instantly covered with terror, as if he had laid eyes on a dreadful demon. For he had sharply sensed the unfathomable immortal lord cultivation base on Chen Nian. Wang Xinji secretly lamented, how could this be? Didn't Su Dongqing say he was merely a lowly mortal from the mortal world? Why does he possess such terror? But wasn't it Su Dongqing who had told him that this so-called primordial divine man was merely a lowly mortal from the mortal world? But now, what on earth is happening? This man is clearly carrying the terrifying cultivation base of a true immortal lord. The more Wang Xinji thought, the angrier he became, convinced that Su Dongqing had harmed him and harmed the entire Xingyue Immortal Valley. He immediately turned and berated Su Dongqing in fury. You muddle-headed fool. This is clearly an immortal lord. How could he be immortal? What exactly are your intentions to drag my Xingyue Immortal Valley into such a desperate situation? Su Dongqing was also dumbfounded, utterly incredulous, for he too had sensed the immortal lord aura on Chen Nian. He stammered, thighs. How can this be? Before, I saw with my own eyes that he was just a mortal. What on earth is happening? Just as Su Dongqing was utterly baffled and his face full of astonishment, a figure suddenly charged. The newcomer was Chen Nian. He gripped the mysterious Xingyue treasure mirror tightly with both hands, his eyes wide open, as if blazing with raging flames, every inch of his gaze radiating determination and resolve. Every muscle in his body was taut as steel, every cell brimming with boundless power. He roared in his heart, Su Dongqing, you lofty immortal, today you shall taste the power of this mortal. With boundless fury, he flung himself recklessly at Su Dongqing. The Xingyue treasure mirror in his hands flickered with a strange, yet splendid light, like a brilliant river of stars in the night sky. Mysterious and mighty, seemingly containing enough power to destroy heaven and earth. Seeing this, Su Dongqing hastily scrambled to raise the magic treasure in his hand to parry. In that instant, his expression drastically changed, his eyes bulging like copper bells, filled with incredulous shock and deep bewilderment. He could never have imagined that the mortal he had always regarded as ordinary, insignificant, and as easily trampled as an ant could at this very moment erupt with such earth-shattering and soul-chilling might. What infuriated him even more was that the Star Moon treasure mirror in Chen Nian's hand was still the supreme relic of their Star Moon Immortal Valley. What was more, this supreme relic had been personally given to Chen Nian by none other than himself. But at this moment, no matter how furious Su Dongqing was, there was no way to change any of it. The power surging from the Star Moon treasure mirror was like a surging mountain, toppling sea, overturning tide, crashing toward him in wave after furious wave. He found it almost impossible to withstand, and an indescribable dread welled up in his heart. Inwardly, he reproached himself with bitter regret. How could I have been so foolish as to hand over the sect's supreme treasure only to bring about such a catastrophe now? At the same time, Long Yichen, Ming Yi, and Lin Shouxin also fearlessly charged into battle with their disciples, engaging in a soul-stirring life-or-death struggle against the forces of the Star Moon Immortal Valley. Long Yichen shouted, fighting for the ancient primordial deity is our bounden duty. Ming Yi also cried out, today we will make the Star Moon Immortal Valley pay the price. Fighting for the ancient primordial deity was a matter of pride for them. The more they fought, the more valiant they became. On the battlefield, dazzling magical light crisscrossed in all directions, blooming like resplendent, dreamlike fireworks. The cries of battle rose and fell, deafening, as if they would tear the heavens apart and make one's very soul tremble. After a ferocious struggle that lasted for quite some time, the battle remained deadlocked, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Wang Xinji led his venerables, elders, and disciples in a desperate resistance. He was frantic with anxiety. If this goes on, our Star Moon Immortal Valley is doomed to defeat. Just as they were about to be defeated, at that very moment, a green figure suddenly shot up from the ground where the Star Moon Immortal Valley stood like a specter. This woman possessed a graceful, exquisite bearing, like a flower swaying in the wind, yet she emanated a terrifyingly sharp and overwhelming aura. With a light flick of her long sleeve, a vast world-destroying force instantly erupted, like a ferocious ancient beast abruptly breaking free from its cage. Before Long Yichen and Ming Yi could react at all, they felt an irresistible, overwhelming force rushing at them like an avalanche. Their bodies were involuntarily sent flying backward and slammed heavily onto the ground, casting up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. The scene fell into instant silence. One must remember those were two Xian immortals, beings at the very pinnacle of the entire Daqing immortal domain. Yet they had been defeated with such ease. Who exactly was that figure in green? For a moment Lin Shouxin and the others were all utterly astounded. At that same moment Chen Nian's heart also jolted violently, because that green figure pierced his eyes like a bolt of lightning. That's Qinger. His voice trembled uncontrollably with excitement. Then without a moment's hesitation, he left the battlefield and raced madly toward that green figure, shouting hoarsely at the top of his lungs, "Qing, I am your senior brother." However, the green-robed young woman's gaze was as cold as thousand-year-old ice. It was as if his shouts were nothing more than an inconsequential breeze whispering past her ear. Chen Nian was torn with anguish. "Qing, what on earth is wrong with you? Why don't you recognize me?" Immediately afterward, she raised her palm without the slightest hesitation and unleashed a lethal technique against Chen Nian. An energy so overwhelming that it was suffocating and seemed capable of crushing everything surged forth like a rampaging tornado bearing down on Chen Nian with world-annihilating force. At the sight, Su Dongqing and Wang Xinji were first stupefied, then burst into wanton triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, who could have imagined that this ice crystal jade bone holy maiden would awaken so soon? Heaven is truly helping me. Su Dongqing's laughter was filled with excitement and greed. In his eyes flickered a fanatical and sinister gleam, as if he could see boundless treasures beckoning to him. Wang Xinji echoed, "Indeed, truly unexpected. These promising talents from the mortal world are indeed formidable. However, no matter how formidable they are in the end, they will still fall into our hands and obediently serve us." His face was full of smug arrogance, so much so that one could hardly resist the urge to punch him. Facing his junior sister's attack, Chen Nian's heart was inundated with confusion and agony, as if countless sharp blades were mercilessly cutting into his soul. "Qinger, wake up. I am your senior brother. We cultivated together, laughed together, and faced hardships together. Have you truly forgotten all of it?" Tears burst from Chen Nian's eyes. Yet he did not retreat in the least. Instead, gritting his teeth, he strained every sinew to raise the Star Moon treasure mirror and block the assault. His eyes were wide, tears swirling at the rims. He could not understand, no matter how he tried, why his junior sister had become like this, completely forgetting all the warm, beautiful, and unforgettable moments they had once shared. At the same time, he cast a hate-filled glare at Wang Xinji and Su Dongqing. He knew. The reason his junior sister had become like this was definitely all their doing. In an instant, towering fury erupted from Chen Nian's chest. Just then, the green-clad woman's thunderous strike had already arrived before Chen Nian. Although Chen Nian's cultivation had now reached the immortal lord realm, that green-clad woman was simply too powerful. Her strike seemed capable of smashing this entire world to pieces. Chen Nian had no ability to block this strike. If he tried to meet it, the only road left for him was death. Ha ha ha, and of the mortal world, prepare to meet your doom. Su Dongqing roared with laughter. Pointing at Chen Nian, he continued in a loud voice. Who would have thought that in the end you would die at the hands of your very own junior sister? Wearing a cold sneer, Wang Xinji then raised his head to look at Lin Shouxin, Long Ichen, Ming Yi, and the others, and said coolly, "Everyone, you should all be able to see it clearly by now. That fellow is no ancient primordial deity whatsoever. Like that girl brought back from the mortal world by our Star Moon Immortal Valley, he is nothing more than a lowly mortal." As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Shouxin, Long Ichen, Ming Yi, and the others were all left dumbstruck. Clearly they had been swayed by the words of Wang Xinji and Su Dongqing. However, at this critical moment of life and death, a mysterious and unfathomable power suddenly awakened within Chen Nian's body. His divine bone erupted with astonishing energy. In the next instant, his body radiated a dazzling, resplendent light, as brilliant as a blazing sun shining in the sky. This magnificent radiance collided fiercely with Zhu Qingqing's ultimate technique, producing a thunderous, earth-shattering explosion. In that instant, the entire battlefield trembled violently, as if the judgment of doomsday were about to descend, and the world was on the verge of destruction. The onlookers were profoundly shaken by this unimaginably powerful force, standing frozen in place, as if under an immobilizing curse. Wang Xinji and Su Dongqing's smug expressions vanished in an instant, swept away like fallen leaves carried by a fierce wind. Such immense power. This is the strength of a deity. Wang Xinji's heart trembled as he exclaimed. Su Dongqing clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He could never have imagined that a humble person from the lower realm would unleash such terrifying divine power. Ha ha, Wang Xinji, Su Dongqing, you have seen it yourselves. The ancient divine being has fallen into wrath. That was genuine divine power. Do you still believe the ancient divine being is merely immortal? Lin Shouxin laughed loudly and shamelessly mocking them. Long Yichen and Ming Yi, nursing their injuries, watched Wang Xinji and Su Dongqing coldly, their eyes filled with contempt. For a moment, Wang Xinji and Su Dongqing were rendered speechless, their faces as pale as paper. Meanwhile, Chen Nian gazed at Zhu Qingqing with unwavering conviction and unyielding determination. Just moments before his divine power had erupted, and he could have effortlessly defeated Zhu Qingqing. But he did not because she was once his beloved junior sister. He vowed in his heart that no matter how far he had to search through heaven or earth at whatever cost, he would find the kind and lovely junior sister he once shared an inseparable bond with. Amidst the dazzling light, Zhu Qingqing's eyes seemed to flicker with an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible confusion. Deep within her memory, something crucial struggled desperately attempting to break through layers of shackles and awaken. From a distance, Xingyue Immortal Valley stood like a towering peak between heaven and earth. Since its founding it had enjoyed great renown, inspiring awe and reverence in countless beings. Yet at this very moment a world-shaking battle was unfolding upon this mystical land. Wang Xinji and Su Dongxing stood side by side atop a mountain peak outside Xingyue Immortal Valley, the biting mountain wind whipping their robes. Wang Xinji's gaze was sharp and fixed upon the faint light within the valley, his voice full of anticipation. Dongxing looked at the Qingyi sacred maiden. Her grace is extraordinary and her immortal arts reach the heavens. She will surely turn the tide of this battle. Su Dongxing nodded slightly, his deep gaze revealing a trace of resolve, a faint smile on his face. I hope so. If she succeeds, it will deliver Xingyue Immortal Valley from this crisis. However, that Chen Nian is truly unfathomable, his dangers impossible to foresee. After saying this, he let out a long sigh, his brows furrowed with worry. Alas, this battle concerns the very survival of Xingyue Immortal Valley. We cannot afford the slightest negligence. Wang Xinji's brows tightened, his expression grave. But the time for choice has passed. For Xingyue Immortal Valley, for Daqing Immortal Realm, for the Immortal Venerable. We have no alternative but to fight to the death. Su Dongxing sighed deeply, his gaze resolute. Indeed. Now we can only hope our Qingyi sacred maiden will forge a path through adversity and clear the way, delivering us from this calamity. However, just as they believed victory was assured, the situation shifted dramatically. At this moment Chen Nian stood amid the chaos of the battlefield. His eyes were firm and unwavering as he slowly withdrew a delicate hairpin from his chest. It radiated an extraordinary glow like the brightest star in the night sky. When the light touched Zhu Qingqing, a flicker of confusion passed through her eyes and memories of the past surged forward like a rising tide. She seemed to recall something. Elder brother. Is that you? Zhu Qingqing's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes and spilling down like pearls from a broken string. Chen Nian's eyes filled with deep affection as he spoke urgently, yet gently, like spring wind brushing across a lake. Qing'er, it's me. I have come to take you home. With all her memories restored, Zhu Qingqing wept uncontrollably, each tear heavy with boundless longing and sorrow. Elder brother, I thought I would never see you again. I missed you so much. Elder brother, do you still remember the promise you made to Qing'er back then? You said you would take Qing'er to explore Tianlong capital together, Wu. Zhu Qingqing leaped forward like a swallow returning to its nest, throwing herself directly into Chen Nian's embrace. This sight stunned everyone present, especially Wang Xinji and Su Dongxing, who stared with wide eyes and gaping mouths, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Just moments ago they had been certain that the Qingyi sacred maiden would help them reverse their dire situation and save Xingyue Immortal Valley. But they never expected that Chen Nian, by simply producing an immortal hairpin, would awaken Zhu Qingqing. Oh no! Su Dongxing cried out, his voice filled with despair and fury. That was a sacred maiden he had painstakingly searched for across mountains and rivers in the mortal realm. And now that sacred maiden was recognizing her enemy. This was simply a blow he could not accept. Wang Xinji was also in tears, on the verge of collapse, screaming hysterically, "Are we to let Xingyue Immortal Valley be destroyed like this? No, I refuse to accept this. I will not." Meanwhile, Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, Ming Yi, and the others stood with wide eyes and open mouths, watching everything unfold before them, as if they had not yet grasped what was happening. Chen Nian gently wiped the tears from Zhu Qingqing's cheeks, his touch as tender as one would treat the most precious treasure in the world, afraid that even the slightest pressure might hurt her. Then, his voice thick with sorrow, he said, "Qing'er, Big Brother has finally found you. Big Brother will take you." Zhu Qingqing clutched Chen Nian's hand tightly, as if it were her sole reliance for survival in this boundless world, her gaze brimming with pain and fury. She was like a child who had suffered tremendous grievance, tears streaming down like rain, sobbing as she cried to Chen Nian, "Senior brother, they tortured me in every way imaginable, carving these poisonous runes onto my body, attempting to control my mind. If these runes cannot be erased, I won't be able to return." Tears gushed forth like a breached dam, pouring ceaselessly from Zhu Qingqing's eyes. Chen Nian's gaze was as unyielding as iron, blazing with fierce anger, his voice trembling with fury. "Don't be afraid, Qingqing. I will surely erase these runes. In this world, as long as your senior brother is here, no one, whoever they are, will dare to bully Qing." Zhu Qingqing nodded slightly, her eyes full of trust and dependence. "Senior brother, I believe in you." The next moment Chen Nian activated the Star Moon Treasure Mirror with all his might. The mirror radiated dazzling light brilliant as a blazing sun, and began to erase the various runes that Su Dongqing and the others had inscribed on Zhu Qingqing's body one by one. Under the light of the radiance, the runes vanished swiftly like snow under a scorching sun, disappearing without a trace. Qingqing, no one will ever hurt you again. I will forever guard by your side. After doing all this, Chen Nian pulled Zhu Qingqing tightly into his arms, as if to meld her deeply into his own life. Zhu Qingqing leaned against Chen Nian's chest, savoring the long-lost warmth, as if she were in the safest harbor. Senior brother, as long as you are here, I fear nothing. The two embraced and wept, and years of longing and anguish turned into boundless warmth at that moment, as if time itself had halted for them. After their reunion, Zhu Qingqing's gaze quickly fell upon Su Dongqing, Wang Xinji, and the others. It was these very people who had forcibly abducted her from the mortal world. It was these people who had nearly separated her from senior brother by life and death. Burning with rage, she whirled around with a furious shout and launched an almost crazed assault on the Xingyue Immortal Valley. Qing'er, senior brother is with you. Chen Nian let out a thunderous roar, and then together with Zhu Qingqing, he launched a storm-like mad offensive against that Xingyue Immortal Valley. The glows of their immortal arts intertwined like the most splendid fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. As the radiant immortal light flashed, the whole Xingyue Immortal Valley shook violently, as if the final judgment had arrived. Mountains crumbled, rivers reversed their courses, and the disciples in the Immortal Valley panicked, scurrying in every direction like headless flies. Stand and fight! Stand and fight! Stand and fight! Wang Xinji, Su Dongqing, and the others shouted loudly. But the Xingyue Immortal Valley was now clearly no match for them. For it was not merely Chen Nian and Zhu Qingqing who were attacking them at this moment. At the site, led by Qingfeng, Immortal Mountain, the three factions, Shenlong Immortal Palace and Mingwang Immortal Society, all lunged frenziedly at the people of Xingyue Immortal Valley. In an instant, the entire Xingyue Immortal Valley was plunged into a sea of blood and a purgatory of carnage. The destruction of the Xingyue Immortal Valley was now merely a matter of time. Within a deep, remote underground cavern in the valley, it was filled with a suffocating darkness and a stench of decay. In the midst of the fierce battle, Chen Nian suddenly felt a tremendously powerful sensation surge in his heart, as if a beloved family member was calling out to him in utter agony. This is my daughter's aura. Chen Nian's heart suddenly jolted. Then with a leap he dashed recklessly toward the cavern, following that sensation. Before long, Chen Nian arrived at a mysterious area within the Xingyue Immortal Valley. There was an underground cavern here. The path inside the cavern was rugged and slippery, pervaded with poisonous mists and miasma, yet Chen Nian's steps were firm and swift. Finally, in the deepest corner, he saw his daughter, Empress Lingxiao. Empress Lingxiao was chained to the rock wall, with heavy iron chains, her garments tattered and barely covering her body. Her skin was covered with shocking wounds, some still oozed blood while others had festered and turned rancid. Her hair was a tangled mess like weeds, her face pale as paper, and her breath so weak it was almost imperceptible. Daughter! Chen Nian's voice trembled, as if a torn soul were crying out in agony. In an instant his eyes brimmed with tears, a manifestation of paternal love deeply wounded. He had never imagined that his own daughter would have fallen to such a state. Those detestable immortals! What right did they have to treat his daughter like this? At that moment, a thought arose in Chen Nian's heart. He would slaughter every single beast that had dared to treat his daughter like this. He would make the entire immortal realm pay for this. He attempted to use his own power to awaken Empress Lingxiao. Finally, after who knew how long, Chen Nian's persistence finally yielded results. Empress Lingxiao lifted her head with great difficulty. When she saw her father standing before her, a flicker of surprise lit up her eyes, but it was quickly eclipsed by boundless pain. Father! She was so weak that she couldn't even utter a single word. Chen Nian rushed over in profound sorrow, gripping the iron chains with both hands and pulling with all his might to snap them. The moment the chains broke, Empress Lingxiao's body slid down limply, and Chen Nian quickly caught her tightly in his arms. Father came too late, putting you through so much suffering. Chen Nian's voice choked with sobs, his heart as if pierced by 10,000 arrows, causing unbearable pain. Empress Lingxiao said weakly, Father, I thought I would never see you again. Her voice was so faint that it was almost inaudible, yet every word pierced deeply into Chen Nian. Chen Nian's eyes reddened. He gently stroked Empress Lingxiao's face as if caressing a priceless yet shattered treasure. Don't be afraid, my daughter. Father will heal your wounds. He swiftly took out various precious spirit medicines he had treasured and carefully fed them into Empress Lingxiao's mouth. At the same time, his hands once again released a gentle yet powerful spiritual force, slowly pouring it into her body. The spiritual force was like a clear spring, moistening her withered meridians and repairing her damaged wounds. As the spiritual force continued to flow in Empress Lingxiao's complexion gradually gained a trace of color and her breath slowly steadied. But her injuries were too severe, recovery would still take time. Father, you must avenge me. Empress Lingxiao gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with the flames of hatred. Chen Nian nodded solemnly, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Rest assured, my daughter. Not one of those who harmed you will escape. I will make them pay 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold. At that very moment, Wang Xinji watched from a distance, a ferocious and smug smile twisting his face. His hands formed seals at lightning speed, his lips murmured incantations, and the spiritual energy around him howled and surged like a violent gale. Beside him, several masters of the Xingyue Immortal Valley unleashed their own signature techniques. Their hands traced mysterious arcs in the air, while spiritual light flickered and danced at their fingertips. Wang Xinji suddenly let out a fierce shout, thrusting both hands forward, and a dazzling light burst from his palms. At the same time, the other masters poured their spiritual energy into that radiance. What are they trying to do? For a moment, even Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi were astonished, unable to fathom what Wang Xinji and those people from the Xingyue Immortal Valley intended to do. Chen Nian suddenly raised his head, sweeping a gaze full of doubt toward the front. Just then, the light instantly became blindingly brilliant, and the violent fluctuations of energy made the surrounding space tremble and distort. Then the light gradually coalesced into a circular ring, and the space inside seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a scene of utter chaos. Beads of sweat covered the foreheads of Wang Xinji and the masters. Gritting their teeth, they intensified their spiritual energy output. The chaos within the ring gradually stabilized, forming a faint spatial passage. Harder. The passage is almost formed. Wang Xinji roared hoarsely, his voice full of tension and anticipation. The masters responded in unison, their spiritual energy surging like a breached dam, pouring ceaselessly into the passage. The outline of the spatial passage became clearer, with bizarre lights flickering inside, as if leading to an unknown and mysterious world. Just as the passage was about to stabilize completely, a powerful backlash suddenly struck. Wang Xinji and the masters jolted violently, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, yet they clung on stubbornly and refused to give up. We cannot fail at the final step. Wang Xinzi's eyes were bloodshot. With the last shred of his strength, he poured all his spiritual energy into it. Finally, the spatial passage stabilized completely, and a powerful aura surged forth from within. Wang Xinji panted heavily, yet a victorious smile spread across his face. The Heavenly Venerable is about to descend. How can these mortals possibly resist? The other disciples of the Xingyue Immortal Valley gathered around, gazing at the miraculous spatial passage with awe and expectation in their eyes. Wang Xinji watched the scene and burst into unbridled laughter. A bunch of mortals trying to destroy the Xingyue Immortal Valley. Utter delusion and wishful thinking. In the very next second, an immensely powerful aura came surging from the passage. The Heavenly Venerable had descended. An overwhelming pressure radiated from the Heavenly Venerable, as if he were the sole sovereign of heaven and earth, with the entire world under his absolute dominion. His cold and arrogant gaze seemed to look down upon a swarm of insignificant ants. Everything in the world was as trivial as dust in his eyes. In an instant, the world turned pale, heaven and earth cracked apart, and the sun and moon dimmed into darkness. Empress Lingxiao's face changed drastically, turning deathly pale. Her breathing was rapid and erratic, her chest heaving violently. Sensing his daughter's unusual reaction, Chen Nian instantly perceived something amiss and asked urgently, "Daughter, do you know this person? Could he be the Heavenly Venerable you once told me about?" Empress Lingxiao nodded vigorously, her eyes interweaving deep fear and irrepressible rage, then replied, "It's him. It was he who imprisoned my mother in a place devoid of light, tormented her in every possible way, and sent countless immortals to hunt down me and the dragon ancestor. It's him." In an instant, it was as if a volcano of fury erupted within Chen Nian. Endless rage, like surging magma, burst violently from his entire being. His gaze, like a sword blazing with raging flames, stabbed fiercely toward the heavens. "So you're the Heavenly Venerable. I am Chen Nian, by his husband. Today let us make a definitive end to this." Chen Nian stepped forward without hesitation, facing the Heavenly Venerable with utter fearlessness. His gaze was as unwavering as an ancient rock that had weathered millennia, showing not the slightest trace of retreat. Today he would demand justice for his wife and daughter. Let these lofty, arrogant immortals clearly understand that mortals are not beings they can bully or provoke at will. Above the sky, the Heavenly Venerable looked down at Chen Nian with contempt and sneered. "A mere little immortal lord dares to behave so insolently before me. You don't know your place." Chen Nian remained unafraid and answered firmly, "Even if it costs me my life today, I will still seek justice for Bo." Although Chen Nian's cultivation was only at the peak of the immortal lord realm, the aura he emanated showed no sign of weakness. He gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. Its blade gleamed with a bone-chilling cold light, as if eagerly craving to plunge into this fierce battle and display its sharpness. The battle erupted in an instant. With a wave of the heavenly venerable's hand, a world-destroying, immortal technique came crashing down. That terrifying force like a savage tsunami swept over everything in an overwhelming mountain-toppling torrent. Chen Nian's figure was as agile as a specter weaving left and right through the dreadful attacks, dodging with exquisite precision. Every dodge was perfectly timed, like dancing on the edge of a blade, perilous yet impeccably accurate. At the same time, he launched his own assault, valiantly charging at the lofty and overbearing heavenly venerable. Star Moon Treasure Mirror. Chen Nian suddenly let out a hoarse shout, madly brandishing the longsword in his hand. Star power converged like a raging torrent, transforming into a dazzling, resplendent sword light that shot straight at the heavenly venerable with the force of thunder. That sword light was like a meteor streaking across the pitch-black, profound night sky, carrying boundless power and unshakable resolve, as if it would tear this dark world apart. The heavenly venerable furrowed his brow slightly. With a casual, almost indifferent wave of his sleeve, he dispelled the sword light as effortlessly as brushing away a speck of dust. The movement was so relaxed and carefree, as if he were merely shooing away an insignificant, annoying fly. "Is that all you've got?" the heavenly venerable mocked with contempt, his eyes brimming with scorn and disdain. Chen Nian clenched his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his gums, a surge of resentment so fierce it threatened to devour him rising in his heart. He knew all too well that an insurmountable chasm separated him from the heavenly venerable, yet for his daughter, he would not retreat even a single step. At this very moment, the mysterious power within Chen Nian suddenly awakened. It was a force that had lain dormant for ages untold, vast and fathomless, kindled by a will hardened to its absolute limit and emotions deep beyond any measure. It was the divine bone that had been stirred. In an instant, the spiritual energy in Chen Nian's meridians surged like a river bursting through its dikes, rampaging onward in a frenzied flood. Chen Nian's aura climbed ever more violently, and his cultivation base began to break through at a jaw-dropping speed. In a single breath, his cultivation shot up like a rocket, bursting straight from the profound immortal realm into the golden immortal realm. Yet this earth-shaking breakthrough was far from over. His cultivation base soared like a beast gone mad, surging upward with reckless abandon. Golden immortal early stage. Golden immortal mid-stage. Golden immortal late stage. Golden immortal peak. Daluo golden immortal. Chen Nian's cultivation base charged forward without cease, smashing through every barrier in its path until it exploded into the Daluo golden immortal realm. The sight was so staggering that every soul present was struck dumb, utterly frozen in shock. Even Wang Xinji and Su Dongqing stood as rigid as wooden statues, as though petrified into stone. They had never dreamed that this lowly mortal ascending from the mortal world could be so powerful, powerful beyond all imagination. It was absolutely insane. He had only been in the immortal realm for a few short days, yet he had already become formidable to an extent that was inconceivable and utterly unheard of. From the seeking immortal realm, he had rocketed all the way to Daluo golden immortal. Mind you, that was the Daluo golden immortal. It was too terrifying, so terrifying that no one dared believe their own eyes. Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen, and Ming Yi were all gasping in great heaving breaths. They had been truly completely stunned out of their wits. All of them felt that what was happening before their eyes was far too incredible to be real, as if they had stumbled into an absurd, fantastical dream. By now they had come to believe it. Chen Nian was no primordial divine being after all. He was only a mortal who had come up from the mortal world. And yet, this mortal was too terrifying by far. Within so short a time, he had actually attained the Daluo golden immortal realm. And that was still not the end of it. He had even summoned the immortal venerable. Even more, he was trading blows back and forth with the exalted immortal venerable. Though he was not a primordial divine being, he truly outshone one. After breaking into the Daluo golden immortal realm, Chen Nian's cultivation still kept breaking through uncontrollably, like a wild horse that had slipped its halter. Daluo golden immortal early stage. Daluo golden immortal mid stage. Daluo golden immortal late stage. Daluo golden immortal peak. In the end, his cultivation base shattered directly into the immortal venerable realm. Around his body swirled dazzling, dreamlike brilliance, and every beam of light was laden with power, so immense it struck terror into the heart. How is this possible? The instant he saw it, even the heavenly venerable, mighty as he was, went wide-eyed with shock. His eyeballs nearly bulged out of their sockets, and his face twisted into a mask of disbelief and abject horror. Never had he imagined that a mere immortal lord could break through to the immortal venerable realm in an instant. After all, even he had needed several whole eons to reach the immortal venerable realm from the ordinary seeking immortal realm. Just then, seizing the moment, Chen Nian launched an even more ferocious and frantic assault. Da! Chen Nian bellowed at the top of his lungs. His fist wind howled like a blazing sun suspended in the sky, and its searing heat warped, twisted, and shattered the surrounding space. Every punch bore the might to destroy heaven and earth, and pulverize the void as though it sought to reduce the whole world to cinders. At last the heavenly venerable felt an unprecedented weight of dread. He no longer dared to look down on Chen Nian, and threw his entire being into the fight, mustering every last art at his disposal. Their duel was an earth-shattering spectacle. The whole Daqing immortal domain trembled, shuddered, and at this moment mountains collapsed, boulders plummeted, rivers dried up, streams broke off, space fractured, and chaotic void currents spewed forth in all directions, as if the apocalypse had come without warning. The longer he fought, the fiercer Chen Nian became. Every stance and every stroke brimmed with inexhaustible wrath, and a resolve so unshakable it stunned the soul. In his heart burned a single immovable, inextinguishable conviction: defeat this heavenly venerable, avenge his wife and daughter, fight for mortals, fight for justice. Heavenly venerable, today is your end. Chen Nian's voice boomed like a great bell as he roared once more, unleashing immortal arts too powerful to imagine. The heavenly venerable gradually fell into a disadvantage, and a desire to retreat began to creep into his heart. He wanted to flee this dreadful battlefield. But how could Chen Nian ever permit him to escape so easily? Boom. In the end, struck by an attack of world-obliterating force, the heavenly venerable suffered grievous wounds, spat out. The heavenly venerable had just fled like that. In that instant, everyone present was utterly petrified, standing like blocks of wood. Wang Xingji and Su Dongqing of Xingyue Immortal Valley exchanged looks, their faces covered with expressions of sheer disbelief. They had originally assumed that when the heavenly venerable descended, he would surely strike down that mortal in one blow. But who could have expected this? This mortal was simply too terrifying. He had actually defeated the heavenly venerable. This is just too incredible. How is this a mere mortal? This is unmistakably our primordial divine being, Lin Shouxin bellowed. Immediately afterward, Long Yichen Mingyi and the others also jumped and cheered in elation. That's right. He is no mortal. He is our primordial divine being. All hail the primordial divine being. All hail the primordial divine being. My daughter, which way leads to the 33 heavens? At this, Chen Nian's gaze fell upon Empress Lingxiao as he asked. Empress Lingxiao paused for a moment. Then, joining her hands in a mudra, a passageway appeared before her. Father, from here you may set foot upon the 33 heavens. Empress Lingxiao said, overcome with emotion. Good. Then I shall ascend the 33 heavens this very moment to seek justice. For you, my daughter, and for your mother. Chen Nian let out a thunderous shout, and with one step entered the passage. Immediately Empress Lingxiao and Zhu Qingqing followed closely behind. Seeing this, Lin Shouxin, Long Yichen Mingyi, and all the others gawked in shock. Their eyes brimming with disbelief, they murmured to themselves, what does he intend to do? Could he be planning to chase down the heavenly venerable? That is the heavenly venerable's lair above the 33 heavens. How can he be so daring? Does he not fear the laws of heaven? Everyone was shaken to the core. None could comprehend why a mere mortal could be so outrageously powerful. It seems our immortal realm is truly going to be overthrown by a mortal after all. Wang Xingji sighed, then lifted his head to gaze at the heavens above. High above the layered heavens, the towering, majestic palaces stretched forth, like a colossal dragon coiling across the firmament, their immense grandeur seemingly poised to shroud the entire enigmatic immortal realm beneath the weight of their sovereign might. The first heaven, the Nantian Gate. A handful of low-ranking soldiers had clustered together, skiving off duty and idly chatting, their words drifting languidly upon the air. Hey, have you heard about the primeval ancient god who has just emerged in our immortal realm? They say his power is absolutely monstrous. Why, even beings dwelling above the exalted 33rd heaven have taken notice of this personage. A minor soldier spoke with great animation, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. And I've heard that when that primeval ancient god makes his move, the winds and clouds shift color, and heaven and earth tremble in awe. That's right. And there's also an ice-snow divine python that has shaken the entire immortal realm. Another soldier hastily chimed in, astonishment written all over his face. They say that wherever the ice-snow divine python passes, it transforms into a frozen world, all things sealed beneath ice and frost. After so many tranquil years in the immortal realm, it seems a towering wave is about to crash down, the third soldier said, with a slight frown, looking thoughtful. Hard to tell whether this is a blessing or a curse. Huh, this is the immortal realm after all. Who would dare run rampant here? A soldier with an arrogant countenance sneered disdainfully. The dignity of the immortal realm admits no violation. Exactly. Even if those below the heavens cannot handle that primeval ancient god up here above the heavens, one immortal venerate alone could shake the entire immortal realm and make that fellow suffer dire consequences. Another soldier waved his fist with fervent conviction. An immortal venerate's power is no joke. Ha ha ha, if you ask me. Forget an immortal venerate. Even I, if I went out there, could suppress that primeval ancient god flat. So bragged a minor soldier, a smug smile plastered across his face. Another soldier shot back, humph, keep on spinning your tall tales. If you could really do it, what would we even need immortal venerates for? I think so too. The rest of the soldiers nodded in agreement, laughter echoing around the Nantian gate. Just then, suddenly, boom. With a cataclysmic roar that seemed to tear the very firmament asunder, the Nantian gate of the first heaven, as if caught in a sudden ferocious storm, began to convulse violently. So tremendous was the shockwave that the entire first heaven was thrown into utter chaos. Worse still, ghastly cracks began snaking across the Nantian gate, one after another, spreading like a spider's web with terrifying speed. The instant they witnessed this, the soldiers, who had been brimming with confidence and hot air only moments before, were all struck dumb, staring at one another in sheer disbelief. Their faces instantly turned pale as sheets, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably, like withered leaves shivering in an autumn gale. What on earth is happening? A soldier's eyes bulged wide, his voice trembling. Is this the end of the world? Good heavens! Someone actually dares to invade the Nantian gate. Another soldier sucked in a sharp breath, his face a mask of utter incredulity. This is sheer audacity. Quick, report this at once. The urgent shout came from a more composed soldier, who was the first to snap back to his senses. At once a few soldiers hurried off to report the incident, while the rest stood their ground before the Nantian gate, poised for battle in grim formation. Though they were merely low-ranking soldiers stationed above the heavens, every one of them possessed a cultivation base above the golden, immortal level. That braggart from earlier had not been entirely wrong. Pluck any one of these soldiers at random and set him down anywhere else in the immortal realm, and he could suppress an entire region or even dominate the whole of the celestial world. Boom, boom, boom. One ear-splitting detonation after another exploded across the heavens like peals of thunder. At this moment, every single soldier was quaking in abject terror. Never since the cataclysmic immortal demon war 10 million years ago had such a dreadful event occurred above the heavens. Utterly infuriating. A soldier gnashed his teeth and roared in fury. Who on earth could be so insane as to attack the Nantian gate? Could the demon race have risen from the ashes and returned with a vengeance? The other soldiers whispered anxiously among themselves, deep dread welling up in their hearts. If it truly is the demons, we are in grave trouble. Just then, rumble, a thunderous crash, even louder and more blood-chilling than before, exploded across the entire sky. Under that overwhelming force, the Nantian gate began to crack apart from its very center, fissures expanding at a horrifying speed. And then in the span of a mere second, boom, a colossal roar came surging in like a raging tidal wave, inundating heaven and earth. The Nantian gate, indestructible and never breached in 10 million years of the immortal realm, was shattered outright by the impact of this mysterious power, bursting into countless fragments that scattered in every direction like shooting stars. Who goes there? How dare you stir up trouble in this place? The leading soldier suppressed the fear in his heart, strode boldly forward, and swept a blazing gaze across the space before him. The other soldiers swiftly began forming battle formations, every nerve taut as they braced for the imminent danger. Just then, all of a sudden, a black silhouette stepped out from within the Nantian gate in a single stride. I never imagined that above this immortal realm there would actually be 33 layers of heaven. Today I, Chen Nian, shall storm these legendary 33 heavens. A voice, indifferent yet brimming with heroic resolve, suddenly drifted forth from up ahead. A minor soldier suddenly plucked up his courage and strode forward. Pointing his trembling weapon at the black silhouette, he steeled his nerve and said coldly, "Just who are you to dare offend these celestial heavens and shatter the Nantian gate?" The black silhouette paused briefly, then let out a cold laugh. "Humph. I, Chen Nian, do exactly as I please. Nothing can stop me. These 33 heavens, I am storming them, and that is final. Humph. Then you will have to get through us first." The soldiers shouted in unison, light glinting from the weapons. "Past the likes of you." The corner of Chen Nian's mouth lifted in a faint smile, and then he stepped forward with unwavering resolve. In an instant, a terrifying pressure like monstrous crashing waves rolled forward and swept across the heavens and the earth. What? The soldier before him was frozen on the spot, as if struck by a body-fixing spell, his face a picture of shock and disbelief. After all, he was a golden immortal. In the immortal realm beneath the heavenly layers, he was a fearsome being who could summon clouds and rain with a turn of his hand and casually blast entire immortal sects into dust. Yet now before the man in front of him, he could not summon even a trace of strength to resist. Such overwhelming momentum and suffocating pressure scattered the last shred of resistance in his heart, like dust swept away by a wild gale, leaving not a trace. Go. Tell the immortal venerable guarding your first heaven to come here. Chen Nian's face was cold as frost, and his words were like ice. Hearing this, the soldier was so startled that his heart seemed to miss a beat. At the same time, the soldiers behind him also turned pale, as if they were facing a mighty enemy. In all these years, nothing like this had ever happened above the heavenly layers. Never had anyone been so audacious. Smashing the south heavenly gate was bad enough. Yet he went so far as to proclaim that the immortal venerable of the first heaven should come and speak with him. Could it be that he had also reached the immortal venerable realm? Insolent. A petty miscreant from the immortal realm dares to act so wantonly above the heavenly layers. That is simply courting death. Come, form the formation. At that moment, a figure shot out from the vault of heaven like lightning. It was a grand golden immortal clad in armor gleaming with cold light. Behind him followed a vast surging tide of immortal soldiers. It's General Chen. The soldier standing before Chen Nian heard the voice and was overjoyed as if he had seized a lifeline. A moment ago, he had already been cowed by Chen Nian's imposing aura to the point of intending to follow Chen Nian's command. But who could have imagined this? When mountains and rivers seemed to offer no way out, another village appeared amid the willows and blooming flowers. Their Grand General Chen had arrived so quickly. After all, Grand General Chen was truly ranked among the immortals, an existence of unmatched power in the first heaven. He possessed the terrifying cultivation base of a grand golden immortal. In the first heaven, his strength was second only to the immortal venerable. A petty wretch from below the heavenly layers actually dares to smash the south heavenly gate. Your end is nigh. Prepare to die, you wretch. The soldiers all started talking over one another in a ceaseless chatter, as if trying to inflate their courage. At the same time, high in the sky, the grand golden immortal, whom the soldiers called Grand General Chen, descended with awe-inspiring majesty, leading 100,000 immortal soldiers to encircle Chen Nian like an iron barrel. A great battle was about to erupt. Seeing this, a faint contemptuous sneer appeared on Chen Nian's face. His gaze swept slowly across the heavens, then settled on Grand General Chen. He said word by word, a mere grand golden immortal like you. What right do you have to swagger before me? Do you know what realm my cultivation base has reached? At those words, Grand General Chen in the sky could not help but throw back his head and roar with laughter, his laughter full of mockery. He pointed the gleaming halberd in his hand fiercely at Chen Nian and said, let me tell you the truth, beneath the heaven and earth net of my first heaven, even an immortal venerable would have no choice but to surrender. Hearing this, Chen Nian narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of amusement flickering within them. He shook his head with a wry smile and said, oh, is that so? Then I shall have to try. Arrogance. Grand General Chen snorted coldly, then swept his hand through the air. Heaven and earth net open. The instant the words fell, the 100,000 immortal soldiers under his command, who had already surrounded Chen Nian, rose into the air in unison and swiftly shifted positions, forming a terrifying formation that radiated blinding light and seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Within the formation, mysterious runes glittered with an eerie light, and mighty waves of energy surged like raging billows, crashing toward Chen Nian one after another. Chen Nian stood quietly in place. His robe snapped in the wind of energy, yet his eyes remained as steadfast and confident as ever. Just then, an even more powerful aura descended. A projection of an immortal venerable dressed in magnificent immortal robes and wearing a golden crown slowly revealed itself. The immortal venerable stared at Chen Nian with a cold, severe gaze and said in a deep voice, who exactly are you? Why are you causing trouble in my first heaven? Entirely unafraid of the immortal venerable's pressure, Chen Nian replied calmly, I came here only to seek justice. You people of the immortal realm have made things difficult for me again and again without distinguishing right from wrong. Today I demand an answer. The immortal venerable frowned, his voice carrying a trace of authority. The immortal realm has its own rules. After causing such a scene, you still demand an answer. Chen Nian gave a cold laugh. Rules? They'd better be just rules. If you continue down this stubborn path, don't blame me for being rude. The immortal venerable narrowed his eyes. Do you think you can fight the entire immortal realm? Chen Nian straightened his back, his eyes blazing. Then what harm is there in trying? Afterward, the tension between the two grew even thicker, as if the very air were about to congeal. An even more violent conflict was about to erupt, seeking death. The voice of that immortal projection erupted like thunder from the 9 heavens, causing the entire first heaven to tremble. Then, without the Grand General Chen roared with laughter at the sky, jabbing his celestial halberd toward Chen Nian as he bellowed, Boy, in all these years you are the very first to dare set foot in my sacred heavens. But your end will be far too miserable to witness. As his words faded, the net of 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals surged toward Chen Nian with the overwhelming force of moving mountains and overturning seas. Chen Nian frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Without another word, he swept his hand out, and several radiant immortal artifacts materialized before him, then slammed forward with the crushing might of a thunderbolt. Meanwhile, an inky black immortal saber appeared in his hand, the immortal slaying saber. Kill! Chen Nian gave a low shout, then took a sudden fierce step forward. Dharma form of heaven and earth. In an instant, Chen Nian's body violently expanded, like an inflating balloon growing 10,000 times in height. The 100,000 immortal soldiers before him suddenly became utterly minuscule, no more than ants. For a moment, Grand General Chen failed to react. He dumbly raised his head toward Chen Nian's giant Dharma form of heaven and earth in the sky, his entire body frozen, as if time itself had stopped. He had been full of confidence moments before, but now he had not the slightest courage to fight. Only boundless fear remained in his heart. The Dharma form of heaven and earth. You actually possess the Dharma form of heaven and earth. Grand General Chen's eyes bulged as he stared rigidly at Chen Nian in the sky, letting out terrified screams that seemed to pierce the very clouds. A cold smile tugged at Chen Nian's lips, and he stepped forward. Originally, I came to speak civilly with the supreme heavenly venerable above your 33 heavens, but it seems you were determined not to show me the slightest respect. Since that is so today, I will use violence to demand justice for my wife and daughter. The instant his roar fell, Chen Nian's colossal heaven-reaching body was already stepping onto the formation formed by the 100,000 immortal soldiers. No! Grand General Chen wailed in despair toward the heavens, his shrill scream, so piercing that it seemed to cut through one's soul. His cries were utterly useless before Chen Nian. In the next instant, boom, boom, boom. Chen Nian brought his foot down, and boundless fearsome energy exploded beneath it like a volcanic eruption. The inescapable net formed by 100,000 immortal soldiers was torn apart in an instant like a shattered spiderweb. Countless soldiers at the golden immortal realm fell one after another, groaning in agony like wounded beasts. Paralyzed with fear, Grand General Chen gripped his celestial halberd, yet had no idea what to do. At that moment, his heart was a mess of panic. Chen Nian looked down at Grand General Chen with cold, contemptuous eyes. Do you truly believe these heavenly soldiers and generals can stop me? Oh, it's pure wishful thinking. Grand General Chen's eyes blazed. Brett, don't get too smug. The true power of my sacred heavens is far greater than what you see here. He swung his celestial halberd, sending a fierce beam of light shooting at Chen Nian. Chen Nian sidestepped easily, then swung the immortal slaying saber. A blade aura like lightning streaked toward Grand General Chen. Grand General Chen hurriedly raised his halberd to block, but the shock made his hands ache sharply. Again, he roared, radiant light erupting from his body as immortal powers surged. He leapt into the air and lunged at Chen Nian, bringing his celestial halberd down with devastating force. Unhurriedly, Chen Nian raised the immortal slaying saber to meet it. As saber and halberd collided, a deafening boom erupted. Powerful waves of energy rippled outward, and the surrounding space trembled like a mirror on the verge of shattering. The two clashed fiercely, trading blow after blow. Little by little, Grand General Chen's stamina began to fail, while Chen Nian fought more and more ferociously. Seizing the opening, Chen Nian slashed at Grand General Chen's arm. Grand General Chen failed to dodge in time. A deep gash split open his arm and blood gushed out. Curse it, he snarled through clenched teeth, bitterness and defiance churning in his heart. He raised his celestial halberd once more for a final desperate struggle. Chen Nian gave him no chance. A single slash sent the celestial halberd flying from Grand General Chen's hands, and he vomited blood as he toppled to the ground like a giant tree felled by a raging wind. Curse it! High in the sky, the immortal venerable's projection glared at the scene, his eyes seeming to spit fire, a fury that could consume the entire world. In all these years, apart from the demon race's invasion of the sacred heavens in the previous age, the sacred heavens had never suffered such grievous devastation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a colossal fist came smashing toward the immortal venerable's projection. A moment later, Chen Nian's fist descended. The immortal venerable's projection was obliterated as it let out a shrill scream like a desperate wail. You demon! How dare you destroy the first heaven? Just you wait. I will immediately unite all the heavenly venerables of the 33 heavens to bring war down upon you. The immortal venerable let out a roar, then vanished completely. Chen Nian curled his lips in a cold smile and thought to himself, good. This was exactly what he wanted. He would slay every immortal venerable throughout the 33 heavens, and only then rescue Bo. Not long ago in the celestial realm, the first heaven was still shrouded in mist and clouds, its immortal mountains towering, spirit springs gurgling, and exotic flowers and herbs blanketing the hillsides. Pavilions and towers were scattered gracefully in midair, each adorned with sparkling immortal stones that radiated a dreamlike glow. Yet now this once beautiful paradise had been ravaged by war and destruction. Ruins of broken walls were everywhere. The immortal stones had gone dim, the spirit springs were clogged, and the flowers and herbs lay trampled and scattered. A heartbreaking desolation filled the air. Damn it. I truly never expected that a filthy ant from the lower realm could trash the first heaven of our immortal realm into such a mess. Deep within the chaos, an immortal venerable's dignified face flushed crimson with rage. His eyes seemed to burn with fury, and veins bulged on his forehead. His hands clenched tightly, his immortal robe fluttered without wind, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Since the end of that world-shaking immortal demon war in the previous epic, our immortal realm has never suffered such humiliation. If we do not shred this brat into pieces this time, the demon realm will laugh their teeth out. The dignity of our immortal realm must never be trampled upon. One roaring, furious voice after another thundered through the chaos. War immortal venerable, although this brat comes from the lower realm, his cultivation has already reached the immortal lord stage. We must not take him lightly. In my opinion, this matter should be reported to the heavenly venerable. Let the heavenly venerable personally lead the 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers of the 33 heavens and the 30 immortal venerables to go into battle together to face this enemy. In the chaos, a gentle and refined Confucian immortal venerable frowned slightly. His gaze was deep and solemn, and as he spoke he clasped his hands and bowed slightly, looking extremely worried. But soon someone expressed dissatisfaction with his proposal. Confucian immortal venerable, you are overestimating that brat. If the heavenly venerable personally leads 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and 30 immortal venerables to deal with an unknown lowly nobody from the lower realm, where will the face of our immortal realm be? If this spreads out, wouldn't the other realms laugh at our expense? An immortal venerable retorted, eyes wide with fury, his face twisted in agitation, spittle flying everywhere. If I say there is no need to make such a fuss. I alone can go and capture that brat who doesn't know his place. Another immortal venerable wore a face full of contempt. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes revealing arrogance, and crossed his arms with an air of absolute confidence. Exactly. If this gets out, the demon realm will be the first to laugh its head off. In the chaos, the arguments of the immortal venerables rose one after another. Each held their own ground, refusing to yield. However, just as the immortal venerables were fiercely arguing over whether to dispatch all their forces to confront Chen Nian, suddenly, boom, 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 a series of deafening explosions rang out as if they would shake the entire 33 heavens apart. This sudden upheaval instantly stunned the immortal venerables in the chaos. They hastily released their divine senses, which spread outward like tentacles attempting to probe what was going on. The moment they withdrew their divine senses, all the immortal venerables in the chaos widened their eyes, their faces full of incredulity, because they saw it clearly. The 33 heavens, starting from the second heaven, were like toppled dominoes, one after another, all exploding with raging booms. And the source of all this chaos was none other than Chen Nian, who had just destroyed the first heaven. At this moment, Chen Nian was like a demon god, descending, killing recklessly as he charged upward toward the 33 heavens. Wherever he passed, whether heavenly soldiers or quasi-immortal venerables, none could stop his advance. In the celestial realm, the once tranquil immortal mists were churned into disorder. The immortal mountains split and collapsed in tremors, debris flying. The waters of the spirit springs splashed wildly as if frightened. The exotic flowers and herbs withered and fell under the terrifying pressure. Pavilions swayed perilously, and the light of the immortal stones was swallowed by bloodshed and the fires of war. Truly, he killed gods and Buddhas alike, all who stood in his way. No one could withstand his edge. How can this be? An immortal venerable's mouth gaped wide, his eyes bulging like bells, his face a mask of astonishment. How could a mere immortal lord stage brat be so formidable? He even smashed the 33 heavens one after another. This is utterly beyond reason. Another immortal venerable, his face pale and forehead beaded with sweat, stammered. How did he manage? The immortal venerables were astounded, their voices tinged with fear. For a moment, those immortal venerables who had just considered Chen Nian as no more than a negligible ant from the lower realm, unworthy of causing all the immortal venerables and the heavenly venerable in the 33 heavens to dispatch their full strength, were now completely mute. Quick! Notify the heavenly venerable at once. That brat is not something we can contend with. Hurry, notify the heavenly venerable. All the immortal venerables unexpectedly cried out in unison. Mind you, just a short while ago they had strongly resisted such a move. The next second, suddenly, a jet-black point of light appeared in the chaos. Immediately, that point of light began to spin crazily, as if enchanted. In a short while, an incomparably huge vortex formed in the chaos. The vortex spun faster and larger, as if it were about to devour the entire chaos. We greet the heavenly venerable. We greet the heavenly venerable. We greet the heavenly venerable. The immortal venerables in the chaos almost simultaneously knelt down, shouting in unison toward the enormous vortex. Not long after, An enormous, invisible hand slowly extended out from the vortex. The heavenly venerable emerged from the vortex. His expression was cold and stern, his eyes like torches. His slightly narrowed eyes flickered with an inscrutable light. His lofty, majestic manner made the immortal venerables around him dare not raise their heads. Ha ha ha. Bo, I truly never expected that the husband you took in the mortal world could with a mere mortal body fight his way up to the 33 heavens. His love for you is indeed steadfast unto death. A majestic voice tinged with a cold sneer suddenly sounded, as if it could cover the 9 heavens and 10 lands, instantly enveloping the entire 33 heavens. A terrifying aura descended completely like a flood tide. The whole immortal realm, including all living beings above the 33 heavens, was weighed down by this terrifying aura, as if carrying a colossal mountain on their backs, unable to lift their heads. Even the immortal venerables in the chaos bowed their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Of course, these immortal venerables were also deeply shaken by the heavenly venerable's words. None of them had expected that this mortal who had stormed the immortal realm vowing to destroy the 33 heavens was actually the husband of Fairy Bo in the mortal world, the very same one who had violated the laws of heaven back then. Beyond the 33rd heaven, Chen Nian at this moment appeared like an invincible divine demon from the ancient past, radiating a terrifying aura that chilled the soul. With but a single gentle step forward, the entire heaven and earth trembled violently, as if quailing before his supreme majesty. The surging waves of immense power wildly spread in every direction like a raging tide, causing even the stars around him to tremble and their radiance to dim in an instant. Why was he so furious? Because right here he had keenly detected a presence deeply familiar to him, one etched into the very depths of his soul. That presence belonged undeniably to Bo. Yet the magnificent, awe-inspiring chaos hall of the 33rd heaven stood before him like an insurmountable towering mountain, blocking the path of his search for Bo. The chaos hall radiated a mysterious ancient light, as if declaring to all the world that it could never be violated. Stand in my way, and you die? Chen Nian roared in fury, his voice exploding like thunder and echoing through the heaven and earth. The boundless murderous intent within his words seemed to materialize, surging forward like a violent gale. The heavenly soldiers and generals before him were already stricken with terror. Fear was written across their faces, their legs trembled uncontrollably, and the weapons in their hands seemed to have grown unbearably heavy. Almost everyone staggered backward, their eyes filled with despair. On ordinary days, these immortal lords, so commanding and proud, able to overshadow the heavens in the immortal realm, could do whatever they wished whenever they pleased. They had once stood aloof and above all, looking down on everything, enjoying boundless glory and power. Yet now every one of them trembled in fear, with not a trace of their former majesty remaining. The moment Chen Nian's words fell, those heavenly soldiers and generals scattered in every direction like startled birds. Some immortal lords were so terrified that their very souls seemed to flee, and they ran for their lives, completely abandoning all dignity. Seeing this, Chen Nian stepped forward without the slightest hesitation, each step landing as if upon the very hearts of those who watched. Then he let out a great cry, "Bo, are you here?" His voice possessed an almost infinite power of penetration, scattering like mighty heavenly waves across the entire celestial realm in an instant. Nearly everyone heard his cry with absolute clarity, and boundless shock surged within their hearts. The voice rang out like a great bell, reverberating through heaven and earth for long moments, as if telling of a love engraved deeply in the bone. Inside the chaos hall, all the immortal venerables were frightened out of their wits, their faces pale and their eyes full of terror. There was no trace left of their former composure and solemn authority. Some were so horrified that their primordial spirits fled their bodies on the spot, scattering in panic in every direction. Despair filled their hearts as if the end of the world had come. What terrifying might! Our immortal realm has never witnessed such dreadful power. This man is truly too terrifying. The immortal venerables all chimed in, their words filled with panic, their voices trembled as though confessing the terror within their hearts. In the chaos of midair, a cold snort suddenly sounded. A filthy wretch from the lower realm dares to storm the 33rd heaven. You are simply seeking death. A cold snort filled with disdain and fury suddenly rang out. That voice carried boundless arrogance and contempt, as if in its owner's eyes Chen Nian were no more than an insignificant ant. The next second, with a furious roar, "Follow me into battle and slay him." The dark shadow standing amid the chaos shot outward like a bolt of lightning to charge into the fray. The dark shadow moved at terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, space itself seemed to be torn open, leaving jagged black cracks behind. For a moment, it was as if all the immortal venerables had suddenly found their pillar of support. In unison, they all charged out to battle. Resolve was etched upon their faces, as if they were prepared to fight Chen Nian to the death. Moments later, the heavenly venerate had already led more than 30 immortal venerables to stand outside the chaos hall, directly facing Chen Nian. At the sight, a trace of coldness crept across Chen Nian's face. His blazing eyes swept fiercely over the heavenly venerate ahead and the host of immortal venerables behind him. His gaze seemed able to pierce through everything, sending chills into the hearts of all. At last his eyes settled firmly upon the heavenly venerate. "You are the heavenly venerate." Chen Nian lightly raised his hand, pointing ahead, his voice as cold as ice. There was not a shred of emotion in his words, as if he were interrogating a stranger. The heavenly venerate stepped forward. In that instant, boundless majesty surged from his. Even the immortal venerables beneath his command gasped heavily, unable to make a sound. His majesty pressed down like Mount Tai, leaving everyone breathless. "That's right. I am the heavenly venerate, Bio's elder brother." The heavenly venerate gave a cold snort, showing not the slightest fear. Instead, his tone was like that of someone addressing a lowly slave. His eyes were filled with arrogance and self-conceit, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Nian suddenly raised his head, and his heart began to pound wildly. His eyes had turned crimson. Endless fury erupted from the depths of his heart, like a blazing, all-consuming fire, as if it would burn the entire world to ash. "Where's Bio?" Chen Nian slowly raised his head, his furious eyes sweeping savagely toward the heavenly venerate. His voice was filled with urgency and rage, as if he could not wait a single moment longer. The heavenly venerate smiled coldly and replied, "Bio is in the celestial prison. Shouldn't you have known that all along? Why bother asking?" His words were soaked in mockery, as if ridiculing Chen Nian's ignorance, and Chen Nian's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze like a frigid abyss with a faint glimmer shining through, revealing endless coldness and resolve. Then he suddenly stepped forward with a powerful stride. This step seemed ordinary, yet it was as if he had shattered the tranquility of the void itself. In an instant, a terrifying aura, as if originating from the primordial cosmos, surged down like a torrential meteor shower, carving through the heavens with world-destroying force, and finally pressed heavily upon every immortal venerable before him. These immortal venerables, accustomed to their exalted status and luxurious existence, were instantly reduced to gasping for breath under the suffocating pressure. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, every inch of skin bearing the crushing weight of this immense force, as though millions of pounds of burden rested upon their shoulders. All the immortal venerables bowed their heads, their faces ashen, their once proud eyes now filled with terror and helplessness, as if pinned beneath an immovable mountain, unable to lift their heads. Simultaneously, their hearts trembled with profound shock. They could never have imagined that a mere mortal from the lower realm could exert such terrifying pressure with a single step. This was simply beyond comprehension. If these exalted immortal venerables were struggling, so the celestial soldiers below were far worse off. They felt an irresistible force surging toward them like a devastating tsunami, mercilessly knocking their bodies to the ground. They were all forced flat upon the earth, utterly unable to move. Some with weaker cultivation simply could not endure this terrifying pressure. These individuals felt their chi and blood churning wildly within them, like untamed horses, their internal organs, as though about to be crushed to pieces by this overwhelming force. In an instant, blood gushed from their 7 orifices, staining the earth beneath them red before they collapsed in miserable agony. Some were lost to unconsciousness, their conditions beyond description. At this moment, a voice carrying immense power echoed across the entire sky. "I ask you this as a courtesy, for you are, after all, my brother-in-law." Chen Nian was enveloped in an aura of chilling coldness, as if from the deepest abyss, radiating endless frost and death wrapping around him like a ruthless deity of slaughter. He continued his steady advance, each step firm and powerful, as if striking at the hearts of all present, filling everyone with dread. Their hearts beat wildly with each footfall, as though they might leap from their throats at any moment. "Everything by you suffered at your hands, I will make you repay 100-fold. Chen Nian's voice was deep and hoarse, echoing like distant thunder through a valley brimming with boundless fury and determination. It was as if the judgment of the underworld itself reverberated across this world, each word carrying the weight of mountains, striking at every heart present. As soon as his words fell, he slowly raised one hand. That hand, long and pale now, seemed to contain the power to destroy the world. Then, with a fierce and unwavering gesture, he pointed straight at the heavens. This seemingly simple motion appeared to command some profound cosmic force. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars instantly filled the entire world like 10,000 bolts of lightning converging, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The sound was deafening, as though tearing apart eardrums, causing the entire world to tremble beneath this terrifying cacophony. A terrifying pressure descended from above like a river of heaven, pouring down, surging directly toward the heavenly venerable standing within the chaos. Wherever it passed, space itself warped and distorted, rippling endlessly as if this world could not bear the weight of such terrifying force. How dare you? The heavenly venerable, accustomed to reverence and worship, had never suffered such blatant disrespect and provocation. In this moment he was utterly consumed by flames of rage, his eyes burning with furious fire, as though ready to reduce the entire world to ashes. His face flushed crimson, with anger veins bulging on his forehead like angry serpents. This accursed mortal dares to disregard this heavenly venerable. He seeks his own death. The heavenly venerable was beside himself with fury. His voice roared like thunder, carrying boundless authority and wrath, shaking the surrounding space into violent ripples, as though the very fabric of reality threatened to shatter. The 30-plus immortal venerables present all wore complex expressions of terror and excitement. They were terrified because they had never witnessed anyone so openly defy the heavenly venerable, nor felt such a powerful and chilling force. They feared the unpredictable consequences of this conflict and worried about being caught in the storm. Yet they were also excited, for they had only seen the heavenly venerable rage so fiercely during the demon race invasion of the previous epoch. Time had slipped away like flowing water. That memory was so distant they had nearly forgotten the terrifying spectacle of the heavenly venerable's wrath. But today they would finally witness that dread-inspiring scene with their own eyes once more. In that instant, an inexplicable thrill and anticipation surged within the hearts of every immortal venerable present, as though they were witnessing the opening act of an epic-defining battle. With a thunderous roar from Tianzun, in the next instant, he suddenly summoned forth a five-colored great banner. The banner shimmered with radiant light as colors interwove, as if containing the most primal forces of heaven and earth within its folds. A flash of brilliance erupted, and without hesitation he hurled it fiercely toward Chen Nian. In a split second, heaven and earth changed their hues, winds and clouds churned violently. The once brilliant sky instantly dimmed and darkened, shrouded beneath a thick veil of gloom. All things seemed to fall into an endless silence at this moment, as if in the face of this world-destroying power, everything in the world had lost its voice, leaving only the five-colored great banner radiating a terrifying light and aura. After the five-colored great banner arrived above Chen Nian's head, it suddenly floated motionless in midair. The banner's surface stirred gently, each movement rippling the energy of the surrounding space, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful. That aura was ancient and profound, as if carrying a mystical summons from an era long past, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Chen Nian slowly raised his head, casting a slightly puzzled glance at the five-colored banner. To be honest, he could not discern anything meaningful. He did not recognize this five-colored banner, nor did he understand what manner of power it possessed. But he knew in his heart that since this five-colored banner was wielded by a true Tianzun, its power was certainly not to be underestimated. With this thought in mind, Chen Nian half closed his eyes, a trace of wariness and resolve flashing in his gaze. That wariness was like a leopard's alertness when facing unknown danger, while that resolve resembled a warrior's unyielding determination in the face of death on the battlefield. At the same time, he reached out and grasped with his hand, and the Star Moon Treasure Mirror suddenly appeared in his. The Star Moon Treasure Mirror radiated a gentle glow, forming a stark contrast with the tense and oppressive atmosphere around, like a sliver of hope in darkness, or a guiding lamp amid a raging storm, bestowing an inexplicable sense of reassurance. However, unlike Chen Nian, at the very moment Tianzun summoned forth the five-colored banner, all the Xianzun present, every celestial soldier and general, and indeed all living beings in the immortal realm who witnessed this scene, were left utterly dumbfounded. It was as if time had frozen at that moment, and everyone's memories seemed to be pulled back in an instant to the previous epoch. That terrifying and awe-inspiring scene flashed through every mind. That was the ultimate confrontation between the righteous and demonic paths of the previous epoch. A terrifying figure wielding a five-colored banner suddenly descended from the heavens. That figure was towering and majestic, radiating in light too brilliant to gaze upon directly. Then that terrifying figure charged into the demonic army's ranks as though they were non-existent. In the next moment, earth-shattering roars erupted one after another, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in those terrifying sounds. Those sounds were like the tolling of doomsday bells, sounding the death knell for the demonic race. Each roar was accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The demonic army that should have been on the verge of breaching the immortal realm and conquering all 33 heavens was within a mere instant slaughtered by that terrifying figure wielding the five-colored banner. Rivers of blood-flowing corpses strewn across the fields reduced to nothingness. On the battlefield, blood converged into rivers flowing across the earth and exuding a pungent, sickening stench. Corpses were piled like mountains, some mangled and incomplete, others bearing grotesque expressions too horrifying to behold. The demons' cries of agony and wails of despair interwove, painting a scene of earthly hell. That battle was so fierce that it darkened the heavens and dimmed the sun and moon, rendering the stars pale. It seemed as though heaven and earth contained nothing but endless slaughter and carnage, and the entire world sank into despair and terror. Black clouds shrouded the sky, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling endlessly, as if even the heavens were enraged by this brutal war. Fierce winds howled, scourging everything in their path, as if determined to utterly destroy this world. The demonic race had been slaughtered to near extinction, with only a few elders leading some surviving disciples fleeing for their lives in utter terror and despair. Their eyes were filled with fear and hopelessness, as though their very souls had been torn from their bodies in this war. Their figures appeared so small and helpless in the afterglow of battle, carrying endless wounds and shame as they disappeared into the distance. From that day onward, that terrifying figure who wielded the five-colored banner and crushed the demonic race so thoroughly came to be known as Tianzun. And now this five-colored banner, which had once forged countless legends on the righteous demonic battlefield, had appeared once again. What earth-shattering conflict would it ignite? Everyone's hearts were caught in their throats, their gazes fixed intently on the scene before them, daring not even to draw a breath. The entire world seemed to freeze at this moment, with only the five-colored banner and Chen Nian locked in confrontation. A peerless storm of battle, no less devastating than the great righteous demonic war of the previous epoch, was about to begin. This battle would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history. In the boundless and vast immortal realm, a five-colored banner flew high, its fabric snapping loudly in the wind, as if carrying the overwhelming force of thunder, poised to suppress the entire heaven and earth and make all beings submit. In an instant, the sky suddenly turned dark and lusterless, as if an invisible giant hand had shrouded it with a thick black veil. Beneath the five-colored banner, beams of azure, red, blue, green, and yellow light shot forth like arrows from a bow. Dazzlingly bright, they nonetheless exuded a bone-chilling ferocity. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the entire world fell into an eerie silence. An endless oppressive pressure spread out like a tide, enveloping everything in the vicinity, making even breathing feel excruciatingly difficult. Almost in the next second, ear-splitting booming sounds erupted in succession. Boom, boom, boom. The five energy spheres of different colors, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth, hurtled straight toward Chen Nian below. Chen Nian slowly raised his head, his eyes burning like torches. A wonderfully subtle light seemed to flow faintly across his body. Not resplendent, yet radiating an unyielding, tenacious spirit. How dare a mere mortal act so insolently in my immortal realm? In the next second, apart from the five-colored thunder spheres, the entire five-colored banner seemed to have been granted life, striking viciously down toward Chen Nian. This boundless, terrifying force instantly made the entire 33 heavens tremble violently, as if the unshakable foundations of the immortal realm were being shaken. Before long, the towering immortal mountains in the distance collapsed outright under the impact of that power. Countless immortal stones fell from the sky like rain. Below the 33 heavens, the once peaceful and blessed sects caught in this sudden calamity were destroyed one after another. Even many immortal lords, soldiers, and generals above the 33 heavens could not escape. They were caught in the collapse of the immortal mountains and fled in utter disarray. The entire immortal realm was already in shambles, scarred everywhere, as if it had just gone through a disastrous war. After an unknown amount of time, deep within the darkness and chaos, Chen Nian slowly opened his eyes. In a flash, two streams of golden light shot out from his eyes like sharp swords, illuminating a small patch of darkness around him. Moi! A slightly surprised voice sounded from the heavens. The next second, the heavenly venerable's massive form abruptly appeared within the dark chaos. He exuded a pressure that inspired awe, as if he were the master of the immortal realm, controlling the life and death of all things. Then a palm that seemed capable of covering the entire heaven and earth appeared. Faint mysterious lines swirled upon it, releasing an ancient and mighty aura. The palm, without the slightest hesitation, ferociously clutched toward the source of the two golden beams. Have you finally come? At the sight of that massive palm, Chen Nian's thoughts were instantly pulled back to those painful memories he did not want. As if from Bayu's perspective, he clearly saw that enormous palm reach out from the dark chaos, and with an unstoppable motion seize his beloved Bayu without a moment's hesitation. At that moment, Bayu's terrified eyes and desperate cries were branded into Chen Nian's mind like scars, wringing his heart with intense pain. In that instant, boundless rage erupted suddenly, like a volcano that had been dormant for ages. Chen Nian's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead, and he roared through gritted teeth, "You took the one I love most. Damn you, you're courting death. Today, even if you are the lofty, immortal, venerable, I will scatter your soul and leave you without a burial place." Chen Nian opened his mouth and let out a furious roar that shook heaven and earth, a cry steeped in his hatred for the heavenly venerable and his deep love for Bayu. The next second, boom, boom, boom. Chen Nian mustered all his strength and furiously slammed his fists high into the heavens. In an instant, sand and stones flew through the air, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and the entire world was deeply shaken by Chen Nian's terrifying power. Howling winds swept up the sand and stones from the ground, raging in all directions. Before them stood a group of immortal lords, their eyes wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. They could never have imagined that a mortal from the lower realm could unleash such terrifying power. Could this person be the chosen one? The immortal lords whispered among themselves, their faces filled with disbelief. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. In the air, an irresistible, terrifying power flowed, as if it had form and substance, making people feel as if they would be crushed to pieces in an instant with just a gentle touch. Even the heavenly venerable, who stood proudly above the heavens, secretly marveled at this moment. This youth is truly the greatest in all of history. The heavenly venerable pondered in his heart, yet his face still wore that arrogant expression of his. Today you have fallen into my hands. Even if you are the husband of my younger sister, you cannot escape death. Upon hearing these words, Chen Nian's anger burned even more fiercely. His eyes fixed firmly on the heavenly venerable as he said word by word, "Humph! You think you can kill me? Today I will let you know the consequences of offending me." The heavenly venerable sneered, "What bold words! A mere mortal dares to speak so arrogantly before this seat. Let me show you today how I will shatter your soul and scatter your spirit." With that said, the heavenly venerable moved, lunging toward Chen Nian, and a breathtaking great battle was about to unfold. Upon hearing the heavenly venerable's extremely arrogant words, Chen Nian's anger surged like a volcano, erupting as if it could burn away all the dark chaos around them. His eyes fixed firmly on the heavenly venerable, that gaze as if it could spew fire. He roared word by word, "You think you can kill me? Today I will let you know the consequences of offending me. I will definitely take back Bio from your hands and make you pay a terrible price for all the evil deeds you have done." The heavenly venerable merely let out a disdainful cold laugh, that laugh full of contempt for Chen Nian. With a face full of arrogance, he said, "What bold words! A mere mortal dares to speak so arrogantly before this seat. Truly ignorant of the consequences. Let me show you today how I will shatter your soul and scatter your spirit, making you completely disappear from this immortal realm, so that everyone can know how tragic the consequences of opposing me are." With that said, the heavenly venerable moved, rushing toward Chen Nian like a streak of flowing light. His speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye the distance between the two was closed, and the airflow he created stirred up ripples in this chaotic space. Seeing the heavenly venerable attack like a vicious wolf pouncing on prey, Chen Nian stomped his foot hard, and the chaotic energy was shaken apart like stormy waves scattering in all directions. Instead of retreating, he advanced like an angry lion, charging toward the heavenly venerable. At this moment, his iron fist, shrouded in blazing light, grew even more dazzling, like two blazing suns, carrying the immense power to split mountains and shake the heavens, as he fiercely punched toward the heavenly venerable, shouting, "Take your life to exchange for bias freedom." Seeing this, the heavenly venerable's lips curled into a mocking smile. He calmly extended his enormous light, flowed across that palm, instantly forming a transparent shield, emitting mysterious radiance. The shield appeared thin, yet was indestructible, with ancient runes faintly shimmering upon its surface, as if whispering of its power. Chen Nian's iron fist slammed against the shield, producing a deafening explosion. The shockwave radiated outward from the two combatants like cannonballs, detonating, churning the surrounding chaotic energy like boiling water, while some solidified fragments of chaotic energy were shattered by this overwhelming force. "Is that all you've got?" Tianzun sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "You mortal fool, daring to oppose me. You are but a mayfly attempting to shake a towering tree, utterly powerless." As he spoke, he waved his palm, and the radiance upon his shield transformed into countless razor-sharp blades. These blades gleamed with a chilling light, as though capable of cleaving through all things in existence. They hurtled toward Chen Nian like a dense barrage of arrows, moving so swiftly that only silver streaks of light could be seen darting through the chaos. Chen Nian flickered like a phantom, weaving effortlessly between the blades. His movements were as fast as lightning, darting left and right. The blades grazed the edges of his garments, but failed to draw a single drop of blood. While evading, Chen Nian shouted toward Tianzun, "Tianzun, do not grow complacent. Today marks your death. The love between you and I is something you shall never trample upon." Seizing the opening, Chen Nian pressed his advantage. He launched himself into the air, executing a graceful somersault, his legs spinning like a whirlwind toward Tianzun's head. This kick carried a howling wind, as though it could tear a gaping hole through the very fabric of the chaotic space. Tianzun tilted his head slightly, evading the ferocious strike, while his other hand transformed into a shadowy blur that shot toward Chen Nian's abdomen with blinding speed. This blow carried immense immortal power. Chen Nian felt an overwhelming force crash into him like a tidal wave, sending him flying backward uncontrollably. Moments later, he collided heavily with a solidified mass of chaotic energy, producing a thunderous crash. The impact carved a massive crater into the hard surface, and the surrounding chaotic energy churned violently from the collision. But Chen Nian would not yield. Gritting through the excruciating pain in his abdomen, he slammed both palms against the ground and launched himself forward once more toward Tianzun. This time his hands moved rapidly, forming intricate seals as he chanted ancient incantations. The words were cryptic and obscure, yet they seemed to carry a mysterious power. In an instant, a golden radiance erupted around his body. Within that brilliance, mysterious runes shimmered faintly, intertwining to form complex patterns, as if narrating legends of ancient times. "Taste this," Chen Nian bellowed, thrusting both palms forward. The golden radiance instantly condensed into the form of a colossal dragon. The dragon was breathtakingly lifelike, its claws extended and fangs bared, radiating an aura of supreme majesty. Each scale shimmered with golden light, as though forged from the purest concentration of power. Its jaws gaped wide, bearing an apocalyptic momentum as it lunged toward Tianzun. Wherever the dragon passed, the chaotic energy was driven back, carving a clear pathway. Its overwhelming presence was astonishing, as though it sought to devour the entire chaotic space. Tianzun's expression shifted ever so slightly. His hands moved rapidly, tracing intricate patterns in the air before him. With each motion, silver radiance surged from his palms, converging into a colossal silver mirror. The silver mirror was flawlessly smooth, exuding a cold gleam. Mysterious runes flowed across its surface as though directly opposing Chen Nian's golden dragon. The golden dragon crashed straight into the silver mirror, unleashing another earth-shattering roar. Golden and silver radiance intertwined and collided, scattering countless dazzling sparks that illuminated the entire dark and chaotic void like broad daylight. The radiance was so blinding that one could hardly bear to look upon it. Some of the chaotic mist evaporated and vanished instantly under the fierce glare. Yet the dragon's assault did not cease. It continued to batter against the silver mirror relentlessly, each impact sending tremors through its surface. The dragon threw open its maw and unleashed torrential golden flames upon the silver mirror, the scorching heat causing its temperature to surge dramatically. Tianzun's brows furrowed tightly as he exerted greater force through his hands. The silver mirror's radiance grew ever more brilliant as it strained to withstand the dragon's onslaught. "If you think this can breach my defenses, don't hold your breath," he muttered under his breath. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, a look of resolute determination flashed across Chen Nian's eyes. He understood that without unleashing his full power, he would never be able to defeat Tianzun and reclaim Biao. With a grim set to his jaw, he bit through his tongue and within moments sprayed a mouthful of essence blood onto both palms. The essence blood instantly merged with the radiance emanating from his hands, intensifying their luminescence. His hands formed hand seals with unprecedented speed, and he bellowed a loud break. The golden dragon seemed to surge with newfound power, its form suddenly doubling in size. Its already massive body became even more majestic and awe-inspiring. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted, reverberating through the chaotic void, as though threatening to shatter the very fabric of space itself. Then, without hesitation, it shattered through the silver mirror's defenses and launched itself toward Tianzun. Tianzun had no time to evade and was struck squarely by the dragon's massive form. His colossal body was sent hurtling backward, smashing through countless barriers of chaotic energy that crumbled like tofu beneath his impact. Only when he finally regained his footing did he realize the severity of his wounds. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a clear sign of serious injury. "You brat, actually managing to wound me." A cruel glint flashed in Tianzun's eyes as he wiped the blood from his lips, his fury igniting completely. "If I don't tear you to pieces today, my name as Tianzun shall be disgraced." He snarled through clenched teeth, then lunged once more toward Chen Nian. This time he held nothing back, channeling all his immortal power into a blinding purple aura that engulfed his entire form. The radiance resembled flames rising from the depths of hell, transforming him into something resembling an ancient demon god, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Chen Nian stood equally prepared, fully aware that the coming battle would be even more brutal. He unleashed every ounce of power within him, his golden radiance growing ever more brilliant as it clashed with Tianzun's purple light, creating a surreal spectacle against the dark chaos. The two collided once more, exchanging blows with devastating force. Each impact echoed with thunderous crashes and blinding flashes of light. Every punch Tianzun threw carried world-shattering immortal power, as if intent on reducing the entire chaotic void to rubble. "Boy, prepare to die. Did you truly believe you could escape my grasp? Keep dreaming." Chen Nian's counterattacks were no less devastating, fueled by his burning hatred for Tianzun and his unwavering resolve to rescue Bio. The sheer force of his strikes could shake heaven and earth itself. Tianzuan, your evil deeds have reached their end. Today is your doom. Their figures flickered in and out of the chaos, their speed so swift that it was nearly impossible to discern their specific techniques. A series of light and shadow figures darted and collided within the chaos. Nearly every encounter triggered an explosion of energy, churning the surrounding chaotic qi into even greater disarray. This is impossible. Tianzun's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. Having roamed the immortal realm for countless years, he had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. A mortal who had once seemed as insignificant as an ant before him now displayed power that sent chills down his spine. This power seemed to originate from ancient primordial times, carrying an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth. Each burst of energy resembled the chaotic forces that once raged when the universe was first formed. The entire immortal realm trembled under these onslaughts as if on the verge of collapse. That earth-shaking might seemed more than enough to utterly crush the 33 heavens. Tianzun's heart churned with turmoil, regret washing over him like a tidal wave. He could never have imagined that the mortal his 17th sister had married would cultivate to such unfathomable depths, turning the immortal realm upside down and reducing him, the exalted Tianzun, to a powerless state. Damn it! Tianzun gritted his teeth, forcing out those words through clenched jaws, his heart brimming with remorse over his past decisions. If only he could turn back time. If he had known this mortal possessed such heaven-defying potential from the start, he would never have laid a finger on his 17th sister. He would have blessed their union, allowing his 17th sister and this mortal to remain together forever, even if it meant compromising the sacred laws of the immortal realm and his own dignity. The immortal realm fell into an eerie silence. All who witnessed this scene stood frozen in shock, as though time itself had ceased to flow at that very moment. Fierce winds howled through the chaos like roaring beasts, while Tianzun, once the supreme ruler of the immortal realm, retreated like a stray dog before this mortal's onslaught. Each collision sent tremors through the immortal realm, a sight more terrifying than the collapse of heaven and earth, more horrifying than the darkening of sun and moon. It all unfolded like an absurd dream. No one would have believed it truly happened without witnessing it with them. "Where is my wife, Bio?" Chen Nian's voice thundered across heaven and earth like a massive bell. Each word carried boundless fury and longing. With that roar, he stepped forward, and the immortal realm shuddered as though struck by a colossal drum, its thunderous echoes reverberating through every corner. In an instant, the sky tore asunder as if ripped apart by an invisible hand, while the earth quaked violently. Heaven and earth seemed to collapse, and the sun, moon, and stars all dimmed before this terrifying power. The immortal realm itself, battered by his force, swayed like a lone boat in a storm, as though on the verge of complete destruction. Tianzun struggled to steady himself and slowly raised his head, his gaze falling upon Chen Nian with layered complexity. Within his eyes lurked both fear of Chen Nian's power and a deeply concealed malice. Then, speaking with deliberate weight, he said, "She is in the purgatory. If you wish to save her, you must pay with your own life." His voice echoed through the howling wind, resolute and unyielding. "Now make your choice." No sooner had he finished speaking than Tianzun swept his hand forward. Above, light flickered and a vision materialized from nothing, like a mirage appearing out of thin air. It was a purgatory, a hell seemingly constructed from all the suffering and despair of the mortal realm. Flames licked the sky like the tongues of demons, while peaks forged from sharpened blades soared into the clouds, with blood continuously dripping from their edges, as if recounting endless torment. The wails of ghosts and howls of wolves rose and fell in succession, the anguished cries of countless wronged souls. Bones sprawled across the ground like a bleached white ocean, radiating the aura of death. The scene was so horrifying that a single glance sent chills down one's spine. Yet at the very center of this purgatory, a graceful figure stood like a white lotus blooming in hell. So jarring yet achingly beautiful. Bio. Chen Nian's gaze instantly locked onto that figure. The fury in his eyes was swiftly replaced by tenderness, and his entire being seemed like a lit fuse upon a barrel of gunpowder, his emotions boiling over in an instant. She was the wife he longed for day and night. Even in this hellish realm of terror, she remained as beautiful and captivating as ever, filling his heart with aching pain. He looked more closely, and his heart felt as though it had been mercilessly pierced by a sharp blade. Bio was bound tightly in midair by 9 massive chains that shimmered with an eerie radiance, each one ruthlessly piercing through her body. Blood continuously seeped from her wounds and fell into the flames below, sizzling with each drop. Her face was as pale as paper, yet she bit hard upon her lower lip, enduring the excruciating agony without a single whimper. Her eyes were filled with defiance and longing, but at this moment she could not move a single part of her body, like a bird trapped within a cage, fragile and helpless. Witnessing this scene, the anger within Chen Nian erupted like a volcano in an instant. His gaze shot like two burning torches straight toward the heavenly venerable who had already been beaten to a wretched state by his own hand. The fury in his eyes seemed ready to consume the heavenly venerable entirely. Then enunciating each word with fury, he roared, "You beast! She is your own flesh and blood sister, and this is how you treat her." His voice echoed across the purgatory above, laden with boundless grief, indignation, and condemnation. The next moment, ha ha ha! The heavenly venerable erupted into mad laughter, the sound particularly grating against the tense and terrifying atmosphere. "Flesh and blood sister, before the decrees of my immortal realm, what is family affection worth? Since she chose to be with a lowly mortal like you, she should have foreseen this fate awaiting her today." His voice grew louder and louder, eventually bordering on a roar, his facial features twisting into a hideous and terrifying expression. Chen Nian's eyes widened, glaring fiercely ahead. His gaze was like solidified flames, as if ready to consume everything before him. His chest heaved violently, his breath surging like turbulent waves churning within his body. Then his hands swiftly formed a seal, and in the transformation of hand signs, it seemed to embody the profound principles of heaven and earth. As he moved, terrifying rays of light erupted from his palms, transforming into countless fierce attacks that swept toward the heavenly venerable like a violent storm. Each strike carried power sufficient to tear through space itself, howling as it carved through the chaos, and sending forth chilling shrieks. At this moment, the Tianzuan, under Chen Nian's overwhelming attacks that seemed to topple mountains and overturn seas, was already in a wretched state, his former majesty trampled into dust. His once exquisitely magnificent robes were now tattered and torn, flapping wildly in the relentless impact of energy. His figure wavered precariously in the aftermath of the attacks. He attempted to resist, but found himself utterly incapable of parrying, forced to watch helplessly as the endless barrage surged toward him. Witnessing Chen Nian's next wave of assault crashing down like a surging tsunami, the Tianzan's brows knit tightly together, forming deep furrows between them. A flicker of resolve and trepidation flashed across his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, his body exploded backward in a sudden retreat. His feet slammed into the chaos, sending up great clouds of swirling energy as he shot backward like a falling star. Trying to flee, Chen Nian's expression grew exceedingly grim, his chiseled features as cold and unyielding as forged iron. His teeth gnashed together with a grinding sound, a chilling menace seeping through his clenched jaw. He looked as though he were about to unleash a bloody slaughter and drench this realm in blood. At this moment, he had completely succumbed to a frenzied killing state, with no other thoughts occupying his mind. His sole purpose was clear: to slay the Tianzuan before him and use his body to rescue the imprisoned Bio. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars echoed ceaselessly through the chaos like the primordial thunder that had shattered the heavens when the world was first born. Each explosion was accompanied by a blinding flash of light that illuminated the chaos in stark brilliance, only for it to plunge back into darkness in an instant. The Tianzuan understood deeply that he stood no chance against Chen Nian. All he could do was retreat continuously, trying to widen the distance between them in search of a sliver of hope. Yet his retreat only served as fuel to the fire, completely igniting the already blazing combat fervor within Chen Nian's heart. "Today I will surely kill you." Chen Nian roared to the heavens, his voice rolling like surging tides through the chaos, sending ripples through the surrounding swirling energy. His attacks at this moment became even more frenzied and reckless than before. In an instant, immortal palaces crumbled, celestial herbs withered, and immortal beasts scattered in all directions. A scene of utter devastation. The Tianzuan, having nowhere left to retreat, brought his steps to an abrupt halt midair. His eyes blazing like the sun, fixed intently upon Chen Nian. The light within them resembled solidified blades, as though intent on piercing through him. An endless torrent of terrifying pressure erupted from his eyes, like a volcanic eruption attempting to intimidate Chen Nian. He slowly raised the great banner in his hand, which emitted a ghostly luminescence. The banner snapped and fluttered in the chaotic winds, as if possessed of its own consciousness. The heavens shook and the earth trembled, mountains and rivers collapsed, and even the chaos itself rumbled violently, as if stirred by the eerie banner in his grasp. The Tianzan's gaze burned with intensity as he locked eyes with Chen Nian, his voice a thunderous roar delivered word by word. "You insignificant mortal, if you dare to kill me, the heavenly Tao will not spare you." Ha ha ha! Chen Nian erupted into wild laughter, his voice rolling like thunder through the chaos, reverberating endlessly with contempt and audacious arrogance. "Do you truly think I would fear the heavenly Tao, eh?" He let out a cold snort, his voice biting like an ice blade. Then with a single step into the void, the chaotic energy beneath his foot instantly formed a massive vortex. The boundless, terrifying power of chaos erupted from within his body like a catastrophic breach of a mighty river. That power enveloped his entire being, forming a dazzling, yet perilous barrier of light that made him appear as if a demon god had descended upon the world. You? Tianzun's eyes widened in shock, his pupils contracting sharply, filled with utter disbelief. His body trembled slightly, his hands clenched into fists so tightly that his knuckles had turned white from the He pointed angrily at Chen Nian, each word dripping with rage. You mere mortal, do you truly intend to defy the heavenly Tao? Boom. Chen Nian's fist, wreathed in world-shattering power, suddenly slammed, with devastating force, straight into Tianzun's chest. The strike came at incomprehensible speed with terrifying force, even spawning a blinding energy shockwave that radiated outward upon impact. Tianzun, utterly depleted of any fighting strength, was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. His body hurtled through the air like a cannonball, tracing a long arc before being launched beyond the confines of chaos itself. A long trail of energy lingered behind him, refusing to dissipate. But the confrontation was far from over. Chen Nian extended his hands, which began glowing with an otherworldly radiance amidst the swirling chaos. With a thunderous roar, he exerted his full strength and tore the chaos barrier asunder. The sound was like the wailing of collapsing heavens and earth, sending chills down the spine. You possess the power to rend chaos itself. Who in the heavens are you? Only the ancient Titan gods held such power. Why do you wield such terrifying power? Tianzun's eyes bulged with sheer disbelief. His mouth hung slightly open, speechless after those words, simply staring at Chen Nian as though beholding the most terrifying entity in all existence. You need not know. Chen Nian's face was ice cold, his words radiating boundless chill, and in an instant he moved like a bolt of black lightning straight toward Tianzun. In that heartbeat, his fists crashed down with the fury of a tempest, a relentless barrage aimed squarely at. The strikes came so fast they blurred into mere afterimages, leaving Tianzun completely stunned and frozen in shock. Panic seized him. He had planned to use his divine abilities to flee into the chaos and escape this dire situation. But Chen Nian's assault was too ferocious. He had already missed his window to escape. Boom. Tell me where Biyo is, or I'll ensure you never find peace in any realm. Chen Nian's eyes blazed as he roared, his voice shattering through the chaotic void. Oh no, don't kill me. Tianzun's face drained of color. He knew he had cultivated through countless lifetimes, enduring endless trials, to reach his current level of cultivation. To perish today would fill him with endless fear and despair. I've told you, Chen Nian's voice rolled like thunder. Tell me where Biyo is, or face certain death. Chen Nian roared again, his voice surging like overwhelming waves. At this moment, the heavenly venerate had already been seized by the neck by Chen Nian, his whole body clamped, as if by an invisible iron vice. He was completely controlled, and no matter how he struggled, he could not break free in the slightest. Just as Chen Nian was convinced that the heavenly venerate would fight to the death and never reveal where Biyo was, the heavenly venerate suddenly lifted his head, fixed a scorching gaze upon Chen Nian, and let out a heart-rending roar. Fine, I'll tell you how to find Biyo, but you must spare my life. Hearing this, Chen Nian halted abruptly, his heart filled with confusion. This heavenly venerate, what did he mean? Had he finally come to his senses? At that thought, he slowly ceased his offensive moves and reached out his hand. The next second, the heavenly venerate, trembling, also extended his hand and placed a golden key into Chen Nian's palm. The instant the golden key fell into Chen Nian's palm, an overwhelming heaviness slammed into him, so immense that it nearly broke his arm. At the same time, a strange and hazy thought slowly surfaced in his mind. It was the instant Chen Nian was briefly stunned, then ecstasy surged across his face as tears of joy streamed down. Without hesitation, he cast the heavenly venerate aside like a worthless object, then clenched the golden key tightly, and guided by it, shot like an arrow from a bowstring toward a certain direction in the chaos. Before long, the golden key suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and instantly tore open a rift in the chaotic space before him. Then Chen Nian hesitated no longer. Without a word, he leaped straight into the torn rift in the chaotic, a bottomless abyss crisscrossed by countless chains. Looking up, there was a blood-red sky, a looking down, boiling magma, churned underfoot. At the center of those countless chains, a delicate figure was bound fast. At that moment, the delicate figure seemed to sense something. Suddenly, her eyes flew wide open. Her heart, which had long been sealed in ice, began to pound violently once more. It's him, he's here. A faint voice broke from her lips again and again. Biyo. Chen Nian's voice trembled slightly, as his gaze instantly locked onto the face he had yearned for throughout the ages. It was truly her, those brows, those eyes, that distinctive bearing. Every detail was the Biyo who haunted his dreams. Biyo slowly raised her head. Her eyes were red, yet her breathtaking beauty could not be concealed. Her gaze rested directly on Chen Nian, 1,000 unspoken words swirling within it. Nian, you're here. I knew you would come back. Her voice was soft, yet carried endless longing, and Chen Nian's heart clenched. Unable to hold back the surging emotion inside him, he strode forward with long, hurried steps, opened his arms, and pulled Bio tightly into his embrace. In that moment, the whole world seemed to stop turning. Only the sound of their heartbeats was clearly audible. Tears poured from Chen Nian's eyes like water from a burst dam. His voice choking, he said, "In back, Bio. This time I will never let you leave me again. I'm taking you with me. For the rest of our lives we will cling to each other in life and death, never to be parted." With that he gripped Bai's hand tightly, and prepared to tear through the void with his magic. But at that very moment the surrounding chaotic space suddenly trembled violently, as if an invisible force were madly tugging at it. The space began to contract at terrifying speed. Chen Nian jerked his head up, his vigilant gaze burning like a torch as he swept his eyes around. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. "It's a trap," Bio cried out in his arms. Chen Nian's eyes turned icy and piercing in an instant. He roared in fury, "A trap? Humph, no matter who said it, I won't be afraid." He released Bio and swept his hands outward. A terrifying surge of energy rolled outward like raging waves, churning the primordial chaos into upheaval wherever it passed. "You want to overthrow the heavenly Tao? You're deluding yourself." A faint, eerie voice seemed to come from an endless dark abyss, and yet from every direction at once. It carried both mockery and majesty, boring straight into Chen Nian's ears. Every cell in his body began to seethe, as if about to be torn to pieces by that force in the next instant. Bio looked at Chen Nian, her eyes filled with heartache and helplessness. Weakly she said, "Nian, go. I am sealed by the heavenly Tao, though I cannot leave." At this moment her face was as pale as paper, and her body swayed, as though a faint breeze could blow her over. But how could Chen Nian give up? Without hesitation, he took an exquisite jade vial from his bosom and poured all the pills in it onto his palm. Then he gently supported Bio and said softly, "Bio, take these pills. You will get better." After Bio swallowed the pills, Chen Nian's body blazed with radiance. He held his long saber, which hummed and vibrated as if answering its master's battle intent. He raised his head and let out a long cry to the heavens. "So what of the heavenly Tao? Today I will fight it." With that his form flashed like lightning and shot upward toward the sky. In an instant the phantom form of the heavenly Tao slowly materialized. A colossal, terrifying palm blotted out the sky and came crashing down at Chen Nian with boundless pressure. Wherever the palm passed, space warped and twisted as if everything would be ground to dust beneath its power. Yet Chen Nian showed no fear, his eyes burned with blazing fury and unshakable conviction. In the instant before that monstrous hand could touch him, he let out a thunderous roar, "Kill." The next second the long saber in his hand burst with dazzling light, like a bolt of lightning splitting the darkness, and slashed straight at that giant hand. With a crack, the seemingly indestructible, terrifying hand was torn apart with ease. The voice in the chaos was filled with shock and terror. "How is this possible?" Chen Nian paid it no heed. His figure flickered, and he was back at Bai's side. He gently lifted her from the void, held her tightly in his arms, and shot off toward the distant emptiness. "Bio, let's go," Chen Nian whispered softly into her ear. Bio clung tightly to him, a happy smile spreading across her face. She said softly, "Nian, we will be together forever, never to be separated again." Chen Nian gently dried the tears at the corners of her eyes, and said firmly, "From today onward, no matter who it is, no one will ever separate us. Even the heavenly Tao itself, I will never yield." Chen Nian carried Bio through layer after layer of void, and finally reached the immortal realm. Their auspicious light and blessed clouds filled the air, while spirit flowers and immortal herbs spread enchanting fragrance. But they did not linger. They passed straight through the primordial heaven gate, and returned to the Lingdong continent they had longed for day and night. From then on the family of three, Chen Nian, Bio, and Ling Xiao, lived a blissful life on the Lingdong continent. In the morning, sunlight spilled across the courtyard as they shared breakfast, cultivated together, and sparred with one another. In the afternoon, the family sat together sipping tea and admiring the flowers while chatting about amusing happenings. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed through the valleys. At night, they fell asleep beneath the stars, their hearts filled with hope and expectation for the future.